Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Saiyans. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique in the Parallel Universe of Dragon Ball. 5 Saiyans are departing from planet Vegeta, recklessly speeding through the cosmos. The vehicle resembles a sphere perfectly round and irresistibly enticing. Evoking the desire to touch its smooth surface, the speed is astonishing, capable of encircling the Earth multiple times in a mere second, and it accelerates further. Inside the fourth sphere, the Saiyan named Sak awakens, his eyes filled with confusion. Ouch, my kidneys. Last night was only 60 minutes, how could it hurt? Ouch, my head too. But why the one above? With 4 exclamations, it is evident that the youth's emotions are in turmoil. After an indeterminate period, his bewilderment deepens. Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta, Frieza, Elite Warrior Bardock. The birth of Vegeta, mid-level warrior Sak from the 37th Combat Team. So, I am dead, but not entirely reborn in the Dragon Ball world, starting as a Saiyan. No celebration for the conclusion. Damn my kidneys and no anesthesia. What a grudge. As the youth mutters, he suddenly gasps in pain, the kind of pain that feels utterly unbearable not long after regaining consciousness. He is overwhelmed by a throbbing headache and an intense wave of drowsiness, leading him to succumb to slumber once more. Fortunately, the spherical spacecraft is equipped with nutrient fluids sustaining his life, and he still exhibits a faint breath. It appears he is not dead yet, so a celebration must be postponed. His consciousness, however, remains alert despite his physical state, transforming into a silvery orb of light that floats aimlessly through the hazy sea of consciousness. Completely at ease, devoid of any burden, it continues until a brilliant golden oval of light enters its field of vision. The silvery orb, driven by an instinctual force, rushes toward it, reaching out, caressing, embracing, and ultimately merging into one, achieving a sublime transformation. Receiving the feedback from the golden radiance, the silvery orb moves vigorously, akin to galloping steeds, rising and falling in a rhythmic dance. Once the exchange of information is complete, a white arrow of energy shoots forth from the silvery orb, piercing through the boundless void until it fades away. Sak feels invigorated, sending ripples of energy through his being. Delightful. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique by channeling energy to summon the divine, and through the divine, manifesting the form. Every gesture embodies the power of a colossal elephant, shaking the oceans, roaring down the stars, plucking the moon, swallowing the sun, all within a single thought. The Holy King's realm cultivates energy as the source of all life. The essence of power in both worlds is strikingly similar. It is merely that the Dragon Ball universe is somewhat lacking. The lack is advantageous. If I master the 840 million divine elephants, would I not be able to suppress the Omni King with a mere gesture? Sak harbors no resentment about his inexplicable arrival in this world and is filled with excitement. Sak, originally known as Saxi, was an ordinary worker on Earth. He vividly recalls a stormy night where he deceitfully swore an oath to a girl to complete a mysterious rite of passage into adulthood. Awakening from slumber, I found myself transformed into a Saiyan within a sphere, known as Sak. Subsequently, I succumbed to a severe pain in my kidneys, compounded by a foggy mind that led me back into unconsciousness. With a formidable consciousness, I manifested within my inner realm, discovering a resplendent radiance. In my previous life, I had languished in mediocrity, but after mustering the courage to make a solemn vow, I was surprised to find it fulfilled. The silver lining was my transformation into a Saiyan, allowing me to depart from planet Vegeta to undertake missions. However, the unfortunate news was that I was subjected to a painful procedure without anesthesia on my kidneys, leaving me uncertain about their future usability. Regardless, I shall prioritize my training. I resolved. Fortunately, the Saiyan lineage merely diverged in bloodline. Otherwise, the differences from humanity would have hindered my ability to cultivate. As Sak, I morphed into a silvery orb of light, soaring gracefully while chanting the incantations of my techniques, possessing a combat power exceeding 3,000. My internal energy was boundless as the techniques commenced. A torrent of energy surged throughout my being, nourishing my physique. Crackling sounds echoed as countless streams of energy converged within my energy reservoir, coalescing into a singular mass that continuously refined and surged. Before long, this energy transformed into a tender young elephant, embodying the essence of the divine elephant suppression technique. The colossal figure galloped within my energy reservoir, its limbs striding and its trunk swaying. It voraciously absorbed my internal energy, rendering me utterly depleted. Yet the elephant exhaled even more refined energy, which swiftly merged with my being, reverberating through my flesh and remolding my body. At this juncture, my consciousness remained oblivious to these bodily transformations. Frieza, after all, possessed the most exceptional scientific team adept at developing narcotics specifically aimed at Saiyan and their cosmic explorations far beyond my current capabilities to counter thus. I continued to circulate my techniques, hastening the maturation of the elephant within, however. The rosy creature in my energy reservoir bore no resemblance to a fully grown giant. As I focused on my technique, my body incessantly absorbed the nourishing energy. I managed to manifest 100 lifelike elephants within me. Yet the year-long supply of nourishment was swiftly exhausted. Enthralled by my training, I was compelled to halt with the surge in my power and the lack of external energy to sustain me. I began to awaken. My body tingled with a mix of overwhelming strength and a debilitating sense of exhaustion. Overall, my physique had undergone significant alterations compared to the original information I held as sac in summary. The essence of this change could be encapsulated in one word: vast. Now, I found myself in a quandary. Typically, after a breakthrough, one would open their eyes and unleash a radiant force. Exhaling would manifest as a projectile. What if I dared to open my eyes and inadvertently shattered the spacecraft? This was the void of space where Saiyans could not survive. Daring not to open my eyes, I remained in a state of closure, enduring the uncertainty. Speaking of which, my energy reservoir indeed harbors an elephant, indicating my successful cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique, a supreme level skill. Yet, it appears to diverge from the description. Am I experiencing a mutation, or is it my own transformation? Moreover, I am merely a mid-level Saiyan, possessing such innate talent that I can master this technique with little effort. Sack was incredulous, and Ori was lacking in confidence. Such a technique, even for the most exceptionally gifted individuals, would present insurmountable challenges at the outset. Could it be that by merely reciting incantations and following an unseen guide, success would be his? Do not jest, he is not the protagonist Yang Chi, who, after being struck by lightning, harbored a golden figure within, alongside a colossal thunderous elephant in his dantian. As this thought crossed Sack's mind, he could not help but sharply inhale. At present, aside from some discrepancies and uncertainty regarding whether he had indeed been struck by lightning, it appeared there was not much distinction. Well, at least there was a 1% similarity. He did possess something golden in his sea of consciousness, which he had even approached with curiosity. Beyond that, it remained to be seen whether he had been struck by lightning. Baffled, Sack chose to disregard these thoughts and continued to cultivate the divine elephant suppression technique. Even in the vastness of space, there existed vital energy, albeit in a remarkably diluted form. His body could absorb this energy through the spacecraft. After diligently practicing for over half a year, Sack had successfully summoned a total of 110 giant elephants and was currently in the process of coalescing the 111th. It was already taking shape, albeit with a somewhat softer hue. This tender giant elephant resembled a flickering flame in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Suddenly, the spherical spacecraft trembled. Sack was perplexed. The ship's intelligent voice abruptly announced, "Attention, the spacecraft is about to land in 10 minutes. The crew will awaken, and the ship will experience significant tremors." Sack's sea of consciousness surged with excitement. He realized his opportunity had arrived. His eyes flew open, and a rush of energy surged from his mouth and nose. Swish! Clang! Sack was taken aback. He had not damaged the spacecraft. Could it be that the old phlegm had been brewing for too long? With a grim expression, he gathered all his strength. With a single punch, boom, the hatch could not withstand the force and burst open, flying outwards. The immense suction outside the hatch promptly drew Sack into the void. Without hesitation, he propelled himself outward, directing the breath expelled by the giant elephants within him away from the spacecraft. Sack's gaze was icy and resolute. "Nors, dare you strike at my kidneys without anesthesia? You are doomed." Chapter 2. A fateful encounter. The Nors that Sack spoke of belonged to the 37th Combat Squad of the Saiyans. Prior to boarding the spacecraft, Nors had delivered a punch to him. Perhaps it was for concealment, or perhaps to avoid killing Sack and raising other suspicions. That punch from Nors had fortuitously landed squarely on Sack's kidneys. Who could have known that the real Sack could not withstand it and would perish? Had he not, he would not have been able to take Sack's place here yet. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remains that the kidneys were struck. It was Sack who suffered. To not seek retribution would be to forsake his humanity. Gratitude was the furthest thought from his mindas for the impending Frieza crisis. He would take it one step at a time. There were still 5 years until Vegeta's birth. He exerted himself, striving to surpass 3 million in power, hoping to become a Super Saiyan. If that proves unattainable, he cannot be blamed for adopting a cautious approach. Can the future of the Saiyans rival his own? Sack's life philosophy is simple. In favorable winds, one sails smoothly. In adversity, one must retreat like a dog. The ultimate interpretation of this dogma rests in his hands, and he is free to proceed as he wishes. Sack reached for the scouter, hurling it towards the flaming spherical spaceship as he witnessed it dissolve amidst brilliant sparks. He swiftly took his leave. The scouter dispatched by Frieza possessed the capability to assess combat power, alongside surveillance. Eavesdropping and tracking function such tools would be of no further use. He could only rely on his own intuition to hone his energy sensing skills. What once seemed impossible now appeared achievable, as he was endowed with divine abilities thus. All challenges seemed surmountable. I must conceal myself swiftly, he thought, urgency propelling his speed to an extraordinary level. Fortunately, the divine elephant confinement technique proved potent, allowing him to masterfully control the energy within him. Concealing his strength posed no difficulty. Sack intended solely to remain hidden, harboring no intentions of confronting North. His strength was not yet sufficient, and should the scouter detect any anomalies, he would be in dire straits, regardless of whether it was Frieza or if Vegeta dispatched multiple combat teams. My combat power currently stands at approximately 3,500. A single massive elephant contributes 30 to that total, which is already commendable. The divine elephant confinement technique, in its initial stages, adhered to the notion that the human body consists of 840 million particles. By harnessing the power of the colossal elephant, soon enough, a keratin membrane would emerge, enabling him to absorb most energy techniques for his own use. Consolidating 840 million colossal elephants would yield a staggering 252 billion in combat power. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would directly exceed 1 trillion in combat strength. Who could possibly contend with that? The latter function is even more formidable. To simplify, anyone who strikes him shall be devoured. Any attacks directed towards him would be absorbed, converting into his combat power, aiding his training. Surprising, isn't it? Unexpected, perhaps? Delightful? And this is merely the foundation. Should he advance further, he could cultivate a formidable training method that solidifies a hellish furnace within him. All of creation would transform into sustenance for his cultivation. Isn't it exhilarating? Sack sought a deep ocean, submerging himself within. As he trained in the divine elephant confinement technique, he envisioned 111 colossal elephants within him. The practice of fasting might pose challenges, yet holding his breath for 7 or 8 days would be manageable. Sack contemplated this and prepared to act accordingly. He vowed, earnestly wishing to provoke no one. The Saiyan 37th Combat Team, for spherical spaceships whistling as they plummeted towards the Earth, created 4 large craters amidst the mountains. Dust rose as 4 cold figures, encased in transparent shields, slowly ascended from the pits at the forefront. A rugged man, towering at nearly 6.5 feet, emanated a bloody aura and grimly inquired, Where has Sack vanished to? One of the men, distinguished by a scar on his neck and possessing an alluringly handsome yet peculiar visage, exhibited a glimmer of joy in his eyes, and spoke without hesitation. Captain, Sack has fled in the face of danger. The only woman present, her countenance marred by concern, retorted angrily, Norse, Sack is not a coward. Do not spew such baseless accusations and tarnish his name. She then addressed the burly man towering at 6 feet 3 inches before her. Captain, there must have been an unforeseen circumstance for Sack. We should search for him. We cannot search. Our mission is time-sensitive. Delaying would lead to failure. Our team has never known defeat. A shorter Saiyan, tense and vigilant, interjected. Indeed, Reina, you should be aware that our squad has never faltered. We cannot afford to waste time on a liability. Reina trembled with rage, her face flushed. Do not forget that Sack has saved your lives on numerous occasions. Most of his scars were earned in defense of the team of. That is because that fool always found himself in the safest position. You, Reina exclaimed in alarm, pointing a finger at Norse. The captain's stern voice cut through the rising tension, silencing their quarrel. Enough, Norse. Bardan is correct. The mission takes precedence. As for Sack, we leave his fate to chance. The captain's voice was frigid, and his words sent a chill through the air. Such is the nature of the Saiyans, cold, ruthless, and unyielding, both to outsiders and within their ranks. Now, we must redefine our attack targets. Norse, in high spirits, replied, Ha, Captain, there is no need for such complications to avoid being labeled as heartless. I shall take charge of half of Sack's territory, if that is acceptable. The captain pondered for a moment, then declared, Very well, Norse and Bardan. You shall each manage half Reina, and I will assist you after we have dealt with our own tasks. Norse chuckled, saying little more, though inwardly he felt dismissive. How could such a small planet possibly pose a threat? Let's move, Norse exclaimed as he soared into the sky. Reina, resigned, suppressed her anxiety and proceeded towards the designated target. Sack was engrossed in his training when an overwhelming presence enveloped him. Norse flew high above, focusing on the numbers displayed in his left eye's visor. 50 kilometers. With a battle power of 620, this may very well be the most formidable entity on this planet. Fortune smiles upon me, granting me an opportunity for some exhilarating play. A hint of mischief flickered in his eyes as he accelerated further. Upon nearing the destination, Norse raised his hand, launching an energy blast into the sea. With a cold smirk, he bellowed, "Come forth." Sack, initially oblivious to the unfolding events, soon realized how naive he had been. Alas, time is too short. I still lack the mastery to fully conceal my aura. Muttering to himself, he swiftly emerged from the ocean like a swallow. "It's you." Two astonished voices resonated simultaneously. The Saiyans are devoid of any ability to perceive energy, nor can they discern individuals through the subtle distinctions in their auras. As a thief, Sack is naturally no exception. Upon his emergence, a torrent of resentment surged forth in his mind, and he instantly recognized the figure before him. Who else could it be but Noth, the very person he had contemplated sparing? Sack was astonished, and Noth was hardly in a better position after the initial shock. As he observed Sack's combat power data on the detector, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Ha ha, kid, it seems you're still alive yet. Your luck has run dry. In encountering me, you're destined for demise." Sack's gaze fixed on Noth, his emotions fluctuating like the weather he had not intended to strike. Resentment aside, when weighed against his own life, surrendering was not entirely out of the question. However, this individual had the audacity to confront him directly. To reject him now would be a disservice to Noth's earnest intentions. Dragon Ball, attaining the autonomous Ultra Instinct realm from the very beginning. Chapter 1. Awakening Immunity. Ding. The Saiyan system has been activated. In order to ensure the host's survival, a novice gift package has been issued. Immunity. A mission has been assigned. Please sign in before the god of destruction, Beerus. Reward. Prototype of the autonomous realm. Hiss. Ling Xian clutched his head, the excruciating pain making him wish to smash it open. It turns out Ling Xian was not from this world. In his previous life, he inexplicably transmigrated into this realm after drinking cold water. Ling Xian felt helpless but had to accept the reality of his transmigration. Fortunately, he had awakened a Saiyan system in this unfamiliar world. Listening to the electronic voice echoing in his mind, Ling Xian was momentarily stunned. The god of destruction, Beerus. His pupils contracted sharply, and his entire body trembled. System, is this the world I think it is? Yes, host. Hiss. Ling Xian inhaled sharply. Beerus was indeed a character from Dragon Ball. Had he really traversed into the Dragon Ball universe? He swallowed repeatedly, pondering that if it were any ordinary world, it wouldn't be so dire, as lives wouldn't be at stake. But the Dragon Ball world was different. It was a realm of immense power, where planets and universes could be obliterated with a mere flick of a wrist. As an ordinary person, in such circumstances, he had little say and would likely perish alongside the planet. Could I survive in the Dragon Ball universe? Ling Xian's face was filled with bitterness. Of all the worlds to traverse, he had ended up in this high-powered realm. This is a disaster. Just as despair began to engulf him, he suddenly noticed something. A tail. He had a tail. I am a Saiyan. Yes, host. The novice gift package is now being distributed. Please prepare to receive it. Before Ling Xian could revel in his newfound identity, his entire body began to convulse, his face contorting in agony as if enduring immense suffering. Moments later, a divine aura erupted from within him. Boom. The energy swept across the entire planet, spreading far and wide. It reached the Kaishin realm. It reached the god of destruction realm. Upon reaching the sixth universe and arriving at the palace of the Omni King, all the deities within the Dragon Ball realm suddenly lifted their heads, their brows furrowed in contemplation, their thoughts a mystery. Meanwhile, Ling Xian, having received the novice gift pack, lay on the ground, the pain coursing through his body rendering his breaths agonizing. System, am I dead? Host, unless your lifespan is completely exhausted, you cannot perish. What does that mean? The novice gift pack is named immunity. As the name suggests, it renders you immune to all negative influences. Please elaborate. This means you will be able to disregard any damage within the Dragon Ball universe. So, I can ignore Goku's Kamehameha? Indeed. I can disregard the destructive energy of the god of destruction? Correct. I can ignore the erasure by the Omni King? At this, Ling Xian lay on the ground, holding his breath, paralyzed by nervous anticipation. After a prolonged silence, as the electronic voice echoed in his mind, Ling Xian, disregarding the pain in his body, sat up and laughed heartily like a fool. He had feared that his arrival here would mirror the fate of the cannon fodder from Earth. Who could have anticipated that fate would be so kind to him? With immunity in place, who could possibly harm him now? Moreover, aside from his newfound immunity. Ling Xian discovered that he was a Saiyan. With immunity combined with the Saiyan physique, should he cultivate to its utmost, it would not be mere fantasy to envision himself delivering punches to Beerus and kicks to the Omni King. However, despite having acquired immunity, Ling Xian remained self-aware. He understood that his immunity merely shielded him from all negative influences and did not grant him the audacity to disregard the gods of destruction and other divine beings. The world of Dragon Ball is inherently one of high martial prowess, where immense strength coexists with a myriad of bizarre skills, such as Master Roshi's Mafuba. Should Ling Xian naively believe that his immunity permits him to act recklessly, he would undoubtedly encounter techniques far more formidable than the Mafuba. Such secret arts serve only to seal a person, inflicting no negative repercussions on the individual, rendering immunity ineffective. With these thoughts clarified, Ling Xian gradually calmed down from his previous exhilaration, and the pain in his body subsided. He stretched his limbs and rotated his neck, organizing the memories within his mind. It turned out he was still on planet Vegeta in the year 76 of the age of the universe, with merely a year remaining before the planet's destruction at the hands of Frieza. At this moment, he was only 6 years old, still a child named Louis. Observing his short legs brought a smile to his face as he realized he would once again experience the trials of childhood. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. He was an elite Saiyan warrior with a battle power of 500. Ling Xian recognized that the classification of warriors into elite, middle, and lower ranks was somewhat flawed, much like the protagonist Goku, who was deemed a lower-class warrior at birth yet repeatedly transcended his limits to become the legendary Super Saiyan within the Saiyan race. However, holding the title of elite warrior certainly bore advantages in the early stages. With this status, despite his juvenile form, Ling Xian could practically navigate planet Vegeta with ease. After all, elite warriors were a rare breed within the Saiyan lineage, each one an invaluable asset. Understanding his strength and status, Ling Xian recalled the task issued by the system. Check in before the god of destruction Beerus, with the reward being the embryonic form of the autonomous realm. The mere thought of the reward sent a wave of exhilaration through Ling Xian's mind, not out of fear, but from sheer excitement. The realm of freedom is an angelic level of existence, one that even a god of destruction finds challenging to comprehend. In the realm of anime, only Sun Wukong has ever reached such a state. During the power tournament, Sun Wukong, through his flawless state of ultimate freedom, overwhelmed Jiren to the point of breathlessness. Ultimately, had it not been for Sun Wukong's exertion, Jiren would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, Ling Xian felt a surge of excitement, yet amidst his elation, he could not help but furrow his brow. Before Beerus, with his current combat power of 500 points, he could not even qualify to meet the North Kai, let alone the supreme deity of Universe 7. System, is there a time limit for this task? No, came the response, prompting Ling Xian to slightly relax his brow. The absence of a time constraint provided him the opportunity to wait until his strength grew sufficiently before seeking out Beerus. Suddenly, a brilliant thought flashed through Ling Xian's mind. Perhaps an opportunity had presented itself. Overcome with joy, Ling Xian realized that the destruction of planet Vegeta was not solely Frieza's idea. There was a hidden secret behind it. In the original tale, Beerus had instructed King Vegeta to find the finest pillow in the world for him. However, King Vegeta kept the best pillow for himself and presented Beerus with a mere second best. As the strongest deity in the universe, Beerus was understandably enraged at being deceived. Thus, before falling into slumber, he commanded Frieza to annihilate the Saiyan race. Ling Xian then recalled the current time. At this moment, Vegeta was of the same age as him, and it was mentioned in the anime that Vegeta was present when Beerus trampled King Vegeta. At that time, Vegeta appeared to be of the same age as he was now. Gasping in realization, Ling Xian understood that this meant Beerus was likely to arrive on planet Vegeta very soon. If that were the case, the task of signing in could indeed be completed. Just as Ling Xian reveled in his euphoria, a wave of destructive energy enveloped the entirety of planet Vegeta. It had come. Chapter 2. Sign-in successful. Reward. Form of the realm of freedom. Under normal circumstances, the aura of a deity is imperceptible to mortals, yet Ling Xian seemed to sense it. Possibly due to his immunity. The divine aura inherently exudes a sense of oppression over mortals, a pressure belonging to those of higher status. This oppression itself is a form of negative influence. As they say, when you speak of the devil, he appears. If Ling Xian's intuition serves him correctly, the god of destruction, Beerus, along with his attendant, has descended upon planet Vegeta. From this day forth, the fate of Vegeta will irrevocably change. While the destinies of planet Vegeta and the Saiyans are matters for another time, Ling Xian's sole desire at this moment is to meet Beerus. If he can achieve this, he will successfully complete his task and attain the nascent form of the carefree realm. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. In pursuit of fulfilling his mission, Ling Xian stepped out of his chamber and made his way toward the royal palace of Vegeta. Along the way, the surroundings were replete with an industrial ambience, and he soon arrived at the grand edifice of the palace. The palace stood magnificently, guarded by two Saiyans at the entrance of the grand staircase. Ling Xian approached them. "Lewis, King Vegeta has decreed that no one is allowed to enter the palace," one of the guards announced. "I have urgent matters to discuss with King Vegeta." Ling Xian's youthful voice rang out as he ascended the steps. "No one is permitted inside." "It is the king's command," the guards reiterated. "I must enter. It concerns the fate of our Saiyan race." Ling Xian insisted, his eyes widening with fervor. In truth, he held little interest in the malevolent Saiyan lineage, but it seemed this excuse was his only means of gaining entry into the palace. According to his scanner, the two guards before him possessed a power level of 1200. It was unsurprising, given that they were adult Saiyans with such formidable combat prowess. Ling Xian, however, only had a power level of 500 and was still in his youth, making a forceful entry impossible. His earnestness momentarily caught the guards off guard. Is that true? They pondered. To them, Lewis appeared merely as a child, incapable of grasping the intricacies of the Saiyan race's destiny. However, it was unconventional for a typical Saiyan to speak such things, especially considering Lewis was a highly regarded warrior. "Very well, I shall inform someone. Wait here." One of the guards decided to enter the palace. "This is urgent. I must go in first, and I will explain everything to King Vegeta," Ling Xian boldly interjected, stepping directly in front of the guard. "Let me pass. I need to meet Beerus." Ling Xian swiftly maneuvered past the guard. "Wait," the guard attempted to halt him. "Enough. He is an esteemed warrior, not someone we can provoke. Let him be. If there are consequences, they will fall upon him. Besides, I have a feeling Lewis speaks the truth," the other guard remarked as Ling Xian continued down the corridor, soon arriving inside the palace. The interior was opulent, adorned with red carpets and exquisite lighting. "King Vegeta, do you dare deceive me?" "Lord Beerus, I have not. The pillow I provided you is of the finest quality. Do not attempt to argue." A chilling voice echoed throughout the palace, suffused with an aura of lethal intent that caused the temperature to plummet. In a corner, a small boy watched in trembling fear as his father was trampled to the ground. "Vegeta, you have greatly disappointed me," Beerus declared, his foot pressing down harshly upon King Vegeta's head, a frown momentarily creasing his brow as he glanced upward. Beside him, Whis shifted his gaze to the palace entrance, where a child appeared. The boy blinked with wide, round eyes, his tail wagging excitedly behind him. "Lewis, what are you doing here? Get out." King Vegeta lamented internally, regretting his defiance against the will of the god of destruction. Now, Beerus would surely be enraged. With the superior warrior Lewis now present, if he provoked Beerus further, the fate of planet Vegeta would be sealed. However, King Vegeta suddenly noticed that Beerus had ceased his movements. At that moment, Beerus fixated intently on the small figure at the door, his frown deepening. How peculiar. Why did this little one dare to meet his gaze? Beerus glanced back at the corner where Vegeta lay, weakened and shivering. Shouldn't this young one behave like King Vegeta's son? Whis, equally astonished, discerned Ling Xian's strength at a glance. This remarkably weak mortal could actually disregard the oppressive aura of superiority. In truth, angels exist in a state of returning to simplicity and do not exert a hierarchical pressure upon mortals. However, the god of destruction differs. He cannot achieve the same state as an angel and invariably emanates an air of dominance. Typically, mortals confronted by a god of destruction would either collapse in fear or lose control of their bodily functions. Amidst the confusion of Beerus and Whis, a notification chimed. Sign-in successful before Beerus. Reward, embryonic form of the state of tranquility. With a sudden surge, the previously menacing palace was enveloped in an ethereal essence. The sound of a clear spring flowing forth, dissipating the cold malevolence entirely. Boom. Upon witnessing this, Beerus and Whis appeared as if struck by divine lightning, their eyes widening in astonishment. The state of tranquility. No, wait, it is merely the embryonic form of tranquility. It cannot be the ultimate state. Yet, how did this little one come to comprehend such a realm? The state of tranquility consists of two stages, tranquility and ultimate intent. These stages are intricate, and without a doubt, They are beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. Compared to Beerus, Whis found it even more incredulous. As an angel, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved in mastering the state of tranquility. The fact that this small child inexplicably attained such a realm seemed utterly impossible. Lewis, get out of my sight now? At that moment, King Vegeta seized the opportunity to urge Lewis to depart before he provoked Beerus. Silence. Speak again, and I shall annihilate you. Beerus coldly declared, removing his foot from King Vegeta's head. He strode forward, with Whis closely in tow. Chapter 3. The candidate for destruction before Ling Xian. Beerus inquired, young man, have you just comprehended the state of instinct? Whis remained silent, yet his mind pondered another matter. Prior to their arrival at Vegeta's planet, a divine aura had emerged in the universe. Could it be related to him? Big Kitty. I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Ling Xian replied, his round eyes blinking as he shook his head. Upon hearing Big Kitty, King Vegeta, who lay on the ground, felt darkness envelop him, muttering in a faint voice before losing consciousness, we're doomed. Ultimately, they had indeed provoked Beerus. Indeed, a cataclysmic force erupted from Beerus, transforming the entire palace into a cascade of starlight, vanishing into the void. With fury blazing in his eyes, Beerus struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate Ling Xian, gritting his teeth and stating, do you even comprehend whom you face? I do not, but I sense that you, Big Kitty, seem quite powerful, Ling Xian naively remarked, embodying the innocence of a child. Despite his praise, to Ling Xian, Beerus remained simply Big Kitty. Uncle can tolerate, but Aunt cannot. Do not assume that having grasped the rudimentary form of instinct grants you the freedom to act recklessly. If this little rascal is not taught a lesson, he may genuinely believe that the title of destroyer is merely a fade. Buzz. The divine aura suddenly erupted, forming two colossal hands in the void. One hand reached toward Ling Xian, while the other forcefully slapped his backside. Smack, smack, smack. Beerus refrained from destroying Ling Xian immediately for two reasons. Firstly, he was curious as to why Ling Xian could disregard the oppressive weight of divine authority. Secondly, he wondered how this little fellow had suddenly grasped the rudimentary form of instinct, a state he himself had yet to comprehend. Beerus had encountered geniuses before. Frieza was a prime example, a being born with an astounding combat power. However, no matter how talented, in the eyes of a deity, they remained mere mortals, ultimately inconsequential. Yet Ling Xian was different. This young lad had attained an angelic level of instinct, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary individuals like Frieza. As the god of destruction, Beerus could obliterate all without a second thought, yet in the presence of such talent, he felt a pang of admiration. Smack, smack, smack. The colossal hand continued to slap Ling Xian's backside, landing over 100 blows. Beerus deemed it sufficient. If he were to truly harm the child, it would indeed be a farcical situation. However, Big Kitty, why are you hitting me? Ling Xian was suspended in midair, seething with indignation. You, how could you be unharmed? Beerus was taken aback by the scene before him. As a god of destruction, he had struck Ling Xian's rear end over 100 times. Albeit with minimal force, nonetheless, it was still an attack from a deity. How could a mere mortal with a combat power of only 500 withstand such an assault? Why would I be harmed? Ling Xian retorted, feigning anger while, in truth, his heart brimmed with delight. The unfolding events mirrored his expectations. Firstly, signing in before Beerus would inevitably lead to an encounter with him. Ling Xian could sense the divine presence, and the deities, in turn, would detect his peculiar trait, immunity. If Ling Xian did not take action, he might find himself unable to leave this palace. However, it was not that he would be destroyed on the spot. With his immunity, no one could inflict harm upon him. Yet, the absence of harm did not imply that he was beyond their reach. Ling Xian understood that it would be quite simple for a god of destruction to deal with him, akin to imprisoning him and depriving him of sustenance. In his mortal form, he would eventually perish. Thus, Ling Xian's unique attribute piqued Beerus and Whis's curiosity. When the reward for his budding realm was bestowed upon him, it was akin to a trump card. Such a rare occurrence would undoubtedly be irresistible to any deity. The divine aura erupted near Vegeta's planet, leading Whis, who had been silent for a while, to suddenly widen his eyes as if realizing something. He leaned close to Beerus's ear, whispering unknown words that caused Beerus to react with surprise. Ling Xian, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Moments later, Beerus and Whis turned their attention back to Ling Xian, who remained suspended in the air. Beerus spoke earnestly, Kid, Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction? What is a candidate for the God of Destruction? Can it be eaten? A candidate for the God of Destruction is not an object. No, no, no. It is a divine position, and should you agree, you would become one of the most esteemed beings in the universe. That big cat, if I become a candidate for the God of Destruction, will I become stronger? We Saiyans yearn for strength. Ling Xian clenched his small fists, exclaiming in excitement. Stop calling me big cat. Beerus's lips twitched slightly, yet he nodded affirmatively. Yes. As long as you agree, you will soon surpass King Vegeta. Then I agree. Ling Xian chuckled, expressing his thoughts. He had anticipated that Beerus would merely regard him as a prodigy, perhaps allowing him some leniency for the sake of the average level of humanity in the universe. Little did he expect an unforeseen outcome. Beerus intended to recruit him as a candidate for the role of a destroyer. Ling Xian had indeed underestimated the impact of the nascent state of the self-cultivation realm on Beerus. After all, for a mere Saiyan to comprehend a level of mastery akin to that of an angel was undeniably extraordinary. Good, 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 Beerus exclaimed, laughing heartily as he repeated the word thrice, dispelling the anger that had arisen in King Vegeta due to his earlier deceptions. Little one, I initially sought to eradicate your Saiyan race, but in light of your merits, I shall spare you. However, he added, the Saiyan race is inherently malevolent. Neglecting them poses a grave threat to the seventh universe. One Frieza is already sufficient. At that moment, Beerus turned his gaze towards the slumped Vegeta in the corner and coldly commanded, You appear to be the son of King Vegeta. I order you to integrate the Saiyans into the Galactic Patrol. Young Vegeta trembled in fear, unaware of Beerus's true identity. It was only after this incident that King Vegeta revealed everything about Beerus to him, making him realize the Saiyan race had narrowly escaped a dire fate. However, that was a matter for another time. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Vegeta quickly nodded his little head in agreement. Ling Xian, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Beerus. It became clear that the annihilation of the Saiyans was no trivial matter. Their inherent wickedness was the root cause. They had followed Frieza in their nefarious deeds, even surpassing the malevolence of Frieza's army. Such a race allied with Frieza's forces would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the stability of the seventh universe. Thus, incorporating the Saiyans into the Galactic Patrol was a means to curtail Frieza's influence while providing the Saiyans with a chance at survival. Weiss, let us depart, Beerus said, lifting Ling Xian in his grasp and looking towards Weiss. With a gentle flick of his staff, Weiss made a swift motion, and the three of them vanished from the planet Vegeta. Only then did Vegeta arise from the ground, hastily making his way to his father, King Vegeta. In the aftermath of Beerus's decision to recruit Ling Xian as a candidate for destroyer, shockwaves reverberated throughout various factions. In the Grand Palace, the Grand Priest inquired, What was that aura just now? Lord Zeno, the Grand Priest responded, I am still investigating, but that divine presence seems to have originated from the seventh universe. From that slender feline in the seventh universe? Indeed, I shall have Weiss ascertain the details. Excellent work, Grand Priest. Be thorough in your investigation. I am off to enjoy a game of star elimination. In the sixth universe, the presence of Bardos is questioned. What is that aura? Asks Kampa, to which he is advised to inquire with his brother. Oh, it's the work of the Slender Rib universe. In the fourth universe, Konik is commanded. Investigate why this divine aura has emerged from the seventh universe. Yes, Lord Katra. Chapter 4. The slumber of Beerus. The reactions from various universes are similar. They are perplexed by the source of the divine aura, yet they discern that it emanates from the seventh universe. Shortly thereafter, the seventh universe announces that the position of its candidate destroyer has been filled, and surprisingly, it is a mere child who has assumed the role. Initially, the deities were puzzled by the origin of the divine aura, but they were soon amused by the seventh universe's decision. Kappa, the destroyer of the sixth universe, openly mocked, questioning how the seventh universe could allow a child to become a candidate destroyer. Katra, the destroyer of the fourth universe, also chimed in, offering to send some of his own to the seventh universe, lest the news of a child inheriting such a significant position lead to ridicule. All 11 destroyers reacted similarly. Not a single one sided with Beerus, but rather all indulged in derision. This behavior is understandable, as since the incident with the game of hide-and-seek years ago, few have held Beerus in high regard. Faced with the mockery from his peers, Beerus chose not to respond, which only heightened their amusement. According to his character, one would expect him to retaliate, perhaps even crossing universes to confront the offenders. Yet, his silence suggested their jests held a kernel of truth. the seventh universe, now in decline, found Beerus unable to locate any formidable successors to the candidate destroyer role, ultimately resorting to nurturing a mere child from a young age. The other destroyers reveled in this misfortune, unaware that Beerus was preoccupied with a new fear instilled by Lin Xian. In the realm of the seventh universe's destroyers, it has been a month since Beerus returned with Lin Xian. At this moment, a young boy stands at the center of a lake, enveloped in a silver luminescence. The waves of energy he emits cause the surrounding divine trees to rustle. Beside him stand Beerus and Whis, with Beerus sweating profusely. "Child, what is this state of ease?" Beerus inquires. "Lord Beerus, I don't know what a state of ease is." Lin Xian replies, flailing his little arms and pouting. Beerus is taken aback. Having just had Whis project his childhood image in combat with Lin Xian, he never anticipated the child would so effortlessly dismantle his defenses. How is this even possible? I am a destroyer. Throughout his life, he has engaged in countless battles, and whether in his childhood or after achieving divinity, he has never tasted defeat against opponents of equal standing. Furthermore, the apparition summoned by Weiss possesses a power that surpasses even that of Ling Xian. Remarkably, Ling Xian has triumphed against the stronger foe. Such an astounding feat. Weiss, have I emerged victorious? Ling Xian turned to Weiss, who wiped the sweat from his brow and replied with a smile, "Lewis, you have indeed won. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus is no match for me." With hands on his hips, Ling Xian exuded joy. In truth, his ability to conquer the youthful Beerus was largely due to the manifestation of the Zen realm. It is not that immunity is ineffective. Rather, it serves merely as a passive ability, protecting him from harm but not enabling him to inflict damage upon others. In contrast, the manifestation of the Zen realm is distinctly different. Upon entering this state, not only is his combat prowess significantly enhanced, but he also gains an instinctive, natural reaction. This response is extraordinarily acute, allowing him to anticipate his opponent's attack patterns. It is not a matter of foresight, but rather an instinctual reaction that perceives the tremors in the opponent's muscles, enabling a corresponding response. In this state, even the youthful Beerus would be no match for him. And should Ling Xian's strength be comparable to the current Beerus, he could still make him bleed through the power of the Zen realm. Ling Xian, with hands on his small waist, laughed heartily, while Beerus felt a vain throb on his forehead. "You little rascal, have you laughed enough? Ha ha. Do you believe I won't give you a beating? Nonsense, Lord Beerus cannot harm me. I am unafraid." Now a mere child, Ling Xian fully embraced his youthful nature, scrunching his nose and sticking out his tongue at Beerus. "You little brat," Beerus scolded playfully. In the months since he had brought Ling Xian to the realm of destruction, he had long since recognized the uniqueness of Ling Xian's body, capable of disregarding all negative influences in the world. He inquired about the situation from the young rascal, Ling Xian, but the latter claimed to know nothing. Unable to extract any information from the boy, Beerus glanced at Whis, recalling what Whis had mentioned on planet Vegeta. That divine aura seemed to have erupted near planet Vegeta, suggesting that Ling Xian's origins were far from ordinary. It was precisely for this reason that Beerus entertained the thought of selecting Ling Xian as a candidate for the God of Destruction. There were two underlying motivations. Firstly, Ling Xian was exceptionally unique. Should he exhibit any peculiar behavior, being in close proximity would allow Beerus to respond swiftly. Secondly, the other gods of destruction were not mistaken. The seventh universe had indeed fallen into decline. Aside from the notably low average level of its inhabitants, Beerus had learned that the strongest being in his universe was none other than the pitiful Frieza. Such a disappointing revelation. In a universe of his magnitude, to have a fighter with merely a combat power of 120 million as the strongest was disheartening. In truth, Frieza was not the ultimate powerhouse of the seventh universe. There were still many hidden adversaries yet to reveal themselves. When the time comes, any one of these foes would surpass those from other universes. However, Beerus was unaware of this. His current desire was to see a formidable warrior emerge from his universe, and he had chosen Ling Xian for that role. The young genius was undeniably talented, and it was highly likely that he was connected to that divine aura from a month prior. If this prodigy were to flourish, the seventh universe would prosper. Very well, Whis, you shall mentor him diligently. I am off to rest, Beerus declared, casting a glance at the mischievous Ling Xian, who tempted him to give the lad a good thrashing, yet he knew he could not inflict pain upon him, which vexed him greatly. Whis interjected, "Lord Beerus, are you attempting to evade the divine aura that erupted near planet Vegeta? Surely, all the deities across the universe are aware of it and will come to investigate. Since you already know, why bother mentioning it?" Beerus yawned and vanished from the lakeside, uninterested in mingling with the other gods of destruction. Upon witnessing Beerus's sudden disappearance, Whis approached Ling Xian and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Now that Lord Beerus has left, why are you still laughing?" Ling Xian ceased his laughter, only to realize that Beerus had truly vanished. Where did Lord Beerus go? He has taken a break. Now that you have become a candidate for the god of destruction, you must undergo the training befitting such a role. Indolence and slumber. Indeed, it seems the saga of Dragon Ball is about to unfold. Ling Xian squinted his eyes, recalling that the narrative of Dragon Ball commenced with Beerus instructing Frieza to annihilate the Saiyan race. However, due to his influence, the Saiyan lineage has been spared, and planet Vegeta remains intact. Will Goku still be sent to Earth? Chapter 5, Signing in at the Kaioshin Realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. As Beerus fell into slumber, the mocking voices from other universes towards Universe 7 gradually faded. Nonetheless, the angels from other universes began to contact Whis, inquiring about the origin of that divine aura. Whis, however, professed ignorance. In truth, he was unaware of the source of that sacred presence. Without answers, the angels from the other universes found themselves at a loss. Just when Whis thought this matter would be forgotten, the projection of the Grand Minister appeared in the realm of the God of Destruction of Universe 7. The Grand Minister, too, inquired about the origins of that divine aura. Faced with his father, Whis reiterated his lack of knowledge, yet he divulged everything regarding Ling Xian, including his immunity. Upon concluding his explanation, Whis sensed something amiss. The projection of the Grand Minister raised a hand and shouted at the meditating Ling Xian, "Eradicate." Ling Xian was struck by a beam of white light yet remained unscathed. Whis had always known Ling Xian could disregard all negative influences from the world, but he was still taken aback by the scene. Ling Xian's constitution truly enabled him to achieve such feats. In the end, the Grand Minister imparted a phrase laden with significance, "Teach him well." After this, the projection vanished. Whis, though astonished, resolved to heed the Grand Minister's command. In the subsequent period, Whis began instructing Ling Xian. To become a true candidate for the role of God of Destruction, one must hone their abilities in 3 domains: strength, dimension, and rules. The rules referred to here, of course, pertain to the laws of destruction. Ling Xian diligently pursued training in these 3 areas. Time flowed onward, and a decade passed. In the realm of destruction, a silver radiance flickered in the sky. Bang! Bang! The collision of phantoms and Whis generated shockwaves that swept across miles, shattering the ground, fracturing divine trees, and leaving a scene of chaos in its wake. After the clash, panting heavily, a slender boy hovered in midair, gasping for breath. With black hair and dark eyes, his features were strikingly handsome, illuminated by the sun. A brown tail wrapped around his waist. His physique resembled that of a diminutive character from an anime, appearing slight, yet the muscles beneath his clothing were robustly developed. "Whis, behold my technique." The boy was none other than Ling Xian, who raised his hand, gathering a purple orb in his palm. Buzz! The sky suddenly surged, as if a red-hot iron block had plunged into icy water. "Young lad, when did you come to comprehend the essence of destructive energy? Just a while ago, be cautious." Weiss. Ling Xian laughed heartily and hurled with all his might. The minuscule sphere of destructive energy tore through the sky, causing even the sturdy realm of the god of destruction to tremble. A welcome challenge. Weiss smiled faintly and waved his staff, causing the incoming violet sphere to disintegrate abruptly. Subsequently, Weiss's figure vanished from sight. Reacting instinctively in the nascent state of tranquility, Ling Xian abruptly looked up, only to see a staff descending upon him. He raised his hand to block it. Yet, the power Weiss wielded belonged to the angelic tier. The immense force shattered the entire firmament, and transparent fragments of the void cascaded down, merging back into the emptiness, mending the ruptured heavens. At that moment, the realm of destruction erupted, with only Beerus's slumbering palace remaining untouched. Boom! Struck by the force of the angelic tier, Ling Xian transformed into a cannonball, hurtling deep into the cosmos. Unaware of how many stars he had shattered, he was promptly teleported back by Weiss. Meanwhile, the destruction wrought by Weiss was reversed as time flowed back, restoring the realm to its original state. Ling Xian circled above, gazing down at Weiss with a wry smile, exclaiming, "Weiss, you are truly formidable. I stand no chance against you." On the ground, Weiss, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "Lewis, I cannot contend with you either. Even the Grand Priest's erasure could not eliminate this little rascal. I find myself at a loss. It is utterly absurd. However, Battling Ling Xian was quite pleasant for Weiss, as he did not have to tread cautiously as he did against Beerus. He could exert his full strength without concern, for Ling Xian was not destined to perish. I'm not quite sure what to make of it. All right, enough of your tricks. Come down here. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Ling Xian descended from the sky, standing before Weiss. Since you have become a candidate for the god of destruction, you now bear responsibilities for the destruction of celestial bodies in the universe. But I've only recently grasped destructive energy. How can you expect me to work so soon? Ling Xian was taken aback. Employing miners for labor is against the law. You are already a candidate for the god of destruction. Weiss shook his head, chuckling. Regarding your training, I have always urged you to balance your cultivation of power while not neglecting the development of your dimensional realm. You have excelled in this regard. In terms of dimension, you have reached the level of a Kai, and in terms of power, measured by the universal combat standards of the 7th universe, you have attained 1 billion. Although your strength is still far from that of a divine being, with your comprehension of the state of tranquility and destructive energy, few in the 7th universe can rival you. What is the current state of the 7th universe? As you are aware, humanity in the 7th universe ranks among the lowest across the 12 universes. As a candidate for the god of destruction, it is your duty to rectify this situation. Furthermore, who could have anticipated that you would be burdened with the lethargy of Lord Beerus? If you do not take responsibility, who will? Weiss stifled a chuckle. Beerus may be the most powerful god of destruction, yet he is exceedingly indolent. Ling Xian's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, in my youth, I was rather foolish. Is it possible for me to reconsider my position as a candidate for god of destruction? Weiss smirked, teasingly replying, what do you think? Ling Xian sighed, covering his eyes in a rueful smile. What a stroke of bad luck for me. Without Weiss having to say a word, Ling Xian was already acutely aware of the present circumstances in the 7th universe. Initially, the most formidable adversary in the 7th universe was Frieza, whose battle power of 120 million could indeed be deemed the strongest. One cannot deny that the 7th universe is truly in a dire state. It is a stroke of fortune that the 7th universe has not been obliterated by the Omni King. Ding. Please sign in at the Kaishin realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. After a decade of silence, the system finally stirred, and upon hearing this, Ling Xian felt a surge of joy. He understood that the transformation into a Super Saiyan is achieved by harnessing an intense rage to unleash the power residing deep within. Although he had attempted to transform before, he always fell just short, which puzzled him. However, with the system now issuing a task that rewards him with Super Saiyan 1, Ling Xian was filled with exhilaration. In terms of combat power, Ling Xian possessed a strength of 1 billion, which is merely his base level. Should he successfully transform into Super Saiyan 1, his power would amplify by 50 times. This means that his battle power would soar to an astonishing 50 billion. Observing Ling Xian's foolish grin, Weiss could not help but inquire, Lewis, what is it that you find so amusing? Nothing, Ling Xian replied. Let us set forth to undertake our mission. However, we must first make a stop at the Kaishin realm. Why must we go to the Kaishin realm? Why do you need to know so much? With Lord Beerus absent, I am the god of destruction here. You shall heed my command. A vibrant cascade of 7-colored light enveloped the two individuals, propelling them skyward. The cosmic expanse above was resplendent and enchanting, with countless stars scattered from north to south, forming a breathtakingly beautiful river of stars. Within this celestial river lay a sacred domain, suffused with a milky white aura emanating from a colossal planet. This immense sphere, adorned in a verdant hue, radiated beams of holy light, exuding an air of sanctity, as if it were a realm inhabited by divine beings. In the realm of the Kaishin Shin sat by the lakeside, clutching his chest, his mind suddenly beset by unease. His attendant, Jebet, hurriedly inquired, My lord, what troubles you? I cannot discern it. An ominous premonition has overtaken me. Could it be that Majin Buu has broken free from his seal? The Kaishin's countenance shifted at this thought, prompting him to rise and investigate the location of Majin Buu's confinement. Upon hearing this, Jebet's face drained of color. If the fabled Majin Buu had indeed escaped, the universe would be doomed. At that moment, a thick beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens. Ding. Successfully signed in at the Kaishin realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. A warm current surged through Ling Xian's body, as if mending the imperfections within him, leaving him in a state of delightful exhilaration. A faint smile graced Ling Xian's lips. So it was this way? The reason I could not transform into a Super Saiyan through my own efforts was not due to a lack of talent, but rather an insufficient activation of the S cells within me. Now, with the system's reward, I have finally activated the S-cells, mastering the Super Saiyan state. In high spirits, Ling Xian surveyed his surroundings, remarking to Whis, "This environment is far superior to that of the God of Destruction. Perhaps we should propose a change of residence to the Kaishin." Whis replied, "If Lord Beerus were to hear you say that, he would surely be displeased. Let him be angry. He cannot kill me regardless." Ling Xian retorted. Whis, rendered speechless, thought to himself that this young man was quite infuriating. Perhaps it would be wise to confine him for a couple of days to teach him a lesson. Shaking his head, Whis reflected that it had been at least several million years since he had last visited this realm. "I am uncertain of the current state of the old Kaishin." At that moment, who are you to dare intrude upon the sacred realm of the Kaishins? By the lakeside, Jebbet was startled by the sudden burst of radiant colors, only to discover two unfamiliar men. Their auras were rather ordinary. One was a mere mortal, while the other seemed to possess a dimension that reached the level of a Kaishin. Upon witnessing their arrival, the Kaishin XN felt the turmoil within him dissipate. Indeed, it was these two individuals who had caused it. Yet who were they? Kaishin XN and Jebbet approached. Before Kaishin XN could speak, Jebbet, with a chilling gaze, inquired, "Which Kaishin are you? Do you not realize that trespassing into the realm of the Kaishins is a grave offense?" "I am a Kaishin," Ling Xian replied, momentarily taken aback, before recalling that his own dimension was indeed at the Kaishin level. It was understandable for the other party to think so. However, Jebbet's tone was quite irksome. Whis could not help but frown. Was this individual truly the current Kaishin? Yet, if that were the case, why did the present Kaishin not emanate the rules of creation, but rather, it was the diminutive figure beside him who possessed a profound aura of creation? Ling Xian coldly remarked, "Do you know who I am?" Jebbet certainly bore an arrogant demeanor reminiscent of an anime character. One might mistakenly believe he was the Kaishin himself. Chapter 6. Release the old Kaishin. Isn't it merely a minor Kaishin? Speak. Which Kaishin are you? How ignorant? Ling Xian shook his head. "I am ignorant." Jebbet retorted with a disdainful snort. Without the permission of the Kaishin, intruding into the realm of the Kaishins warrants appropriate punishment. Considering you are a Kaishin, you may escape the death penalty, but not the lesser one. Upon finishing his words, Jebbet raised his hand, preparing to take action. "Jebbet, cease." The Kaishin XN approached Ling Xian, closely observing him and Whis, feeling that these two were decidedly extraordinary. Jebbet, not being a Kaishin, could not perceive this and insisted, "My lord Kaishin, one is a mortal and the other a Kaishin. Such a sacred realm is not a place for them to tread." "Very well, listen to me. My lord Kaishin, you must hear me. The realm of the Kaishins is not meant for them, and they must face punishment." Ignoring the Kaishin's words, Jebbet turned to glare at Ling Xian and his companion. In his eyes, the realm of the Kaishins was the most sacred place, and he could not allow mortals to tarnish it. Whis finally understood, looking at Jebbet with a furrowed brow. "After all that, it seems you are not a Kaishin. I almost believed you were the master of the Kaishin realm." Ling Xian stood to the side, arms crossed, and expression impassive. "You, be silent. I am merely a servant of the Kaishin." Jebbet felt a surge of panic. It was only upon hearing Whis's words that he realized his actions had indeed crossed the line. However, one could hardly blame Jebbet. The Supreme Kai, having inherited his role at such a tender age, displayed a rather timid demeanor, leading to Jebbet taking charge of many matters. Over time, this had fostered Jebbet's current disposition. "Supreme Kai, trust me, I truly meant no harm." Jebbet stammered, sweating profusely as he bowed deeply before the Supreme Kai. "Enough. I understand your intentions are benign." The Supreme Kai replied, glancing at Ling Xian, seemingly aware that he was the true authority here. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Ignoring the Supreme Kai's inquiry, Ling Xian's icy gaze remained fixed on Jebbet, sending a chill down his spine. "What do you intend to do? Do you not realize that ignorance is, in itself, a sin?" Upon finishing his words, Ling Xian raised his hand, and a violet orb suddenly materialized on his fingertip. The atmosphere around the Supreme Kai's realm darkened, a destructive aura sweeping through every corner, as if a harbinger of death had arrived. "What? How could a Supreme Kai possess such strength?" Jebbet exclaimed in alarm. The Supreme Kai, taken aback, rushed to shield Jebbet, exclaiming, "Stop." A warm current flowed through Jebbet's heart. The Supreme Kai was risking his life to protect him. Observing the Supreme Kai's actions, Ling Xian hesitated, his hand poised to unleash destructive energy. "Trash, consider yourself fortunate this time, as I spare you for the Supreme Kai's sake." Ling Xian cast a cold glance at Jebbet. Weiss remained expressionless, as long as Ling Xian did not turn his wrath upon the Supreme Kai. He felt indifferent about Jebet's fate. Greetings, Supreme Kai. I am Lewis, the current candidate for the God of Destruction. Ling Xian finally addressed the Supreme Kai with a bow. Greetings, Supreme Kai. I am Weiss, the servant of the God of Destruction. Weiss respectfully followed suit. The sudden actions of Weiss and Ling Xian left Jebet and the Supreme Kai momentarily stunned, particularly Jebet, who recalled that the young Supreme Kai had just threatened to kill him. Why, then, were they now bowing to the Supreme Kai? Ah, indeed. That youth was a Supreme Kai. Regardless of his strength, he must show reverence before the universe's highest deity. The Supreme Kai shared this understanding. However, what was this candidate for the God of Destruction? Ah, Saiyan, I know you are perplexed. You will soon find out, Ling Xian declared, addressing the Supreme Kai directly. Ah, Saiyan. The Supreme Kai, Jebet, and even Weiss were momentarily taken aback. To dare to call the Supreme Kai by his name. Jebet instinctively felt the urge to reprimand, but upon meeting Ling Xian's murderous gaze, he promptly silenced himself. Yet it was too late. Ling Xian delivered a powerful punch, his formidable energy permeating the void. Jebet felt a constriction in his chest as it indented by 5 centimeters, and the residual force sent him hurtling 1,000 miles away. Jebet! The Supreme Kai Shin gasped in shock, intent on rushing to his aid. Fear not, he is not dead. Follow me. I am aware you harbor many questions, and soon you shall know everything. Ling Xian retracted his fist, having already shown considerable deference to the Supreme Kai Shin. Is he all right? The Supreme Kai Shin glanced towards the direction where Jebet had vanished, then turned his attention to Ling Xian and Weiss. He was indeed perplexed, pondering the true identities of these two individuals, whose presence had incited unease within him even before their arrival. Upon entering the realm of the Supreme Kais, the power exhibited by the young Supreme Kai left him utterly astonished. The young Supreme Kai's strength surpassed even that of the Supreme Kai himself. Moreover, he had proclaimed himself a candidate for the God of Destruction. What, then, was a candidate for the God of Destruction? The Supreme Kai Shin was engulfed in confusion. Weiss, let us depart. We must first unseal the old Supreme Kai. Ling Xian's purpose for coming here extended beyond merely completing a registration task. He sought to liberate the old Supreme Kai. Weiss was correct. As a candidate for the God of Destruction, he bore a responsibility to alter the state of the 7th universe, and the old Supreme Kai was the pivotal figure in this transformation. Ling Xian ascended into the air. However, a voice resonated from the ground, imbued with profound significance. How do you know of this? Weiss had initially contemplated how Ling Xian would elucidate the situation to the uninformed Supreme Kai Shin, only to be taken aback when Ling Xian directly mentioned the matter of the old Supreme Kai. Ling Xian's body froze mid-air as he recalled that Weiss had never spoken to him about this. Oh no, let us go. Weiss smiled faintly, gazing at Ling Xian with profound significance. It seemed that this young man's uniqueness extended beyond merely disregarding all negative influences of the world. Weiss did not inquire how Ling Xian knew about the old Kai, and Ling Xian felt a sense of relief as he hastened towards the center of the Kaishin realm. According to the original narrative, the place of the old Kai seal lay there. As Ling Xian and Weiss soared through the sky, Kaishin Shin ultimately chose to follow them, his curiosity about the candidate for the God of Destruction overwhelming his restraint. As for Jebet, the youthful Kaishin had claimed he was not dead, and thus it was unlikely he was lying. At the heart of the Kaishin realm, there lay a shimmering silver lake, at the center of which stood a stone tower. A sword was embedded in the tower, with only its hilt protruding from the stone. What brings you here? Kaishin Shin inquired, glancing at the duo, growing increasingly aware of their inscrutable nature. Upon noticing the sword, Ling Xian hovered above the lake and pointed at it. Weiss remained silent, his gaze fixed on Ling Xian, astonished by his extensive knowledge. That sword was known as the Kaishin sword. Legend had it that pulling it from its resting place would grant one the most formidable power in existence. As the master of the Kaishin realm, Kaishin Shin was well aware of the sword's origins. Suddenly, he realized, exclaiming, "Are you attempting to probe this sword? Do you seek to acquire the most powerful force in the world?" With a face full of caution, Kaishin Shin flew aside, preparing for battle. Though internally he felt a wave of helplessness, could he truly contend with them? Ling Xian and Weiss exchanged glances, both bemused at the notion of seeking the world's greatest power. How naive! Furthermore, if they genuinely sought such power, did he believe that merely stepping back several meters would keep him safe? Ling Xian offered no explanation, directly flying to the stone pillar and grasping the sword's hilt with one hand. "Stop!" Kaishin Shin shouted. Ling Xian continued to disregard him, unleashing a destructive aura and applying slight pressure. Boom. The Kaishin sword was instantly drawn forth, causing the pillar to shatter into countless fragments, which plummeted into the vast lake, stirring up monstrous waves. Gulp. Kaishin Shin swallowed hard. Throughout history, no Kaishin, including himself, had ever succeeded in extracting the Kaishin sword. Yet this young man had managed to do the impossible. It must be a trick. Ling Xian held the Kaishin sword, feeling a faint destructive energy emanating from it. No wonder previous Kaishin had failed to pull it out. It was all a scheme by Beerus. It was over. The Kaishin despaired, knowing the opponent had drawn the Kaishin sword and would undoubtedly gain the most powerful force in existence. He could only hope that this individual was not malevolent. Otherwise, the universe would be in peril. After a while, there was no sign of energy fluctuation from Ling Xian. The god of the realm, Saiyan, furrowed his brow. Could it be that the legend was false? How fortunate if it were. That would mean no one could wield the so-called strongest power. Just as the god of the realm, Saiyan, was relieved, Ling Xian declared, "Break it," grasping the hilt with one hand and the blade's tip with the other. He startled the god of the realm, Saiyan. Did this young king truly intend to shatter the god sword? Was he mad? The god of the realm, Saiyan, realized the legend was indeed false, yet the notion that someone could break the god sword was inconceivable. But in the next moment, Saiyan stood in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning, frozen in midair. Before his eyes, the god sword in Ling Xian's hands had snapped into two pieces. "All right, Saiyan, come down," Ling Xian said, descending to the lakeside, with Vis closely following. "Come down. My treasured sword is shattered." This was the long-cherished god sword, after all. Above in the sky, the god of the realm, Saiyan, gazed at the broken sword in the hands of the youth by the lake. He inhaled sharply, his eyes reddening. The god sword, cherished through generations, had been destroyed in his time, making him a sinner. The god of the realm, Saiyan, descended to the lake's surface like a soulless puppet. With the god sword in ruins, the young king still beckoned him down. Did he intend to let him suffer? The god of the realm, Saiyan, resigned himself to his fate. What choice did he have? He was utterly outmatched. The destructive aura radiating from Ling Xian was suffocating. Ling Xian and Vis remained oblivious to the thoughts of the god of the realm, Saiyan. If they had known, they would surely have said, "Child, you are overthinking." Ling Xian then spoke, "Old god of the realm, come forth." Chapter 7. The shock of the old god of the realm upon hearing this, the god of the realm, Saiyan, blinked in confusion. Old god of the realm? As soon as Ling Xian's words fell, smoke billowed from the broken god sword. Cough, cough, cough. At last, I have emerged. A lecherous old man, clad in the attire of the god of the realm, appeared by the lakeside, stretching his body and savoring the taste of freedom. Who is this old man? How did he appear? The god of the realm, Saiyan, stared in disbelief. The old man, the old god of the realm, cursed loudly. "I am your ancestor." While cursing, the old god of the realm furrowed his brow and added, "I thought some descendant had released me. But I never imagined the current god of the realm had fallen to such a lowly state." The ancient Supreme Kai gazed at the attire of the old Supreme Kai and the patera earrings dangling from his ears, his body jolting with realization. Could this venerable figure truly be the former Supreme Kai? Indeed, it must be so, for the young Supreme Kai had mentioned releasing the old Supreme Kai. And this must be the very individual he referred to. "Are you truly my ancestor?" The Supreme Kai, filled with exuberance, clenched his tiny fists tightly together. The old Supreme Kai cast a glance at the sprightly figure and eventually nodded in affirmation. "Oh, ancestor, you must possess immense strength. Would you assist me in dealing with him? He just bullied me." The Supreme Kai felt a surge of confidence, pointing accusingly at Ling Xian. Ling Xian. Whis. Ouch. Just as the Supreme Kai finished speaking, a sharp pain struck his head, causing him to clutch it and crouch down, wailing loudly. "Be quiet. You have no idea who he is. You're truly a failure as a Supreme Kai." The old Supreme Kai, exasperated by his descendant's naivety, delivered a firm thump to Xian's head. Turning to face Ling Xian and Whis, the old Supreme Kai remarked, "Mr. Whis, it has been quite some time." Whis smiled and nodded. "Indeed, old Supreme Kai, it has been a while." The old Supreme Kai then shifted his gaze to Ling Xian, stating, "This must be the current candidate for the God of Destruction." "Yes, Lord Beerus discovered this young man a decade ago, after which he fell into slumber. I am now bringing him forth to annihilate planets. Pleased to meet you, old Supreme Kai. You may call me Lewis," Ling Xian said respectfully, bowing slightly. The old Supreme Kai scrutinized Ling Xian from head to toe, expressing admiration. The power within you is quite unique, and you've grasped the principles of destruction. Your talent is remarkable. Wait, Lewis, what is this ethereal aura surrounding you? The old Supreme Kai suddenly realized something, his mouth agape in astonishment. The state of complete mastery. Gasp. According to Whis, this young man was discovered by Beerus a decade prior, indicating that he had only been trained by Whis for a maximum of 10 years. In just 10 years, he had comprehended the principles of destruction and attained the angelic skill of complete mastery. Such talent is not merely commendable, it is terrifying in its magnitude. Ling Xian stared in shock at the old Supreme Kai, pondering how fearsome it was that he could perceive his essence with a mere glance. Surely, he could not have discerned the system within him. Rest assured, host, this system cannot be perceived by those from the Dragon Ball world. A sudden electronic voice echoed in his mind, easing Ling Xian's anxiety. The old Supreme Kai indeed possessed keen insight. However, Lewis had not yet comprehended complete mastery, but rather the embryonic form of that state, as was clarified. The old Supreme Kai still found himself astonished, swallowing hard. Even in its nascent form, it was exceedingly formidable, for this was a state that even Beerus had not yet grasped. The elder Kaioshin found himself engulfed in a world of astonishment, while Kaioshin Shin was left in a state of confusion. Hadn't the young Kaioshin claimed that upon releasing the elder Kaioshin, he would be enlightened? Why then, did the more he listened, the more bewildered he became? Master Elder Kaioshin. Many universes are eagerly awaiting the destruction of our seventh universe by Lord Zeno. We will require your assistance, Whis interjected. Why? The elder Kaioshin was taken aback. Even Ling Xian was unaware of this matter. Observing their expressions, Whis recounted events from a decade prior. Years ago, a divine aura erupted near planet Vegeta, leading Beerus to seek out Ling Xian as a candidate for the role of God of Destruction. Initially, this seemed trivial. However, when other universes learned that Beerus had chosen an incredibly weak child as his successor, they erupted in mockery. They questioned whether the seventh universe had truly run out of options, resorting to selecting a mere child as a candidate for the God of Destruction. It was truly laughable. Considering the already low average power level of humanity in the seventh universe, compounded by Beerus's unfortunate choice, the seventh universe found itself in a perilously passive position. It is essential to note that the Omni King's universe did not originally comprise merely 12 universes. There were once 18. However, due to the poor development of certain universes, and some provoking the Omni King, only 12 remain. Should the seventh universe's decline persist, it might indeed face annihilation at the hands of the Omni King. The elder Kaioshin lamented, in my years of confinement, I never imagined the seventh universe would fall to such depths. It is all the fault of that scrawny wretch. Had he not sealed himself, such calamities would never have befallen the seventh universe under my stewardship. Master Elder Kaioshin, please remain calm. Our universe is undoubtedly in a dire state. Yet with Lewis on our side, the seventh universe shall surely flourish, Whis reassured. Indeed, with Lewis's exceptional talent, our seventh universe will soon rise again. The elder Kaioshin nodded, considering this the first piece of good news he'd heard since his release. Meanwhile, Lewis pondered, is my talent truly that remarkable? How could it not be? Came the response. 10 years of training have birthed the principles of destruction, and you have even grasped the rudimentary form of the state of self-mastery, coupled with that unique immunity. Who within the Omni King's universe could possibly rival Ling Xuan's talent? Finally, Ling Xian spoke, Master Elder Kaioshin. The contemporary Kaioshins are still quite naive and will greatly benefit from your guidance. This, indeed, was paramount. After all, the role of Kaioshin is no longer solely the elders. The universe requires the stewardship of the Kaioshins. As the discourse continued, Kaioshin Shin was momentarily taken aback. Who claims I know nothing? I am well versed in all matters. What do you know? The old Supreme Kai remarked, giving the Supreme Kai of Time a sharp knock on the head, followed by a deep sigh. Alas, it is all the mischief of Beerus. This little bean sprout knows nothing at all. I cannot truly blame him. The old Supreme Kai then recounted the tale of Majin Buu. Upon hearing the accounts of the past, the Supreme Kai of Time felt a slight sting in his eyes, realizing that their ancestors were well aware of the matter concerning Majin Buu. Dear descendant, henceforth, allow me the honor of guiding you, the old Supreme Kai said, casting a glance at the Supreme Kai of Time and then at Lewis. Lewis is indeed the pivotal figure of our time. The thought of the deities from other universes witnessing Lewis's astonished expression fills me with joy. Oh, great old Kai, since you have emerged, I shall leave Asin to you. I must now prepare to obliterate a number of planets. Ling Xian expressed his intention to depart. Destroying planets? The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in anger. Why would you wish to annihilate planets? If you wreak havoc indiscriminately, how are you any different from Majin Buu? Alas! The Supreme Kai felt another jolt of pain in his head. This was the third time he had been struck by the great old Kai. Ancestor, why do you strike me? You understand nothing. The great old Kai commenced imparting essential knowledge about the Omni King's divine responsibilities to Asin. Meanwhile, Ling Xian glanced at Whis. Realizing that his mission in the realm of the Supreme Kai had reached its conclusion, and it was time for him to depart. Whis, perceiving Ling Xian's expression, raised his staff, enveloping both of them in a cascade of colorful light as they ascended into the heavens. Shortly after their departure, discussions arose about the god of destruction being the strongest entity in the universe, even surpassing Majin Buu, with the role of the god of destruction being solely dedicated to annihilation. Chapter 8. Encounter with Taisi. Ling Xian exited the realm of the Supreme Kai and, over the ensuing month, relentlessly proceeded to obliterate planets. One barren planet after another vanished under his dominion, and his mastery over the principles of destruction grew increasingly refined. The destructive energy he had harnessed had transformed from the size of a bead to that of a fist. In the vastness of the cosmos, he declared, destruction. As he raised his hand toward a planet still in the primitive tribal era, he unleashed his destructive energy. Buzz. A flash of purple light streaked past, and the planet became a stream of light, dissipating into the cosmic void. This planet, once teeming with life, had been deemed useless due to its erroneous evolutionary path, failing to progress towards intelligent human life. Whis observed the youthful figure amidst the cosmic expanse, a smile perpetually gracing his countenance. Lord Beerus has truly stumbled upon a treasure. What are you saying, Whis? Ling Xian turned his head, noting that this was the 608th useless planet he had destroyed, revealing the extent of Beerus's negligence. Nothing much. By the way, you Saiyan are not meant to survive in the universe, but, haha, it seems that due to my disregard for negative influences, I now thrive even amidst the cosmos. You are quite the anomaly. Normally, only those who have cultivated their dimensional prowess to the level of the great Kai can endure in the universe. Yet you manage to survive in the cosmic realm beneath the Kai's dimension, thanks to your unique power. Ha ha ha, it's nothing too extraordinary. Ling Xian gently rubbed his head and said, Weiss, I have nearly completed my task. What should I do now? Weiss waved his staff and examined the unqualified planets, discovering that most had indeed been destroyed. He remarked, indeed. However, in order to elevate the average level of humanity in the universe, merely annihilating planets proves to be of little significance. Ultimately, there are still too few strong individuals in the seventh universe. Furthermore, we cannot destroy too many planets, as it would adversely affect the development of a universe. Now it is time for Asin to take action. Only by balancing destruction and creation can we rely on the universe itself to give birth to more powerful beings. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian nodded. Weiss, now that I have no further duties, may I take a moment to relax? Certainly, but where do you wish to go? A flicker of curiosity crossed Weiss's eyes. Ling Xian replied, I wish to return to planet Vegeta and see how the Saiyans are faring. Ling Xian had never harbored much fondness for those malevolent Saiyans. Yet, for reasons unknown, over the years, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the question of how the Saiyans had evolved. Given the alteration of their fate, his curiosity about their current development had only intensified. Lewis, I regret to inform you that you may not be able to return to planet Vegeta. Oh, has planet Vegeta been destroyed by Frieza? You are aware of this. Weiss gazed at Ling Xian with profound significance. Oh no. Ling Xian swallowed nervously, realizing he had inadvertently misspoken. Weiss did not pursue the matter further, but glanced at Ling Xian and said, Do not worry, planet Vegeta did indeed explode. But the Saiyans survived. Ling Xian was now perplexed. Do you recall Lord Beerus's orders upon leaving planet Vegeta? I remember, initially, Lord Beerus commanded the Saiyan race to join the Galactic Patrol. That's correct. Lord Beerus's commands were not to be disobeyed by King Vegeta, who then led the entire race to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. When Frieza learned of King Vegeta's betrayal, he retaliated by destroying planet Vegeta. What? Ling Xian instinctively gasped, quickly inquiring, So my Saiyan kin are now at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Yes. The Galactic Patrol headquarters is no ordinary place, which is why Frieza dared not invade it. Now, the Saiyan race is thriving. Weiss nodded, reviewing the information, and widened his eyes in astonishment. I cannot believe that after 10 years, your Scions have developed quite well, with over a dozen having surpassed a battle power of 100,000. With a combat power of 100,000, Ling Xian furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Could it be that the S-cells within the Scion race had begun to awaken, thereby allowing for such remarkable growth over the span of a decade? Weiss, please assist me in locating a Scion by the name of Kakarot. I need to ascertain his current whereabouts. Ling Xian's tone was laced with urgency. Weiss raised an eyebrow, inquiring, who exactly is Kakarot? Before long, Weiss relayed, the Scion known as Kakarot is currently residing on a planet called Earth, where he goes by the name of Sun Wukong, undergoing training under a master known as the Turtle Hermit. Ling Xian pondered. To think that Sun Wukong has actually arrived on Earth. Based on the timeline, it is indeed the moment when he begins to receive guidance from the Turtle Hermit. If the Scions are still alive, will Vegeta still invade Earth? And will Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan? Let us make our way to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Ling Xian declared. Since Sun Wukong had reached Earth, and the planet had not yet experienced significant repercussions from the butterfly effect, Ling Xian had no intention of disturbing Sun Wukong's training prematurely. After all, Sun Wukong's continual breakthroughs in the future would be attributed not only to his innate talent and willpower, but also to the martial arts training he received during his youth on Earth. Understood. Weiss did not question Ling Xian's motives for visiting the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and together, they vanished amidst the cosmic expanse. In the 7th universe, at the heart of the northern galaxy, a colossal planet floated, encircled by a dozen smaller celestial bodies. On this immense planet lay the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the task hall, Jack sat on a sofa, observing the Scions coming and going, and couldn't help but exclaim. Who would have imagined that the fearsome Scion race would join the Galactic Patrol? Are Scions truly that terrifying? A golden-haired woman seated beside Jack inquired, her figure both voluptuous and exuding a mature femininity. Indeed they are. They once followed Frieza, the tyrant of the universe. Jack replied. The mention of Frieza made the golden-haired woman shudder involuntarily. During their cosmic travels, she and Jack had nearly fallen into Frieza's clutches. Fortunately, Jack's spaceship was advanced enough to facilitate their escape. But how did these Scions suddenly decide to join the Galactic Patrol? I cannot say for certain. Jack frowned, however. Over the past decade, thanks to the Scions' involvement, our workload at the Galactic Patrol has been significantly alleviated. How peculiar. The golden-haired woman rested her chin on her hand, observing the Scions bustling in and out of the task hall. At that moment, 2 figures entered the task hall, and to her astonishment, it was none other than Ling Xian and Weiss. It is her, Ling Xian noted immediately upon entering, his attention fixating on the woman beside Jack, Tai Si. In the original text, Tai Si is Bulma's sister and a novelist who follows Gak into the universe in search of compelling material for her stories. Unexpectedly, she encounters him at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Tai Si notices Ling Xian's gaze, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Tai Si, what is the matter? She inquires. That person is looking at me. She gestures toward Ling Xian. Gak quickly presses her hand down, exclaiming in alarm. Are you trying to get us killed? Can't you see the tail at his waist? He is a Scion. Only then does Tai Si notice the tail and hastily covers her mouth. Oh no, it's over. That Scion is coming this way. He must have heard what you just said. Gak, nearly in tears, laments the troubles that women can bring. As Ling Xian approaches, the atmosphere in the hall grows tense. Gak and Tai Si hold their breath, palms slick with sweat, praying that he is not seeking trouble with them. Chapter 9. A reunion with King Vegeta. Excuse me, miss, are you the daughter of Dr. Briefs? Ling Xian greets Tai Si with a smile. He recognizes her, but refrains from stating it outright, lest Weiss regard him with that peculiar stare again. Tai Si blinks in surprise, her slender fingers pointing to herself, her eyes widening. You know my father? Her astonishment is quite endearing. Ling Xian scratches his nose and replies, not really. Oh, could you deliver a message to him for me? Of course. Tai Si breathes a sigh of relief, finding this boy rather polite. The Scion is not as terrifying as Gak had portrayed. Yet, unbeknownst to Tai Si, Ling Xian has obliterated over 5,000 planets. A fact that might alter her perception of him. Cautiously, she asks, what would you like me to convey? Please ask him to create a gravity chamber 100 times stronger for Sun Wukong. Though Ling Xian does not intend to visit Earth just yet, the thought emerges upon seeing Tai Si. After all, Sun Wukong's power has been advancing far too slowly in the early stages. With a gravity chamber, his strength would undoubtedly surge. When they finally meet, perhaps they could engage in a thrilling battle. The very notion of clashing with the protagonist of Dragon Ball ignites a thrill within him. All right, I will relay your message to my father. Thank you. As Ling Xian prepares to turn away, a sudden thought strikes him. He looks back at Tai Si and says, if you ever find yourself in danger, just shout Whis, and I will come back to rescue you. Consider this my token of gratitude. In the original work, after Tai's departure from Earth, she subsequently lost contact with Bulma and the others. Ling Xian speculated that it was highly likely that Tai had encountered danger, leading to unfortunate circumstances. Regardless of whether this conjecture would materialize, it would indeed be a pity for such a stunning beauty to come to harm. As Tai became lost in thought, Ling Xian had already turned to leave. Gak looked at Ling Xian's departing figure and inquired, Tai, do you know this Saiyan? I do not. Then how could he? Gak's subsequent words were unheard by Ling Xian, who had made his way to the Galactic Patrol headquarters alongside Whis. A large green octopus sat in an office chair, its tentacles busily organizing mission requests. Beside it stood a youth clad in Galactic Patrol attire. Mels, are those Scions behaving themselves? Galactic King, they pose no issues. How do you know so well? Just as Mels was about to respond, he suddenly sensed something and said, Galactic King, my brother has arrived, and also, the candidate god of destruction is here. What? The Galactic King turned pale, tumbling from his chair in shock. As the Galactic King, he was privy to many secrets, and he was aware of Mels' identity. Mels was an apprentice angel, which meant that Mels' brother must be a true angel. Furthermore, the candidate god of destruction had also arrived. Wait, when did the 7th universe acquire a candidate god of destruction? While the Galactic King was puzzled, Mels exclaimed, they've arrived. No sooner had Mels spoken than two figures stepped through the doorway. Whis smiled and said, Mels, long time no see. Brother, it's been a while. Mels nodded, then turned to Ling Xian. This must be the esteemed candidate god of destruction. Whis nodded with a smile. Hello, Mels, Ling Xian greeted. Prior to arriving here, Whis had already informed him of the peculiarities of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, particularly regarding Mels. Mels was his brother, which was precisely why Frieza dared not cause trouble for the Scions at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Greetings to the esteemed candidate god of destruction. Mels continued to gaze at Ling Xian, noticing an ethereal aura surrounding the youth. The state of being at ease? How intriguing. It seems that other universes hoping to witness the 7th universe's misfortune may be disappointed. The Galactic King approached and respectfully bowed to both Ling Xian and Whis. Galactic King, summon King Vegeta to see me. Yes, the Galactic King hurriedly summoned King Vegeta, disregarding the purpose behind Ling Xian's search for him. After the Galactic King departed, Whis began conversing with Myers. Ling Xian glanced at Myers, who, like Whis, possessed pale blue skin and silver hair. According to the original narrative, Myers would meet his demise in the Moro Saga, only to be resurrected by the Grand Priest, albeit as a mortal. Myers, as an angel, maintained neutrality, refraining from excessive interference in the affairs of the universe and from exerting his full power upon mortals. Brother, villains ought to be imprisoned. That is precisely why I joined the Galactic Patrol, Myers asserted. You will never become a qualified angel with such a mindset, Whis remarked, gently ruffling Myers' hair. Myers bowed his head in silence. Ling Xian, listening to the brothers' conversation, noted that Myers' character was indeed consistent with the original portrayal, gentle yet imbued with a sense of justice. Myers' aspiration was to safeguard the universe he cherished. At this moment, a towering figure entered behind the Galactic King. Ling Xian greeted, King Vegeta, it has been a while. Myers and Whis ceased their discussion and turned their attention. Lewis, weren't you taken on as a disciple by Lord Beerus? What brings you back? King Vegeta exclaimed with unbridled joy. 10 years prior, upon awakening from a coma, he had been informed by Vegeta that Lewis had been chosen by the god of destruction as a candidate. How fare the Scions? Ling Xian inquired while seated. For the past decade, we Scions have been relentlessly pursued by Frieza's army. Initially, we suffered losses among our kin, but now, our battle power has inexplicably surged, rendering Frieza's forces largely ineffective against us. And Vegeta? Ling Xian pressed further. We joined the Galactic Patrol under Lord Beerus' command, yet Frieza remains unaware, believing we have betrayed him. And thus he has sent his minions to hunt us down. King Vegeta gritted his teeth. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz have been missing since they were pursued 10 years ago. And there has been no word of them since. Lewis, you are the pride of our Saiyan race. Our planet, Vegeta, has been destroyed by Frieza. You must avenge us. Gone without a trace. Ling Xian was taken aback, unable to fathom such a turn of events. He glanced at Whis, who waved his staff to conduct an investigation. Do not worry. Vegeta and the others are alive, still evading the relentless pursuit of Frieza's army, Whis reported. King Vegeta was overjoyed. Truly? Can you, Mr. Whis, bring my son back? Whis turned to Ling Xian, who was genuinely surprised by the relentless pursuit of Frieza. He shook his head, saying, Do not concern yourself with him. If he were to perish at the hands of Frieza, it would be a consequence of his own inadequacy and strength. As another protagonist of Dragon Ball, is it truly so easy for Vegeta to meet his demise? One cannot rule out the possibility that he may even flee to Earth as a result. Who could have anticipated that Ling Xian's casual conjecture would materialize into reality? However, that is a tale for another time. Lewis, Vegeta is your kin. How can you be so heartless? Vegeta King exclaimed anxiously. Ling Xian coldly regarded Vegeta King and replied, In truth, I harbored no objections when Lord Beerus sought to annihilate the Saiyan race. I never anticipated that Lord Beerus would ultimately arrive at this decision because of me. Now that you have survived, do not trouble me. The inherent malevolence of the Saiyans is evident. Not every Saiyan will evolve into a being akin to Goku or Vegeta, ultimately embracing humanity. Ling Xian, a native of this realm, harbored little fondness for these wicked Saiyans. Weiss, upon hearing Ling Xian's words, suddenly paused. He had assumed that Ling Xian had come to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to lead his brethren back to seek vengeance against Frieza. Who could have foreseen such a revelation? What, then, was Ling Xian's true purpose in being here? Weiss couldn't help but cast a profound glance at Ling Xian. Vegeta King fell silent at Ling Xian's remarks. It was astonishing that a Saiyan could utter such sentiments. As a fellow member of the race who does not assist him, and with the tyrannical emperor of the universe relentlessly pursuing the Saiyans, his position as the Saiyan leader was indeed quite vexing. Very well, if you will not aid me, I shall devise my own means. Vegeta King clenched his fists. And as he departed, his silhouette was one of profound desolation. Chapter 10. The Saiyans have changed. Ling Xian rose from his seat, casting a deep gaze at Vegeta King's departing figure. Why did he feel as though Vegeta King had undergone a transformation? Was it merely an illusion? Lewis, do you truly intend to forsake your kin? Survival of the fittest. This is the natural law you imparted to me. Ling Xian spoke coldly. In truth, with his current power, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could effortlessly vanquish Frieza. However, what merit do the Saiyans possess to warrant his assistance? Moreover, Frieza would eventually be slain by the protagonist of Dragon Ball, so his involvement was unnecessary. Yet, Ling Xian felt an inexplicable agitation, as if Vegeta King had indeed changed since joining the Galactic Patrol. Oh ho ho, Lewis, your awareness is commendable. You are truly deserving of being Lord Beerus's candidate. Weiss turned to Mels and inquired earnestly, Do you comprehend the neutral rules of angels? Mels, however, disregarded Weiss completely, much like King Vegeta, and departed without a backward glance. Exiting the Galactic King's office, Ling Xian wandered about the Galactic Patrol headquarters once more. His mind was preoccupied, only sharpening his focus when he encountered fellow Saiyans. Nodding occasionally in acknowledgement, the Saiyans had indeed undergone significant transformations, particularly in their combat prowess, with nearly all surpassing a power level of 8,000. This power level was reminiscent of that during the invasion of Earth by Frieza, and it was essential to remember that this was merely the early phase of the Dragon Ball narrative. A combat level of 8,000 was undeniably formidable. Could it be that the S-cells within these Saiyans had awakened? Yet, how could these inherently malevolent Saiyans experience such an awakening? Was it not only during times of peace that Saiyans awakened their S-cells? Ultimately, Ling Xian departed the Galactic Patrol headquarters alongside Weiss. On their journey back to the realm of destruction, Weiss noted Ling Xian's distracted demeanor and chuckled, Are you truly not inclined to assist your kin? Enough with the nonsense. I've made it clear that I want to help. Ling Xian retorted, placing a hand on Weiss's shoulder with irritation. Weiss chuckled lightly. Someone is quite stubborn, isn't he? It was evident how eager you were before arriving at the Galactic headquarters. I assumed you had a purpose in mind. Who would have guessed that your thoughts would be so fixated on your brethren? Stop beating around the bush and criticize me directly. Ling Xian pondered for a moment before asking, Weiss, could you investigate the matter of the Saiyans joining the Galactic Patrol? Weiss nodded, pausing momentarily in the cosmic expanse before waving his staff. Moments later, he revealed, after the Saiyans heeded Lord Beerus's command to join the Galactic Patrol, they ceased their invasions of other planets and began to execute tasks assigned by the Silver Patrol. Over the past decade, the Saiyans have completed thousands of galactic missions, safeguarding 605 races. They have dismantled 408 cosmic pirate groups and eliminated a total of 100,000 silver criminals. The more Weiss spoke, the more astonished he became. Finally gazing at Ling Xian and declaring, "Louise, it seems your Saiyan brethren have undergone a transformation." Transformed? Ling Xian furrowed his brow. Aren't Saions inherently malevolent? No, that's incorrect. In the original narrative, Saions were not initially evil. They became so after a civil conflict. Ling Xian suddenly recalled a figure, Yamoshi. The tale of Yamoshi spoke of his escape alongside 5 benevolent companions during a civil war, ultimately transforming into a Super Saiyan at a critical moment. This marked the inception of the Super Saiyan legend, as well as that of the Super Saiyan God. Ling Xian smiled and said, "Weiss, should the Saions find themselves in peril, please inform me." "Louis, did you not say?" "Silence. Am I not considering the well-being of the 7th universe? Just look at the Saions. In merely a decade, some have surpassed a battle power of 100,000. If we grant them more time to develop, they could effortlessly elevate the average power index of universe inhabitants." "Louis, I must admit, you make a compelling argument," Vise remarked, stroking his chin, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Exactly. It was this very thought that compelled me to urge you to monitor the safety of the Saions. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to nurture a race of exceptional talent from the cosmos." Ling Xian said, raising his chin defiantly. His words seemed to resonate. And Vise chose not to contradict him, instead chuckling behind his hand. "Lord Louis is indeed correct. I have been overly cautious." "Humph," Ling Xian huffed, crossing his arms and puffing out his cheeks. Vise was about to continue when suddenly his brow furrowed. "Louis, Miss Ties is in peril." "What? Has danger found her already? We must hurry." In another expanse of the universe, aboard a galactic patrol spaceship, 2 individuals wore expressions of urgency, aware that 5 other ships were in pursuit. "What do we do? I never anticipated being targeted by Frieza's forces right after we set out," Ties exclaimed, gripping Gak's shoulders and shaking him fervently. "Stop shaking me, or I shall succumb to dizziness," Gak protested, noticing the multitude of stars swirling around them. Ties ceased her frantic movements, her voice rising. "You claim to be an elite of the Galactic Patrol, yet you can't even handle those mere Karami behind us? How deceptive." I was not deceiving you," Gak stammered, but his expression suddenly shifted. "This is bad. The pursuing ships are far more advanced, and we cannot escape. They are about to launch an attack. Warning, warning. A powerful energy fluctuation has been detected behind you. Please take heed. Pilot." The alarm blared incessantly, its shrill sound sending Ties into a state of panic. Could it be that she would not escape this time? No. She had yet to pen her universe-renowned novel. "Ties, do you recall what that Scion at the Galactic Patrol headquarters said? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Quickly shout for Vise." Upon hearing this, a memory flashed in Ties's mind. "If you find yourself in danger, just call for Vise. I will come to your aid as a token of my gratitude." In a moment of desperation, Ties lifted her voice and cried, "Vise!" Buzz. Outside the spaceship, the fabric of space rippled, and 2 figures emerged. Ling Xian, having received Ties' plea for help, immediately directed Vise to hasten towards their location. Fortunately, the distance was not great. Otherwise, with Vise's spatial traversal, they might have arrived too late. After all, the speed of spatial travel pales in comparison to that of instantaneous movement. "It seems I must seize the opportunity to learn this secret technique." Ling Xian materialized outside the spacecraft. 5 electromagnetic shock waves surged toward him. He waved his hand, and the shock waves were instantly deflected. Then, with a swift motion, Ling Xian grasped the void. The 5 spaceships ahead were instantaneously compressed into a mass of scrap metal, and the occupants within were reduced to mere pulp. Inside the spaceship, after Tai Si called out for Weiss, she kept her eyes tightly shut. In truth, Tai Si had already relinquished all hope, for how could merely calling someone's name summon a savior? However, after a while, the energy fluctuations dissipated and the alarm ceased. Tai Si, taken aback, slowly opened her eyes. Jark pointed excitedly outside the spaceship, exclaiming, "Tai Si, look outside." "What is it?" Tai Si inquired, and upon glancing outside, she was immediately struck dumb. 2 figures floated outside the spacecraft, smiling as they gazed at her. These 2 were none other than the Galactic Patrol officers who had encountered the Scion and his servant. Gasp! Tai Si inhaled sharply, astonished that calling out a person's name could indeed summon help. Suddenly, The two figures vanished from outside the spacecraft. In the next instant, they appeared inside. Ling Xian smiled and remarked, "I didn't expect you to encounter danger so soon. It's you. You actually came to save me," Tai Si exclaimed, leaping into Ling Xian's arms. Genuinely startled, as she thought her fate was sealed. Ling Xian stiffened. Tai Si possessed an exquisite figure, perfectly curvaceous and exuding a delicate fragrance. Could you please get down so we can talk?" Her sweet scent wafted into his nostrils, awakening certain sensations within him. If Tai Si did not descend soon, he would find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Sensing something amiss, Tai Si quickly jumped down, bursting into laughter. "Thank goodness you arrived. I didn't know what I would have done otherwise." After speaking, Tai Si lifted her pristine chin and glanced at Jark, as if to say, "See, this formidable Saiyan, whom you deemed a menace, resolved what you, an elite galactic patrol officer, could not." TCH. Jark huffed in annoyance. At that moment, Ling Xian chuckled, "My dear lady, the universe is fraught with peril. After this, shouldn't you return to Earth?" "Dear lady? Just call me Tai Si," she replied, her gaze resolute. "I refuse to retreat. I will continue to sail through the cosmos until I pen a novel that resounds throughout the universe." Ling Xian. "Weiss, you, an ordinary earthling, dare to navigate the treacherous expanse of the universe after encountering danger." Ling Xian fell into silence for a moment before speaking. "Since you have chosen to continue your journey, I wish you the best of luck." After saying this, he prepared to leave with Whis. "Wait, what's wrong?" Ling Xian paused and turned back to look at Tais. Can you protect me? I can pay you. My father is quite wealthy." Tais' cheeks flushed. Though she was brave for her dreams, she also feared danger. This charming young man appeared to be quite kind. Moreover, being a Saiyan, his sudden act of heroism was a testament to his strength. If only he could protect her. That would be splendid. Then she wouldn't have to follow that weakling. Gak. Tais, I'm afraid I truly have no time. Ling Xian shook his head. Although Tais was indeed beautiful and charming, Ling Xian was not the type to be swayed by mere beauty. He had to return to the God realm to continue his training. Otherwise, with his current battle power of 1 billion, he would be utterly inadequate when the Dragon Ball boss appeared. No, Gak is so weak. He can't protect me at all. You. Hearing Tais' words, Gak couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Hey, I'm still right here. You can just call me Lewis." "Lewis, you're so strong. Those Frieza Force members are no match for me. Lewis, you're the best. I beg you." Tais blinked her big eyes playfully, flattered by her praises. Lewis couldn't help but smirk slightly. He had to admit Tais' flattery was quite impressive. Whis observed this with a disdainful smile. "Huh, men." Chapter 11. Tais' instant noodles. Ling Xian felt quite at ease, raising his head and humming. Stop. While what you say is indeed true, I am indeed quite remarkable, but, Lewis, you're the best. You wouldn't refuse me, would you?" A barrage of sweet talk bombarded him, leaving Ling Xian in silence. The ship was quiet, and he looked at Tais before suddenly asking, "Can you cook?" "Cook?" Tais was taken aback. Weren't they discussing her protection? However, she nodded. "I can." As the daughter of Earth's wealthiest man, she never had to cook. Yet, having traveled the universe with Gak over the years, she had learned to cook. "I can protect you, but you must cook for me. Can you agree to that?" Ling Xian spoke. He wanted to refuse Tais, but this beautiful older sister had just praised him so highly. Who could resist that? Besides, Ling Xian couldn't cook either. And Whis' cooking was rather unpleasant. If Tais could provide him with meals, protecting her might not be such a bad deal after all. All right then, it's settled. Tai Si turned around with a cheerful smile and said, "Jack, with Lewis to protect me, we shall meet again in the future. Let us go. Women are truly bothersome, always tearing down bridges after crossing them." Jack was left speechless. "Weiss, let us return to the realm of destruction." Ling Xian glanced at Weiss. "Wait, Lewis, are you intending to take her to the realm of destruction?" Weiss finally spoke. "Is there a problem?" Ling Xian retorted. "I have no objections." Weiss shook his head. However, if Lord Beerus were to awaken and see a stranger in the realm of destruction, he might become irate. Ling Xian replied impatiently. "What do you care about that lazy fellow? He is in slumber, and I am the god of destruction. You shall listen to me." Weiss's lips twitched slightly. But Ling Xian was correct. With Beerus absent, he had to heed Ling Xian's command. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Lord Beerus would indeed be angry upon awakening. Ling Xian then turned his gaze back to Tai Si. With her golden short hair, Tai Si was both adorable and beautiful. Yet she would undoubtedly look even more enchanting with longer locks. Oh, why are you so certain that Lord Beerus won't be angry if he awakens? Weiss asked, puzzled. Will he be angry if there's delicious food? Ling Xian turned his head to look at him. Delicious food. Weiss's eyes instantly sparkled. I agree to protect Tai Si. Ling Xian responded with a silent sigh. Tai Si hesitated, wanting to speak. Ling Xian encouraged her, speak your mind. Tai Si swallowed hard. What you mentioned about the god of destruction and the candidate god of destruction, what exactly are they? Are they some kind of divine beings? Ling Xian and Weiss exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. You will find out in due time. Let us go. Ling Xian grasped Tai Si's wrist and glanced at Weiss, who promptly waved his staff, causing the three to vanish from the spaceship. Only Jack remained, feeling quite disordered inside the vessel. In the realm of destruction, the land was shaded in purple due to the long-term influence of destructive energy. Before a lake, three figures suddenly appeared with a whoosh. Phew, after a month away, we are finally back. Ling Xian walked over to a lounge chair by the lake and reclined. Meanwhile, Weiss contacted the old Kai to relay Ling Xian's completion of his mission. Upon hearing that Ling Xian had destroyed over 5,000 useless planets, the old Kai was filled with immense excitement. If these 5,000 planets were entrusted to Beerus, it would have taken him at least a millennium to accomplish such a task. The old Kai felt that Beerus' decision to take Ling Xian on as a candidate for God of Destruction was exceptionally wise. Meanwhile, Tai Si exclaimed, wow, this planet is so beautiful. It was her first visit to the realm of destruction, and she was like a curious kitten, exploring every nook and cranny with wide-eyed wonder. Ling Xian took a sip from the beverage beside him and suddenly recalled something, inquiring, Tai Si, do you still have instant noodles in your universal capsule? Instant noodles? Tai Si returned to Ling Xian's side, frowning. Yes. Do you want some? That's good to know. We must not let Lord Beerus discover you here if he awakens suddenly. That would be disastrous. Who is this Lord Beerus you speak of? Tai Si tossed out a universal capsule, which transformed into a warehouse towering over 10 meters high, filled entirely with provisions. Splutter. Ling Xian, upon witnessing this, inadvertently sprayed his drink, wiping his mouth as he exclaimed, are you preparing for a disaster? You are the one preparing for a disaster. As I navigate the cosmos, I must be thoroughly prepared. Tai Si retorted. The universal capsule she produced was merely one among thousands. If all were revealed, Lewis would likely suffer a heart attack. Oh, what are you two up to? Weiss and the old Kaishan, having concluded their communication, returned to find the warehouse beside Tai Si, their expressions tinged with confusion. Weren't you the one who mentioned delicious food? Ling Xian stepped into the warehouse and retrieved 3 buckets of instant noodles. Weiss, hot water, please. Ah, yes, certainly. Weiss waved his staff, and a kettle of hot water materialized before him. He picked up an unopened bucket of noodles, scrutinizing it closely and sniffing it. Can this possibly be delicious? Tai Si, could you assist Weiss? Of course. Tai Si unwrapped the plastic packaging surrounding the noodles. It was then that Weiss realized the necessity of removing the outer packaging first. Occasionally, Weiss displayed expressions of astonishment, resembling a country bumpkin. Ling Xian paid him no mind. There would be more opportunities for Weiss to be amazed. Before long, Ling Xian and Tai Si poured in the hot water, and they simply needed to wait a minute or two before the noodles would be ready to eat. Ling Xian gazed at the noodles on the table, reminiscing about the instant noodles from his past life, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Lewis, what are these gods of destruction and candidate gods of destruction you mentioned? What are they all about? Tai Si inquired again, seated on a bench by the table. A god of destruction is merely that, a god of destruction. However, the god of destruction wields authority over the annihilation of the universe and is the highest deity across all dimensions. Ling Xian's voice was soft, yet it stirred a tumultuous wave within Tai Si. Is what you say true? Indeed. Why would I deceive you? Gulp. Tai Si swallowed hard, her mind racing as she pieced together the implications of Ling Xian's earlier conversation with Weiss. She spoke nervously. Lewis, are you the candidate god of destruction? Is Lord Beerus truly a god of destruction? Ling Xian turned his head to gaze at Tai Si's fair visage, chuckling, you truly deserve your title as a novelist. Merely from my dialogue with Weiss, you have deduced such significant information. Indeed, you are correct. I am the designated harbinger of destruction, while the true harbinger remains in slumber. Ling Xian understood that mere words would scarcely convince Tai Si, so he raised his hand and hurled a fragment of destructive energy towards a distant mountain range. Buzz! In an instant, the towering mountain, rising 10,000 meters, vanished without a trace. Tai Si's complexion turned pale, her fear rendering her speechless. Ha! Weren't you the one with boundless courage, traversing the cosmos alone? She stammered. Oh, great harbinger of destruction, you wouldn't truly slay me, would you? She clasped her shoulders tightly, retreating as far as possible. The genuine terror reflected in her anxious eyes was unmistakable. Come now, if I intended to end your life, why would I have brought you here? I have promised to protect you, and I shall, Ling Xian reassured her with a playful chuckle. But you must utter more flattering words. With a sigh of relief, Tai Si noted the instant evaporation of the mountain, realizing the sheer terror that the title of Harbinger of Destruction entailed. Fortunately, there was no intent to harm. Dear Harbinger of Destruction, you are truly magnificent, remarkably handsome. Like the stars in the sky. She began to flatter, but before she could finish, both Ling Xian and Weiss were overcome with goosebumps. Stop. Please, just speak to me normally. Ling Xian retorted with exasperation. At that moment, Weiss, ignoring Tai Si, gazed longingly at the instant noodles on the table, swallowing hard. Ling Xian, do you smell that? It's delightful. Ling Xian glanced at the clock. The time is right. We may eat now. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow flitted through the void, and one of the noodle cups on the table vanished in an instant. Slurp. Weiss eagerly took a bite of the noodles. Oh my goodness. What earthly delicacy is this? It's utterly divine. Slurp. Each noodle was enveloped in a rich broth, exploding with aroma the moment it touched his palate, invigorating his very soul. Gulp. The broth was exquisite, undoubtedly crafted from a myriad of precious ingredients, condensed into that tiny sachet of seasoning. As the broth slid down his throat into his belly, Weiss savored every mouthful, sharing his culinary insights with fervor. His flushed expression mirrored that of blissful ecstasy. Louis, are these additives truly that delectable? Tai Si asked, aghast. Some people simply adore additives. We cannot concern ourselves with such matters. Come, let us indulge, Ling Xian said, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he handed a cup of noodles to Tai Si while grabbing one for himself. Just as he was about to indulge, a thunderous roar erupted. In the distance, a thunderous explosion erupted from the Palace of Destruction. Chapter 12. The Awakening of Beerus. Tai Si, who was indulging in instant noodles, was startled. What was happening? Meanwhile, Weiss hastily consumed an entire bucket of noodles within mere seconds, leaving not a drop of broth behind. The next moment, Weiss, were you secretly enjoying something delicious without me? A purple figure flashed through the void. Beerus, clad in his pajamas, soared from the Palace of Destruction to the lakeside. Tai Si, eat quickly. Ling Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. Who would have imagined that these instant noodles possessed such extraordinary power that they could rouse the slumbering Beerus? He promptly nudged Tai Si, urging her to eat before it was too late. Tai Si was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Yet, she obeyed Ling Xian's command and quickly resumed her meal. Beerus had arrived at the scene and soon discovered that the tantalizing delicacy was indeed the instant noodles held by the two individuals. Weiss had already finished his portion, leaving only the young boy and a woman with their bowls. However, the boy pushed the woman, and they both began to devour the noodles. Beerus swallowed hard, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. He yearned for a taste, but the thought of consuming what others had already tasted was unpalatable. Who are you, brat? Do you wish to meet your demise? Beerus seethed with anger, his chest heaving, emanating a purple glow, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He did not immediately recognize Ling Xian as the Louis he had brought back a decade ago. Of course, people changed dramatically over the years. Beerus had been in slumber for 10 years, and Ling Xian had transformed from a child into a striking young man, making it difficult for him to recognize him. Ling Xian paid no heed to Beerus and continued savoring the noodles. To his surprise, the instant noodles in the Dragon Ball world were far more delectable than those from his previous life. Tai Si felt overwhelmed by the destructive aura emanating from Beerus. Struggling to breathe. This must be the god of destruction that Louis spoke of. How terrifying. I'm nearly suffocating. Someone save me. At that moment, Ling Xian held the bowl of noodles in front of Tai Si. The oppressive pressure vanished instantly, allowing her to breathe freely once more. I've survived, she gasped. Ling Xian calmly addressed Beerus. Lord Beerus, she is mine. Weiss, having finished his noodles, wore a smile, enjoying the unfolding drama. Beerus clenched his fists, not even glancing at Tai Si, and coldly remarked to Ling Xian, a mere trashy king of worlds dares to steal food on my territory. Who gave you the audacity? Steal food? This lazy being still hadn't recognized him. Ling Xian felt a vain throb on his forehead. Furthermore, how could one claim ownership over what others possessed? He might as well declare that everything in Universe 7 belonged to him. It seems there is no issue with this assertion. Let us engage in a duel. With a hearty laugh, Ling Xian tossed the instant noodles into the lake, where they vanished in an instant. Witnessing such delectable food being squandered, Beerus erupted with fury. You wish to perish? Very well, I shall oblige. Boom. An aura of destruction enveloped him, as tendrils of purple lightning danced around, summoning the heavenly thunder with an ominous intensity. Crash! Beerus's figure also disappeared, leaving Ties trembling in fear. Is this truly what a god of destruction embodies? Whis brandished his staff, ensuring Ties' safety, lest the aftermath of the battle between Beerus and Ling Xian inadvertently claim her life. Now that would be quite the farce. In the sky, whoosh, whoosh, two figures soared swiftly. Hey, kid, have you not eaten? Your speed is rather sluggish. Beerus suddenly materialized behind Ling Xian, his voice icy. Did you not see whether I have dined? Ling Xian retorted defiantly. You seek your own demise. Beerus was genuinely enraged, showing no mercy. He concentrated a sphere of destructive energy the size of a basketball and hurled it at Ling Xian, swiftly enveloping him. The destructive energy, upon contact with any object, fundamentally disintegrated it. Beerus's attack was terrifying. Even the air crackled ominously in its wake. Humph, daring to compete for my food. Now you shall face your end. Beerus turned back with a sense of satisfaction, having vanquished his opponent. However, a voice echoed behind him. Lord Beerus, one should reciprocate kindness. Allow me to return the favor. Startled, Beerus's pupils constricted as he spun around, only to see a fist-sized orb of destructive energy hurtling towards him. Ouch! 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 Beerus was struck by the destructive energy, the tingling sensation leaving him incredulous. How could that brat have survived his attack? Moreover, he wielded destructive energy as well? This must be a jest. Suddenly, a diminutive figure flickered in Beerus's mind, followed by an ethereal presence manifesting in the sky, reminiscent of nature itself. Upon turning to gaze at Ling Xian, he was enveloped in a silvery radiance, the nascent form of the realm of freedom. This confirmed Beerus's suspicions, and a smile graced his lips. Well done, young one. I did not expect you to have grown so formidable. Only those of angelic caliber or higher could withstand the mightiest strike of the Omni King's strongest god of destruction. And now, it appeared his former disciple had risen to that level. Ha ha! At last, Lord Beerus recognizes me. Ling Xian exclaimed. But you wish to strike me just now? And now I shall return the favor. With that declaration, Ling Xian flickered and danced through the sky. Beerus assumed a defensive stance, aware that this was no ordinary opponent, but rather that exceptionally unique little fellow from years past. A misstep could lead to a comical downfall. In a swift cascade, the destructive energy blast descended from the heavens like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Mid-air, Beerus shattered one with a single punch. Realizing that his prince's tactics bore no fruit, Ling Xian altered his approach. Countless phantoms materialized in the sky, each resembling a colossal beast from ancient times, roaring menacingly towards Beerus. Bam! 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 Beerus, unfazed by the illusions, discerned Ling Xian's true form. The two engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. A dazzling display of silver and purple light soaring into the sky, entwining and separating like twin dragons emerging from the water. Their clash reverberated from the heavens to the earth, each impact unleashing terrifying shockwaves. A formidable aura pervaded the entire realm of destruction, causing it to tremble on the brink of collapse. Taze, shielded by Whis, could not perceive the intricate details of their battle, yet she sensed the ferocity of the confrontation. I hope Whis and Lewis are unharmed, Taze thought, clenching her small fists, her palms slick with sweat from anxiety. Whis reassured her, there is no cause for concern. Lord Beerus is exceptionally powerful, yet he cannot inflict harm upon Lewis. Not even I could pose a threat to him. Of course, Whis refrained from voicing this thought aloud. His gaze fixed intently on the duel. Despite the astonishing spectacle of their combat, the breathtaking visuals were not conjured by Ling Xian. They were solely the result of Beerus unleashing his full might. For Beerus understood that even at his utmost power, Ling Xian would not perish. He remained far too weak. In the presence of Beerus, Ling Xian's strength was akin to that of a mere ant, utterly ineffective against him. Even in his perfected form, he was still overpowered by Beerus. Suddenly, Whis' eyes widened in astonishment as he observed a transformation occurring in the sky. Ling Xian's aura shifted to a brilliant golden hue, and a voice echoed through the atmosphere. Lord Beerus, behold the impending transformation. Chapter 13, Tai stabilizes in the realm of destruction. Ling Xian clenched his fists, the silver radiance around him dissipating to reveal a striking golden glow. Veins bulged on his forehead as his roars intensified. Boom! The earth trembled violently. A golden light surged skyward as Ling Xian's hair transformed instantaneously to a golden hue. He had become a Super Saiyan. His combat power soared from 1 billion to an astounding 50 billion. Goodness, what transformation is this? Gasped Beerus. Panting heavily, Ling Xian soared through the air. This is a unique transformation of our Saiyan lineage, known as the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Suddenly, Beerus recalled a vision from a dream, in which he encountered an exceptionally formidable opponent, known as the God of Super Saiyans. However, Beerus gazed at Ling Xian, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "Is this truly the extent of your power, young one?" Indeed, despite Ling Xian's power having surged 100-fold, it still fell short. In the realm of super anime, a battle power of 100 billion should be roughly equivalent to that of Goku during his initial encounter with Beerus on King Kai's planet. Yet, when Goku challenged Beerus, he was effortlessly crushed to the ground by a mere fingertip. To Beerus, Ling Xian remains woefully inadequate. Lewis, in merely a decade, your dimensional breakthrough has advanced to the realm of the king, and your strength has significantly increased, alongside the nascent form of your self-containment realm. Your talent is undeniably remarkable, yet you are still too weak at present. Perhaps a few more years of training would serve you well. For now, it is best to cease. Beerus shook his head, deciding against continuing the battle, for further conflict would lead to the complete disintegration of his God of Destruction realm. At that moment, the realm was engulfed in molten lava, the acrid scent of sulfur permeating the air, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. In just a short while, 2 minutes would pass, after which Whis would be unable to restore the realm to its original state. Lord Beerus, allow me one final strike. Ling Xian felt increasingly frustrated in his battle against Beerus, having sustained relentless blows. Now, for the first time, he transformed, determined to experience the might of the strongest God of destruction in the Omniverse. Then let it be, Beerus replied, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression growing serious. Whis, don't worry about Lewis, he will be fine. On the ground, Whis shielded ties from the encroaching lava. Above, Ling Xian clenched his fist, a golden aura enveloping it, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Power surged forth. A staggering 50 billion units of strength coalesced in his fist. Be cautious. Ling Xian charged forward. A golden streak of light streaked through the sky, hurtling towards Beerus. Unfazed, Beerus raised his index finger, giving a gentle nudge forward. Boom. The point of contact between Ling Xian's fist and Beerus' finger erupted in a blinding flash, the tremendous sound of their clash resonating throughout the God of Destruction realm. The molten ground surged like a vast ocean, violent waves crashing in response to the overwhelming force. The realm of destruction began to crumble, the pace of disintegration accelerating. The recoil sent Ling Xian sliding thousands of kilometers backward through the air, his upper body bare. For his God of Destruction attire could not withstand the might of the strongest God of Destruction and had shattered. Remarkably, Ling Xian emerged unscathed, a testament to his immunity. So powerful. Ling Xian swallowed hard, realizing that despite employing every conceivable means, he could not even disturb a single hair on Beerus. Soon, under Whis' manipulation of time, the God of Destruction realm reverted to its original state before the devastation. Tai Si, witnessing this astonishing reversal of time, couldn't help but glance at Whis, sensing that he might be even more fearsome than the two gods of destruction. By the lakeside, the battle between Ling Xian and Beerus had concluded, and 2 buckets of instant noodles were simmering on the table. Beerus sat in a chair, gazing intently at the bubbling noodles, swallowing repeatedly. Whis was not faring much better. His eyes sparkled as he fixated on the noodles, seemingly wishing for time to hasten so he could indulge in them once more. The disheveled appearance Ling Xian had just moments ago had vanished, and he looked at Beerus with a playful expression, saying, Lord Beerus, these noodles were brought by Tai Si. How could she reside in the God of Destruction realm? Anyone who dares to expel Tai Si, I shall confront them with great fervor. Beerus did not acknowledge Ling Xian, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the noodles. Ling Xian exchanged a glance with Whis, as if to convey that Beerus would surely not object to this. Whis rolled his eyes, with such delectable food at hand. It was not just that Beerus would not oppose. Even if he did, Whis would compel him to relent. Hey, Tai Si, how shall I be thanked? Ling Xian, having secured Beerus's tacit approval, looked smugly at Tai Si. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Lord Lewis is the most handsome and the best. Indeed, indeed. Ling Xian lifted his head, reveling in the moment, his tail nearly lifting in joy behind him. By the way, as a condition for your protection, we shall entrust all future dining affairs to you. Naturally, when I go on missions, I will also take you along to gather material for novels. You need not worry about that. All right. Tai Si sighed in relief. Her safety was finally assured. 2 minutes later, Beerus and Whis were voraciously consuming the noodles. After a while, Whis, having taken a few bites, couldn't help but exclaim how delicious the noodles were. Meanwhile, Beerus, experiencing them for the first time, was nearly brought to tears, lamenting the inferior food he had previously consumed. After some time, once both were satiated, Ling Xian inquired, Lord Beerus, how much more power do I require to reach the realm of the gods? Reclining in his lounge chair and sipping the beverage Tai Si had provided, Beerus pondered thoughtfully. The distinction between mortals and deities lies in the dimensions. Although you have transcended to the realm of the Kai, in truth, you still belong to the mortal tier. It is quite challenging for a mortal to contend against a god of destruction solely through strength. The power of a god of destruction is imbued with divine essence, something ordinary mortals cannot withstand. Beerus then turned his gaze to Ling Xian, adding, however, there are exceptions. It appears that in the 11th universe, there exists a being named Jiren, who seems capable of challenging a god of destruction in his mortal form. If you, Lewis, wish to challenge me, you must elevate your Super Saiyan state by at least 100,000 times to even qualify for a confrontation. 100,000 times. Ling Xian was left speechless. Even the Super Saiyan transformation only amplifies power by 400 times. If we consider a base of 1 billion, enhancing it by 100,000 times results in an unfathomable combat power. And this is merely the threshold for a mere encounter. Lewis, in the eyes of the god of destruction, combat power has become an inadequate measure of strength. Noticing Ling Xian's bewilderment, Whis explained, the dimensions are divided into King of Hell, King of Worlds, deities, and angels. Strength is categorized into mortals, divine realm, and angelic realm. The divine realm itself is further divided into 5 tiers. Lord Beerus resides in the 5th tier of the divine realm, while among the gods of destruction from other universes. Only Quitella from Universe 4 has recently approached the 5th tier. The rest are all in the 4th tier of the divine realm. At this moment, Tai Si exclaimed in astonishment, wow, does that mean Lord Beerus is the most formidable god of destruction? Indeed, indeed. Upon hearing Tai Si's exclamation, Beerus felt a swell of pride. It was no wonder Lewis had chosen to keep her around. She had a way with words. Ling Xian, feeling rather speechless, then inquired, Whis, how can I break through to the divine realm? Whis replied, to transcend into the divine realm, there are 2 methods. Firstly, as Lord Beerus mentioned, there exists someone in Universe 11 who can combat a god of destruction using mere mortal strength. This is because they have honed their mortal power to its utmost potential. As far as I know, that individual named Jiren possesses mortal strength that likely surpasses the 4th tier of the divine realm. Observing the astonished expressions on Ling Xian and Tai Si's faces, Whis continued, the second method involves cultivating dimensions, elevating your dimension to the level of divinity. In doing so, your intrinsic power will undergo a qualitative transformation, shifting from mortal strength to divine strength. Divine strength is beyond the perception of mortals, and its might is incomparable to that of mere mortals. Take Asin, for example. Although he is merely a creator deity with relatively modest power, his dimension is at the divine level, and thus his strength is divine power, which is why he surpasses even Frieza. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian suddenly comprehended, I see. Does this mean that at equal levels of power, divine strength surpasses mortal strength? In other words, based on my current combat power of 1 billion, if my mortal power transforms into divine power, could I then ascend to the divine realm? Indeed, that is the essence of it, Whis affirmed. Though your current combat power of 1 billion is still insufficient. Therefore, if you wish to break through to the divine realm, you should endeavor to elevate your dimension to the divine level as swiftly as possible. Weiss smiled, but suddenly his expression turned serious. By the way, Lewis, that transformation you just executed was indeed erroneous. You should refrain from employing it in the future. Before Ling Xian could respond, Tai's interjected, "But why? Lewis's golden hair after the transformation looks so splendid. Weiss, you do not comprehend. Maintaining that state demands an immense expenditure of physical energy from Lewis, and it imposes a substantial burden on his body." At the moment Weiss witnessed Ling Xian transform into a Super Saiyan, he discerned the inherent drawbacks. Beerus set down his drink and remarked, "Lewis, Weiss speaks the truth. True strength lies in one's own power. Your path of transformation is misguided. Abandon it. Is it truly erroneous?" Ling Xian recalled the flawless state from the original work, Super Saiyan 4. "No, this transformation is unique to our Saiyan lineage. In time, you shall understand." Chapter 14, Ding. Frieza's headquarters check-in. Reward, instant transmission. "You rascal." Beerus shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. On the path of cultivation, many prodigies are often self-assured. Yet their decisions are frequently misguided. Only when they recognize their mistakes will they genuinely relinquish them, although it may consume some time. Ling Xian is simply too gifted. Even if he were to squander a millennium, it would pose no significant issue. Why share this sentiment? He did not perceive youthful errors as detrimental, but rather believed they would engrave lasting memories in their minds. With Beerus's unexpected awakening and Tai's arrival, the once tranquil realm of destruction became somewhat lively. Beerus learned from Weiss that Ling Xian had obliterated over 5,000 planets in the past month. Beerus was exhilarated. Indeed, the decision to recruit Ling Xian as a candidate for the God of Destruction had proven to be astute. Finally, he could rightfully indulge in leisure. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Tai's gained a fresh perspective on Ling Xian, destroying over 5,000 planets. It appeared this youth was not as gentle as he seemed. Nevertheless, Tai's harbored no fear of Ling Xian. After all, he had appeared in her most perilous moment to save her and had vowed to protect her. How could she possibly fear him? In the ensuing days, Ling Xian resumed his training. Beerus did not retreat into slumber again, with Tai's presence in the realm of destruction. He was continually surrounded by delectable food. How could he bear to continue sleeping? In addition to guiding Ling Xian in his training each day, Weiss has taken on another task, introducing Taici to the wonders of the universe. At first, Taici could hardly believe that anyone could possess such vast knowledge. It was only when she tempted Weiss with delectable earthly cuisines that she realized he was, in fact, an encyclopedia of information. His boundless wisdom sparked a new wave of creativity within her. While Ling Xian dedicated himself to rigorous training, and Taici immersed herself in her creative endeavors, Weiss and Beerus indulged in culinary delights. The scene in the God of Destruction realm was quite peculiar. As a year passed, Ling Xian continued his training. Yet his power saw little enhancement, as he was focused on mastering dimensions. Unfortunately, it seemed he had hit a bottleneck, making further progress exceedingly difficult. "Come, Taici. I must embark on a mission to destroy a planet. I'll take you along to gather material for your novel," he announced. By the lakeside, Ling Xian rose from the grass and stretched. It's happening, Taici exclaimed from a distance, her face lighting up as she abandoned her cooking and rushed toward him. "Lewis, you finally decided to take me out." She had been in the God of Destruction realm for a year, never once stepping outside. Although she had enjoyed Weiss's tales of the outside world, nothing could compare to experiencing it firsthand. The prospect of venturing out filled Taici with joy. I'm not exactly going for training. Please bear with me. We can at least take a stroll." Ling Xian scratched his head, appearing rather boyish at just 17, looking nothing like a candidate for the God of Destruction. All right, I forgive you," Taici giggled, covering her mouth, finding the young boy quite endearing. "Wait, if you go out, what about my lunch?" Beerus shouted, leaping from his recliner by the lake. "Lord Beerus, you can have instant noodles." "I'll cook for you when I return," Taici replied, glancing back at the nearby storage room. Beerus was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, an electronic voice echoed in Ling Xian's mind. "Ding. Report to Frieza's headquarters for a check-in. Reward. Instant transmission from the King of Worlds." Instant transmission. Ling Xian was overjoyed. He had longed to learn this skill, as being a candidate for the God of Destruction often required Weiss's assistance for travel, which was quite cumbersome. Moreover, instant transmission could prove invaluable in battle, serving as a divine technique for both swift travel and escape. It's truly a case of needing something and having it appear. "Weiss, please take us to Frieza's headquarters, and after that, you need not worry about us," Ling Xian urged eagerly. "Very well," Weiss replied. Weiss did not inquire as to why, leading Ling Xian and Tai's away from the realm of destruction. Arriving at the headquarters of Frieza in the northern galaxy, was soon returned to the realm of destruction. Ding. Successfully checked in at Frieza's headquarters. Reward. Instantaneous teleportation from the King of Worlds. Ling Xian felt a jolt, and knowledge of teleportation flooded his mind. He realized that as long as he had the coordinates, he could manifest anywhere at will. This was fundamentally different from the teleportation on Yardrat, which required only sensing energy to arrive at its source. Ling Xian, what's wrong? Tai's waved her hand in front of Ling Xian's eyes. Nothing, just recalling certain matters, he replied. Oh, I see. But why have you come to Frieza's headquarters? Tai's recalled the times when she was pursued by Frieza's army, shivering at the memory. Fear not, I shall protect you, Ling Xian reassured her. He refrained from mentioning that he was merely here to complete the system's check-in task, patting his chest with a serious expression. Tai's, momentarily forgetting her fear, covered her mouth and said, all right, I understand you're formidable, Ling Xian. Ling Xian suddenly remembered something. By the way, weren't you once hunted by Frieza's army? Do you not wish for revenge? Revenge? Tai's was taken aback, then shook her head. Forget it. I've almost forgotten about being pursued by Frieza's army. It cannot be forgotten. Humph, I promised to protect you, and if you were wronged, how could we let it go? Ling Xian insisted, pulling Tai's toward Frieza's palace. Though still a youth, Ling Xian held her hand as they walked, and his earnest demeanor made Tai smile. Indeed, the more she looked at this little brother, the more adorable he seemed. Since the god of destruction was willing to aid her in vengeance, Tai ceased to resist. Reflecting on the past was indeed infuriating, and in this universe, no one could rival the young boy beside her, so she decided to let him proceed. The headquarters of Frieza was heavily guarded, with aliens patrolling everywhere. Along the way, Ling Xian encountered many patrols, who approached to interrogate them. Tai's couldn't help but tremble at the sight of these beings. Without hesitation, Ling Xian unleashed a destructive energy blast, obliterating them. A youth wreaking havoc with a human girl at Frieza's headquarters was a sight to behold. This was the first time Tai's witnessed Ling Xian's fierce side, yet she felt no fear. After all, he had promised to protect her, and he was currently aiding her in seeking vengeance. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent palace, far grander than the former palace of King Vegeta. Stop! Who are you? Two aliens at the entrance demanded coldly. Summon your King Frieza to see me. Ling Xian halted, holding Tai's hand, and said playfully. How dare you demand to see King Frieza? You must be tired of living. The cosmic being bellowed, charge. Two guards soared into the air, raising their blasters, which unleashed two beams of azure light. Ling Xian smiled, gently lifted his hand, and with a flick, enveloped the blue radiance in a purple aura of destruction, causing it to disintegrate instantaneously. The two extraterrestrials stood dumbfounded before howling into the heavens, enemy attack. Within the palace, Frieza lounged in a crib-like contraption, listening to Jinyu's report on the Saiyans when he was suddenly startled by the cry of enemy attack. Has it been too long since I, Frieza, have taken action that someone dares to invade my headquarters? A sinister voice echoed throughout the palace, causing the temperature in the grand hall to plummet, as if a layer of frost would form in the next instant. Jinyu trembled in place, overwhelmed by the fearsome aura of Lord Frieza. Come, follow me outside. I wish to see who possesses such audacity. Frieza commanded as he glided out of the palace, with Jinyu hastily trailing behind. Outside, Ling Xian held Tai Si's small hand, surveying the throngs of extraterrestrials surrounding them, dense and numerous, likely numbering in the thousands. Tai Si looked at Ling Xian, who was protecting her, and felt an overwhelming sense of security. She was not afraid in the slightest. Frieza, if you don't come out, your minions will all perish, Ling Xian declared, scanning the area and grinning. Wiping out this ragtag group in one fell swoop should delight King Vegeta. He still vividly recalled the desolate figure of King Vegeta he had seen a year ago at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Since the transformation of the Saiyans, he had resolved to never abandon them. Casting another glance at Tai Si, particularly since she was being hunted by Frieza's forces, he felt the weight of both old grievances and new vendettas. Suddenly, a raspy voice emanated from the palace entrance as Frieza, seated in his crib, hovered before the extraterrestrials, with Jinyu closely following. Boy, who are you? Frieza asked, his arms crossed, his gaze chillingly cold. Ling Xian remained silent, merely observing Frieza. His skin, a blend of purple and white, was encased in a layer of hard bone. The triangular eyes exuded pure malevolence, precisely as depicted in the anime. Boy, my lord is inquiring of you. Are you deaf? Jinyu scolded. Chapter 15. Avenge Tai Si Captain Jinyu. Ling Xian recognized the purple-skinned figure beside Frieza. You even know me? Jinyu scoffed, but then his expression shifted as he pointed in terror at the tail behind Ling Xian. Lord Frieza, he is a Saiyan. Jinyu's fear was not unfounded. The Saiyans had undergone drastic transformations over the years, with some even nearing his own power level. This was a Saiyan. If they were to transform into the great ape form, their battle power would escalate tenfold. A Saiyan. Frieza squinted his eyes, troubled by the Saiyan issue for years. And now he was taken aback that they dared to invade his headquarters. Let me see the extent of his power. Indeed. I am eager to witness the magnitude of his combat prowess for daring to intrude upon the domain of Frieza the Great. Jinyu activated the scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 100,000. Gulp. Jinyu swallowed hard. This fellow possessed a combat power of 100,000. Frieza nestled in his cradle. Noticed Jinyu's expression and narrowed his eyes. What is his power level? Jinyu wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, My Lord Frieza. He possesses a combat power of 100,000. Wow. The surrounding aliens retreated a step, their faces filled with terror. Jinyu Force's captain only had a power level of 120,000, yet this boy had a combat power of 100,000. Frieza raised an eyebrow. The murderous intent around him suddenly dissipating as he smiled and said, This gentleman possesses remarkable strength. Come serve under me. I will overlook your invasion of my headquarters if you agree. Frieza, a connoisseur of talent, could not resist the allure of recruiting strong individuals. Ling Xian's lips curled into a slight smirk as he teased, What if I refuse? Tai Si, holding his hand, listened quietly to the conversation between the boy and the Cosmic Emperor. The feeling of being protected was truly delightful. Refuse? Frieza's expression darkened in an instant. Then you shall not leave my headquarters. Upon hearing their king's words, the surrounding aliens stepped forward, the atmosphere becoming exceedingly tense. Whether one could leave this place was a matter for later. Ling Xian chuckled. Frieza, I came here to seek some individuals. Seek individuals? Frieza paused slightly. Then coldly retorted, I see you are seeking death. Jinyu, attack. As the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza could no longer contain his fury at the invasion of his headquarters and the repeated provocations. Yes, Jinyu twisted his body, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he appeared behind Ling Xian. Boy, the gap between 100,000 and 120,000 is significant. Prepare to die. Jinyu concentrated a violent energy sphere in his palm and hurled it forcefully towards Ling Xian. Ling Xian remained expressionless, and Tai Si, who was holding his hand, showed no signs of fear. This was a surrender of resistance. Frieza in the stroller furrowed his brow. At that moment, 100,000 combat power seemed weak. What about 100,000? Ling Xian smiled as he unleashed the power within him. In an instant, boom, boom, all the scouters of the surrounding aliens exploded. Rumble. The powerful shockwave dispersed the energy blast from Jinyu, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing violently to the ground. No, it cannot be. Jinyu's pupils constricted sharply, as at that moment, the device by his ear had been reduced to mere scrap metal. The events had unfolded in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, he had witnessed his combat power data skyrocketing, only for the device to succumb to the pressure and explode. Tais, were you frightened just now? Ling Xian inquired with a smile. You promised to protect me, so I was not afraid. Tais responded with a charming smile. Her alabaster skin and golden hair caught Ling Xian's attention, and he paused before saying, I believe you would look even more beautiful with longer hair. Tais touched her hair, contemplating a question, but Ling Xian had already turned to face Frieza, leaving her with unspoken thoughts locked away in her heart. Well, my time is precious, Frieza. I demand all your subordinates to come here at once, Ling Xian declared coldly. Otherwise what? Frieza retorted, having just leapt from his infant carriage and striding forward. Do you think that with a combat power of 1 million, you can do as you please in my headquarters? Frieza had overheard the earlier exchange between Ling Xian and Jinyu, and was taken aback by the hidden strength of this young man. On the ground, Jinyu's expression brightened. It was rumored that Frieza had long concealed his true power. Could it truly be so? Tais, do you remember who was pursuing you? Ling Xian ignored Frieza's approach and turned to ask. Tais pondered for a moment before replying, It seems to be a gang called Chio-E. Chio-E? Ling Xian frowned, recalling that in the anime, it had been Vegeta who dealt with them. You're courting death, boy. Frieza bellowed in fury, incensed that a mere 1 million combat power individual would dare to disregard him. He prepared to unleash his transformation. Suddenly, Ling Xian vanished from Tai's side, reappearing in front of Frieza, raising his knee towards Frieza's abdomen. Bang! Frieza was sent flying. Cough! He fell to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Everyone present was left in stunned disbelief. Could this be real? The Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, had been struck to the point of vomiting blood by a stranger. Athe, you have successfully enraged me. I will end you. Frieza roared, rising in a fit of rage as his power surged. The first stage of his transformation was complete. At that moment, Frieza underwent a metamorphosis, becoming more robust, resembling King Cold, with his strength surpassing 1 million. The surrounding aliens were filled with excitement. Their king had indeed concealed his might. However, enough of your prattle. Ling Xian appeared before Frieza in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The terrifying force shattered Frieza's teeth. With a splatter, fragments and blood mingled in the air. Ah! Frieza was flung aside, helplessly crawling on the ground. Bewildered by the situation, how could this happen? Why, despite possessing the same combat power of 1 million, was he unable to overcome his opponent? Frieza, behold! Ling Xian instantaneously appeared before Frieza, seizing his head with one hand and lifting him effortlessly. With the other, he conjured a destructive energy sphere. The aura of annihilation enveloped the entire Frieza headquarters. The winds howled. Thunder roared. The surrounding cosmic beings were instantly toppled to the ground, their souls trembling in terror. Destruction. God of destruction. The destructive energy hovered before him, causing Frieza's pupils to constrict sharply, his entire being quaking with primal fear. He recognized this power. It was the power of a god of destruction. Who was this Saiyan? Wasn't the god of destruction of the 7th universe Beerus? Why did this individual possess destructive energy? Humph, summon Shui. Ling Xian carelessly discarded Frieza like refuse, and the destructive energy dissipated along with him. Yes. Frieza gritted his broken teeth. Humiliation gnawing at his core, yet unsure of this individual's identity, he dared not voice his grievances. Rising from the ground, he bellowed, "Have Shui come to me." Guldo quickly activated his communication device, urging Shui to hurry to Frieza's palace. This esteemed sir you are. Frieza wiped the blood from his lips, cautiously approaching and bowing. Although he feigned terror, a shadow of malice flickered in his eyes. Ling Xian regarded Frieza, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Are you feeling quite indignant? Standing over Frieza, his expression exuded a sinister dominance, while Tais clutched her chest, whispering, Lewis is so handsome. No, I dare not. Frieza clenched his fists, forced to utter insincere words. Ha, you truly live up to being Lord Beerus's representative, Frieza. You are quite amusing. Ling Xian chuckled. A flicker of confusion crossed Frieza's eyes. This person knew Beerus? According to his words, this meant Beerus was still alive. Thus, this individual could not possibly be the new god of destruction, yet he wielded destructive energy. A spark of realization flashed in Frieza's mind. Frieza weakly inquired, Esteemed sir, you must be Lord Beerus's disciple, correct? Oh, you've guessed it. I am honored to meet the candidate for the god of destruction. I failed to recognize your identity at first. Please forgive me. Frieza trembled, fearing that this candidate for the god of destruction had come to avenge his kin who were being hunted. Ling Xian seemed to penetrate Frieza's innermost thoughts, declaring, Enough with the pleasantries. I have no concern for your affairs with the Saiyans. My sole purpose here is to avenge Tai Si. Beside him, Tai Si gazed intently at Ling Xian, a warm current flowing through her heart. She yearned to inquire of Lewis why he treated her so kindly. Yet the sight of the grotesque extraterrestrials surrounding them stifled her words. Unbeknownst to Ling Xian, he remained fixated on Frieza, his mind teeming with intentions beyond mere completion of his mission. He contemplated obliterating Frieza and his minions altogether. However, thoughts of Son Goku, Vegeta, and the Saiyan race crossed his mind. How could they grow without enduring some trials? Perhaps, under Frieza's relentless pursuit, the Saiyan lineage might even give rise to more Super Saiyans. Thus, Ling Xian chose to spare Frieza and his cohorts. Frieza cast a glance at the woman beside Ling Xian, realizing the commotion was solely for her vengeance. Internally seething with rage yet maintaining a cautious demeanor, he said, Lord Candidate Destroyer, are you truly indifferent to my matters with the Saiyans? At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, landing at the palace entrance. It was Chioe. What transpired here? Xiao suddenly noticed Tai Si's presence and burst into laughter. King Frieza, this woman possesses a remarkable capsule. If we could seize the technology behind it, we would be prosperous indeed. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The atmosphere around him had grown eerily silent, with everyone regarding him with peculiar expressions. Tai Si, is it him? Tai Si, recalling the days of her persecution, gritted her teeth. Then perish. Ling Xian raised his hand, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. A violet blast struck Xiao Yi, and he evaporated instantaneously, not even leaving a trace of struggle behind. Gulp. The surrounding extraterrestrials swallowed hard, their fear palpable. Tai Si, we must depart. After eliminating Xiao Yi, Ling Xian utilized the instant transmission gifted by the system, whisking Tai Si away from the scene, leaving behind a group of bewildered aliens. King Frieza, shall we pursue the Saiyan now? Let us hold our position. Frieza clenched his fists. The Saiyan hiding within the Galactic Patrol headquarters was one thing, but now there was even a candidate destroyer among them. Yet, the earlier individual had claimed that he would not interfere in Frieza's dealings with the Saiyans. Remembering that the role of a destroyer was inherently that of a cold and merciless deity, Frieza began to contemplate the veracity of the candidate destroyer's words. Nevertheless, the opposing party is a Saiyan. He questions whether the Saiyans truly remain indifferent. Departing from Frieza's headquarters, Ling Xian leads ties to a planet enveloped in primordial forests. This planet is deemed inadequate, and Ling Xian intends to obliterate it. Lewis, he calls. As he strides through the forest, he glances back. Ties, clad in a form-fitting outfit, accentuates her graceful physique. Ling Xian scratches his nose and inquires, "What's the matter?" Ties hesitates, her words caught in her throat. Ling Xian chuckles, "Please, speak your mind." "Nothing. I just wanted to ask if long hair suits me." Ties contemplates voicing her confusion over his promise to protect her and his desire for revenge. Yet she refrains from doing so. "I believe it would look lovely," Ling Xian replies, nodding. "Golden waves. How could it not be beautiful? All right. I am prepared to destroy this planet now." With that, Ling Xian hurls a destructive energy towards the ground, then takes Ties by the hand and utilizes instant transmission to leave the area. After systematically annihilating several hundred planets, their mission reaches completion. Ling Xian returns Ties to the realm of the God of Destruction, where he resumes his training, while Ties remains preoccupied and distracted. Chapter 16. Vegeta's invasion of Earth. 3 years have elapsed since Ling Xian's return to the realm of the God of Destruction. During this time, the 7th universe has undergone monumental transformations. With the Saiyans joining the Galactic Patrol, the organization has grown increasingly formidable. While Frieza's forces are being suppressed in the North Galaxy due to a lack of manpower, the strongest among Frieza's subordinates, Jinyu, possesses a combat power of merely 120,000. Conversely, the Saiyan race, since their integration into the Galactic Patrol, has experienced a remarkable surge in combat prowess for various reasons. Presently, each Saiyan boasts a minimum combat power of 15,000. The mightiest among them is a Saiyan named Bardock, whose power has soared to an astonishing 150,000. King Vegeta also commands respect with his own power of 120,000. The entire Saiyan race comprises over 2,000 warriors, showcasing their formidable strength. However, regardless of their prowess, should Frieza take matters into his own hands, the current strength of the Saiyans, even in their great ape form, would prove insufficient. 3 years prior, when Ling Xian and Tai Si ventured to Frieza's headquarters, Frieza became aware of Ling Xian's true identity, which deterred him from acting recklessly or openly pursuing the Saiyans. This restraint is one of the reasons the Saiyans have been able to steadily enhance their powers. Additionally, the average level of humanity in Universe 7 has significantly improved, rising from second to last to third from the bottom, leaving the gods of destruction from other universes astounded. Over a decade ago, Beerus made a poor decision by appointing a mere child as a candidate for the God of Destruction. Now, 14 years later, Universe 7 has not been obliterated by the Omni King, and astonishingly, its ranking has improved. As Universe 7 evolves, so does Earth. Although Earth has not been directly influenced by Ling Xian, its narrative has progressed normally. However, it has still been affected by the butterfly effect. For years ago, Ling Xian requested Tai Si to ask Dr. Briefs to construct a gravity chamber for Goku's use. Goku utilized the gravity chamber, which greatly enhanced his combat abilities. Nonetheless, Goku, being a slowly growing Saiyan, did not experience an exaggerated increase in power. 14 years after his arrival on Earth, at the age of 17, Goku's combat power reached 5,000. Aside from this development, for years later, 3 extraterrestrial visitors appeared on Earth, arriving a full 3 years earlier than in the original story. On came House. Master Roshi expressed concern. Goku, these 3 energy signatures are exceedingly malevolent and powerful. Can you handle them? Krillin stood at the entrance, gazing intently at the sky. I don't know, but if they intend to harm Earth, I won't let them go, Goku responded, his youthful voice ringing out. At 17, Goku still resembled a child. Characteristic of his slow growth as a Saiyan, he would only experience a sudden growth spurt upon reaching adulthood, unlike Ling Xian or Vegeta. Unexpectedly, on the day Goku planned to train in the other world, enemies invaded Earth, causing Master Roshi to frown with worry. You all stay here. I will go check the situation. Goku soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of the 3 spacecraft descending. On the outskirts of West City, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa emerged from their ship, each appearing disheveled, blood caked onto their clothing, and looking quite forlorn. Damn it. Frieza won't even allow us to return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Raditz lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. Fortunately, Frieza's elite forces did not personally intervene. Otherwise. What now, Vegeta? We've been fleeing for 14 years. Do we continue this way? Nappa lamented. Shut your mouth. Vegeta clenched his fists. It has been over a decade, yet Lewis has yet to return. If he comes back, Frieza will undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. Vegeta still vividly recalled the moment 14 years prior when Ling Xian was taken by the god of destruction Beerus as a candidate for the position. A candidate for the god of destruction? Who would dare to provoke him? Indeed, if Lewis were to return, our circumstances would not be so dire. Raditz and Nappa nodded in agreement. Enough of this futile talk. This planet is the one where Kakarot was exiled. We must seek him out. The more allies we have, the greater our strength. Vegeta shook his head and activated the device at his ear. Beep, beep, beep. Southeast direction. Power level of 2000. What is this? A power level of 2000? Vegeta was taken aback and rechecked, confirming there was no error. Could this be Kakarot's strength? How could a low-class warrior possess such power? Nappa also took a reading and was equally astonished. It should be noted that among the 3, Vegeta was the strongest, boasting a power level of 10,000, while he himself had 8,000 and Raditz had 2,000. Their readings exceeded the power levels from the original story when they invaded Earth. This was due to the relentless pursuit by Frieza's army, forcing them to confront life and death situations constantly. A power level of 2000 was truly hard to believe. If it truly belonged to Kakarot, then we would have another source of strength. Vegeta lifted his gaze to the sky in the southeast. They are coming. Raditz clenched his fists, recognizing that the approaching power was identical to his own, and he became cautious. Suddenly, a bright white light descended from the heavens. Who are you? Son Goku inquired, staring at the 3 ragged figures before him. His youthful voice, coupled with his diminutive stature, momentarily stunned Vegeta and the others. However, Raditz quickly recognized Son Goku's identity. Vegeta, he is Kakarot. He resembles my father exactly. Vegeta soon deduced the reason for the other's small size, stating, with a birth power level of only 2, it is typical for a low-class warrior to grow so slowly. However, I estimate that in a year, he will mature into adulthood. Who are you, and what is your purpose on Earth? Son Goku furrowed his little brows. Earth, he must be referring to this planet. Vegeta glanced at the device again and noted many feeble readings. Kakarot, you mean to say you haven't exterminated the inhabitants of this planet? Nappa was taken aback. Haven't killed them all. That can't be right. With a power level of 2000, he should have wiped out the natives long ago. Raditz exclaimed, Kakarot, what is going on? Son Goku gazed at the 3 individuals, perplexed, and inquired, what brings you here, and who is Kakarot? Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others exchanged glances. Confusion evident in their eyes. You are not Kakarot, Raditz remarked, momentarily taken aback. However, upon observing Son Goku's appearance, which was strikingly similar to Bardock's, he corrected himself. No, you must be Kakarot. Vegeta and Nappa nodded in agreement, as Son Goku's resemblance to Bardock was undeniable. Son Goku scratched his head, utterly bewildered. He was undeniably Son Goku. Why did these 3 insist on calling him Kakarot? Vegeta posed another question. Are you aware that you are a Saiyan? Son Goku blinked with innocent confusion and replied, what is a Saiyan? Raditz and the others exchanged glances once more, undoubtedly realizing that he had forgotten all about his Saiyan heritage. In a hurry, Raditz asked, "Did you sustain a head injury as a child?" "How do you know I had a head injury?" Son Goku retorted, pouting as he recalled. "I fell off a cliff when I was young and hit my head. It was my grandfather who saved me." These were tales passed down from his grandfather. Thinking of Gohan made Son Goku's spirits dip slightly. Indeed, Raditz rubbed his temples and turned to Vegeta, exclaiming, "What should we do now? If we still follow Frieza's forces, I won't hesitate to annihilate everyone on this planet and sell it off." Vegeta's expression hardened as he responded, "However, since we Saiyans have joined the Galactic Patrol, we can no longer act in such a manner." Raditz and Nappa recalled this detail. Once the Saiyans heeded the orders of the god of destruction, Beerus, and joined the Galactic Patrol, they ceased to follow Frieza's commands. Nowadays, the Saiyans operated more as mercenaries within the Galactic Patrol, accepting missions issued by the headquarters, abandoning their previous ways of pillaging and destruction. At that moment, Raditz looked at Son Goku and said, "Your true name is actually Kakarot. I am your brother, and we are not Earthlings. My name is Son Goku, and I am an Earthling. I am not your brother." Son Goku clenched his fists, anger bubbling within him. He was undeniably an Earthling. Why did these individuals claim otherwise? Enraged, his hidden power began to surge forth. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 000. Battle power, 500. Battle power, 5,000. Son Goku's battle power skyrocketed, ultimately stabilizing at 5,000. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Leitai swallowed hard. Is this real? Isn't he a lower-class warrior? How can his strength surpass mine, a higher-class warrior? Vegeta's gaze sharpened. This must be his true fighting power. Previously, he only had a battle power of 2,000. He must have concealed it. Vegeta discerned Goku's secret in an instant and stepped forward, stating, "Saiyans do not employ such tricks. This planet possesses something remarkable." Clearly, Goku's ability to conceal his power was learned on this planet. "Kakarot, where did you acquire this technique?" Vegeta swiftly appeared behind Goku. Grasping his small shoulder, Goku unleashed a surge of energy, shaking off Vegeta's hand and leaping several meters forward, exclaiming in anger, "My name is Goku, a human from Earth. Tell me, are you planning to harm Earth?" "Rest assured, we will not harm Earth," Vegeta replied, twisting his wrist, feeling a bit of pain from the jolt. "Is that true?" Goku asked innocently, no longer angry. Indeed, Vegeta's lips twitched slightly. This boy was quite gullible. However, he was indeed sincere, harboring no intention of harming Earth and instead developing an interest in its martial arts. "Then I shall take you to learn energy control. Truth be told, I haven't mastered it myself yet. I was preparing to ascend to the other world for training when you descended from the heavens." Goku tilted his head, blinking his large eyes adorably. He soared into the sky, and Vegeta and the others exchanged glances before following suit. Thus, by an unexpected twist of fate, Vegeta and his companions invaded Earth. However, unlike in the original tale, they did not wreak havoc. Instead, they accompanied Goku to the other world, where they received guidance from Bubbles. Chapter 17. Something is off with ties in the God of Destruction realm. A striking figure sat by the lake, eyes closed in meditation. Nearby, a graceful woman lounged on the grass, resting her chin on her pristine palm, muttering, "It's been 3 years of training. Why hasn't he awakened yet?" "Ties, it's time to prepare the meal," came a voice of authority from afar. Ties, without turning her head, huffed, "Lord Beerus, I'm not in the mood. You and Whis can have instant noodles." From a distant lounge chair, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. "Whis, when will this girl be in a good mood?" "Sigh, another day of instant noodles." "Lord Beerus, can't you see Ties cares deeply for Lewis? Once Lewis awakens, Ties' spirits will lift." "Please, who doesn't know that? If you know, then why ask? Enough with the chatter. Hurry and make those noodles. I'm starving." Beerus licked his lips. Having subsisted on instant noodles for 4 years without growing weary of them, Whis nodded, beginning to prepare a bowl for himself and, of course, a bucket for Ties. By the lakeside, Ties lamented, "Stupid Lewis promised to take me to gather material for novels after his training. Yet 3 years have passed." She gazed at Ling Xian, who was deep in meditation. His brows arched like swords, his nose elegantly aquiline, and his lips thin, compared to 3 years ago. He had grown significantly taller and undeniably more handsome. Sitting by the lake, he exuded an ethereal aura, which made Ties feel unusually at ease beside him. "When will you awaken?" she thought, feeling a tinge of melancholy from having not spoken to Ling Xian for 3 long years. Suddenly, with a resonant hum, a silver wave of energy erupted from Ling Xian, resembling boiling steam, surging wildly outward. Ties nearly burned from the intense heat, but fortunately, Whis was quick to shield her. Appearing alongside Beerus, both held bowls of noodles, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The state of freedom, Ties exclaimed, startled by the force of Ling Xian's release. She patted her elevated chest, saying, "Whis, why are you both so surprised? Didn't Lewis already master this technique?" Beerus swallowed a mouthful of noodles, his expression grave. "Ties, we are referring to the perfect state of freedom." Whis interjected, "Previously, Lewis only grasped the rudiments of the state of freedom. I never anticipated that in just 4 years, he would directly comprehend the perfect state of freedom." Beerus clenched his teeth. "Thank goodness it isn't the perfect extreme state of freedom. Otherwise, I would surely weep." Whis retorted, "What of it if it isn't the perfect extreme state of freedom? The perfect state of freedom is impressive in its own right. When will you grasp even the rudiments of the state of freedom, Lord Beerus?" Well?" Beerus looked skyward. Ties, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Whis, does this mean Lewis is about to awaken?" The thought of finally conversing with Lewis filled her with joy. The oppression of 3 years was released in that moment, and her smile was radiant. Yet, Ling Xian remained with his eyes closed, oblivious to her joy. "He should be awakening soon. Let us stand back," Whis announced. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous roar echoed, and the lake erupted with colossal waves, from which a figure spiraled upwards, none other than Ling Xian. "Lord Beerus, let us spar." With a resounding crash, Ling Xian vanished from atop the waves, instantly appearing beside Beerus and delivering a punch. This strike was astonishingly fluid. Beerus's gaze sharpened as he discarded his bowl of noodles and retaliated with a punch of his own. The earth trembled. Dust filled the air. A silver and a purple entity intertwined rapidly. "Weiss, what are the chances that Lewis can defeat Lord Beerus now?" Taisi inquired hastily. "Ah, Taisi, it seems you care a great deal about Lewis." Weiss chuckled, covering his mouth. "And no, not at all." Taisi's heartbeat quickened, her fair complexion slightly flushed. How could she possibly care for Lewis? It was merely that they had not spoken in quite some time, causing her to feel this way. "Yes, that must be it." "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed," Taisi retorted with a huff. "Hurry up and tell me, how is Lewis faring?" "Ha ha ha." Weiss laughed heartily, ceasing to tease her, and spoke earnestly. "The perfect stillness realm is quite formidable. Even if there is a disparity of several times in strength, one who has comprehended the perfect stillness realm can still contend with, and perhaps even vanquish, their opponent. However, Lewis has been consistently practicing the stillness realm, and his power and dimensions have not significantly improved. Currently, Lewis possesses a combat power of only 1.5 billion. Even if he enters the perfect stillness realm, it may ultimately be futile. The primary issue lies in the vast difference in power." Noticing Taisi's anxious expression, Weiss added softly, "But do not fret. Have you forgotten Lewis's unique constitution? He can disregard all negative influences, and Lord Beerus cannot easily contend with him." Indeed, in the heavens above, Beerus and Ling Xian had been battling for 2 minutes, shattering a portion of the sky. "Your constitution is truly infuriating," Beerus exclaimed, clearly superior, as Ling Xian descended, acknowledging his opponent. To be honest, entering the stillness state does not greatly amplify one's power. It may even be less than that of a Super Saiyan. However, the essence of the stillness realm lies in going with the flow, allowing the body to follow the heart's intent. When faced with an enemy's attack, one can anticipate in advance. This is the key to overcoming the strong with the weak. Nevertheless, Beerus indeed lives up to his title as the strongest destroyer. In the perfect stillness realm, I am utterly outmatched. If your power were to break through to the God realm, I fear it would become quite troublesome for me." Beerus stated with crossed arms, solemnly. "That is still a long way off." Ling Xian shook his head, turning to Weiss and Taisi, waving them over. "Weiss, Taisi, it has been quite a while." Weiss smiled. "Indeed, it has been 3 years since we last met. Time has flown. That wretched Lewis. How infuriating. He promised to train for just a little while, yet he has been gone for so long." Taisi pouted, rubbing her small tiger teeth in annoyance. I didn't expect to meditate for so long." Ling Xian scratched his head, puzzled by her ire. "I don't care. You said you would take me to collect materials for my novel. 3 years ago, did I not take you out?" Ling Xian finally comprehended the reason behind Taisi's vexation. It stemmed from his prolonged cultivation, which had hindered Taisi from gathering material for her novel. You mentioned it was 3 years ago. Well, I shall accompany you to explore the universe shortly. You promised that. Tycee's pouting lips revealed a smile, the corners of her mouth lifting in delight. Whis, Lord Beerus, come, I will prepare a grand feast for you. With that, Tycee turned away from the lakeside, eager to cook. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. Beerus clicked his tongue and remarked, her mood has improved. Of course, Lewis has awakened. How could she possibly be in a bad mood? Whis rolled his eyes. Ever since Ling Xian took Tycee out on that excursion, she had returned, lost in thought while gazing at him. Even with her eyes closed, it was evident that something was amiss with Tycee. Who doesn't know? I was merely inquiring. Beerus scoffed, then exuberantly exclaimed, now, we are in for a treat. Tycee's cooking is truly delectable. He hopped excitedly toward her direction. Ling Xian scratched his head, looking at Whis, puzzled. Whis, what are you both talking about? Why is Tycee's mood better just because I woke up? It's nothing. Come, let us join. Just thinking about the feast Tycee is preparing makes my mouth water. Whis blinked and then departed. How peculiar. Ling Xian mused, following in Whis's wake. Beside the god of destruction's palace on the lawn, Tycee had prepared a sumptuous meal, garlic ribs, steamed base. Whis and Beerus devoured the food voraciously. Ling Xian's appetite was piqued as well. He had to admit that Tycee's culinary skills were remarkable, completely belied her identity as the daughter of Earth's wealthiest individual. Tycee, your cooking remains exceptional, Whis said, contentedly sitting aside after his meal. Hee, after traversing the universe for so long, how could I lack any skills? Tycee sat at the dining table, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed on Ling Xian, stating, without this culinary talent, I would have gone mad subsisting on instant noodles every day. Ling Xian raised his head, puzzled by Tycee's continued attention towards him. He resumed eating. Beerus, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth and commented, not at all. I find instant noodles quite enjoyable. Ling Xian took a sip of his drink and retorted. That's only because you and Whis indulge in those additives daily. It's impressive, really. Giggling softly, Tycee covered her mouth, stifling her laughter at Ling Xian's jabs at the two. Ling Xian glanced over, locking eyes with Tycee. Her bright eyes and gentle smile captivated him. He noticed her unwavering gaze, and his heart raced. Indeed, Tycee was rather charming. Chapter 18. Journey to Namek. Ling Xian cleared his throat and shifted his gaze to Whis. Whis, what is the current situation in our seventh universe? Whis, fully aware of Ling Xian's intent, replied, for years ago, you destroyed a number of substandard planets, and with the intervention of Asin, everything has been progressing steadily. However, the time frame remains too brief. The average human performance index has not changed, still ranking third from the bottom. And what of that? Even if Lord Zeno were to intervene, it would not concern our universe. Beerus interjected, casually picking at his teeth. Moreover, I distinctly remember other universes mocking us over a decade ago. Lewis, when do you think we might venture to other universes for a bit of amusement? Amusement? I suspect you merely wish to flaunt your status, Whis retorted, rolling his eyes. Yet, he refrained from discouraging the idea. For he too had endured considerable ridicule when Beerus appointed Ling Xian as a candidate for the God of Destruction. Ling Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, Lord Beerus, there is no need for haste. With my current capabilities, even if I were to venture into other universes, it would be quite challenging to assert dominance. I shall wait until my dimensional prowess reaches the divine level. Additionally, Ling Xian turned his attention to Ty's. It has been 3 years since Ty's last ventured out. If I do not take her out soon, I shall find myself quite vexed. In truth, aside from this matter, Ling Xian had another objective, a visit to Earth. According to the storyline, it would not be long before Vegeta invaded Earth, leading to the conflict on Namek. The clash between protagonists and Dragon Ball antagonists was an event he was determined not to miss. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta and his companions had already invaded Earth and were currently training with Sun Wukong in the otherworld. Lewis, who is vexing you? Ty's exclaimed, her small fangs visible, addressing the dense figure before her. I am vexed indeed. If you do not hurry and eat, I shall take my leave. Will you truly take me out? You do not believe I would deceive you, do you? I would not dare deceive Lord Beerus. Ling Xian replied, chuckling heartily as he glanced at Beerus. The thought of deceiving such a beautiful woman as Ty's filled him with a sense of guilt. Lewis, do you wish for your demise? What do you mean by claiming I would deceive you, but not Ty's? Should we speak candidly, I am still your master. Is this how you treat me? Beerus's eyes bulged in exasperation. Ha ha. The other three could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. The awakening of Ling Xian brought a delightful atmosphere to the gathering, a rare moment of revelry in the realm of destruction that had not been witnessed in quite some time. After a while, everyone had their fill. When Ling Xian suggested he would visit other universes later, Whis and Beerus did not decline. After all, Ling Xian was correct in stating that he was still too weak. Should he venture into other universes, others might indeed be astonished by his talent, yet with his current strength, he would be incapable of making a significant impact. He could not even defeat the substitute destroyers of other realms. What leverage did he possess to assert himself? Soon enough, Ling Xian's promise to Tais had taken form, and he departed the realm of destruction accompanied by Tais. In the North Galaxy, a spaceship soared through the cosmic expanse. Inside the vessel, Tais rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Ling Xian. For years ago, upon their first encounter, he was but a boy, carefree and eager for compliments. With just a few flattering words, she had secured his vow to protect her. Reflecting on that moment now, Tais could not help but chuckle. Lewis was truly a simpleton. It seemed almost laughable how easily he had been swayed by mere words. One could fear he might be sold off while assisting others in counting their profits. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Xian had long been aware of Tais' true identity. She was an inconspicuous character from Dragon Ball, yet a friend of the Z-Warriors. Any misfortune befalling her would indeed be regrettable. As Tais observed Ling Xian, he too became aware of her gaze, casting a sidelong glance in her direction. "Tais, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" he inquired, running a hand over his features, finally breaking the silence. Since his awakening, he had felt something amiss with Tais. "And no, it's just that I haven't spoken to you in such a long time," Tais replied, her eyes wandering, clearly speaking contrary to her heart. Over the years, she had lived in the realm of destruction, which housed only 4 individuals. Whis, possessing vast knowledge, was her primary conversationalist aside from Ling Xian. As for Beerus, he was the true lord of destruction. Tais had discerned Beerus's character, recognizing him as a tough, yet soft-hearted feline. However, Beerus occasionally exuded an air of authority, leading her to converse less with him. In the realm of destruction, whenever Ling Xian was not training, he would keep her company, his engaging demeanor often eliciting hearty laughter from her. Yet during his training sessions, their conversations dwindled. Whis was too modest and respectful, while Beerus was excessively dignified and solemn. Without Ling Xian's companionship, Tais felt a void. Even while Ling Xian trained, she remained by his side. Tais recalled her initial experience upon arriving in the realm of destruction, when Beerus had intended to act against her, only for the young Ling Xian to proclaim, "She is mine." Tais gently ran her fingers through her long hair. It was 3 years ago when Ling Xian remarked at Frieza's headquarters, "I believe long hair would suit you beautifully." Hence, she decided to grow it out. At that moment, Ling Xian noticed her transformation. "Oh, Tais, you've grown your hair long." She rolled her eyes at him and retorted, "I can grow it if I wish. Do I need your permission? You were the one who suggested it would look good." A surge of frustration welled up within her. She felt an urge to punch Ling Xian. Unbeknownst to her, a young boy had taken residence in her heart, and now he had blossomed into a striking young man. Tais acknowledged that her heart fluttered for him. Yet, this oaf across from her remained blissfully oblivious. "By the way, Lewis, where are we headed now?" Tais attempted to change the subject, uncertain of Ling Xian's feelings towards her, too timid to voice her own. Ling Xian observed the peculiar expression on Tais' face. Sensing her oddity, yet he smiled and said, "I'm taking you to a rather entertaining planet." "What is so entertaining about it?" she inquired. "Have you ever heard of the Dragon Balls?" he asked. "No," Tais shook her head. Ling Xian chuckled and elaborated. "The Dragon Balls are extraordinary objects that can grant any wish." He proceeded to explain their capabilities. "Is there truly such a miraculous item in the world that calls forth the dragon and fulfills any desire? Is that for real?" Tais exclaimed. "To fulfill any wish is quite unrealistic," Ling Xian countered, shaking his head. "Even the Super Dragon Balls may not guarantee that every wish can be granted. They dare not claim to annihilate the Omni King." Ling Xian continued, "Aren't you collecting material for your novel? I think Dragon Ball material would be fantastic and could easily find its way into your writing." "You're right." Tais' eyes sparkled with inspiration as she unconsciously wrapped her arm around Ling Xian's. "Lewis, you are truly clever. Thanks to your suggestion, I have indeed found my muse." Ling Xian glanced down, realizing his arm was ensnared between her ample bosom. So soft. He attempted to withdraw his arm, but to his surprise, Tais' grip was surprisingly strong. He couldn't pull away without exerting force, which might hurt her. Thus, he resigned himself to her embrace, his heart racing uncontrollably. Heaven help him. Tai Si was driving him to distraction. The spaceship's speed was moderate, taking 2 months to journey from the god of destruction's realm to Namek. However, along the way, they meandered through the cosmos, enjoying food and leisure, while Ling Xian took the opportunity to obliterate a few subpar planets. The two of them, a solitary man and woman, spent considerable time together, especially Tai Si, who often unintentionally revealed herself, igniting Ling Xian's passions. Their relationship began to evolve in subtle ways. Finally, after 6 months, they arrived at Namek. Phew. The spaceship descended from the heavens, its hatch flung open, and Ling Xian emerged, cradling Tai Si in his arms. Tai Si pressed her delicate face against his chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. As they landed, Tai Si showed no intention of releasing her grip, and Ling Xian continued to embrace her. Tai Si was truly enchanting, with skin as smooth as ice and a figure as graceful as a willow. Holding her felt akin to cradling a delightful cotton candy, soft and fragrant. After a moment, Ling Xian, feeling parched and aware of a stirring within him, gently patted her back, saying, Tai Si, we have arrived. Have we? Tai Si inquired, her small canine teeth peeking out as she seemed rather annoyed at being interrupted from her embrace. Nevertheless, she managed to wriggle free from Ling Xian's arms. Wow, is this planet Namek? The grass is blue. How peculiar, she exclaimed, though she found the environment rather pleasant. Adorned in a flowing white gown, Tai Si strode gracefully across the verdant expanse. Ling Xian, admiring her snow-white legs, rubbed his nose and mused. Planet Namek has endured catastrophic climate disasters, yet has managed to recover to such a state. The Namekians must have exerted considerable effort. As Ling Xian spoke, a faint aura wafted through the sky, suggestive of a power level around 20,000. Tai Si noticed his expression and asked, Louis, what's the matter? Ling Xian replied with a smile. It seems that the Elder of Planet Namek is aware of my arrival. The Elder was a remarkable being, possessing a plethora of mystical arts, likely including prophecy. He must have foreseen the arrival of this potential destroyer and thus sent someone to greet him. Ling Xian elaborated on the Elder's abilities, leaving Tai Si's mouth agape in astonishment. I never realized there were such wondrous races in the universe while following Jack. That is because you were perpetually on the run and thus unaware, he explained. Chapter 19. Bestowing eternal youth upon Tai Si upon finishing his words. A Namekian resembling Piccolo descended before them. Greetings, esteemed candidate for the destroyer, Nara said reverently, which took Ling Xian by surprise. He had not anticipated that the Elder was aware of his identity. I wish to meet your Elder, Ling Xian declared. The Elder has been awaiting your arrival. Esteemed candidate for the destroyer. Please, follow me, Nara replied, closely observing Ling Xian. Despite Ling Xian exuding no formidable aura, could he truly be the divine being that instilled fear in the hearts of many? Naru soared into the sky, and Ling Xian, still holding Tai Si, ascended alongside him. Tai Si, her feet suspended above the ground, clung tightly to Ling Xian's waist, uncertain whether it was out of fear of falling or a desire to be closer to him. Upon arriving at a quaint village, one finds that it's in a stone tower crowned with a white dwelling. This house, brimming with the distinctive characteristics of Namek, resembles that of an anime. Ling Xian, accompanied by Naru, descended upon the tower and proceeded to enter the house. Naru contemplated suggesting that the woman wait outside. Yet considering Ling Xian was the formidable deity spoken of by the Elder, he thought better of it. Ascending to the second floor, Tai Si encountered the colossal Namekian, startling her into the embrace of Ling Xian. Louis, Ling Xian, taken aback, mused on how he had previously never noticed Tai Si's clinginess. It seemed that since his awakening, Tai Si had become increasingly affectionate. Fear not, this is the Elder of Namek. Only then did Tai Si peek out from Ling Xian's arms to gaze at the Elder. The Elder was indeed immense, towering at 3 meters. Yet his advanced age was evident from his parched skin. He cast a glance at Tai Si before turning his attention to Ling Xian. I have the honor of meeting the candidate for the God of Destruction, the Elder expressed with a hint of regret. I apologize for my inability to rise and pay my respects. Please forgive me. Not at all. Ling Xian waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It appears you have long foreseen my arrival. The Elder, taken aback, quickly replied, I beg your pardon. I discovered your presence while predicting the future of Namek. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his face, To foresee the movements of a deity could spell doom for his entire race. Ling Xian, recognizing the elder's genuine prophetic abilities, reassured him, "Ah, do not worry. I harbor no ill will towards you." The elder sighed in relief. Then, "May I inquire what brings you to Namek?" "I wish to make use of your wish orbs." "Very well. I shall have Nero guide you to collect the wish orbs." The elder did not hesitate, readily acquiescing. Compared to the original narrative where the elder faced Frieza, his demeanor towards Ling Xian was remarkably accommodating. How could he not be? Offending Frieza might only lead to death, but angering Ling Xian could result in the loss of even the chance for rebirth. Following the elder's command, Nero led Ling Xian out. "Lewis, it seems that elder is quite afraid of you," Tai Si exclaimed, enveloped in Ling Xian's embrace, relishing the warmth he provided. "The elder is well aware of my identity, which undoubtedly instills fear. Have you forgotten the planets I have destroyed in the past 6 months during our cosmic travels?" Ling Xian alluded to the worlds they had visited. Tai Si, recalling these instances, swallowed hard. "Indeed, one should be wary of you. A god of destruction is truly terrifying. With but a mere flick of their fingers, an entire planet could be obliterated, leaving not a trace behind." The trio embarked from the village of the Grand Elder, traversing through 6 other villages, ultimately gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. In a clearing, Nehru arranged the Dragon Balls together and cast a glance at the young man. What unimaginable power does this deity possess to instill such fear in the Grand Elder? Nehru exhaled. The pressure of being in the presence of the unknown was indeed formidable. "Come forth, Purunga," Nehru proclaimed in the Namekian tongue. Suddenly, the sky fell silent. Tais held her breath. Ling Xian observed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, marveling at their magnificence for the first time in this world. It was undeniable that the Namekian Dragon Balls were colossal in comparison to the size of those on Earth. They were akin to basketballs rather than mere fists. Naturally, the wishes granted by the Namekian Dragon Balls were far more abundant than those of their earthly counterparts. As Ling Xian contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of the Namekian Dragon Balls as depicted in the original narrative, a thunderous roar echoed. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the sky rumbled ominously. A brilliant beam of golden light erupted from the 7 massive Dragon Balls, shooting skyward. Lightning crackled. The pitch-black sky was instantaneously illuminated, and that golden radiance coalesced into a corporeal form. This spectacle left Tais astounded. Although Ling Xian had witnessed such scenes in the anime, witnessing it firsthand was undeniably awe-inspiring. A colossal green dragon of the Western mythos materialized in the sky. "State your wishes. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill," hissed the dragon. "Wait, Lord Candidate Destroyer. What brings you here?" Purunga exclaimed, pulling a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. Nehru's eyes widened in disbelief. "What sorcery is this? That even the dragon must bow before this young man? Is it not permissible for me to be here?" Ling Xian's lips twitched slightly. He pondered the origin of Purunga's handkerchief. Tais, witnessing the dragon's obsequious demeanor, stifled a laugh. Having emerged from the destroyer realm with Ling Xian, she had encountered too many such subservient displays. "And no, I am Purunga, and I have encountered the Lord Candidate Destroyer." Purunga's perspiration began to pour even more profusely. "Enough of this banter. Grant me my wish," Ling Xian declared. "For my first wish, let the Saiyans be able to survive in the cosmos." He understood that after the Saiyans underwent their transformation, he could no longer afford to neglect their race. For years prior, he had declined King Vegeta's request. Now, it was time to take action for the Saiyan lineage. Please, Great One, repeat that in Namekian." The Wheel of Fate grew increasingly anxious, as it sought to convey its demands to the candidate for the God of Destruction, questioning whether it would face immediate obliteration. Nevertheless, it was indeed essential for it to undergo this procedure. Otherwise, it would be utterly incapable of fulfilling its aspiration. Ling Xian was momentarily taken aback by this request. He had assumed that the Namekian dragon, recognizing his identity, would feel compelled by the weight of that identity to forego the need to wish in the Namekian tongue. However, that was not the case. Upon reflection, he grasped the crux of the matter. The method of wishing employed by these dragons had been firmly established by Salamander. Much like a program, should any requisite step be absent, the execution of the program would remain impossible. Nailu, overhearing Bolo's words, hastily recounted them in the Namekian language. A hum resonated through the air. Bolo's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. "Master Candidate for the God of Destruction, your wish has been granted." Ling Xian felt a slight tremor within his body, instantly perceiving a transformation taking place. In the cosmos, Scions would now be able to alter their method of respiration, drawing breath through their own energy. Once their energy was depleted, survival in the cosmos would no longer be feasible. Strictly speaking, this did not equate to true existence in the universe. Yet, considering the caliber of the Namekian dragon, Ling Xian deemed the realization of his wish to be quite satisfactory. Suddenly, a loud bang. The miraculous power enveloping Ling Xian abruptly dissipated. He paused, taken aback. Tai Si inquired, "Louis, what is wrong?" Ling Xian waved his hand, smiling. "It's nothing." It turned out that the effects of immunity had taken hold. Due to this immunity, he was inherently capable of surviving in the cosmos. The miraculous power bestowed upon him by the dragon had altered his mode of existence in the universe. However, this alteration bore its own vulnerabilities for Ling Xian. This wish had a detrimental impact. The immunity would naturally eradicate the miraculous power conferred upon him by the dragon. "Please, master candidate for the god of destruction, articulate your second wish." The second wish, Ling Xian suddenly found himself at a loss. It seemed he truly had no wishes to voice. He recognized the limitations of the dragon's capabilities, understanding that not every desire could be fulfilled. Immortality, eternal life, these concepts, irrespective of whether BLO could actualize them, had already ceased to pose challenges for him now that he had become the candidate for the god of destruction. In other words, he was out of wishes. "Tai Si, do you have any wishes?" At that moment, Ling Xian turned to Tai Si. Surprised that Ling Xian would consider her, Tai Si smiled gracefully. "Oh, I have none. Just wish for what you desire. There's no need to consider me." Ling Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully, gazing skyward at Bolo. Let Tai Si remain forever youthful. Chapter 20. Confession. The voice was faint, yet it resonated in Tai Si's ears like thunder, striking her very soul. She covered her small mouth, hardly able to believe her ears. After Neru finished speaking in the Namekian language, the glimmer in his eyes flared up once more. Suddenly, Tai Si felt her skin transform, becoming smooth and fair, as if she had reverted to the age of 18. "Lord Candidate Destroyer, your second wish has been fulfilled. Please state your third wish." "I have no more wishes. You may leave now." Ling Xian clicked his tongue, truly unable to conceive of any other desires. "Very well, I take my leave." Bo Luan sighed in relief, instantly transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the sky. "Lord Candidate Destroyer, if there are no further instructions, I shall also take my leave." Nero pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Wait. Please inform the Grand Elder that there is no need to worry about the impending crisis facing Namek. A member of my Saiyan clan will intervene." Boom. Nero's body trembled, knowing that Namek would face danger in the future. "Thank you, Lord Candidate Destroyer." Upon realizing the identity of the individual before him, Nero was overwhelmed with joy. Even if a crisis were to arise, the promise made by the Candidate Destroyer ensured that Namek would undoubtedly weather the storm. As Nero departed, only Tai Si, still in a daze, and Ling Xian, wearing a bemused expression, remained. Ling Xian chuckled. "Tai Si, what is the matter?" Tai Si felt a pang in her heart, her eyes glistening as she looked at Ling Xian. "How could you make such a wish? You said you wanted to remain youthful forever?" "Well, can I say that I couldn't think of any other wish, so I made this one?" Ling Xian teased her. Tai Si was initially moved, but upon hearing his words, she huffed angrily. "You scoundrel, Louis." "Ha." Ling Xian stepped forward, ruffling her hair gently, and said tenderly, "The days of training are far too long. I want you to always be by my side." Boom. An unusual emotion surged within her, leading to an explosive outburst. Tai Si's eyes brimmed with tears as she covered her mouth. You mean it?" "I'm not foolish. How could I not see your true feelings?" Ling Xian extended his hand and gently wiped away the tears on her face. 6 months prior, upon awakening, he sensed something was amiss with Tai Si. Initially, he thought little of it. However, as they traversed the cosmos together, he noticed Tai Si becoming increasingly affectionate. Ling Xian was not oblivious. He could discern her feelings. He also realized that, at some point, he had begun to care for her deeply. Each time he beheld Tai Si's smile, a wave of joy washed over him. Conversely, whenever he saw her frown, a sense of agitation would envelop him. Do you like me?" Tai Si asked, her head bowed and voice timid. "Fool, did I not say that I only wish to be with you forever?" Ling Xian replied, pulling her into his embrace with sincerity. "Tai Si, I adore you." "Louis, I adore you too." Tai Si's face lit up with a radiant smile, a moment so enchanting that time itself seemed to stand still. She wrapped her arms around Ling Xian's waist and, looking up at him with a playful grin, exclaimed, "Louis, I am so happy. Ha ha ha. I too am elated. Who would have thought that the sycophant I brought back all those years ago would become my wife? You are the sycophant, Louis." Tai Si pouted and playfully pinched his waist, then continued joyfully, "Louis, does this mean I can maintain this appearance forever?" "Indeed." Ling Xian gazed at Tai Si, captivated by her exquisite cheeks, long eyelashes, and the way her eyelids fluttered, exuding an adorable shyness. Despite being a mature woman, she displayed the charm of a youthful girl. Tai Si was truly beautiful. Tai Si. Ling Xian cupped her delicate face in his hands. Their eyes met, and she slowly closed her eyes. Half an hour later, Tai Si's cheeks were flushed, and she touched her lips. "Louis, it's all your fault. They are swollen now. It cannot be blamed on me." Ling Xian held Tai Si tightly in his arms, whispering softly in her ear, "It is all because Tai Si is too enchanting. You." Tai Si's heart raced. Ling Xian's sweet words had a powerful effect, leaving her feeling weak in the knees. She lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes, and bashfully said, "Louis, you are breaking the rules." Previously, Louis was utterly oblivious. Even when he intentionally revealed glimpses of his legs or his bear-like demeanor, he would blush with embarrassment. However, now that their relationship has been established, the once awkward Louis has transformed into a seasoned veteran. "Louis, were you merely pretending all along? Did you truly not notice how much I cherished you?" Tai Si pouted, playfully huffing. "At first, I genuinely didn't see it. It was only later that I began to realize," Ling Xian replied, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "I never anticipated that my Tai Si could be so audacious." Inside the spaceship, Tai Si often emerged wrapped in a towel, occasionally letting it slip to the floor. The mere thought of such a scene sent Ling Xian's heart racing uncontrollably. "I am not audacious. I only behave this way in front of you," she murmured, her face flushing crimson like a ripe apple. While he might have thought her behavior inappropriate, little did he know that her words struck a more profound chord within Ling Xian's heart. He cupped her delicate face and leaned down once more. After a moment had passed, he declared, "All right, my Tai Si, it is time for us to venture elsewhere." Ling Xian held her tightly, soaring into the sky. For now, they had someone to care for in this world. Embraced in his arms, Tai Si felt a surge of joy. She could finally be held by Ling Xian without reservation. Upon returning to the landing site of the spaceship, they departed from Namek. Meanwhile, Nailu returned to the residence of the Grand Elder, relaying Ling Xian's words. The Grand Elder murmured, "So, the prospective god of destruction is privy to everything." On Earth, the journey from Namek to Earth took another 3 months. Almost a year had elapsed since Ling Xian left the realm of the gods of destruction. The spaceship touched down on the plains of Shidu. "Louis, what prompted your sudden desire to visit Earth?" "Here are my kin. I just wanted to see your parents for a moment," Ling Xian said as he flew Tai Si toward the city of Shidu. "You have relatives on Earth?" Tai Si inquired. "Indeed," Ling Xian responded, suddenly gazing upward in disbelief. "And not just one. From the heavenly realm, 4 powerful presences emerged. Based on their combat power, the strongest among them seemed to possess around 80,000 units of strength. One of these energies bore a striking resemblance to Vegetas. Why would he be on Earth at this time? Wasn't his invasion supposed to occur 2 years later?" Ling Xian murmured, furrowing his brow. Tai Si leaned against him, gently caressing his chiseled cheek. "What's troubling you?" she asked. "Nothing. I'm simply taking you to the heavenly realm for some amusement," he replied. "Once we arrive, you will understand." The direction of Ling Xian's flight abruptly shifted, soaring rapidly towards the heavens. In the celestial realm, the sun shone brilliantly, and at the center of the temple square sat a figure strikingly similar to Bardock. This individual was none other than the recently matured Sun Wukong. Nearby, 4 gravity chambers were positioned, 3 of which were occupied by individuals engaged in their training. On the outskirts of the celestial realm, a Namekian observed the lower world, suddenly gripped by an unsettling feeling, drenched in sweat. This overwhelming pressure. What is happening? It grows stronger. It has arrived. With a thunderous sound, a beam of light descended from the lower world, manifesting in the celestial realm. Its powerful shockwave knocking the deities to the ground. Who are you?" The deities were taken aback, astonished by the intruder's elevated dimensional presence. Could it be the king of the worlds? The commotion stirred Sun Wukong from his reverie in the center of the temple square. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong readied himself for battle, eyeing Ling Xian and Tai Si. Indeed, Kakarot was training in the celestial realm at this time. He would continue his training there for 2 years before participating in the Tournament of the Strongest. After that, once Chi-Chi married and gave birth to son Gohan, it would be Vegeta and his companions' turn to invade Earth. Ling Xian regarded Sun Wukong, pondering within himself. Sun Wukong exchanged glances with the deity, questioning the silence of the newcomer. Suddenly, Ling Xian asked, "Kakarot, is Vegeta inside?" Pointing toward the central gravity chamber. Kakarot? Sun Wukong, though still somewhat oblivious since maturing, had developed a deeper understanding of his lineage. Upon hearing Ling Xian call him Kakarot, he blurted out, "You are a Saiyan." The deity also noticed the tail at Ling Xian's waist, exhaling in relief. "Wukong, he appears to belong to the same race as you." In his view, since Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa had appeared on Earth without malicious intent, this Saiyan should likewise harbor no ill will. Sun Wukong also observed Ling Xian's tail and remarked, "Vegeta is inside. You two have fled here." Vegeta and his companions had indeed been pursued by Frieza's army and sought refuge on Earth. Fled? Tai Si chuckled, covering her mouth. Who would dare make Ling Xian flee? He wouldn't allow anyone else to escape. Ling Xian was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling Whis' words about Vegeta and his companions being relentlessly hunted. He shook his head. "I did not come here as a fugitive. Just call Vegeta out. And you may refer to me as Lewis." "Very well, I shall summon Vegeta." Sun Wukong approached the central gravity chamber and pressed the communication button from the outside. "Vegeta, a Saiyan named Lewis is here to see you." "Who are you?" A loud shout echoed through the communications device, and the gravity chamber opened, revealing a figure. His hairline was notably high, his forehead gleaming, and he was clad in a snug training suit. It was Vegeta, who firmly grasped Goku, demanding, "Is Lewis here? Where is he?" Before Goku could respond, Ling Xian interjected, "Vegeta, it's been a while." Vegeta gazed at the person behind Goku, staggering slightly. It was indeed Lewis. "Lewis, you have finally returned." Chapter 21. Arrival on Earth. Vegeta was overwhelmed with excitement. Upon seeing Ling Xian, he immediately expressed the frustrations that had been bottled up inside him. From the great escape of planet Vegeta to the interference of Frieza's army that thwarted their return to the galactic headquarters, he had no choice but to seek assistance on Earth alongside Raditz and Nappa. After hearing everything, Ling Xian understood why Vegeta had come to Earth. The historical inevitability was indeed remarkable. Vegeta had arrived on Earth and was training with Goku in the other world. "Lewis, our planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza. You must avenge us Saiyans." Vegeta shouted, clenching his fists. "Very well, I acknowledge the plight of planet Vegeta. This vengeance shall be yours to exact. I shall refrain from intervening." Ling Xian waved dismissively. "Were you not appointed as a candidate for the God of Destruction? With a mere flick of your finger, you could obliterate Frieza. Why do you not take action?" Vegeta exclaimed, his voice raised. In the past, King Vegeta had posed a similar question to Ling Xian, who had coldly refused the king's request at that time. But now, "I could indeed vanquish Frieza, yet would you truly allow me to do so?" Ling Xian replied calmly. This time, Ling Xian did not coldly dismiss Vegeta's plea. Since the Saiyans had joined the Galactic Patrol, they had undergone a transformation, evolving from fierce marauders into guardians of the universe, akin to the solid defense force of the Sixth Universe. Vegeta fell silent. Ling Xian asked again, "Do you still desire my intervention? If so, I will promptly seek vengeance for our Saiyan lineage." "Never mind." Vegeta's stoic face unexpectedly broke into a smile. "Let us handle it ourselves." Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan race, was a proud warrior. Faced with the enemies of his kind, he was unwilling to rely on the candidate for the God of Destruction. He yearned to exact revenge with his own hands. "Kakarot, will you join me in seeking vengeance?" Vegeta turned to the contemplative Goku. In the past, he would have lacked the confidence to utter such words, especially considering that Frieza was the emperor of the universe. However, after arriving on Earth, he had gained newfound confidence. The methods of cultivation on Earth, along with the gravity chambers. Furthermore, there exists an individual of utmost significance. None other than the present Sun Wukong. "Very well, I shall accompany you at that time." Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled innocently. "You foolish one," Vegeta remarked, both amused and exasperated by the simplicity of Sun Wukong. Ling Xian was equally entertained by Sun Wukong's demeanor. Vegeta had changed, yet Sun Wukong remained the same. It was rather delightful. Suddenly, Ling Xian inquired, "When do you plan to seek vengeance?" Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta. Vegeta frowned and replied, "In another 2 years." Without a doubt, The combined strength of Kakarot and myself will surpass Frieza. Very well. At that time, I shall personally witness your revenge. Ling Xian refrained from reminding Vegeta of Frieza's true power. After all, one cannot transform into a Super Saiyan without encountering some tribulations. Ling Xian grasped Tai Si's hand, preparing to turn away when a thought struck him. Would you two care to learn some formidable techniques elsewhere? What techniques? Sun Wukong inquired. The Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Ling Xian spoke slowly. If you wish to learn, I can have King Kai instruct you. Excellent. Vegeta immediately nodded in agreement. A technique praised by a potential god of destruction must possess remarkable qualities. Sun Wukong added with enthusiasm, then, I wish to learn as well. With their agreement, Ling Xian did not take them to King Kai immediately. Firstly, in his assessment, Vegeta's combat power stood at around 70,000, while Sun Wukong appeared to be at 80,000. Vegeta remained the perennial second. Secondly, their martial arts training was still insufficient, particularly for Sun Wukong. Ling Xian, under Whis' guidance, could easily discern the inadequacies in Sun Wukong's martial foundation. Only by fully embracing the teachings of that individual would Sun Wukong have a chance to enter the Ultra Instinct state at the upcoming Tournament of Power. As for that individual, Ling Xian referred to Bobo. Ling Xian suspected that Bobo might belong to the angelic race, since, in the eyes of others, Bobo had long served the deity of Earth. Beyond that, Bobo's demeanor closely resembled that of an angel, unperturbed by joy or sorrow, devoid of desires. Training the young Sun Wukong, he could achieve a perfect balance. When training Son Goten and Trunks to transform into Super Saiyans, he similarly maintained equilibrium. Finally, Ling Xian chose not to disturb Bobo for the time being. He departed with Tai Si, allowing the four Saiyans to continue their training in the other world. Lewis, what was that place we just visited? That was the other world, the dwelling place of the Earth's deity. Unbeknownst to many, the Earth is not devoid of celestial beings. It is not solely you who remains in ignorance. Numerous inhabitants of our planet share this unawareness. Furthermore, your prolonged existence within the cosmos has rendered it even more improbable for you to acquire such knowledge. Indeed, this is a valid point. The two soared back to the western capital, and time swiftly passed. Another year elapsed. Throughout this duration, Ling Xian resided within the home of Tai Si. He was strikingly handsome, quickly earning Bulma's approval. As for the Briefs couple, they harbored no objections towards Ling Xian. On the contrary, they found the situation rather favorable. With Tai Si now married, it was hoped that she would be better safeguarded. After all, allowing a woman to traverse the universe unaccompanied is undeniably perilous. Ling Xian, however, vowed to protect Tai Si at all costs, granting her the freedom to pursue her desires. Bulma remained skeptical, believing that Ling Xian's slender physique could not possibly shield Tai Si from harm in the vastness of space, unless he possessed powers akin to those of Sun Wukong or Vegeta. It was not until Tai Si revealed Ling Xian's true identity and compelled him to demonstrate his prowess that Bulma's doubts were dispelled. Upon witnessing Ling Xian obliterate a nearby planet, she realized her misjudgment. His noble lineage and formidable strength were far beyond her expectations. This revelation brought immediate solace to the Brief family. Chapter 22. King Kai's Fist, Spirit Bomb. On this day, 1 year later, Ling Xian found himself in the heavenly realm. He arrived alone, noting that only 3 of the 4 gravity chambers were occupied. Sun Wukong sat in meditation at the heart of the Divine Temple's plaza. Greetings, esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. The Kai approached with reverence, having learned of Ling Xian's identity over the past year. No need for formalities. Understood. How long has Kakarot been meditating? Sun Wukong had been in meditation for half a year. The Kai pondered this. Half a year, you say? Ling Xian stroked his chin, glancing at the remaining 3 gravity chambers. It was evident that the training methods employed by Vegeta and the others differed from Sun Wukong's. One engaged in meditation to grasp martial arts, while the others utilized the gravity chamber to enhance their strength, tailoring instruction to the individual. Ling Xian gazed thoughtfully at the inner sanctum of the temple, recognizing the teachings of Bubbles. I shall return later. Please inform me when Kakarot awakens. Ling Xian prepared to depart the heavenly realm. Suddenly, an exceedingly faint ethereal aura emanated from Sun Wukong, only to dissipate moments later. This signifies the foundation of a mastery in the Ultra Instinct, Ling Xian observed, arching an eyebrow at Sun Wukong, who mirrored the state Ling Xian had previously achieved in his own training of the Ultra Instinct. However, unlike Sun Wukong, Ling Xian had attained the initial form of this mastery through system rewards and had subsequently trained for 4 years to reach a state of perfect Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong truly embodies the essence of a protagonist from Dragon Ball. His innate talent is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Ling Xian has reaffirmed his thoughts. It is evident that Bobo is no ordinary being. Sun Wukong rose to his feet and approached Ling Xian, smiling. Lewis, what brings you here? Have you forgotten what I told you? You mentioned training in the Kaioken. Sun Wukong was elated. Please summon Vegeta. And what of Raditz and Nappa? They lack the requisite talent, so there's no need to call them. Go on. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded, offering no further comment. He called for Vegeta, who appeared equally delighted. The Kaioken, revered by the candidate destroyer, must indeed be formidable. Ling Xian led the two and vanished from the realm of the heavens. The North Chaos planet resides in the underworld, a place that would elude ordinary individuals. However, Ling Xian was different. As a candidate destroyer, he had attained a dimensional status equivalent to that of a KO, thus possessing knowledge of the underworld's whereabouts. Accompanied by Sun Wukong, he traversed the barrier separating the human realm and arrived at the entrance of the King of Hell's palace. Halt! A spectral guard from the King of Hell's palace stepped forward. You are mere mortals. How dare you trespass into the underworld? Send them back to the mortal realm. Before he could finish, a voice emanated from within the palace, filled with trepidation. Who dares to enter the King of Hell's domain? A colossal bull-headed figure, resembling the Ox King, rushed out, panic etched across its face. Soon, it realized that the visitors were not the 5 familiar KO, but rather a young man of equal dimensional stature and 2 mortals. You must be the King of Hell. I have matters to discuss with the North KO, so kindly refrain from bothering me, Ling Xian stated nonchalantly, then led Sun Wukong and the others toward Snake Way. The King of Hell remained speechless, perplexed about the identity of this new KO. As they traversed Snake Way, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained silent. Hey, Vegeta, why do so many fear Lewis? Need I even say? Who wouldn't fear a candidate destroyer? Is a candidate destroyer truly that powerful? With but a single finger, he could extinguish your life. What do you think? Lewis, is what Vegeta said true? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Ling Xian. Ling Xian's lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself, this fool isn't contemplating a duel, is he? Noticing Ling Xian's silence, Sun Wukong spoke again. Lewis, could you engage in a battle with me? Absolutely not. Ling Xian replied firmly. Displeased with the sluggish pace, he seized Sun Wukong and Vegeta, vanishing from Snake Way in an instant. In the next moment, they appeared at the end of Snake Way, where a diminutive star orbited overhead. Let us proceed. Ling Xian flew to the North King Star with his 2 companions. The moment they landed, a great gorilla appeared before the trio. Bablis, cease your pestering, Ling Xian said, instantly recognizing the creature and swatting it away with a single strike. Sun Wukong and Vegeta swallowed hard, astonished by the rudeness displayed. North King, come forth. Ling Xian's voice resonated across the entirety of North King Star. Awakened from slumber on the far side of the planet, the North King opened his eyes in fury. Who dared to disturb his rest? Enraged, he dashed for a minute before finally confronting Ling Xian. Who are you to interrupt someone? He began, but abruptly gasped in shock, staring at Ling Xian. Who are you? How is your dimension so elevated? And why do you have 2 mortals with you? The North King's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening today that a god of such caliber would arrive in his domain? Enough, North King. I am here to request your tutelage in teaching them the King Fist and Spirit Bomb, Ling Xian stated. How do you know I possess those techniques? And who are you? The North King narrowed his brow. Spare me the trivialities and just teach them, Ling Xian replied dismissively. I will consider it. But you must first tell me a joke, the North King said, perplexed by Ling Xian's identity and the presence of 2 mortals. However, sensing that Ling Xian's aura was not malevolent, he entertained the notion of teaching them. Ling Xian, with a furrowed brow, lifted his hand, revealing a purple orb of energy. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted, causing the entire North King Star to tremble. Sun Wukong and Vegeta shuddered at the display of power. Feeling no inclination to resist, it was evident that should they be struck, survival was not an option. They exchanged glances, both incredulous at the ferocity of this being. How? How can you unleash destructive energy? The North King gasped, memories of Beerus' devastating actions against his planet flooding back. Could it be? Has Lord Beerus perished? No. You are the current god of destruction. The North King's complexion drained of color, his throat dry with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, far away in the realm of destruction, Beerus sneezed suddenly. Who is speaking ill of me? He pondered. If Lord Beerus were to learn of your words, do you believe your North King star would remain unscathed? Realizing Beerus was indeed alive, the North King fell to the ground, shielding his planet as he trembled. His voice quaking, no? Please, this is my last remaining planet. I am disinterested in your North Kaishin. My focus is solely on teaching the two of them. Ling Xian dispersed the destructive energy in his hands. If Lord Beerus is not dead, then you must indeed be the current candidate for the god of destruction. The North Kaishin, rising from the ground, exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, that slothful creature has even taken on disciples. Ling Xian addressed the North Kaishin. Is that acceptable? The North Kaishin dared not oppose, swallowing hard, and assured, rest assured, esteemed candidate god of destruction, I shall teach them well. Very well. Then they shall be entrusted to you. Ling Xian turned to Son Goku and the others, stating, focus on your training. I shall take my leave for now and return to fetch you in a year. As Ling Xian prepared to depart, he turned once more and added, by the way, the spirit bomb may not be suitable for everyone. Do not be disheartened if you cannot master it. Just ensure you learn the Kaioken technique. Before you transform into Super Saiyans, the Kaioken will be the most beneficial technique for you. The spirit bomb, it seems, can only be learned by those with a pure heart. Not everyone can master the spirit bomb. Ling Xian was offering a precautionary warning to Vegeta, sparing him the potential disappointment of failure. After concluding his words, Ling Xian departed. Chapter 23. Inciting Louis. Ling Xian returned to Earth, where he remained alongside Tais. Soon, he received a communication from Whis, requesting him to bring Tais back to cook. However, Ling Xian was not inclined to agree. He jested that Tais was now his woman, and thus she should no longer be made to cook. This earned him eye rolls from Whis and Beerus, deeming him a scoundrel who prioritized romance over duty. At that moment, Tais suggested inviting Beerus and Whis to Earth instead, as her culinary skills were far from exceptional in comparison to the many who could cook better than her there. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis's eyes lit up with excitement. Yet, they were currently embroiled in an affair that precluded them from immediately traveling to Earth, thus postponing their plans. When Ling Xian inquired about the reason, they remained tight-lipped. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus and Whis stood before the palace, gazing up at the sky. Lord Beerus, are you truly not going to inform Louis about the other universe candidates for the god of destruction coming to the 7th universe? What purpose would that serve? Do not forget, those individuals are merely here to vex me. Upon seeing me take on a candidate for the god of destruction, they will undoubtedly follow suit. Beerus gritted his teeth, expressing, they will surely recruit some individuals who have attained divine power, with Louis's battle power of 1.5 billion. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan will not change the outcome. The mere thought is infuriating. Whis chuckled, remarking, well, who can blame Lord Beerus for having such poor relations? Every god of destruction across the universes seeks to mock you. Even your own brother wishes to come over and taunt you. Wait another 2 years, and we shall see who ends up mocking whom. Indeed, with Louis's physique, no one can defeat him. Perhaps even Lord Beerus, you might have the opportunity to retort, remarked Whis with a smile. Beerus's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, the strength of the candidate destroyers from other universes must possess divine capabilities. If I were to engage in battle with Louis and fail to emerge victorious, would I not have the perfect opportunity to mock them in return? Currently, Louis possesses a mere combat power of 1.5 billion. Yet, even with this formidable force, he cannot overcome Whis, let alone the candidates for god of destruction from other universes. Fortunately, Whis remains unaware of Beerus's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly remark that not even he, nor his father, could devise a solution. Beerus erupts into maniacal laughter. Let us proceed to Earth. Those rascals will surely come looking for me. Gulp. Whis swallows hard, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, Tais has mentioned that Earth is replete with delectable treats. This is delightful news. Let us hasten our departure. In the northern galaxy, at Frieza's headquarters. Damn it. A sharp and sinister voice reverberates throughout the entirety of Frieza's domain. All the extraterrestrials in the hall remain silent, fearful of inciting the wrath of the cosmic tyrant. Frieza crushes the wine glass in his hand, gritting his teeth in fury. Cursed Galactic Patrol, why must you stand against me? Frieza is unaware of the Saiyans' motivations for joining the Galactic Patrol. All he comprehends is that they have betrayed him. Betrayal is his deepest loathing. Thus, he has relentlessly pursued the Saiyans with his forces. Initially, there was some success, eliminating several Saiyans. However, as time progressed, the Scions grew wise, retreating to the Galactic Patrol headquarters whenever they encountered Frieza's army. That headquarters is a place even Frieza dares not invade. Coupled with the incident from 4 years prior, when a candidate for God of Destruction infiltrated his stronghold, Frieza has since refrained from hunting the Scions. Over the years, the Scions have grown increasingly powerful, particularly that Bardock, whose combat prowess has surpassed even that of the Ginyu Force. If he refrains from intervening, there will be no one left in Frieza's army capable of restraining the Scions. However, he remains wary of that candidate for God of Destruction. At this moment, Frieza, my lord, I have heard a legend. An extraterrestrial rushes into the palace. Hastening to Frieza's side, Frieza, my lord, I have come across a tale of immortality. Upon hearing this, Frieza's countenance shifts dramatically. Speak quickly. I overheard an ancient race mention that by locating the fabled Dragon Balls, one could fulfill any wish. Any wish? Does that not imply not only the gift of immortality but also the acquisition of immense power? Frieza's expression brightens. If the ancient race spoke true, it is indeed possible. Now, tell me, where can the Dragon Balls be found? The extraterrestrial wipes the sweat from his brow. My lord Frieza, I merely heard of it, and do not know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. As soon as those words leave his lips, an icy aura of menace envelopes the palace. Find out. You must discover the location of the Dragon Balls. As long as I attain immortality and great power, the Galactic Patrol headquarters shall fall before me. Earth. Ling Xian reclined in the backyard of Tai Si's home, savoring a refreshing drink, indulging in the pleasures of life. Tai Si was not present. She had gone shopping with Bulma. After all, the two sisters had not seen each other for many years. Sisterly bonds. Now they were inseparable, spending every day together. At that moment, a radiant spectrum of colors materialized before Ling Xian. Ah, enjoying life, are we? A voice chimed. Is that not my lord Beerus? Ling Xian opened his eyes and chuckled. Aren't you supposed to be busy? You wouldn't come to Earth when summoned. Yet here you are now. His tone was laced with playful mockery. Beerus gritted his teeth. You little brat. With a glint in his eyes, Beerus teased. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Was stifled a laugh nearby. Ling Xian closed his eyes. My lord Beerus, I have no desire to listen. 2 lines of frustration crossed Beerus's forehead as Whis burst into laughter. You may not wish to listen, but you shall. Beerus huffed. The good news is, you are about to rise to prominence. Ling Xian raised an eyebrow and reopened his eyes. And the bad news? The bad news is that you must fight against the candidate destroyers from other universes. What? Ling Xian sprang up from his lounge chair, his gaze fixed intently on Beerus. He finally understood the true meaning behind Beerus's words about rising to fame. This indeed meant he would battle the candidate destroyers from other universes, and with his immunity, failure was not an option. Thus, he would make a name for himself throughout the Omni King's universe. My lord Beerus, your plans are quite astute, he exclaimed with a laugh. Ah, the weather is delightful. Beerus whistled, glancing up at the sky. Ling Xian's lips twitched slightly. The reason he complimented Beerus on his clever schemes was that if he were to fight against other destroyers, he would naturally be in an invulnerable position. In this manner, he could turn the tables on Beerus, jesting that a master of divine realms could not even defeat a mere mortal. Beerus, who was already loathed by all destroyers, had little concern for inciting further animosity. However, it seemed Beerus was intent on dragging him into this fray. All right, you little rascal, as your master, I must ask whether you will assist me with this endeavor. Beerus patted Ling Xian on the shoulder, his demeanor calm and composed. Of course, I shall help. Ling Xian gritted his teeth, displaying an outward appearance of anger, yet his heart remained utterly unperturbed. As the saying goes, one withers, another flourishes. He had long been bound to the 7th universe. Moreover, in Ling Xian's eyes, Beerus and Whis were akin to both mentors and friends. Should Beerus wish to retort, Ling Xian would naturally lend him assistance. A slight smile played upon Ling Xian's lips as he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to engage with other candidates for the role of destroyer. Suddenly, Ling Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, Lord Beerus, besides the 11th universe, have any other universes recruited candidates for the position of destroyer? Whis finally spoke up, chuckling, ah. Ever since Lord Beerus took you on as a candidate, other destroyers have done the same. Ling Xian covered his eyes, finally realizing just how poor Beerus's reputation was. While others had prepared well in advance, they were merely waiting to mock Beerus. Beerus scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated that reclaiming his dignity would require the intervention of his successor. Well then, Lord Beerus, when will they arrive in the 7th universe? In a year. In a year? Oh, do you have something on your mind? Beerus looked at Ling Xian with curiosity. Ling Xian shook his head. Vegeta and Goku had gone to King Kai's place to learn the Kaioken technique, and he planned to retrieve them in a year. Additionally, a year later, they intended to seek vengeance on Frieza. To his surprise, the candidates from other universes would also descend upon the 7th universe in a year's time. It seemed the timing posed a bit of a conflict. Ultimately, Ling Xian said little more as Beerus and Whis settled on Earth. Upon their arrival, they quickly discovered that Tai Si was indeed correct. Earth was a veritable paradise for food. Even the most casual street vendor offered culinary delights that neither had ever encountered before. Beerus and Whis marveled at why they had not discovered this planet sooner. Beyond the cuisine, the duo soon noticed something rather peculiar about Earth. In the northern region stood a towering stone spire, with a mysterious realm above it. They had ventured into this realm once before, but had found nothing amiss. They merely knew that both the realm and the stone tower were ancient. In the end, Beerus and Whis could only leave the matter unresolved. Chapter 24. Goku and his companions master the Kaioken technique, while Beerus and Whis reveled in the world of gastronomy. Ling Xian commenced his training. This marked his first foray into cultivation since departing from the realm of the destroyers, focusing his efforts on 3 aspects: strength, dimensions, and rules. In terms of strength, his current combat power measures at 1.5 billion before transformation, and upon becoming a Super Saiyan, it escalates to a staggering 75 billion. Dimensionally, he resides at the king level. Concerning the rules, he is only capable of condensing destructive energy into a sphere the size of a fist. To achieve breakthroughs in these 3 aspects within a year seems exceedingly unrealistic unless rewarded by the system. With no sign-in tasks issued by the system, Ling Xian can only focus on one area in hopes of making progress after a year. After contemplation, he deduces that concentrating on dimensional advancement would be most advantageous for several reasons. Firstly, regarding strength, Ling Xian has reached a current plateau that renders further enhancement highly challenging. Even if an increase is possible, it would be marginal unless he ascends to Super Saiyan 2, which would amplify his original strength by 100-fold, resulting in a combat power of 1.5 trillion. However, it is essential to remember that he has only recently attained Super Saiyan 1, making further progression unrealistic. This is why he opted not to train after emerging from the realm of the God of Destruction, instead choosing to accompany Tais. Secondly, in terms of destructive rules, the magnitude of the destructive energy sphere he can condense is contingent upon his inherent strength. The capacity of a container determines how much water it can hold. Ling Xian's ability to condense a fist-sized destructive energy sphere is already at its limit. Attempting to create a larger destructive sphere is utterly impossible. It is crucial to note that other candidates for the role of God of Destruction have also mastered the rules of destruction over thousands of years. Even if Ling Xian could condense a larger destructive energy, it would pale in comparison to those who have trained extensively. Thirdly, the dimension differs from the previous 2 aspects. Ling Xian's current dimensional level has already reached that of a king. A breakthrough would elevate him to the divine level, which is the dimension occupied by both the God of Destruction and the King of Kings. Once Ling Xian ascends to the divine level, his strength will transmute into divine power. As previously mentioned, divine power differs from mortal power. Under equal combat power, the crisis posed by divine power is substantially greater. Additionally, a critical advantage of breaking through to the divine dimension is a significant increase in lifespan. However, even with progress in the dimensional realm, Ling Xian acknowledges that he would not be able to defeat other candidates for the role of God of Destruction. He does not entertain thoughts of defeating others, but recognizes that they cannot annihilate him either. The outcome is destined to be a stalemate, leading Ling Xian to choose to invest his efforts in dimensional advancement. Nevertheless, it is important to note that mastering dimensions requires more than just talent. It demands a considerable amount of time, and perhaps even fate and luck. Thus, Ling Xian ascends once more to the celestial realm. In the celestial temple, the celestial gods continue their observations of the lower realm. One of the gods wipes the cold sweat from his brow, astonished to discover that a true God of Destruction has arrived on Earth. A ray of light descended from the lower realms, and the figure was none other than Ling Xian. The celestial being inquired, "Honorable candidate destroyer, do you require something?" Ling Xian replied with a smile. "I have come to request the use of your temporal spirit chamber. Might you grant me this favor?" The celestial being pondered, "If I refuse, shall the earth face destruction?" Swallowing hard, Despite his bewilderment at how Ling Xian knew of the chamber, he nodded in agreement. Naturally, there is no issue. Very well, lead me forth, Ling Xian said. Please, follow me, the celestial being responded, guiding Ling Xian into the divine palace and through the long corridor. Along the way, the celestial being explained the precautions regarding the temporal spirit chamber. Although Ling Xian was already well aware of its nature, he listened attentively. Upon reaching the entrance of the temporal spirit chamber, the celestial being cautioned, Honorable Candidate Destroyer, please ensure you exit within 2 years, lest you be eternally trapped within. Ling Xian refrained from informing the celestial being that, with sufficient power, one could indeed breach the spatial barriers and return to reality. With that, he entered the temporal spirit chamber. Meanwhile, in another universe, Ramsey, have you selected your candidate? I decided on mine over a decade ago. And you, Xiangpa? You won't abstain from this challenge just because Beerus is your brother, will you? Humph, I would relish mocking that skinny skeleton every day. Excellent. There remains a year for them to train. We must ensure nothing goes awry. 11 destroyers gathered to conspire against Ling Xian. On another front, the attendant angels convened. Beerus, have you discovered the origin of that divine aura from years past? Sister, I have found nothing. What are the rest of you? We have found nothing either. I inquired with Whis, but he claimed ignorance. Perhaps he truly does not know. Very well, let us seize this opportunity to investigate the 7th universe thoroughly. Indeed, as time flowed, a year passed swiftly. In the restaurant of the Tai's family in West City, Louis, try this. Tai's forked a piece of meat towards Ling Xian's lips. Ling Xian smiled gently, opening his mouth to receive the morsel. Seeing him finish, Tai tenderly wiped his mouth with a napkin. At the opposite end of the table, Whis, do not snatch that, it is mine. Lord Beerus, it is rightfully mine. Beerus and Whis were nearly at odds over the last chicken leg on the table. Lord Beerus, I am satisfied. I shall visit King Kai of the North briefly and return shortly. Ling Xian greeted and took Tai Si's hand as they departed from the hall. Upon witnessing this, the two individuals in the restaurant halted their activities. Beerus seized the opportunity to snatch a chicken leg from Whis, munching on it while he remarked, Whis, don't you think there's something a bit off about this fellow? A year ago, Louis returned from that enigmatic celestial realm after several days, and he seems somewhat different now. Whis pondered thoughtfully. It appears there is a slight dimensional variance. Indeed, I share that sentiment. It feels as though Louis is on the verge of a breakthrough to the divine level. Beerus took another bite of the chicken leg, shaking his head. I must be losing my mind. Louis has only been training for 16 years. How could he possibly achieve such a rapid ascension to the divine realm? Meanwhile, on North Kao's planet, Ling Xian and Tai Si instantaneously materialized. Suddenly, 2 overwhelming auras surged violently toward them. Tai Si's previously rosy complexion drained of color in an instant. Do not fear, Ling Xian reassured, tightly embracing Tai Si as a violet radiance enveloped them. The destructive aura cocooned the two, and the crashing waves of energy collided against the destructive force, disintegrating abruptly. You nearly startled me, Tai Si exclaimed, patting her chest. Tenfold Kaioken. Tenfold Kaioken. They shouted in unison, causing the tumultuous waves to spiral into chaos, and North Kao's planet trembled as if it were on the brink of explosion. You too. Cease this immediately. North Kao clutched a crooked tree for support, his pets, a gorilla and a grasshopper, clinging to his legs. Who are they? Their power is astonishing. Tai Si, protected in Ling Xian's embrace, covered her mouth in astonishment. They are my kin. I never imagined they would truly master the Kaioken, Ling Xian replied. As the fierce energy waves battered before them, yet they could not penetrate the shroud of destruction. After a while, the 2 crimson auras dimmed as Sun Wukong and Vegeta deactivated their Kaioken states. North Kao and his 2 pets released their grip on the tree, collapsing weakly to the ground. It's Louis. Sun Wukong noticed Ling Xian, and naturally, he also recognized Tai Si by his side. Louis, who is she? She is my wife. Ling Xian responded with a gentle smile, leading Tai Si closer. Tai Si felt a surge of happiness, gazing tenderly at Ling Xian. As Ling Xian squeezed her small hand, he turned to Vegeta. How was the Kaioken? Vegeta grinned broadly. Incredible. Frieza is doomed now. Oh, Ling Xian sensed the auras of Vegeta and Son Goku. When Son Goku arrived at North Kai's planet, his power was at 80,000 battle points, while Vegeta was slightly weaker, possessing only 70,000. Now, in Ling Xian's perception, Son Goku's strength should have reached 200,000 battle points. As for Vegeta, he still lagged behind Son Goku, seemingly holding 170,000 battle points. Huh. It seems you were quite confident in your revenge plan. Humph. I shall personally eliminate Frieza. Vegeta gritted his teeth. The image of planet Vegeta's destruction still vivid in his mind. Perhaps with his 170,000 battle points, he was still inadequate to defeat that cosmic tyrant. However, if he were to transform into a great ape, Frieza would undoubtedly be no match for him. At that moment, having met the candidate for the god of destruction, North Kai regained his strength and hurried over to pay his respects. He wished to avoid the displeasure of the other party due to a lack of proper etiquette, which could result in the obliteration of his remaining planets. Ling Xian nodded to North Kai and then addressed Son Goku and Vegeta. The year has come to an end. Since you both have mastered the Kaioken technique, let us return to Earth. Son Goku hesitated. Kakarot, what is the matter? Why do you not inquire if we have learned Lord North Kai's other technique? Son Goku grinned, hinting at a sense of pride. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted derisively. Is it that Kakarot has mastered it while I have not? Ling Xian laughed heartily. How mundane. Vegeta scoffed again. Son Goku placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder and smiled at Ling Xian. Ha, Lewis, you are indeed clever. Vegeta's expression darkened, and he finally spoke. What is so impressive about it? It is merely a spirit bomb, far inferior to the Kaioken. The word jealousy seemed to be practically stamped upon his face. Well, did I not mention that this technique is not one that everyone can learn? Vegeta, you need not take it to heart, Ling Xian interjected. Indeed. This technique can only be mastered by those with a pure heart. North Kai hastily nodded in agreement. At this point, Vegeta's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Was this not suggesting that his heart was impure? In the end, Ling Xian took Ties by the hand, leading a visibly dejected Vegeta and a joyful Son Goku away from North Kai's planet. Chapter 25. Ding. Please sign in before the deities. Upon returning to Earth, Son Goku arrived at the Capsule Corporation, while Vegeta took residence at Bulma's home. Having just returned, neither of them intended to immediately seek revenge on Frieza. They decided to rest for a while first. In the backyard, Ties and Ling Xian sat on a swing, looking down shyly. Lewis, could you please repeat what you said on North Kai's planet? Ling Xian feigned ignorance, wearing a mischievous grin as he gazed at her. What did I say? I seem to have forgotten. Ties lifted her head, pouting like an irate little lion. Her eyes were striking, especially when they widened in indignation, exuding a certain charm. Although she was an elder sister, the divine dragon's eternal youth had bestowed upon her the demeanor of a youthful maiden, truly captivating. Ling Xian's heart raced. Ties seized Ling Xian's hand, playfully biting it, and huffed, Speak quickly, or I shall bite you to death. Ling Xian pressed his lips together, ruffling her hair. If you were to bite me to death, you would have no husband left. Oh, Lewis, I am so happy. Ties beamed, leaping to the ground before jumping into his embrace, wrapping around him like a tree. The girl in his arms was soft, her fresh fragrance wafting into his senses, and a peculiar warmth blossomed within him. It was the sweet essence of happiness melting in his heart. Upon entering the Dragon Ball world, he had always dreamed of striking down Beerus and kicking the Omni King. Who would have thought he would encounter Ties? The Dragon Ball universe is replete with beautiful women, such as Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Android 18. Yet Ties possessed a beauty that was distinctly her own. She was mature and wise, yet playful and endearing. Ling Xian's hands rested on Ties' back, holding her close. He finally had something to cherish. It was ironic that he had once asked her to protect him, only to find himself deceived. Suddenly, a soft voice emanated from Ties in his arms. What have I deceived you about? You have stolen my heart. Ties lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with the reflection of Ling Xian. He clutched his chest, feeling as though struck by a sweet arrow. Cradling her delicate face, he remarked, Ties, how have you learned to tease? Her long golden hair cascaded elegantly behind her, her fair and exquisite face accentuated by her slightly parted crimson lips. I am not teasing you, and I am not your sister. I am your wife. Ties playfully stuck out her tongue, adopting a coy demeanor. The gentle breeze blew, yet it could not dispel the heat surging within Ling Xian. His Ties was simply too adorable. He cradled her face and gently nipped at her rosy lips. Ties' eyes widened in surprise. He kissed me. Her mind went blank, momentarily forgetting to resist. When she regained her senses, she leaned into him, her boldness causing her ears to flush with warmth. After a moment, their lips parted. You. Ties suddenly felt a rush of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as she pinched the hem of Ling Xian's shirt, stammering You. I apologize. Ling Xian stumbled over his words, the gravitas of a candidate for the god of destruction vanishing entirely as he appeared rather foolish and dazed. He prepared to release ties. Ties stifled a giggle, then tightened her embrace around Ling Xian, still holding him as one would a tree. After all, he is my man. Ling Xian found himself ensconced in the embrace of Tai Si, the excitement escalating and the air thickening with palpable tension. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Ling Xian lowered his gaze, while a faint smile graced Tai Si's lips as she once more closed her eyes. Suddenly, a resonating hum filled the air. A dozen radiant streams of color erupted in the sky, and an overwhelming divine presence enveloped the earth, while mortals remained oblivious. Ling Xian sensed the shift. At that moment, a notification chimed. Mission initiated. Please sign in before the gods of destruction. Reward: Divine Dimension. Ling Xian was momentarily taken aback, then elated. During his time in the realm of destruction, he had diligently cultivated his understanding of the dimension. After 4 years of arduous training, he had seen little progress. However, upon arriving on Earth and dedicating an additional year, coupled with over a decade spent in the spirit time room, he finally achieved a breakthrough. He was on the cusp of entering the divine dimension. Yet, this last step always eluded him. Now, with the system presenting this mission, his joy knew no bounds. Instead of kissing her, he gently cupped Tai Si's face and said softly, Sister Tai Si, they have arrived. Who has arrived? Tai Si asked, her eyes fluttering open, her lips pouting with anticipation. She had nearly tasted the sweetness of a kiss again and found it utterly frustrating. It's the candidate gods of destruction from other universes. They have come for me. Those wretches. How infuriating. Tai Si clenched her fists, her annoyance palpable at not being able to kiss her little boy. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she decided to act first. Lifting her chin, she pressed her lips against his. Yet, still unsatisfied, her tongue ventured forth. After a moment, Ling Xian playfully brushed her small nose and said, Wait for me to finish with them. Then I shall return to accompany you, Sister Tai Si. Go quickly, she urged. With that, Ling Xian departed the courtyard. In the northern region of Earth, 11 colorful streams manifested, revealing figures. Among them, one adorned with a halo stood out, while the other 22 exuded a formidable aura. The god of destruction from Universe 1, Iwan, spoke first. How could that rascal Beerus be on such a wretched planet? The god of destruction from Universe 10, Ramses, mockingly replied, Indeed, Universe 7 appears to be in decline. Haha. A chorus of laughter erupted among the gods of destruction. The 11 angels remained impassive, their gazes fixated on the towering structure within the northern forest of Earth. The remaining 11 figures were all candidate gods of destruction. At that moment, 2 figures appeared. Beerus coldly remarked, So they have truly come. In the 6th group, the god of destruction, Kampa, chuckled, Thin ribs, are you prepared for a friendly spar? What about your successor? With that, Kampa pretended to survey the surroundings. Your successor, surely they are not too frightened to join us. His laughter echoed. I dare say even Beerus is intimidated. Why else would he not bring his candidate? The god of destruction from Universe 4, Quatella, sneered. The assembly of gods of destruction, emboldened by their numbers, mocked the notion of a mere child being a potential successor, having trained for only a few years. What prowess could he possibly possess? Beerus scoffed. Laugh now, but we'll see if you can still find humor later. The god of destruction from Universe 2, Hellas, interjected. Any fool can boast. Let your successor step forth. Enough chatter, Beerus. It was agreed that our successors would spar. Let yours appear. Taunted the god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermout. The candidate gods of destruction exchanged amused glances, having been instructed to ensure that the successor from Universe 7 would be humiliated. At that moment, a ripple in the space heralded the arrival of a figure beside Beerus. It was none other than Ling Xian. With a chime, he successfully signed in before the array of angels and gods of destruction, earning the reward, Divine Dimension. Suddenly, a divine aura erupted from Ling Xian as he finally stepped into the threshold of divinity, transforming his mortal essence into divine power. Upon breaking into the divine dimension, Ling Xian's lifespan matched that of the Kaishin and the gods of destruction. The angels and gods of destruction instantly recognized his breakthrough, igniting a fervor among them. What is this? The divine dimension? Who is this individual? How did he achieve such a breakthrough? Could he be the candidate from Universe 7? The disbelief rippled through the assembly. How could Beerus have cultivated a successor to the divine dimension in merely a decade and a half? The gods of destruction stared at Ling Xian in astonishment. Even Beerus and Whis were left speechless. Wasn't he this boy merely at the Kai dimension? How could he have advanced so swiftly? Chapter 26. The Awe of the Gods. Greetings, esteemed gods of destruction, Ling Xian said, brushing his nose, instantly recognizing the deities and angels present. However, he also noted the presence of 11 others, their dimensions notably lower, the highest being at the King of Hell level. Though their dimensions were modest, the energy emanating from them was formidable. These 11 must be the candidates from other universes. Wait. Ling Xian suddenly spotted a familiar figure among these candidate gods of destruction. It was Toppo. In the realm of super anime, Toppo serves as the esteemed leader of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11. During the Tournament of Power, he faced off against Vegeta, and ultimately, both were eliminated simultaneously. Remarkably, after merely a decade and several years, such a feat has been accomplished. His innate talent is indeed formidable. Yet, what is the merit of such dimensional training prowess if one fails to notice the overwhelming power emanating from him? Wait a moment, there exists a destructive aura about him. He has grasped the essence of destruction. The god of destruction from Universe 8, Jiren, remarked, this young man's talent is truly terrifying. It is no wonder that Beerus has chosen him as a candidate for the god of destruction. The god of destruction from Universe 12, Qin, expressed disbelief, stating, incredible. Within just a decade, he has elevated his dimensional training to the divine level and has comprehended the principles of destruction. Kampa shook his head in disbelief. We have misjudged. How could such a scrawny figure be considered a candidate for god of destruction? The other gods of destruction exhibited similar astonishment. The angels were even more taken aback. Gazing at Ling Xian, an ethereal aura radiated from him, subtle yet profound. The gods of destruction might have momentarily overlooked it. But this was a manifestation of an angelic level of existence. How could the angels fail to recognize the state of tranquility? The candidate for god of destruction from Universe 7 is merely in his 20s, if that. One might suspect he has been training since the womb. No. Even that would only grant him an additional year. This young man is truly extraordinary. Just a moment ago, didn't you suggest I summon Lewis? How do you perceive my air now? Beerus placed his hand upon Ling Xian's shoulder, surveying the assembly of divine beings, and erupted into hearty laughter. The incredulous expressions of those before him dispelled years of his frustrations, leaving him immensely satisfied. Do not be too pleased. Do not assume your heir's remarkable talent guarantees victory in this contest. Katra glared at Beerus and Ling Xian, his visage darkened. Beerus, his rival, possessed greater strength, making Katra one of the many gods of destruction who yearned for the downfall of Universe 7. The decline of Universe 7 had been evident, and its destruction by the Omni King seemed imminent. He felt a sense of joy. Yet, unexpectedly, he perceived signs of revival within this young man from Universe 7. Indeed, this contest does not solely hinge on raw talent. True strength is imperative. Waimei patted Toppo beside him. Toppo stepped forward, and with a thunderous roar, an overwhelming destructive aura surged forth, shattering the ground and obliterating the forest. So powerful, his grasp of destruction is astonishing. He is a formidable opponent. The other candidates for god of destruction voiced their awe. The earth quaked violently, on the brink of collapse under Toppo's destructive energy. Ling Xian remained beside Beerus, his expression impassive as he observed Toppo wreaking havoc on the earth. Young man, you are courting death. Finally, Beerus spoke. The earth was a rare delicacy he had painstakingly discovered. Anyone daring to harm it would be his enemy. A palpable aura of menace radiated from Beerus as he vanished in an instant. The surrounding Toppo suddenly felt a constriction in his breath, as though he were being scrutinized by a colossal primordial beast. The destructive energy surrounding him dissipated abruptly. Stop, Whis exclaimed, taken aback. What was going on with Beerus? Why was he taking matters into his own hands? He swiftly intervened, positioning himself before Toppo, muscles taut, fists clenched with all his strength. He surged forward. At the same moment, a purple fist materialized in the void, colliding with Whis's fist. Boom. The earth trembled and cracked. In an instant, the planet exploded, causing a massive indentation in the North Galaxy. All the angels hastened to protect their respective candidates for destruction, while Whis pretended to shield Ling Xian. In the cosmic expanse, Beerus, have you lost your mind? Yuan gasped in shock. Destruction gods cannot engage in combat. Do you wish to be erased by the Omni King? Hela shouted. A multitude of destruction gods emerged, denouncing Beerus, yet none dared to confront him. Even Kampa could only boast verbally, fully aware of Beerus's wrath. At that moment, Whis separated from Beerus and retreated to Toppo's side. "Be Beerus, if you seek a fight, then I shall oblige." Whis spoke defiantly, though his trembling hand betrayed his composure. Toppo's pupils constricted as he noticed this detail, gazing intently at Beerus. The destruction god of the seventh universe was indeed formidable. Even Lord Whis could not withstand a single blow from him. The other candidates for destruction displayed expressions of disbelief, realizing that there were indeed disparities among the gods of destruction. Beerus disregarded the assembly of deities and turned to Whis, commanding, "Restore the earth." "Yes." Whis waved his staff, reversing time by 2 minutes, and the earth returned to its previous, undamaged state. Ling Xian smirked slightly, enjoying the spectacle. Why destroy the earth just for the sake of mockery? Was that not courting death? However, Beerus was undeniably powerful. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate this time," Beerus remarked, glancing at Toppo behind Whis, before coldly declaring, "I warn you all. Should anyone dare to ruin my earth, I shall annihilate you." The candidates for destruction shuddered, overwhelmed by his formidable intent. Toppo's back was already damp with cold sweat, clearly intimidated. "Enough chatter. Are you ready, skinny bones? Let us commence our spar." At that moment, Kampa stepped forward, the only one bold enough to confront Beerus in his fury, for he was indeed Beerus's own brother. "What's the rush?" Beerus concealed his frosty demeanor, instead adopting a playful visage as if the recent events had never transpired. "Lewis, speak up. When do you wish to spar with them?" "Perhaps in a few days. After all, the esteemed gods of destruction have traveled great distances to the seventh universe. They should rest a while first," Ling Xian finally interjected. The assembly of gods of destruction displayed smiles, with Jean mockingly commenting, "Beerus, look at your successor, so considerate of others, and then look at yourself." "Humph. If I'm displeased, I can always start a fight," Beerus retorted before vanishing alongside Whis. This left Ling Xian alone to accompany the deities. "Esteemed gods of destruction, please follow me," Ling Xian announced, soaring into the sky. The gods exchanged glances and subsequently followed suit. The other candidate gods of destruction closely trailed behind, their eyes fixed on Ling Xian ahead, marveling at his astonishing talent. However, talent does not equate to strength, and they remained confident about their upcoming match. The angels flew at the rear. They were astonished that the candidate god of destruction from the seventh universe possessed such remarkable aptitude. Indeed, that young man named Lewis seems to have grasped the perfect state of liberation. No wonder Beerus chose him as a candidate. The seventh universe is on the rise, the angels remarked. At that moment, Bados suddenly furrowed her brow. "Sister, have you noticed that tall tower in the center of the forest?" There stood a towering edifice in the northern forest of Earth, piercing the clouds. The angels trembled slightly, having also noticed the ancient structure adorned with numerous mysterious inscriptions. They all turned their gazes toward Kes. With a grave expression, Kes replied, "I see it. That tower is exceedingly ancient, and I cannot discern its origins. This planet is quite extraordinary." Upon hearing this, the angels fell into stunned silence. If even their elder sister could not recognize the tower, it was indeed remarkable. "Let this group of youngsters finish their sparring first, and then we shall inquire with Whis," Kes said, her brows knitted in concern. "We need to ask him about the origins of that divine aura from years ago, and whether he knows anything about the tower on this planet." Chapter 27. Sparring with the candidate gods of destruction. Unaware of the angels' astonishment, Ling Xian instructed Tai Si to arrange accommodations for the deities, with Beerus' prior warning. Both the gods of destruction and their candidates dared not cause chaos on Earth. Beerus was pleased with the deities' conduct, yet Xiang Pa could hardly contain himself. He had come to this place expressly to mock Beerus. Unfortunately, he would have to wait another 2 days. Therefore, Xiang Pa urged Bados to present his favorite delicacy, the bird egg. The mockery of the seventh universe certainly does not encompass such delectable delights. Initially, Beerus believed he had stumbled upon a culinary treasure, only to be met with bitter disappointment after a single taste, prompting him to deride the dish as utter rubbish. With a swift wave of his hand, he summoned Whis to bring forth instant noodles. The angel, the god of destruction, and the candidate for the role of god of destruction each received a bowl of noodles. Lo and behold, Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this? It's absolutely divine." Each strand of noodle and every sip of broth was an exquisite delight. "I'm finished. Is there any more?" Upon witnessing Beerus' delight, he erupted into laughter. Kampa, shrinking away, dared not utter a word as he savored his noodles. Days passed, and the gods remained enraptured by Earth's culinary offerings, nearly forgetting their purpose for gathering. In the backyard of the Tai's family, Quatella observed the gods of destruction indulging in ice cream, pudding, and sweets, and exclaimed, "Have you all forgotten why we are here? We came to seek out Beerus' successor for a sparring match." Boom. The 10 gods of destruction suddenly snapped to attention. Kampa approached Beerus, thrusting a finger towards him and berating, "You, Beerus, how dare you tempt us with food? Do you think we will let this slip by without a fight?" Helles, savoring a spoonful of pudding, remarked with a look of delight, "Beerus, you have truly gone too far." Lamus, after gulping down a chilled beer, burped loudly. Thank goodness for that old mouse's reminder. Otherwise, we would have completely forgotten. The assembly of gods of destruction launched a verbal assault on Beerus. With an eye roll, Beerus retorted, "You forgot your purpose and now blame me? Enough chatter. Let us commence the sparring starting today." Humph. I was in a good mood and offered you fine delicacies. Yet here you are, feasting and cursing. Who do you think you are intimidating? His Lewis was already in an invincible position. If they wished to be mocked, then let it begin. Whis, summon Lewis. Certainly. With Whis' intervention, Ling Xian appeared in an instant. Lord Beerus, what is the matter? They seem eager for a mockery. Let the games begin. Do not delay. Not a problem. But I would like 2 individuals to witness the caliber of a candidate for God of Destruction. Ling Xian requested Whis to locate Vegeta and Goku, only to learn from Whis that Vegeta had taken Goku, Raditz, and Nappa away from Earth. What? Where are they headed? It seemed they were venturing towards the direction of Namek. Ling Xian was taken aback. What was happening? Piccolo was alive, and the Supreme Kai was unharmed. Why had they all gone to Namek? It turned out that during the 3 years that Vegeta had spent on Earth, he had developed a relationship with Bulma. Aware of Bulma's sister's connection with the Galactic Patrol officer, Gak, Vegeta made contact through ties to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Far away at the Galactic headquarters, King Vegeta finally received news of his son and sent a message to Vegeta. Frieza had discovered the legend of the Dragon Balls on Namek and was en route there. If Frieza obtained the Dragon Balls, the Saiyans would be doomed. Consequently, King Vegeta rallied all the young Saiyans, leading over 500 of them towards Namek. The 7th universe was in an uproar. On one side stood the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, and on the other, the rising Saiyan race. A monumental clash between these 2 forces was imminent. Upon learning this information, Vegeta immediately departed Earth with Goku and the others. Through Whis' narration, Ling Xian comprehended the entire sequence of events. The blood within him surged with fervor. The Saiyan race was about to confront Frieza. The mere thought of it sent shivers of excitement down his spine. He longed to witness the spectacle, yet he was unable to leave. "Lewis, what are you thinking?" Beerus inquired. "Lord Beerus, please commence. After the battle, I must venture to Namek." Ling Xian restrained his exhilaration. Beerus nodded, glancing at Whis. "Whis, prepare the void battlefield." Whis smiled and said, "Sister, lend a hand." In the corner of the courtyard, Kes slowly set down her ice cream and ascended alongside Whis. They arrived in a vast void, where both waved their staffs simultaneously. A hum resonated as 2 streams of vibrant light emanated from the staffs, permeating the void. In an instant, the void transformed into a battleground spanning 100,000 square meters. The assembled angels, destroyers, and candidate destroyers all flew into the arena. Ling Xian was the last to step onto the battlefield, which promptly froze solid outside. The destroyer of Universe 5, Iraq, spoke up. "How shall we spar this time?" The destroyer of Universe 11, Vermaud, replied, "It matters not how you choose to spar, as long as you leave Lewis to Universe 11. The destroyer of Universe 6, Kampa, fumed, "What are you thinking? Lewis belongs solely to Universe 6. The destroyers exchanged words, each eager to duel with Lewis. After all, Lewis had yet to fully mature. Defeating him would be a delightful opportunity to taunt Beerus. Otherwise, once Lewis grew stronger, it would be too late to engage in such contests. Stop, 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 esteemed lords. Why not let your heirs join forces? Ling Xian, pressed for time, wished to expedite this farce and hasten to Namek. Upon hearing this, the 11 candidate destroyers were infuriated. Such audacity. Do not think that your innate talent grants you superiority. Merely defeating any random candidate destroyer does not render you a true destroyer. Your strength is still lacking. And you have hastily adopted the arrogance characteristic of Lord Beerus. Beerus, I feel the urge to strike. Keitra approached, standing before Ling Xian, and coldly remarked, You are quite audacious, young man. Keitra had always detested Beerus's demeanor, and now he found that this young one's personality mirrored that of Beerus. Ling Xian narrowed his eyes and replied, Lord Keitra, do you harbor grievances against me? His tone was nonchalant, yet Keitra perceived an unmistakable hint of provocation. The other destroyers exchanged amused glances, clearly entertained by Ling Xian's boldness, seemingly unafraid of Keitra's wrath. Beerus nodded, seeing no fault in Ling Xian's behavior. If anything, he found it commendable. Keitra loathed him, and naturally, Ling Xian felt no fondness for Keitra in return. Do you understand whom you are addressing? Keitra's body radiated a menacing aura, causing the candidate destroyers nearby to shudder. Lord Beerus, let them join in. I am pressed for time. Ling Xian turned away, disregarding Keitra entirely. You. Keitra was seething with rage, having been so brazenly dismissed by a mere novice. He raised his hand, gathering destructive energy. The atmosphere of the void battlefield was instantly disrupted. Keitra, you have crossed a line. Beerus appeared behind Ling Xian, confronting Keitra with an impassive expression. You have indeed gone too far. The onlookers, including the deity Mimei, were taken aback. Just days prior, Topo from his universe had merely damaged a fraction of a planet, and here Keitra was threatening to annihilate Topo. This was not an overstep. Such protective instincts were unprecedented. The assembled deities were rendered speechless. If he seeks death, I shall oblige. Keitra withdrew his hand and turned to his universe's candidate destroyer, commanding, Troy, join forces with the other candidate destroyers and eliminate that young man. Understood. Troy, the candidate destroyer from the fourth universe, nodded in compliance. The other candidate destroyers looked to their respective destroyers, who also nodded in agreement. Consequently, all candidate destroyers ascended into the air. Witnessing this, the angels were left in a state of astonishment. Batos glanced at the composed Whis, questioning, Whis, has your candidate destroyer lost his mind? The other angels shared the same confusion, wondering if Lewis truly believed that mastering the perfect state of existence had made him invincible. How could he challenge Keitra and simultaneously engage 11 candidate destroyers? Such audacity could only be deemed either foolish or insane. Faced with the inquiries of his siblings, Whis maintained a serene silence. Kusu, tilting her small head in contemplation, pondered aloud. Could it be that he possesses unshakable confidence? Apart from madness, this is the only possibility that comes to her mind. Unshakable confidence, chuckled the fourth universe angel, Konik. This lad indeed possesses formidable talent. Having transcended dimensions to reach a divine level, yet he still falls significantly short in terms of power. Can this truly be described as unshakable confidence? The other angels, including Beerus, shared a similar sentiment. Very well, as you continue to observe, the truth shall reveal itself. Whis remarked. Ling Xian's uniqueness could not remain concealed for long, and it was inevitable that others would come to learn of it. Rather than hide it, he might as well seize the opportunity to let everyone know. Moreover, even the Grand Priest was aware of this matter and had entrusted the proper cultivation of Ling Xian to Whis, ensuring there would be no issues. Chapter 28. Disregard in the Sky. A 1v11 confrontation unfolded. Ling Xian gazed calmly at the 11 opponents before him. Among them, Topo was the one he knew best. Topo was exceptionally powerful, capable of holding his ground against the deep blue state of Vegeta in the anime, a feat not easily accomplished. As for the other candidate destroyers, Ling Xian had neither seen nor heard of them before. He was uncertain who among them was the strongest, but without a doubt, none of the candidate destroyers could be defeated by his current strength. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Troy furrowed his brow. Years ago, he had been chosen as a candidate destroyer by Quitella with the intention of defeating the candidate destroyer of Universe 7 one day. Now, that day had finally arrived. How can arrogance be a crime? Ling Xian replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. You will have your moments of regret. What gives you the audacity to challenge all 11 of us at once? The candidate destroyers questioned, shaking their heads. Unfazed, Ling Xian declared, enough with the chatter. Let us commence. Since you wish for an early demise, I shall oblige. Troy caught a glance from Quitella in the distance, signaling the other candidate destroyers to prepare for battle. At that moment, Topo shook his head, stating, ambushing is not a righteous act. It contradicts my principles. I will step aside. Bah, what are you pretending for? Let us proceed. The sparring began, and the atmosphere of the void battlefield instantly grew tense. The 10 candidate destroyers transformed into purple beams of light, slicing through the void. A torrent of destructive energy, surged toward Ling Xian. In the distance, Destroyer Beerus shook his head, commenting, "This lad is doomed. It is beyond comprehension how he dares to face 11 opponents." Quitella laughed heartily. "Beerus, your warriors are remarkably foolish." Lumsi remained non-committal, stating, "They may be foolish, but his talent is exceptional, and his courage is commendable. If only he were one of my universe's warriors." Beerus glared at Ramsey, his fury palpable. "You wretched fool. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a fate? You pitiful creature, seeking your own demise." Ramsey's indignation flared. He detested being referred to as a wretched fool. If a brawl was to ensue, so be it. Beerus approached Ramsey, his gaze frosty as ice. Ramsey was taken aback, hastily silencing himself. Facing Beerus alone was an unthinkable prospect. He would rather contend with others than confront Beerus by himself. Suddenly, a voice echoed. "It is time to commence." The assembled gods of destruction turned their attention to the distant void. With a resounding whoosh, 10 beams of purple light surged toward Ling Xian. Although Ling Xian was aware he would not be harmed, the thought of being overwhelmed by 10 substitute gods of destruction sent shivers down his spine. Surrender was not in his nature. Clenching his fists, he summoned the power within. Boom. His combat strength erupted, reaching an astonishing 1.5 billion. And the energy transformed into a brilliant gold. His hair shimmered in hues of gold and black, pulsating with energy. Boom. The very heavens trembled. Super Saiyan. His combat power soared to 75 billion. Ordinarily, this would suffice, but just days prior, Ling Xian had transcended to a divine level, transforming his strength into divine power. At this stage, his might could not be quantified merely by combat power. As Whis had remarked, Ling Xian's strength was nearing the first tier of divine realms, though he had yet to fully attain it. A tidal wave of energy surged outward, halting the advance of the 10 substitute gods of destruction. What is this? Such formidable power. No wonder he dares to challenge all 11 of us at once. Yet it remains insufficient. This strength falls far short of the first tier of divine realms. Charge. Troy took the lead, with the other substitute gods following closely. The sky was instantly cloaked in purple light. Troy materialized before Ling Xian, channeling the power of the second tier of divine realms into his fist, launching a devastating strike. Ling Xian raised his hand to block. Such overwhelming force. Although he felt no pain, the tremendous impact sent him careening backward. Just a mere encounter revealed his disadvantage. Nearby, Topo furrowed his brow, observing that the substitute god from Universe 7 faltered under the pressure. Wasn't he boasting about 1 against 11? One punch. And he was already struggling. The gathered gods of destruction watched this unfold, clutching their stomachs in laughter. Ha ha ha. Beerus, what is this nonsense from your universe? Did you think dyeing your hair gold would make you formidable? Yet, you cannot even withstand a single punch from Troy. It is truly amusing how one could mistakenly believe themselves to be a master of the 5th level of the realm of gods, only to reveal their utter inadequacy. This brash demeanor of yours mirrors that of Beerus precisely. Instead of acquiring knowledge, you have chosen to emulate this overconfident attitude, rendering your remarkable talent a complete waste. As the ridicule from a group of gods of destruction echoed around him, Beerus felt a slight flush on his face. His intention was never for Lewis to triumph over the other candidate gods of destruction. Rather, he aimed for Lewis to endure until the conclusion of this sparring match. No one could defeat Lewis. This way, he could retort. A group of second-level candidate gods of destruction could not even best a mere child who had yet to attain the powers of the realm of gods. Beerus understood that any word spoken at this moment would be an impotent rebuttal, so he chose to remain silent, awaiting the final outcome. When the results were revealed, it would be his time to speak. Noticing Beerus's silence, the other gods of destruction intensified their taunts, in stark contrast to the reactions of the gods. The angels were left utterly astonished when Ling Xian was struck by a punch. Weiss, this young man from your universe. He has emerged unscathed from Troy's full-force strike. This cannot be real. In response to the inquiries from his fellow angels, Weiss simply stated, "You will understand shortly." It was then that the angels recognized the audacity of the youth named Lewis. Such rubbish. How dare he act so cocky? After Troy struck Ling Xian, he crossed his arms and hovered in the void, laughing maniacally. Ling Xian, overwhelmed by the force of the blow, felt his candidate god of destruction attire shatter, sending him hurtling into the distance. The other candidate gods of destruction, obeying their god's command, swiftly pursued Ling Xian, determined not to let him escape easily. Each of them gathered a destructive energy sphere. The heavens dimmed. This was no mere sparring. It was a matter of life and death. You arrogant fool. Prepare to meet your end. The candidate gods of destruction hurled 10 spheres of destructive energy, imbued with formidable might, towards Ling Xian. A deluge of power. Ling Xian, propelled against the barrier of the void battlefield, found himself momentarily halted, gazing at the approaching destructive energy. Once I break through to the realm of gods, I shall obliterate you all. He gritted his teeth, shutting his eyes. Suddenly, the golden aura surrounding him vanished. In the distance, the gods of destruction assumed Lewis had given up and contemplated whether to call off their heirs. After all, he was Beerus's successor, should they truly end Lewis's life. It would lead to dire consequences. Only Katra, consumed by madness, remained unconcerned about Beerus's potential wrath. The truth was, Lewis's talent was far too formidable. If he were allowed to grow, the fourth universe would find itself overshadowed by the seventh. This simply could not be allowed. He harbors a grudge against Beerus and must eliminate Lewis. He cast a glance at Troy. Suddenly, from a distance, the golden aura enveloping Ling Xian vanished, and his hair reverted to its original black. Yet, in the next instant, an ethereal presence emanated from Ling Xian as a silvery radiance surged skyward. A silver wave of energy rolled forth, centered around Ling Xian, the realm of perfect freedom. Boom! The formidable power surged like a stampede of 1,000 horses, distorting the magnetic field and warping space itself. The entire void battlefield became cloaked in silver waves, resembling a vast ocean. With a grace that mirrored his intent, Ling Xian deftly dodged 10 destructive energy blasts. This scene, witnessed by the gods of destruction, silenced those who had previously mocked Beerus. After a moment of stunned silence, the assembly of gods erupted in disbelief. Impossible! The realm of freedom! How could this boy possibly attain such mastery? Beerus, tell me this isn't real. All the gods of destruction found themselves engulfed in shock. It was terrifying. The realm of freedom is akin to that of angels. A level of comprehension that is exceedingly rare, with virtually no one present capable of grasping it. Even if someone could, only the mightiest god of destruction, Beerus, could potentially achieve such a feat. However, unbeknownst to the gathered gods, Beerus himself had not comprehended this realm. He was still some distance away from even touching its essence. Aha! Beerus chuckled with delight, relishing the sight of those who had mocked him for years now wearing expressions of dismay. How does it feel to ridicule me for considering a mere child as a candidate for god of destruction? Do not take pride, as I have said before. Raw talent means little. True strength lies in power. Katra ground his teeth in frustration, feeling a pang of envy. He had not grasped the realm of freedom. Yet this young man had achieved a level akin to that of angels. Such talent was truly enviable. How splendid it would be if he were his successor. In that moment, Katra forgot how he had previously mocked Beerus. Indeed, even if one possesses the realm of freedom, what of it? Xiang Pa clenched his fist. Which candidate for god of destruction here does not possess power at the second level of divine realm? 1 against 10. Even with the realm of freedom, victory is impossible. Stamina remains his greatest challenge. Go, take that boy down, shouted Hellas and the other gods of destruction. Should Ling Xian endure, they would lose the opportunity to mock Beerus, and instead, be ridiculed in return. 11 against 10, and they had yet to emerge victorious. Given Beerus' nature, he would undoubtedly hold this over them forever. A disgrace. Upon hearing the commands of the myriad destroyers, the bewildered candidate destroyer unleashed all his might in a single surge. Boom. The void battlefield trembled as if it were experiencing an apocalyptic upheaval, the radiant purple light erupting in a blinding spectacle. Fortunately, the battlefield was crafted by angels, preventing any disturbance to the earth. 10 beams of purple light cleaved through the sky, hurtling towards him. Ling Xian twisted his body and charged forward. Having withstood the full-throttle assault of Weiss, he was unperturbed by these 10 beings of the second tier of divine realm. Ling Xian swiftly engaged with a silver beam, their energies entangled in a fierce clash. Bang! Bang! The immense force stirred the air, conjuring a tempest of ferocity. With each punch and kick, Ling Xian, in his state of freedom, deftly maneuvered through the ranks of the 10 candidate destroyers, occasionally landing strikes upon them. This left the candidates in disbelief. Was the state of freedom truly that formidable? Could it genuinely allow one to contend against 10 adversaries while emerging unscathed? The destroyers were astonished, yet the expressions of the angels began to shift. With widened eyes, They turned to Weiss. Weiss, scratching his nose, questioned, "Why are you all looking at me?" Chris, with a grave demeanor, inquired, "Weiss, is it possible that Lewis can disregard harm?" The angels fixated their gazes on Weiss. They had long been aware of Ling Xian's attainment of the state of freedom, and even more so of its perfection, which is why they had not been taken aback when he entered this state. However, upon witnessing Ling Xian's counterattack, they perceived a troubling anomaly. It was not merely that he had perfectly evaded the attacks of the candidate destroyers. He seemed to completely disregard them. Haha, did you not see it? Why do you still question me? Weiss replied with a faint smile. Boom. Indeed, he could truly disregard attacks. The angels swallowed hard, their disbelief palpable as they quickly turned their attention back to the distant clash. Chapter 29. The Departure of the Destroyers from Earth. What does it mean to disregard attacks? Could there truly be someone capable of such a feat? Yet the scene before them confirmed that such a person indeed existed. The angels stared in awe. The battle persisted. Ling Xian, utilizing his perfect state of freedom, weaved like an eel through the onslaught of the candidate destroyers. Even when he could not evade, he simply disregarded their strikes. The candidate destroyers soon grasped this reality, their shock palpable. Their attacks on Ling Xian yielded no injury whatsoever. As time passed, however, Ling Xian's stamina began to wane. Battling 10 foes simultaneously proved to be an insurmountable challenge. His energy could not sustain the state of freedom indefinitely. Once it faltered, he would be rendered incapable of resisting the candidates. Haha, he is exhausted. Charge! Exclaimed the fourth universe candidate destroyer. Troy erupted into laughter, overwhelmed by frustration. After enduring immense hardship to strike that individual, he found that the lad emerged unscathed. It was evident that Beerus had imparted some hidden advantage to him. No wonder he dared to face 10 adversaries alone. The other candidates harbored the same suspicion, as they could conceive no alternative explanation. They eagerly anticipated the moment when he would exhaust his strength, eager to witness how he would disregard their assaults. With that, the candidates for destruction charged towards Ling Xian, who hovered in the void, utterly drained of energy. What a vexing predicament. Ling Xian glanced at Beerus in the distance. To preserve his dignity, he had to endure a beating for a while longer. How infuriating. Enough. I shall no longer resist. I am truly fatigued. Ling Xian relinquished his struggle, allowing the onslaught of the other candidates for destruction to rain down upon him. The candidates rejoiced at this sight, their unleashed power intensifying. Boom, boom. Ling Xian's form was enveloped in thick smoke. Just as these 10 candidates believed they could vanquish him, within the smoke, their attack struck him, revealing a faint white glow emanating from his being, immunity to all negative effects. Though his clothing was torn to shreds, he remained unharmed. In the distance, preparations were underway. As Ling Xian's figure was shrouded in smoke, Beerus, witnessing this, shouted with anticipation, ready to counter with mockery. The sight of Beerus left the other destroyers momentarily stunned. Zampa furrowed his brow. Skinny bones, aren't you the least bit sorrowful that your disciple has perished? Shadala of Universe 9 scoffed. Beerus, have you lost your mind? Can't you see your disciple is dead? Wymide shook his head. It seems one should temper their arrogance. What a pity for such a prodigious talent. The other destroyers joined in the ridicule, particularly Quitella, who laughed heartily. Having harbored a grudge against Beerus, witnessing the demise of his rival's heir was truly delightful. However, Quitella's laughter was abruptly silenced, as the tables turned and Beerus erupted into hearty laughter. How can this be possible? Quitella's pupils constricted in disbelief. Jean, the destroyer of Universe 12, pointed skyward. Beerus, how is it that he remains alive? As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure with a bare torso emerged. Haha. Beerus laughed heartily, taunting the assembly of destroyers. Could it be that even 10 against 1 still cannot defeat him? The eyes of the multitude of destroyers were filled with disbelief. Beerus approached Katra, poking his chest with a mocking grin. You rubbish. Do you really think that 10 of you can defeat my successor? Katra clenched his fists, rage boiling within him, yet before he could utter a word, Beerus moved in front of Destroyer E1. You, the dead furball, do you really think you are worthy of mocking me? After this jibe, Beerus proceeded to Kampa, lightly tapping him on the face. You, the gluttonous pig, your successor is rather unimpressive, isn't he? One taunt followed another. Beerus then stood before Destroyer Waymay. Your candidate never mind, since he refrains from striking, I shall spare you my mockery. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. What a bunch of inept beings. After preparing for over a decade, you dare to ridicule my choice. Have you truly grasped my vision? Beerus clutched his belly, laughing heartily. What a collection of ignorant fools. It's laughable. To think you would dare to challenge me so brazenly. And there are 11 of you. As Beerus continued his ridicule, the faces of the destroyers grew increasingly crimson. For he spoke the truth. They had spent years preparing solely to triumph over the candidate from the 7th universe and then scorn Beerus. Who could have anticipated that Lewis would possess such extraordinary resilience? Able to withstand the assaults of 10 second-tier deities without sustaining any harm? What a disgrace. At this moment, the 11 destroyers wished they could find a hole in the ground to burrow into. They could only hope that their successors would triumph over Lingxian in the impending melee. Yet, no matter how hard they attacked, their efforts bore no fruit. Lingxian completely disregarded their assaults, suffering not a scratch. What on earth is going on? After some time, the candidates for the destroyer position continued to assault Lingxian, yet he remained unscathed. Ultimately, the 10 candidates, exhausted, plummeted from the heavens. Well then, Lord Beerus, since the sparring session has concluded, I shall take my leave. In the sky, Lingxian prepared to use instant transmission to travel to Namek, but suddenly turned to gaze at the destroyers below. Since you have come to trouble me in the 7th universe, be ready for me to return the favor. With that, Lingxian fixed his steely gaze on Kutra, smirking coldly, while the other candidates have held back. Your universe S. Troy has struck with full force. Very well indeed. Upon finishing his words, Lingxian vanished without a trace, leaving a bewildered assembly of gods of destruction and a group of angels wearing expressions of shock. Regaining his composure, Quitra's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Beerus, exclaiming, Beerus, do your subordinates wish to embrace death? It was already infuriating to be ridiculed by this skeletal figure, yet he dares to threaten me with a lackey whose power has not even reached the divine realm. Seeking death, are we? Beerus scoffed. You just commanded your people to strike with lethal intent. You had better pray that Lewis does not cultivate to our level, or your demise is inevitable. He was well aware of the Scion's penchant for vengeance. Lingxian would undoubtedly seek retribution against Kutra in the future. I'm doomed. Ha ha. You've made my day. Had I not shown you some consideration moments ago, he would not have been able to leave my presence. Quitra's face contorted with rage, nearly exploding with indignation at being threatened by what he deemed worthless. The other gods of destruction, however, had little time to concern themselves with the quarrels of these two. They were eager to interrogate Beerus about Lewis and how he could disregard the assaults of a candidate god of destruction. Just then, a voice interrupted. Lord Kutra, we must depart. It was the angel from Universe 4, Conic, who had brought his companion, the exhausted Troy, to Quitra's side. In an instant, the trio vanished from sight. What is happening? The assembled gods of destruction felt a wave of anxiety as they noted the grave expression on Conic's face. Lord Wei Mei, we too must take our leave. Lord Xiangpa, we are departing. Lord Hellas. All the attendant angels hurriedly escorted their respective gods of destruction away from Universe 7. Only Beerus and Whis were left amidst the void of battle. Beerus, in high spirits, turned to Whis and remarked, You articulated Lewis's indifference perfectly. Indeed, Whis replied nonchalantly. However, I only mentioned Lewis's disregard. I refrained from divulging the divine aura and the words my father had previously imparted to me. Quite right. That lad, Lewis. Before Beerus could finish, Whis interjected, Lord Beerus. They also inquired about the tower in the northern part of Earth. And what did you say? I said I was unaware. Chapter 30. Prelude to the Battle on Namek in the Cosmic Expanse. A spacecraft adorned with the emblem of the Galactic Patrol sped through the stars. Inside the ship's grand chamber, King Vegeta occupied the highest seat, surveying the 15 Scions before him with a solemn expression. I never imagined that such a wondrous entity as the Dragon Balls existed in this world. This time, Frieza has discovered them, and we must ensure they do not acquire them. King Vegeta, this may very well be our opportunity for revenge. Bardock stepped forward, boldly asserting his belief. For the combat prowess of the 16 Scions in the hall had all surpassed the formidable threshold of 100,000. With such overwhelming strength, they were undoubtedly capable of vanquishing Frieza. Yet, a foreboding sensation lingered within him. Even in their grade 8 forms, they might not stand a chance against Frieza. King Vegeta. We must proceed with caution. A Scion strikingly reminiscent of Goku emerged from the crowd, none other than Bardock himself. He gazed at King Vegeta, astonished that he had once led the Scions to join the Galactic Patrol. However, it was precisely this alliance that had ushered in a new era for the Scions. They were no longer mere pawns of Frieza, but had transformed into the Cosmic Guardians. The Scion's combat strength had surged dramatically, all thanks to King Vegeta's fateful decision from long ago. Bardock, I share your sentiment. Frieza's power is certainly not limited to 50,000, King Vegeta remarked, his brow furrowed. If we remain passive, once Frieza acquires the Dragon Balls, our fate as Scions will be sealed. Among the crowd, Theodore voiced his agreement. King Vegeta speaks the truth. If we continue to endure, once Frieza obtains the Dragon Balls, he will undoubtedly eliminate us Scions without hesitation. King Vegeta turned his gaze to Bardock. Bardock, you are now our foremost warrior. Once we arrive on Namek, we will rely on you. The combat strength of the 16 Scions had indeed surpassed 100,000, with Bardock being the strongest among them, boasting a power level of 150,000. They vowed to protect the honor of the Scions at all costs. Bardock cast a resolute glance at King Vegeta. The king of old would never have heeded his commands, yet now, King Vegeta had transformed. Not only had he changed, but every Scion had evolved as well. The once prevalent aggression within the Scions appeared to be dissipating, perhaps accounting for their astonishing surge in combat prowess. A profound silence enveloped the warship's hull. The imminent battle weighed heavily on the faces of the Scions, clearly influenced by the recent exchanges between King Vegeta and Bardock. Do not be troubled, King Vegeta announced, prompting the Scions to lift their heads in unison. In fact, we possess another exceptionally powerful kin. The mention of a formidable relative caused the Scions to furrow their brows in skepticism. If such a powerful being existed, how had they been relentlessly pursued by Frieza? He simply does not concern himself with us. King Vegeta recalled the image of Ling Xian from 4 years prior at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, shaking his head. Never mind him. What I wish to convey is that I have news regarding Vegeta. Where is Prince Vegeta? A throng of Scions rejoiced, and even Bardock shared in their elation. After all, Vegeta was a paragon among the Scion warriors, possessing an innate battle power of 1,000 from birth. His return to partake in this monumental conflict would undoubtedly enhance their chances of victory. Bardock, I not only possess tidings of my son, but also of Kakarot. King Vegeta recounted all that he had previously conveyed to him. Vegeta's power had surged to 170,000. Goku's strength had ascended to 200,000. Raditz had achieved a power level of 80,000. And Bardock had reached 100,000. Now, these four were en route to Namek. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Bardock exclaimed thrice in his excitement. He had never anticipated that his second son would be located by Vegeta and his companions, ascending to become the foremost warrior among the Scions. Theodore, Bibert, and the other Scions shared in this joy, for their inclusion would certainly ensure the complete eradication of Frieza's forces. In the vast cosmic expanse, alongside the Scion spacecraft heading toward Namek, another formidable vessel was also making its way there. Within this warship, Frieza lounged in a baby carriage, laughing maniacally. Once I procure the Dragon Balls, I shall swiftly eliminate the Scions. What of this substitute god of destruction? What of Beerus? I shall obliterate them all. The universe shall have but one sovereign, and that is I, Frieza. Frieza believed that the dragon could fulfill any wish imaginable, oblivious to the fact that before the god of destruction, the dragon was utterly inconsequential. Lord Frieza, a subordinate reported, we have received word that the Scion race is also en route to Namek. They likely intend to thwart our acquisition of the Dragon Balls. Jinyu stepped forward. Frieza scoffed. So what if they come? As long as they are not that substitute god of destruction from 4 years ago, I shall ensure that as many Scions as arrive will perish. Jinyu displayed signs of fear, but their mightiest Scion now possesses a battle power of 150,000. If they transform into great apes. Jinyu's words trailed off as Frieza fixed a cold gaze upon him. Surely, you do not believe that my transformation from back then was my utmost power? A colossal surge of energy erupted from him, shaking the very vessel. Accelerate. We must reach Namek post-haste. Yes, Jinyu, drenched in cold sweat, dared not utter another word. 2 formidable warships sped toward Namek, with the entire cosmic sphere keenly observing the movements of the Scions and Frieza. A cataclysmic confrontation loomed on the horizon. The aftermath of this battle would herald a significant reordering of the universe. An insidious organization allied with Frieza's forces hopes for his victory, while a righteous faction standing alongside the Galactic Patrol wishes for the triumph of the Scion race. Amidst the unnoticed expanse of the starry sky, A medium-sized spacecraft glides through the cosmos, harboring within it 4 Scions, all heading towards Namek. In the northern galaxy, on Namek, Ling Xian had just concluded a battle. His upper body bare, as he hastily made his way to the planet. He paid no mind to how he might retort to Beerus or how Beerus would explain the matter of immunity to the god of destruction angels. Ling Xian's sole focus was the impending clash on Namek. Where are they? Ling Xian surveyed his surroundings, sensing for any signs of an invasion, yet found no trace of intruders or fluctuations of battle. With a mere thought, he vanished from sight. The Grand Elder sat in a colossal chair. A look of concern etched upon his face. A calamity was imminent. Would Namek truly withstand this impending disaster? As the Grand Elder murmured to himself, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Grand Elder, it has been a while, Ling Xian greeted, waving his hand. Who are you? The Grand Elder was taken aback, glancing down to find the young man eerily familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Is it the candidate for God of Destruction? The Grand Elder finally recognized the young man before him as the candidate from 4 years prior and promptly offered his respectful greeting. I have met the candidate for God of Destruction. Ling Xian's attire was tattered, and he was unaware of the events that had transpired. Yet, such matters were beyond the purview of the Grand Elder of Namek. Compared to 4 years ago, Ling Xian's appearance had not changed significantly. But there was an undeniable shift in his aura. He has broken through again. There's no need for formalities, Ling Xian waved dismissively. The Grand Elder regained his composure and urgently requested, Candidate for God of Destruction, our Namek is on the verge of a great calamity. Can you? I will fulfill the promise I made back then. Rest assured, Ling Xian replied. During his previous visit, he had borrowed someone else's Dragon Balls and instructed Nera to convey a message to the Grand Elder that he would assist Namek in overcoming the impending disaster. Thank you. Candidate for God of Destruction. The Grand Elder's voice, though frail, conveyed a palpable sense of relief. By the way, Grand Elder, have those who intend to invade Namek not yet arrived? Ling Xian inquired once more. Currently, we have not observed anyone descending upon Namek. Not yet. I must be too anxious. Ling Xian looked at his tattered clothing and found it somewhat amusing. Had he known how Lord Beerus mocked the other destroyers, he would have hesitated before coming here. Nevertheless, now that he was here, he had no intention of returning to Earth. He feared that just as he departed from Namek, Frieza and his minions would arrive, leading to the demise of Namek. I will remain on Namek, rest assured. Elder, Ling Xian remarked before leaving the Elder's abode. Chapter 31, The Saiyan Clan Versus. The Frieza Force. A month had elapsed. In the northern region of Namek, a figure with an exposed torso sat by the lake, meditating with closed eyes. Suddenly, an ominous energy manifested above. A fierce wind howled, creating an atmosphere of profound tension. They have arrived. Ling Xian opened his eyes to behold a colossal spaceship hovering in the atmosphere. Boom. Another engine roared as yet another spacecraft appeared in the stratosphere, emblazoned with the insignia of the Galactic Patrol. Has King Vegeta and his cohort arrived as well? Ling Xian raised his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. How exhilarating. The impending clash between the Saiyan and the Frieza Force was thrilling to contemplate. Without delay, Ling Xian returned to the Elder. The atmosphere on Namek was exceedingly oppressive, with all Namekians gathered in the Elder's village, sensing that a storm was imminent. Upon seeing Ling Xian, the Elder sighed in relief. The candidate destroyer, you have come. Ling Xian nodded. Ensure that all Namekians are gathered, lest the battle endangers you. I have already assembled my kin within this village, replied the Elder. That is sufficient. With me here, you need not worry. Ling Xian ascended into the air, circling above while observing the 2 ships in the upper atmosphere. The hatch of the Frieza Force's spaceship opened. Frieza emerged, gliding forth in a baby carriage, exuding an intensely frigid aura. Let us see just how formidable the Saiyans have become, he proclaimed. Yes. Members of the Jinyu Force and the Frieza Force surged from the spacecraft, numbering 2,000 in total. The hatch of the Saiyan spaceship opened. With Frieza nearby, it was imperative that he did not seize the Dragon Balls. King Vegeta soared at the forefront, followed closely by Saiyans such as Bardock, Bibidi, and Theodore. In total, 500 Saiyans had mobilized, nearly the entirety of their race. In the sky, the 2 factions clashed as soon as they emerged from their warships. Ha ha ha! King Vegeta, how dare you lead your kin away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters? What audacity you possess! Frieza descended from his spacecraft, spotting a contingent of Saiyans flying towards him, with King Vegeta leading the charge. At that moment, Jinyu approached Frieza and whispered, "Lord Frieza, should we not destroy the Saiyan ships? They cannot survive in the cosmos without them, once deprived of their vessels. They will be trapped on Namek." Frieza, fixated on the distant King Vegeta, replied without turning his head, "If you destroy the Saiyan ships, they will retaliate against ours. There is no need for haste. They are doomed regardless." Jinyu nodded in agreement. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky. "Frieza, even with death looming, you dare to speak so boldly." King Vegeta led his 500 Saiyans towards Frieza's direction. "You don't truly believe that a few years of improvement make you my equal, do you, traitor? Prepare for your demise. To betray us does not constitute true treachery. Your numerous misdeeds will catch up to you, for we Saiyans follow the prevailing tide." A verbal skirmish unfolded in the heavens. Even before battle commenced, the mere exchange of words intensified the atmosphere. King Vegeta and his Saiyans finally reached the front of Frieza's army, their teeth clenched in fury at the sight of the tyrant who once ruled over them. The two forces stood in opposition. "King Vegeta, speak. Why have you betrayed me? I wish to know your true motives." Frieza circled in the void, regarding King Vegeta with a cold gaze. The phrase "true motives" sparked uncertainty among the Saiyans who listened. In truth, they were unaware of the reason behind King Vegeta's fateful decision years ago. All they knew was that a distinguished visitor had arrived at the palace, followed by an inexplicable explosion. Thereafter, King Vegeta had declared his allegiance to the Galactic Patrol, a decision that had ultimately transformed their fate. The reason for my betrayal? King Vegeta chuckled softly. "To be honest, it was a command from someone far beyond your reckoning. Should I refuse, it would spell doom for my entire race." Upon the utterance of those words, a wave of astonishment swept through both Frieza's faction and the Saiyan camp. The very existence that even Frieza dared not provoke. After all, Frieza was the ruler of the universe. Who else could he possibly fear? Upon hearing King Vegeta's remark, Frieza was instantly reminded of the Saiyan who had infiltrated his headquarters 5 years prior. Apart from this potential destroyer, he could think of no one else. It was not that there were no other beings beyond his reach. Indeed, he also feared the legendary Majin Buu, and the true god of destruction. In truth, it was Beerus who commanded King Vegeta, yet Frieza would never conceive of such a notion. As Beerus's envoy, how could he fathom that Beerus would order a Saiyan under his control to betray him? "Who is that individual you speak of, King Vegeta?" Frieza ground his teeth. "Have you not already guessed? It is indeed that guy. He claimed to be indifferent to the Saiyans, yet he clandestinely assisted them." Frieza seethed with rage, realizing that the words of that potential destroyer were not to be trusted. King Vegeta, perplexed, wondered if Frieza was referring to Beerus's lack of support for the Saiyans. Why would Beerus aid the Saiyans? One believed it was a figure named Ling Xian who had helped the Saiyans, while the other questioned Beerus's motives, leaving the two entirely out of sync. King Vegeta shook his head. "Frieza, even without that individual's orders, we Saiyans would find a way to break free from your control." Frieza clenched his fists. "Why?" At that moment, Bardock stepped forward. "Frieza, do you truly believe we know nothing?" Bardock, now the strongest of the Saiyan race, possessed a battle power of 150,000. Frieza scrutinized Bardock closely. "Impressive strength. It is difficult to fathom how your kind has evolved to such heights in merely a decade and a half. Pray tell, what do I have to fear?" Frieza, unhurried to strike, was eager to understand why these Saiyans were so desperate to escape his grip. "Ha. Have you not always been wary of the legendary Super Saiyan emerging from our ranks?" Bardock's eyes brimmed with fierce determination as he laughed heartily at Frieza. Super Saiyan. The extraterrestrials under Frieza's command were oblivious to its significance, yet the Saiyan clan erupted in fervor upon hearing the term. Is the legend of the Super Saiyan true? No wonder Frieza fears us. It is fortunate that Vegeta made that decision in advance. Otherwise, Frieza would have undoubtedly eliminated us. Frieza fell silent, utterly astonished that these Saiyan monkeys were aware of his long-standing apprehension regarding the Super Saiyan. However, Bardock spoke the truth. Once he has exploited the Saiyans, he will undoubtedly annihilate their entire race. It appears this group of Saiyans has narrowly escaped catastrophe. High above the Elder's village, Ling Xian circled, observing the standoff between Frieza and the Saiyans, which was clearly visible from this vantage point. Kakarot and Vegeta had yet to arrive, and Ling Xian scrutinized the surroundings, noting the absence of their figures. Surely they wouldn't arrive only after the Saiyans had clashed with Frieza's forces. In the distance, the expressions of both factions grew increasingly wary, the atmosphere thickening with tension, poised for action. Jinyu engaged them. Since they dare to emerge from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, let us seize this opportunity to eliminate them. Frieza's voice seethed with rage. Yes. Jinyu transformed into a streak of purple light, racing toward the Saiyan clan. Theodore, take down Jinyu. King Vegeta commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes. Theodore soared from the crowd, charging at Jinyu. The two engaged in a swift exchange, waves of energy erupting violently, creating earth-shattering explosions upon impact. The battle reached a fever pitch, both combatants sustaining injuries. Witnessing such a fierce confrontation, Frieza furrowed his brow and activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 110,000. Power level 120,000. Naturally, the 120,000 power level belonged to Jinyu. But Frieza was taken aback to discover that the Saiyan named Theodore possessed a power level of 110,000. Despite being inferior, he held his ground. Damn it! Why have the Saiyans suddenly grown so formidable? This cursed candidate for the god of destruction must be the cause. Frieza ground his teeth, his inner turmoil escalating. He attributed all blame to Ling Xian, though the reality was that Ling Xian had never aided the Saiyan race. Ha ha ha, what of a slightly lower power level? We are a warrior race, only growing stronger through battle. King Vegeta clenched his fists, exhilarated. Just wait, Jinyu is doomed. This scene was immensely uplifting, after all. Jinyu was the captain of the Jinyu Force. The Saiyans truly could stand against him. The emotions of all the Saiyans surged, filled with excitement, as the battle unfolded. Just as King Vegeta had predicted, Theodore grew increasingly powerful, quickly suppressing Jinyu, whose injuries mounted. Frieza, witnessing this, breathed heavily. He knew the Saiyans were a combative species, but he had not anticipated their ferocity. He pressed the scouter button again. Beep, beep. Power level 125,000. Power level 90,000. Frieza gazed at the readings, his chest heaving. Damn it. Due to incessant trauma, Jinyu's combat power has plummeted to a mere 90,000. In stark contrast, Theodore has grown increasingly formidable, augmenting his power by an additional 15,000. King Vegeta, you have successfully provoked my ire. Frieza erupted from his pram, words barely escaping his lips. Suddenly, Jinyu shouted exchange. A radiant white light enveloped Jinyu, swiftly ensnaring Theodore, leaving no room for evasion. Die, barked Bardock, who had sensed the impending danger. Gathering a devastating energy wave aimed at Jinyu. Boom. Jinyu was struck, his body contorting under the searing heat, unable to utter a sound before being obliterated in Bardock's wave. How despicable, a sneak attack. Frieza seethed with fury. Humph, we are sworn enemies. Who cares about fair play? Vegeta wasted no time, gesturing commandingly. All of you, forward. This time we shall annihilate Frieza's forces. The Saiyan leader's orders ignited the 500 figures behind him, each bursting forth with white energy, charging towards Frieza's legion. The two factions quickly became entangled in fierce combat. Boom. The sound of explosions reverberated across Namek. Gale winds howled, mountains crumbled, and riverbeds collapsed. The scene resembled the twilight of the gods, as Namek plunged into chaos and darkness. In the Elder's village, the battleground lies not far from here, and the shockwaves from the Saiyans' clash with Frieza's army soon reached this place. The calamity foretold by the Elder has arrived. Oh heavens! Is this power truly within mortal grasp? Our Namek is doomed. The Namekians fell into an abyss of terror. At that moment, a violet light blossomed in the sky. The approaching shockwaves dissipated upon contact with this radiant hue. What is happening? The Elder mentioned that a powerful ally would come to our aid. It must be that mighty being. Ling Xian's intervention to shield the Namekians went unnoticed by Frieza and King Vegeta. He had transcended to the divine dimension days prior. His strength now transformed into divine power. Mortals cannot sense the presence of deities, and thus, the detection devices crafted by mortals are equally ineffectual. Chapter 32. Transformation into a great ape. Meanwhile, in King Vegeta's vicinity, the Saiyans clashed with Frieza's forces. Only Bardock and King Vegeta remained still, their eyes locked onto Frieza. Frieza, surrender at once. Your minions stand no chance against us Saiyans. Bardock spoke coldly, as Frieza circled above, casting a glance at his perishing subordinates. Each Saiyan facing him possessed a battle power exceeding 8,000, with a dozen boasting over 100,000 in strength, observing from the sidelines. The members of the Jinyu force were swiftly dispatched, and the remaining soldiers of Frieza's army found it nearly impossible to mount any resistance. The massacre was utterly one-sided. Isn't it merely that candidate for the god of destruction you rely upon? Frieza, indifferent to his subordinates, glared with murderous intent. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls, that candidate for the god of destruction shall perish as well. King Vegeta furrowed his brow, pondering what relevance Lewis had in this matter. Bardock was even more perplexed, questioning the identity of this candidate for the god of destruction. With a thunderous roar, Frieza unleashed his power, making Namek tremble. The terrifying strength caused King Vegeta to shudder. Indeed, Frieza's battle power matched the rumored 50,000. Bardock, be cautious. Very well. King Vegeta, be prepared to gather the artificial moon at any moment. In our normal state, we stand no chance against Frieza. Bardock sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself before Frieza and delivering a powerful punch. The air exploded instantaneously, the tremendous force shattering the ground beneath and causing the lake to surge. Both factions engaged in combat turned abruptly, heralding the commencement of the grand battle. Frieza, struck in the chest, remarked nonchalantly, "Is this all from a battle power of 150,000? Humph." Ignoring Frieza's taunts, Bardock had steeled himself for the confrontation. He quickly retreated and concentrated, unleashing a formidable shockwave directed at Frieza. Simultaneously, King Vegeta joined the fray, with Bardock at 150,000 and King Vegeta at 120,000. The two launched a concerted assault on Frieza. The heavens and earth dimmed in response. In the distance, Ling Xian shook his head. In comparison to Bardock and King Vegeta, Frieza remained overwhelmingly powerful. The disparity of battle powers, with hundreds of thousands facing mere 50,000, loomed like an insurmountable chasm, devoid of hope for victory. Indeed, after a brief skirmish, Bardock and King Vegeta were struck, plummeting towards the ground. King Vegeta, Bardock. After defeating their opponents, Bibert and Theodore charged fiercely towards Frieza. The other Saiyans with battle powers exceeding 100,000 followed suit. Striking the ground, Bardock and King Vegeta spat out blood, only to soar back into the sky. In that moment, 16 Saiyans with battle powers exceeding 100,000 surrounded Frieza, culminating in a thunderous clash. The magnetic field of the heavens has become chaotic, and streaks of thunder traverse the clouds. The Namekians, witnessing this spectacle, perceive it as the harbinger of the apocalypse, yet they are shielded by a protective violet barrier. Die. Above, Bardock swiftly maneuvered, channeling all his might into a powerful shockwave that surged towards Frieza, resembling a fierce wolf. Trash, do you truly believe you can harm me? Frieza, unfazed after dismissing Bibidi, faced the oncoming shockwave with composure. He raised his hand and struck forcefully. Instantly, Bardock's shockwave changed direction. Perish. Seizing the opportunity, the other Saiyans launched their assault simultaneously. Within mere seconds, thousands of energy blasts hurtled towards Frieza. Boom, boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted at Frieza's location. Reminiscent of being bombarded by thousands of nuclear warheads, smoke billowed and flames erupted. The air hummed, trembling slightly in this moment. He must be dead. With a mere power level of 50,000, surrounded by a 16, he has to be finished. Bibidi and Theodore, along with the other Saiyans, gasped for breath. No. King Vegeta wiped the blood from his lips, his voice grave. Frieza is not so easily vanquished. Bardock clenched his fists. Indeed, if he were that simple to defeat, he would not have maintained his position as the Emperor of the universe for so long. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. The clouds of smoke began to dissipate, revealing a colossal figure. Bardock's pupils constricted. King Vegeta unleashed the artificial moon. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of purple light tore across the sky. The Saiyans, suspended in midair, were caught off guard and struck directly. Puff! The 16 Saiyans clutched their abdomens, blood spilling forth. How is this possible? Theodore's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Ha ha ha, King Vegeta, do you truly comprehend my real power? Frieza had unlocked his first transformation, his battle power skyrocketing to 1 million. With a menacing grin, Frieza declared, I now possess a battle power of 1 million. Let us see how you contend with me. 1 million battle power. Bardock's heart raced. He had anticipated Frieza's true strength to exceed 50,000, but never had he imagined it to reach such staggering heights. This is dire. Bardock's alarm was not unfounded. They could transform into great apes to confront Frieza. However, Not every Saiyan could retain their sanity in that form. Bardock himself could not. A mindless great ape stood no chance against Frieza, and that was indisputable. Within the presence of Saiyans possessing a battle power exceeding 10, only King Vegeta and Beerus, along with Theodore, are deemed elite warriors. Prepare to meet your doom. Frieza bellowed, raising his hands high to conjure an enormous energy sphere, 2 meters in diameter. His intention was to annihilate the entire Saiyan race in one fell swoop. Do not gaze at the sky. Beerus and Theodore, look up quickly. A synthetic moon soared into the heavens, as King Vegeta had been preparing to summon it even before the battle commenced. The confrontation between King Vegeta and Frieza was crystal clear to Ling Xian. Over the past decade, the Saiyans had indeed evolved significantly. The Frieza force was no match for them. As he witnessed King Vegeta hurling a brilliant energy orb skyward, the transformation into a great ape was imminent. In the distance, Ling Xian sensed his tail twitching uncontrollably and dared not look towards King Vegeta. Suddenly, he raised his gaze sharply, detecting 4 familiar auras approaching from beyond Namek. Kakarot, Vegeta, you have finally arrived. Outside Namek, a medium-sized spacecraft breached the atmosphere. Vegeta, do you sense it? Such immense energy. Son Goku clenched his fists, his blood surging with excitement. He recognized the malevolent energy. It could only be Frieza's. During their years on Earth, Vegeta and the others had learned to control and sense energy. Through the transparent glass of the spacecraft, Vegeta peered down at the ground. The aura was terrifying. It must have surpassed 1,000,000 in battle power. He wondered how his father and the others were faring. 1,000,000 battle power? Raditz gasped. Can we truly contend with Frieza? Nappa gritted his teeth. What of 1,000,000 battle power? If we transform into great apes, we too can attain 1,000,000 battle power. No sooner had Nappa spoken than 3 violent auras erupted beneath Namek. Raditz, accelerate. It must be my father transforming into a great ape. Suspended in the skies of Namek was a synthetic moon. Roar. 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 The terrifying cries resonated across the battlefield as Beerus, Theodore, and King Vegeta transformed into great apes, their battle power exceeding 1,000,000. The other Saiyans dared not gaze at the moon, for they were not elite warriors and could not maintain their sanity in the great ape form. Bardock too felt the fear. He averted his eyes, fixated on Frieza ahead. Ha ha ha, you can transform? We Saiyans can do the same. Bardock was unaware that Frieza's transformation was not a mere metamorphosis, but rather an unlocked state of power. Frieza, perish. King Vegeta successfully transformed into a great ape while retaining his sanity. He, alongside Bibidi and Theodore, launched a simultaneous assault on Frieza. The sky crackled with thunder. The winds howled ferociously. The 3 great apes engaged Frieza in a fierce melee. After 10 minutes of combat, the might of the 3 great apes was undeniable, each punch reverberating through the very fabric of space. Yet, their speed was markedly inferior to Frieza's. He effortlessly evaded their attacks. Fortunately, it was 3 against 1. With Bardock occasionally launching surprise strikes, King Vegeta's side managed to maintain a semblance of balance. Damn Saiyan monkeys. Frieza dodged a blow and retreated 100 meters, clenching his fists in a fit of rage. If it were merely a single great ape with a power level of 1,000,000, he would not be concerned. Even facing 2 such beasts simultaneously would pose little threat. However, the sudden emergence of 3,000,000-level great apes was indeed a formidable challenge. Frieza glanced around, noting that all his subordinates had perished, while the Saiyans had suffered no fatalities. Only a handful bore significant injuries. Frieza, surrender. The great ape, King Vegeta, soared before Frieza, fixing him with a steely gaze. Bibidi, Theodore, and Bardock circled nearby, forming a cohesive offensive. Bardock, you were right. I do harbor a deep-seated fear of you Saiyans. Frieza remarked coldly, fixing his gaze upon Bardock. It seems my apprehension was justified. As such, I shall no longer conceal my strength. I will eradicate you and then seek the Dragon Balls to find your replacement god of destruction for my revenge. Chapter 33. Frieza's ultimate form suddenly. Boom. The roar of an engine echoed through the heavens as a spacecraft descended from the sky. Concurrently, 4 figures rapidly approached. Who? Frieza squinted. Frieza, long time no see. Vegeta appeared in an instant. Goku followed closely behind. He had been intently observing Frieza but was momentarily stunned upon seeing Bardock. In that moment, Bardock was equally taken aback. It felt as if time itself had frozen. A wave of peculiar emotions surged within Goku. Ever since maturing into adulthood, he had come to realize that he was not from Earth and that Raditz was his biological brother. According to Raditz, he had a pair of parents. Is this my father? Goku approached Bardock, opening his mouth to speak. Kakarot, you have returned. Bardock pressed his lips together. He had so much he wished to convey to his second son, yet in this moment of recognition, words eluded him. As Sun Wukong revealed a smile. He realized that his elder brother was indeed correct. He bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, save for the two scars that adorned his father's face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta, under relentless pursuit from my forces, had somehow survived. Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, Frieza. Without you, I would not possess the strength I have now. Vegeta laughed heartily, his combat power surging to an astounding 170,000. This overwhelming strength sent King Vegeta into a state of elation. Vegeta, what is your current combat power? He reveled in his son's prowess, knowing that the stronger Vegeta became, the more joy it brought him. Father, I currently possess a combat power of 170,000. And if I unleash my full strength, we can reach a staggering 7 million. Vegeta chuckled exuberantly. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta was overjoyed, realizing that such power could only be achieved in the Great Ape transformation. Little did he know that Vegeta's full strength referred to the Kaioken technique, which far surpassed the Great Ape form. The Kaioken not only exponentially increased physical strength and speed, but also maintained agility, qualities unattainable in the Great Ape state. Is a combat power of 7 million truly formidable? Frieza hovered in the void, arms crossed, as if all anger had dissipated. He intended to unleash his full potential. Under full power, aside from the candidate Destroyer God and the likes of Beerus and Majin Buu, no one in this universe could rival him. 7 million combat power is not impressive. This is the most laughable statement I have ever heard. Vegeta twisted his neck, coldly retorting, Frieza. There are now 3 great apes with 1 million combat power, along with Kakarot and myself. You are now faced with 5 formidable opponents boasting 1 million combat power each. Vegeta paused, bursting into laughter. Are you prepared for death? Wait. Bardock flew forward, clutching his grievously injured abdomen, and solemnly stated, Frieza, did you not just claim that you would no longer conceal your strength? Is this not your full power? What? Vegeta was taken aback, suddenly turning his gaze toward Frieza. King Vegeta, along with Beppert and Theodore, also directed their attention to Frieza. The other Saiyans who had concluded their battles stared intently at Frieza. There. Frieza wore a mocking expression, seemingly acknowledging Bardock's words. Impossible. You still harbor hidden strength? I refuse to believe it. The 500 Saiyans behind King Vegeta clamored in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Let me be candid then. This transformation I currently possess is merely my first unlocked form. I have the potential to unlock 2 more transformations. Frieza clenched his fists. His face contorted with malice. With each transformation I unlock, my power surpasses the previous one. In my ultimate form, I shall wield a staggering combat power of 60 million. Frieza did not speak the truth. In fact, he possesses an even more formidable transformation, boasting a staggering battle power of 120 million. However, it is exceedingly taxing on his stamina, which is why Frieza chose to withhold this information. Vegeta, are you prepared for death? Frieza retorted, echoing Vegeta's earlier words. In an instant, Frieza summoned the power within him, ready to unleash it. Stop him. Regardless of whether he lies, we must act quickly. Vegeta shouted in terror. Kakarot, hurry. Tenfold Kaioken. A brilliant crimson aura erupted around Vegeta, releasing a battle power of 7 million. Father, you are gravely injured. Here is a Senzu bean, consume it, and you shall recover. Goku urged, handing a Senzu bean to Bardock, who also radiated a red glow. The pressure of 2 million battle power resonated through the atmosphere. Bardock, upon seeing the Senzu bean in his hand, hesitated not a moment, biting it open and consuming it. With a rush, a cyclone of energy erupted from him. Not only have my injuries healed, but my strength has increased as well. Bardock laughed heartily, marveling at the miraculous nature of the bean. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. Like the others, he began to unleash his power. In no time, the 3 Saiyans soared towards Frieza. The other Saiyans wished to assist, but were ordered to retreat, forced to take cover. Likewise, Raditz and Nappa, whose powers fell short of even 100,000, had no choice but to withdraw. Namek trembled incessantly, the ground cracking and magma surging forth, as if heralding the apocalypse. Oh heavens, can mortals possess such power? Will our Namek explode? The Namekians in the Elder's village descended into panic. Ling Xian landed before the Elder's dwelling. Addressing Nail, tell the Elder to prepare for the summoning of the Eternal Dragon. Namek is likely to explode. Nail responded urgently, Lord Candidate God of Destruction, with your power. You should be able to avert this disaster. Why do you not intervene? Suddenly, an ancient voice emanated from within the house. Nail, obey the commands of the Candidate God of Destruction. Yes. Nail gritted his teeth, but ultimately set off to gather the Dragon Balls. Ling Xian took to the skies once more, glancing down at the Namekians below. I could intervene, but doing so may prevent Kakarot from transforming. Forgive me. I can only temporarily sacrifice your Namek. I promise to make amends. Ling Xian muttered to himself before casting his gaze into the distance. The three monkeys intended to thwart Frieza's transformation, yet before they could approach him, they were overturned by a formidable wave of energy. They hurled energy blasts, but it seemed as though Frieza was shielded by an invisible wall, rendering their attacks ineffective. Thus, they could not interrupt Frieza's metamorphosis. It appeared that Frieza was on the verge of achieving his ultimate form. Ling Xian observed the fierce battle with rapt attention. Among the trio, Son Goku stood as the most formidable in both combat prowess and technique. As for Bardock and the three mighty apes, their fighting style and energy manipulation were utterly abysmal. In contrast, Vegeta exhibited a marked improvement in his control over Ki, clearly demonstrating his lineage shared with Son Goku. However, there remained subtle distinctions in their fighting styles. Vegeta was more aggressive, while Son Goku flowed with grace, seemingly unrestrained and resolute in his simplicity. A thunderous roar resonated as Frieza prepared to enter his ultimate state. Ling Xian beheld Frieza's form shrinking, paradoxically intensifying his formidable strength. As Frieza transitioned into his ultimate form, his power surged back to a staggering 60 million battle power. The tremendous energy erupted from him, compressing the air around, producing a hissing sound. Frieza resembled a primordial beast, instilling profound terror in those who beheld him. The distant Saiyans were left pale with fear. Frieza remained a formidable adversary. Kakarot, it all hinges on you now. Ling Xian remained hidden, safeguarding the Namekians above the Elder S village. In the horizon, Frieza had transformed into a diminutive figure, even shorter than Vegeta. Yet his power was truly terrifying. The energy he unleashed disrupted the very fabric of space. Gulp. Bardock, facing Frieza, swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the terrifying presence. 60 million battle power. King Vegeta shook his head in disbelief. How could this be? How could anyone possess such overwhelming strength? Do we still stand a chance? Bibidi and Theodore stood aghast. Vegeta was rendered speechless. He had painstakingly cultivated his power to 170,000, achieving 1.7 million with the Kaioken tenfold. He had thought revenge was within reach. Little did he know that Frieza possessed an astonishing 60 million battle power. It was clear victory was beyond their grasp. Vegeta's eyes were vacant. And before he even commenced the battle, he had already lost his fighting spirit, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, Bardock shouted, Kakarot, what are you planning to do? There. Goku soared forward, his gaze brimming with determination as he looked at Frieza. What an impressive foe. Battling you will surely be exhilarating. This scene, witnessed by Ling Xian, incited a smile, as the stark contrast between Goku and Vegeta's reactions was apparent. Goku remained the same indomitable spirit, unyielding in the face of formidable adversaries, while Vegeta still exhibited his characteristic timidity, hesitant and fearful before having endured a series of trials. Before long, Goku engaged Frieza in combat. Bardock kept his distance. Without transforming into a great ape, his combat power was merely a fraction, far beneath even Frieza's lowest threshold. Charging in would only make him cannon fodder. Thus, Bardock remained hidden from afar. King Vegeta, in his great ape form, charged alongside Goku to besiege Frieza, while Vegeta stayed motionless in midair, though he could unleash the Kaioken. Boasting a potential combat power of 1.7 million, he seemed to have lost his soul, devoid of any inclination to resist. Boom. The three-headed great ape was struck by a shockwave, emitting a heart-wrenching roar before crashing to the ground, creating three massive craters. Ha, cursed Saiyan monkeys. Let us see how you meet your end. Frieza exclaimed with delight, casually waving his hand, causing Goku to spit blood from the blow. If he could find the Dragon Balls, the universe would be his to command. Damn it. From his hidden vantage point, Bardock's fury ignited as he witnessed his son being brutalized. Vegeta, as the prince of the Saiyans, will you merely stand by and watch? Had his power not been so woefully inadequate, Bardock would have rushed in without hesitation. Yet, Vegeta remained unmoved. Vegeta, you are a failure. Our Saiyan race has severed ties with Frieza. What does his combat power of 60 million matter? You cower before the enemy of our kin. Bardock's anger reached a boiling point. He could no longer restrain himself and prepared to gaze at the moon. A flicker of light crossed Vegeta's hollow eyes as he murmured, "I am a failure. Bardock, you seek death." Vegeta's eyes reignited with fervor as he clenched his fists. "I shall settle the score with you later." Without glancing at Bardock, Vegeta shouted, "Tenfold Kaioken." He erupted in a brilliant scarlet glow, charging forward with fervor. Bardock had initially intended to transform into a great ape, but upon witnessing Vegeta's bold maneuver, he hesitated. Nonetheless, the concern in his eyes deepened, reflecting the gravity of their plight. Frieza was overwhelmingly powerful. The Saiyans were utterly devoid of hope. Chapter 34, Son Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan. Above the village of the Elder, Ling Xian observed with amusement as Vegeta prepared for another assault. However, even if Vegeta were to engage, it would be futile. In the distance, the three great apes ascended from the ground, joining forces with Son Goku and Vegeta to attack Frieza, just as Ling Xian had predicted. The Saiyans had no chance of victory in this battle. Frieza had unlocked his ultimate form, boasting an outrageous battle power of 60 million. With a mere flick of his wrist, blood spewed from Goku and the others. Frieza appeared to toy with them, not exerting his full strength. It was a hopeless battle from the outset, unless Kakarot could transform into a Super Saiyan. Ling Xian shook his head. "Haha. I think it's time for you to perish." Frieza cackled maniacally. Ascending into the sky, he suddenly transformed into a streak of purple light, cleaving through the heavens. Below, the three apes and the two Saiyans trembled violently. Boom. Bibert and Theodore were obliterated in an instant. A massive hole appeared in the midsection of King Vegeta's great ape form. Uft. King Vegeta spewed blood, plummeting into the void. "Father." Vegeta's abdomen was soaked in blood. His insides shattered beyond recognition. "How powerful. I stand no chance." Son Goku was in no better state, his bones fractured throughout his body. Shortly thereafter, both Goku and Vegeta fell from the sky. Kakarot. Bardock swooped in from afar, catching King Vegeta, followed by Goku and Vegeta. Oh, Frieza laughed heartily. "I almost forgot about a few stragglers. You shall meet your end too." Frieza glared at Bardock and the distant 500 Saiyans. Raising his hand, he concentrated energy into a 2-meter-wide energy sphere. With a tremendous effort, he hurled it forth. The entire sky was enveloped in a purple glow. The Saiyans, led by King Vegeta, were utterly immobilized by the overwhelming pressure. They were on the verge of total annihilation. Bardock, disregarding everything else, found himself as the last remaining fighter. After releasing Goku and Vegeta, he turned his gaze toward the artificial moon in the sky. A primal roar erupted as a mindless giant ape wreaked havoc, unleashing laser beams that inadvertently detonated Frieza's energy blast in midair. The laser beams occasionally skimmed dangerously close to Frieza's position. The Saiyan primate was truly repulsive. Dodging those beams, Frieza soared toward the transformed Bardock. Above the village of the Grand Elder, Ling Xian observed the distant scene, his expression growing grave. According to the anime's plot, Goku was supposed to transform into a Super Saiyan during this journey to Namek. Yet now, the Saiyans brought by King Vegeta, including Goku, were on the brink of death. Was there no hope left? If Ling Xian did not act soon, the entire Saiyan race would face annihilation. However, a sight in the distance made him halt. Frieza was flying toward Bardock. "Ha ha ha. Frieza, are you seeking your own demise?" Ling Xian laughed heartily. He had thought Goku would miss his chance to transform, especially without the bald-headed Krillin by his side. Yet Frieza's actions would undoubtedly plunge him into an abyss of despair. Ling Xian glanced at Goku on the ground, noticing him stuffing a senzu bean into his mouth. If Bardock were to perish, Goku would surely lose control. Indeed, Frieza commenced his brutal assault on Bardock, first shattering the limbs of the giant ape and then forcing an energy blast into Bardock's mouth. Boom. Bardock's entire head was obliterated. A moment of iconic significance was upon them. No. A surge of immense power erupted from Goku. He revived from the brink of death. His strength surged to a staggering 5 million battle power. Witnessing his father's demise at Frieza's hands ignited a fury that consumed his mind. The rage within him erupted, causing his back to burn with intensity. "Oh, father, Frieza, you have slain my father. I will have your head." Thunder rumbled through the sky as debris uncontrollably ascended around Goku. His aura flared, and his hair flickered, one gold, one black. The flickering intensified at an alarming rate. What was happening? Frieza, shaken by the overwhelming aura following Bardock's death, realized with disbelief, You're not dead. He was stunned to witness the power Goku had unleashed, for he had thought he had left Goku on the verge of death. Why has this fellow returned to life? Super Saiyan. Lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, Vegeta uttered a faint voice, Kakarot. You must kill Frieza. With that, Vegeta breathed his last. Beside him lay King Vegeta, who had reverted to his humanoid form, yet he too had succumbed to death. Vegeta. Ah. Goku clenched his fists, veins bulging. The golden auras ceased to flicker. Goku's hair shimmered with golden light, stabilizing. Super Saiyan. Frieza, I shall surely annihilate you. Boom. A flash of golden light surged forth, striking Frieza in the abdomen, causing him to spew forth blood and be flung thousands of meters away. No, it cannot be. What is this state of yours? A Super Saiyan. How could it be a Super Saiyan? Above the Elder's village, Ling Xian trembled at the sight, finally witnessing this monumental event. It was exhilarating. Goku had successfully transformed, leaving no doubt that Frieza was destined for defeat. In an instant, Ling Xian vanished, having departed from the Elder's village. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from the battle between Goku and Frieza, Raditz knelt on the ground. Emitting a heart-wrenching wail, "My father is dead. Frieza, I shall kill you." Raditz rose, soaring into the sky. Raditz, wait for me. Vegeta has also been slain. I must avenge him. Nappa charged upward. I too shall seek revenge for our leader. I shall join you. The 500 Saiyans on the ground were consumed by hatred. They despised their own weakness. They loathed themselves for allowing King Vegeta and Bardock to confront Frieza alone while they cowered in the shadows. The gathered Saiyans prepared to ascend and confront Frieza. Suddenly, enough. Everyone stop. Ling Xian materialized in midair, halting their advance. Who are you? Gracie stepped forward, the mightiest among the Saiyans present, boasting a battle power of 90,000. With King Vegeta, Bardock, and Bibidi absent, Gracie was the highest authority here. Louise, how did you arrive on Namek? From the crowd, Raditz and Nappa emerged, filled with elation. Louise, Vegeta has been slain by Frieza. You must avenge him. Upon the arrival of Louis, Nappa hastily expressed his grievances. While others may not be aware of Ling Xian's true identity, both Raditz and Nappa, having closely followed Vegeta, were well aware that Ling Xian was the candidate for the God of Destruction. A candidate for the God of Destruction is none other than the disciple of the universe's strongest. His presence here signified doom for Frieza. Gracie, upon hearing Louis's name, suddenly recalled that Louis was a high-ranking warrior of the Saiyan race, who had perished over a decade ago while on a mission. Ling Xian was momentarily taken aback. I am not dead, he chuckled wryly. Now, listen to me. We must leave Namek immediately. Gracie retorted coldly, and why should we listen to you? Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Xian conjured a sphere of destructive energy, positioning it before Gracie's eyes. Bardock's son, Kakarot, has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. He is currently engaged in battle with Frieza, and Namek will soon explode. I will take you away from here. Raditz urgently inquired, Louis, is it true that Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan? Ling Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Frieza is as good as dead. As for Bardock and the others, they can be resurrected using the Dragon Balls, so there is no need for concern. Ling Xian then turned to Gracie. Do you still have any objections? And no objections. Gracie swallowed hard, sensing that if he were struck by that purple energy, he would be obliterated. The other Saiyans, upon hearing of Kakarot's transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan and his battle against Frieza, erupted in jubilant cheers. They had come to Namek to prevent Frieza from acquiring the Dragon Balls. Defeating Frieza meant they could use the Dragon Balls, which signified the potential resurrection of King Vegeta and the others. The Saiyans had hope. Join hands. Namek is on the verge of exploding. Quickly, I shall lead you away from this place. In no time, Ling Xian utilized instant transmission to transport the Saiyans back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Subsequently, he returned to Namek. Chapter 35. The demise of Frieza. At this moment, the scene on Namek was utterly terrifying. Lightning crackled and thunder roared. Fierce winds wreaked havoc. Mountains crumbled. Lava erupted. Various planetary-scale disasters unfolded upon Namek, resembling a hellish nightmare that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Boom, boom. Two figures streaked across the sky, their collision generating powerful cyclones that compressed the void into a vacuum. Countless air currents surged in their direction, and a hurricane with a diameter of a kilometer suddenly materialized. Frieza, meet your end. Goku appeared as if transcending the speed of light, and in the next moment, he was before Frieza, delivering a ferocious kick. The very fabric of the void seemed ready to explode. Frieza was struck in the abdomen, arching his body as a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his lips. The overwhelming force sent him soaring into the sky. "Return my father's life!" Goku exclaimed, his entire being radiating a golden brilliance, akin to a streak of gold traversing the void, appearing above. Clenching his fist tightly, he formed a massive hammer, crashing down upon the airborne Frieza with tremendous force. Boom! The thunderous power surged through Goku's hands, penetrating Frieza's back, causing him to spew blood once more, his anguished cries echoing through the air. Frieza plummeted towards the ground, creating a crater 100 meters in diameter upon impact. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Goku's power surged to an astounding 200 million. The disparity between 200 million and 60 million was unmistakable. Frieza stood no chance, relentlessly absorbing blows from Goku, who continued his brutal assault. Meanwhile, Ling Xian returned to the village of the Grand Elder, where a violet glow enveloped the entire settlement, dissipating the residual chaos from the battle outside. However, as the clash between Goku and Frieza raged on, the situation on Namek worsened. The ground of the Grand Elder's village had begun to crack. Candidate God of Destruction. Naru rushed to Ling Xian, urgency etched on his face. "Our Namek is on the brink of destruction. What shall we do?" "I apologize," Ling Xian replied, his expression laden with guilt. "I had promised to assist you through this crisis, and with my intervention, Namek could have been spared from this dire predicament. Yet, due to certain circumstances, I am truly sorry. Prepare to summon the dragon," Ling Xian commanded. Naru glanced at him, fists clenched in frustration. Awaiting the orders of the candidate God of Destruction, came the voice of the Grand Elder from within the house. "Yes," Naru gritted his teeth, compelled to obey Ling Xian's directive. The Dragon Balls were placed upon the ground as Naru prepared to summon the dragon. Suddenly, a terrifying power surged towards them, Frieza's energy. Ling Xian could distinctly sense that Frieza had unleashed his full strength, reaching 120 million. However, this power quickly waned, proving insufficient against Goku's 200 million. In truth, had Frieza unleashed his full might from the outset, he might have stood a chance, especially since Goku had only just transformed into a Super Saiyan and was still mastering his newfound power. Alas, Frieza's arrogance led him to underestimate the Super Saiyan transformation, and by the time Goku had fully harnessed his strength, Frieza found himself devoid of any opportunity. Boom! The Namekian planet trembled increasingly, as if it were on the verge of an explosion. Ling Xian felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have brought Weiss along, thus sparing himself the need to use another's Dragon Balls, alleviating his guilt. "Summon the Eternal Dragon." Ling Xian directed his gaze towards Naru, who nodded in affirmation, addressing the Dragon Balls scattered on the ground. A radiant beam of golden light surged skyward, and Purunga spiraled majestically in the air. "I have the honor to meet the esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction," Purunga respectfully greeted. Ling Xian nodded and urged Naru to make a wish, restore Namek to its state from a day prior. Time was of the essence. As the tremors of Namek grew more violent, through Ling Xian's senses, he perceived Frieza, that insidious villain, had activated the planet-destroying attack, just as depicted in the anime. In 5 minutes, Namek would undoubtedly meet its demise. Naru recited the wish in the Namekian language. It was a straightforward wish. In the heavens, Purunga's eyes gleamed momentarily, and the transformation of Namek commenced. The magma retreated to the planet's core, shattered mountains and rivers reformed, fierce winds subsided, and the thunder calmed. Namek reverted to its state from a day ago. "Naru, I shall first deal with Frieza, and upon my return, I shall make the remaining 2 wishes," Ling Xian declared before vanishing in an instant, leaving only Naru and the astonished Purunga in the sky. In midair, Son Goku clenched his fists, observing the changes on Namek with a look of astonishment. Wasn't Namek struck by Frieza's planet-destroying attack? It was meant to explode in 5 minutes. How could this be? Son Goku, why is this happening? On the ground, Frieza lay battered and bruised, his tail severed and his vitality waning. Son Goku understood Frieza's implication, but was equally perplexed by Namek's restoration. As he prepared to eliminate Frieza, suddenly, whoosh, Ling Xian appeared before Frieza in an instant. From above, Son Goku recognized Ling Xian. "Luis, what brings you here?" Son Goku descended from the sky to stand before Ling Xian. Ling Xian turned to regard the protagonist of Dragon Ball, golden-haired and blue-eyed, in Super Saiyan form, possessing a combat power of 200 million. "I have been here all along." waiting to witness your transformation into a Super Saiyan. You have been here this entire time? Son Goku grasped his shoulders, his voice filled with indignation. If you were here, why did you not intervene? With your power, you should have easily been able to dispatch Frieza. Ling Xian's strength and identity were already known to him through Vegeta. In the vast universe, few could match Ling Xian's might. I will explain everything to you shortly. Ling Xian pointed to the nearly lifeless Frieza on the ground. Kakarot. Will you spare this wretch? Sun Wukong glared at Frieza, gritting his teeth. No, I shall not forgive him. He has slain my father and Vegeta. I must see him perish. Ling Xian was taken aback. He had never seen such murderous intent from Wukong towards Frieza. Hadn't he granted Frieza a moment of respite in the final moments of the anime? It appeared that the butterfly effect had indeed altered events. Allow me to end him, Ling Xian declared, raising his hand to condense a sphere of destructive energy. The earth trembled. Frieza, who lay on the ground, spitting blood, found himself rendered speechless at the sight of Ling Xian, the candidate for the god of destruction. Yet, the malice in Frieza's gaze was unmistakable. If looks could kill, Ling Xian mused, he would have perished countless times at the hands of Frieza's hatred. Ling Xian raised his hand, hesitating momentarily before deciding against unleashing the destructive energy. Enough, he sighed, shaking his head. He retracted the energy and opted instead to obliterate Frieza with a ki blast, reducing him to ashes. Although Frieza was loathsome, he might prove useful in the future, reminiscent of the power tournament in the anime. Thus, Ling Xian refrained from total destruction. After Frieza's demise, Sun Wukong's spirits plummeted. Luis, had you intervened, my father and Vegeta would still be alive. Ling Xian turned to Sun Wukong, smiling. Is it not possible to resurrect them? Have you forgotten the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he shook Ling Xian in excitement. I almost forgot. This is wonderful. My father and Vegeta can be brought back. Chapter 36, The Treachery of Katrakom. I have summoned the Eternal Dragon. Follow me. Ling Xian utilized instant transmission, leading Sun Wukong away from the scene. They soon arrived at the village of the Grand Elder. Above them, a green dragon swirled in the sky, its form oddly sweating as if it were in distress. Do you have any wishes? Speak quickly, I can hardly contain myself. With a whoosh, Ling Xian and Sun Wukong materialized at that location. Upon seeing the dragon of Namek, Sun Wukong was startled. This is the Namekian dragon. It can resurrect your father. Rest assured, Ling Xian turned to the dragon. Purunga, bring Bardock back to life. Upon seeing Ling Xian return, Nail hastily communicated in the Namekian language. In the sky, Purunga's body grew increasingly translucent. Esteemed candidate for the god of destruction, I regret to inform you that this wish cannot be granted due to Bardock's body being irreparably damaged. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's face turned pale. Luis, this is bad. During my battle with Frieza, the ground erupted with lava, consuming my father and Vegeta. They cannot be beyond resurrection, can they? Is this so? Ling Xian furrowed his brow and spoke, Purunga, restore the bodies of the Saiyans that Frieza killed on Namek. Sun Wukong was taken aback, then grasped Ling Xian's shoulders, shaking him with delight. Louis, you are truly brilliant. Since the Eternal Dragon of Namek stated that it could not resurrect the deceased without their bodies, we can first restore Bardock and the others' bodies and then bring them back to life, can't we? Lord Candidate Destroyer, your wish has been granted. As Purunga's voice fell, 5 corpses appeared on the ground. Bardock, Vegeta, King Vegeta, Bibidi, and Theodore. Louis, their bodies have returned. Sun Wukong exclaimed with immense joy. Suddenly, don't speak yet. A sense of foreboding washed over Ling Xian, his pupils constricting sharply. He immediately soared into the air, turning to shout at Naru, Naru, wish for everyone on Namek, including these 5 corpses, to be transported to Earth, quickly. Ling Xian barked urgently. Naru was startled. He was unaware of what was happening, but complied nonetheless. However, before Naru could complete his wish, a massive destructive energy sphere, 1,000 meters in diameter, suddenly materialized in the sky. This energy resembled a purple sun, plummeting from above. Boom! The void shattered, scattering fragments of space that swiftly mended themselves. If this destructive energy were to land on Namek, the surrounding million-mile star domain would likely collapse. Ling Xian could escape and take Sun Wukong and Naru with him, but the Namekians would surely perish. Ling Xian already felt guilty towards the Namekians. He could not bear to witness their demise before his eyes. Damn it, Ketla, just wait. If Ling Xian's instincts were correct, it was indeed Ketla's doing. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted from him, and his hair transformed into a brilliant gold. Super Saiyan. He then instantaneously teleported beneath the falling destructive energy sphere. With a resounding impact, the destructive energy emitted a force that created a vacuum in the air. Immune to all negative effects cast upon him, Ling Xian was unaffected by the damage. However, with his current strength, he could not halt the descent of the destructive energy sphere. As he was pressed down, Ling Xian's body plummeted rapidly toward the surface of Namek. Rubbing against the air, flames erupted from him, and his descent accelerated. Just as he was about to make contact with the ground, Purunga's body vanished in an instant, followed by the disappearance of everyone on Namek, including the 5 corpses on the ground. Buzz. The destruction of Namek's star by the impact of destructive energy caused a cataclysmic collapse across a million-mile star domain, giving rise to an expanse of void, a black hole. Outside this realm, Lord Katra, are you truly unafraid of incurring Lord Beerus's wrath with your actions? The angel Konik hovered amidst the starry sky, staff in hand. Casting a glance towards Katra, fixated on the abyss of the black hole, replied coldly, "What of it if Beerus knows? The Grand Zeno has decreed that the gods of destruction must not engage in combat. Beerus would not dare confront me. Otherwise, the Grand Zeno would surely obliterate him. Besides, I have already made an enemy of that young prodigy. I cannot afford to let such a talented individual go unchallenged, for he will inevitably seek retribution in the future." The vivid memory of Ling Xian sparring with the candidate for God of Destruction lingered in his mind at merely 20 years of age. He had transcended into the realm of divine beings and mastered destructive energy, attaining a state of angelic ease. Katra turned to Konik. "Did you not inquire of Whis regarding that young man?" Konik narrowed his eyes and responded, "Whis mentioned that this is a talent skill of Lewis, capable of rendering all harm ineffective." "Render all harm ineffective?" Katra chuckled. "Do you truly believe that young Lewis could evade the destructive energy I just unleashed?" Konik fell silent, pondering that perhaps Lewis might indeed escape, but he feared that expressing such a thought might displease Katra. He still recalled the words spoken by his elder sister upon her departure from the 7th universe. "Lewis is quite extraordinary, a mystery beyond my comprehension," along with that divine aura that once swept across the entirety of the King universe and that enigmatic Earth. After his elder sister spoke, she proceeded to the King Palace to seek clarity from their father, accompanied by other angels. Only he remained behind, for Katra needed to conceal himself within the 7th universe, intent on extinguishing its hopes. "We must depart swiftly, lest Beerus arrives," Katra remarked nonchalantly. "Indeed." Konik waved his staff, guiding Katra away from the scene. In the next moment, 2 figures indeed materialized. "Katra, you wretched scoundrel!" Beerus roared, his unleashed fury causing the entire northern galaxy to tremble. "Whis, restore this place." At once, Whis waved his staff, and the surrounding voids were suddenly revitalized, with the devastated Namek also returning to its former state. "Let us go. Lewis should have returned to Earth by now." The 2 vanished. Chapter 37. The Gift of Spiritual Fruits on Earth. In the Eastern Plains, Ling Xian, Sun Wukong, and all the Namekians were transported to this locale. The Grand Elder sat upon the ground, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with a bewildered expression. "What has transpired, esteemed candidate destroyer?" Sun Wukong gulped. "What was that attack? It was terrifying." Nara wiped the sweat from his brow. "That truly frightened me." The other Namekians who had been relocated here shared in their apprehension. "Grand Elder, I apologize. I have brought this upon you." Ling Xian bit his lip. He had ascended to the divine dimension and was already capable of sensing the presence of deities. That destructive energy blast was hurled by Katra. Damn it. No wonder Beerus harbors such disdain for that wretched rat. He is indeed insidious. Please wait here while I seek out someone to restore your Namek, and then I will bring you back. Objects struck by destructive energy cannot be restored by an ordinary dragon. The only means to achieve this, aside from the super dragon, is through the time reversal powers of the angels. Seizing the moment before the 2 minutes elapsed, Ling Xian vanished in a flash. Soon, Ling Xian encountered Whis, who had just returned from the vicinity of Namek. Ling Xian requested Whis's assistance in restoring Namek, but Whis replied that it had already been restored. Ling Xian then returned to the Grand Elder. Nero eagerly inquired, "Esteemed candidate destroyer, what is the outcome?" "Your Namek has been restored," Ling Xian replied with a smile. Turning to the Grand Elder, "Grand Elder, I am now ready to escort you back." "Thank you, esteemed candidate destroyer." The Grand Elder was hand in hand with the Namekian, and Ling Xian utilized instant transmission to return everyone to Namek. Upon arrival, Namek appeared untouched by any destruction. The Namekians who returned here were astonished. Could it be that this candidate for the god of destruction had used the Dragon Balls? To convey my apologies to you, Grand Elder, I have a gift. Ling Xian extracted a universal capsule from his pocket and opened one. With a bang, a 200-cubic warehouse materialized before them, filled with grayish-blue fruits. The Grand Elder, puzzled, inquired, "What are these, candidate for the god of destruction?" "These are spirit fruits, consumed by deities, that can extend a person's lifespan." In truth, the spirit fruits not only prolong life, but also significantly enhance one's power. However, the increase in power is limited and pales in comparison to the extension of life. Ling Xian, with a face full of regret, stated, "I failed to fulfill my previous promise to you. Let this serve as my compensation." The spirit fruits are divine delicacies, flourishing in the realms inhabited by gods, and Ling Xian had consumed them since childhood. "Absolutely not," the Grand Elder responded, slightly alarmed. "Candidate for the god of destruction, please retract this. It is unthinkable." Ling Xian replied nonchalantly, "Once I have given, I shall not take back." In the anime, the Grand Elder departed from this world after the catastrophic explosion of Namek, having exhausted his lifespan. The Grand Elder was amiable and kind-hearted, and having benefited from his kindness, Ling Xian could not turn a blind eye. Moreover, these spirit fruits were of little consequence to him. "Nilu, remember to have the Grand Elder consume these spirit fruits. After finishing the fruits in this warehouse, he should gain a few hundred years of life." Nilu was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. The other Namekians shared in the excitement. The Grand Elder was their father figure, and given his advanced age, it was no exaggeration to say he could depart from this world at any moment. In fact, they possessed the Dragon Balls with a wish. They could restore the Grand Elder's youth. Yet, that would defy the natural order. The Grand Elder would certainly not permit such an act. If consuming these fruits could extend his life, it would be vastly different from wishing on the Dragon Balls, and the Grand Elder would undoubtedly accept it. Ling Xian handed over 2 remaining universal capsules to Nilu and subsequently departed from Namek. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the backyard of Bulma's home, she gazed in despair at Vegeta's lifeless body lying on the ground. "Wah, Vegeta, how could you be gone?" Bulma tugged at Goku's collar, exclaiming, "Goku, who killed Vegeta? Why didn't you protect him?" "Bulma, I apologize." Goku gritted his teeth. "It is my failure to protect him. However, do not fret. We can utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect both Vegeta and my father." Yes, we still have the Dragon Balls." Bulma suddenly recalled their existence and prepared to retrieve the Dragon Radar. In a swift motion, Ling Xian appeared. Tai Si hurried over, checking him thoroughly and sighing in relief upon realizing he was unharmed. "Where have you been this past month? You frightened me." "Do not worry. You are well aware of my resilience," Ling Xian replied, embracing Tai Si, cherishing the warmth of her body and the rhythm of her heartbeat. It had been a month since he last saw Tai Si, and he had missed her dearly. At that moment, Bulma approached, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you must avenge Vegeta." Ling Xian released Tai Si and reassured her, "Rest assured, Vegeta will be fine. Moreover, the one responsible for his demise has already been dealt with." Turning his gaze to Whis, who was reclining on a beach chair, Ling Xian requested, "Whis, please resurrect these 5 individuals, so I need not seek out the Dragon Balls." "Whis can," Bulma replied, taken aback. Even Tai Si appeared puzzled. She was aware of Whis's vast knowledge and formidable strength, yet could he truly bring someone back to life? "You truly trouble me with everything," Whis declared, rising from his chair and waving his staff. With a hum, a beam of holy light swept over the 5 corpses lying on the ground. Suddenly, the lifeless bodies stirred. "Where's this?" one of them murmured, revealing himself to be a Frieza soldier. The 5 bodies gradually opened their eyes, and Bulma, overwhelmed with joy, embraced the revived Vegeta, exclaiming, "Vegeta." Goku and Tai Si stood nearby, astonished. It was indeed possible to resurrect someone without summoning the eternal dragon. Ling Xian smiled faintly, thinking, resurrecting the deceased is nothing remarkable. After all, Whis had directly revived Frieza in his soul state during the Tournament of Power in the anime. "Lewis, once you have settled your affairs, return to the God of Destruction realm," Whis instructed before vanishing from sight. Ling Xian noticed Whis's departure, but did not see Beerus. "Where's Beerus? Has he returned to the God of Destruction realm?" On the ground, Vegeta awoke in a daze, gazing at Bulma, who clung to him. "Am I not dead?" "It was brother-in-law who had Whis resurrect you," Bulma replied, her eyes red with emotion. At that moment, Bardock, King Vegeta, Bibidi, and Theodore also regained consciousness. "We're not dead?" but I distinctly remember Frieza obliterating both Bibidi and myself. Suddenly, King Vegeta spotted Ling Xian, his pupils dilating in shock. Lewis, have you saved us? Vegeta King shook his head. No, you once said that you would not concern yourself with the Saiyans. How could we possibly be saved by you? Vegeta King. Who is he? Even now, Bardock and Bibbert struggled to believe in their own revival. The question loomed, who was this person before them? Vegeta King stepped forward. Fixated on Ling Xian, without turning his head, Bardock, I previously mentioned that there exists another formidable warrior among our Saiyan race. Though that warrior has never intervened on our behalf. Indeed, you did mention that. Bardock observed Vegeta King's silhouette, nodding in agreement. When suddenly a realization struck him, could it be that the person in Vegeta King's eyes was that very warrior? Wait, he has a tail, he truly is a Saiyan. Bibbert and Theodore exclaimed, Vegeta King, could this be the powerful warrior you spoke of? Why have we never encountered him before? Vegeta replied, you have met him. Have you forgotten that over a decade ago, there was a higher-ranking warrior among us named Lewis? Bibbert and the others suddenly recalled that indeed. There was a warrior by that name, though Vegeta King had stated that Lewis perished while on a mission. In truth, he had not died. He had departed from planet Vegeta long ago, becoming a disciple of the most powerful deity in the universe. Now that he appeared before them, it was highly probable that he was their savior. Upon hearing this, Bardock, Theodore, and Bibbert gasped in astonishment. To be a disciple of the most powerful deity, why had he not come to aid the Saiyans? Nearby, Tais, Bulma, and Sun Wukong began to comprehend Ling Xian's past experiences. Chapter 38. Beerus has gone to the fourth universe. Upon hearing these revelations, Vegeta's expression turned peculiar. Lewis had not neglected the Saiyans. Had he not enlisted Dr. Brief to construct a gravity chamber for Sun Wukong? Had he not taken Sun Wukong to the North Kai to learn instant transmission? Ling Xian stood before them, silent under their scrutiny, his demeanor calm. I understand that you harbor many doubts, so let me clarify why I have not intervened on behalf of the Saiyans. Frieza is the emissary of Lord Beerus. During Lord Beerus' slumber, Frieza wreaked havoc upon planets. Your existence has emboldened Frieza's forces, causing them to spread their influence and destruction at an alarming rate. This has severely disrupted the stability of the universe, and as such, you have long since incurred Lord Beerus' wrath. It is only due to my influence that he has refrained from obliterating you. As for my reason for not aiding you, Ling Xian paused, then declared, I am the candidate for the God of Destruction. His voice was calm, yet it struck the audience like thunder. Indeed, the candidate for the God of Destruction is the heir to the God of Destruction as will, and thus must inevitably adhere to its decrees. Furthermore, deities are devoid of compassion. Lewis must certainly refrain from excessively intervening in the affairs of the mortal realm. King Vegeta, overwhelmed with shame, realized he had wrongfully accused Lewis. Their resurrection was undoubtedly facilitated by Lewis's intervention, and they would inevitably face reproach from Beerus for it. Initially, when Bardock and the others learned that Lewis was a formidable Saiyan, a kin of their own, yet chose to disregard their plight, it incited their ire. However, after hearing the explanation, their faces flushed with embarrassment, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. It was not that Lewis neglected the Saiyans. Rather, he was bound by the responsibilities of a deity. What thoughts lingered in their minds were unknown to Ling Xian. Had he been aware, he would have surely laughed aloud. While what he had just articulated was indeed factual, it was primarily a reflection of his desire to remain uninvolved. Nevertheless, the past was inconsequential. The Saiyans had transformed into something different now. Ling Xian declared, well, since you have all been revived, I must return to the realm of the God of Destruction. Upon his departure, he noted the absence of Beerus, speculating that the deity might have ventured to Universe 4. He hastened to return and investigate. King Vegeta urgently inquired, Lewis, what is the situation with the other Saiyans? You need only ask Kakarot about that. Ling Xian replied before vanishing with Tais. Everyone turned to Son Goku, who recounted the events on Namek. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. The Saiyans were sent back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters by Ling Xian. Frieza was slain by Ling Xian. They were revived by Whis. After absorbing all this information, several Saiyans swallowed hard. Super Saiyan Kakarot. Is what you say true? Have you really transformed into a Super Saiyan? Their excitement was understandable. The legend of the Super Saiyan was a cornerstone of Saiyan lore. Frieza's actions had been motivated by the fear of this very legend resurfacing. Hearing such news, it was impossible for any Saiyan to remain unmoved. Furthermore, if this were true, did it imply that they too could achieve the transformation into Super Saiyans? The faces of the assembled Saiyans were nearly pressed against their own, while Son Goku appeared somewhat uncomfortable, stepping back. He scratched his head and sheepishly remarked, "Lewis, I'm not entirely certain if that state is called Super Saiyan." His foolish demeanor left the others speechless. Vegeta shouted, "Kakarot, transform and show us, quickly." He recalled glimpsing a golden-haired, blue-eyed figure just before his demise. Bardock, suppressing his excitement, urged, "Yes, Kakarot, if you transform, we will know for sure." "All right, step aside a bit. I will give it a try." Sun Wukong stepped aside, and King Vegeta and the others quickly made way. Bulma also expressed her keen interest in this so-called Super Saiyan. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Sun Wukong. However, after a while, there was still no sign of transformation from him. "Kakarot, what is wrong with you? I seem unable to transform." Sun Wukong glanced over, his face a picture of confusion. Vegeta remarked, "Haven't you transformed before? Why can't you do it now?" King Vegeta suggested, "Perhaps you are too anxious. Give it another try." Bardock and Bibbert nodded in encouragement, urging him to attempt again. "All right, I shall try once more." Sun Wukong made another attempt, but to no avail. Even he was left bewildered. On Namek, upon witnessing his father's demise, he had transformed in a fit of rage. Why was he unable to do so now? Bardock inquired. "You aren't deceiving us, are you?" King Vegeta and Theodore regarded Sun Wukong with skeptical expressions. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and insisted, "I am not lying. It was indeed I who defeated Frieza." Bardock, in disbelief, questioned, "You defeated Frieza?" "Yes, do you not believe me?" Sun Wukong's voice grew urgent. It seemed everyone was doubting him. Yet, when he transformed, everyone had perished. Now, unable to transform, and with Ling Xian having left in such haste, he found himself at a loss for explanations. At that moment, Vegeta stepped forward and earnestly declared, "Kakarot, I believe you." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Before my death, I saw a golden figure. I cannot have been mistaken." Upon hearing this, the others were initially taken aback, but soon erupted in excitement. "We have struck gold." Bardock embraced King Vegeta, his face alight with exhilaration. The legend of the Saiyans is indeed true. They would surely be able to transform in the future. In the realm of destruction, with a swish, two figures appeared by the lakeside. Tai Si leaped off Ling Xian's back, perplexed. "Lewis, why have you returned here?" "I came to find Lord Beerus." Ling Xian approached the Palace of Destruction, only to discover it was empty. Could it be that he truly went to the fourth universe to confront Katra? "Whis!" Ling Xian shouted upwards, his voice echoing through the palace. After the sound faded, Whis offered no response. "Lord Beerus, please do not act recklessly." Ling Xian's expression was one of urgency. At this moment, he was certain that Beerus had sent Whis to take him to Universe 4. Ketra's ambush had undoubtedly prompted Beerus to seek vengeance on his behalf. However, according to the Grand King's decree, deities of destruction were forbidden to engage in combat. Should Beerus and Ketra clash, it would constitute a grave offense. I must prevent him from doing so. Ling Xian paced anxiously within the palace. Although Beerus often appeared impatient with him, Ling Xian understood that Beerus genuinely cared for him. He was deeply moved by Beerus's willingness to stand up for him this time. "Lewis, what troubles you?" "I am contemplating how to reach Universe 4. The journey from Universe 7 to Universe 4 is not a simple endeavor. There exist barriers between the universes, which mere mortals find nearly insurmountable." Despite having ascended to a divine level, Ling Xian's current power had yet to reach the realm of gods. Breaking through the cosmic barriers is indeed a formidable challenge. As for the other universes, Tais had spent considerable time in the realm of destruction and was well versed in the cosmic structure. It turns out there are not just 1, but 11 universes in existence. "Lewis, why not consult the old Kai?" Tais recalled Ling Xian mentioning a primordial Kai in Universe 7, who surely possessed vast knowledge. Perhaps the old Kai knows how to exit Universe 7. "Indeed," Ling Xian exclaimed with elation, lifting Tais and planting a hearty kiss on her rosy lips. "Tais, wait for me here. I will visit the Kai's realm and return shortly." He gently set Tais down before vanishing from sight. "Do come back swiftly." Tai shouted into the air, then, feeling helpless, exited the palace. She was unaware of the circumstances. But given Ling Xian's anxious demeanor, it was clear he was faced with an urgent matter. She hoped he would resolve it successfully. Chapter 39. The Cosmic Traversal Cube in the Kai's realm. A lush green lawn and towering trees surrounded the area, where a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Beneath a grand tree sat 3 individuals. "Asen, do you understand the role of a Kai?" "Ancestor, I comprehend." Then are you still afraid of Majin Buu? Not anymore. Asen chuckled at the old Kai. It was a revelation that the universe also had deities of destruction. Henceforth, there was no need to fear Majin Buu. Suddenly, a figure appeared with a swish beside them. Upon seeing this person, Jebet, who sat next to Asen, recoiled, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Ling Xian, of course, noticed Jebet. But he had no time to acknowledge him now. Old Kai, I urgently seek your assistance. Lewis, what brings you here? The old Kai exclaimed in surprise. Ling Xian briefly recounted the events of their previous sparring session, ultimately revealing that Beerus had gone to the fourth universe. What? Quatella ambushed you? The old Kai's fury erupted. Asen was startled by the old Kai's booming voice, but upon hearing that Ling Xian had been attacked, concern washed over him. Lewis, are you hurt? I'm fine. Ling Xian, glancing at the old Kai, hastily inquired, Master Old Kai, how can I reach the fourth universe? If we do not stop Lord Beerus, there may be dire consequences. Do not fret. That scrawny fool understands the repercussions of tangling with a god of destruction. He is not foolish enough to act rashly. The old Kai gritted his teeth. That wretched rat is truly intolerable. This time, Beerus has done remarkably well. Master Old Kai, please hold your reprimands for later. Ling Xian forced a smile. Do you have a way for me to leave the seventh universe? The concern shown by both the old Kai and Beerus deeply touched Ling Xian. For the first time, he felt a sense of belonging to the seventh universe. There are two methods to depart from the seventh universe. The old Kai calmed down slightly. The first is to use overwhelming power to break open the cosmic barriers. However, achieving this requires the strength of a god. With your current abilities, that is beyond your reach. The second option is to utilize the Cosmic Traversal Cube. The mention of the Cosmic Traversal Cube left Ling Xian and Asen momentarily stunned. Soon, Ling Xian recalled something and exclaimed, Are you referring to the cube that Whis possesses? The old Kai regarded Ling Xian with a peculiar expression. I never expected Whis would divulge that to you. Indeed, it is that very cube. Ling Xian clicked his tongue. In truth, Whis had never mentioned such an item to him. He had merely recalled it from an anime in his past life, where Whis used the Cosmic Traversal Cube to take everyone to the Tournament of Power. Master Old Kai, Whis is not here, and we do not have the Traversal Cube. Ling Xian shook his head. The old Kai proudly lifted his chin. Did I ever claim I did not have one? You do. Ling Xian exclaimed, overjoyed. How could you possess the Cosmic Traversal Cube? Why do you care? I have one. Do you want it, or not? The old Kai's face flushed. He had acquired the Traversal Cube to seek out dates in other universes, having once requested it from Whis. I want it. Master Old Kai, please lend it to me. I shall get it for you. The old Kai waved his hand, opening a rift in the dimensional space, from which a purple cube emerged. Fortunately, you have broken through to the divine level. By infusing your divine energy into the Traversal Cube, you will be able to unlock its maximum speed. The old Kai paused before adding, Forget it. I will accompany you on this journey. The wretched rodent dared to ambush the candidate god of destruction of his universe. A thought that ignited his fury. He too would venture forth, while he may not be able to surpass the god of destruction. Surely he could contend with the Supreme Kai over there. If you accompany me, that would be splendid. Ling Xian was previously troubled about breaching the cosmic barrier and how to reach Universe 4. With the old Supreme Kai by his side, those worries dissipated. Xian, you will remain to oversee Universe 7. We shall return swiftly. Yes. Xian nodded earnestly. Soon, Ling Xian and the old Supreme Kai boarded the Cosmic Travel Cube, vanishing from the realm of the Supreme Kai. Within the cube, Ling Xian's mood was somewhat agitated. The old Supreme Kai noticed his expression and remarked, Lewis, do not fret too much. That slender, cunning creature is not one to act recklessly. Ling Xian nodded. He had been overly hasty, forgetting the true nature of Beerus. Beerus would undoubtedly not fall for Quatella's tricks so easily. His agitation stemmed not from this, but from recalling his departure from the god of destruction's realm and the words spoken to Tai Si, promising a swift return. Now, embarking on a journey to another universe. He pondered how long it might take. He hoped it would be quick, otherwise, Tai Si would surely be worried. We are about to traverse the barrier, stay alert. The voice of the old Supreme Kai resonated in his ears. Ling Xian snapped back to attention, gazing ahead to see a luminous membrane blocking their path. He intensified the output of his divine energy. With a swift motion, the Cosmic Travel Cube transformed into a burst of purple light, seamlessly passing through the membrane. They soon arrived in a pitch-black expanse. Upon surveying the surroundings, he noticed 11 enormous spheres floating ahead. Looking back, he realized that Universe 7 was a similar sphere. The third sphere on the left is Universe 4. Simply steer towards that direction. Understood. Ding. A task was issued. Please check in at Universe 4. Reward: erasure of the prototype. Suddenly, the cosmic travel cube came to an abrupt halt. Lewis, what is the matter? Nothing. I'm on my way. Chapter 40. Check-in successful. Reward: erasure of the prototype in Universe 4. A beam of light pierced through the barrier. Ding. Check-in task completed. Reward: erasure of the prototype. Buzz. Within the cube, Ling Xian's body trembled as a force capable of erasing all began to manifest within him. The old Supreme Kai beside him collapsed in shock. Ling Xian was taken aback. My lord, what is the matter? The old Supreme Kai spoke with trembling lips. What was that aura you just emitted? If he had not misjudged. Ling Xian had just released a hint of erasure power. Gulp. The old Supreme Kai swallowed hard, erasing his power, a technique reserved for the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Why would this young man? I cannot fathom it. Ling Xian found himself at a loss for words, feigning ignorance. The old Supreme Kai trembled as he rose. Fixing an intense gaze upon Ling Xian, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Ignoring. Erasure. Perfect freedom realm. This young man. No wonder Whis claimed he was extraordinary. He possesses many secrets. The old Supreme Kai recalled the divine aura Whis had mentioned years ago. He was certain it was connected to the young man before him. Lewis. You. The old Supreme Kai opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from asking anything. Ling Xian sighed in relief. Grateful that the old Supreme Kai chose not to inquire further, for it would have been difficult to explain. Old Supreme Kai, let us seek out Lord Beerus, he suggested. Very well, Lord Beerus should be in the God of Destruction realm of the fourth universe. The old Supreme Kai looked up. Whis. With a flash of divine light. Whis appeared within the square. He paused momentarily upon arrival. Lewis, did I not instruct you to return to the God of Destruction realm? Why are you here? Ling Xian rolled his eyes. If I hadn't come, wouldn't Lord Beerus be on the verge of battling Quitella? The old Supreme Kai inquired. Whis. That scrawny fellow has caused any trouble, has he? Ling Xian held his breath, dreading news of a confrontation between Beerus and Quitella. Whis shook his head, smiling. Though Lord Beerus can be quite arrogant, you know well his cowardly nature, old Supreme Kai. At this, the old Supreme Kai couldn't help but twitch slightly at the memory of how Beerus had been sealed away for millions of years out of fear. So what is Lord Beerus doing now? Ling Xian wondered, perplexed, as he thought Beerus was meant to support him. Haha. Once you arrive in the God of Destruction realm of the fourth universe, you shall see. In the Omni King's palace, aside from Kornik and Whis, all other angels had gathered there. Angel of the 10th universe? Kusa looked at the Grand Minister respectfully and asked, Father, are you aware of the happenings in the 7th universe? The Grand Minister gazed at his progeny and smiled. What is it? The angel of the 6th universe, Bados, spoke. Over a decade ago, an extraordinarily divine aura emerged from the 7th universe. Recently, we journeyed to the 7th universe to investigate this matter, and discovered that the candidate for the God of Destruction there is indeed remarkable. He grasped the principles of destruction within just over 10 years. The angel of the 5th universe, Quitella, chimed in. Moreover, he has attained the perfect freedom realm, and most importantly, he can disregard any attack. As soon as the words were spoken, all the angels present held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension. Doubts swirled among them regarding Ling Xian's identity. No matter how extraordinary a mortal's talent might be, achieving such feats seemed impossible. Consider this, among those angels gathered, who could claim to have comprehended the realm of perfect freedom in a mere decade and a half during their formative years. Such an accomplishment was inconceivable. Each angel had to endure numerous trials to attain their ultimate realization. If one were to assert that it was merely a matter of exceptional talent to grasp the realm of perfect freedom, that might be acceptable. However, the sheer audacity displayed could not be explained by talent alone. Thus, you wish to inquire about the identity of Lewis. The high priest chuckled. Chris furrowed her brow. Father, do you know his identity? The other angels fixed their gazes intently upon the high priest. With a sigh, he stepped forward, his voice laced with awe and truth. I investigated this matter over a decade ago when that divine aura first manifested. Indeed, it was the aura unleashed by the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly of angels, their shock palpable. That divine aura had engulfed the entirety of the king of all's universe. It was detectable from every corner. It resembled the primordial essence of creation, pure and resplendent. in the eyes of the angels. Only their father or the king of all could emit such an aura. To their surprise, it had emanated from the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe. Regarding the disregard for attacks you mentioned, I have personally tested it. How did it go? The angels swallowed hard, each clenching their fists, palms slick with sweat. They were eager for answers, yet deep down, they already harbored a notion of what the truth might be. The high priest had ventured forth years ago to probe the situation. Consequently, they had led the universe's candidate destroyer to spar with Lewis. This indicated that Lewis had withstood the high priest's scrutiny. So, do you not possess the answer? The high priest continued, indeed, he has passed my test. He can truly disregard any assault. A thunderous shockwave reverberated through their minds. The angels stood in stunned silence. Despite their mental preparation, the high priest's affirmation left them reeling. Their father was the foremost being beneath the king of all. Father, do you know his identity? Chris implored urgently. Yes. He cannot possibly be from the dark magic realm, right? Campbell questioned. That young man bore no trace of dark energy. He could not be from the dark magic realm. Indeed, if he were truly from the dark magic realm, Whis would have certainly detected it and would not have accepted him as a candidate destroyer. The angels chimed in, each contributing to the discourse. Enough. The grand priest waved his hand, expressing that he had formulated some conjectures and had subtly probed the stance of Lord Zeno. He fell into silence, refraining from further discourse. However, his expression conveyed to the assembled angels that their esteemed father had likely deduced the identity of Lewis and that it was somehow entwined with Lord Zeno. This revelation left the angels exchanging startled glances, their astonishment reflected in one another's eyes. No matter what actions he undertakes, do not interfere. The grand priest admonished the angels gravely. Have you comprehended my words clearly? The angels felt a tightening in their chests and quickly affirmed, yes. Suddenly, a faint aura of erasure emanated from the fourth universe. The other angels remained largely unresponsive, yet Chris's pupils constricted sharply as she turned her gaze toward the depths of the Zeno Palace, glancing back at her father. Father, enough, do not concern yourself. At that moment, the grand priest's gaze shifted toward the fourth universe, a slight smile gracing his lips. The other angels were left in a state of bewilderment, questioning what was transpiring with their eldest sister and father. Chapter 41. Ketla's test of erasure in the fourth universe. The realm of destruction mirrored that of the seventh universe. Lakes, forests, and mountains adorned the landscape, all tinged with the same shade of purple. Starved rat, haven't you eaten? Put some muscle into it. By the lakeside, Beerus lounged in a chair, legs crossed, wearing an expression of indulgence. Ketla, standing behind him, clenched her teeth, applying more pressure to Beerus's shoulders. Hiss! Beerus leaped up, cursing. Are you applying this much pressure because you have a grievance against me, or what? Crack! Ketla tightened her fists, fury swelling within her, her chest rising and falling rapidly. You scrawny cat, if you have the guts, let us engage in a fight. A fight? Beerus laughed heartily. Engaging in combat is hardly the pursuit of a refined individual like myself. You. Ketla gritted her teeth. Meanwhile, Troy stood frozen, not daring to move or even breathe too loudly, fearful that any noise might draw the attention of the two deities. At that moment, a flash of radiant light descended from the heavens. The old Kai swiftly approached Beerus, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Beerus, you haven't caused any trouble, have you? The old Kai's gaze roamed over Beerus, who felt increasingly uncomfortable. Old fool, if you keep scrutinizing me like that, do you believe I want to seal you again? Instantly, the old Kai averted his gaze. Nevertheless, he noted that Beerus appeared to be in excellent condition, showing no signs of having engaged in battle. As Ling Xian approached Lord Beerus, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Beerus. However, before he could finish, Beerus delivered a powerful punch to Ling Xian's chest. The impact resonated throughout the realm. Remarkably, Ling Xian remained unscathed, while Quaitra beside him experienced a sudden jolt of surprise. Goodness, this lad truly is invincible. Is his body forged from iron? The force of the fifth layer of divine realm struck him, and yet he stood unharmed. Witnessing this, Konnik swallowed hard, realizing that Whis' words of indifference were indeed true. Enough of this sentimentality for a grown man. Ignoring Quaitra and the others, Beerus patted Ling Xian's chest, his expression turning serious. You are my heir. Without my permission, no one shall lay a finger on you. Beerus understood the reason behind Ling Xian's expression, and he believed it was only natural to defend his disciple. If anyone dares to harm you, I shall ensure they regret it. With that statement, Beerus cast a menacing glance at Quaitra. Quaitra, are you done yet? Was it not merely a surprise attack on your disciple? Quaitra clenched his fists, roaring in frustration. Ling Xian exchanged a bewildered glance with the old Kaishin. What has Beerus done to provoke such ire from this old rat? A faint smile appeared on Whis' lips as he relayed to the old Kaishin and Ling Xian the events of the past days. It turned out that upon discovering Quaitra's ambush on Ling Xian, Beerus had been furious, nearly unable to restrain himself from storming into Universe 4. However, Beerus, being averse to peril, refrained from acting out, knowing that it would play into Quaitra's hands. You sought to ambush my heir in Universe 7? Very well. I shall repay you in kind. After Whis escorted him to Universe 4, Beerus similarly ambushed the candidate god of destruction, Troy. It was only thanks to Angel Konic's timely intervention, utilizing time reversal, that Troy was restored. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Once Troy recovered, Beerus showed no signs of relenting. He lurked near the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 4. Each time Troy dared to emerge, Beerus was ready to eliminate him once more. And that was not all. Beerus occasionally wreaked havoc in the star regions of Universe 4. Confident that even if Quaitra was furious, he would not dare retaliate. Should Quaitra lose his temper and confront him, it would only further justify Beerus's actions before the Omni King. After all, it was Quaitra who had launched a surprise attack on his disciple. Thus, Beerus deemed his own actions of disrupting Quaitra's universe entirely justifiable. Within a span of 2 days, Beerus rendered one of the galaxies in the 4th universe utterly incapacitated. Following this, his gaze shifted to another galaxy within the same universe. At this juncture, Quaitra could no longer endure the situation. Engaging in battle with Beerus was an impossibility. After all, the first to strike would meet their demise. Aware of his lack of justification, Quaitra had no choice but to beseech Beerus for a means of reprieve. Upon achieving his objective, Beerus suggested that Quaitra serve him for a duration of 3 days. Overwhelmed by profound humiliation, Quaitra had no alternative but to acquiesce. Otherwise, his universe would remain perpetually under Beerus's scrutiny. What followed was the scene that Ling Xian encountered upon arriving in the 4th universe. Unable to restrain himself, Ling Xian erupted into laughter. The old Kai, though stifling his own mirth, wished not to exhibit such audacity. This was a flagrant affront. Quaitra felt a flush of heat at his ears, as Ling Xian's laughter nailed him firmly to the wall of disgrace. When had a mere candidate for a god of destruction ever possessed the audacity to mock him? Ling Xian's gaze was piercing as he approached Quaitra. Their faces merely 10 centimeters apart. Their eyes locked, revealing the mutual intent to kill. Are you envious of my talent? Ling Xian taunted. Is it that your universe lacks individuals of my caliber, prompting you to contemplate a sneak attack? Do you even comprehend to whom you are speaking? Quaitra's expression darkened. His disdain for the 7th universe individuals palpable. The sight of this young man's smug visage incited within him an overwhelming desire for retribution. Upon hearing this, Beerus emanated a palpable aura of destruction, taking a step forward, causing the entire 4th universe to tremble. Whis and Kaneko straightened their postures, bracing themselves for action. The devastation wrought by 2 gods of destruction clashing was simply too tremendous to fathom. Lord Beerus, allow me to handle this, Ling Xian said, gesturing dismissively. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Ling Xian, ultimately dissipating the destructive energy surrounding him. I am aware you yearn to eliminate me. After all, my demise would sever the future hope of the 7th universe. However, Ling Xian flashed a sinister smile. You cannot kill me. I can disregard any form of harm. Boom. The old Kai, Quaitra, Kaneko, and Troy trembled, their spirits jolted by the intensity of his proclamation. Despite having heard rumors of this capability, hearing it confirmed from Ling Xian's own lips was utterly astonishing. Truly, there existed someone who could ignore all forms of assault. I have just learned a new technique, and I wish to test it on you. Ling Xian grinned wickedly at Quaitra, a smile that was disquietingly sinister. He raised his hand, declaring, Erasure. Chapter 42. Quaitra was terrified. A radiant white light emanated from Ling Xian's hand, exuding an unparalleled might that seemed capable of erasing all material existence. Except for the 2 angels, everyone else collapsed to the ground. Their eyes widened in sheer astonishment, mouths agape, faces ashen, and their bodies trembled involuntarily, as if they had encountered a specter. Fearful and anxious, panicked and at a loss, Whis and Konik wore equally exaggerated expressions. Their mouths agape in disbelief, hearts racing uncontrollably. Erase, erase. This was a technique only the High Priest and the Omni King could wield. Why was Ling Xian capable of such a move? Quetra lay prostrate on the ground, a cold sweat trickling down his back, his voice trembling. Why you? How can you wield the technique of the Omni King? He was all too familiar with this move. Long ago, the Omni King's universe had contained 18 realms. Yet now, only 12 remained. The 8 vanished universes had been eliminated by this very technique. The familiar scene, the familiar aura. Upon witnessing this, Quetra felt akin to a mouse facing a cat, overcome by fear and despair. No one could escape from erasure. Why stared in disbelief? Luis. When did you learn this technique? He knew that Ling Xian possessed extraordinary talent, comprehending the destructive laws of a god of destruction level within just over a decade, mastering the perfect state of an angel. But erasure was no ordinary technique. No, erasure was not merely a technique. It was a confluence of rules. Destruction, time, space, light, darkness, a multitude of laws embodied in one. Such a principle could only be grasped by those of priestly rank or higher. Ling Xian had astonishingly achieved this. The old Kai sat silently on the ground, intently watching Ling Xian. It became clear that he had not misjudged the aura. It truly was the essence of erasure. Ling Xian did not glance at Weiss, instead looking down from his elevated position at the prostrate Quetra, coldly remarking, Lord Quetra, do you know with whom you are speaking? Quetra had spoken the same words to Ling Xian earlier, and now Ling Xian returned them verbatim. I. Quetra felt the piercing white halo directed at him, his scalp prickling, fear rendering him speechless. A palpable killing intent enveloped the atmosphere. The realm of the god of destruction resembled a multi-layered ice vault, chilling to the bone. Even Beerus was taken aback by the scene, hastily exclaiming, Luis, don't act recklessly. Ling Xian's display was simply too incredible to comprehend. The supreme erasure. Once Ling Xian made his move, Quetra would vanish entirely from this world. Perhaps only the fabled super dragon could resurrect him. The repercussions of slaying a god of destruction were immense. Although he harbored a profound disdain for this wretched creature, he dared not take action against the god of destruction. It is not that Beerus could not eliminate Quetra. Rather, it would be quite effortless for Beerus to extinguish this pest if he so desired. Let it be known. Beerus's title as the foremost god of destruction in the multiverse is not merely for show. Weiss appeared before Ling Xian in a flash, urging, Louis, do not act recklessly. Konnek remained in a state of shock, astonished that anyone could wield such power. Mr. Louis, please show mercy. Konnek finally regained his composure and urged caution. He should have dissuaded Quetra from confronting Ling Xian sooner. Yet, a seed of doubt lingered in his mind. Could there truly be someone capable of disregarding all harm? Moreover, it was merely a surprise attack on a candidate god of destruction. Surely, Beerus would not overreact. Konnek's intuition proved correct. Beerus indeed refrained from acting impulsively. However, the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe was about to make a reckless move. They had struck a formidable barrier. In that moment, all present, including the old Supreme Kai, implored Ling Xian to reconsider. Ling Xian raised his right hand, unfazed, regarding Quetra with a mocking expression. Even the Grand Minister cannot slay me. Do you dare threaten me with preparations for death? As those words left his lips, the atmosphere was laden with an almost palpable tension. No, please don't. Quetra's pupils dilated in terror. Others gasped in fear. Ling Xian genuinely intended to kill Quetra. Louis, please don't. Amidst the anxious gazes of the crowd, Ling Xian swung his right hand. The very heavens trembled. A blinding white light erupted, illuminating the sky as if it were midday, dazzling to the point of being unbearable. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated throughout the realm of destruction. Very well, Mr. Louis, please spare Lord Quetra. An angelic figure resembling a young girl appeared in the air, her wand raised. The radiant white light unleashed by Ling Xian suddenly dissipated. Yet, the girl's small hand, gripping the wand, trembled incessantly before gradually steadying. Suddenly, Ling Xian knelt, spewing a torrent of blood onto the ground. Observing this, the incapacitated Quetra's gaze flickered with a glimmer of murderous intent. A prime opportunity. Yet, in the next moment, that murderous intent vanished. Quetra realized that Ling Xian could disregard any attack. He knew he could not slay Ling Xian. Louis, what has happened to you? Beerus and the old Supreme Kai hurried to Ling Xian's side, helping him to his feet, their expressions laced with concern. Aren't you capable of disregarding any attack? Ling Xian appeared like a withered eggplant, utterly deflated. Dear sister, What have you done to Lewis? Whis inquired anxiously, casting his gaze toward the girl in the sky. The newcomer was none other than the high priest's eldest daughter, Kes. Kes furrowed her brow. I have not harmed Mr. Lewis. His ability to ignore damage should render him unharmed. With that, Kes waved her staff, casting a healing spell upon Ling Xian. Kes's expression turned grave as she released her healing magic, yet Ling Xian showed no signs of recovery. After casting it 10 times, his complexion finally returned to normal. I'm fine now. Ling Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook off the support of the old Supreme Kai and Beerus. The old Supreme Kai longed to inquire about the erasure, but instead expressed his concern. Lewis, did you not say you were impervious to harm? Beerus quickly added. Could it be that Miss Kes injured you? Kes interjected. I told you. I did not lay a hand on him. Ling Xian looked up at Kes and shook his head. I was not harmed by Miss Kes. Then why? Whis began to ask, wanting to know the reason behind Ling Xian's injuries. Ling Xian interrupted Whis's inquiry, speaking calmly. Whis, let us return to the 7th universe. He remained silent, and the aura of menace surrounding him dissipated. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he just declared his intention to eliminate Ketla? Why the sudden change? Meanwhile, the incapacitated Ketla exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped death. Wait. In the skies above, Kes fixated her gaze on Ling Xian. Mr. Lewis, what is your connection to the Grand King? Chapter 43. Ling Xian's Identity. Kes did not voice this question publicly, but rather communicated it through a discreet transmission. Ling Xian furrowed his brow, pondering why Kes would inquire about such a matter. A sudden flash of insight struck him. Wasn't the technique of erasure precisely the Grand King's? It was highly probable that Kes had made this connection, prompting her inquiry. Ling Xian chose silence, shaking his head to convey that he had no ties to the Grand King. Observing this, Kes frowned and transmitted again. How could that be? My father clearly stated. Before she could finish, Kes abruptly halted the transmission, casting a penetrating glance at Ling Xian before vanishing from sight. The high priest had instructed Ling Xian to remain unbothered, yet the act of slaying a god of destruction was indeed a serious matter. Her arrival here was prompted by the high priest's directive to prevent Ling Xian from acting. With her mission accomplished, she had successfully thwarted Ling Xian. Ling Xian stood frozen, contemplating Kes's mention of the high priest. It seemed the high priest was aware of his true identity, but wasn't he merely an ordinary Saiyan? Ling Xian felt a surge of uncertainty. System, do I have any connection to the Grand King? The question stirred within him, marking his first active inquiry to the system. An electronic voice resonated in his mind. No, you are merely an ordinary Saiyan with no relation to the Grand King. The individual the high priest referred to is someone else. Who could that someone be? The system fell silent. Ling Xian's lips twitched in frustration, as the system piqued his curiosity only to leave him hanging. You mischievous system. He refrained from further questioning. He hadn't anticipated the system would actually respond this time. Fortunately, the response reassured him, confirming that he had no ties to the Grand King. The tension in his brow gradually eased. Ultimately, under the guidance of Whis, Ling Xian departed from Universe 4. In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 4, only Ketla, Troy, and Konik remained. Ketla rose from the ground, clenching his fists with a sullen expression, fixated on the spot where Ling Xian had vanished, without uttering a word. Lord Ketla, perhaps you should take the opportunity to apologize to Mr. Lewis, Konik suggested. He was filled with questions. His siblings had visited the Grand King's palace, yet he had been excluded. Surely, something significant had transpired. Otherwise, his elder sister wouldn't have arrived so promptly. Moreover, his elder sister's demeanor towards Lewis was quite peculiar, particularly the expression she wore upon her departure. Very well. Keitra clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking audibly. Konik naturally noticed Keitra's expression, yet chose to disregard it. Indeed, Keitra had endured a considerable amount of indignity these past few days. First, he was cornered in his own home by Beerus. Subsequently, he was compelled to serve Beerus as a subordinate for 2 days. Now, he found himself trampled upon by a mere candidate for the position of destroyer. Were it him, Konik would also find it intolerable. Thus, he opted to overlook Keitra's countenance, allowing him a moment to vent his frustrations. Lord Keitra, I shall seek out my elder sister. You, take your time to express your feelings. With that, Konik abruptly vanished from sight. After walking for a while, Keitra remained rooted in place, fixated on the spot where Ling Xian had previously disappeared. I want you dead. Within the cosmic travel cube, the expression of that wretched rat truly had me in stitches. Ha ha ha. Beerus was filled with delight, his movements animated, his face alight with mirth. Haha. Let that wretched rat ambush our candidate for destroyer. The old Kai looked at Beerus and remarked, Skinny Bones, you've performed admirably this time. Skinny Bones. Beerus glared intently at the old Kai, his nostrils flaring. Oh no. The old Kai covered his mouth, inadvertently revealing the term he had in mind for Beerus. Beerus huffed. Never mind. I'm in a good mood today, so I shall let you off the hook. The old Kai patted his chest and turned to Ling Xian. Lewis, when did you learn to erase? The moment those words escaped his lips, Beerus and Whis turned their gaze towards Ling Xian. The atmosphere within the cosmic travel cube grew somewhat tense. Ling Xian touched his nose and replied, I've only just recently acquired that skill. Only just recently? Whis shook his head. Erasure is not merely a technique. It is a compilation of rules, collectively termed as laws by the priests. For an individual to wield it, they must comprehend various rules and ultimately merge them together. Whis fixed his gaze upon Ling Xian, stating, even among us angels, many spend their entire lives without achieving this. Do you understand? Aye. Ling Xian looked at Whis, wanting to speak but unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Enough. Beerus interjected, positioning himself in front of Ling Xian, then turning to meet his gaze. Lewis, will you pose a threat to the seventh universe? Beerus's tone was exceedingly grave, his expression serious. The old Kai had never witnessed Beerus in such a manner. The seventh universe is my home. Ling Xian answered without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Beerus smiled. The old Kaiishin chuckled, and Weiss, momentarily taken aback, soon joined in the laughter. They had arrived at the answer, and it pleased them greatly. Beerus, in high spirits, inquired, by the way, Lewis, how did you end up spitting blood? The old Kaiishin, equally puzzled, interjected, aren't you capable of ignoring any damage? How could you possibly bleed? Ling Xian, with a hint of exasperation, replied, I was merely putting on a brave front. I forced myself to the point of bleeding. Indeed, unable to reach even the strength of a divine realm. He could not sustain the erasure. Weiss nodded, finally grasping the crux of the matter. It was evident that Ling Xian had suffered a backlash. It was not an external force causing him harm. No wonder he bled so profusely. It explained why his sister had to cast healing spells repeatedly to restore him. Beerus and the old Kaiishin soon understood as well, stifling their laughter as they remarked, you never intended to kill Katra. You were merely trying to frighten him, weren't you? Previously, the murderous intent exuded by Ling Xian had startled them, leading them to believe he genuinely wished to eliminate Katra. Why even mention it now that you know? Ling Xian rolled his eyes, thinking that killing a god of destruction who had touched the fifth layer of divine realm was no simple feat. However, Beerus was mistaken. Ling Xian had always harbored intentions to kill Katra. He was not merely intimidating Katra. Had it not been for Chris intervening, he might have indeed succeeded in eliminating that old rat. Upon hearing Ling Xian's response, everyone erupted into laughter, and the atmosphere within the cube became jovial. Soon, the cosmic transport cube swiftly returned to the seventh universe. At that moment, Weiss pondered aloud, has your sister's power reached the level of a high priest? Chapter 44. Chris's power classification. Fifth layer of divine realm, third layer of angelic realm, high priest realm, and Xeno's realm. Ling Xian was aware that most candidate gods of destruction were at the second layer of divine realm. As for the gods of destruction, aside from Beerus at the fifth layer, the others resided at the fourth layer. Regarding the angels, Ling Xian was still unaware of their levels. Ling Xian fixed his gaze intently on Weiss. The old Kaiishin and Beerus also turned their attention to Weiss, sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere within the transport cube. This was primarily due to the astonishing moment when Chris had caught Ling Xian's erasure with her bare hands. Why do you ask this? Weiss felt somewhat helpless under their scrutiny. I sense that Miss Chris possesses extraordinary power. Others may remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet Ling Xian comprehends that the erasure he has just conjured possesses the power to vanquish Ketla. That force might even be beyond the endurance of an angel. The mere fact that Kes was able to interrupt him speaks volumes of her prowess. Whis fell silent, and the atmosphere within the cube grew delicate. Noticing Whis's reticence, Beerus swallowed hard, inquiring, Whis, could it be that your elder sister has truly attained the level of a high priest? The old Kaiishin is well aware of the formidable strength at the high priest level. If this is true, then the universe of Xeno is destined for greatness. I do not know, Whis finally replied after a pause. Please do not gaze at me so. I genuinely possess no knowledge. He averted his eyes from the trio and instead regarded the pitch-black expanse beyond the cube, stating, "All I know is that my elder sister is the mightiest among all our siblings, and her current power eludes my perception. Perhaps she has indeed reached that echelon." Boom. The revelation was utterly staggering. Each event encountered today eclipsed the last in its shock. Beerus and the old Kaishin stood in dumbfounded astonishment. Ling Xian, too, was taken aback. That little one must have indeed attained the level of a high priest, which explained her ability to thwart his actions. Suddenly, back in the 10th universe, Kes sneezed, unaware that she was being referred to as little one behind her. At that moment, she noticed Konik approaching her side. Whis first escorted the old Kaishin back to the Kaishin realm before returning to the realm of destruction. Upon their return, the old Kaishin was pursued by Asin, who urgently inquired about the situation. Asin was anxious. His name was now intertwined with Beerus, and should Beerus act recklessly, Zeno would hold him accountable, leaving Asin no chance of escape. The old Kaishin leisurely recounted the events that had transpired in the 4th universe. Upon hearing this, Asin was engulfed in excitement. Ling Xian was indeed formidable. As a candidate for the destroyer of the 7th universe, Ling Xian's growing strength would only benefit the 7th universe. In the realm of destruction, nearly a day had passed, and yet Lewis had not returned. Tai sat by the lake, lost in thought. When Ling Xian departed, he bore an anxious expression, indicating that something significant must have occurred. Suddenly, a sound erupted, followed by a familiar voice. "Tais, I have returned." Tais turned swiftly, her face lighting up with joy. "Lewis." Ling Xian appeared before Tais, enveloping her in a strong embrace. "Is everything resolved?" "Yes, it has been resolved." Ling Xian affectionately ruffled Tais's hair, inhaling her gentle fragrance, and felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. "That is good." Taisi smiled innocently. Ling Xian's sturdy chest offered her a sense of security, a feeling she had never experienced while traversing the cosmos. Suddenly, she noticed Beerus staring at her intently. Taisi's petite face flushed crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment as she buried her head in Ling Xian's embrace. Sensing her shyness, Ling Xian turned to Beerus and could not help but twitch his lips, saying, "All right, you've made my wife shy with your gaze. Why don't you leave us be? TCH, who wants to watch your lovey-dovey antics?" "Taisi, I'm famished." Beerus gazed at Taisi with longing. Having gone 2 or 3 days without savoring her cooking, he was utterly craving it. Whis nodded fervently beside him. "Taisi, I too am hungry." Emerging from Ling Xian's arms, Taisi's face remained as red as a ripe apple. "I will prepare something for you right away." Flustered, she departed from the scene. Observing her bashful demeanor, Ling Xian felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in that moment. "Lord Beerus, you wouldn't dare dine on Earth, would you? Making Taisi cook for you every day? How shameless. You are my disciple. What is there to be ashamed of?" Beerus chuckled. "I never expected you to truly win Taisi over." Whis snickered nearby. "I had always suspected there was something between them." Beerus scoffed. "Who doesn't he know that?" Ling Xian was momentarily taken aback by their foolishness. At that moment, Beerus suddenly shifted his tone. "Ling Xian, you ought to be cautious lately. Katra is not someone to be underestimated. He might very well seek to cause you trouble." Having made Katra serve as a servant for 2 days, Beerus had deeply insulted him. Katra's lack of retaliation was due to the circumstances favoring Beerus. As old adversaries, Beerus understood Quitra's character well. Beerus himself was prepared for any trouble that may arise. Ling Xian dismissed the concern. "With my physique and ability to erase, that wretched rodent might very well be too frightened to trouble me." "You have a point," Beerus conceded. Beerus nodded in deep agreement. Had Ling Xian aimed the erasure at him back then, he would undoubtedly have been paralyzed with fear, and subsequently, he would not have dared to provoke Ling Xian. Upon their return to the realm of destruction, the atmosphere grew lively once more. In the ensuing days, Beerus's daily routine underwent significant changes. He indulged in feasting and revelry, yet spent the remainder of his time vanishing with Whis. Ling Xian and Taisi found this behavior rather peculiar and inquired of Beerus regarding his activities. Beerus replied, "Lewis, you may not fear Katra, but I certainly dread the prospect of Katra taking vengeance upon my 7th universe." Ultimately, Beerus harbored a genuine apprehension of Katra wreaking havoc in the 7th universe. Thus, he and Whis patrolled the cosmos daily. Ling Xian pondered this and acknowledged its validity. He, unencumbered by fear, had little to worry about. However, the 7th universe was an entirely different matter. Its vastness posed a challenge, for should chaos ensue, neither Beerus nor Whis could swiftly respond. Beerus understood this dilemma, yet he felt powerless to act otherwise. Observing this, Ling Xian felt a pang of compassion and proposed to Beerus, "Would you like me to eradicate Katra in the fourth universe? That way, you need not endure such hardship." Both Beerus and Whis were taken aback, hastily declining his offer. They no longer doubted Ling Xian's prowess, despite his earlier comments suggesting he was merely boasting. Yet who could ascertain whether he could truly unleash the erasure? If Ling Xian were capable of such a feat, Katra would undoubtedly perish. The death of a god of destruction would also spell doom for the Supreme Kai. The god of destruction and the Supreme Kai are the very foundations of a universe. Their demise would have catastrophic repercussions. It is not that a candidate god of destruction cannot inherit the role. Even with a new god of destruction, the absence of a new Supreme Kai renders the situation futile. In the fourth universe, there exists no substitute Supreme Kai. Without a Supreme Kai, the fourth universe could find itself in a state of stagnation for millions of years without creation. Consequently, the fourth universe would face utter desolation, leading to the loss of yet another universe within the realm of the Omni King. Thus, despite any animosity that may exist between the gods of destruction, they cannot resort to extreme measures. Furthermore, the Omni King has decreed that beings of the god of destruction caliber must not engage in combat with one another. The demise of a god of destruction directly impacts the structure of the Omni King's universe, a structure that only the Omni King is qualified to delineate, with no others permitted to interfere. This was the very reason why Chris sought to prevent Ling Xian from erasing Katra. Ling Xian has finally unraveled the truth. Now he can no longer assist Beerus. Chapter 45. Son Goku transforms into Super Saiyan once more. Earth. Time has passed, and 2 months have slipped by. Bardock, King Vegeta, Ambivert, and Theodore have been on Earth for 2 months since their arrival from Namek. Ling Xian has not reappeared, and thus they have chosen not to leave Earth. After all, returning to the galactic headquarters by spaceship proves to be exceedingly inconvenient, likely requiring a year for the journey. West City Wasteland. Boom. The entire wasteland is enveloped by 2 formidable forces. 2 crimson figures dart through the sky, occasionally colliding and producing a deafening resonance. Fortunately, both combatants are holding back. The ground of the wasteland is pockmarked, yet the earth itself has not suffered significant damage. Kakarot, taste my fist. One crimson figure transforms into a red dragon, roaring towards Son Goku in the sky. Vegeta, come forth. In the heavens, Son Goku grins widely, exhilarated by the clash with Vegeta, his blood surging with fervor. He clenches his fist and launches a powerful punch towards the approaching Vegeta. Bang! The air compresses violently, producing a terrifying sonic boom. The immense force propels Vegeta back by over 100 meters. Goku also stumbles back several meters, feeling a dull ache coursing through his nervous system from the impact, somewhat discomforting. I never expected you to return from the brink of death and become so formidable. Son Goku laughs heartily, swiftly moving and flickering through the sky. In an instant, numerous phantoms appear in the void. Cease the taunting. Vegeta gritted his teeth and soared into the sky, delivering a devastating blow that shattered Goku's clone. It is not surprising that Vegeta is consumed with rage. Having been resurrected from death, his power surged to an astonishing 500,000 battle strength. With the enhanced Kaioken multiplied by 10, his strength skyrocketed to 5 million. Yet, despite this, Vegeta finds himself unable to best Goku, who also employs the tenfold Kaioken. Goku's base power already stands at 5 million, and with the Kaioken boost, he possesses an overwhelming battle strength of 50 million. This does not imply that Vegeta is entirely without hope. A battle strength of 5 million against 50 million still presents a glimmer of possibility. However, Goku's fighting style is nothing short of enigmatic. Every punch and kick flows with an effortless grace. To encapsulate it in 2 words, fluidity. The disparity in power is matched by a difference in combat technique, leaving Vegeta in a precarious position. Cursed. Vegeta once again obliterated another of Goku's clones, when suddenly an ominous sensation washed over him. He swiftly turned his head to find Goku grinning as he hovered behind him. In an instant, Vegeta's pupils dilated. It is ill-advised to lose focus in battle. Goku swept his leg, landing a powerful strike to Vegeta's abdomen. The immense force propelled Vegeta upward, eliciting a cry of pain as he soared into the clouds. Goku tightened his body and ascended after him. A thunderous crash echoed as Vegeta found himself on the defensive. The sky filled with the sounds of their clash and Vegeta's anguished shouts. On the ground, 4 figures stood transfixed, gazing up at the tumultuous battle above. King Vegeta exclaimed incredulously, "Bardock, Your son is extraordinarily powerful. Bardock, in high spirits, replied, Ha ha ha, Prince Vegeta is no slouch either. Bibbert and Theodore wiped the sweat from their brows, marveling at the sheer intensity of the two warriors. Just imagine if either Vegeta or Goku landed a punch on them. A shiver ran down Bibbert's spine at the thought. It was best to avoid such scenarios. Bardock reflected. It appears that we Saiyans gain a remarkable boost in power upon being resurrected from death. King Vegeta mused, not just Vegeta, but also you, Bibbert, and Theodore, are similarly affected. Bardock nodded as he observed the fierce battle above, acknowledging, indeed, so much has changed among us Saiyans over the past decade. This time, having risen from the clutches of death, Vegeta has transcended to a combat power of 500,000. King Vegeta has surpassed 1,000,000, while Bardock has elevated himself to 2,000,000. Bibbert and Theodore have both reached 600,000. King Vegeta, shall we engage in a spar? Bardock gazed skyward, feeling a surge of excitement. Why would I seek punishment by fighting you? King Vegeta retorted, curling his lip. He was not inclined to suffer as his son did. It would be rather amusing to see the two fathers bested by their respective sons. How dull. Bardock soared into the air, heading back westward. He had lost interest in the impending battle between Goku and Vegeta, certain that his son would emerge victorious once more. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the sky. A radiant golden light illuminated the clouds, transforming them into a spectacle of golden cotton candy. Boom. Vegeta shot down like a cannonball, crashing forcefully to the ground. Boom. The earth splintered beneath him. Bardock, who had intended to leave, halted abruptly and looked up. There, descending from the heavens, was a breathtaking golden figure, golden-haired and blue-eyed, exuding an overwhelming aura. At this sight, King Vegeta, Bibbert, and Theodore were left dumbfounded. Super Saiyan. King Vegeta has become a Super Saiyan. Bibbert and Theodore clutched at King Vegeta's collar, shaking him fervently. We see it, we see it. The relentless shaking left King Vegeta dizzy. Chapter 46, Kakarot. Teach me. At that moment, a battered figure crawled from the depths of the crater. I knew the legend of the Super Saiyan was true. But it's infuriating. Vegeta lay on the ground, gazing at the golden figure in the sky, a twinge of bitterness in his heart. Why was it that he, the prince of the Saiyans, was overshadowed by a lowly warrior who could embody the very legend of their race? In the air, Bardock quickly returned to Goku's side. Kakarot, is this your Super Saiyan form? Bardock stuttered, overwhelmed with excitement. King Vegeta and the other two flew in beside them, gazing at Goku with eager eyes. Goku hovered in the air, unaffected, radiating an aura of chilling authority. His icy gaze swept over the assembled crowd. Gulp. As the crowd cleared their throats, the formidable aura of Sun Wukong compelled them to take several steps back. How has Sun Wukong transformed so drastically? One chuckled. Oh, this is what Lewis referred to as a Super Saiyan. I am uncertain. Perhaps you should take a look for yourselves. Prior to his confrontation with Vegeta, Sun Wukong had been diligently attempting to achieve this transformation for 2 months, yet without success. However, during today's sparring session with Vegeta, an unexpected surge of willpower allowed him to transform unexpectedly. It appeared that, akin to the anime, after his initial transformation, he was unable to revert. Only after a period of rigorous training could he succeed once more. With a playful chuckle, Sun Wukong dissipated the malevolent energy that had enveloped him. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, primarily due to the chilling malevolence reflected in his earlier gaze, which had sent shivers down their spines. Indeed, Vegeta, the prince, hovered beside Sun Wukong, inspecting him with growing excitement. This is precisely the state. Bardock stepped forward, eagerly examining his son. Golden hair and azure eyes. Ha ha, Kakarot. You truly did not deceive me. Bardock was elated, astonished that the legends passed down in their clan had manifested in his son. At that moment, Vegeta soared up from the ground, urgently inquiring, Kakarot, how strong are you now? Having been struck by a single blow that nearly felled him. He was grateful that Sun Wukong had mitigated the force at the last moment. I feel at least 10 times stronger than when using the Kaioken times 10. Sun Wukong remarked, scratching his head with an innocent grin. 10 times more powerful than the Kaioken times 10. My goodness. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Kakarot, please teach me how to transform. Vegeta, setting aside his pride, implored Sun Wukong earnestly. Suddenly, an eerie silence engulfed the air. When had Bardock and the others ever witnessed Vegeta display such humility? He, the proud prince of all Saiyans. Bardock, in particular, knew his son's character well. Now, in his quest to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta had humbled himself. As the onlookers were taken aback, a voice interrupted, "What are you all discussing?" They swiftly turned to see a man clad in the attire of a god of destruction, cradling a woman beside him. "Lewis, you have returned," Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Approaching Ling Xian. "Look, I can finally transform into a Super Saiyan once more." Ling Xian, holding Tai Si, understood Sun Wukong's revelation. "Not bad. In just 2 months, you have mastered the technique of transformation." It must be said that Sun Wukong's talent is extraordinary. If it were not for his possession of a system, even if he were to master the power of the Super Saiyan, he might still fall short of Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Ling Xian's words, Bardock appeared contemplative and softly inquired, "Lewis, can it be that you too can transform into a Super Saiyan?" Ling Xian had never transformed into a Super Saiyan in front of others, prompting Sun Wukong and the others to gaze at him intently. Indeed, with a flourish, Ling Xian's hair instantaneously transformed into a brilliant golden hue, and he exuded an aura as formidable as Sun Wukong's. Tice, cradled in his arms, beheld this transformation with wide-eyed admiration. "The same hair color as mine. How striking. You can too." Vegeta's mouth fell agape, fully aware of Ling Xian's immense power. Otherwise, he could not have been a candidate for the god of destruction. Yet, the Super Saiyan was a legend of the Saiyan race. Never before had there been a Super Saiyan. How could there suddenly be one now? Fortunately, Ling Xian was a high-ranking warrior and a candidate for the god of destruction. Thus, Vegeta could accept his transformation. However, why could a lower-ranked warrior like Sun Wukong also transform? It was truly infuriating. Everyone was astonished by Ling Xian's display. "Lewis, please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan," Vegeta exclaimed. As he spoke, Bardock and the others quickly came to the realization. "Lewis, please instruct us on how to transform into Super Saiyans." If they too could attain the Super Saiyan form, the Saiyan race would become unparalleled in the universe. Bardock and King Vegeta understood this well. "Kakarot can teach you. Just seek him out." "I do not have the luxury of time," Ling Xian replied. Casting a glance at King Vegeta, "You have been away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters for quite some time, and your kin are awaiting your return. It is about time you head back." Indeed, they have been on Earth for 2 months, and with the journey to Namek, it has been nearly half a year. Then let us return. As for the Super Saiyan matter, Kakarot will be able to teleport as effortlessly as I do, and he can visit you at any time. Ling Xian regarded King Vegeta and stated coolly, "Frieza is dead, and his subordinates pose no threat. Nevertheless, I reiterate, I shall not concern myself with the affairs of the Saiyans. Whatever you evolve into is of no significance to me, for I am a candidate for the god of destruction." Though Ling Xian's tone was somewhat aloof, the others did not find it off-putting. They had already grasped the context. Ling Xian was indeed a candidate for the god of destruction. The true god of destruction originally intended to eradicate the Saiyan race. However, out of respect for Ling Xian, the Saiyans were granted a chance to survive. The candidate god of destruction must adhere to the will of the true god of destruction. Ling Xian cannot excessively interfere with mortal affairs, and this cannot be held against him. It is almost surreal to contemplate that the cosmic Emperor Frieza met his demise at the hands of our Saiyan warriors. King Vegeta remarked with a sense of wonder. Who could have imagined that the legends of the Saiyans were indeed true? Chapter 47. The Conspiracy of Katra. Bardock nodded in agreement. "It has indeed been a considerable time since we departed from the Galactic Patrol headquarters. It is time for us to return." "Very well, I shall escort you back. Once Kakarot masters instant transmission, he will be able to seek you out," Ling Xian declared, preparing to lead them home. Bardock, not one to give up easily, inquired Lewis. "Do we stand a chance of transforming into Super Saiyans?" Bibert and Theodore perked up, while King Vegeta and his son inched closer. Ling Xian fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their breath, clearly eager for the possibility of transformation. "You all should have a chance," Ling Xian finally spoke after observing them. "To transform into Super Saiyans, one must sufficiently activate the S cells within. Additionally, a certain level of foundational combat power is required." There was no doubt that Vegeta could achieve the transformation. King Vegeta and Bardock had both surpassed a combat power of 1 million, while Bibert and Theodore boasted a power of 600,000. Overall, their potential was commendable, and even if they could not transform at present, they would undoubtedly do so once their strength reached the requisite levels. Really, Bardock exclaimed with joy. King Vegeta clenched his fists, anxious. Can we truly do it too? Yes, all of you can. Ling Xian replied with a smile. Bibert and Theodore embraced each other, bursting into laughter. Vegeta smirked, casting a proud glance at Goku. As if to say, just wait. Once I succeed in transforming, I will deliver a thorough beating. Goku, ever the oblivious one, continued to grin widely. Vegeta's expression darkened. Thinking to himself, what a foolish buffoon. All right, I will take you back now. Ultimately, Ling Xian escorted King Vegeta and the others back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As for Vegeta, he had forged a bond with Bulma, and with Earth being his new home, he chose not to return to his clan. In the Heavenly Temple, after bringing King Vegeta and the others back, Ling Xian took Tai Si home before making his way here alone. The Supreme Kai, observing the lower realm from the edge of the Heavenly Realm, approached Ling Xian respectfully, saying, I pay my respects to the esteemed candidate God of Destruction. Beside him, Bobo performed a slight bow. Ling Xian had visited the Celestial Realm several times before, but had never encountered the enigmatic Bobo until now. To put it plainly, Bobo was remarkably dark, resembling a piece of coal. Bobo touched his face and said nonchalantly, Lord Candidate Destroyer, do I have something on my face? No, Ling Xian replied. A faint twitch at the corner of his mouth, then turned to the deity. I would like to borrow your temporal spirit chamber once more. No problem. I shall have Bobo escort you, the deity nodded. However, a question lingered in the deity's mind. Ling Xian had previously entered the temporal spirit chamber and remained there for over a decade. Why had he not become trapped within? As Ling Xian followed Bobo into the temple, the deity's curiosity deepened. Walking through the corridor, Ling Xian glanced at Bobo's back and could not help but inquire, Bobo, do you know the High Priest? I do not, Bobo replied without turning around, continuing his stride with unwavering composure, as if speaking the truth. The depth of his calm demeanor was strikingly profound. Ling Xian shook his head. He found it hard to believe that Bobo was unfamiliar with the High Priest. After navigating through the chaos, they arrived at the entrance of the temporal spirit chamber, where Ling Xian stepped inside. Bobo observed Ling Xian's retreating figure, nodded, and then departed. Inside the temporal spirit chamber, a vast expanse of white enveloped him, a familiar environment. The last time Ling Xian had been here, he aimed to ascend to the divine dimension. He had trained for over a decade, only to fall short at the final hurdle, ultimately achieving his breakthrough thanks to the system's sign-in tasks. This visit, however, was dedicated to mastering the art of erasure. Ling Xian's power remained insufficient. The adversaries he faced were not mere threats like Frieza, but entities of destruction and even angelic stature. Particularly troubling was the recent entanglement with that wretched mouse, which had prompted Beerus to remain ever vigilant against him. Although Ling Xian felt unafraid due to his immunity, he was not one to embrace the notion of suffering blows. Erasure is, to date, his most formidable trump card. The last time he employed it, he nearly paid with his life. It was evident that his power was insufficient to sustain the execution of erasure, even in its nascent form. This time, Ling Xian entered the spirit time room with the purpose of training his strength, aspiring to elevate it to the divine realm, thereby enabling him to support the manifestation of erasure. Furthermore, Ling Xian harbored another objective for his visit to the spirit time room. He seemed to have sensed other rules through erasure. Previously, Weiss had remarked that erasure is not merely a technique, but rather a synthesis of destruction, creation, time, space, light, darkness, and various principles. The system's sign-in task had granted him access to erasure directly, circumventing the need to comprehend each of these myriad rules. Now, it appeared that he had experienced a reciprocal enhancement, allowing him to perceive other rules through erasure. Ling Xian now found himself akin to a student who, without having to study foundational knowledge, could achieve a perfect score on an exam, subsequently gaining insights into the fundamentals from this elevated state, an extraordinary reversal. Thus, he resolved to first hone his strength. Once perfected, he would delve into understanding the other rules. Upon his emergence, he would seek to stir trouble in other universes. Ling Xian donned the weighted clothing bestowed upon him by Weiss and commenced his training. Meanwhile, in another realm of the King of all universe, the atmosphere was laden with gloom, characterized by a dark forest and a frigid lake, evoking a sense of oppression. A flash of purple light darted through the blackwoods. Cloaked in a dark mantle and wearing a mask, by the lakeshore, a solitary figure awaited. You have arrived, Demigra remarked. How do you find my proposition? Assisting you in eliminating the candidate destroyer of Universe 7, In exchange for your help in gathering the Super Dragon Balls, this indeed sounds quite sincere. Demigra observed the oddly clad figure before him and teased, however, given your strength, should it not be a simple task for you to dispose of him? Shall we not commence? Or is it that? Humph, with Beerus protecting him, I cannot intervene. Beerus. Demigra frowned. Indeed, he was a troublesome adversary. Speak. How shall we proceed with this transaction? Very well, I accept your terms, Demigra replied coldly. I shall assist you in eliminating the candidate destroyer of Universe 7. And in return, you will aid me in collecting the Super Dragon Balls. Should you dare to renege on our agreement, you will regret it. I am a man of my word. Fear not. Here's the dossier on the candidate destroyer, along with strategies to confront him. Be cautious not to falter in your endeavors. Upon finishing his words, the shadowy figure cast a note toward Demigula before vanishing into thin air. In the next moment, a voluptuous woman appeared beside Demigula. Tova covered her mouth, chuckling. My lord Demigula, why does Ketra don such peculiar attire? Does he truly believe he can go unnoticed? Who would know? Demigula's face darkened. After Tova finished her jest, she adopted a serious demeanor, stating, Can Ketra's words be trusted? He wouldn't dare deceive us. The note has been given to you. Remember to handle the matter with finesse. Understood. Chapter 48. The Power Breakthrough to the Divine Realm in the Fourth Universe. Within the realm of destruction, Angel Kornic returned from the 10th universe, his countenance filled with astonishment. The revelations imparted by his elder sister were profoundly staggering. The journey back from the 10th universe to the 4th left him unable to quell his tumultuous emotions. Suddenly, he beheld Ketra descending from the heavens. My lord Ketra, where have you been? Have you destroyed several planets? Ketra, hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly. Kornic nodded. It was only natural for Ketra to vent after enduring such grave indignities. However, Kornic scrutinized Ketra intently. My lord Ketra, should we not let the matter with the candidate destroyer from the 7th universe rest? Let it go. Ketra furrowed his brow. Did you not go to seek your sister? Did Miss Keck say something? To be subjected to such an egregious humiliation and simply let it slide? Impossible. He had previously observed Ling Xian closely, lying before him, and had discerned that the erasure he wielded was not true erasure, while the aura was similar. Authentic erasure was beyond the capability of one who had yet to attain divine power. That young man had likely only grasped the most superficial aspects. Yet even that meager understanding nearly cost him his life when he attempted to wield it. To exact revenge, one must strike while he still remains unrefined. Furthermore, he had devised a strategy and entrusted the method to confront Ling Xian to Demigula. My lord Ketra, heed my counsel. He is truly not someone you can. Kornic's words remained unspoken. Understood. Quitella sneered and departed with a flick of his hand. Observing Quitella's retreating figure, Kornic shook his head. According to his elder sister's account, Ling Xian was likely connected to the Omni King. The conspiracy between Quitella and Demigra remained a secret, since the last sparring incident. The gods of destruction from the Omni King's universe had abruptly quieted down. They no longer dared to mock Universe 7 and even exhibited a hint of trepidation towards it. After all, Ling Xian had stated, if you seek trouble with my Universe 7, be prepared for me to return the favor. Ling Xian's talent was evident, and being on the radar of such an individual was indeed a source of unrest. The gods of destruction now dedicated their days to training their prospective successors, lest when Ling Xian eventually arrived, their heirs would falter within mere moments, causing them great embarrassment. As for Universe 7, Beerus continued his daily patrols across the cosmos, remaining vigilant against any potential disturbances from Quitella. However, after 2 months of vigilant observation, Quitella had made no move at all. To this end, Beerus even made a special trip to Universe 4. When Quitella and Beerus finally crossed paths, it was initially anticipated to be a clash of titans. Yet, to Beerus's surprise, Quitella displayed no anger. Instead, he cheerfully invited Beerus to enjoy a delightful meal. This unexpected cordiality left Beerus on edge, questioning the motives of this seemingly affable rat. Despite his prolonged scrutiny, Beerus found no signs of malice in Quitella's actions. Ultimately, he returned to Universe 7. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, 5 years had passed. A striking figure was engaged in push-ups, clad in a cumbersome weighted training suit, his attire drenched in perspiration. 999,998. 999,999. 1 million. Ling Xian gritted his teeth and completed his final push-up, collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion. The intense workout left him fatigued, his body racked with spasms. Ling Xian endured immense pain. Yet the fruits of his arduous training were undeniably rewarding. Boom. His latent potential surged forth, a torrent of power erupting from the depths of his being. After a brief respite, his weary cells began to recover, alleviating some of the agonizing strain. Ling Xian could finally move again, feeling the burgeoning strength within him. Clenching his fist, he let out a powerful roar. With a whoosh, golden flames erupted, radiating outward in waves from Ling Xian's core. A flash of golden brilliance illuminated the space. Super Saiyan. The divine power was amplified 50-fold in this Super Saiyan state. Crack. A sound of shattering echoed as he broke free from his limitations. His strength ascended to the realm of the divine. Boom. As if a volcanic eruption had occurred, the entire realm of the spirit time room trembled. Ling Xian, resembling an ancient god of war, radiated a golden light, exuding an imposing aura. An unparalleled strength compressed within the void, creating a vacuum. Gasping for breath, Ling Xian exited his Super Saiyan state, taking deep breaths. At long last, his power had ascended to the first tier of the divine realm. After 5 years of arduous training, he had finally achieved his goal of elevating his strength to the divine level. At this moment, encountering the previous group of candidate destroyers, he would no longer be subject to their beatings. He might even have the privilege to challenge a destroyer in an arm wrestling match. Ling Xian had initially intended to continue his cultivation, as he had only accomplished one of his goals since entering the spirit time room. He had yet to put into action his other aspiration of comprehending the powers of different rules. However, he recalled a previous conversation with King Vegeta and the others, where he promised that Goku would teach them how to transform into Super Saiyans. As for how Goku would reach the Galactic Patrol, he would first need to master instant transmission. According to the development of the Dragon Ball storyline, following the explosion of Namek, Goku would learn instant transmission on Yardrat. Yet, due to his interference, Goku had only transformed into a Super Saiyan and had not acquired the ability to teleport. This was unacceptable. Ling Xian had no choice but to temporarily halt his comprehension of other rules and exit the spirit time room. Open for me, Ling Xian bellowed. A powerful sound wave shattered an opening in the spirit time room, and he leaped through it. Outside the heavenly temple, the Supreme Kai and Bu stood beside the heavenly plaza, observing the two figures in the center. What are Goku and Vegeta doing? Bu inquired. Goku is teaching Vegeta how to transform into a Super Saiyan, the Supreme Kai replied. A Super Saiyan is that golden-haired form. As the Supreme Kai pondered this, a figure suddenly emerged from the temple. He approached respectfully, saying, Lord Candidate Destroyer, you have come out. Ling Xian nodded, gazing at the two in the plaza with curiosity. What are they doing? He asked. You said that Goku is teaching Vegeta how to become a Super Saiyan. The Supreme Kai responded. Ling Xian turned to Bu, who maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Shaking his head, Ling Xian walked towards the center of the plaza. Vegeta, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires anger. I broke through only because I was extremely enraged at the time. I am already very angry, but why can't I transform? Kakarot, you wouldn't be deceiving me. Would you? Why would I deceive you? Think again about what could provoke your anger and see if you can break through. The two were engaged in conversation when Goku, noticing Ling Xian's arrival, exclaimed joyfully, Lewis, you're back. Sun Wukong grasped Vegeta and approached Ling Xian. Luis, I told him that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires immense anger, yet Vegeta refuses to believe me. Vegeta, frowning as he glanced at Ling Xian, inquired, Is what Kakarot said true? Indeed, transforming into a Super Saiyan necessitates an intense fury. However, despite exhausting all thoughts that could incite my anger, I remain unable to achieve it. Vegeta lamented. During Ling Xian's training period, he had persistently sought instruction from Sun Wukong. He endeavored to provoke his anger as suggested, but to no avail. You are incapable of entering a state of extreme rage, Ling Xian mused, then, with a teasing glint in his eyes, turned to Vegeta. Let me give it a try. Surely cursing would be quite exhilarating, especially when directed at this proud, perennial second-in-command. Will you assist me in reaching that extreme anger? Then let us see. Vegeta, at his wit's end, was taken aback by Ling Xian's suggestion, who seemed to find great amusement in the prospect. This is your idea. Suddenly, Ling Xian's expression turned serious. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong were startled by his somber demeanor. Silence enveloped the heavenly realm, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Ling Xian's gaze fixed intently on Vegeta for a lengthy moment, before finally uttering two words, useless. Useless. Vegeta, acutely sensitive to these words, felt a surge of anger welling up within him, but knowing Ling Xian was merely provoking him, he managed to suppress it. Sun Wukong observed this and shook his head. Although Ling Xian had initially stirred Vegeta's emotions, it still fell short. Vegeta, you are nothing but a useless being. As Prince of Vegeta, you could not even protect your own planet. Where were you when Frieza obliterated your home? You were fleeing from Frieza's army. The proud Saiyan prince, hunted for over a decade, relying on Kakarot just to have a chance to confront Frieza. If you are not useless, then what are you? Ling Xian continued to berate him with increasing fervor. The experience was exhilarating, and he found it hard to stop. A relentless stream of insults pierced Vegeta's ears, causing his forehead to throb. "Shut up," he shouted. While he could tolerate much, the assertion that he depended on Sun Wukong to face Frieza was simply intolerable. Vegeta's eyes turned red, his knuckles cracking ominously. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with surprise. He anticipated that Ling Xian would indeed have a method. It appeared that Vegeta was on the verge of successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, Vegeta's fury gradually subsided as an inner voice suggested that Ling Xian was deliberately provoking him. Observing this, Sun Wukong felt anxious and wished to urge Ling Xian to continue. Ling Xian's lips curled into a slight smirk, exclaiming, "Why the rush? The real bombshell has yet to unfold." He confronted Vegeta, bellowing, "What are you if not a worthless wretch? Since your arrival on Earth, have you ever surpassed Kakarot? In terms of power, Kakarot will always overshadow you. Kakarot mastered the Spirit Bomb, can you? Kakarot, as a lowly warrior, could transform into a Super Saiyan, can you?" Boom. A wave of humiliation washed over Vegeta. His face flushed crimson, and his body trembled with rage. "Silence! I command you to be quiet," he shouted. Ling Xian pointed at Vegeta's chest, declaring, "You, a Saiyan prince, cannot even compare to a low-class warrior. You are a failure." But that was not all. Ling Xian's lips curved into a sly grin as he remarked, "You, a mere piece of trash, are destined to be the perennial second place." Vegeta's face burned with shame, and he felt utterly humiliated. The disgrace was unbearable. Boom. At that moment, Vegeta could no longer contain himself, and his fury erupted. A tremendous power surged within him, darkening the skies. A white aura began to shimmer with flecks of gold. Sun Wukong and Ling Xian leaped aside. And Sun Wukong instantly recognized that Vegeta was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. "Lewis, you truly provoked Vegeta into transforming. You are remarkable," exclaimed Sun Wukong. "Just a piece of cake." Ling Xian chuckled. He understood what truly mattered to Vegeta. Sun Wukong was his lifelong rival, and Vegeta yearned to surpass him but had never achieved it. This was evident even in the anime, where he was often referred to as the perennial second place. Ling Xian boldly laid this fact bare, and it was no surprise that Vegeta could not bear it. If he were in Vegeta's shoes, his reaction would likely be even more exaggerated. Indeed, there was a certain thrill in berating the perennial second place. Boom. The unleashed fury resonated, and thunder rolled ominously. The heavens trembled. Vegeta's hair began to shimmer. One gold, one black. The frequency intensified. It was happening. With a shout from Sun Wukong, golden light erupted from Vegeta. Flashing brilliantly, the third Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race had finally emerged. With a crash, Vegeta fixed a fierce gaze on Ling Xian, and in an instant, he vanished. Ling Xian chuckled. "So, you've just transformed and think you can challenge me?" The perennial second place has inflated his ego. Ling Xian too vanished from sight. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, realizing that an exhilarating spectacle was about to unfold. Bang! Bang! A sound of collision resonated through the void, followed by the anguished cries of Vegeta. "Ah!" In the next moment, Vegeta materialized from the void, collapsing to the ground like a defeated dog. "Vegeta, you should really avoid provoking me, huh?" Ling Xian hovered in midair, laughing heartily. Lying on the ground, Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Despite transforming into a Super Saiyan, he still could not defeat Ling Xian. However, considering that Ling Xian was a candidate for the God of Destruction, it was somewhat understandable. Still, to be insulted and then soundly beaten was infuriating. Observing this, Sun Wukong stood to the side, laughing heartily. For some reason, witnessing Vegeta's defeat brought him joy. Thus ended the farce. Ling Xian finally broached the subject with Sun Wukong, suggesting that he learn instant transmission. Upon hearing this, Vegeta quickly scrambled to his feet, expressing his desire to learn as well. Ling Xian had no objections. Instant transmission was a highly useful technique, whether for fleeing or in combat. The only uncertainty lay in whether Vegeta could master it, as he had never demonstrated such a skill in the anime. Ding. Mission released. Please sign in before Tawa. Reward. Full Power Super Saiyan. Chapter 50. The Catastrophe of Yardrat. At the Divine Temple, Ling Xian paused momentarily. Sun Wukong inquired, Lewis, what's the matter? Vegeta, equally puzzled, gazed at Ling Xian. It's nothing, Ling Xian replied, shaking his head. Tawa. The system had just issued a sign-in mission, requiring him to sign in before Tawa, which took him by surprise. Nevertheless, the reward was indeed enticing. Full Power Super Saiyan, which differed significantly from the ordinary Super Saiyan, as it consumed far less energy. Previously, when he transformed into a Super Saiyan and pushed his power to the first tier of Divine Realm, that state was incredibly taxing. Fortunately, Ling Xian's dimensional breakthrough had reached the divine level, allowing him to generate divine energy within, which nourished his body effectively. This made it much less strenuous to maintain the Super Saiyan state. Yet, the consumption remained considerable. While he could handle one-on-one battles without issue, engaging 10 candidate gods of destruction again would likely lead to a swift depletion of his stamina, despite his ability to counterattack. However, entering the full power state would change everything. Ling Xian recalled the scene from the anime where Sun Wukong and his son battled Cell. The energy expenditure there was remarkably low. In that state, he would undoubtedly be able to have some fun across other universes. The reward was splendid. But how was he to find Tawa? Let us proceed to Yardrat. Ling Xian could not devise a solution for the moment and chose to let things unfold naturally. He led the two individuals away into the celestial realm, disappearing into the dark magic world, the shadowy forest. Tawa, the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, made her appearance. Go. Yes. The cosmic expanse was breathtaking, with a violet planet nestled within the same galaxy as Namek. This planet was none other than Yardrat. From an external perspective, Yardrat seemed cloaked in ethereal purple clouds, an exquisite sight to behold. In the anime, it was here that Sun Wukong narrowly escaped aboard the Jinyu Force's spaceship during the cataclysmic explosion of Namek. Today, 3 uninvited guests arrived on Yardrat. As Sun Wukong strolled through the town of Yardrat, he examined his surroundings. Lewis, is this the Yardrat you spoke of? Vegeta inquired, his brow furrowed slightly. It is said that Yardrat, much like Namek, is a planet shrouded in mystery. Indeed, this place possesses a unique technique known as instant transmission, akin to the method I employed to bring you here, Ling Xian explained as they walked. Both of you can transform into Super Saiyans. Once you master this technique, you can teach your kin at the Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in understanding. Having experienced the power of a Super Saiyan, they realized that if all Saiyans could transform, their race would become the most formidable in the universe. Particularly for Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan race. He longed to witness such a day for his people. Let us seek out the leader here. Before long, Ling Xian brought the two to the town center, where they found the leader of Yardrat, Supa. Inside the dwelling, Supa bowed respectfully and said, It is an honor to meet you, esteemed candidate destroyer. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. The leader of Yardrat recognized Ling Xian. Ling Xian glanced at Husu, the sage of Yardrat, standing beside Supa. Supa must have known of his identity, which explained the recognition. Ling Xian, however, did not dwell on this and addressed the matter directly. Leader Supa, I wonder if you could allow these two to learn instant transmission. Sun Wukong and Vegeta straightened, their gazes fixed intently on Supa. That should not pose a problem. Supa affirmed with a nod. Nearby, Husu tugged at Supa's garment, as though signaling something. Supa gazed at Ling Xian, hesitating momentarily. Please, speak openly. Since you have assisted me, I am eager to reciprocate in any way possible, Ling Xian urged, sensing Supa's unease and Husu's subtle gestures. With trepidation, Supa replied, I do not presume to direct the esteemed candidate destroyer, but this matter pertains to you. To me? Ling Xian frowned, glancing at Sun Wukong. If it were related to anyone, it would certainly involve this fellow. After all, in the realm of anime, it was he who escaped to this place and mastered the art of instantaneous movement. Esteemed candidate destroyer, I am the sage of the planet Adrat. At last, Husa spoke. I had foreseen a great calamity befalling our Adrat, from which a golden-haired warrior would descend from the heavens to save us. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian could not help but feel astonished. The sage of Adrat is as formidable as the grand elder of Namek. If history remains unaltered, the golden-haired warrior Husu speaks of must surely be Sun Wukong. Husu continued, his tone grave. However, just over 2 months ago, this prophecy took an unexpected turn. The great calamity vanished, and the golden-haired warrior also disappeared. Isn't it wonderful that your great calamity has dissipated? Vegeta interjected suddenly. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Leader Super spoke up. No, while the calamity initially foretold by the sage has indeed vanished, the sage has now prophesied an even more terrifying disaster. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Ling Xian pondered. So this new calamity is related to me. Yes, if not handled properly, not only will our Adrat face peril, but the entire North Galaxy will be endangered. Husu gazed at Ling Xian, gravely stating, Esteemed candidate destroyer, I have foreseen that this new calamity originates from the Dark Demon realm. No one dares to command the candidate destroyer, yet this impending disaster is truly horrifying. The new calamity is indeed tied to Ling Xian. Husu and Supa had no choice but to risk destruction by seeking Ling Xian's assistance. The Dark Demon realm. Ling Xian's pupils constricted sharply. Soon, he recalled the system's sign-in task that required him to sign in before Tawa. Based on his understanding of the system, it seemed that each sign-in could be completed just in time. Yes, it must be Tawa. She plans to stir up trouble in the 7th universe. Ling Xian rose from his seat, his expression darkening. Lewis, what's wrong? Vegeta was startled by Ling Xian's demeanor. Is this Dark Demon realm truly powerful? Sun Wukong asked hastily. The fact that it could alarm the candidate destroyer signified the gravity of the situation. Supa timidly remarked, Esteemed candidate destroyer. This calamity. Ling Xian shook his head and pointed at Sun Wukong and the others. You take them to learn instantaneous movement. I will handle matters regarding the Dark Demon realm. It is no wonder that Supa and Husu would rather risk destruction to have him assist. Regardless of his connection to it, the appearance of beings from the Dark Demon realm in the universe demands his intervention. After all, the Omni King and the Dark Demon realm represent opposing forces. Indeed, at last, Ling Xian departed from the planet Adratlet. Chapter 51, The 6-Star Sealing Technique. Having left Adratlet, Ling Xian found himself in a desolate expanse of starry void. According to the task issued by the system, coupled with Husu's prophecy, it was inevitable that Tova would come seeking to trouble him. This indicated that a great calamity would befall Adratlet, linked to his presence. As long as he distanced himself from Adratlet, it should remain unscathed. Why would Tova seek me out? Ling Xian circled amidst the stars, surveying his surroundings. Yet all remained eerily silent. Unable to comprehend the situation, he resolved to linger in this barren void. He hoped that his wandering would not inadvertently lead Tova to other locations, potentially culminating in disaster. As time flowed slowly by, 3 days elapsed. The desolate starry expanse remained devoid of any movement. How peculiar. Ling Xian furrowed his brow. Logically, the system's sign-in task should conclude within a week. How could it be 3 days with no sign of Tova's arrival? With the task unfulfilled, Ling Xian continued to await in the empty cosmos. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of enchanting eyes observed him from the shadows, unnoticed by Ling Xian. In secret, Tova had been monitoring Ling Xian for 3 days. The dimensional realm had reached a divine level, yet his power had not ascended to that of the divine realm. This was Tova's initial impression of Ling Xian. What Tova did not realize was that Ling Xian was currently in his normal state. Only upon transforming into a Super Saiyan would his power ascend to the divine realm. To Tova, Ling Xian appeared exceedingly ordinary, leaving her perplexed. According to the notes provided by Kitra, the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe was enigmatic, capable of disregarding attacks. To confront him, sealing techniques were the only recourse. Was it truly necessary to take such elaborate measures against a mere candidate destroyer? Tova mused internally. After observing for a considerable time, she sensed the moment had come to act. Suddenly, she recalled the scene from the dark forest. Remember not to stumble in the gutter. Kitra had warned her before departure. Tova pouted, inexplicably gripped by a sense of foreboding. Very well, let us proceed with the sealing technique. In the shadows, Tova extended her right hand, and a staff soared forth from the dimensional space, grasped firmly within her hand. Aiming at Ling Xian amidst the desolate stars, she began to inscribe the sealing sigil in midair, reciting the incantation. Buzz! The surrounding starfield trembled violently, and Ling Xian abruptly opened his eyes. Here she comes. Above him appeared a captivating woman, clad in alluring red magical attire. Ding! Tova successfully signed in before Ling Xian, rewarding her with full power Super Saiyan. A warm current coursed through Ling Xian's body, and he instantly mastered this state. At that moment, a 6-pointed star seal descended from the heavens, bearing an overwhelming pressure that seemed capable of shattering the cosmic expanse. Immune to its force, Ling Xian's body swayed momentarily before returning to normal. At that instant, Taoa, who was inscribing the sealing spell, trembled violently. How could this be possible? This was a sealing technique capable of restraining powers below the third layer of the divine realm. As long as one's strength had not transcended to the fourth layer of the divine realm, they would be incapable of standing firm against such a sealing technique. No wonder Ketla had warned against stumbling in the gutter. Taoa suddenly understood. At that moment, Taoa, the sister of Depura and a subordinate of Demigula, felt an increasingly intense sense of foreboding. She hastened the inscribing of the sealing spell. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xian felt a surge of dread. He had just gained immunity and was already aware of its weaknesses. He could disregard all forms of worldly harm, yet had no means to counter a seal. For the seal would not inflict damage upon him. It would merely confine him, rendering his immunity ineffective. Cursed be you, Taoa, who instructed you in this? Ling Xian clenched his fists, and in an instant, his hair transformed to a golden hue. Unlike before, this time his Super Saiyan state emanated a calmness, devoid of any trace of fury. This was the full power of the Super Saiyan. While it still offered a 50-fold increase in strength, the consumption of stamina and bodily strain was noticeably reduced by more than half. Coupled with the divine power nourishing him within, the physical burden imposed by the full power of the Super Saiyan was perfectly offset. Thus, Ling Xian was no longer encumbered by physical limitations, enabling him to sustain the full power of the Super Saiyan state at all times, until his strength was entirely expended. Ling Xian erupted into a brilliant golden light. Soaring into the sky, the force of the first layer of the divine realm detonated across the cosmos, shattering surrounding planets. In the next moment, he appeared before Taoa. You wish to seal me? Ling Xian regarded Taoa with a cold smile. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. With a thunderous roar, Ling Xian seized the opportunity while Taoa's seal was still incomplete, directing his focus towards her as he gathered a sphere of purple energy. Destruction. The cosmos trembled, and even the Namekians on the far side of the galaxy sensed the terrifying pressure. The Erdratans needed not say more. They all lifted their heads, gazing into the cosmic abyss. A great calamity was upon them. On the planet Adralat, Supa and Husu gazed upwards, their expressions tinged with concern. A purple wave of destructive energy pierced the void, materializing instantaneously before Tova. In a state of urgency, just as the destructive force was about to strike her, she ceased her incantation. The candidate god of destruction from the seventh universe, was so close. Tova exhaled in relief, bestowing a radiant smile upon Ling Xian. What? Ling Xian was taken aback. Buzz. The six-pointed star seal materialized in an instant, encasing the surrounding star domain. The destructive energy unleashed by Ling Xian collided with the seal, but had no effect whatsoever. The seal was complete. Not even the destructive energy could shatter it. The vast star domain, spanning thousands of miles, became enveloped by the six-pointed star seal, gradually constricting towards Ling Xian. Tova produced a jar. Once the seal shrank to the size of a fingernail, she could capture Ling Xian within it, sealing him away permanently. Tova, who gave you the authority to imprison me? Ling Xian regarded the contracting seal with a stoic expression. Does it truly matter who orchestrated this? Outside the seal, Tova observed Ling Xian's calm demeanor and chuckled. Covering her mouth, oh dear, Mr. Lewis is so composed. Has he resigned himself to his fate? Within the confines of the seal, Ling Xian, arms crossed, regarded Tova with keen eyes. It must be Ketla. Just 3 months prior, after a spar with the candidate gods of destruction from other universes, I was ambushed by Ketla. And now I find myself trapped. Who else could conceive such sealing techniques, coupled with a grudge against him? Aside from Ketla, Ling Xian struggled to think of anyone else. Tova, lowering her staff, squinted her eyes. Who orchestrated this seems to have grown irrelevant. Are you not resisting, merely awaiting your demise? Awaiting death? A peculiar smile spread across Ling Xian's face as he gazed at Tova. Should you be erased? I wonder if your master Demigula would seek the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect you? Chapter 52. Entering the dark magic realm, the six-pointed star seal was etched against the inky backdrop of the cosmic expanse, with Lewis at its center. The golden six-star ring contracting. Lewis hovered in the void, arms crossed, a peculiar smile adorning his face. Outside the six-pointed star seal, Tova frowned, gazing at Lewis within with a look of perplexity. She could not comprehend the meaning of erasure at all. In Tova's perception, the most formidable entity was her master, Demigula. As for the erasure by the All-King and the High Priest, Tova had not only never witnessed it but had not even heard of it. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition began to intensify within her. Buzz. The temperature of the cosmic expanse suddenly plummeted. The first layer of divine power began to accumulate. And Lewis's momentum grew ever stronger. The surrounding space trembled. It seemed that resistance was about to commence. Although a sense of unease lingered in her heart, Tova remained unconvinced that Lewis could breach her six-pointed star seal technique. This was a sealing art capable of confining the power of the third layer of the divine realm. How could someone with only the first layer of divine power possibly succeed in sealing it? Suddenly, from within the six-pointed star seal, Lewis spoke once more. Do you know why Ketra dares not take action personally? Why? Tova instinctively inquired. Lewis remained silent, erupting into a fit of manic laughter. Two dark lines appeared on Tova's forehead. Surely, he must be a fool. Lewis fixed his gaze on Tova, a sinister smile playing on his lips. That is because he fears death. The purpose of his training within the mental time chamber was to cultivate power sufficient to wield the erasure technique. Now, having elevated his strength to the first tier of divine realms, he can finally support the execution of erasure without succumbing to grave injuries beforehand. At this moment, the sealing technique is rendered ineffective against him, unless a master of priestly caliber intervenes. Lewis now stands almost invincible, his power erupting with ferocity. A golden aura surged skyward, radiating light akin to a newborn sun, illuminating the dark expanse of the starry void as if it were day. Ketra fears death. Tova's heart momentarily halted as she sensed the aura of death emanating from the power unleashed by Lewis. How could this be? Ketra, the destruction god, was on the cusp of the fifth tier of divine realms. Would he truly be afraid of a mere candidate destruction god? Has this boy lost his mind? Yet, the six-star sealing technique is of no consequence. Shatter it. Erase. Within the six-star seal, Lewis raised his right hand, and the power within him surged like a deluge, converging towards his outstretched palm. Boom. The endless cosmos trembled as the golden six-star seal dimmed. With a vigorous sweep, Lewis unleashed a powerful force. A radiant white aura enveloped the entire six-pointed star seal, reminiscent of Pangu parting the heavens, annihilating all in its path. Tova's scalp tingled. She no longer believed that the six-pointed star sealing technique could contain Lewis. Goodness, this rascal speaks the truth. Ketra, you have deceived me. We must flee. Tova brandished her staff, and a rift in space appeared amidst the starry expanse. As the white aura made contact with the six-pointed star seal, Tova leapt into the void. Before departing, she cast one last glance over her shoulder. Her soul trembled. She beheld the white light collide with the seal, which disintegrated instantaneously, and the brilliance surged forth. Tova dared not look back any longer. She accelerated fiercely, escaping this realm. How infuriating to have been outmaneuvered. Watching Tova vanish from this space, Lewis was seething with rage. Just then, Lewis, why have you invoked the erasure again? Vis had arrived. Lewis exclaimed with joy. Vis, please help me restore my strength. After casting the erasure spell, he had utterly depleted his energy, leaving him with scarcely enough strength to speak. Vis paused for a moment, then waved his staff, enveloping Lewis in a shimmering silver light, instantly revitalizing him. Vis, let us go to the dark magic realm. Luis gritted his teeth, enraged. By heavens! Being outsmarted by a mere brat was an indignity he could not swallow. What business do you have in the dark demon realm? Vis frowned. The dark demon realm is not a place for just anyone to enter. Moreover, it is teeming with formidable experts, including those of priestly caliber. Should he venture in, it is uncertain whether he could emerge unscathed. I intend to kill someone. Lewis was consumed by rage, unable to find calm. Weiss observed him quietly, nodding after a brief pause. Very well. He wished to counsel Lewis, yet it was evident that Lewis was too enshrouded in fury to heed any words of advice. Instead, it might be more prudent to escort him through the dark demon realm. After all, with his robust constitution, no one could truly harm him. Even those beneath the rank of a high priest would dare not provoke him. Perhaps, in due course, he might even rely on this young man for protection. After all, erasure was no trifling matter. Come, let me show you the dark demon realm. With that, Weiss and Lewis vanished from their location. In the dark demon realm, amidst the dark forest, Ketra said, Tawa has gone to deal with the candidate destroyer of Universe 7. Where are the super Dragon Balls you promised? We shall discuss that once you have sealed that young man. Demigra scoffed. Is it not merely a minor candidate destroyer? Is sealing truly necessary? Ketra, undeterred by the mockery, remained composed. Had he not witnessed Lewis's indifference to harm, he would hardly believe that anyone could truly disregard any injury. Just as Katra was about to respond, suddenly, a rift appeared above the dark forest and Tawa emerged, her movements exceedingly disheveled. Katra, you deceived me. Tawa yelled upon her return to the dark demon realm, her face flushed with anger as she confronted Katra. You claimed that with Beerus present, you could not act. But that was all a lie. Confronted by Tawa's outburst, Katra's gaze darkened with a chilling intensity. The creatures of the dark demon realm were akin to filthy rats. Daring to address him with such disrespect, Demigra noticed the shift in Katra's demeanor, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Nevertheless, he turned his attention to Tawa. Perplexed, what is the matter? Lord Demigra, Katra is feigning his inability to act out of fear. He is terrified for his life. Terrified? Demigra was taken aback. About to inquire further when a radiant aura manifested above the dark demon realm, a signature presence of the angels of the Omni King's universe. An angel had the audacity to enter the dark demon realm. A peculiar smile spread across Demigra's face. Katra trembled violently, hastily declaring, Demigra, I must take my leave. If the angels discover I am in the dark demon realm, it would spell disaster. With that, Katra concealed his aura and hurried away from the dark forest. Tawa, watching Katra's retreating figure, appeared extremely anxious. Lord Demigra, Katra is deceiving us. What deceit has he perpetrated upon us? Demigula gazed skyward, noticing that other formidable beings were heading towards the direction of the celestial angel appearing in the All-King universe. Indeed. Chapter 53, The Archmage. A rift appeared in the sky of the dark demon realm, from which two figures emerged. Is this the dark demon realm? Lewis inquired, surveying his surroundings. The environment of the dark demon realm was exceedingly dim. At first glance, one beheld black clouds and dark soil, intermittently assaulted by a peculiar, eerie wind. Laden with a sinister aura, the entire world seemed overwhelmingly oppressive. Indeed, this nodded, recalling that he had not visited this place in quite some time. Someone is approaching, we must be cautious. Having uttered these words, this could not help but shake his head, realizing that the one who truly needed to be wary was himself. Lewis sensed an overwhelming force approaching him. In the next moment, a graceful figure emerged, a youthful maiden clad in a tight-fitting garment, her emerald hair cascading down her shoulders, wielding a staff. The surrounding space trembled, clearly indicating that the newcomer possessed formidable strength. Shortly thereafter, 12 more figures soared in from the distance, each exuding immense power. Putin spoke, isn't that Mr. Whis from the universe of the Omni King? What brings you to the dark demon realm? The others who accompanied him stood silently behind Putin. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Putin. I have accompanied someone here, Whis replied calmly, though he was already prepared for battle. Outside the universe of the Omni King, he was free to act as he pleased. Lewis, standing beside Putin, was taken aback. He recalled a sorceress who bore a striking resemblance to her from the Dragon Ball spin-off. Putin was a grand sorceress from the celestial realm of ancient times, who later conspired with Goku Black and Demigra to betray the heavens. Aligning herself with the Dark Lord Mechikabura, Putin shifted her gaze toward Lewis, taking note of his golden hair and brown tail. He was of divine caliber, his power reaching the first tier of godly realms. Wait, that destructive aura, Mr. Whis, could this lad be the candidate for the destroyer of Universe 7? Putin chuckled, her smile sweet, yet sending shivers down Lewis's spine. Goodness, a grand sorceress from ancient times, yet she pretends to be a mere girl. Indeed, he is a disciple of Lord Beerus, taken under his wing over a decade ago. Quite the talent. Putin and Whis conversed like old friends. At that moment, Whis discreetly transmitted information to Lewis, elucidating Putin's background. The details aligned with what Lewis already knew, though he was less informed about her power. Through Whis's introduction, he learned just how formidable this ancient sorceress truly was. As a grand sorceress from the celestial realm, her strength had always been remarkable. After her defection to the dark demon realm, she received the demonic powers granted by Lord Mechikabura, elevating her strength to that of an angelic tier. However, what of such angelic power? Enough of the pleasantries. Putin, I must ask you, where has Tawa gone? Lewis finally spoke. As soon as Lewis spoke, the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Weiss could not suppress a gulp. This young man was remarkably audacious. Weiss, you have come in search of Tova. Yet your demeanor is quite discourteous. Pouting, she smiled charmingly, to arrive in the dark demon realm and still dare to behave so arrogantly. One must either be a fool or utterly fearless. Glancing at Lewis, she continued with a laugh, this esteemed candidate for the god of destruction. Do you truly believe that with Weiss guarding you, you can act without fear? Beside them, Weiss felt somewhat awkward. Pouting was right. In the Dark Demon realm, it was a challenge to emerge unscathed, let alone to protect a candidate for the god of destruction. However, Lewis is no ordinary candidate for destruction. Could you please refrain from laughing incessantly? Lewis gazed at Putin, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "You are far less appealing than my ties. Your incessant laughter is truly repugnant. I was already incensed by Tova, and now this old witch continues to chuckle, truly believing that possessing angelic powers makes her formidable." With a muffled giggle, Viz stifled a laugh, yet the sound escaped nonetheless. "Lewis, that wretched boy, possesses a truly venomous tongue. You are courting death." Putin's fury surged within him, his countenance twisted in rage, the poise of a lady vanishing in an instant, revealing the visage of a malevolent witch. "Bring me the head of that boy." Putin fixed his gaze intently upon Weiss, preventing him from making a move. Yes, the 12 shadowy figures encircling them suddenly unleashed their formidable power. Buzz. Buzz. 12 dark auras surged skyward, an overwhelming force bearing down upon Lewis. The strength of the 4th tier of the divine realm. Lewis's lips twitched slightly as he pondered the formidable strength of these individuals, which seemed to rival that of the god of destruction from the Omni King's universe. Surely, they held him in far too high regard. "Whis, who are they?" he inquired. "They are the 12 demon kings of the dark magic realm, each corresponding to the gods of destruction from the Omni King's universe," Whis explained, remaining motionless, seemingly indifferent to Lewis's plight, which left Putin in a state of confusion. Was he truly willing to abandon this young man? Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the 12 demon kings charged towards Lewis at an astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. Bang! Bang! Lewis was struck, instantly finding himself at a disadvantage in the dark forest. Lord Demigula, the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, was truly formidable. His technique, known as erasure, was fearsome. What? Demigula was taken aback. Erasure. This is a principle only those of the priestly level are qualified to comprehend. How could that young man possibly grasp it? Lord Demigula, in the face of erasure, saw his sealing technique crumble in an instant. It was Katra who had deceived us. Katra was simply afraid of death, which is why he urged us into action. I understand now. Demigula squinted. Tova could not possibly be lying. Thus, the reality stands confirmed. Katra is quite something. How dare he deceive him? In his fury, Demigula could not suppress his curiosity. Why could a candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, possessing merely the power of the 1st layer of divine realm, comprehend erasure? Furthermore, the letter Katra provided contained information about Lewis, claiming he could disregard any attack. To confront that young man, one could only resort to sealing techniques. What is this madness? Fear not, for I shall ensure Katra faces dire consequences. Demigula raised his gaze toward the distant sky. At that moment, a cacophony of collisions echoed from the horizon. Let us go and investigate the matter. Demigula vanished from his spot. Tova followed, her heart racing inexplicably, as if foreboding something ominous was about to unfold. In the distance, a thunderous roar erupted. Waves of energy and light scattered in all directions, crashing to the ground with earth-shattering explosions. The terrain was pockmarked and desolate. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, creating a deep crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Cough, cough. The tattered attire of the destroyer clung to Lewis as he patted his chest, the rising dust eliciting a couple of coughs. Damn it, assaulted once more by a mob. These demon lords possess no decorum whatsoever. Chapter 54, The Shock of Puting. Last time, being overwhelmed by 10 candidates for the title of destroyer was one thing, but this time, he found himself besieged by 12 lords of the dark demon realm. Lewis found himself in quite a predicament. However, his discomfort paled in comparison to the incredulity of others. 12 shadowy figures hovered above, enveloping the void in an eerie silence. The demon lords, akin to witnesses of a ghostly apparition, stood agape in disbelief. How could this be? This young man emerged unscathed. Our power is that of the 4th tier in the realm of gods, a level that commands the destructive might of a deity across the entire universe. Why? Why can a being so feeble, whose strength does not even reach the divine realm, survive our assault? He remains completely unharmed. How can this be possible? Nearby, in the void, Weiss wore a bemused smile. Not only could the 12 demon lords do nothing, but even if Demigula himself were to arrive, he would find himself equally powerless against Lewis. Weiss, what on earth is going on with this lad? Putin inquired. casting a glance at Lewis below before turning her head with a frosty demeanor. Naturally, Weiss would not divulge Lewis's uniqueness. Instead, he replied with a chuckle, Miss Poutine. Perhaps you should inform us where Tova is. Otherwise, we might be faced with a significant predicament. A significant predicament? Poutine laughed heartily. And you think that a mere second-tier angel could instigate such chaos in the dark demon realm? Surely, you jest. Weiss shook his head, responding, alas. Why will you not heed my counsel? Lewis's strength has ascended to the first tier of divine realms. He had previously executed an erasure only once. It is evident that Lewis has managed to wield the power of erasure. In his perception, although his erasure may not possess the formidable strength of the king's, he still senses a looming threat of death emanating from his own abilities. Should this group of demon lords force Lewis to unleash his erasure, they would all meet their demise. Vis sighed ruefully and urged, Miss Poutine, perhaps you should let Tova out. Otherwise, it truly could lead to dire consequences. Poutine interrupted him, her voice icy. Humph, speaking so much. Are you concocting a plan to assist your family's candidate for the destroyer? She gripped her staff, her focus unwavering as she fixed her gaze on Vis. Any movement from him would invoke her devastating wrath. Alas, it's futile to reason with a stubborn fool. Vis fell silent, yet he braced himself for battle and prepared to summon reinforcements. Without assistance, he and Lewis would likely find it impossible to escape the dark demon realm. After all, even the realm harbored experts at the level of clerics. Seeing Vis remain still, Poutine finally shifted her attention to Lewis on the ground. Damn it, this is utterly intolerable. Lewis was ensnared by a cunning trickster and subsequently beset by a multitude of assailants. Unable to endure any longer, a resplendent golden light surged towards the heavens. The Super Saiyan unleashed its full power, transcending to the first tier of the divine realm. What sorcery is this? How could this young man's strength ascend to the divine realm? I had always asserted that a mere candidate for the destroyer should not possess even the power of the divine realm. Enough prattle. Attack. Obliterate him. The dark energy emanating from the 12 demon lords surged violently, their forms twisting as they vanished in an instant. Shadows of darkness flickered in the void. And in the next moment, they materialized around Lewis. Now it is my turn. Lewis surveyed the surrounding demon lords and raised his hand, unleashing a multitude of shockwaves. The purple energy streaked through the void, an exquisite spectacle. The demon lords raised their arms to shield themselves, however. The destructive energy struck them as if merely tickling their skin. In an instant, smoke enveloped the battlefield. As the haze dissipated, the demon lords were momentarily taken aback. The next moment, one of the demon lords emitted a cry of anguish, transforming into a projectile that hurtled backward. Boom. Mountains crumbled under the impact. Infuriating. Charge at me. The demon lords, filled with fury and humiliation, converged upon a single adversary, feeling the disgrace of being countered. They swiftly located Lewis and surrounded him. They launched punches, delivered kicks, and unleashed energy blasts. The combined assault of the 11 demon lords resembled a torrential storm, exceedingly terrifying. The previously repelled demon lord returned to join the fray. From the heavens to the earth, the very fabric of space trembled, and the ground erupted. The ferocious power stirred the magnetic fields of the world, conjuring relentless gales that swept through the surroundings, instilling fear in the creatures of the dark demonic realm. Bang! In midair, Lewis was struck in the face, his head jolting slightly. Immune, he suffered no harm. Oomph! Now you shall taste my fist. Lewis relinquished his resistance, launching a fist towards the Demon King. The power of the first layer of the divine realm surged into the air, producing a thunderous sonic boom. Caught off guard. The Demon King felt a sharp pain in his face and was instantly sent flying. Simultaneously, Lewis found himself besieged by the remaining 11 Demon Kings, who seized the opportunity to unleash a frenzied assault upon him from behind. Boom, boom. Lewis was subjected to an unrelenting bombardment, the entire sky seemingly on the verge of shattering, a scene of utter horror. This spectacle caught the eye of Putin, who smirked slightly, doubting that the lad could possibly endure this. Putin averted her gaze and turned to Weiss. Weiss, your candidate for the god of destruction is finished, and you should prepare for the same fate. Since Weiss had ventured alone into the realm of darkness, such a prime opportunity could not be squandered. Just as Weiss's words fell, a sudden flash of silver light illuminated the location being bombarded. With a resounding crash, the realm of perfect freedom, the art of shifting shadows. As Lewis soared out of the bombarded area, the remnants of his destruction god attire vanished, revealing his robust physique. Astonishingly, he bore not a single scar. Impossible. The realm of perfect freedom. He had sustained no harm whatsoever. How could this be? Pretend stood dumbfounded, her jaw agape. This was a simultaneous assault from 12 demon lords. How could that boy emerge unscathed? Moreover, he had comprehended the essence of perfect freedom. Why? Has the world transformed? Equally astonished were the 12 demon lords, who had sensed from the outset that something was amiss with Lewis. They initially presumed this was a protective measure from Weiss for the boy, sufficient only for a single round of defense. Now they realized their grievous error. How utterly mistaken they were. Humph, I refuse to believe this. Let me test him. Pretend vanished from Weiss's side, and he did not intervene. However, Weiss understood that a significant event was imminent, and he hastily waved his staff. Summon. In an instant, a silver beam of light pierced the dark demon realm. Pretend sensed Weiss's actions behind her, yet she did not halt them. After all, the dark demon realm was her territory. As long as the sovereign did not intervene, no number of foes would prove effective. Pretend positioned herself before Lewis, with the 12 demon lords closing ranks behind her. They all fixed their gazes upon Lewis across from them. I shall repeat myself. Summon Tawa? Lewis, bare-chested, hovered in the void. Having been beaten twice, he had faced formidable opponents each time. However, compared to the previous group of candidate destruction gods, the current 12 demon lords were significantly more powerful. Fortunately, his strength had ascended to the first tier of divine realm, and his Super Saiyan form had reached full power. Due to the divine dimension, the divine energy within him nourished his body, and the consumption and burden of maintaining full power in Super Saiyan form were minimal. Thus, he could endure for so long and had the opportunity to retaliate against the fourth-tier power of the Demon Lord. In comparison to his previous encounters, he had made considerable progress. Chapter 55. Demigula, unless you summon Tawa, you shall meet your demise. Luis was consumed by an inner turmoil, deciding against continuing the battle. He understood that even utilizing his utmost mastery of the perfect realm, he could not vanquish the formidable demon lords before him. With their immunity, the odds were at best 50-50, and he would soon exhaust his stamina. This mirrored the outcome of his previous sparring session with the candidate for the Destroyer God, utterly futile. The demon lords had initially been engulfed in astonishment, marveling at the audacity of someone who could disregard damage. Yet, in the next moment, they were amused by Luis's audacious words. You're quite the bold one, wishing for our demise. While we may not comprehend how you evade harm, to think you can truly eliminate us, surely you jest. Silence. Putton raised her hand, and instantly, the assemblage of demon lords fell into a hushed stillness. To endure the onslaught of 12 demon lords without a scratch, she was eager to witness whether he genuinely possessed the ability to disregard damage. Putton fixated her gaze on Luis, who was proving to be exceedingly enigmatic. She made her move. Time and space momentarily froze, as she traversed realms and appeared before Luis in an instant. A powerful punch struck his chest. Like Weiss, her strength was at the second tier of angelic power, and with full force unleashed, the very heavens shattered, sending tremors throughout the dark demonic realm. Surely, he must perish this time. The next moment. Hiss. Putton gasped in disbelief, her fist still pressed against Luis's chest. He remained unscathed. He truly could disregard damage. How? How is this possible? Putton's face drained of color. In that instant, she bore no resemblance to a high-level angelic warrior. Rather, she appeared as a delicate woman, deeply intimidated by Luis. You wish to prevent Tawa from emerging, do you? This predicament is of your own making. The silver radiance enveloping Lewis abruptly vanished, withdrawing from its state of perfect tranquility. He raised his right hand, aiming at Puting. Erasure. A brilliant white light surged forth. The act of erasure caused Puting's pupils to constrict sharply. Wasn't this a principle only comprehensible to those of priestly rank? How could this boy possess such power? Moreover, she sensed that this force was genuine. It was truly erasure. No, please, no? At that moment, Demigula, who was soaring towards them, trembled. Could it be that this was indeed erasure? Was the high priest or the supreme king arriving? Demigula felt a surge of urgency and stepped forward. With a hum, he instantly appeared before Puting. There stood a bare-chested man poised to unleash erasure upon her. Demigula exhaled in relief. As long as it was the high priest or the supreme king, it was manageable. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a surge of black demonic power coalesced into a blade, cleaving towards Luis's erasure. Boom. The two supreme assaults clashed, as if the end of the world had descended, with an inexhaustible residual force sweeping across the entire dark demon realm. In an instant, the realm transformed into a hellish landscape. Yet, Demigula waved his hand once more, restoring the dark demon realm to its original state. At this moment, Pudding was drenched in sweat, her azure hair clinging together, resembling a crone. Demigula, he can erase. I saw it. Demigula fixed his gaze intently on Lewis. Remarkably, the residual force from the earlier clash hadn't inflicted any harm upon him, ignoring the damage. He recalled the notes from Katra. This individual before him must be the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe. Just then, Tova arrived, albeit tardily. Upon seeing Lewis, her complexion turned pale, her words stammering. Demigula, it's Lewis. He has pursued us. She had never anticipated that Lewis would venture into the dark demon realm. If he were to catch them, it would spell disaster. Weiss had also approached Lewis's side. Observing Lewis's weary demeanor, he waved his staff, rejuvenating Lewis's strength. The two stood in opposition to the 15 adversaries across from them. Demigula cast a glance at Lewis before shifting his attention to Weiss. Weiss, it has been a while. Weiss forced a smile. Indeed, it has. Demigula remarked coolly, are you feeling anxious? Weiss replied. His anxiety was not unfounded. For Demigula was indeed a formidable figure of priestly caliber within the dark demon realm. Why don't you try standing before my father and see if you feel anxious? Weiss stated nonchalantly. With those words, the tension dissipated abruptly. Demigula's lips twitched slightly. Confronting the high priest was best left unconsidered. The power of the high priest far exceeded that of mere priestly ranks. Demigula turned to Lewis and inquired, V.S., what is the matter with this young lad? Huh? Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? V.S. replied, shaking his head. He was acutely aware of Demigula's curiosity regarding Lewis's origins. However, he too was at a loss, for in his observation, Lewis appeared to be merely an ordinary Saiyan. Yet, Demigula continued to scrutinize Lewis, increasingly troubled by his peculiarities. Destructive aura, a sense of freedom, erasure, neglect. At such a tender age, he had comprehended such formidable powers. How had he achieved this? Demigula found himself utterly perplexed. The two parties lapsed into silence, the atmosphere becoming exceedingly tense. Lewis regained his composure and turned to Tova, finally breaking the silence with a question. Why have you stopped running? His words shattered the tension. Tova trembled slightly. Could this man truly be a devil, pursuing him from the All-King universe to the dark demon realm? To utter such words in the depths of the dark demon realm, did he truly fear nothing? Demigula stepped forward. Fear nothing? Lewis smirked coldly. If it weren't for my ability to erase, I would have been sealed long ago. Beside him, Weiss was momentarily taken aback and then erupted in fury. Lewis, what is the meaning of this? He was aware that Lewis could disregard damage. Yet the inherent weakness of such a power was glaringly evident. It was the seal. It was only after Tova had ambushed me near the Adrat star system that I allowed you to lead me to the dark demon realm. Such a thing has occurred. Weiss suddenly understood. He had assumed Lewis's earlier anger stemmed from something more severe. However, Weiss cast a glance at Demigula ahead. Speak. Who instigated your ambush against Lewis? From Lewis's account, it was clear that this was no trivial matter. Until now, Lewis had only employed his ability to disregard in the realm of the Omni King. The seal was the Achilles heel of that power. How then did the dark demon realm become aware of it? It was evident that someone was manipulating the situation from the shadows. Chapter 56, Lewis versus Demigula. As I observed the discomfort among everyone regarding the dual names of the protagonist, I have rectified it. Henceforth, our protagonist shall be known solely as Lewis. In the dimly lit sky above, both parties faced off against each other. Weiss, as you just remarked, do you truly believe I would divulge such information? Demigula sneered wickedly. You. The usually composed Weiss displayed an uncommon fury. The primary reason for his ire was that Lewis had been entrusted by the High Priest to receive proper guidance, for he was the hope of the 7th universe. The audacity of someone to plot against Lewis, in collusion with the dark demon realm, was utterly infuriating. Weiss, I know who is responsible. Lewis stepped forward, gazing at Tova with a cold smirk. I possess the ability to disregard harm, a knowledge reserved for the deities of the Omniverse. Yet, in my capacity as a prospective god of destruction, I fear I am unworthy of your attention. My existence remains unknown to you, and yet you dare to ambush me, employing sealing techniques against me. How fortuitous that those very techniques are designed to counter my abilities. Luis shook his head, exclaiming, aside from Ketla, who harbors a grudge against me, I cannot fathom who else would betray us. In the distance, Tova fell silent, astonished by the boy's remarkable intellect. Luis, mused Weiss, furrowing his brow. The Dark Demon Realm and the Omni King universe are opposing forces. If Ketla is indeed the traitor, he is unequivocally betraying the Omni King universe. If my conjecture holds true, it must be him. Luis cast a glance at Weiss, clenching his fists. He has troubled me time and again. Upon our return from this expedition into the Dark Demon Realm, Ketla shall meet his demise. At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed. I must admit, young Luis, your imagination is quite vivid. Although Ketla had deceived him, Demigra refrained from disclosing the nature of their transaction, as Ketla still owed him 7 Super Dragon Balls. The perfect state of transcendence, the ability to breach the rules, a divine dimension in his 20s. Moreover, he could disregard damage and wield erasure. Demigra squinted. Each of these powers is astonishing. Why would we not set our sights on such a prodigy as yourself? The Omni King universe and our Dark Demon Realm are bitter adversaries. Eliminating a genius like you is only natural. Demigra turned to face Pudding and the other Demon Kings. Pudding nodded, recalling how she had nearly perished at the hands of Luis's erasure. It had startled her immensely. Such a talent must not be overlooked. Observing Demigra's retreating figure, Luis was taken aback. The reasoning behind his words seemed quite compelling. Could it be that Ketla was not the true traitor? Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted, and Demigra's chilling voice rang out. Enough. While I may not comprehend how you have grasped these powers, it is of little consequence now. Demigra turned to fix his gaze intently upon Luis. What? Do you believe you can kill me, when even that old witch Pudding could not? Luis sneered. You seek death. Pudding was infuriated. How dare he call her an old witch? It was infuriating, yet she felt powerless, unable to eliminate him. If you so desire my death, then come forth. She retorted, You may escape death, but can you evade being sealed? This boy was no longer connected to Ketla. The moment Demigra laid eyes on Luis, he understood that he could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, the balance between the Omni King universe and the Dark Demon Realm would undoubtedly be disrupted. A palpable aura of malice filled the air. As if the heavens themselves were on the brink of freezing, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, making it difficult for the Demon Kings to breathe. This was the pressure emitted by a being of priestly caliber. Weiss, be on your guard. In the sky, Luis stood before Weiss, confronting Demigula alone. The tremendous pressure emanating from Demigula was entirely absorbed by him. Weiss felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that he would, one day, need to rely on Luis. You may boldly wield the erasure. I can assist you in restoring your stamina. Furthermore, I have rallied support. Just hold on. To be honest, Weiss felt somewhat burdened by Luis's actions, yet he was unperturbed. In fact, an exhilarating sense of fervor welled up within him. Haha, then I can rest assured. Luis erupted in a golden aura, once again entering the full power state of Super Saiyan. The power of the first layer of the Divine Realm surged wildly. Luis and Demigula stand in confrontation. In the void, golden flames clash with dark essences, creating an astonishing spectacle in the sky. Amir Karami, possessing only the power of the first layer of the Divine Realm, dares to contend with the demon god Demigula, who wields the might of a divine priest. Meanwhile, the other demon lords have fled to a safe distance. Even Poutine, who possesses angelic strength, has retreated far away, unwilling to approach this battlefield. It is not that they lack the will to assist Demigula, but rather that they have already attempted to intervene previously. Aside from sealing techniques, all other powers have proven utterly ineffective against Luis. Moreover, Luis could erase, and ordinary sealing techniques were ineffectual against him. Except for Demigula, the priest-level expert who remained unaffected by the erasure, the others found themselves utterly helpless. Naturally, Weiss was also at a loss, yet he did not retreat, for he needed to restore Luis's stamina. In that moment, Weiss resembled gasoline, while Luis was akin to an engine. When the engine ran out of power, Weiss provided the energy it required. Though aware that Luis could disregard harm, he still felt compelled to attempt once more. At that moment, Demigula moved in the heavens above. A dark aura erupted from him, enveloping the entire sky, reminiscent of the abyss of Rosen. The scene was extraordinarily terrifying. Ignoring the constraints of space and time, Demigula appeared above Luis and, with a grand gesture, summoned an endless might that stirred a tempest in the fabric of space. The very essence of existence crumbled, and vast portions of space shattered, manifesting as shards of white, translucent blades that hurtled towards Luis. It was rare for priest-level experts to employ pure energy waves as a means of attack. However, Demigula wielded the laws of space and time with masterful precision. Luis was utterly caught off guard, struck in an instant. However, an immunity manifested as a radiant white light enveloped him. Ding, ding, ding. The white radiance enveloping Lewis intercepted him, and the fragments of space struck like nails against steel, producing a jarring cacophony. Ha ha ha, do not think it is just you. Even if Mechacapra were to arrive, they would be powerless against me. Lewis gazed upwards at the figure in the sky, allowing the shards of space to collide against him as he erupted into hearty laughter. His smile radiated brilliance, yet if Ties were present, she would undoubtedly perceive that Lewis was merely putting on a facade of mirth. The disparity in their powers was simply too vast. Lewis had contemplated retaliation, yet without resorting to erasure, his utmost strength could scarcely vanquish even the 12 demon lords, rendering his efforts rather insignificant. Thus, he found himself resigned to a passive stance, enduring the blows, as this was not the first time he had faced such adversity, and what was one more instance of suffering. Nevertheless, the sense of frustration was palpable. Demigula squinted, his demeanor reflecting a hubristic confidence. Mechacapura was a being of the same caliber as the All-King. Perhaps sealing him away would suffice. Demigula steeled himself for what lay ahead, yet he was still taken aback by Lewis's blatant disregard. He could not allow this to persist. Dark sealing technique. Demigula swiftly formed hand seals, an inky aura coalescing into a spell mark as the surrounding space abruptly froze. If you wish to seal me, then let us see you try. Lewis looked up at the figure above with a wicked smile. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, conjuring a glimmer of white light. Erasure. Lewis did not unleash his power upon Demigula. Instead, he aimed it at the ground of the dark demon realm. Chapter 57. The Perpetual Motion Machine. Witnessing this scene, Weiss erupted into a fit of laughter, resembling the sound of a pig's squeal. Lewis is exceedingly cunning, aware that his erasure holds no sway over Demigula. He has turned his attention to the realm of dark sorcery. Although Lewis's erasure power does not yet reach the level of the omniscient king, it poses a significant threat to beings of angelic stature. Should Lewis's erasure strike the dark demon realm, a substantial portion of its territory would vanish. At that moment, Demigula would undoubtedly intervene to thwart this calamity, but such an action would necessitate relinquishing his seal on Lewis. What a devious little scoundrel. Sensing Lewis's intent, Demigula would certainly not allow the dark demon realm to lose such a vast expanse of land. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon the seal on Lewis and instead choose to counter Lewis's erasure. A brilliant white radiance erupted suddenly from Lewis's hand. Demigula summoned the power of the demon god. The two attacks were extraordinarily formidable. Boom. They collided, producing a sound that could annihilate the heavens and the earth. Demigula's force was perfectly calibrated. Lewis's erasure was neutralized, and the dark demon realm remained unscathed. This is utterly terrifying. This fellow possesses merely the strength of the first layer of the divine realm, yet his power is so outrageous. If that erasure were to strike me, I would surely be either dead or gravely injured. Have some confidence, you could not possibly survive. The demon lords swallowed hard, their faces etched with shock as they gazed at the distant battle. Puting, witnessing this, gritted her teeth in frustration as a formidable expert of the angelic realm. She had been continuously humiliated by a mere little Kalami. Today has been exceedingly vexing. Ha! Lewis gasped for breath, his energy waning to the point where speech was his only remaining strength. Ha! With your stamina, it seems you can only unleash the erasure once. Let us see how you meet your demise. Across from him, Demigula discerned Lewis's condition. Humph. Lewis disregarded the urgency, calling out to Vis behind him. Hurry up, Vis. They're coming. Vis brandished his wand, and a silvery radiance enveloped Lewis, restoring him to full vitality in an instant. Demigula, once more. Lewis laughed heartily, and without hesitation, he directed his attack towards the ground. Erase. Vis. Demigula, filled with rage, hurriedly deflected the strike, then glanced at Lewis, who had once again fully revived. He turned his gaze toward Vis behind Lewis, thinking, so this is how you exploit the perpetual motion bug. Eliminate Vis, and let us see how you restore your vitality. This is bad. Lewis's expression shifted dramatically, although he himself feared not the assaults of a divine envoy. Vis was indeed terrified. He glanced upward at Demigula, only to find that Demigula had vanished without a trace. Lewis's pupils dilated sharply as he turned to Vis behind him, shouting, "Run now." Suddenly, a menacing presence materialized before Vis. "Die," Demigula proclaimed, his fist enveloped in a dark, ominous energy, charging forward with relentless fury. "No, please, Don't. Vs. Flee. Lewis's eyes blazed with fury. Weiss was not only his master but also his dear friend. Originally, Weiss was thriving in the entirety of the cosmic realm. Yet he was lured into the dark demon realm by Lewis's instigation. All of this was his fault. If any harm were to befall Weiss, I would undoubtedly lay waste to your dark demon realm. Lewis shouted, just as Weiss was about to be struck by Demigula. Time in the dark demonic realm seemed to freeze abruptly. In the void, Demigula's fist was a mere millimeter away from Weiss's head. Crack! A tremendous force erupted from Demigula, shattering the frozen moment and restoring time to its normal flow. His fist surged forward. The sky erupted in chaos. Yet, Weiss's figure had vanished without a trace. What a remarkable technique, my Lord Demigula. A youthful and melodious voice echoed from above. Lewis suddenly lifted his head and beheld Kiki. That little dumpling. He also spotted Weiss beside her. Weiss, you are alive. How wonderful. As Lewis felt a surge of warmth in his eyes, he nearly caused trouble for Weiss. Fortunately, the person Weiss had been waiting for finally arrived. You little rascal, do you wish for my demise? Upon seeing his elder sister, Weiss no longer had to worry about Demigula. He approached Lewis and affectionately ruffled his hair. This boy had been under his care since the tender age of 6. And now he could stand toe-to-toe with the priest-level Demigula, filling Weiss with immense pride. On the other side, Demigula's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed incredulously at the girl hovering above. When did you reach such heights? It had been quite some time, replied Kess with a playful shake of her head and a light laugh. Demigula swallowed hard, falling into a profound silence. The power of a priest-level individual. Was the eldest daughter of the high priest truly so formidable? Lewis cast a glance at Kess, who had also noticed Demigula's astonished expression. It was evident that Kess's power had ascended to the rank of a priest, and her strength and talent left Demigula utterly astounded. It is no wonder that among all the angels, Little Bean's power stands unparalleled. Her talent is truly remarkable. Kess remained oblivious to Lewis's thoughts as she flew in front of Demigula, fuming. It seems that Lord Demigula wishes to harm my brother. You all should leave. Demigula shook his head and spoke directly. He had anticipated that the high priest would descend upon the dark demon realm. Yet he had not expected Kess to be the one to arrive. With Kess's power having reached the level of a priest and the other demon gods of the dark demon realm still in slumber, as for Mecha Capra, he was still. Faced with Kess alone, he had no opportunity to engage with Weiss any further. It would be wiser to let them go, lest a great battle ensue, causing the dark demon realm to be shattered by the unleashed power. Just let us leave. Kess's adorable eyes sparkled with determination. Demigula emanated the power of a demon god and coldly stated, if you do not depart, I shall reconsider my decision. Lord Demigula has quite the temper. Kess scoffed. Weiss, shall we take our leave? Wait. Lewis spoke up, and all eyes turned towards him. Hand over Tova. Luis had yet to finish his words. Do you wish for death? Hurry and leave. Vish dragged Luis, vanishing into the depths of the dark demon realm, while Kishi chuckled softly and followed suit. Chapter 58. Then let us slay Ketla in the vast void of the dark demon realm. Only Demigula remained, his expression stoic throughout. In the distance, Tova, Puting, and the other demon lords returned. Tova weakly inquired, Lord Demigula, what of that boy? Demigula remained fixed on the spot where Louise had departed, silent, as if belatedly grasping a deeper thought. Puting glanced at Tova and remarked, they were rescued by Kishi. Now, tell me, what did you do to provoke this visit? The indignation of being referred to as an old which had nearly driven her to fury. Her fiery gaze seemed capable of incinerating the very space around them, prompting Tova to retract his neck, preparing to justify his actions. Demigula turned his gaze towards him and waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Puting stays. The rest of you may leave. Yes. Tova felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, hastily departing. The other demon lords, though curious about Luis, dared not defy Demigula's command, and they too vanished, sealing that boy was a deal made between Ketla and myself. Now, only Puting and Demigula remained in the void as Demigula recounted the nature of his pact with Ketla. That old rat deceived us. Puting's chest heaved in anger as she absorbed the entirety of the tale. After a moment, she managed to compose herself somewhat. Yet, it is fortunate that Ketla engaged in this transaction with us. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious to the existence of such a prodigy in the All-King universe. Puting regarded Demigula. By the way, it was merely Kashi. Why did you allow that boy to escape? Kashi's power has ascended to the level of a high priest. Demigula's tone was unremarkable, yet it struck Puting like a thunderclap. What? The power of a high priest? Puting was left speechless, having defected from the ancient heavenly realm to the dark demon realm. Her own power had once been at the 5th tier of the divine realm. At that time, Kashi's strength had scarcely reached the same level. Subsequently, influenced by the power of the demon gods, she had managed to break through to the 2nd tier of the angelic realm. What Puting could not fathom was that others had also advanced, reaching the level of a high priest, while the rest of our demon gods remain in slumber. Lord Micacapula is still sealed. Suppressing her astonishment, Puting remarked, "Currently, you are the sole pillar supporting the dark demon realm. It is no wonder you chose to release that boy." She had also contemplated Demigula's earlier concerns. After all, the battlefield lay within the dark demon realm. Should 2 high priest-level combatants engage in battle, the commotion would be cataclysmic. The dark demon realm could very well face annihilation. "I did not ask you to remain for this reason." Demigula gazed at Putin with a grave expression and inquired, "Have you noticed that the physique of that lad, Lewis, bears a striking resemblance to someone else?" "To someone else?" Putin furrowed his brow, puzzled by Demigula's implication. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Boom. "Silence!" Demigula thundered. Then scrutinized his surroundings, fearful of unseen ears lurking beyond the walls. Putin pressed her hands tightly against her mouth, refraining from uttering another word, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was evident that even an angelic-level master could display such a reaction. The revelation of Lewis's identity struck her profoundly. After a moment, disregarding the pain, the notion of erasure, and the concept of liberation emerged. Puting swallowed hard. Demigura, for Lewis to possess such power at this age. He could truly be that individual. After sealing the surrounding space, Demigura nodded. Surely, after that esteemed figure vanished from the world, he must have reincarnated. I suspect Lewis is indeed him. How infuriating. The inhabitants of the Omni-King universe must have discovered Lord Lewis's identity, which is why they have made him a candidate for a destroyer. The previous insults Lewis hurled at her seemed to evaporate from Puting's memory, and her anger dissipated, giving way to a newfound respect. It was fortunate that Lewis was not present, for he would undoubtedly have dealt her a significant blow, that repugnant old witch. Puting's fingers tightened around her staff, producing a creaking sound. Her exquisite visage now adorned with frost. They must be eager to recruit Lord Lewis into the Omni-King universe faction before he awakens. Demigura, we must bring Lord Lewis back to the dark magic realm. By the end of her declaration, Puting nearly shouted. Demigura shook his head. There is no rush. What I mentioned earlier is merely speculation. I will first consult with Lord Mechikapura at his place of sealing. Initially, when Demigura encountered Lewis, he was caught off guard. Now, he comprehended Puting's fervent reaction. The dark magic realm's strength is comparable to that of the Omni-King universe, if not superior. However, Keisai's power has ascended to the level of a priest. As for other angels, their powers remain concealed, and it is not solely Keisai who has achieved the priestly tier. Consequently, the situation in the dark magic realm has become exceedingly precarious. If Lewis truly is that figure, and we manage to bring him back to the dark magic realm, the current predicament will be reversed. This is the reason behind Puting's intense agitation. Demigura, you must hurry. All right. In the 7th universe, the realm of the destroyers, 2 radiant streams of 7 colors descended from the heavens, and 3 figures appeared by the lakeside. Whis tugged at Lewis's ear. Exasperated. Everyone else has let us go, and you still dare to make demands? You truly have no fear of death. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lewis was being tugged along. His toes pointed as he emitted a rather faint cry. Weiss rolled his eyes, exasperated, and remarked, You little rascal, what pain are you truly feeling? Nevertheless, he relinquished his grip. Hee, I knew you couldn't bear to hit me. Lewis lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky with a silly grin. Weiss pressed his lips together, although it was this fool who had put him in a predicament. The memory of the boy shielding him and uttering those sentimental words stirred a flicker of warmth within his heart. It truly felt rewarding after all those years of mentoring the lad. At that moment, the little one. How could you allow Weiss to take you to the dark realm while Kes squatted beside Lewis? I am the little one. Lewis reclined on the lawn, observing the adorably daft expression of the little bean pouch, his lips twitching slightly. Am I not small? Just ask my sister Tais. However, I must concede that this little bean pouch is indeed formidable. Remarkably, it managed to repel the demon god Demigula all on its own. If I am not mistaken, it must be the result of a clandestine report from Quitella. Lewis rose from the lawn, his expression dark and brooding as he laid everything bare. Whis listened intently to Lewis's detailed conjectures and replied coldly, stating that he had long harbored a grudge against Lord Beerus, but had refrained from confrontation solely due to the orders of the Omni King. After a pause, Whis gazed at Lewis and continued, Catral's nature has always been rather sinister. Or to put it more bluntly, he is one who seeks vengeance. He previously ambushed you, and you subsequently humiliated him in Universe 4. The animosity of Beerus coupled with your own hatred provides ample motivation for such actions. Whis then turned his serious gaze towards Kes, saying, Sister, it is highly probable that Catral has betrayed the Omni King's universe. Upon hearing this, Kes responded coolly, I had previously intervened to prevent you from erasing Catral. Believing that your enmity had come to an end, yet it seems that yet another incident has transpired. Kes furrowed her delicate brows together, rising from the lawn, and declared, Then let us go and eliminate Catral. Lewis sprang up from the grass, utterly astonished. Chapter 59, Lord Beerus, I shall catch a mouse for you. Beside him, Whis was equally startled. In a vast universe, two divine roles are indispensable, the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction. One governs creation, while the other oversees destruction. Their balance is crucial, and neither can exist without the other. Now, Kes has proclaimed the intention to eliminate Catra. What shall become of the fourth universe? Let us not forget that while the fourth universe possesses a candidate for the God of Destruction, it lacks a successor for the Supreme Kai. Should Catra be slain, the fourth universe will meet its doom. Kes, these are merely my conjectures. Are you truly intent on killing Catra? Lewis gulped nervously. Initially filled with the desire to eliminate Catra, he planned to carry out his intentions upon his return. He was prepared to defy Kes, especially since she had previously thwarted his attempts to erase Catra. However, Kes's words instilled a sense of uncertainty within him. Dear sister, you. Whis attempted to inquire further, but Kes interrupted him, declaring, Very well, betrayal against the King of all is an unforgivable sin. She then cast a profound gaze at Lewis. Let us proceed. Lewis did not notice the expression on Kay's face, which could erase the excitement brought by Ketla. You keep coming to trouble me, don't you? I will put an end to you. Lewis was oblivious to Kes's expression, yet Weiss perceived it with curiosity, contemplating whether to speak. Kes shook her head, making a decisive gesture that transformed herself, Lewis, and Weiss into a brilliant arc of colorful light, soaring skyward by the lakeside. In the distance, Beerus, munching on instant noodles, was taken aback and bellowed, Where are you two off to? Go catch a mouse for me. The sound of Lewis's laughter echoed through the realm of destruction. As he vanished from sight, Beerus stood momentarily stunned, pondering the meaning of catching a mouse for me, oblivious to the noodles that slipped from his grasp. Following the cataclysmic events on planet Adrat, Goku and Vegeta began mastering the art of instant transmission. The Saiyans at the Galactic Patrol headquarters awaited the return of King Vegeta, validating the authenticity of the Super Saiyan transformation. The Saiyans diligently trained, aspiring to one day achieve the legendary status of Super Saiyan. While the seventh universe progressed normally, the fourth universe's Catra was engulfed in trepidation. Within the palace of the God of Destruction in the fourth universe, Kornik observed Catra pacing restlessly, asking, My Lord Kara, what troubles you? Beside him, Troy, still reeling from Lewis's previous defeat, remained indifferent to Quitra's peculiar behavior, merely existing in the background. It's nothing, Catra replied, shaking his head. Although he insisted all was well, his anxious demeanor revealed to Kornik that something was amiss, prompting his concern. Really, it's nothing. Truly, you may leave me be. Catra turned away from the two, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, do let me know if anything arises. Kornik and Troy exited the Palace of Destruction. Once they departed, Quitra's expression darkened instantly. Since returning from the Dark Demon Realm, his heart had been racing uncontrollably. Anxiety and unease, a myriad of negative emotions plagued him. Why was this happening? Catra pressed his hand to his chest, feeling an ominous premonition intensifying. Had Weiss sensed his journey to the Dark Demon Realm? It seemed impossible. He had concealed his energy effectively. Suddenly, a voice laden with murderous intent resonated throughout the realm of destruction. Come forth, you wretched mouse, and face your doom. Quitra's pupils constricted. He had indeed been discovered. Outside the Destruction Temple, Kornik and Troy had just exited when they were startled by a sudden sound. They looked up to see a brilliant cascade of multicolored light descending from the heavens. As the radiance faded, Lewis and his companions materialized before them. Sister Vis, what brings you here? Kornik asked, turning to Lewis with a furrowed brow. What did you mean by that remark, Mr. Lewis? Are you intending to kill Quitra? Chris, clutching her diminutive staff, fixed her round eyes on Konik and said, "Konik, do not concern yourself with Quatra's affairs for now. Sister, you. Enough. My sister will explain everything shortly. Quaira is doomed." Vis interjected. Upon hearing this, Konik trembled, bewildered by the unfolding situation. How could his sister concur with Lewis's intent against Quaira? At that moment, Quaira emerged from the Destruction Temple. "Greetings, Miss Chris." "Ah, if it isn't Mr. Vis and Mr. Lewis. Since our last encounter, I believed our enmity had been resolved. What brings you back here?" Quatra's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was as calm as usual. "My lord Quaira, what have you done?" Konik began, eager to seek clarity, but Vis restrained him. He then noticed Chris shake her head, causing his heart to sink. Quaitra, observing this, narrowed his gaze. Soon, he turned to Lewis and the others, smiling. "What seems to be troubling you?" Silence enveloped the group, none daring to speak or move. Lewis was agitated. He stepped forward, confronting Quaitra face to face, and coldly remarked, during the duel, "You ordered Troy to strike me down mercilessly. Later, you ambushed me on Namek. You wretched rat. You should be grateful that Miss Cass stopped me from erasing you last time." Lewis pressed his face close to the rat's, exuding a murderous intent. Quatra's expression soured. "It was my mistake. I should not have transferred my hatred towards Brutus onto you. However, our grievances were settled the last time. What more do you desire?" Quatra shouted. "Are you still unwilling to let me go?" He seemed to bear an endless grievance, and his pitiful expression stirred something within Konik. When had Konik ever witnessed Quatra display such vulnerability? "Mr. Lewis, Lord Quatra has acknowledged his wrongdoing. Why not let it be? Just let it go." Lewis shook his head, remarking, "Time and again, attempts have been made on my life, yet none have succeeded. Now this wretched rat feigns the role of a victim. While I could overlook such antics, the collusion with the dark underworld cannot simply be dismissed." Luis leaned closer to Quatra, enunciating deliberately, "Lord Quatra, you are, indeed, correct. Are you not?" Chapter 60, Erasing Quatra. As Luis's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the realm of destruction, broken only by the whisper of the cold wind. By the lakeside, a small fish leapt from the water, creating ripples across the surface. In that moment, the atmosphere within the fourth universe's destruction realm turned ominously tense. Beside him, Konik trembled. He hurried over and grasped Quatra's shoulder. "Lord Quatra, is it true what Mr. Luis has said? Have you truly conspired with the Dark Demon realm?" "No." Quatra firmly shook his head, resolute in his denial. It was only at that moment that he realized others had indeed uncovered his dealings with the Dark Demon realm. However, admitting to it now would spell certain doom for him. Quatra glanced at Cleese and then back at Konik. If he did not confess, perhaps with Konik's presence, he might still have a slim chance of survival. "Mr. Luis, Lord Quatra has denied it. Do you possess any evidence?" Konik inquired urgently. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Should it be confirmed, Quatra would undoubtedly face death, although angels are generally not swayed by emotions. After so many years with Quatra, Konik genuinely wished to see him survive. "I have no evidence. All of this is merely Luis's conjecture. Yet the truth is likely not far from it." Luis furrowed his brow as he regarded Konik, noticing that Cleese did not intervene. Was Konik about to take action to stop him? "You cannot kill without evidence." Konik's sentence remained unfinished. Cleese interjected abruptly, "Luis, there is no need for further discussion. Simply execute him." Cleese transferred Quatra's divine essence to Troy, who had remained silent throughout. This scene unfolded before Konik's eyes with a resounding impact. As if to declare the gravity of the situation, could one truly take the life of a destroyer without any evidence? Both Lewis and Weiss were equally astonished. However, upon hearing those words, Lewis exhibited no hesitation and acted immediately. Eradicate. Fearing that Kess might have a change of heart, Lewis transformed into his full Super Saiyan state. Empowered by the first layer of divine energy, streams of white light erupted from his hands, coiling and forming a terrifying radiance. The void trembled. "No. Please, don't. I did not conspire with the Dark Demon realm. I was wrong, spare me." Quatra, sensing the impending doom, cried out in despair. At that moment, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of regret. Regret for channeling his hatred towards Beerus onto Lewis. Regret for seeking out Demigra. "Stop." Konik's expression shifted as he was shaken by Lewis's obliteration. Witnessing Lewis's decisive action, Konik attempted to intervene, but with a mere wave of Kess's hand, he was immobilized. Trapped in place, a flash of white radiance swept through, dimming the very fabric of reality. Once the brilliance faded, Kitral had completely vanished, having succumbed to the power of the fifth layer of the divine realm. The universe remained intact, yet the god of destruction had perished. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the Omniverse. Silence fell once more in the realm of the god of destruction of the fourth universe. After a moment, the gravity of the situation dawned on them. This is catastrophic. After erasing Kitral, Lewis collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, unable to utter a sound. Whis, startled, approached him and inquired, "What has happened to you, my boy?" He hurriedly restored Lewis's strength. Lewis, having slain Kitral, felt a sense of elation as he rose from the ground, grinning foolishly. "When I departed from the seventh universe, I mentioned capturing a mouse for Lord Beerus to devour. Yet now Kitral has been utterly obliterated. Whis, kiss, you have gone too far." Conic erupted in fury. Having served the god of destruction for so many years only to witness Lewis erase Kitral, and now to insult the deceased in such a manner. This was utterly intolerable. Lewis cast a cold glance. "What? Do you have an opinion?" Upon hearing this, Conic recalled the scene of Ketla's erasure, and his body trembled. "Enough." Kes waved her hand. She directly transmitted Lewis's previous conjectures and identity into Conic's mind. Conic, nurture Troy well. With this single sentence, she departed the fourth universe with Lewis and Weiss, leaving only Conic and Troy behind. The two remained silent for a long while. Troy, gazing at the astonished Conic, asked, "Mr. Conic, what shall we do now?" Conic remained speechless, profoundly shaken by the information Kes had imparted. It turned out that Lewis's identity was that of the Alas. Conic finally understood why his sister did not inquire for evidence before allowing Lewis to erase Ketla. She had intended to draw him into the realm of the Omni King before he awakened. "Troy, focus on your cultivation. I shall guide you in the future. Just remember not to provoke the seventh universe again." Yes. At the barrier of the Omni King universe, a figure circled, intently observing the fourth orb of light. Ketla had perished. What a pity. He had died before obtaining the Super Dragon Balls. However, since it was Lord Lewis who executed him, there was nothing I could do. This figure was none other than Demigra, who had returned from the sealed land of Mechikabura. Demigra had verified with Mechikabura that Lewis's power was indistinguishable from that of the one who had once wielded it. Lewis was essentially a reincarnation of that being. Ultimately, Demigra departed from the barrier of the Omni King universe, returning to the Dark Demon realm. In the seventh universe, within the God of Destruction's realm, Lewis finally sighed in relief after eliminating Ketla, no longer having to worry about that troublesome rodent. He and Weiss had been brought back by Kes, who subsequently departed. As Kes was leaving, Lewis finally posed a question that had been on his mind. If she could agree to erase Ketla without evidence, why had she previously sought to prevent him from doing so? Kes merely smiled, saying nothing, leaving Lewis with a cryptic smile before vanishing. Weiss, too, was perplexed by Lewis's queries. It seemed his sister knew everything, even their other siblings, yet none had shared this knowledge with him. The two bewildered fools in the God of Destruction's realm exchanged glances. "Your sister, how should I know?" Weiss rolled his eyes. At that moment, a purple light soared towards them. "Lewis, what about that rodent you mentioned?" Beerus tossed the instant noodles he held into the lake, clearing his throat, and fixed his gaze intently on Lewis. Beerus's expression suggested he truly desired to consume a rodent. Lewis's face darkened as he timidly remarked, "Lord Beerus, you truly wish to consume a mouse. It is quite commonplace for cats to feast on mice. However, given that Beerus is a god of destruction, one would assume he was merely jesting. Why, then, would he genuinely desire such a dish?" Noticing Beerus's silence, Lewis let out a sigh. "Since you have such a penchant for mice, I shall procure a duck neck, or rather, a dead mouse, for you shortly. Would that suffice?" Chapter 61. The Love That Vanished from Goku. What on earth is a duck neck? Beerus's lips twitched slightly as he fixed his gaze upon Lewis. Enough with the trivialities. Have you ventured into the fourth universe? A ludicrous suspicion surged within him. Could it be that Lewis had? Lewis fell silent, took 2 steps forward, and turned back to say, "Indeed, I have slain Ketla." Thunderous shockwaves reverberated through Beerus as his pupils constricted, overwhelmed by the tremendous impact of the revelation. Just a short while ago, he had been mocking Ketla, never anticipating that today Lewis would indeed take his life. The Lord Beerus was now placing the blame on me. Upon observing the incredulous expression on Beerus's face, Lewis furrowed his brow in perplexity. This was peculiar. Wasn't that wretched rat supposed to be his adversary? After all, he had slain Ketla. Surely this feline ought to be elated. Suddenly, "Ha ha, how could I blame you? Ha ha, I have long desired to rid myself of that despicable rodent, and to my astonishment, Lewis, you have accomplished it for me. Well done. Beerus danced exuberantly by the lakeside, resembling an individual afflicted with a peculiar madness. Weiss. Luis. The two exchanged glances. Is Lord Beerus truly insane? Surely not. How could he engage in such grotesque movements? Ah, it appears Lord Beerus has indeed lost his mind. The sight of destruction in the God of Destruction realm is utterly distressing. A purple feline is performing a nauseating dance. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, Luis and Whis departed from the realm of destruction and journeyed to Earth, the palace of Zeno. Father, I have returned. Kes entered the palace of Zeno, only to find the supreme deity absent. The Grand Minister stood below in the palace, observing Kes's entrance. Ah, as long as you have returned, that is sufficient. Father, why did you instruct me to stop Luis? Kes inquired, perplexed, a sentiment shared by Luis himself. The Grand Minister cleared his throat, his face tinged with embarrassment. I merely wished for Quitra to provide Luis with some practical experience. I did not anticipate Quitra's lack of discernment, forming an alliance with the dark magic realm. Is it not preferable to simply serve as a training partner? The Grand Minister shook his head, adding with a sigh. Kes was taken aback. The truth was revealed to be thus. So, I should have Luis eliminate Quitra, as per Lord Zeno's command. On Earth, Whis and Luis, unable to tolerate Beerus's erratic behavior any longer, returned here. Brother-in-law. In the courtyard, Bulma, arm in arm with Ties, noticed Luis's return and hurriedly approached, asking, Brother-in-law, where have Vegeta and Goku gone? Indeed, where have they gone? Ties, having become quite familiar with the Z warriors during her time back on Earth, added, they have gone to learn a marvelous secret technique. Luis approached Tai and embraced her tightly. Bulma rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed by their display of affection. However, upon receiving news from Vegeta, she felt a sense of relief and decided to leave the courtyard. As for Whis, he had arrived and promptly made his way to the restaurant at Tai Si's home. What troubles you? Tai Si inquired, sensing that something was amiss with Luis. She gently reached out her delicate hand to smooth the furrowed lines of his brow. It's nothing, merely a bothersome dead mouse that has worn me out a bit, he replied. Luis rested his head upon Tai's fragrant shoulder, inhaling her subtle aroma, which enveloped him in tranquility. Tais gently patted the back of the young man, shaking her head with a smile, and remarked, you are a substitute destroyer. If someone provokes you, why not simply eliminate them? Her heart ached at the sight of Luis's troubled expression. Upon hearing her words, Luis lifted his gaze, cradling her delicate face in his hands, and bestowed a tender kiss upon her. Why not just eliminate them? Luis gazed into her beautiful eyes and chuckled. I never imagined my dear sister Tais harbored such a fierce disposition. Whenever someone provokes you, do you not simply obliterate them? Tais and Luis exchanged glances, both exasperated and amused. After accompanying you for so many years, my heart has grown colder than a blade used for slaughtering fish. As long as you find joy, that is all that matters, Tais said, gently stroking his head. Luis's heart raced wildly. Tai Si's words were utterly outrageous. Oh, how deeply touched I am, Sister Tai Si. Luis nestled into Tai Si's embrace. Get away from me, Tai Si exclaimed, momentarily speechless, truly a boy who never seems to grow up. All right then. Luis feigned sorrow as he extricated himself from Tai's embrace. In the next moment, get lost, you really should leave, come back to me. Tai forcefully pressed Luis's head back into her soft embrace, holding him tightly. In the courtyard, the two remained in each other's arms, as if time itself had momentarily come to a standstill. Luis experienced an unprecedented tranquility within. After a while, a girl arrived seeking Kakarot. Tai Sifu mirrored Luis's call for Sun Wukong, echoing his every utterance of the name. Who? Luis gently released Tai, cradling her in his arms as they reclined together on the beach chair. It seemed as if he were calling out, Kiki. Kiki. Luis sprang from his beach chair, grasping Tai Si's delicate shoulder, urgently inquiring, Tai Si, has the second World Martial Arts Championship on Earth concluded? He continued, you recall last year's tournament. The battles were rather unremarkable, and in the end, the champion was that Namekian. Having visited Namek, Tai Si was naturally familiar with the appearance of its inhabitants. Last year, Luis finally recalled the timeline of Dragon Ball. Indeed, it was last year when Son Goku, after completing his training in the Otherworld, was supposed to participate in the second World Martial Arts Tournament. He was destined to encounter Chi-Chi at the tournament. In the final match, Goku would face off against Piccolo. ultimately claiming victory as the champion. However, in reality, Son Goku did not partake in the Second World Martial Arts Tournament. Instead, he was taken to King Kai in the north to master the Kaioken technique and the Spirit Bomb. This year, Goku was also transported to Namek by the ancient warrior, Bardock, which allowed him to successfully ascend to the Super Saiyan state following Bardock's demise. Unexpectedly, the love that Kakarot had lost has now returned to him. Luis pondered thoughtfully. In Chapter 62, Understanding the Rules of Time, upon receiving news about Chi-Chi, Luis resolved that he would not allow the foolish love of Sun Wukong to fade away so easily. After all, the most formidable warrior of the Dragon Balls had yet to be born. Ultimately, Luis instructed Tais to keep Chi-Chi at the estate and encouraged her to impart a wealth of knowledge regarding the universe to Chi-Chi. Luis is endeavoring to alter Chi-Chi's belief that education is the sole path to success, in hopes of enabling Sun Wukong to triumph as the most formidable warrior in existence. Under Luis's guidance, Tais naturally complied with every instruction. During this time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta diligently trained in instant transmission on planet Yardrat, while Chi-Chi and Bulma patiently awaited their return at home. Tais seized every opportunity to find Chi-Chi, regaling her with tales of the perils she had encountered throughout the cosmos. It became abundantly clear that only formidable strength could ensure survival in the face of danger. Moreover, Tais imparted knowledge of the divine entities that inhabit the universe, angels, gods of destruction, and potential candidates for the role of god of destruction, explaining each of their roles to Chi-Chi. These celestial beings, with their desire for planetary annihilation, posed an insurmountable threat to mortals lacking immense power. Chi-Chi trembled at the gravity of this revelation, realizing the futility of her scholarly pursuits. Ultimately, she resolved that any child she bore with Sun Wukong would receive rigorous training. While she did not expect her offspring to possess the strength to protect her and Sun Wukong entirely, she was determined that her child would at least have the ability to safeguard themselves. Upon comprehending Chi-Chi's thoughts, Luis embraced Tai-Si passionately for half an hour, leaving her lips swollen from his fervent kisses. The prospect of the strongest individual had emerged. Chi-Chi's mindset underwent a transformation as Luis finally departed from Tai-Si's estate. He made his way back to the celestial realm. "O divine being, I entreat you once more for a moment within your temporal sanctuary." Under the reverent gaze of the deity, Luis stepped into the temple, traversed the corridor, and entered the sanctuary of time. Here he was again. Luis sighed with nostalgia. His last sojourn here spanned 5 years, during which he successfully transcended to the first tier of divine strength. It was then that he mastered the formidable technique of erasure. Fortunately, he had cultivated his power sufficiently to wield erasure. Otherwise, his subsequent journey into the Dark Demon realm would have ended disastrously. The memories of the Dark Demon realm linger vividly in Luis's mind. 12 demon kings besieging him, the Malevolent Witch unleashing her fury, and Demigura's murderous intent towards Weiss. The latter incident in particular left an indelible mark on him. He nearly caused Weiss's demise, a transgression that Luis could hardly bear. Now return to this place. Luis yearns to grow ever more formidable, driven by the singular ambition to vanquish Demigura one day. This time, in addition to honing his strength, he is determined to pursue the unfinished objectives from his previous stay. Specifically, he aspires to glean insights into other fundamental rules through erasure, such as time, space, light, and darkness. Thus, he shall commence with the enigmatic rule of time. The nature of time is both mysterious and profound, making it the most opportune avenue for Luis to achieve significant advancement in a short span. Time possesses the ability to accelerate, to pause, and even to reverse. Of course, these represent merely the most rudimentary applications of temporal manipulation. Luis recalled the fantastical novels he had read in his previous life, which spoke of traversing the river of time to return to the primordial era and eradicate evil. If he were to master the laws of time, he might indeed be able to accomplish such a feat. Luis finally commenced his training. Initially, he concentrated the power of erasure within the palm of his hand. As this force manifested, the entire mental time house trembled. Soon, invisible threads of regulation began to seep forth from the erasure emanating from his palm. Luis closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate. Time passes swiftly. Within the confines of the mental sanctuary, a month has elapsed. What then is time? The erasing power within Luis's palm dissipated, and the invisible, intangible rules surrounding him vanished without a trace. Due to the concentration required for this erasure, Luis struggled to remain on the ground. After a month of contemplation, he found himself unable to even recognize the concept of time. How could he possibly attain enlightenment in such a state? Lewis gazed at the sky, unable to suppress his lamentations about the perceived inadequacy of his own talents. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed to hold some truth. Each time he experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, it was invariably due to the influence of the system. Immunity, the nascent form of the realm of freedom, Super Saiyan. Erasure. All these achievements were granted to him solely by the system. Oh, system, could it be that my innate abilities are rather lackluster? Lewis gazed at the vast expanse of the white sky, extending his hand as if the system were suspended within the clouds above. After a moment, he sighed, lamenting, "Alas, it seems my talent is indeed lacking. The system has chosen to ignore me." Lewis was momentarily taken aback as he once again heard that electronic voice. "Host, if your talent were feeble, none could surpass it. Immunity inherently belongs to your constitution, and its eradication is also within your power. Your strength is capable of transcending boundaries, which is precisely the result of your relentless cultivation. I merely provided assistance at the moment you encountered a bottleneck. It is not accurate to say that I directly granted you this power." What? Lewis gradually regained some strength and rose from the ground, utterly astonished. "What do you mean by claiming that immunity is inherently my constitution, and that erasure is intrinsically my power? What does that imply?" The system fell silent, offering no further explanation. "Is it possible that my possession of such power signifies a connection to the All-King? No, I have stated before that individual is not you. You share no bond with the All-King. You are not someone else. You are simply yourself." At last, the system responded once more. Luis, in a fit of rage, vehemently gestured towards the sky, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that?" After a considerable pause, the system remained silent. Lewis swung his arm with even greater force. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He observed the motion of his arm as it swung back and forth. The actions he had already performed could not be reversed. Just as time, once passed, cannot be reclaimed. He understood. Lewis could no longer afford to ponder the enigmas of the system. He settled into a cross-legged position and commenced his meditation. As Lewis delved into profound meditation, translucent patterns began to emerge. The ability to reawaken one's understanding of the temporal laws within merely a month. How could that be deemed feeble? The system murmured. Another year has slipped away. Lewis had been cultivating in the mental time chamber for over a year, which corresponded to merely a little more than a day in the outside world. Buzz. The transparent rules swirling around Lewis began to solidify, transforming quantity into quality. A silvery brilliance soared into the sky. The entire mental time chamber trembled. And within the area where Lewis resided, time became chaotic. The next moment, stop! The silver radiance emanating from Lewis erupted suddenly. With a resounding crash, the tumultuous passage of time was instantly calmed by the temporal aura surrounding Lewis. Gurgle. Louis swallowed hard. "I have truly grasped the rules of time through erasure." Ha! Does this mean I can also comprehend the rules of space? Lewis smiled with great joy. Chapter 63. The King of the Realm speaks of spatial rules. As far as Lewis is aware, there are very few who are well-versed in the rules of space throughout the entire universe. If there are any, the only one Lewis knows of is the King of the Realm. The King of the Realm possesses the ability to traverse freely within this universe, even reaching the palace of the All-King directly. However, he cannot venture into other universes. In addition to this, Lewis is also aware of a deity who has profound knowledge of space, or rather, of time and space. The legendary King of Time. To say that the King of Time is proficient in the manipulation of time and space would be an understatement. It is more accurate to say that she directly governs time and space. Yet, Lewis traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, having never encountered this deity, nor even heard of the name of the Supreme Kai of Time. After this period of training, he intends to inquire with Whis whether such a divine being exists within the Dragon Ball universe. Lewis continued his rigorous training. He had only spent a little over a year in the time chamber. Given the mention of spatial laws, it was only natural for Lewis to aspire to comprehend them. Should he successfully grasp the essence of spatial laws, he might even merge them with the laws of time, thereby creating the laws of space-time. He would then join the ranks of those who have mastered these laws, following in the footsteps of the Time Lord. In the Northern Galaxy, at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, a year had passed since Frieza's demise. During this time, the Saiyans faithfully adhered to King Vegeta's command. Beyond their daily duties as Galactic Patrol officers, they dedicated every spare moment to training in the gravity chambers constructed with the patrol's assistance. all in hopes of one day achieving the transformation into Super Saiyans. This was particularly true for King Vegeta, Bibidi, Theodore, along with Raditz and Nappa. As elite warriors, they endured grueling training regimens. After being resurrected by Whis, King Vegeta's power surged from 1 million to an astounding 2 million battle power within just a year. Bibidi and Theodore, whose strengths were comparable, also advanced from 600,000 to 1 million battle power. Raditz and Nappa, however, who had not returned from the brink of death, experienced only modest improvements despite their intense training. Raditz's power stood at 600,000, while Nappa's reached 700,000. As for Bardock, aside from Goku and Vegeta, he was the foremost warrior of the Saiyan race, excluding Broly, of course. Over the course of the year, Bardock's power escalated dramatically from 2 million to 4 million battle power, an extraordinary increase. The remaining Saiyans all boasted battle powers exceeding 100,000. It was evident that the Saiyans were experiencing such remarkable transformations due to the awakening of their S cells. On this day, Gak hurriedly entered the Galactic Patrol headquarters and rushed to the office, visibly alarmed. "Galactic King, we have a grave situation. The forces of Cooler from the Eastern Galaxy are advancing towards our Northern Galaxy." Upon hearing Gak's words, the great octopus trembled in his chair. "What? Cooler?" The Galactic King sprang to his feet, fixating his gaze on Gak. In the early days of the 7th universe, aside from Frieza, there was indeed Cooler, Frieza's elder brother. Compared to Frieza, Cooler's strength was even more formidable. In the animated films, when Cooler invaded Earth, he transformed into his ultimate state, boasting a battle power exceeding 400 million. This was dire news. Cooler must have learned of Frieza's demise and was now coming to claim territory. What were they to do? The Galactic King paced anxiously. According to investigations, the entire Frozen clan had been in discord, prompting their leader, King Cooled, to separate Frieza and Cooler early on. Frieza governed the North Galaxy. Cooler presided over the East Galaxy, while King Cooled ruled the South Galaxy, each commanding their respective dominions. With Frieza absent from the North Galaxy, it was inevitable that Cooler would set his sights on this territory. "Galactic King, do we not still have the Saiyan race? Ever since they defeated Frieza, their strength has surged, and they could surely repel Cooler." Gak exclaimed fervently. "Perhaps they could even slay Cooler." "Gak, you have remained in the North Galaxy and are unaware of the true extent of Cooler's power." The Galactic King shook his head, gazing at Gak. As Frieza's elder brother, Cooler's might is incomparable to that of Frieza. Even if that Super Saiyan who defeated Frieza were to engage, or if we summoned several more like him, they would still fall short against Cooler. "Is it not said that Super Saiyans are the nemesis of the Frozen clan?" Gak replied, dumbfounded. "Whether they are or not, I cannot say. However, I do know that Cooler possesses terrifying strength. It may require the intervention of the prospective god of destruction." The Galactic King shook his head once more. The prospective god of destruction oversees destruction. How could such a deity concern themselves with the trivialities of the universe? The North Galaxy has only just begun to stabilize. We cannot allow the Frozen clan to taint it. The Galactic King fixed a stern gaze on Gak. "Mars is not here. Currently, aside from the Saiyans, we have no other recourse. Go and inform King Vegeta." "Understood." After departing from the Galactic Patrol, Gak swiftly disseminated the news throughout the Galactic Patrol headquarters, plunging it into a state of panic. Fortunately, the Saiyan race remained, and upon receiving the news, King Vegeta immediately dispatched Bardock to lead the Saiyan elite into action. The other Galactic Patrol members felt a wave of reassurance at this sight. The Saiyan race was already the strongest force within the Galactic Patrol, and with their involvement, victory was assured. On North Kai's planet, despair set in. Frieza's death had indeed stirred Cooler, and the North Galaxy was doomed. I must quickly notify Goku and Vegeta. In the realm of the Kaioshin, chaos erupted. "This is terrible. Ancestor, you must come and see. Our universe is in peril. What is the matter?" "The Frozen clan is preparing to wage war against the Saiyan race. The average power level of our universe has only just risen, and you would have me intervene to stop them?" "Silence. You can be so flustered over such a trivial matter. You are bringing disgrace to the Kaioshin. However, what nonsense. As the deity overseeing creation, we cannot excessively intervene in the affairs of mortals. Let them unfold naturally. Sometimes, conflict does not signify the annihilation of civilization but rather its propagation. Moreover, if the trajectory of civilization is misguided, even the destroyers will take action. When did it become your turn to intervene, ancestral spirit?" I understand now. Chapter 64. The Rules of Time and Space in the Northern Galaxy. Dark currents surged ominously. At this moment, on Earth, within the Ta South family estate, a purple feline sat gracefully upon the lawn, surrounded by an intoxicating aura of temporal energy. Enveloping the purple cat was a transparent cubic space extending 10 meters in radius. From a distance, it resembled a room. Beside this transparent cubic room, two individuals reclined on beach chairs, occasionally sipping their beverages. I never expected that you, young one, have grasped the principles of time and space, remarked Weiss with a hint of nonchalance. A year ago, Lewis vanished for a month, and upon his return, he was enveloped in an aura of peculiar mystery. Luis entered the full power state of Super Saiyan, elevating his strength to the second tier of divine realms. This left Weiss astonished. In less than a month, how could Luis's power have surged so dramatically? The astonishing increase in strength was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the fact that Luis had grasped the principles of time and space. Weiss remained in a state of shock for 2.5 days, utterly perplexed. However, considering that Luis possessed the ability to erase and could disregard any form of harm, perhaps his astonishment was unwarranted. It is akin to frequently encountering ghosts. When one encounters a ghost again, the element of surprise dissipates entirely. The peculiarities of Lewis have not been a recent development. Ultimately, Weiss chose to face it all with a sense of calm. Haha, my creation of this time chamber is quite commendable, isn't it? Lewis chuckled. He emerged from the mental time chamber after more than a month, and upon his return, his first action was to construct a similar chamber within the estate. Just as Beerus arrived on Earth after journeying from the realm of destruction, Lewis invited him to give it a try. Why did Beerus make the trek from the realm of destruction? This takes us back to an incident a year prior, when, following Quitella's demise, Beerus celebrated with an exultant dance for 3 days and nights, as if possessed by a madness akin to that of a serpent. Lewis and Weiss could hardly bear to watch any longer, so they chose to leave Beerus in the realm of destruction, disregarding him entirely. Upon their arrival on Earth, Beerus finally became aware of his abandonment and called for Weiss, only to be met with utter indifference. In a fit of rage, he flew from the realm of destruction to Earth. Initially intending to unleash a torrent of curses, he was instead beckoned by Lewis to step into a transparent cube. Remarkably, an entire day outside equated to half a year within. It was truly astonishing. Observing the transparent cube, Weiss nodded in approval. You have grasped the principles of time and space, creating such a temporal abode. It seems your understanding of these concepts is quite profound. How do I compare to the King of Time? Lewis inquired. Weiss, taken aback, responded, I never mentioned the King of Time to you. How did you come to know? After a moment, he shook his head, realizing that this young man seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of many things, including the fact that the old Kai had been sealed within the Kai sword. It was not entirely surprising. I can at most reverse time by 2 minutes, yet you have the ability to accelerate it by half a year. Acceleration and reversal are not the same concept. Accelerating time is inherently more complex than reversing it. Clearly, your mastery over time surpasses mine, and naturally, your control over space is also superior. Weiss stated calmly, however, the temporal rules you currently wield cannot yet be compared to those of the King of Time. The thought of the King of Time lingered in Lewis's mind as he began to speak. Then Lewis wished to inquire about how much time remained until he and the God of Time could reunite, when suddenly, a silver radiance flashed from the transparent cubic chamber beside him. Within, a purple feline exuded an aura of tranquility, the state of self-realization. Weiss smiled, remarking that Lord Beerus had finally grasped this profound state. Long ago, Beerus had brushed against the essence of self-realization, yet he had never transcended to this level. To his astonishment, within the temporal sanctuary created by Lewis, he had at last entered the realm of self-realization. The 5th tier of divine power erupted within Beerus. The cubic chamber shattered abruptly. A silver luminescence enveloped Beerus, and his form mirrored Lewis's in the state of self-realization. Lewis, come here and give me a good thrashing. Wasn't I merely instructing Weiss to leave you be? Is such anger truly warranted? Enough of your prattling. With that, Beerus vanished from sight. Lewis chuckled, enveloped in a shimmering silver glow, and sprang forth from the beach chair. The two engaged in a rapid exchange high above, silver light flickering incessantly, reminiscent of a myriad of fireworks bursting forth in a dazzling display. Time flowed and sparkled. Moments later, you scrawny wretch, you struck my face. Watch how I obliterate you. Get lost. How dare you employ the rules of time? Oh, don't pull that. After several hundred exchanges, the two descended from the sky. Lewis's destructive god attire had been reduced to tattered rags, clinging to him like a beggar's garb. In contrast, Beerus appeared rather disheveled as well. Though he had sustained no injuries, his clothing too had been torn into tatters. Particularly, there was a conspicuous hole in his trousers. Haha. Upon witnessing this, Whis doubled over with laughter on the beach chair, unable to contain himself. This is no time for laughter. Restore my attire at once. Beerus shouted, covering his exposed area. His ire palpable. Ha! Whis continued to laugh, nearly convulsing with mirth. Beerus's expression darkened further. Allow me to handle this. Lewis smiled gently, raising his hand to weave the fabric of temporal laws. With a sweeping gesture, the garments adorning both him and Beerus instantaneously reverted to their original state. Lewis, this is the act of reversing time on a singular object. You rascal. Beerus swallowed hard. During their recent confrontation, both individuals simultaneously entered a state of ease. Undoubtedly, Lewis was no match for him. After all, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Lewis's power and speed paled in comparison. Yet, as the battle progressed, the moment Lewis was struck, he employed the rules of time, causing it to rewind. Every attack was anticipated by Lewis, who had truly achieved the foresight of a prophet. This left him in a position of disadvantage. Lord Beerus, you are no longer my adversary, Lewis exclaimed with delight. Whis, lounging on a beach chair, approached and gently patted Beerus on the shoulder. Lord Beerus, you need not feel disheartened. After all, Quitella met his demise at Lewis's hands. So it is only natural that you would lose to him as well. Beerus's lips twitched slightly, which seemed to make a valid point. Yet why did it sound so exasperating? Well then, Lord Beerus, it is time for us to venture into other universes for some amusement. Lewis still vividly recalls that previous sparring session, which marked the first time he was overwhelmed by a group. Subsequently, he faced a second onslaught in the dark magical realm. Just the thought of it ignites a sense of indignation. Now, with his powers surging, it is imperative that he retaliates. Ah, indeed. I have grasped the realm of tranquility. It is time to showcase my prowess. Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Lewis, I have learned instantaneous movement from Vegeta. Chapter 65. The merits of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 represents the ultimate transcendence of Saiyan blood. Unlike its predecessors, Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3, these earlier forms retain the Saiyan's inherent rage factor. This explains why the more furious one becomes, the greater the power of the Super Saiyan state. However, in Super Saiyan 4, this issue is flawlessly resolved. Super Saiyan 4 epitomizes the pinnacle of the Saiyan lineage, or rather, it embodies another state of normalcy for the Saiyans, achieving a return to simplicity, free from the influence of tumultuous emotions. The burdensome drawbacks on the body dissipate entirely. Enough of this subject. Even if we discuss it, you would not heed my words. Beerus understands Lewis's nature well. He will not turn back until he hits a wall. Nonetheless, given the power within Lewis, it seems inconsequential even if he indulges in the folly of transformation. After all, he has already vanquished Kara, as he continues his training. Who could possibly stand against him? Approaching the beach chair, he reclined. Beerus took a sip of his drink. Now, let us discuss your time and space regulations. Whis glanced over. Why are you looking at me like that? It's quite natural for me to be capable of erasure and to comprehend the laws of time and space. Lewis approached the beach chair beside Beerus and reclined, while the three elderly gentlemen lounged in their chairs, sipping on beverages, enjoying a life of leisure. This argument was undeniably compelling, seemingly impossible to contest, particularly for Whis, who understood the implications of erasure. Erasure encompassed a multitude of rules, and only by comprehending these various principles could one qualify to grasp the concept of erasure itself. Time and space were merely two of the numerous rules encompassed within erasure. Thus, it appeared quite reasonable that Lewis could fathom the rules of time and space. Lord Beerus, you ought to express your gratitude to me. Had I not created this temporal abode, you would never have transcended into the realm of freedom. Lewis asserted. That hardly constitutes your merit. Without your temporal abode, I would have still managed to break through in due time, Beerus retorted, curling his lip in disdain, having never encountered someone so shameless. He likened him to the shameless pig from the 6th universe. Crossing the river and demolishing the bridge? I am not referring to you. I speak of a certain purple feline, Lewis remarked casually. At that moment, Whis, who was drinking nearby, erupted in laughter, abruptly expelling his beverage. While he hadn't mentioned Beerus, who else could the purple feline refer to? Hearing this, Beerus felt a mix of irritation and amusement. Lewis was undeniably adorable in his youth. How has he now transformed into such an annoyance? Lord Beerus, I have grasped the principles of time. Even without the need for erasure, you shall no longer be my rival in the future. Once again, Luis delivered a devastating blow. Thunderous. Enraged, Beerus rose from his beach chair, exclaiming, "You little brat, I challenge you to a duel." Whis turned his gaze, bursting into laughter. Lord Beerus, perhaps it's wise to forego the duel. After all, even Quitella fell at Luis's hands. It is only natural that you would struggle against him. Beerus's lips twitched slightly. Wiss's words, while seemingly sensible, carried an air of resignation that was hard to ignore. The sight of Beerus, hopping about in fury, brought great delight to Luis. The trio continued their conversation extensively, eventually broaching the topic of the average strength of humans in Universe 7, with the Saiyan growing increasingly formidable. Universe 7 had risen from the penultimate position to the third from the bottom. Now, it had ascended to the fourth from the bottom. This news brought immense joy to Beerus. Well then, Lord Beerus, it is time for us to venture to other universes for some amusement. Lewis still vividly recalls that previous sparring session, which marked the first time he was overwhelmed by a group assault. Following that, he faced a second onslaught from the dark magical realm, a thought that still incites his anger. Now, empowered beyond measure, he feels compelled to retaliate. Indeed, the average power level of humanity in the seventh universe has surged dramatically, and having grasped the state of ease, he feels the urge to showcase his prowess. Beerus's eyes glimmered with excitement as he licked his lips, particularly eager to venture into the sixth universe. The mere thought of that rotund pig's astonished expression sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. A flush of excitement colored Beerus's face, eliciting laughter from Whis and the others. Truly, these two brothers are quite peculiar. As the trio prepared to embark on their journey, a sudden voice interrupted. "Lewis, I have learned instant transmission from Vegeta." 5 figures emerged from outside the courtyard. Bulma, Tais, Vegeta, Goku, and Chi-Chi. Goku hurriedly approached Lewis, trailed closely by an exquisitely beautiful woman clad in a cheongsam. "Goku, do not run so fast," Chi-Chi exclaimed, stepping forward to tightly embrace Goku's arm. Lewis was taken aback. "Kakarot, when did you return?" "Just got back," Goku replied, scratching his head. "I trained with Vegeta for a year and finally mastered instant transmission. However, I couldn't sense your energy, so we returned to Earth first before coming here." Lewis nodded. A year ago, he had taken Sun Wukong to the planet Adrath, and now, after the passage of time, it was only fitting that Sun Wukong should have mastered the art of instant transmission. This duration aligns closely with what is depicted in the anime. Furthermore, it is entirely reasonable that Sun Wukong mentioned his inability to sense his own aura. Mere mortals cannot perceive the presence of divine beings, unless Sun Wukong ascends to the status of a Super Saiyan god. Vegeta has also acquired this skill. Lewis cast a glance at Vegeta, a look that ignited a flare of irritation within him. Vegeta erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What kind of gaze is that? Is it not possible for me to learn?" "It shouldn't be." Luis furrowed his brow and remarked, "With your talent, you should not be able to master this technique. In the anime, Vegeta never managed to learn it." Boom. Vegeta was enraged. Isn't Lewis implying that his talent pales in comparison to that of Sun Wukong? A disgrace, a blatant disgrace. "Lewis, I challenge you to a duel." Upon hearing this, both Weiss and Beerus exchanged subtle grimaces. Yet another individual has been emotionally unbalanced by Lewis. "Vegeta, silence yourself. How dare you speak to my brother-in-law in such a manner?" Bulma approached, tugging at Vegeta's ear, her voice raised. Vegeta immediately wilted under her reprimand. "Ha ha." Witnessing this, everyone erupted into laughter as the proud Prince Vegeta appeared so intimidated by Bulma. Lewis observed Sun Wukong laughing heartily and glanced at the companion beside him, Kiki. He mused inwardly, "Kakarot, do not rush. You shall soon find Kiki quite fearsome." He then cast a look at Bulma's side where Tais was situated, thinking, "Fortunately, my sister Tais is not so fearsome. Now that you have returned, it is time for you to head to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to teach Bardock and the others how to transform," Lewis remarked. "Very well. I shall return with Kakarot in a couple of days," Vegeta nodded. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar voice echoed from above. "Wukong, Vegeta, we are in grave trouble." Chapter 66. The onslaught of Gula beside them. Beerus furrowed his brow, recognizing the voice as familiar. "Lord North Kai, what has transpired?" Sun Wukong inquired. while Vegeta suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The others also looked up, and Beerus, upon hearing this, realized the source of the voice, thinking, "So it was the diminutive North Kai." Silence lingered in the air for a moment. Then, suddenly, a gulp echoed, a sound of North Kai swallowing nervously, followed by, I have encountered Lord Beerus." The North Kai's voice was stammering, betraying his anxiety. A faint smile played upon Luis's lips. How could he not feel anxious? After all, Beerus was the one who had once obliterated his planet of the North Kai with a single punch. Beerus coldly remarked, "North Kai, what is it that you wish to convey?" He had intended to visit another universe, but was irked by the interruption from the diminutive creature. That. Speak. It is Goku from the Eastern Galaxy who has launched an attack on the Northern Galaxy. Who is Goku? The others present, aside from Luis, were momentarily taken aback, including Beerus himself. However, it didn't take long for Beerus to regain his composure. Wasn't Goku the elder brother of Frieza? The entire Frieza clan served him. So what if he attacked? As long as Earth remained unscathed, I have no concern for anything else. Ignoring the North Kai's concerns, Beerus turned to Whis and Luis, saying, "Let us proceed to the 6th universe." Wait. Luis halted Beerus and chuckled, "Lord Beerus, would you care to witness a remarkable surge in the average power index of the humans from Universe 7? Beerus's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What do you mean by that? The conversation between the two was utterly incomprehensible to the others, and Goku could only sense that something monumental was unfolding. Particularly for Vegeta, he was acutely aware of what Cooler signified. If Frieza is deemed the Emperor of the universe, then Cooler is undoubtedly the Emperor's brother. Listening to these words was akin to experiencing a profound enlightenment, reminiscent of Zhuangzi's transformative teachings. Luis was utterly unaware of Vegeta's thoughts. Gazing at Beerus, he remarked, "Lord Beerus, if our Saiyan race were to collectively transform into Super Saiyans, to what extent do you think the average power index of humans in our 7th universe could soar?" Gasping in astonishment, Beerus inhaled sharply. He was well aware that the Super Saiyan transformation amplifies one's base strength by 50-fold. The mere thought of every Saiyan achieving such a transformation sent shivers of excitement coursing through him, as he tightly grasped Luis's arm, exclaiming, Luis, is it truly possible?" It was no wonder Beerus was so exhilarated. The average power index of humanity directly influences the rankings of the universe, and if Luis's claims held any truth, the standing of the 7th universe could indeed witness a significant rise, perhaps even ascending to a more respectable position. Achieving such a remarkable feat within a mere decade or so seemed almost unfathomable. Furthermore, this would serve as an opportune moment to showcase their prowess in other universes. After all, it was Frieza who had prompted Kakarot's transformation into a Super Saiyan, and Vegeta had similarly surpassed his limits under my encouragement. Luis gestured towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, then remarked, "As for transforming the entire Saiyan race into Super Saiyans, that is certainly not feasible at this moment. However, in another decade or so, it should be attainable. Many things unfold gradually. This time, Cooler has set his sights on the North Galaxy. Perhaps another among our Saiyan kin will achieve transformation. Indeed, there is no rush for matters concerning other universes, if any of you Saiyans can transform again. Our 7th universe will prosper immensely." Beerus breathed heavily, relieved. Thank goodness. It was fortunate that, years ago, I spared the Saiyan race out of respect for Luis. Who would have thought that the innate potential of the Saiyans is so remarkable? Now, let us ascertain Cooler's intentions. Luis turned to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, saying, "You two should go together. Without you, Bardock and the others may meet a gruesome fate." Sun Wukong shuddered at the thought and quickly inquired, "Is Cooler truly that formidable?" Bulma and the others fixed their gaze upon Luis, astonished by his words. Luis waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You will understand once you confront him. If you have mastered instantaneous movement, then go swiftly, delay any longer, and there may indeed be peril for Bardock and the others." "Understood," Sun Wukong exclaimed with urgency. Turning to his companion Chi-Chi, "I shall return to marry you." Vegeta, too, cast a glance at Bulma, declaring, "Wait for me at home. I assure you I will return safely." Chi-Chi and Bulma nodded vigorously in agreement. In the end, Sun Wukong and his companion vanished in an instant. As Luis was preparing to depart, Bulma hurriedly implored, "Brother-in-law, could you possibly safeguard Vegeta in times of peril?" "Rest assured," he replied. Luis waved his hand dismissively. In truth, even if Vegeta and Goku were to find themselves in peril, Luis had no intention of intervening. for Goku and his companion had mastered the art of instantaneous movement. Unless they were willing to embrace death or encountered a being of unparalleled strength, no one could possibly vanquish them. Lewis departed from this place alongside Beerus and Whis, leaving only Tice and her two companions. Tice reassured, Chi-Chi, Bulma, fret not, Lewis is here. The two women, already aware of Lewis's true identity, felt no anxiety. At that moment, Bulma inquired, by the way, Chi-Chi, how did you persuade Goku to marry you? She cast a glance at Chi-Chi, elegantly attired in a chi-pao. Tice, too, was intrigued. Chi-Chi, covering her face shyly, confessed, I merely mentioned that marriage comes with a grand feast, and he agreed. Bulma, Tice. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Asin crouched upon the grass, observing the crystal ball placed on the ground by the elder Kaioshin. Master, this is splendid. Lewis and Lord Beerus have ventured to the edge of the northern galaxy. With them present, they shall surely avert this conflict. Suddenly, ouch. Master, what are you doing? Asin clutched his head, crouching in pain. You know nothing. The elder Kaioshin retorted angrily. Do you truly believe that Skinny Ribs and Lewis will intervene to halt this grand battle? Thankfully, Beerus was absent. Otherwise, the elder Kaioshin would have faced repercussions. Isn't that so? Asin replied timidly, retracting his neck. Observing Asin's expression, the elder Kaioshin lamented. Did I not previously convey that war does not always signify the extinction of civilizations, but rather the proliferation of them? Only the strong can prevail. This is the principle of survival of the fittest. The elder Kaioshin stated calmly, mark my words, while the Saiyan race possesses immense potential. If they cannot triumph over the frost demons, neither Skinny Ribs nor Lewis will intervene. Such is the nature of the god of destruction. Lewis remarked, Old Kai, please refrain from boasting in my presence. It would have been one thing if the Saiyan race had faced extinction in the past. But now that it has truly come to pass, you see how effortlessly I could end it. Young ones, there remains much for you to learn. The old Kai, turning his back to Ashen, chuckled, perhaps after this battle, our seventh universe will truly ascend. Chapter 67, Prelude to War at the Intersection of the Northern and Eastern Galaxies. A colossal warship soared ahead, trailed by an innumerable fleet of vessels, reminiscent of a locust swarm. In the oppressive darkness of the cosmic expanse, the scene was particularly stifling. Within the behemoth ship, an extraterrestrial being sat in a baby carriage, his round head crowned with crimson eyes and dark lips. A formidable aura of dominance enveloped him. This being was none other than Frieza's elder brother, Cooler. Tap, tap, tap. Cooler rhythmically drummed his fingers on the carriage, producing a jarring sound that reverberated throughout the command chamber. At that moment, Cooler had already entered the northern galaxy. Commander Frieza of the Cooler Mech Corps, at your service. Frieza bowed respectfully. Do you believe that Super Saiyans are truly powerful? Cooler inquired, turning to the blonde Frieza. To have slain King Frieza, they must possess some degree of strength. However, no matter their prowess, they can never surpass King Cooler, Frieza flattered. Indeed, King Cooler is invincible, echoed the other two members of the Cooler Mech Corps in agreement. Only some degree of strength? Cooler mused as he gazed through the transparent glass. Shaking his head, he spoke coldly, accelerate the assault. I wish to witness just how formidable those Saiyan monkeys can be. As soon as he spoke, 10 small spacecraft appeared 1 kilometer ahead of the massive warship. The formidable Cooler army abruptly halted, and a voice from the control room reported, Report, King Cooler. Unidentified ships detected ahead. Oh, who possesses such audacity to obstruct me? In the command chamber, Cooler revealed a sinister smile, reduced them to rubble. Yes. The control room acknowledged Cooler's command and issued the attack orders. In the cosmic void, the vast fleet of warships began to gather energy for their cannons. Fire. Thousands of spacecraft unleashed their energy blasts. Boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of energy projectiles struck the 10 small vessels, illuminating the dark universe as if it were day. Proceed onward. Cooler commanded from the chamber. The entire Cooler army prepared to advance. Suddenly, as the smoke from the bombardment dissipated, a dozen figures emerged, their tails swaying gracefully at their waists as they circled amidst the cosmic expanse. A voice crackled through the control room. Report to King Gula, it is the Saiyans. What? Gula's eyes widened in disbelief as he maneuvered his infant carriage to the transparent window, fixated on the distant silhouettes a kilometer away. Saiyans! Exclaimed Frieza, startled. How is it possible for Saiyans to survive in the cosmos? The two other members of the mech unit, Nizi and Dre, also gazed in astonishment. Wasn't it said that Saiyans could not endure in space? Enough of your prattle. Equip yourselves with oxygen devices and eliminate them. Gula commanded, furrowing his brow, though he too harbored doubts. However, he mused, since the Scions had come willingly to their demise, he would not hinder their fate. Thus, Frieza and the others donned their oxygen gear and soared from the battleship, charging towards the approaching figures. 1 kilometer away, 15 silhouettes hovered. Bardock, Raditz, Naba, Baruto, Theodore, and 10 other Scions had gathered. The elite warriors of the Saiyan race were predominantly assembled here. In King Vegeta's words, if Bardock and his small cadre could not best Gula, then sending more Scions would merely lead to their slaughter. Hence, only these 15 ventured forth. Meanwhile, King Vegeta was diligently attempting to reach Goku on Earth through the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Without the intervention of the Saiyan race's Super Saiyan's, Bardock and his companions would surely face obliteration. Yet, despite the odds, Bardock and his team remained undaunted. Who would have thought our Saiyan race could survive in space? Raditz conveyed through his energy. It was Lewis who wished for this from the dragon. A year prior, Bardock had been brought back to the galactic headquarters by Lewis, who had mentioned this miraculous possibility. Initially, Bardock had presumed Lewis was jesting, but upon attempting it, he discovered the truth Scions could indeed thrive in the cosmos. At that moment, they were upon them. Naba announced, as Frieza and his team, equipped with oxygen devices, approached menacingly. Observing this, Bardock smirked, finding the trio woefully inadequate. Having spent 2 years on Earth, he had mastered the art of energy sensing. In his perception, the strongest among them, the green-skinned fellow, possessed less than 1/10 of his own power. Raditz, go and dispatch them. Yes, Raditz nodded, unleashing a brilliant white aura as he sped towards Frieza and his companions. Suddenly, a new group appeared in the distance. Lewis, Beerus, Whis, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta beheld the scene of Raditz and Frieza entangled in a fierce confrontation. Phew! Sun Wukong exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the real battle has yet to commence. Vegeta nodded, surveying the surroundings, only to realize that his father was absent. Unbeknownst to him, King Vegeta was currently dispatching messages to the two from the galactic headquarters. Lewis observed the fierce battle between Raditz and Frieza, inquiring, Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts on our Saiyan race? Your talent is undoubtedly remarkable, but the abilities of others leave much to be desired. Beerus crossed his arms and glanced at Goku and Vegeta nearby, responding, indeed, these two are quite impressive as well. Chapter 68. The talent of the Saiyan race during his time on Earth. Beerus had become acquainted with all of Earth's sea fighters. Goku's capability to defeat Frieza showcased his considerable talent. As for Vegeta, although his strength was somewhat inferior to Goku's, his fierce desire to battle was undeniable. However, Beerus could discern that Vegeta's martial arts foundation was not as solid as Goku's, and in terms of mental fortitude, he fell short as well. Is merely not bad truly sufficient? Lewis chuckled. In the Dragon Ball universe, if the talents of these two protagonists are merely considered adequate, then one must question the existence of truly gifted individuals in this world. Beerus scrutinized Goku and Vegeta once more, while Whis also observed them, soon falling into deep contemplation. The intensity of their gazes weighed upon Goku and Vegeta, causing them to shudder. What is it? We haven't provoked them, have we? Surely, we are not to be destroyed. Lewis shook his head with a smile, saying, Lord Beerus sometimes fails to perceive beyond the surface. Oh, Beerus furrowed his brow. Lewis stated plainly, isn't there a Jiren in Universe 11? In my opinion, he pales in comparison to the two of them. His voice was subdued, yet it startled both Beerus and Whis. Are you certain you are not jesting? Beerus had long been aware of Jiren's reputation, having heard that Jiren was a mortal warrior capable of rivaling the gods of destruction. This time, accompanying Lewis to other universes, he intended to witness Jiren's prowess in Universe 11. Whether I jest will soon be revealed to you. Moreover, the Saiyan race may seem to you to possess inferior talent, yet in truth, their abilities are among the finest within the entire realm of the Omni King. Initially, Lewis believed that the Saiyan race was inherently malevolent. If that were the case, the S cells within the Scions would be suppressed by their inner ferocity, preventing them from ever awakening. This was also the reason Lewis had previously disregarded the Scions. He deemed their power worthless and their volatile nature unworthy of protection. However, as time passed, Lewis came to realize his error. The Scions were not born evil, rather, their environment had shaped them. Once all the S factors within a Scion awakened, every Scion had the potential to transform into a Super Scion. One could envision the following scenes. Every 6 Scions could merge to create a Super Scion god. Moreover, Through the fusion technique, two Saiyans could combine to form a formidable fusion warrior. What a concept. The mere thought of it made one's skin crawl. At that moment, Lord Beerus. Whis withdrew his gaze from Goku and Vegeta, his tone grave. Lewis is not mistaken. We may have underestimated the Saiyans. Beerus's pupils constricted sharply as he turned to fixate on Whis, then glanced at Goku and Vegeta beside him. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta listened to the discussion, feeling somewhat bewildered. Particularly Vegeta, who prided himself on the Saiyan race's exceptional talent. Could it truly be as terrifying as Lewis suggested? Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from the distance. A Saiyan with waist-length hair was engaged in combat with 3 extraterrestrials. Countless waves of light burst forth, illuminating the dark starry sky, as if dawn were approaching. Soon, the 3 members of the Cooler Mecha army were obliterated by Raditz' overwhelming force. When did my brother become this powerful? Goku swallowed hard. Not bad. Vegeta sensed that the strength of Frieza and his companions was indeed impressive. If it were the former Raditz, he would have undoubtedly been no match for these 3. It seemed this young man had not been idle over the past year. No sooner had Vegeta spoken than a figure emerged from the immense warship in the cosmos. This figure rode in a baby carriage. Years ago, Frieza should have annihilated your Saiyan race, but alas, he refused to heed that counsel. In the vacuum of space, sound could not ordinarily travel, yet as Cooler emerged, his chilling voice reverberated through the dark expanse. This is bad. He is incredibly strong. Goku shouted urgently, Vegeta, we must hurry. Goku and Vegeta transformed into 2 beams of light, racing towards the horizon. Only Lewis, Whis, and Beerus remained in their original position. Observing the retreating figures of Goku and Vegeta, Beerus inquired, Whis, what did you mean by that? If I am not mistaken, the violent aura within the Saiyans is gradually dissipating. Perhaps that is the reason for their newfound strength. Moreover, I have also discovered that the more diminished the chaotic aura within them becomes, the stronger they grow. Of course, this chaotic energy does not truly vanish. It merely lies dormant until they transform into Super Saiyans, at which point the suppressed fury surges forth, manifesting as formidable power. Lord Beerus, the Saiyans' innate talent may surpass even that of the Frost Demons. Vados turned to Lewis, her eyes brimming with profound meaning, and inquired, am I correct? Throughout the years, he had been in the company of Beerus and Lewis without genuinely observing the Saiyan race. It was only at this moment, upon witnessing Bardock and the dozen or so Saiyans in the distance, that he realized this truth. Haha. Lewis smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. The innate abilities of the Saiyans surpass those of the Frost Demons, yet it is essential to consider which Saiyan or which Frost Demon we are discussing. When comparing the talents of Son Goku to those of the Frost Demons, it is evident that Goku's prowess is superior. However, if we were to compare Raditz and his lesser comrades, the Karami, to the Frost Demons, they would undoubtedly fall short. Lewis. Beerus gazed at Lewis, his breath quickening. By appointing the Frost Demons as his agents, he had implicitly acknowledged their abilities. Now, with Whis asserting that the talents of the Saiyans exceed those of the Frost Demons, one must wonder, is this truly the case? If it is indeed so, Beerus's thoughts drifted to the entire Saiyan race, consisting of over 2,000 members, each capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, surpassing even Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold in strength. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. You will learn of these matters in due time, Lord Beerus. For now, simply enjoy the spectacle. Lewis concluded the topic, directing his gaze towards the horizon. Beerus nodded, aware of Lewis's uniqueness. Lewis's assertion, coupled with Weiss's explanation, reveals that the innate talents of the Saiyans surpass even those of the Frost Demons. What a remarkable development. The 3 gazed into the distance. Chapter 69. A fierce battle with Cooler in the pitch-black expanse of the cosmic night. An extraterrestrial being reclined in a baby carriage, hovering before a colossal spacecraft. Cooler cast a frigid glare at the remnants of flesh drifting in the void. These were the scattered remains of Frieza and his companions. He shifted his gaze to the dozen or so Saiyans before him, incredulous that all members of his mechanized army had perished at the hands of a single Saiyan. No wonder you were able to vanquish Frieza. It seems you possess considerable strength. Cooler, perched in the baby carriage, erupted in laughter, showing no trace of sorrow for the demise of Frieza and the others. The Frost Demons are the epitome of coldness and ruthlessness. Humph. Frieza was meant to eradicate your Saiyan lineage long ago, yet he failed to heed that call. Nevertheless, Regardless of the circumstances, Frieza is still one of the Frost Demons. You shall meet your end, allowing me to seize his territory. Cooler had no intention of deploying his subordinates any further, as Frieza and his two allies were already dead. Sending others would merely be a sacrifice. In the starry sky, Cooler's aura intensified, becoming increasingly terrifying. Normally, his battle power stood at 60 million. Boom. With a tremendous surge of power, the baby carriage exploded violently. A staggering aura enveloped the entire cosmos, the magnetic field in disarray, as countless ions coalesced into magnificent silver dragons. Influenced by this overwhelming force, Cooler's fleet swayed precariously, prompting his subordinates to retreat hastily. Be cautious. In the distance, Bardock gazed at Cooler with a grave expression. Cooler's aura was immensely formidable, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth. An inexorable pressure bore down upon them. Bardock could hardly fathom Cooler's true strength. Indeed, in this state, it rivaled Frieza's ultimate form. It was time to summon the artificial moon. King Vegeta had already contacted Kakarot, hoping he could arrive in time. Cooler's presence was terrifying. Bardock's own power was a mere 4 million. Engaging Cooler in his normal state would spell certain doom. Although transforming into a great ape would lead to a loss of rationality, Bardock could no longer afford to ponder such matters. Yes. As Bardock felt the eruption of Cooler's power, a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of Bert and the other Saiyans, though they quickly suppressed it. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Father, I have arrived." 2 beams of light streaked toward them. It was Kakarot. He had come. And Vegeta, too. Vegeta was also here. The Saiyans were filled with ecstatic joy. Had these two not arrived, their fate would have been sealed. In the distance, Cooler momentarily paused upon seeing them. More fools had come to embrace their demise. Very well, he would oblige. Cooler transformed into a streak of purple light, charging towards Bardock. The void trembled. "Fall back," shouted Son Goku as he sensed Cooler's approach, urging everyone to retreat. Vegeta, transform into a Super Saiyan. Right. As the words left his lips, brilliant golden light erupted from both Goku and Vegeta, reminiscent of 2 newly born suns, blindingly radiant. A monumental aura expanded outward, causing the starry void to resonate with thunderous roars. With their transformation complete, they surged towards Cooler. "No, it cannot be. Golden-haired form. Prince Vegeta." The Saiyans gasped in disbelief. When did Prince Vegeta acquire the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? This is splendid. Cooler is doomed. The retreating Saiyans erupted in jubilant excitement. However, as Cooler beheld this scene, a shiver ran through him. Golden hair and azure eyes. Just as the legends of the Frost Demons foretold. The Super Saiyan. This was the very warrior who had vanquished Frieza. Humph. I shall see if the Super Saiyan is truly as formidable as they claim. Cooler accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, he was locked in combat with Goku and Vegeta. "You all retreat. I must assist them." Bardock suddenly halted, having learned to sense energy on Earth. He discerned that Cooler's power in this state was not inferior to Frieza's ultimate form. But let us not forget that Frieza could transform, and thus, Cooler too was capable of evolution. If Cooler were to transform further, his power. A tremor of fear gripped Bardock. Was he truly inferior to Cooler? Even in his Super Saiyan form, Bardock propelled himself forward. "Father!" shouted Raditz. "Raditz, we cannot assist. We must retreat. Bardock will be fine." He restrained Raditz. The group of Saiyans continued their retreat as Goku and Vegeta engaged Cooler. Boom. Boom. The force of their collisions unleashed a tempest across the cosmos, sending tremors through the stars. Bang! Cooler was struck by a punch from Goku, hurtling him into the vastness of space. Suddenly, a golden flash surged forward as Vegeta swiftly caught up to Cooler. Vegeta's hands converged, forming a colossal hammer, infused with the might of thunder itself. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a devastating blow. Gula's head was forcefully dented several centimeters inward, and he emitted a heart-wrenching cry of agony, propelling himself once more towards Sun Wukong. Bardock also joined the fray, and the battle escalated into a fervent clash. In an instant, the entire cosmos erupted with fervor. In the distance, 2 Super Saiyans. Upon witnessing this, Beerus burst into laughter. The more Super Saiyans there were, the higher his standing in the universe. "Lewis, look over here, Lord Beerus. How strong is Goku's true power?" "You must inquire with Whis about that," came the nonchalant reply. "When measured by the combat prowess of the 7th universe, Goku's ultimate form boasts a staggering power level of 470 million. 470 million, you say? Lewis shook his head, sensing that the powers of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not particularly formidable, likely not exceeding 400 million. In that case, it would be impossible for them to defeat Gula. What are the current battle powers of Whis and the others? Lewis inquired. Sun Wukong possesses a battle power of 100 million, while Vegeta's stands at 250 million, Whis replied. Therefore, Sun Wukong's base battle power is 6 million, and Vegeta's is 5 million. Compared to their previous levels, their increase is rather modest, merely around 1 million. This was the reason both had devoted time to mastering instant transmission. Lewis understood this well, and did not see any issue in spending a year to learn such a vital technique. After all, instant transmission is a life-saving skill. Even dedicating a decade to it would be worthwhile. According to Whis, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were indeed unable to overcome Gula. Beerus observed the battle ahead. Chapter 70. Lewis's Cunning. The outcome of a battle is influenced by numerous factors. It is not simply a matter of higher battle power guaranteeing victory. As a god of destruction, Beerus, having fought countless battles, was well aware of this truth. Nevertheless, given the current situation, considering the revealed powers of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it would be quite challenging for them to defeat Gula. After all, the entire Frieza clan serves him, and Beerus is aware of Gula's ultimate state of power. Luis chuckled, remarking that 2 Super Saiyans attempting to defeat Gula might prove somewhat challenging. But what if there were an additional Super Saiyan? The mention of another Super Saiyan momentarily stunned Beerus and Whis. Hadn't Batak gone up to take a beating? Under his current circumstances, as long as he was sufficiently enraged, he would certainly be capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Luis gazed intently at the battle ahead and calmly remarked, Vis. Momentarily restrained Kakarot and Vegeta, allowing them to be grievously wounded by Gula. The injury to his son will undoubtedly enrage Bardock, and in such a state, he shall surely transform into a Super Saiyan. Lewis revealed a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Beerus's body trembled violently. What a sinister rascal. Even Whis felt a shiver run down his spine. If those who had not offended him faced such dire consequences, what would happen to those who did? The last individual who crossed him had already been obliterated. In the expanse of the starry sky, a thunderous roar erupted. Numerous energy blasts, filled with boundless power, rampaged through the cosmos, striking celestial bodies and triggering a series of explosions. The force of these detonations swept across the entire star sector, saturating the cosmic void with chaotic energy. The magnetic fields of the stars were in utter disarray. With a resounding clash, 2 golden beams of light, akin to golden dragons, intertwined in the heavens, converging upon a battered extraterrestrial being. Under normal circumstances, Cooler possessed a mere combat power of 60 million, rendering him no match for Goku, who transformed into a Super Saiyan with a staggering 100 million, or Vegeta with his 250 million. Cooler was relentlessly struck, emitting heart-wrenching cries of agony. Meanwhile, Bardock was seeking an opportunity to strike, landing blows on Cooler intermittently. However, that detestable Saiyan, a punch connected with Cooler, propelling him skyward. Lewis, observing from afar, couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the Ice Clan. Despite possessing only 60 million in combat power, Cooler remained remarkably vigorous after such a prolonged assault. In the starry expanse above, Cooler steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly declared, This is the power of your Super Saiyans. I must admit, it is indeed formidable. No wonder you could vanquish Frieza. However, if this is all the strength you possess, then this time next year will mark your demise. Cooler erupted into maniacal laughter. A terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from him, enveloping the entire star sector in an icy, murderous intent, akin to a chilling abyss. This is bad. Cooler intends to transform. We must stop him. Bardock, who had stealthily distanced himself, felt a tremor of fear at this revelation. Goku and Vegeta in the heavens recalled the events on Namek. No, we cannot allow Cooler to succeed in his transformation. The 3 of them sprang into action. Goku flew to one side, gathering his hands at his waist, where a mesmerizing blue orb suddenly materialized in his palm. Vegeta remained stationary in the center, his hands pressed together before his chest, manifesting a golden energy wave in his grasp. Bardock mirrored Goku's stance on the opposite side, concentrating his energy into a ki blast. The trio formed a triangular formation. Kamehameha, Final Flash, Shining Impact Wave. Boom. The 3 attacks surged simultaneously toward Cooler in the starry sky. An overwhelming momentum swept across the cosmic expanse. In that fleeting moment, as if the very heavens were torn asunder, a resounding boom. 3 formidable assaults struck Gula with unwavering precision. In an instant, smoke and debris engulfed the area, obscuring Gula's whereabouts entirely. The scene of Gula being struck was witnessed by Lewis and his companions. Lewis, the surprises your Saiyan race bestows upon me are ever more astonishing, Beerus declared, arms crossed, his voice resonating with intrigue. Apart from Son Goku and Vegeta, that Saiyan named Bardock possesses commendable talent as well. Vados nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, he is quite remarkable. No wonder you, Lewis, assert that he too may achieve the status of Super Saiyan. Louis smiled quietly, remaining silent. As the father of the protagonist in Dragon Ball, Bardock undoubtedly possessed remarkable talent. Gula is about to enter his ultimate form. Whis, please be attentive. Lewis revealed a mischievous smile. At the crucial moment, ensure you restrain Kakarot and Vegeta. Do not allow them to escape with instant transmission. Bulma instructed her brother-in-law to safeguard Vegeta, yet Lewis had Whis resort to underhanded tactics. Fortunately, Bulma was not present, otherwise, she would undoubtedly confront Lewis. To transform Bardock into a Super Saiyan, you spare no effort. Whis rolled his eyes and replied, rest assured, I will keep them in check. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a thunderous roar erupted. A violet radiance surged toward the heavens, dispersing the cloud of smoke. Before them stood a diminutive figure, reminiscent of Frieza's ultimate form, treading upon the void. The 4th transformation unlocked, now in its 5th state. Combat prowess soaring to 470 million. To perish beneath my ultimate form is your fortune. Cooler, traversing the void, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, gazed upon Goku and his companions. At that moment, he resembled a demon from the depths of the netherworld, his overwhelming aura distorting the very fabric of space. The unparalleled might of Cooler made Goku and his allies tremble ever so slightly. Bardock was astonished. Vegeta was filled with dread. Goku, however, was exhilarated. The trio's reactions varied greatly. Be cautious. As they were momentarily dazed, Goku noticed Cooler had vanished and shouted urgently. With a swish, a streak of violet light danced across the cosmos. Goku and Vegeta charged in, engaging Cooler in a fierce melee. After hundreds of exchanges, it became evident that they could not withstand Cooler's onslaught. Their stamina dwindled rapidly, and their wounds multiplied. In stark contrast, Cooler's aura intensified. The mightiest Goku found himself at a staggering 170 million combat power disparity against the ultimate form of Cooler. Ultimately, the difference in strength was insurmountable. How could this be? Gazing up at Cooler, Vegeta spat blood, gritting his teeth. We Saiyans are no match for the Frost Demons. High above, Cooler glanced at Vegeta and then at Bardock. There is still one that got away. Cooler laughed heartily, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Bardock. His speed was so swift that Bardock could not react in time. In an instant, with a sickening thud, Bardock coughed violently, blood spraying into the starry void, where it contracted into droplets due to the absence of gravity. With another cough, Bardock spat forth more blood, gravely injured, rendered speechless. Bardock, possessing only 4 million combat power, was struck by Cooler's 470 million. The fact that he had not been reduced to mere pulp was a testament to his limits. Father, Sun Wukong urgently shouted, and in an instant, he teleported beside Bardock, producing a mystical bean and placing it in Bardock's mouth. Simultaneously, he and Vegeta consumed one as well. The 3 of them were rejuvenated to full health. Chapter 71, Bardock's Transformation. In the distance, Beerus stood momentarily stunned. What is this being that can restore someone from a severely injured state to full vitality? Whis furrowed his brow. This is a Senza bean. I believe they had become extinct. Upon hearing this, Lewis was taken aback. Whis, are you familiar with these beings? They belong to the former Grand Minister. Before he could finish his sentence, Whis's body suddenly trembled, recalling something. He had sensed a familiarity with the architectural style of the tall tower in the northern part of Earth, it turned out. Luis raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Bobo's origin was that of a former high priest, indeed, a true angel. Whis, come forth. Restrain Kakarot and Vegeta for me. Lewis did not inquire about the magical beings. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the unfolding battle and shouted urgently. Ahead, Sun Wukong and his companions seemed to sense the dire situation and prepared to utilize instant transmission to escape. Whis, regaining his composure, swiftly waved his staff, enveloping Sun Wukong and Vegeta in a silvery luminescence. In the distance, the menacing aura of Gula intensified ominously. "We cannot withstand this. We must retreat," Sun Wukong exclaimed. If he were alone, he would undoubtedly refuse to yield so easily. However, with his father present, he found himself at an impasse, feeling utterly helpless. "All right." Vegeta gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. They had transformed into Super Saiyans, yet they remained no match for Gula, a deeply frustrating predicament. Sun Wukong prepared to use instant transmission to rescue Bardock, when suddenly he and Vegeta found themselves frozen in place, as if time itself had come to a halt. "What is happening to you?" Bardock shouted anxiously upon witnessing their strange behavior. Having just attempted to save Bardock using instant transmission, Gula had already taken notice. In this battle, he had witnessed the terrifying power of the Saiyans and was determined not to let them escape. In the air, Gula raised his hands high, conjuring an energy sphere 3 meters in diameter. Its orange radiance radiated like a nascent sun, emitting a searing heat that threatened to boil the very fabric of the universe. "Die!" Gula bellowed as he forcefully propelled it downward. "Kakarot, take cover. Hurry!" Seeing this, Bardock cried out with a heart-wrenching scream, his back ablaze with heat. Yet he remained oblivious to the imminent danger. Boom! An inexplicable gust of wind surged through the cosmic expanse, the air pressure escalating terrifyingly, as a dreadful force swept across the surroundings, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. In the distance, Beerus relaxed his previously crossed arms, his demeanor slightly tense at the unfolding spectacle. "Bardock should be able to transform, right? The more Super Saiyans there are, the higher his cosmic ranking will rise. Who knows?" Lewis furrowed his brow, and he too began to feel anxious. "You all seem quite tense," Weiss remarked with a smile as he glanced over. However, neither Lewis nor the other person spoke. Their gazes fixed intently ahead. Weiss rolled his eyes and said, "Well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bardock should successfully transform." "How do you know?" Luis and the other individual hurriedly turned their gaze. "Luis, I have noticed that whenever you transform into a Super Saiyan, a formidable power surges along your spine." Weiss remarked nonchalantly. "Bataka is currently experiencing the same phenomenon. A powerful force is coalescing at his back, mirroring your own reaction. If all goes as anticipated, he is likely on the verge of successfully transforming. Although he may not possess the terrifying physique akin to Luis nor the ability to erase, as the master of destruction, his keen insight surpasses that of ordinary beings, allowing him to discern the strength accumulating within Bataka's spine at a mere glance. Lord Beerus, let us commence the spectacle of the 3 Super Saiyans wreaking havoc." Lewis clenched his fists and erupted into laughter. If 2 Super Saiyans could not defeat Gula, what chance did 3 stand against him? The cosmic expanse trembled. The colossal orange energy sphere descended at an ever-increasing velocity. "No, Kakarot, Vegeta, you must evade." Bardock's eyes blazed with intensity as his aura grew ever more powerful. The chaotic magnetic field around them became increasingly turbulent. "Hurry, take cover." Bardock noticed that Goku and the others remained motionless, and his fury intensified. His hair began to shimmer, one golden and the other black. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Various energy mediums flooded the universe, and an ear-splitting roar erupted from Bardock. Boom, boom. His unleashed might drew Gula's attention from above. Upon witnessing Bardock's shimmering hair, Gula's heart trembled. "Another Super Saiyan. You shall perish as well." Gula bellowed, raising his hand to conjure yet another massive energy sphere, hurling it toward Bardock. Seeing this, Lewis shouted from a distance, "Whis, release Kakarot and the others." Whis complied. As Goku and his companions regained their mobility, they glanced at the colossal energy sphere looming before them, their instincts driving them to curse. Nevertheless, they utilized instant transmission, swiftly departing from their location. The next instant, Gula's 2 giant energy spheres detonated with a tremendous blast. Boom. Chapter 72, The Sacred Beans. The cosmic sky was instantly illuminated by 2 mushroom clouds, each with a radius of 10,000 meters. The unleashed ferocity of the explosion reverberated through the cosmos, as if it were on the verge of shattering. This entire star region was aglow. Huff, huff. Above, Gula had been exerting himself to the utmost while engaged with Goku and the other 2. And having recently unleashed 2 massive energy spheres, he was nearly exhausted. Surely this would signal their end. Gula gritted his teeth, gazing at the mushroom clouds. This time, he must eradicate the entire Saiyan race in the northern galaxy. As he regained his strength, he turned to return to his cosmic battleship. Suddenly, a cacophony of energy surged through the vacuum, accompanied by 3 resounding flames. Gula's pupils constricted as he abruptly turned his gaze back to the 2 mushroom clouds. Suddenly, one of the mushroom clouds erupted apart, revealing 3 figures radiating with golden light. 3 Super Saiyans. No, it cannot be. Golda trembled all over. The 2 strikes he had delivered were the culmination of my strength. How could you endure them? It was at the moment Golda unleashed the 2 colossal energy explosions that Son Goku and Vegeta instantaneously teleported beside Bardock. And the 3 combined their might to block one of the blasts. Ahead, Bardock radiated with a golden aura, gazing at Golda with a cold demeanor. If 2 Super Saiyans cannot defeat you, what of 3? Prepare to meet your demise, Golda? Son Goku and Vegeta shouted in unison, then charged towards him. In the distance, as the 3 beheld Bardock enveloped in golden light, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. It was settled. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Golda was doomed. Lewis gazed at Beerus and chuckled. Lord Beerus, my kin have slain your other agent. Is that all right? Meanwhile, Wei maintained a discreet smile, covering his mouth. Beerus, exasperated, replied, What's done is done. Do you truly believe I would refuse your whims? Not only have you eliminated Frieza and Cooler, but even the King of the Cold could meet the same fate without my objection. After all, with you as the prospective god of destruction, what need have I for another agent? He added, I have been standing here beside you all along, have I not? I refrained from intervening. How can you claim that this was my desire? Unbeknownst to him, it was someone else who had prompted Whis to act. Beerus's expression darkened. Luis placed his hand on Beerus's shoulder and mischievously remarked, I mentioned it before. It's not as if I took matters into my own hands. How could one claim that the notion of eliminating Gula originated from me? Beerus responded, How shameless. The battle ahead raged fiercely. Goku possessed a combat power of 1 billion, while Vegeta boasted 250 million. Bardock ascended to Super Saiyan, surpassing 200 million in power. In his ultimate form, Gula wielded an astounding 470 million. Previously, when facing 2 Super Saiyans, Gula exhibited overwhelming dominance. Yet, it required all his strength to maintain such a stance. And during his confrontation with Goku, he had nearly depleted his energy. Gula unleashed 2 colossal energy blasts, leaving him nearly exhausted. Now, 3 Super Saiyans besieged Gula. As Luis had predicted, Gula could no longer withstand their onslaught. Soon, Vegeta seized the moment and crippled Gula's limbs. Goku pierced a gaping hole through Gula's abdomen. Upon witnessing Gula in his ultimate state, Bardock was reminded of the previous scene where he fell victim to Frieza in his ultimate form. Thus, Bardock resolved to repay the torment in kind. With Frieza vanquished, he would take vengeance on his brother. He concentrated an energy blast and forcefully shoved it into Gula's mouth. In an instant, Gula's head exploded, brain matter and blood mingling and splattering everywhere. The Emperor of the North Galaxy, Gula's brother, had scarcely set foot on the fringes of the North Galaxy, aiming to claim territory before being utterly annihilated. Goku and his companions transformed into a streak of golden light and raced towards the edge of the North Galaxy, eradicating all of Gula's subordinates. At this moment, the 3 of them, led by Lewis, flew over in this direction. Lewis, just now, Vegeta and I were unable to move. What could be the reason? Inquired Son Goku. Vegeta also cast a glance at Lewis. I have no idea, replied Lewis. Lewis smiled, his grin somewhat mischievous. Vegeta cast a glance at Son Goku, then at Bardock. Lost in contemplation, it seemed reminiscent of their prior encounter on Namek. Suddenly, Lewis shot him a glare, causing Vegeta to shudder involuntarily. He had intended to speak, but quickly sealed his lips. Lewis withdrew his piercing gaze from Vegeta and turned to the golden-haired, blue-eyed Bardock, chuckling as he inquired, Bardock, how does the power of the Super Saiyan feel? Bardock glanced at his own hands, blinking his wicked eyes, and replied, It is overwhelmingly potent. This power is simply extraordinary. Previously, I believed that possessing a battle power of 10,000 was formidable, yet now my strength has soared to an astonishing 200 million. Ha ha. You shall become even more powerful in the future. Lewis smiled softly. After all, the 3 of them had merely transcended to a higher state. Yet there remained the realms of Super 2 and Super 3. At that moment, Whis turned to Son Goku, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Mr. Goku, do you still possess that beam from before? The others were somewhat perplexed, while Beerus was taken aback. for Whis had inadvertently revealed that this being was connected to a former Grand Minister. When did another former Grand Minister come into existence? Unlike Beerus, Lewis had long surmised Bobo's identity as an angel. He never anticipated that Bobo was a former Grand Minister. Upon hearing Whis's words, Son Goku was momentarily stunned, then retrieved a celestial being from his pocket. You mean this one, Mr. Whis? What of it? Indeed, it is the one. Whis held the celestial being in his hand, scrutinizing it carefully before shaking his head. Alas, it is currently effective only for mortals. Lewis shook his head. In truth, upon his arrival in this world, he had intended to gather the mystical beings. However, after awakening the system and being chosen as a candidate for the role of destroyer by Beerus, alongside the presence of Whis, his fervor for the beings diminished. Upon hearing that the beings were only effective for mortals, Lewis grew even less interested, as he now existed as a deity. Ultimately, Whis returned the beings to Son Goku. Whis's peculiar actions left Goku and his companions perplexed, yet they refrained from inquiring further. It was only when Lewis asked about the remaining supply of beans on Earth that he received a response. There are still plenty. A great many. Lewis was somewhat taken aback, as he believed that all the mystical beans on Earth had been devoured by a Chirolobe. Indeed, those beans were initially claimed by a Chirolobe, but later, when Vegeta arrived on Earth, he seized them all. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled in a naive manner. So it was like this. Lewis cast an appreciative glance at Vegeta. The Sinza beans are invaluable healing treasures for the Z warriors, both in the early and later stages of their battles. In the latter part of the anime, the Z warriors would eagerly divide a single Sinza bean into 10 portions to consume. To everyone's surprise, Vegeta has now altered this situation. Noticing Lewis's admiring gaze, Vegeta slightly raised his chin, displaying a haughty demeanor. Such miraculous beans would certainly not be squandered by that rotund fool. Chapter 73, Sinzu Beans, the Saiyan Physique. In the vast expanse of the universe, fragments of spaceships and the remnants of exploded planets are scattered everywhere. 3 radiant golden auras stand out vividly against the inky blackness of the cosmic sky. Speaking of Sinza beans, Lewis recalled the extraordinary resilience of the Saiyans. You must have noticed that when we Saiyans emerge from the brink of death, our strength surges dramatically. Lewis glanced at Vegeta and his companions, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps you could make use of the Sinzu beans. Inflict some injuries upon yourselves, then restore your vitality with the beans. A surge of enlightenment flashed through the minds of Vegeta and Bardock. Ever since their last resurrection from the clutches of death, they had discovered the peculiar resilience of the Saiyan race. With the Sinza beans at their disposal, why not take advantage of them? Excitement and elation surged through them. Even Goku, struck by the brilliance of the idea, exclaimed with enthusiasm, Lewis, you are truly clever. Indeed, your wisdom rivals my own. A slight smile curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. Bardock thought to himself, has this kid Vegeta lost his mind? Lewis waved his hand dismissively, stating, well, I do not advocate for this method. The path of cultivation inherently lacks shortcuts. Any sudden acquisition of immense power is bound to harbor its own drawbacks. Much like my own journey, I have always encountered bottlenecks in my training, only for the system to assist me in breaking free from those constraints. As for erasing those obstacles, did the system not claim that such powers inherently belong to me? Those do not count. The system remained silent. Lewiston paused for a moment before continuing. You may consider learning instantaneous movement on the planet Adrat. If you have not cultivated your strength for a year, perhaps this method could be worth exploring. If Sun Wukong and his companion had engaged in regular training, their combat power might have already surged to around 6 or 7 million. However, it is advisable to employ this method sparingly. At last, Lewis spoke. During the forthcoming period, I shall depart from the 7th universe. The guardianship of Earth and the Science will rest upon you. At this moment, Beerus, who stood nearby, interjected nonchalantly. The extinction of your Saiyan race matters little. However, do ensure that my Earth remains unscathed. In Beerus's eyes, the entire galaxy paled in comparison to the significance of Earth, primarily due to the delectable cuisine it offered. Whis nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Noticing the reactions of Beerus and Whis, Lewis rolled his eyes, pondering whether such remarks were truly appropriate. Lewis, where are you headed? Goku and his companions were eager to inquire about why they could not employ this training method more frequently. You need not concern yourselves with my affairs. Focus on your training diligently, for with your current strength, you may find it challenging to protect Earth. Lewis did not disclose Shala's matter. Yet his tone left Sun Wukong and his companions momentarily stunned. The inability to safeguard Earth, could it be under threat? Just as they were about to inquire, Lewis continued, Bardock, you must comprehend that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires unparalleled rage. When the time comes, you may return to the galactic headquarters and instruct our kin. With that, Lewis and his companions vanished without a trace. In the pitch-black expanse of the cosmic night, only Sun Wukong and his comrades remained, exchanging glances filled with bewilderment. At that moment, a dozen figures soared from the distance. It was Raditz and the others. Upon witnessing Bardock's golden-haired transformation, they exclaimed, Bardock, your hair. You have also become a Super Saiyan. Father, have you transformed into a Super Saiyan as well? On North Ko's planet, faced with the simultaneous assault of 3 Super Saiyans, Gula was utterly incapable of resistance. How formidable! The Saiyan race has reached such heights. As Gula was overwhelmed, North Ko could hardly contain his excitement, performing a little dance in place. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Asen knelt on the ground, gazing at the scene within the crystal ball, shouting with exhilaration, Ancestor. There is yet another Super Saiyan. Come down. Though the old Kaioshin admonished him, his trembling body betrayed his own excitement. Observing Bardock in his golden-haired form within the crystal, the old Kaioshin felt a thrill himself. 1 or 2 Super Saiyans may not adequately represent the innate talent of the Saiyan race, but 4 Super Saiyans certainly would, particularly since one of them is the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe. With a race of candidate gods of destruction, how could their potential be anything but extraordinary? With the presence of Saiyans and a candidate god of destruction tasked with annihilating planets, the 7th universe is bound to flourish. The average level of humanity within the 7th universe might even ascend to the pinnacle among all universes. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. The old Kaioshin's face flushed with excitement, leaving Asen beside him in astonishment, for had he not just advised calmness? In this battle at the edge of the northern galaxy, it was not only the old Kaioshin who was thrilled. Beerus felt the same elation. As the supreme deity of the 7th universe, he had always been somewhat lethargic, rarely managing affairs within his realm. Yet, he desired the betterment of his universe. Particularly after witnessing this battle, he beheld the innate talent of the Saiyan race and could only imagine what it would be like with over 2,000 Super Saiyans swirling together. The spectacle would be nothing short of blinding. At this moment, Lewis departed from the fringes of the northern galaxy, returning to Earth. As for Beerus and Whis, they chose not to accompany him, instead awaiting Lewis's return with ties in the realm of the gods of destruction. On Earth, in West City, Ties' chamber basked in the afternoon light, as radiant sunshine streamed through the window, illuminating the room with a languid ambience. A stunningly beautiful woman reclined upon the bed, her golden waves cascading over the pillow, her figure elegantly turned, eyes gently closed. Her soft lips parted slightly, issuing a faint sigh, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty, exuding an irresistible allure. With a sudden swish, Lewis appeared here, and upon seeing the alluring figure of the woman on the bed, a glimmer of tenderness emerged in his eyes. Lewis approached the bedside and lay down, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Thais. Her petite lips parted and closed in an endearing manner, a sight that nearly melted Lewis's heart. A gentle impulse stirred within him. He extended his finger and lightly tapped Thais's small mouth. How warm, how soft. The warmth that belonged to Thais flowed through his fingertips and into his heart. Sister Thais is simply enchanting. Lewis rested his head on one hand, his gaze fixed intently on the slumbering Thais. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned down and gently pressed his lips against hers. How sweet, how tender. As if sensing something, Thais slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing her beloved, her brows arched into crescent moons. She then closed her eyes once more, responding to his affection. 10 minutes later, Thais touched her small lips and broke into a delightful smile. What brings you back? Have you defeated Gula? Yes, Kakarot and the others have already vanquished Gula. Luis nodded, hesitating to speak. Thais inquired, what troubles you? Do you have something else to express? I merely wish to ask if you would care to explore other universes. Indeed, I shall accompany you, along with Beerus and Whis. Then I must certainly join as well. Thais added with fervor, wherever you go, I shall follow. Thunderous applause. Thais's declaration was utterly audacious. One could hardly contain the excitement. A surge of impulse coursed through Lewis's body as he dashed forward. After a considerable time, the pair emerged from the chamber, vanishing from the earth, leaving behind an unusual atmosphere. Chapter 74. The Origin of the Former High Priest. Within the spatial tunnel leading to the sixth universe, a cube traversed swiftly, harboring 4 individuals. Lewis, what business do you have in other universes? Ties interlaced her arm with his. Do you recall the troublesome candidates for the god of destruction who sought us out a few years ago? Now it's our turn to confront them. Lewis elucidated. Having been beaten twice, we must reclaim our honor. Let us engage in battle. Splendid. Ties' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Ever since joining Lewis, she too had been influenced by his propensity for violence. This way, I shall gather ample material for my novels, she smiled. Their previous journey to Namek had already inspired her significantly, with tales reminiscent of Dragon Ball and the saga of the Saiyan race. However, as Lewis's wife, she was acutely aware of what should and should not be penned. The Dragon Balls from Namek, for instance, must remain excluded from her narratives. Otherwise, the seventh universe, which had finally achieved stability, would inevitably descend into endless strife. By the way, Lord Beerus, what was your purpose in having Lewis seek me out? Ties inquired, casting her gaze toward Beerus. It was only then that she realized Lewis's journey to Earth to find her was also at Beerus's behest. He and Whis wished for you to prepare their meals. Lewis huffed, I couldn't care less about those two. Let them indulge in those instant noodles laden with additives. Oh no, while it's acceptable for Lord Beerus to consume instant noodles, I yearn for the exquisite dishes crafted by Tai Si. Whis lamented with a crestfallen expression. Ha ha. Luis and Ties burst into hearty laughter. The atmosphere within the cube was delightfully jovial, and everyone engaged in cheerful conversation. After a while, they still had a considerable distance to travel to the sixth universe. Lewis recalled something and then turned to Whis. By the way, Whis, you mentioned the former high priest. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the dimensional cube grew somewhat delicate. Beerus glanced at Whis, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Ties raised her gaze, first at Lewis, then at Beerus, sensing their peculiar reactions. Curiously, she inquired, what is happening with you two? However, Ties' question went unanswered, and a profound silence enveloped the dimensional cube. The tension in the air became palpable. Ties, noticing the shift, tightly clutched Lewis's arm and fell silent. After a brief moment, Whis spoke, his tone serious. What I am about to say must remain confidential. He paused before continuing. You are aware that the Omni King's universe and the Dark Demon realm are adversaries. Correct? Indeed, came the affirmative response. Luis and Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Ties' eyes widened in innocent curiosity, displaying an adorably naive expression. However, she understood that this was not the moment for inquiries, and thus refrained from speaking up. Whis continued, in truth, this world initially comprised only 3 realms, the universe of the Omni King, the Dragon Realm, and the Nest of Time. This implies that the Dark Demon Realm did not exist in the beginning. Yet long ago, a formidable being from the universe of the Omni King succumbed to the path of darkness. Upon departing from the universe, he established a new world beyond. At this point, Whis paused. Lewis blurted out, are you referring to the Dark Demon Realm's king god, Mechikapura? Why do you mention him? Could it be that Mechikapura has some connection with the former Grand Priest? How do you even know of Mechikapura? Whis shook his head, aware of Lewis's peculiarities, and refrained from further inquiries. He continued, I am not speaking of him. Mechikapura is merely his representative. Whis, if the individual you refer to is not Mechikapura, then who is he? What ties does he have with the former Grand Priest? Beerus inquired, casting a glance at Whis, for this secret had never been disclosed to him. I am uncertain of that formidable being's identity. I only know that he seems to possess some connection with Lord Zeno, Whis replied, narrowing his eyes, his tone grave. As for the relationship between the former Grand Priest and that powerful entity, Whis articulated each word with deliberate precision. The one whom the former Grand Priest served is he. Boom. Whis's revelation reverberated like a thunderclap, splitting the heavens. The ground trembled beneath the weight of this astonishing news. The information was utterly shocking. Both Lewis and his companion were astonished, and how could Whis not be equally shocked? This secret was revealed to him by his elder sister, and he never anticipated that the former high priest resided on Earth. Lewis swallowed, a conjecture brewing in his mind. The individual served by the former Grand Priest must possess an extraordinary identity. Beerus, too, reached this conclusion, left aghast. The one who could be attended by an angel must either be a destroyer god or the Omni King. Thus, the person served by the former Grand Priest. The astonishment of the onlookers caused Ties, standing nearby, to momentarily pause, utterly oblivious to the implications of Whis' words. At that moment, the cosmic traversal cube entered the sixth universe. Now, remember, this matter must remain confidential. We have arrived in the sixth universe, Whis remarked, regaining his composure. With that, Beerus and the others snapped out of their astonished stupor, and Whis stowed away the cosmic traversal cube, leading them to the realm of the destroyer god in the sixth universe. In the realm of the sixth universe's destroyer god, a purple creature resembling a pig was tirelessly sprinting on a treadmill. Bardos, is it time yet? I'm about to collapse, exclaimed Kampa, panting heavily. Lord Kampa, you still have 10 minutes left. If you stop now, the effects of your weight loss will be severely diminished. Bardos taunted, her long legs gliding gracefully in front of the treadmill. Suddenly, Bardos lifted her head, a smile gracing her features. Who has arrived? Who has come? Kampa leaned against the treadmill, gasping for breath. Lord Kampa, no slacking off now, Bardos admonished, glancing back. The atmosphere grew suddenly frigid. Kampa recoiled slightly, resuming his run on the treadmill, too intimidated to rest, mainly due to the cunning nature of his attending angel. Just then, a cascade of vibrant colors descended from the sky, landing abruptly before him. Skinny bones. Kampa gasped, disregarding Bardos's reaction as he leapt off the treadmill. His voice icy. What brings you here? He scanned the group, his eyelids twitching upon spotting Lewis. Why? Why is this kid here? He had received early news of Quitra's erasure, and it was this very lad who had caused it. An ominous premonition washed over Kampa. Suddenly, Lewis, who is he? He bears a striking resemblance to Lord Beerus, albeit a tad plumper. Tice chuckled. Beerus, Chapter 75. The adorable Kampa, though somewhat portly, has long harbored animosity towards Beerus. Ever since Beerus labeled him a dead fat pig, others have followed suit, echoing the cruel moniker. Even the usually composed Whis has occasionally remarked on Kampa's girth. Naturally, Kampa could not endure such insults and proposed a duel with Whis, a contest to determine both life and superiority. Thus, we find ourselves at the beginning of the scene where Kampa is seen running on a treadmill. For Kampa, the greatest affront is being called fat. Who is this woman that dares to utter such a slander? The uncle may tolerate much, but not the fat shaming. An icy aura of murderous intent envelopes the air. Ties shivered involuntarily, clutching tightly to Lewis's arm. Kampa glared at Tai, coldly declaring, "Dare to show such disrespect to the god of destruction? Have you lost your mind?" Lewis stepped in front of Tai's, shielding her behind him, and said coolly, "Lord Xiangpa, does being overweight render one immune to criticism?" Upon witnessing Lewis standing up for her, the murderous intent emanating from Xiangpa vanished abruptly. However, Lewis lamented his weight, unable to bear it any longer. Kampa bellowed defiantly, "What am I size? I take pride in it. It is far better than that scrawny figure of Beerus." Beside him, Beerus's countenance darkened to an inky hue. "I can tolerate your comments, but when you mention scrawny, that crosses the line." A tremendous aura of destruction surged forth, causing the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 6 to tremble violently. Beerus fixed a steely gaze upon Kampa, and an intense standoff ensued, as if a flicker of flame ignited in the air. With a thunderous roar, the two destructive energies clashed, painting a scene of sheer terror. Whis and Vados exchanged glances, both covering their faces. Whenever these two brothers collided, chaos was inevitable. Meanwhile, the instigators, Lewis and his spouse, had retreated to a distance to observe the unfolding spectacle. Ties held a sunflower seed in hand and cracked one open, asking Lewis, "Who is this hefty fellow? He bears an uncanny resemblance to Lord Beerus." "Sister Ties, could you lower your voice? Must you stoke the flames of this confrontation even further?" Lewis seized a handful of sunflower seeds from her hand and remarked, "I previously mentioned that the sixth and seventh universes are, in fact, twin universes, coincidentally. The god of destruction of the sixth universe is also Lord Beerus's brother. Blood brothers, indeed. A hefty fellow and a slender one." Tai Si's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "What a splendid idea. I must weave this into my novel." Suddenly, a fierce shout erupted. "How dare you!" Beerus and Kampa turned abruptly, directing their ire towards Tai Si. Their thunderous voices startled her, causing the sunflower seeds she held to scatter onto Lewis's head, leaving him in a state of dismay. "Let us dispense with trivialities. Who exactly is this woman, and what is your purpose here?" Kampa's voice was laced with icy disdain. How dare she call him a hefty fellow? If this woman bore no relation to Beerus, he would obliterate her without hesitation. "Beerus, arms crossed and a smirk on his face, taunted, "She is Lewis's wife. If you have the audacity, go ahead and destroy her." An immediate silence enveloped the air. Kampa's mouth opened and closed, yearning to speak, yet the words lodged in his throat were swallowed back down. "Since she is Lewis's wife, I shall extend him a courtesy." Kampa conceded, retracting his neck slightly. Primarily, he feared Lewis's wrath. The last individual who offended Lewis had vanished without a trace, and Kampa had no desire to become the next casualty. "Then what brings you here?" Kampa continued. "Have you forgotten the incident from a few years ago when you were assaulted by Lewis?" Kampa swallowed nervously and took a few steps back. The memory of that fracas ignited his fury. Back then, 10 candidate gods of destruction had ganged up on Lewis, believing their victory was assured, and they would be able to ridicule Beerus afterward for selecting a mere child as a candidate. Yet, astonishingly, even when 10 candidate gods attacked together, they could not prevail against Lewis, resulting in Beerus mocking them in return. Truly humiliating, a disgrace of monumental proportions. "So, you have brought Lewis here to trouble me?" Kampa exclaimed. "Beerus, can you not act like a person? I am your brother. Quitella has already been erased. What if he decides to erase me as well?" In a fit of exasperation, Kampa's frustration boiled over. "Act like a person?" Beerus nonchalantly dug at his nose, his demeanor languid. "Apologies, I am a cat, not a person. Moreover, when you referred to us as brothers while calling me a slender fellow, did you ever consider my status as your brother?" At that moment, Beerus cast a glance at Lewis. Meanwhile, on Lewis's side, Tyce was diligently helping him remove the seeds from his head. Lewis turned his head, momentarily taken aback. "Ah, what is it?" asked Kampa. Replied Beerus. Soon, Lewis regained his composure and unleashed a surge of destructive energy, obliterating the melon seeds atop his head. His expression firmed, and he strode towards Kampa, the sound of his footsteps echoing tap, tap, tap. The sound of Lewis's footsteps echoed through the tranquil realm of destruction, each step causing a pang of anxiety in Kampa's heart. Fear, unease. Would he be erased? Kampa's complexion turned ashen, his tension mounting. You wish to reclaim your honor? How about allowing my universe's substitute god of destruction to give you a thrashing?" Kampa's fearful demeanor elicited hearty laughter from Beerus. Beside them, Whis covered his face, utterly embarrassed. "You are Beerus's brother. Given the bond between Luis and Beerus, how could he possibly strike at you?" Oh, how he longed to deliver a blow. As Kampa noticed Luis drawing nearer, he also caught sight of Wis's murderous gaze. This was disastrous. He truly resembled an adorable chubby child, neglected by both grandmother and uncle. Kampa clenched his fists and bellowed at Luis. "Do not come any closer." Luis stifled a laugh, striving to keep the corners of his mouth from curling upward, and said with a suppressed chuckle, "I am currently uninterested in your substitute villain. Let us engage in a duel, Sir Par. Once our battle concludes, I shall no longer trouble you." Sir Par was taken aback for a moment, then timidly replied, "You do not intend to seize this opportunity to eliminate me, do you?" Lewis shook his head and said, "Given your relationship with Lord Beerus, you should be aware that I would not cause you any harm. My primary purpose for being here is to spar with a master of destruction." Chapter 76. A duel with Kampa retrieving lost honor is one objective, while engaging in combat with other gods of destruction serves as another aim for Lewis. Whis once stated that to attain true strength, mere training is insufficient. While continuous training undoubtedly enhances one's power, without the experience and techniques gained from battling other skilled opponents, one would lack essential combat acumen. Under normal circumstances, Lewis could afford to overlook this aspect due to his exceptional abilities. However, when faced with adversaries of equal or greater strength, the situation changes. Others may disregard his prowess, but it is during such encounters that experience and technique become paramount. Beerus wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. Having fought countless battles throughout his lifetime, his combat experience and skills far exceed those of an ordinary god of destruction. This is precisely why Beerus is regarded as the most formidable god of destruction, on this quest to reclaim his honor. Beerus insisted that Lewis refrain from using his erasure ability, allowing him to engage in a genuine battle with the other gods of destruction. They would commence with Universe 6 and continue to challenge all 11 universes under the rule of the Omni King, thereby accumulating invaluable combat experience and techniques. How wonderful it would be if you were the candidate god of destruction for Universe 6. Upon hearing Lewis's request, Kampa shook his head. Beerus, displeased, approached and grasped Kampa's collar, exclaiming angrily, "What is this? Are you coveting my candidate god of destruction from Universe 7? Let go of me. Kampa managed to free himself from Beerus's grip. Lewis turned to Kampa and smiled. So, Lord Kampa, it's settled then. I shall engage in a duel with you. And we shall consider the previous incident of the group brawl forgiven? Kampa felt a twinge of anxiety, although Lewis assured him that he would not come to harm. The thought of Lewis executing a decisive strike still sent shivers down his spine. Before long, Kampa suddenly grasped Beerus's intent. Vados, go and bring Kale here. Kale, in the 6th universe, possessed the second highest talent after Hit. He had been selected by Kampa as a candidate for the God of Destruction over a decade ago. Beerus undoubtedly wished for Lewis to spar with him, thereby enhancing his combat experience and skills. Realizing this, Kampa decided that he too should allow his candidate for God of Destruction to witness the battle of a master at the 4th level of Divine Realm. Understood. Vados vanished momentarily, only to reappear shortly after, accompanied by an extraterrestrial being with a purple feline head. Like Kampa, Kale belonged to the feline species. Additionally, both shared a similar stout physique, with Kale perfectly inheriting all of Kampa's attributes. Lewis. Kale gasped upon seeing Lewis, his body trembling, primarily due to the haunting memories of the group brawl from years past. It has been a while. Luis nodded at Kyle. The last time he was ambushed. This fellow was present. His strength was akin to that of other candidates for the role of destroyer from different universes, possessing the same power level of the 2nd tier of the Divine Realm, and his dimensions were at the level of the King of Hell. However, Lewis's current objective is not Kale, but rather to attain the 4th tier of divine power, known as Sampa, under the arrangements of Vados and Vis. A void battlefield materializes high above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. As Luis and Kampa moved, both entered the void battlefield simultaneously. Whis accompanied Ties to the vicinity of the battlefield, followed closely by Beerus, Kaba, and Kale. Inside the void battlefield, Kampa remarked, I must say, Beerus is indeed fortunate. If only you were the candidate God of Destruction for my 6th universe. This statement was repeated by Kampa, highlighting his envy towards Luis. Haha, Kale's talent is also formidable. There is no need for you to say such things, Lord Kampa. Lewis moved his hands and feet across the void battlefield, glancing at Xiangpa with a smile. Lord Xiangpa. If there is nothing further to discuss, shall we commence? Wait, what is the matter? Lewis ceased all movement, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. We had an agreement. You must not employ erasure. Lewis was momentarily speechless. If I utilize erasure against you, even Beerus would turn against me. Rest assured, he replied. Well then, let us commence. As soon as the words left his lips, an aura of destruction enveloped both of them. The two forces of destruction clashed, causing the very fabric of space to warp. On the periphery of the void battlefield, seeing this, Whis raised an eyebrow. Lord Beerus, your universe's candidate for the God of Destruction has grown even stronger. A few years prior, during their sparring session, Lewis had exerted all his strength, yet failed to transcend to the divine realm. Whis was aware that Lewis could transform, and now, the power he exhibited in his normal state was nearly on par with his previous transformed strength. Haha, not too shabby. Beerus chuckled, though he too was quite astonished. Lewis had ventured to the celestial realm of Earth merely twice, yet upon his return, his formidable power had ascended to the 2nd tier of divine magnitude. It was utterly astonishing. Tai Si gazed at the two figures within the void battlefield and inquired, V.S., do you believe Lewis can emerge victorious? Naturally. She hoped for her beloved boy's triumph. However, Lewis's adversary was the long-revered God of Destruction, leaving uncertainty as to whether he could indeed surpass Sampa. V.S. replied nonchalantly. Without employing erasure or any other means, it would be exceedingly challenging for Lewis to defeat Lord Zampa. Should Lewis resort to erasure, however, securing a victory over Zampa would pose no issue. As for alternative tactics, such as manipulating the rules of time and space, while these methods may not guarantee victory, they would undoubtedly grant him the upper hand. It is akin to the previous encounter when Beerus first entered the state of tranquility and sparred with Lewis. Beerus was swiftly outmatched and left reeling. Tai Si gasped in astonishment, pondering the implications of Lewis's potential defeat and whether it would deeply sadden him. Within the void battlefield, an oppressive aura of destruction enveloped the scene, as tremendous power compressed the fabric of space, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Zampa and Lewis stood resolutely opposed to one another, their respective energies growing increasingly intense. Suddenly, Lewis has made his move. Upon witnessing this, Xiangpa shook his head, realizing that the youth could not maintain his composure. In an instant, Xiangpa transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the rear, his fist clenched, unleashing a powerful strike. The space around them shattered. A shadow abruptly emerged from the void, only to be sent tumbling backward. Within just a single exchange, Lewis found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, this was to be expected. In terms of strength, Xiangpa possessed the power of the fourth layer of the divine realm. And he was aware that Lewis could ignore any damage, thus he unleashed his full might. Meanwhile, Lewis had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. His base power barely grazed the first layer of the divine realm, failing to even reach the second layer. The velocity that accompanied such strength simply paled in comparison to Xiangpa, who effortlessly anticipated Lewis's movements. In terms of combat experience, striking first often leads to falling behind. As soon as Lewis made his move, Xiangpa immediately sensed his intentions, allowing him to effortlessly counterattack. After all, despite Xiangpa's considerable girth, he is a god of destruction, having engaged in countless battles, and his combat experience far surpasses that of Lewis. Chapter 77. Strength Through Adversity. Truly formidable. Lewis crashed heavily onto the void battlefield, springing up like a carp, twisting his neck and limbs. His joints creaked ominously. Lewis gazed at the rotund figure above, and within just a single exchange, he discerned the disparity between them. Truly, he was deserving of the title of God of Destruction. With a mighty roar, Lewis was enveloped in a radiant golden light. His hair transformed instantaneously into a resplendent golden hue, while a violet aura of destruction encased him from the outside. The fusion of gold and purple created an overwhelmingly dazzling brilliance. Super Saiyan at full power. Dimension, divine dimension. Power, second level of the divine realm. This formidable strength was cultivated during his training within the hyperbolic time chamber, where he honed the rules of time and space alongside his power. His baseline strength had touched the divine realm, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power, his might surged directly to the second level of the divine realm. To conceal such power from a god of destruction level expert would be utter folly. Lewis unleashed his full power, transforming into a streak of light that darted through the void. Heading toward Xiangpa, the echoes of Lewis's voice resonated across the battlefield of emptiness. Xiangpa, be cautious. Have you given it your all? Ha, come forth. In the sky, Xiangpa licked his lips, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of engaging with this seemingly indomitable opponent. Here it comes. A destructive energy orb hurtled towards him, causing the surrounding space to spiral into chaos. With a resounding bang, Xiangpa raised his hand and unleashed a punch, shattering the violet energy orb like a firework, scattering fragments of light that fell like stars from the heavens. The scene was breathtaking. Yet, amidst the beauty, a sudden crash erupted. Lewis appeared behind Xiangpa, lifting his leg in a sweeping motion, unleashing a powerful force that stirred the boundless winds of the void. Xiangpa quickly raised his guard. Boom. It was as if struck by a nuclear explosion. The force of the second layer of the god realm erupted violently. Xiangpa's expression shifted slightly as he was propelled backwards several hundred meters. What a remarkable fellow. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lewis vanished once more. However, even with the strength of the second layer of the god realm, Lewis's speed proved insufficient. Xiangpa, despite his momentary lapse in focus, managed to react. Xiangpa twisted his body and instantly disappeared. Bang, bang. In an instant, two orbs of light intertwined in the sky. Within a heartbeat, they engaged in countless exchanges, the sounds of their collisions ringing out deafeningly. A dazzling brilliance erupted, blinding to the eyes, as their phantoms danced from the heavens to the earth. The energy waves released from their battle surged forth like a flood, spreading in all directions. Space warped. The magnetic field became chaotic. 10 minutes elapsed. With each passing moment, Xiangpa grew increasingly alarmed. During this brief span, Lewis absorbed experience and technique like a sponge soaking up seawater, his combat prowess escalating at an astonishing rate. It was not that Weiss had neglected to train Lewis's fighting skills. Rather, Lewis's previous strength had been too feeble. Previously, Lewis possessed a combat power of merely 75 billion. Still within the realm of mortals, Weiss's training in combat techniques had only prepared Lewis for the role of a candidate destroyer god, as the leap to the level of a destroyer god was far too great for Lewis. Who could have anticipated that, in just a few years, after merely 2 visits to the celestial realm, Lewis's power would surge to the second layer of the god realm? This caught Weiss completely off guard. On the edge of the void battlefield, the two continued their fierce clash, and Lewis's growth was strikingly evident. Observing this, Cal swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Good heavens! This kid is still human. Not only Kyle was astonished, Bardos, gripping her staff, felt her knuckles turning white. In truth, several years prior, Bardos and other angels had met the Grand Minister at the Omni King's palace, where she had learned of Lewis's special identity, even his connection to the Omni King. Yet, just a few years later, Lewis's strength had transcended to the second layer of the God realm. Now, after merely a few minutes of battling Xiangpa, his combat skills and experience were nearly catching up to Xiangpa himself. Weiss, your Lewis is astonishingly formidable. Bardos's mouth gaped in awe. Hearing this, Ties pouted. What does it matter if my Lewis is formidable to you? Haha, this kid has always been a freak. I've grown accustomed to it. Weiss chuckled lightly. Oh, it's just average. Beerus crossed his arms, humming a cheerful tune, his spirits soaring high. No one had inquired about his well-being. Whis and Bados exchanged slight grimaces. Soon, the gazes of the crowd shifted once more to the void battlefield within. The tattered garments adorning Lewis have been torn asunder, revealing his robust physique. In stark contrast, Xiangpa remains unscathed. This disparity clearly indicates that Lewis is being overwhelmed. Above, the two lock eyes and once more engage in a fierce entanglement. Suddenly, a fist crashes against Lewis's face, sending him hurtling backward. A violet radiance cleaves through the heavens, swiftly pursuing Lewis, revealing a portly figure mercilessly pummeling him. Amidst the onslaught, Lewis seizes an opportunity and delivers a punch to Xiangpa's face. Boom. Xiangpa's visage contorts instantaneously, a fang propelled from his mouth. Li Nai Nai. Xiangpa erupts in fury, launching a relentless assault on Lewis. Boom. The violet aura of destruction surges and roils, akin to the tumultuous waves of a vast ocean. Each wave crashing violently against the barriers of the ethereal battlefield. Another 10 minutes pass. Lewis's combative mindset has evolved to match that of his long-established persona as the god of destruction. After a hard-fought battle, when Zampa finally managed to send Lewis flying once more, his heart raced uncontrollably. What a monstrous spectacle. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Lord Zampa, bring it on again. The strength of Lewis is, in fact, inferior to that of Xiangpa. When comparing the power of the second layer of the divine realm with that of the fourth layer, a significant disparity remains. After all, within the divine realm, the power of each layer is vastly different. However, the strength of the second layer already falls within the realm of candidate destroyer gods, qualifying him to comprehend the combat techniques of such a level. The crux of the matter is this: if any other candidate destroyer god were to engage in battle with Xiangpa, they would undoubtedly be obliterated on the spot. Yet, this individual is Lewis. Lewis possesses the extraordinary ability to disregard any harm, and with each blow he endures, he enhances his combat prowess. Lewis was propelled into the air, his hands converging as a flicker of purple light began to shimmer. The atmospheric pressure around him surged dramatically, transforming the entire battlefield into a veritable pressure cooker. Destruction. With a tremendous crash, a celestial display of purple radiance filled the heavens, dazzling and resplendent. That young lad, Xiangpa, burst into laughter, though one of his feline fangs had mysteriously vanished. The aura emanating from him surged explosively as he raised a hand and his lips barely moved. Destruction. A hum resonated through the cosmos as two forces of destruction clashed in a fierce confrontation. The overwhelming essence of devastation spread outward, as if seeking to rupture the very fabric of the battlefield. In the next heartbeat, the two forces collided. At the epicenter of the impact, a blinding white light erupted, reminiscent of chaos unraveling. Wherever the white light traversed, all was obliterated. The confrontation intensified. Xiangpa's command over destruction was formidable, effortlessly overpowering Lewis's own force and sending it spiraling back. Suddenly, Xiangpa exclaimed, "My lord, I cannot contend with you." Lewis laughed heartily, his eyes glinting as he abandoned the notion of clashing with Kappa under established rules. Unfazed by the approaching wave of destructive energy, Lewis maintained his composure. Chapter 78. The explosion of the peach. Their first instinct, shared by Kampa and the onlooking Kale and Bardos, was to endure this blow by disregarding any damage. However, in the void of the battlefield, Beerus and Whis stifled their laughter. Bardos furrowed her brows and inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, nothing, just a humorous thought," Whis replied before bursting into laughter once more. Beerus joined in, their mirth leaving Bardos, Kale, and Tai puzzled. Just as Bardos was about to press further, a sudden voice echoed within the void battlefield. Time rewinds. With a resonating hum, the grand rules of time surged from Lewis, enveloping the entire void battlefield. The destructive energy unleashed by Kampa began to recede, and the atmospheric pressure within the battlefield plummeted. Witnessing this spectacle, Bardos was rendered speechless. Kale gasped, his pupils wide with disbelief. When did Lewis comprehend the rules of time? Just wait, there is something even more astonishing to come. Beerus's tone dripped with mockery. He recalled being caught off guard by Lewis's manipulation of time, a memory that irked him every time it surfaced. Yet, the prospect of Lewis targeting Kampa filled him with anticipation. Soon, he would not be the only one to suffer such a fate. At that moment, within the void battlefield, space warped. Time reverted to a moment before their clash of destructive energies, and with a sweeping gesture, Lewis carved a rift in space, leaping into it. In the next instant, he materialized before Kampa. The peach explodes. Lewis, with a deft motion, conjured an energy projectile and directed it forcefully towards Xiangpa. The agonizing cries of Xiangpa echoed as he clutched his groin in sheer agony. Then, like a kite severed from its string, Xiangpa plummeted downward. He fell onto the void battlefield, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Above, Lewis gasped for breath, and upon witnessing Xiangpa's pitiful state, he grinned broadly. Reveling in the moment, that's what you get for relentlessly pummeling me. In truth, Lewis's combat prowess had surged to such heights precisely because he had been mercilessly beaten by Xiangpa. After all, the disparity in strength between the second and fourth tiers of the divine realm was stark. It was only due to Lewis's innate immunity that he managed to survive Xiangpa's onslaught. Thus, this bout concluded in such a farcical manner, as Vis had previously remarked. Without resorting to annihilation or other means, Lewis stood no chance against Xiangpa ultimately. It was the invocation of the principles of time and space that allowed him to turn the tide in an instant. Half a day later, before the god of destruction's palace, an array of delectable foods, refreshing beverages, and fruits was laid out. Taisi was preparing a grand feast, while Lewis lent a helping hand. At the adjacent dining table, Xiangpa sat with a sullen expression, casting a resentful gaze at Lewis's back. Gritting his teeth, Xiangpa muttered, "That scrawny wretch, when did he come to comprehend the rules of time and space?" Lewis cunningly exploited these two rules to seize his peach, leading to his own embarrassment. It is indeed a disgrace. Nearby, Bardos and Kale stifled their laughter, but upon hearing Xiangpa's inquiry, they quickly perked up their ears. "You glutton, I told you not to call me skinny ribs." Beerus, without even glancing at Xiangpa, picked up a cup of pudding from the table and consumed it. "It was just a short while ago." Bardos blurted out, "Can Lewis truly merge these two powers? Once the rules of time and space are intertwined, they become the rules of space-time. That's sufficient." Whis, savoring his ice cream, glanced at Beerus and remarked, "Lord Beerus has made new breakthroughs thanks to Lewis's space-time rules." Upon returning from the celestial realm, Lewis employed the laws of time and space to create a time chamber, within which Beerus achieved a breakthrough to the realm of mastery. As Wiss's words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Kampa abruptly turned, his gaze fixed intently on Beerus. "A new breakthrough? What does this signify? Could it be that he has ascended from the fifth level of the god of destruction to the angelic realm?" Vados also turned her attention to Beerus, observing him closely until she finally discerned something noteworthy. Swallowing hard, Vados addressed Beerus. "Lord Beerus, is it merely the trivial mastery realm? If Lewis can accomplish it, why can't I?" Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Although he appeared composed on the surface, the slight upward curve of his lips and the exuberantly raised tail behind him betrayed his pride. "Impossible." Kampa's pupils constricted sharply as he pointed at Beerus. "I refuse to believe it. You must be deceiving me. Mastery is a realm reserved for angels." He would sooner believe that Beerus had a penchant for absurdities than accept that he could grasp the mastery realm. If true, this would be more disheartening than death itself. Seeing the incredulous expression on Kampa's face, Beerus broke into a wide grin, reveling in his triumph. His purpose for visiting the sixth universe extended beyond mere retribution. He primarily sought to showcase his prowess before the corpulent Kampa. Now, Beerus felt buoyant, exhilarated to the point of ecstasy. "Do you doubt me?" With a radiant silver glow emanating from him, Beerus became agile, vanishing from his seat in an instant. In the next moment, he materialized beside Kampa and delivered a sharp tap on his head. "Do you believe now?" "Ouch!" Kampa clutched his head, his eyes blazing with indignation. "Skinny ribs, I challenge you to a duel." "Lord Kampa, let us first finish the feast before we engage in battle," intervened Lewis and Thais, who approached carrying the prepared dishes. Even before their arrival, the tantalizing aroma of the food had wafted over, causing both Kampa and Beerus's noses to twitch uncontrollably. The two brothers resembled eager pups, squinting their eyes and wagging their tails in anticipation. Lewis served the delectable tempura, sushi, and takoyaki prepared by Tais on the dining table. Beerus transformed into a shimmering silver light, departing from Kampa's side and instantly returning to his original position. Once Tais presented the final dish, Beerus and his brothers summoned their utmost strength to swiftly grasp the delicacies upon the table. Oh, how I have longed for the exquisite cuisine of Earth. It is simply divine. Why is it that such culinary delights do not exist in my sixth universe? I can still vividly recall the unforgettable experience of savoring them. Without it, what shall I do in the future? As Kampa indulged in the feast, tears welled up in his eyes, embodying a pitiful sight indeed. Chapter 79. The True Power of the Dark Demon Realm in the Realm of Tranquility, where the rules of time and space intertwine, obliteration reigns. But why? Kampa continued to stuff his mouth, stealing glances at his companion, Kale. It was one thing that my candidate for destruction was not as formidable as Lewis. But to have no Earth in our sixth universe was simply intolerable. The most exasperating part was that this scrawny fellow had even grasped the realm of tranquility. The more Kampa spoke, the angrier he became, stuffing a few more takoyaki into his mouth. Fuming, why do all the good fortunes fall to this scrawny creature? Tais, your culinary skills are exceptional. How about I eliminate Kale and have you remain in my sixth universe as my candidate for destruction? Kampa turned his gaze, looking woefully at Tais beside Lewis. Kale, who was engrossed in his meal, rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, I am still here. Is it truly wise to say such things? Lord Kampa, please be silent. Bados interjected, exasperated, lamenting the misfortune of having such a destruction god. I was merely jesting. Kampa retorted, retracting his neck, realizing how fierce this woman was. Suddenly, Kampa remembered something and hurriedly asked, by the way, Tais, do you have any instant noodles left? Instant noodles had been the most delectable dish he had ever tasted. At the dining table, everyone wore expressions of disbelief, wondering when this glutton would ever cease. Finally, Beerus could no longer tolerate it. He tossed Kampa a universal capsule filled with the instant noodles Lewis had provided him. The rotund figure finally revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, Bados turned to Lewis and inquired, Lewis, how did you come to take action against Katra? The atmosphere at the dining table shifted to one of tension. Kampa and Kale, the two gluttons, fixed their gazes intently on Lewis. Recently, they had received news that the fourth universe had replaced its destruction god, one who had been eradicated by Lewis using obliteration. Obliteration, an exalted law. Only beings of priestly status are worthy of comprehending such power. Who would have imagined that Lewis had mastered it? However, both Pa and Kyle are perplexed as to why Luis would want to take the life of Quitella. Lewis picked up a napkin and dabbed at the corners of his mouth, casting a glance at the three individuals resembling Xiang Pa, followed by a brief look at Beerus beside him. Beerus nodded slightly, the implication clear. This hefty fellow was one of their own, requiring no further consideration. Only then did Lewis feel reassured. Indeed, despite the constant bickering between Beerus and Kampa, the bond of brotherhood between these two individuals is deeper than anyone could imagine. After that encounter, when Quitella ambushed me, he colluded with the dark demon realm. Lewis slowly began to speak. At the dining table, everyone held their breath. Captivated by Lewis's narrative, Lewis divulged everything. The heart of Tai, who was listening nearby, raced uncontrollably, astonished to learn that her Lewis had encountered such tribulations. That despicable rat dared to launch a sneak attack on you. Kampa rose from his chair, his gaze turning icy as he remarked, but then again, given that rat's vengeful and treacherous nature, he would never tolerate the existence of a prodigy like you in Universe 7. After all, there has always been animosity between Beerus and him. In truth, it was not only Beerus who had enmity with Katra. He too had experienced numerous petty conflicts with Katra. Cats and mice are inherently adversarial. Kampa settled back into his seat, regarding Lewis with intrigue. I never imagined you ventured into the dark demon realm. Casting a glance at Whis, Kampa continued, to have escaped from the dark demon realm, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Remarkable fortune? Without Demigra. What significance does the dark demon realm hold? With obliteration in hand and Whis providing support, anyone who dares to confront me shall meet their demise. Lewis rolled his eyes, remarking that Miss Kess was also there to rescue them. This was no mere boast. With Whis by their side, he was an unstoppable force. And even angelic-level experts would find it futile to impede his erasure. Lewis, you underestimate the dark demon realm. Bardos shook his head. Even without Demigra. If you truly cause a commotion in the dark demon realm, My sister will be there, and it will be exceedingly difficult for you all to exit safely. The Dark Demon Realm has always been the arch-nemesis of the All-King universe. They are acutely aware of the number of formidable beings in the entire network universe, and likewise, the All-King universe is cognizant of the strength of the Dark Demon Realm. Within the Dark Demon Realm, apart from Demigra, there exist 4 other demon gods, each wielding power at the clerical level. Furthermore, coupled with Puting, there are an additional 11 experts of angelic caliber. Indeed, Lewis, you still underestimate the Dark Demon Realm. Beerus took a sip of his drink and regarded Lewis. I had refrained from discussing the Dark Demon Realm with you earlier, as I did not wish for you to confront such matters prematurely. Little did I know you ventured into the Dark Demon Realm alongside Whis. Upon saying this, Beerus shot a glare at Whis. Whis stuck out his tongue, having thought that Lewis would merely take a life and depart. Who could have anticipated that Lewis would stir such a tremendous upheaval? Upon hearing Beerus and Bardos' remarks, Lewis was taken aback and turned to Whis. Whis, is this true? Lord Beerus and my sister are not mistaken. The reason we were able to escape the Dark Demon Realm safely must be due to some occurrence within it. Whis nodded, recounting the formidable beings of the Dark Demon Realm, and concluded, it is highly likely that other demon gods have entered a state of slumber, which is why my sister went there, allowing us the opportunity to escape. Whis' conjecture was indeed correct. The other demon gods of the Dark Demon Realm had succumbed to slumber. Lewis swallowed hard, his back dampened by a sheen of cold sweat. To his astonishment, the Dark Demon Realm harbored 4 additional demon gods, each possessing power commensurate with that of a high priest. Unlike the celestial beings, these high-ranking experts could easily disregard his nascent form and impose a permanent seal upon him. Now you're frightened, aren't you? Perhaps you should refrain from such recklessness in the future, Weiss chuckled, intending to instill fear in Lewis. This was not to imply that the formidable beings of the Dark Demon Realm were mere illusions. Rather, even in the absence of his elder sister, they would have managed to escape from the realm. For it was his father he had summoned, albeit his father did not descend. And it was his sister who appeared instead. Given that his father was aware of the situation, they would undoubtedly remain unharmed. It is crucial to acknowledge that his father's power far surpassed that of a high priest. Upon your return from the Dark Demon Realm, I initially intended for you to expedite your cultivation to the Divine Realm and subsequently refine your combat techniques. After all, the Dark Demon Realm has set its sights on you, Weiss remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Lewis. Who could have foreseen that after your 2 visits to the Celestial Realm, your power would ascend to the 2nd tier of the Divine Realm? The Celestial Realm left the onlookers puzzled. What exactly was the Celestial Realm? While Zampa and others were oblivious to its nature, Beerus had already gleaned information regarding the former High Priest from the Sacred Beings. The former High Priest resided within the Celestial Realm. Chapter 80. The Teachings of Bardos. Amidst the crowd's curious gazes, Weiss shifted the topic. Lewis, your power has soared to the 2nd tier of the Divine Realm. And now the Dark Demon Realm has taken an interest in you. I wholeheartedly support your proposal for a challenge journey across the universes alongside Lord Beerus. Your skirmish with Lord Zampa has significantly enhanced both your combat skills and experience. Should you conquer the remaining 9 universes, you will undoubtedly achieve even greater advancements in every aspect. Under normal circumstances, without the command of the Omni King, neither the God of Destruction nor their candidates may linger too long outside their original universe. First, this precaution is to prevent any unforeseen incidents involving the Supreme Kais in the absence of their God of Destruction, which could potentially lead to the latter's untimely demise. Second, it serves to avert conflicts between the gods of destruction of different universes, as those who attain such titles are not known for their temperance. However, Lewis's current circumstances have changed. Neither his elder sister nor the High Priest has intervened. Thus, Vis has consented to Lewis's adventurous challenge. Wait, Xiangpa interjects. At the dining table, everyone turns to look at Xiangpa. Lewis inquired, what is the matter with Kampa? Kampa suddenly gulped down a drink, and, with a face full of grievance, gazed at Lewis and exclaimed, why must you challenge me from the 6th universe first in this grand journey of universal challenges? Furthermore, do you regard me merely as your training dummy? Suddenly reminded of something, Kampa instinctively covered his groin, which still throbbed with lingering pain. Lewis retracted his neck slightly. This plump fellow possessed a certain charm, and he found it somewhat difficult to acknowledge this truth. Lewis squinted, casting a sidelong glance at Beerus, silently conveying that it was Lord Beerus who had instructed him to act thus. Upon noticing the exchange, Kampa was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in fury. "You scrawny wretch. If I were to miss out on good fortune, that would be tolerable. But now you allow your Lewis to bully me first." Kampa vanished from the dining table, only to reappear instantly before Beerus, seizing him by the throat. Seething with indignation, Kampa bared his glimmering teeth and lunged at Beerus's ear. "Ah, you gluttonous swine, have you lost your mind?" In the next moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted as the two felines began to brawl at the dining table. The others, well acquainted with the peculiar dynamics between these two brothers, paid them little heed. The conversation resumed, predominantly featuring Lewis seeking guidance on cultivation matters. Kale, as the candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 6, listened intently and occasionally posed questions. With two angels present, they patiently elucidated the inquiries posed by Lewis and Kale. At the level of a God of Destruction, the powers wielded are divine in nature, a domain in which Lewis excelled. However, Kale's dimension was only at the level of the King of Hell, significantly distant from that of a God of the universe. To achieve a qualitative breakthrough, one must first elevate their dimension to that of a God of Destruction, often referred to as the divine dimension. At this juncture, Whis turned his attention back to Lewis. "Now that Kale's queries have been addressed, it is your turn. Lewis, during your recent encounter with Lord Kampa, you must have discerned the disparity between yourself and a true God of Destruction." Lewis nodded, preparing to speak. Beerus continued. "The God of Destruction is formidable not only due to his combat skills and experience. You have only faced Lord Xiangpa once, and yet you have learned so much from that encounter. Your talent is indeed unparalleled." At the dining table, Kyle, engrossed in his meal, glanced at Lewis before shaking his head. Perhaps he once felt a twinge of discontent, but now that sentiment had faded, for after all, others have slain the God of Destruction, while he has not. The God of Destruction possesses two crucial attributes. Beerus spoke softly: pure strength and mastery of the rules. You are capable of disregarding any damage. Were it not for this, with your power at the second tier of the divine realm, you would not be able to withstand even a single punch from Lord Xiangpa. This exemplifies pure strength. As for the rules, if we consider Lord Xiangpa's command of destruction rules to be an expansive ocean, your grasp of such rules can at best be likened to a mere trickling stream. You must have recognized this during your engagement with Lord Xiangpa. What I wish to convey is that beyond the destruction rules, your mastery over the rules of time and space is also insufficient. Beerus's observations were indeed sensible, yet upon hearing that his rules of time and space were lacking, Lewis furrowed his brow. Vis, noticing Lewis's expression, interjected, "Lewis, do you truly believe that your mastery over the rules of time and space is already formidable?" Lewis expressed his confusion. "You previously claimed that my mastery of the rules of time and space surpassed yours. During my sparring sessions with Kampa and Lord Beerus, I managed to gain the upper hand using these two techniques. Is that not impressive? On Earth, I utilized these rules to launch a surprise attack on Beerus's egg. In our recent confrontation, it was likewise these principles that enabled me to strike at Kampa's egg. It is indeed true that your understanding of the rules of time and space is superior to mine." Weiss glanced at Lewis and replied mildly, "But do you dare to assert that relying solely on these two principles could defeat me? To vanquish a master of the second tier of angelic prowess using only the rules of time and space, how is that even conceivable? It is undoubtedly impossible." Lewis shook his head. The only threat he posed to the angel lay in the erasure technique. Indeed, it was so. Wiss picked up a napkin and dabbed at the corner of his mouth. "In truth, your previous advantage over Lord Beerus during your spar was primarily due to the element of surprise. The same applies to your encounter with Lord Kampa. Numerous factors influence the outcome of a battle. Beyond mere strength and combat skills, the ability to achieve unexpected victories also plays a significant role. To put it bluntly, you managed to turn the tide of the recent spar only by ambushing Lord Kampa." Wiss spoke without a hint of mercy. Beerus chuckled softly. "Wiss is correct. Had Lord Kampa been aware of your mastery over the rules of time and space, you would find yourself in a precarious situation." In Lewis's eyes lingered two question marks. At the dining table, the two brothers continued their quarrel, while Kyle and Tiz turned their gazes toward Bardos. Here, we must once again address the issue of power. There is a saying that rings true: with strength, one can break myriad laws. Bardos cast a glance at Kampa, who was engaged in a dispute with Beerus, and shook his head, saying, "The power of the fourth layer of the divine realm can indeed interfere with your temporal rules. This implies that if Lord Kampa were to foresee your mastery over these rules, you would be utterly incapable of reversing Lord Kampa's time." Bardos paused momentarily before continuing, "Unless, of course, Lord Compa chooses not to resist. Lewis was taken aback and turned to Weiss. Is this truly the case? Weiss nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Possessing such overwhelming power allows one not only to defy the laws of time, but also to disregard even the rules of destruction. And even the erasure that you are capable of can be overlooked by others. Upon hearing this, Lewis swallowed hard. He recalled the narrative from the Ultra anime, where Frieza was struck by destructive energy but managed to break free thanks to his immense strength. Let me give it a try. Lewis, undeterred by superstition, raised his hand and gestured towards Weiss. A temporal law was enacted upon Weiss, causing his time to regress. Weiss smiled faintly, as the power of the second layer of the angelic realm trembled slightly. Crack, like glass shattering upon impact with the ground, a sharp and resonant sound echoed. In an instant, that silvery radiance vanished. Lewis's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed his temporal rules being shattered by an overwhelming force. Chapter 81. Departing from the sixth universe, truly irreversible. Subsequently, Lewis fixed his gaze intently on Beerus, who was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Compa. It dawned upon him that Lord Beerus had been holding back during their previous sparring session. Lewis felt a twinge of emotion within him. During his previous sparring sessions with Beerus, he had employed the time manipulation technique on more than one occasion. After being caught off guard by this tactic once, it would have been only natural for Beerus to remain vigilant. Yet, to Lewis's surprise, Beerus did not interrupt his use of the time manipulation technique. Lewis once again contemplated the time chamber he had created, which had been obliterated by Beerus. Clearly, his temporal regulations posed no threat to Beerus. Beerus was merely tending to his emotions. Lewis's face was etched with bitterness. Having slain Katra and wreaked havoc in the Shadow Realm, he had always believed himself to be immensely powerful. Yet now, he realized that apart from his ability to erase, his other powers were utterly inconsequential. At that moment, panting heavily, Beerus finally finished his battle. He rose from the ground, and upon catching sight of Lewis's gaze, he paused in astonishment. Why does your look seem so ridiculous? Lewis was initially quite moved, but upon hearing Beerus's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. The others erupted into laughter. At that moment, Xiangpa crawled out from beneath the table, his face bruised and swollen as he glared at Beerus, bellowing, "Damn you, skinny bone. If you have the guts, don't use your tranquil state." At this remark, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Engaging in a childish brawl while resorting to a tranquil state was indeed unprecedented. The gathering soon came to a close. Lewis and his companions lingered in the sixth universe for an entire month. During this month, Lewis and Kale engaged in several sparring sessions, and in various aspects, Lewis may still fall short of being a true destroyer. However, when compared to Kale, a mere candidate for destruction, Lewis was able to dominate completely. If he were to face the other 10 candidates for destruction, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. After his sparring with Kale, Lewis later practiced with Beerus. During their session, Beerus imparted numerous combat techniques to him. She substantiated her earlier claims made at the dining table with tangible demonstrations. Ultimately, Beerus remarked that words alone were insufficient. Mastery of combat techniques, strength, and the application of rules could only be truly comprehended through practical experience. Following their training with Beerus, Lewis and his companions expressed their intention to depart. Their next destination would be the first universe. Fat pig, savor the instant noodles I gave you. Beerus stood before the palace, observing Compa. Enough chatter, just leave already. Compa replied, a smirk gracing his lips. Lord Compa, Miss Beerus, Kale, thank you for your guidance. Until we meet again. Everyone bid farewell, encouraging one another to visit the seventh universe whenever possible. Lewis and Thais waved goodbye to Beerus and the others. Vis brandished his staff, sending a message to Beerus before they transformed into a radiant cascade of colors, soaring into the sky. Upon receiving the message, Beerus's pupils constricted sharply. The former high priest in the seventh universe. Within the spatial tunnel, a cube-shaped vessel sped through the void. Beerus turned to Lewis, smiling as he inquired, Lewis, how does this sparring session feel? Lewis shook his head, acknowledging, I previously underestimated the prowess of the experts at the fourth level of the divine realm. Ting glanced at him with a hint of amusement. Ha! Do you truly believe that by thinking you can slay Katra, you have become formidable? Weiss turned to look at him. Louis felt a sense of helplessness, yet he nodded in acquiescence. The fact that you can vanquish Katra stems from your ability to obliterate. Indeed, every entity capable of becoming a god of destruction is not to be underestimated. Weiss chuckled softly. Louis, your journey is still far from over. Lewis nodded. During that month in the sixth universe, he became acutely aware of his shortcomings. In addition to his inadequate combat skills, his grasp of the rules was rather poor, particularly when it came to the intricate laws of time and space. As for the rules of destruction, he had a commendable understanding, surpassing all the candidates for the god of destruction. However, his comprehension of time and space rules left much to be desired. If we were to categorize the rules into 10 tiers, Lewis's mastery of destruction would be at the 5th tier, barely passing. Conversely, his grasp of time and space rules was merely at the 2nd tier, at best. In the words of Bardos, to effectively employ the principles of time and space in battle, one must first elevate their understanding of these rules to the same level as that of destruction. Very well. Let us proceed to the 1st universe and commence our journey through to the 11th universe. Whis remarked, I am confident that by the end of this challenge, you will experience significant growth. 7th universe. Lewis has been absent from Earth for 6 months. During this time, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi have tied the knot. According to the conventional timeline of Dragon Ball, their marriage was delayed by 3 full years. However, fortune smiled upon them as Chi-Chi soon discovered she was expecting. While Earth underwent transformations, the North Galaxy experienced its own set of changes. The previous invasion by Cooler had plunged the North Galaxy into chaos. Yet, with Bardock triumphantly achieving the status of Super Saiyan, he, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, united to vanquish Cooler, restoring stability to the North Galaxy. Following this event, the Saiyans garnered increasing recognition, particularly with the legendary tale of the Super Saiyan spreading throughout the North Galaxy and beyond. As members of the Galactic Patrol, the Saiyans' prestige soared to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, the Saiyans received joyous news. Another Super Saiyan had emerged among their ranks, none other than King Vegeta. Initially possessing a battle power of just 2 million, King Vegeta was spurred into relentless training following Bardock's transformation. Over the course of these 6 months, he diligently honed his skills, ultimately raising his base battle power to an impressive 10 million. Under Bardock's influence, he entered a state of extreme rage, successfully transforming into the 5th Super Saiyan of the Saiyan lineage. The breakthroughs of Bardock and King Vegeta ignited hope among all Saiyans. Bardock, after becoming a Super Saiyan, proclaimed 2 crucial conditions for achieving this transformation. First, one must possess a certain level of foundational battle power. Second, one must experience profound rage. King Vegeta's successful transformation revealed to the Saiyan race that Bardock's words held truth. Fulfilling these 2 criteria would enable the transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, what the Saiyans remained unaware of was that there existed a 3rd condition, the activation of a sufficient number of S cells. To date, aside from Bardock, King Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Lewis, the S cells of other Saiyans remained insufficiently activated. This implied that, in the near future, no new Super Saiyans would emerge from the Saiyan race. Nevertheless, the Saiyans remained oblivious to this fact, fervently training to elevate their battle power beyond 10 million, as King Vegeta's transformation had occurred at this threshold. One day, on Earth at Mount Paozu, Sun Wukong was accompanying his pregnant wife, Chi-Chi, alongside Bardock and Jine. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Wukong, trouble is brewing. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Was that not the voice of the North King? What has happened, Lord North King? He inquired. The last time the North King spoke in such a tone, calamity had befallen the realm. Could it be that a new adversary had emerged? Wukong, Bojack has returned. The North King's voice was laced with urgency. Who is Bojack? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and looked up from the summit of Bowsy Mountain. Is he as formidable as Gula? He mused. These two are not even in the same league. The North King quickly divulged Bojack's identity. He was a marauder intent on wreaking havoc across the 4 great galaxies. Many years ago, the 4 kings had united to seal Bojack and his minions away. Bojack and Gula were indeed not comparable. If one were to draw a comparison, 100 Gulas would not equal a single Bojack. The North King exclaimed with palpable concern. If Lewis were to hear the North King's words, he would undoubtedly not question his authority. In the anime, Bojack and his 4 subordinates had initially been sealed away securely. However, during the Cell incident, Sun Wukong inadvertently led Cell to the North King's realm, resulting in the demise of the North King. The North King's life was intricately tied to Bojack's seal. With the North King's death, the seal lost its efficacy. Ultimately, it was Son Gohan's resurgence to Super Saiyan 2 that vanquished Bojack. Indeed, one could say that 100 Gulas could not compare to just one Bojack. What? 100 Gulas cannot even match one Bojack? Bardock and Sun Wukong were left speechless. They were all too aware of Gula's power, having defeated him in unison with Vegeta. Had it not been for Bardock's timely breakthrough, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would have surely fallen to Gula, with no choice but to flee in haste using instant transmission. Lord North King, is Bojack truly that powerful? Sun Wukong swallowed hard, the revelation staggering him, prompting him to inquire once more. Indeed, years ago, to seal Bojack, I and the other 3 kings nearly lost our lives at their hands. I am well acquainted with their strength. The North King's voice continued, for reasons unknown. The seal has suddenly been broken. After the 5 of them broke free, they have begun a rampage across the North Galaxy. Wukong. This time the fate of the North Galaxy, the North King intended to conclude with, relies on you. However, recognizing the vast disparity in strength between Sun Wukong and Bojack, he refrained from uttering those words. The truth was, Bojack was simply too powerful. Allowing Sun Wukong to confront him would be tantamount to sending him to his demise. The North Kai fell into silence. Sun Wukong, perplexed by the sudden quietude of the North Kai, pressed his finger to his forehead to sense the surroundings. An ominous aura emerged at the edge of the North Galaxy. Potent and malevolent. How formidable. How wicked. The presence of Bojack caused Sun Wukong to recoil 2 steps back. What is it, Kakarot? Bardock inquired hastily. Father, the North Kai is right. Bojack is incredibly strong. A fervent glimmer ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. Bardock, noticing the expression on his son's face, paused momentarily before shaking his head. Over the past 2 years, he had come to understand Sun Wukong's simple-hearted nature. Sun Wukong held a profound love for his family and an equally fervent passion for battle. He never flinched in the face of formidable foes. Embodying the essence of a true martial enthusiast, it was only when confronted with a powerful adversary that such a look would grace his face. Clearly, this newly arisen enemy was indeed a formidable threat. At that moment, the North Kai spoke. Wukong, do not concern yourself with Bojack. I will collaborate with the other Kais to seal him away. You must not seek him out. With that, the North Kai ended the communication. Despite his words, the fervor in Sun Wukong's eyes showed no signs of waning. Rather, it intensified. Father, are you planning to confront Bojack? Bardock chuckled softly. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. You possess instant transmission. As long as you wish to leave, no one can detain you. Go, but be cautious. Bardock understood his second son's disposition well. Sun Wukong then turned his gaze to the expectant Chi-Chi, who gently caressed his face. Go, just ensure your safety. Sun Wukong beamed with joy. Then I shall seek out Vegeta now. Just as he was about to activate instant transmission, he suddenly halted. Chi-Chi, you have a few months left before giving birth. I will be careful. Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong vanished from the spot. Watching the place where he had disappeared, Chi-Chi pressed her lips together. In the past, she would have never permitted Sun Wukong to seek out Bojack. However, Tai had enlightened her about the latent dangers of the universe. Often, escaping is not a matter of desire. Only through strength can one safeguard those dear to them. This principle would serve as the guiding tenet for the children she would one day bear. In the Dark Demon Realm, Lord Demigra, why are we proceeding in this manner? Chapter 83, Demigra's Conspiracy in the Shadowy Forest. By the lake, Tova blinked her beautiful eyes and gazed at Demigra. Did we not agree to bring Lord Lewis back? Why? Then, have we suddenly released Bojack? Demigra's eyes bore no hint of emotion as he cast a glance at Tova, exuding a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing the entire lake. Tova hastily lowered her head. By the dark lake, 2 figures stood at the water's edge. Ethereal light cascading upon the surface, creating a moment of shimmering silver. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it eerily still. After a while, Demigra lifted his gaze to the sky and remarked coolly, Lord Lewis has been designated as a candidate for the God of Destruction by the Omni King's universe. Until he awakens. Aside from us few demon gods, who among you could possibly retrieve him from the Omni King's domain? Tova nodded in understanding. It was evident that Lewis was still unaware of his new identity. He now belonged to the Omni King's universe. The Omni King's universe and the Dark Demon Realm were inherently opposing forces. Should they attempt to take Lewis away, the other formidable beings of the Omni King's universe would undoubtedly intervene. Even Lewis himself would likely resist. Lewis possesses the ability to disregard harm and erase it entirely. Therefore, aside from the intervention of the demon gods, no one can possibly bring Lewis back. However, for Demigula and the other 4 demon gods, entering the universe of the Omni King is an insurmountable task. As the Grand Priest monitors their every move, Tawa nodded, contemplating how to express her thoughts. Demigula cast a glance at Tawa, revealing a sinister smile. If conventional methods fail to retrieve Lord Lewis, we may resort to unorthodox means. The solution lies in awakening Lord Lewis directly. Demigula spread his arms and laughed heartily. Our dark demon realm was originally created by Lord Lewis. Once he awakens, he will undoubtedly recall his past. At that moment, Lord Lewis will surely return to the dark demon realm of his own accord. Upon hearing this, Tawa exclaimed with delight, Lord Demigula, how can we facilitate Lord Lewis's awakening? Demigula turned his head, his expression wicked. Awakening the Lord of the Dark Demon Realm is quite simple. We merely need to corrupt Lord Lewis. Corruption. Releasing Broly. Tawa was taken aback. Soon, she connected the two ideas and widened her eyes. Lord Demigula. Do you intend to have Broly annihilate the Saiyan race to provoke Lord Lewis into a state of madness? Indeed. Demigula responded with fervor. It is impossible to corrupt a candidate for the god of destruction through conventional means, for such candidates embody the essence of ruthlessness. Hardly anything can sway their emotions. However, in this world, perfection is a myth. Even true gods of destruction have weaknesses. Take Quitella, for instance. His narrow-mindedness is his Achilles heel, as he cannot bear to see anyone surpassing him, which led to his ambush on Lewis. According to Demigula's investigations, Lewis is currently associated with the Saiyan race of the 7th universe. He laughed heartily. While targeting others in the 7th universe may not corrupt Lewis, I've discovered that he holds the Saiyan race in high regard. If we strike against them, Lord Lewis will undoubtedly be enraged. If that does not lead to his corruption, I have other methods at my disposal. My research indicates that Lord Lewis is married. His wife must be his vulnerability. Go, find someone to target those close to ties. At the edge of the northern galaxy, within a star domain spanning millions of kilometers, despair reigns, and the cries of the suffering echo throughout. On a certain planet, ruins lay scattered everywhere. Zanjia stood amidst the debris, gazing at Bojack. Boss, should we heed Tova's words? Gejia, Bukin, and Baidu all perked up their ears. Bojack extended his finger, a black energy coalescing at its tip. Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled. The magnetic fields of heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. Thunder rumbled. Ha ha. Bojack chuckled wickedly, observing the black energy on his fingertip. If listening to her words grants such formidable power, why would we not comply? Do you not feel the strength emanating from this force? Bojack squinted, turning his gaze toward Gejia and the others. Powerful. Zanjia and the others erupted with a black aura, akin to a cosmic explosion. An unmatched force that obliterated half the planet. Boom. Let us seek out the Saiyans. Bojack's smile radiated satisfaction. Soon, the 5 of them soared toward the Galactic Patrol headquarters aboard their spacecraft. As their ship passed over a desolate planet, a robust young man on the barren surface gazed intently at the sky. This forsaken planet was named Wampistar, North Kai's planet. A short figure stood before a modest dwelling, his antennae quivering with agitation. East Kai, West Kai, South Kai. What is amiss with North Kai? At that moment, 3 other voices resonated from the sky. This is dire. North Kai exclaimed anxiously. The seal on Bojack and his companions has been broken. What? Who? Bojack? Were they not sealed by us? The short figure urged for clarity amidst the chaos. North Kai, drenched in sweat, shook his head. I do not know how it happened. They suddenly broke free of the seal and are now advancing toward the center of the northern galaxy. East Kai interjected, if we do not perish. How could Bojack and his crew possibly break the seal? West Kai added, North Kai, as the ruler of the northern galaxy. You should have known why Bojack broke the seal. Your leadership is indeed lacking. Incensed by these remarks, North Kai retorted, do you think I wish to be ignorant? Their breaking free of the seal came without any warning. Enough. South Kai's voice interrupted. The fact remains that Bojack has broken the seal. We shall investigate the reasons later. Our immediate concern is to devise a strategy to confront Bojack and his crew. Years ago, Bojack and his cohort had clashed with them, and they were well aware of his formidable strength. If they did not find a way to thwart Bojack, the universe would surely descend into chaos. Chapter 84. Does Lewis enjoy picking peaches? The South Kai was right. We must devise a means to thwart Bojack and his cohorts. Let us seal them once more. The East Kai and West Kai communicated telepathically. We must seal them again. The North Kai shook his head, saying, when the 4 of us sealed them long ago, we expended half of our strength, and we have yet to recover. Do you truly believe we can seal them again? As the North Kai's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the sky. Suddenly, the South Kai had a revelation and transmitted his thoughts. Ah, North Kai. Did not a few Super Saiyans emerge from your North Galaxy? Why not send them to confront Bojack directly? The South Kai's voice brimmed with envy. For within his South Galaxy, such formidable warriors did not exist. Indeed, the other two Kais recalled the legends of the Super Saiyans and nodded in agreement. It's impossible, the North Kai countered, shaking his head. Those Super Saiyans are only marginally stronger than Frieza. Pitting them against Bojack would be futile. It would be wiser for us four old-timers to intervene and seal them ourselves. The North Kai, initially flustered, had hastily sought Goku's assistance. Now, in a state of calm, he realized that sending Goku to confront Bojack would undoubtedly lead to his demise. There was no way the North Kai could commit such an act. Only slightly more powerful than Frieza, therefore, they certainly cannot thwart Bojack. The urgency in the voices of the other three Kais was palpable. The North Kai pondered for a moment before looking up. Let us seek the Grand Kai. The sky fell silent once more. Very well. We have no choice but to summon the Grand Kai. In the 7th universe, currents of unrest swirled. After half a year, Lewis had ascended to challenge the 9th universe. In the realm of the god of destruction of the 9th universe, Luis stood bare-chested, emanating a terrifying violet aura of destruction. Even the slightest hint of his power could cause the very fabric of space to tremble. Opposite him lay the god of destruction of the 9th universe, Sidra, clutching his groin, sprawled on the ground with a pallid complexion, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, Lord Sidra, until we meet again. With that, Luis and his companions vanished from the realm of the 9th universe. Only the angelic attendant of Sidra, Mojito, remained. He waved his staff, casting a restorative spell upon Sidra. In an instant, Sidra was rejuvenated, rising from the ground, his gaze fixed on the spot where Luis had disappeared, his lips twitching slightly. What a terrifying lad. In merely half a year, he has ascended from the 1st universe to the 9th, and his power is on the verge of transcending the 3rd tier of divinity. Moreover, his combat skills rival my own. I suspect even Beerus may not be his equal. To withstand any damage, to obliterate, to master the realm of freedom, and to manipulate the laws of time and space. It is evident that Ketra's demise at his hands is not without justification. How can such an anomaly exist in this world? As Sidra pondered this in the realm of the 9th universe, a shuttle cube was soaring swiftly through the spatial tunnel towards the 10th universe. Inside the shuttle, Whis observed Luis with an odd tone. Why do you have such a penchant for employing the rules of time and space to ambush others in their most vulnerable moments? As soon as he finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the air within the shuttle. The atmosphere grew tense. Beerus recalled their previous encounter on Earth, feeling a chill in his groin, and instinctively tightened his legs. You don't have some peculiar obsession, do you, Luis? Tai swallowed hard, unable to resist taking a few steps back. From the 1st universe to the 9th, not a single god of destruction had escaped Luis's grasp. They had all faced his wrath. She had never noticed such a peculiar tendency in her big boy before. How could this be? What is there to say about this? Luis is indifferent to the gazes of others, yet he is profoundly concerned about Tai's gaze. Why did his sister Tai travel such a distance? Truly believing he is that kind of person, Luis cast a sidelong glance at Whis, saying, Am I not considering Lord Beerus's interests? Beerus, with a look of utter bewilderment, replied, What does this have to do with me? Both Tais and Whis turned their gazes toward Luis, their eyes filled with 2 large question marks. Hadn't I previously ambushed Lord Beerus? If this matter were to be disclosed, it would surely bring laughter to Lord Beerus's adversaries. With a grin, Luis remarked, Look, if I were to expose all of Lord Beerus's other adversaries, then none of them would dare to speak against each other. Hiss. Both Whis and Tais gasped in astonishment. Such audacity. It was akin to a delicate incision made with a knife, an eye-opener indeed. I owe you my gratitude for this. Tais returned to Luis's side, stifling her laughter. As long as her beloved boy did not harbor any peculiar inclinations, she was content. Half a year had passed, and Luis had ascended from the 1st universe to the 9th. Whis remarked with a calm demeanor, You have experienced substantial growth in every aspect, particularly in your combat skills. In a scenario where powers are equal, even if you were to face Lord Beerus, you would not be at a disadvantage. Beerus was left speechless. Why bring me into this? He mused. However, over this period, he had witnessed Luis's remarkable transformation. Initially, without the erasure technique or the freedoms of time and space, Luis was merely a feeble fighter. Yet, in just 6 months, he had achieved extraordinary heights. This lad truly was remarkable. Moreover, Luis, your strength has reached the 3rd tier of divine power. This is splendid. My sister once told you that ultimate strength can transcend all barriers. One force can break myriad laws. True power lies in one's own strength. Of course, this is not to say that disregarding rules has no merit. Rather, pure strength serves as the foundation upon which everything rests. With formidable pure power, anything becomes possible. As for the rules, they provide an auxiliary force for combat beyond one's level. For instance, if your power were limited to the first tier of divine strength, and you disregarded external factors, you would only be able to engage with those at the first and second tiers of divinity. Engaging with experts from the third tier would be within reach. Yet facing those of the fourth tier would be utterly impossible. However, once you employ the erasure technique, barring those of priestly caliber and above, no one else can withstand it. This is what it means to fight beyond one's level. As the cosmic traversing cube soared through the void, Whis continued his extensive discourse with Lewis. Lewis nodded continuously, while Beerus occasionally joined in, having gleaned much from Whis's teachings. The two of them resembled earnest schoolchildren, attentively absorbing Whis's instruction. Taze, observing this scene, covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Her Lewis was simply too adorable. Well, our next destination is Universe 10, Whis concluded, reflecting on Lewis's recent gains. Lewis, you have entered the full power of Super Saiyan. Your strength has reached the threshold of the second level of the divine realm. Perhaps during our time in Universe 10, you might break through to the third level of the divine realm. The power of the third level of the divine realm, indeed? Lewis clenched his fist, murmuring to himself. Ultimately, he shook his head. He recognized that he had reached an impasse, yet such barriers are not easily surmountable. Rather than striving to elevate his power to the third level of the divine realm, he found himself more intrigued by the candidate god of destruction from the 10th universe. As the space-time continuum continued to shift, the scene shifted to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol in the 7th universe. Boom. The entire Galactic Patrol building was obliterated. Where is King of the Galaxy, Mels? We need him back for reinforcements. Chapter 85. The Terrifying Zanya Boom. Another energy blast struck near the collapsed Galactic Patrol headquarters, producing a thunderous explosion. The powerful shockwave knocked both the King of the Galaxy and Gak down to the ground. Boom. Various energies continued to detonate. Gak spat out the sand from his mouth and hurriedly assisted the King of the Galaxy to his feet, and the two fled into the distance. Mels is stationed at the Galactic Prison. We can no longer rely on him. The King of the Galaxy exclaimed as they ran. Then we're doomed. Gak said bitterly as they narrowly dodged another energy blast. Just then, a laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha ha. The Saiyan race is indeed all gathered here. Let them perish. Above them, Bojack and his four companions descended from the northern edge of the galaxy. They hovered ominously in the sky, bombarding the galactic headquarters mercilessly, sparing no life, regardless of whether it belonged to a Saiyan or not. Soon, Saions began to fall victim to Bojack's relentless assault. Wasn't Bojack sealed by the King of Worlds and the others? What do we do? What do we do? The King of the Galaxy was at a loss as he witnessed the chaos unfolding. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shot towards them from the distance. Gak turned his head and exclaimed excitedly, King of the Galaxy, it's King Vegeta. Guldo and Frieza had perished at the hands of the Super Saiyans. King Vegeta could also transform into a Super Saiyan. We are saved. However, the King of the Galaxy cautioned, we cannot rely on him to hold them off. We must escape first. Having remained in this position for so long, he was well aware of many secrets, including the nature of the 5 thugs known as Bojack. Years ago, in their efforts to seal these 5, the 4 kings had nearly lost their lives at their hands. Bojack and his crew were not foes that King Vegeta could contend with. Could it be that even the Super Saiyans are their match? We must flee first. We can think of a way to inform Mels later. We have no choice but to rely on Mels. In the sky, upon seeing the golden light approaching, Bojack and his comrades halted their assault, gazing forward with mocking expressions. Zangya smiled and remarked, Boss, his power seems quite formidable. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Why would such a meager power draw the attention of Tawa? Bojack glanced at King Vegeta and shook his head. Who are you? King Vegeta, witnessing the multitude of Saiyan corpses strewn across the ground, felt his anger boiling over. However, after spending 2 months on Earth, he had learned to sense energy. He detected the formidable strength of Bojack and his 4 companions, realizing that their power was overwhelmingly vast. Charging at them would be tantamount to suicide. In truth, King Vegeta's sensing abilities were not flawed. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, which amplified his combat power 50-fold, he only reached a battle power of 150 million. As for Bojack, not to mention his own might, consider his subordinates, Gogeta possessed a battle power of 1 billion. Bujin had 900 million, and Bido boasted a power of 2 billion. The most trusted of Bojack's subordinates, Zangya, wielded an astonishing battle power of 1.7 billion. They were in an entirely different league. Boss, allow me to eliminate him. Zangya disregarded King Vegeta's inquiry, stepping forward with a hint of excitement in her voice. I truly cannot fathom how such a pathetic race could capture Tao's attention. Go ahead, kill him, and then we shall eradicate the entire Saiyan race. Indeed. A glimmer of bloodlust flashed in Zangya's beautiful eyes as she licked her lips and vanished from the sky in an instant. The atmosphere grew tense and foreboding. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloped King Vegeta, causing his scalp to prickle. He could not discern Zangya's movements. With a swish, her graceful form merely flickered in the air. And King Vegeta suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, crashing violently to the ground. Boom! A deep pit formed in the earth. In the pit, King Vegeta clutched his abdomen, gasping for breath as blood poured from his mouth. I am a Super Saiyan. How could this be possible? This is so infuriating. He had been provoked by Bardock, and after much effort had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet he could not withstand even a single blow. I refuse to accept this. King Vegeta lay on the ground, coughing up more blood, his pupils beginning to fade. On King Kai's planet, panic ensued. This is bad. We cannot reach Lord Grand Kai. Without his assistance, we are utterly powerless against Bojack and his crew. The universe is surely doomed. The voices of the East, West, and South Kais were filled with urgency. Wait, King Vegeta has gone to confront Bojack and the others. The Northern Kai suddenly shouted, his two antennae on his forehead shaking wildly. What has become of the Super Saiyan, the diminutive winter melon? At this moment, the three Kai were utterly at a loss. Their only hope rested upon the words of the Northern Kai regarding King Vegeta. Soon, the Northern Kai shook his head. A bitter expression etched across his face. Indeed, the gap is insurmountable, he lamented. King Vegeta cannot even withstand a single attack from Zangya. Upon hearing the Northern Kai's words, the other three Kai were filled with disbelief. Is the disparity truly so vast? However, as they recalled the past encounters with Bojack and his gang, silence enveloped them once more. They were acutely aware of the strength possessed by Bojack's 5 comrades. Aside from Bojack himself, Zangya was undoubtedly the strongest. Thus, it was only natural that the so-called Super Saiyan could not contend with Zangya. At that moment, the Northern Kai's antennae began to tremble uncontrollably, and he widened his eyes in alarm. Goku, you foolish imbecile. Did I not instruct you to refrain from intervening? Why do you not heed my words? Chapter 86. Goku, Super Saiyan full power at the galactic headquarters. Just as King Vegeta's energy was nearing its complete dissipation, suddenly, 2 figures materialized in the sky. These 2 individuals, with golden hair and azure eyes, exuded no aura and maintained a remarkably stable presence. The newcomers were none other than Goku and Vegeta. Father! Vegeta exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the near-unconscious King Vegeta in the deep pit, his eyes filled with anguish. He promptly utilized instant transmission to appear beside King Vegeta, shattering a Senzu bean and placing it in his father's mouth. Meanwhile, Goku had already engaged Zangya in combat. The 2 figures clashed fiercely in the sky. Bang! Bang! The shockwaves from their collisions reverberated like ferocious beasts, further wreaking havoc upon the already battered Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the distance, Bojack squinted, remarking, this Super Saiyan seems slightly stronger than the previous one. Gobi scoffed dismissively, only marginally so. If you were to take action, boss, you wouldn't even need the dark power bestowed by Tawa to eliminate him. Enough of this watching. Let us all take action and utterly annihilate the Saiyan race. Bojack cackled menacingly, waving his hand. Gobi, Bukin, and Baido nodded in unison and descended upon the surviving Saiyans below. With a flourish, the 3 figures transformed into a relentless force, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks. Bang! Bang! The Saiyans exploded like fireworks, their demise swift and tragic. As time passed, even Bibbert and Gracie fell victim to the hands of the 3. Raditz and Theodore were not present. They had ventured out on a mission, narrowly escaping this calamity. An increasing number of Saiyans perished at the hands of the demon, Gobia. How detestable! In the sky, Goku pushed Zanjiao away with both hands, sending him tumbling hundreds of meters. He witnessed the tragic loss of his kin and yearned to intervene. You think you can escape me? Not a chance. A voice, laced with seduction, echoed in Goku's ear. When had this happened? Goku's pupils dilated in shock, and he was struck hard on the side of the face by a formidable fist, his visage contorting as he transformed into a projectile, plummeting toward the ground. Meanwhile, on the ground, after consuming a Senzu bean, King Vegeta regained his strength. Rising to his feet, he beheld the devastation of his people, fury surging within him. Vegeta, hurry and save them. Yet, upon witnessing the horrific scene before him, Vegeta's heart tightened. These were his subjects. Unforgivable. With a resounding roar, a burst of golden light shot into the sky, vanishing in an instant. King Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden energy, racing toward Gobia and his allies. In the sky, Goku freed himself from Zanjia's grasp and noticed Vegeta had finally made his move, allowing him a moment of calm. Who are you? He had sensed this presence on Earth not long ago, and the North Kai had advised him to refrain from involvement. But having encountered such formidable foes, he felt compelled to spar with them. Otherwise, he would be left restless. Of course, although he might be naive, he was not foolish. Goku understood his own strength. Venturing recklessly to the edge of the northern galaxy would not be a sparring match, but rather an invitation to be beaten. Thus, he took Vegeta to the hyperbolic time chamber, where they trained for 2 years. Who could have anticipated that upon emerging, Bojack and his allies would arrive at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Kid, your strength is quite impressive. You've managed to withstand me for so long. Zanjia hovered in the air, regarding Goku with a hint of wariness. This Super Saiyan was different from the previous one. The power emanating from him was frightening. Kakarot. Our kin are being slaughtered. Stop wasting time and eliminate them. At that moment, Vegeta engaged Gobia and his companions, quickly inflicting severe injuries upon them. He bellowed toward Goku in the sky. Gazing down at Vegeta and King Vegeta, Goku felt an overwhelming surge of power erupt within him. Boom. The sheer force shook the heavens, sending tremors through the skies. Zanjiao was taken aback. Your power. You are the second individual to witness my full power state. Go to hell. The first, naturally, is Vegeta. After defeating Cooler, a span of 6 months passed, during which Goku's base power level surged to 10 million. His Super Saiyan transformation yielded a mere 500 million, still significantly inferior compared to the 5 warriors spoken of by King Kai. Thus, he took Vegeta into the hyperbolic time chamber, where they resided for 2 years. Utilizing the Senzu beans, they recovered from the brink of death, and within that time, Goku's power escalated to 50 million. When transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power amplified 50-fold, reaching a staggering 2.5 billion. Vegeta, however, only achieved a battle power of 2.4 billion in his Super Saiyan form, forever the second fiddle. Moreover, the two of them successfully attained a remarkably stable Super Saiyan state, which Goku named the Super Saiyan Full Power State. Upon entering this state, Goku transformed into a being almost unrecognizable from his normal self. He emanated an aura of malevolence, his gaze chillingly cold. In an instant, he vanished from the sky, only to reappear behind Zanjia. When did this happen? Zanjia felt a shiver run down her spine as she turned around, only to meet a formidable fist. Bang! Her abdomen was struck, causing a wave of bile to surge from her stomach, violently expelled. Agonizing pain radiated throughout her body. Boom! Boom! Within mere seconds, Goku unleashed a torrent of over 100 strikes upon Zanjia, leaving her utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, on the ground, Vegeta was engaged in combat with the 3 warriors from Bojack's crew, the 2 friends pressing their opponents mercilessly. On King Kai's planet, King Kai, who had been berating Goku as a fool, was rendered speechless upon witnessing this scene. The 3 Kai's voices echoed. Shorty, what is happening? How goes the battle? Bojack isn't annihilating your North Galaxy, is he? Destroy? King Kai, elated, began a little dance. Ha! How could it be destroyed? My North Galaxy is saved. Based on his understanding of Goku and Vegeta, he believed these two were only slightly stronger than Frieza. Previously, they struggled against Cooler, unable to defeat him until Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the 3 Super Saiyans united to vanquish Cooler. This was why he had advised Goku to refrain from involving himself with Bojack. Who could have imagined that merely 6 months later, Goku and Vegeta had grown to such extraordinary heights? At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, boom, the sky reverberated with the sounds of explosions, while shadows intertwined upon the ground. Sun Wukong and another figure clashed against the 4 henchmen of Bojack, as King Vegeta endeavored to rescue the severely injured Saiyans. In the heavens above, Bojack, observing the scene, furrowed his brow in discontent. How could these 2 Super Saiyans possess such formidable strength? Upon closer inspection, he noted the peculiar state of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Aside from their superior strength compared to King Vegeta, The aura emanating from Sun Wukong and Vegeta was notably serene, in stark contrast to the violent energy surrounding King Vegeta. What Bojack failed to understand was that this was the full power of the Super Saiyan. Although this state still imposed a burden on the body, it was significantly less taxing than that of a standard Super Saiyan. Furthermore, in this state, the chaotic energy within them was greatly diminished, which explained their apparent tranquility. Suddenly, Zanjia, unable to contain herself, broke free from Sun Wukong's grasp and soared away. Fixating her gaze upon him, she was astounded by the sheer might of this Super Saiyan. Gritting her teeth, Zanjia harbored a desire to annihilate Sun Wukong. In the past, she would have never dared to confront someone of such power. However, having been rescued by Tawa and bestowed with a dark power, the circumstances had changed. With a thunderous roar, a dark aura began to envelop Zanjia. Simultaneously, the three battered fighters, Gobi and his companions, were also engulfed in this malevolent energy. The temperature of the battlefield plummeted dramatically. The sinister aura spread forth, reaching the Earth, causing the Z-fighters to look up in alarm. It extended throughout the North Galaxy, reminiscent of a chilling inferno, as the coldness pierced to the bone. The four Kais of the North trembled at the sight. In the Kaioshin realm, beneath a grand tree, Xian reported to the old Kaioshin about the number of planets he had recently created. Master, I have created 10 new planets. Is that excessive? Excessive? Not at all. The few planets you've created could be obliterated by a mere sneeze from a thin little skeleton. The old Kaioshin sat on the ground, gazing at his young relative, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Xian's face was etched with frustration. What kind of elder was this, who would even look down upon a young Kaioshin, tarnishing the dignity of the Kaioshin's face? Suddenly, the crystal ball on the ground flickered to life, revealing a dark scene. The image was shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a hellish abyss. Then, the scene shifted, showcasing two blonde-haired, blue-eyed Saiyans being mercilessly pummeled by four figures cloaked in darkness. Master! Asen cried out in a state of urgency. What? What is happening? The old Kaioshin was startled, springing to his feet and inadvertently stepping on his little royal nephew, who was about to unleash a torrent of curses. Asen pointed at the crystal ball on the ground and shouted, Ancestor, look quickly. The old Kaioshin paused, bewildered by the boy's frenzy, and glanced downward. Dark energy, my goodness, he exclaimed, taken aback once more, as he inadvertently stepped on the little royal nephew again. Ancestor, what is dark energy? Asen inquired. Did I not tell you before? Dark energy is possessed solely by the denizens of the dark demon realm. The old Kaioshin crouched beside the crystal ball, furrowing his brow. The power of these two Super Saiyans is commendable and their state seems stable, yet they are woefully outmatched against those for exuding dark energy. The crystal ball continued to display the scene of Goku and Vegeta being pummeled. It must be noted that when Goku entered his full-power Super Saiyan state, his battle power soared to 5 billion. Vegeta, too, possessed a battle power of 4 billion. Ancestor, are these two not kin of Lewis? This is dire. They are on the brink of being slain. Asen's words barely escaped his lips before the crystal ball revealed Goku with a broken right arm and Vegeta with a gaping wound in his abdomen from an energy blast. Both warriors coughed blood, and just as they were about to be killed, they pressed their fingers to their foreheads and vanished in an instant. They had utilized the instant transmission of Yardrat. The old Kaioshin patted his chest in relief. Thank goodness they can instant transmission, otherwise they would surely be doomed. Asen pointed at the crystal ball again, shouting, Ancestor, they have returned. In the crystal ball, Goku and Vegeta reappeared in their prime, returning to the battlefield to continue their clash with Zanjia and his companions. Wait, the old Kaioshin exclaimed, taken aback. How did these two suddenly recover? And even seem somewhat stronger than before? But what good does their recovery do? He shook his head. With the dark power bestowed upon them, those four strength will multiply exponentially. The disparity in power is glaringly evident. These two Super Saiyans cannot possibly contend with them. Before harnessing dark power, the strengths of Zanjia and his cohorts were as follows. Gogaya possessed a battle power of 1 billion. Bukin had a battle power of 900 million. Baidu's battle power stood at 2 billion. And Zanjia himself boasted a battle power of 7 billion. According to the old Kaioshin, once they wielded dark power, their battle powers would all surpass 10 billion. What should we do? Asen clenched his fists, overwhelmed by the sheer might of Zanjia and his team. Moreover, the malevolent aura they emitted was profoundly unsettling. Asen perceived the ominous presence of Majin Buu within Zanjia and the others, causing an involuntary surge of anxiety to envelop him. Asen, have you noticed? That spectator has emerged as the strongest among them. The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow upon catching sight of Bojack, lamenting. These two Super Saiyans cannot even best those four inept foes, let alone the one who merely observes. What shall we do? Asen, on the verge of tears, exclaimed. Lord Beerus and Luis have both departed from Universe 7. This is a catastrophe. The old Kaioshin, equally distressed, paced restlessly within the Kaioshin realm. Upon emerging from the Kaioshin sword, he discovered that Universe 7 languished in the second-to-last position across the multiverse rankings. It was evident that the earthly universe was devoid of formidable warriors. Over the past decade, with his guidance and Luis's destruction, Universe 7 had indeed flourished. Yet its ranks of mighty fighters remained woefully sparse. The old Kaioshin had only encountered the mightiest mortals in the forms of those two Super Saiyans displayed within the crystal ball, with Luis and Beerus absent. The seventh universe is destined to be ravaged by those dark and ominous beings. The old Kai's expression grew increasingly anxious, his pace quickening. Suddenly, a bell chimed in his ear, and his eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Chapter 88. The Fusion Warriors in the Crystal Ball. Goku and Vegeta were once again severely injured by Zangya and her companions. Fortunately, they could instantaneously teleport, each time they faced life and death. Goku and Vegeta would use their instantaneous movement to escape from the Galactic Patrol headquarters. After recovering, they returned to confront Zangya and her group once more. This situation is utterly untenable. The atmosphere in the Kaioshin realm grew ever more tense, and Asen was on the verge of tears. Ancestor, without Lord Beerus and Luis, the seventh universe is doomed. Doomed, my foot. I am still here. The old Kai glared intently at the images in the crystal ball. Asen turned his head, regarding the old Kai with a puzzled expression, and remarked, Ancestor, with your frail arms and legs, do you truly believe you can contend with those five? Asen's incredulous gaze left the old Kai speechless. He suddenly leaped up and struck Asen on the head. Ouch! Ancestor, what was that for? I never said I would fight. The old Kai lowered his head again, fixating on the two figures in the crystal ball, his fingers brushing against the bells in his ear as his eyes brightened further. What promising candidates! Asen, with a face full of exasperation, stared at the old Kai. What do you mean by promising candidates at a time like this? The ones you speak of are currently being pinned down and overwhelmed. Young one, would you like to witness the Fusion Warriors? Ancestor, what are Fusion Warriors? The Fusion Warriors. The old Kai gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his face etched with bitterness as he seemed to recall an unspeakable past. Once, I too was a handsome youth, cursed by that wretched old witch. Enough chatter. Quickly summon Jebbet. The old Kai shook his head and shouted at Asen. Asen immediately recoiled, understanding that while his ancestor often appeared unreliable, he had grown to realize that the old Kai was indeed a highly capable deity. Given the urgency of the situation, his ancestor must have concocted a plan, so he hurried off to find Jebbet. Before long, Jebbet arrived. As long as I am here, the seventh universe shall not perish. The old Kai removed 2 earrings from his ears and handed them to Jebbet. Jebbet, you must give these earrings to those 2 Super Saiyans. They each need to wear one. Understood, esteemed old Kai. Jebbet did not inquire further. He had already grasped the gravity of the situation. With the 2 earrings in hand, he vanished instantaneously from the spot. After Jebbet's departure, Saiyan removed the Patala earrings from his ears and pondered, Ancestors, what purpose do these earrings serve? Can they indeed save the 7th universe? Did I not just mention the Fusion Warriors? The old Kaioshin smiled knowingly and replied, these earrings enable 2 individuals to merge, creating a wholly new and formidable warrior. The might of such a fusion warrior is truly formidable. Should those 2 Super Saiyans in the crystal ball unite, they might even stand a chance against Luis. Luis is the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, whose strength rivals that of Beerus himself. The old Supreme Kai proclaimed that a warrior formed by the fusion of 2 Patera earrings could even contend with Luis. This revelation left Asen breathless, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Ancestor, does this mean our 7th universe has hope? Rest assured, as long as the fusion is successful, those 5 inept beings will surely stand no chance against the fused warrior, even if dark powers are involved. The old Supreme Kai took the Patera earrings from Asen and carefully placed them back on her, gravely stating, when 2 mortals use the Patera earrings, their fusion lasts for 1 hour. However, the rules differ for Kaioshin. If two Kaioshin wear them simultaneously, they will be fused together for eternity. The old Supreme Kai gently patted Asin's head, sighing, "Remember, young one, the Kaioshin earrings must never be removed lightly." As he spoke, he recalled that wretched witch, a thought that infuriated him. The notion of eternal fusion sent a shiver down Asin's spine as she envisioned merging with others. Yet, why did her ancestors' tone seem so peculiar? Had he experienced such a thing before? Meanwhile, the tumult in the 7th universe continued to surge, while a spectrum of colors erupted in the realm of the 10th universe's destroyer. Before the destroyer's palace, four figures materialized upon the purple grass. None other than Lewis and his companions. As Lewis descended to the ground, he beheld Ramsey, Abraham, the prospective harbinger of destruction, Guavas, Zamas, and Kess awaiting him. "I have had the honor of meeting Lord Ramsey, Lord Guavas, and Miss Kess." Lewis stepped forward and offered a respectful bow, followed by Tai Si, who gracefully returned the gesture. Kashi nodded, revealing two charming dimples, and remarked, "It seems this challenging journey has significantly enhanced your abilities." In her keen observation, she noted that Lewis's strength was on the verge of breaking into the divine realm, far more formidable than before. She was aware that Lewis had the capacity to transform, and should he do so, it was highly probable that his power might ascend to the 3rd tier of the divine realm. In truth, Lewis had yet to transcend to that 3rd tier. However, he had reached a critical impasse, with the next step being a breakthrough to that level. Furthermore, Kashi discerned that Lewis exhibited an extraordinary naturalness in his demeanor, imbued with an alluring quality, as if vulnerabilities lurked in every moment. She understood that Lewis had seamlessly integrated combat awareness and technique into his very being, rendering them instinctual. This phenomenon resembled a simplified version of the state of ease, albeit without the exaggerated attributes associated with it. In essence, it was a more accessible form of the state of ease, which, unlike its true counterpart, did not deplete vast reserves of stamina. Such a level of combat prowess had previously been achieved solely by Beerus. After the passage of 6 months, it was astonishing to witness Lewis attaining this milestone as well. "Ha ha ha, what a relief." Lewis scratched his head, exuding a somewhat endearing simplicity. At that moment, Ramsey turned to Lewis and remarked with a hint of nonchalance, "Ultimately, we have arrived at my 10th universe." After Lewis vanquished Katra, he embarked on a relentless conquest from the 1st universe to the 9th, leaving no realm capable of impeding his advance. Each universe became but a stepping stone for him. Now, it is his turn. Ramsey turned to look at Beerus, clenching his fists, and said, "If the scrawny one wishes to forego the challenge against me, so be it. However, should you traverse my 10th universe to confront others, you would find a mortal there who has honed his strength to its zenith. Would it not be more advantageous to spar with that Jiren instead?" The other gods of destruction had already been reduced to mere platforms for Lewis's ascent, and Ramsey was resolute in not becoming just another experience point for this young upstart. His tone caused Zamas to pause momentarily. Was it not merely a challenge from the candidate for the 7th universe's god of destruction? Why did it seem so grave? Nonetheless, rumors suggested that the candidate from the 7th universe possessed the ability to annihilate and had already dispatched Katra from the 4th universe. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain. Thomas's gaze remained fixed on Lewis, who fortuitously met his eyes. Chapter 89, Vegeto. Zamas truly is a fascinating candidate for the Supreme Kai. Lewis smiled faintly to himself. In the realm of super anime, Zamasu, as the candidate for the Supreme Kai, lacks mastery in his mental cultivation. Or perhaps it is simply that he is inherently an anti-human entity. This fellow Zamasu harbored intentions to obliterate all of humanity, only to be eradicated by the Omni King's decisive intervention. It remains uncertain whether he has entertained such thoughts at this juncture. While Lewis observed Zamasu, the god of destruction from Universe 10 was causing a commotion akin to a bustling marketplace. Skinny Ribs, besides that gluttonous pig from Universe 6. Who else would dare refer to me in such a manner? How dare you? Speak of life and death later, I ask you. Can you traverse my Universe 10 and directly challenge it? You shall not call me Skinny Ribs. I refuse. Ramsey pointed at Beerus, his eyes ablaze with fury, his chest heaving with indignation. That insufferable Skinny Ribs still annoys me. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent between Beerus and Ramsey, Guavas quickly intervened. Lord Ramsey, please calm down. It is merely a matter of accepting Lewis's challenge. Agreeing to it is no great concern. Guavas's words elicited an eye roll from Ramsey, pondering how he would feel should he become a mere stepping stone for Lewis. Very well then. Let it be. Ramsey understood that evasion from this challenge was futile. After all the previous gods of destruction had been bested by Lewis. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Ramsey. Lewis smiled and exchanged a knowing glance with Weiss. Weiss nodded, intent on turning to Kess, who also acknowledged him with a slight nod. The two siblings were poised to ascend into the skies to prepare the battlefield of the void. Suddenly, Weiss's staff erupted with a brilliant glow, radiating the formidable power of the second layer of the divine realm. Weiss's pupils dilated in shock, and he exclaimed, "Weiss, what is happening?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by the power of the second layer of the divine realm? Is it truly necessary to be so astonished? Both of the candidates for the god of destruction present possess this level of power. Not to mention the true gods of destruction, Beerus and Rams. Lord Beerus, we have a candidate for the god of destruction level expert appearing in our 7th universe. Weiss quickly announced after inspecting with his staff. What? Beerus gasped, taken aback. When did our universe acquire such a formidable expert? Not only was Beerus startled, but Lewis also shared in his astonishment. Lewis himself possesses the power of the second layer of the divine realm, fully aware of the implications of such strength. According to the narrative of Dragon Ball, it is unexpected for a being of such caliber to emerge at this juncture. Could it be that the Earth is facing a monumental crisis? Soon, Beerus arrived at the same conclusion. Both he and Lewis departed from Universe 7. The emergence of such formidable beings within Universe 7 is alarming. If these are the entities responsible for the destruction of universes, then both the Elder Kaishin and Shin would certainly meet their demise. If the Elder Kaishin and Shin perish, then Beerus himself would be doomed. Beerus shouted, "Lewis, we must return swiftly. Indeed, let us hasten back." Lewis nodded and turned to Lord Ramsey, saying, "My lord, we have encountered a predicament in the 7th universe. We shall engage in our sparring at another time. For now, I must take my leave." With that, Lewis grasped Ty's hand, along with Beerus and Weiss, and vanished from the spot using instant transmission. The swift disappearance of Luis left Ramsey utterly astonished. Wasn't it supposed to be a sparring session? Wasn't I to be used as a stepping stone? Why did they suddenly flee? No, this cannot be. A master from the 3rd layer of the divine realm. Another candidate at the level of a destroyer god has emerged in the 7th universe. Impossible. Ramsey felt a surge of envy and resentment. Meanwhile, Zama's, standing beside him, paid no heed to Ramsey's expression, his gaze fixated on the spot where Luis had vanished. He had intended to inquire about Zama's views on humanity, but the latter merely shook his head slightly, regaining the tranquil demeanor befitting a supreme Kai. As for Kess, she found it rather peculiar. She noticed that Weiss, upon arriving in the 10th universe, seemed hesitant to speak, as if he had something to convey but found it difficult to articulate. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, the crystal ball displayed a scene, for shadowy figures clad in black relentlessly assaulted Goku and Vegeta. These 4 formidable warriors, each boasting battle powers in the billions, overwhelmed the 2 Saiyans, who were unable to withstand the onslaught. The Galactic Patrol headquarters was violently obliterated under the force of their immense power. Fortunately, Luis had once made a wish to the Eternal Dragon, enabling the Saiyans to survive in the void of space. Thus, Goku and Vegeta managed to endure amidst the cosmic expanse. After sustaining severe injuries from the attacks of the 4 warriors, they took King Vegeta away, consumed the Senzu beans, and returned to the battlefield to continue their fight. Goku and Vegeta's powers surged with each grievous wound. Goku's strength skyrocketed from 2.5 billion to an astonishing 0 billion, while Vegeta's power ascended from 2.4 billion to 2.8 billion. Nevertheless, they ultimately proved unable to defeat the 4 warriors, who possessed battle powers exceeding 100 billion. Asen crouched on the ground, gazing at the images on the crystal ball, his small fists clenched tightly. Luis possesses the divine ability of instantaneous movement, transporting everyone directly to the cosmic barrier, where he shattered it effortlessly. Upon emerging from the 10th universe, he then traversed to the 7th universe, arriving at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol in the Northern Galaxy. Within this realm, for individuals boasting combat powers exceeding billions confronted the chaos. Chapter 90. The unparalleled charm of Vegeta, the planet housing the Galactic Patrol headquarters, has been obliterated, leaving only devastation in the wake of the Galactic King, Gak. All life within has perished, and the entire star domain is suffused with a pungent stench of blood. As various violent energies surge forth, reminiscent of a realm ruled by deities of death, a sight that sends shivers down one's spine. In the shadows, Tova, wielding her staff, observes the tumult outside. Initially, she had intended for her experimental subjects to intervene, but to her surprise, it appears that Bojack and his 5 companions possess considerable strength. Tova, witnessing Goku and his allies being ruthlessly assaulted by Zangya and her quartet, reveals a faint smile. Her purpose for coming here is to eradicate the Saiyan race and subsequently summon Tais and Luis back to Earth. In due time, Demigra and the 4 dark gods of the demon realm will take matters into their own hands. It is inconceivable that they cannot capture Luis or eliminate a mere mortal. By ensuring the complete annihilation of the Saiyan lineage and subsequently slaying Tais, their mission will be fulfilled. This, in turn, will undoubtedly provoke Luis's wrath, leading to his descent into darkness. Once Luis succumbs to darkness, he shall awaken his former memories, inevitably returning to the ranks of the dark demon realm. Tao gazes at the outside world, observing his son Wukong and Vegeta repeatedly vanish and reappear. Their powers continue to escalate, yet when compared to Zangya, who wields dark energy, they remain woefully inferior. These two are destined to fail in rescuing the Saiyan race, and they will ultimately fall at the hands of Zangya and his companions. Soon, Tao witnesses Bojack preparing to strike. Lord Luis, do not hold it against me. I am merely considering the interests of your dark demon realm. In the shadows, Tao covers her rosy lips, emitting a tantalizing laugh. Suddenly, a figure materializes in the external realm, presenting 2 earrings to Son Wukong and Vegeta, exchanging a few words before vanishing into thin air. In swift succession, Son Wukong and Vegeta don the earrings simultaneously. A dazzling spectrum of light ascends, a colossal surge of power sweeping across the entire star domain, permeating every corner of the 7th universe. The Z-fighters on Earth look up. It is the aura of Vegeta and Son Wukong. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai, initially filled with joy, is plunged into despair upon witnessing the scene at the galactic headquarters, his body trembling. This power, it belongs to the level of a candidate destroyer god. Shorty, what on earth is this power? Has the Grand Kai intervened? Speak quickly. The other 3 Kais shout anxiously. It must be the Supreme Kai's intervention. Our universe is saved. Shorty clenches his fists, his face flushed with excitement. The 3 Kais, initially taken aback, ponder for a moment before erupting in joyous exclamations. The Supreme Kai. The legendary Supreme Kai. Shorty, you cannot be deceiving me. This power is so immense. Only the legendary Supreme Kai could possess such strength. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Tao is left speechless. How is this possible? These mere mortals can unleash such formidable power. The extermination plan for the Saiyan race seems doomed. Just as Tao wallows in despair, she suddenly sees 4 figures emerge in the external realm. Luis, Tais, Beerus, and Whis. Ha, they truly have returned. Tao's expression of disappointment morphs into one of joy. She had thought she would need to travel to Earth and eliminate all of Tais' relatives to lure Luis back. Yet, before that plan could be put into action, Luis was drawn back. It seems that her Lord Luis truly holds the Saiyan race in high regard. Surprised as it may be, Tova dared not linger for too long, for both Whis and Beerus had returned. Consequently, Tova brandished her staff and opened a rift in space, hastily fleeing from the scene. Now, it was time for the 5 great demon gods to make their entrance. Outside, at the original location of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, suddenly, 4 figures materialized against the starry sky, and there, before them, stood an extraordinarily handsome individual, Vegeta. Luis gazed intently at Vegeta ahead, adorned with patera earrings. Vegeta donned an orange short-sleeved tank top, complemented by a deep blue turtle school uniform. Particularly striking was his enigmatic, confident smile, which mirrored that of the animated Vegeta perfectly. A kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling brilliance. He was extraordinarily handsome. This paragon of attractiveness truly resembled me in his charm. Luis was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming from the corners of his mouth. Beside him, Tais was taken aback. Luis's expression was rather frightening. Beerus and Whis were also somewhat bewildered. After all, what was the fuss about a mere second-tier deity? They had no inkling of the esteemed position Vegito held in Luis's heart. This was Vegito. In the anime, whenever the stakes were high, Vegito or Gogeta would invariably turn the tide. As for whether they could ultimately vanquish their foes through fusion, and the question of their temperament, Luis cared not for such trivialities. After all, Handsomeness is a lifelong affair, and Vegito was undeniably stunning. Lewis, what's the matter with you? He looks so familiar, Beerus remarked, glancing at Vegito. Initially, the emergence of this second-tier deity had startled him. The power of a second-tier deity could indeed obliterate the universe. If Universe 7 were to be annihilated, both the old Kai and Shin would be doomed. For the lives of the Kai and the Destroyer are intertwined, and he would certainly not escape unscathed. Fortunately, Universe 7 had not been destroyed. Returning to the scene, he also noticed the 5 figures shrouded in dark energy. He refrained from acting hastily, primarily because Vegito seemed somewhat familiar. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Lewis suppressed his excitement. Did you not notice the earrings by Vegito's ear? Vegito's earrings? Beerus paused, soon realizing the significance of the earrings adorning Vegito's ear, Patera earrings. Fusion warriors. Beerus was well aware of the Patera earrings' purpose. Long ago, the old Kai had fused with that old witch due to the Patera earrings. What is the meaning of this? Who are the 2 individuals that fused? Why do they possess the Kai's earrings? Beerus seethed with rage. The possession of Patera earrings implied that those 2 had indeed interacted with the Kai. If they harbored nefarious intentions, the Kai would surely be doomed. And if the Kai were to perish, so too would he. Chapter 91. The annihilation of Zangya. The more Beerus pondered, the more terrified he became. A surge of purple energy erupted from him, and the aura of destruction enveloped the entire Universe 7. There was no doubt. This was undoubtedly the scheme of the old Kai. Lewis embraced himself, gazing intently ahead, and spoke calmly. Did you not perceive the dark aura emanating from those 5 individuals? We have been away from the 7th universe for far too long. If we cannot return in time, the 7th universe will face its doom. Without us, the Grand Kaioshin is left with no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Did you not observe the formidable power of that fused warrior? With Vegeta in the fray, Bojack and his companions pose no significant threat. Moreover, you are acquainted with the 2 individuals who have undergone fusion. Luis also recognized the identities of Bojack and his companions, astonished that they had appeared here before the saga of Shara had even commenced. Upon hearing this, Beerus nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was likely the handiwork of that old rascal. The anger that had simmered within Beerus dissipated instantly. However, upon hearing about the fusion of those 2 individuals, whom he also recognized, he inquired with a sense of curiosity. I am familiar with their identities as well. Lewis, with a hint of irritation, remarked, it is indeed Kakarot and Vegeta. The name Vegito is so distinctive, complemented by his striking appearance that embodies the characteristics of both Kakarot and Vegeta. How could one not notice this? It is quite astonishing. The 2 of them left Beerus in a state of bewilderment. Son Goku and Vegeta are of Lewis's lineage, and during his time on Earth, he had come to recognize their remarkable talents. It was just 6 months prior that they had vanquished the formidable Cooler. Little did he anticipate that their fusion would elevate their power to the 2nd tier of divine strength, a level befitting a candidate for the role of a destroyer god. Now, Vegito is ready to take action. Lewis embraced his arms, gazing intently ahead, eagerly anticipating the display of the magnificent and formidable Vegeta. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the inky void of the cosmos as Vegeta emerged, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, transformed into a Super Saiyan. He wielded the power of the 2nd tier of the God realm. The sheer potency was staggering. Suspended in the celestial expanse, Vegeta clenched his fists. The cataclysmic energy swirling within him was utterly captivating. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the Galactic Patrol headquarters had long since vanished, and the Saiyan race had suffered devastating losses in this battle. An aura of lethal intent permeated the air. What is happening? How can the 2 of you merge? Gogeta stood astonished, terror-stricken by Vegeta's might. It is now my turn. Prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta's tone was icy as he instantly vanished, reappearing behind Gogeta. With a single, thunderous punch, an unfathomable force surged forth, akin to a primordial dragon, crashing into Gogeta, who was obliterated in an instant. Yet, that was not the end. The residual force swept across the cosmos, annihilating the remnants of shattered stars floating in the void. Gulp. Zanya and her companions watched, swallowing hard at the sight. Charge. Bojack had mysteriously appeared beside the trio, shaken by Vegeta's overwhelming power. Initially intent on mercilessly slaughtering the 2 Super Saiyans, he never anticipated their fusion would amplify their strength to such extraordinary heights. Gogeta, too, stood no chance. Having been effortlessly vanquished in a single blow, Bojack was filled with regret, lamenting why he hadn't eliminated those two Super Saiyans at the first opportunity. Hearing Bojack's command, Zangya and her companions, though gripped by fear, advanced toward Vegeta. They understood Bojack's temperament well. Disobedience would surely lead to dire consequences. Bujin, radiating an ominous black aura, transformed into a streak of black lightning, appearing beside Vegeta. With fist and feet, he struck like a tempest. His speed so rapid that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Soon, Zangya and Bido joined the fray, unleashing their immense battle power. A tidal wave of energy surging forth like a pack of ravenous wolves. In that moment, the cosmos was filled with flickering afterimages. Despite the apparent back and forth between Vegeta and his adversaries, a keen observer would discern that Vegeta was merely toying with Zangya and the others, akin to a master walking their dog. Suddenly, Vegeta caught Bido's fist and remarked, "Ah, so this is the pleasure of toying with others. I was hoping to let you continue experiencing the taste of being played with." However, his gaze shifted to the distance, where Bojack was retreating. "Having slain my kin, you think you can escape so easily? Humph. Go to hell alongside my kin." Vegeta clenched Bido's fist with tremendous force. Oh, Bido's fist instantly exploded, unleashing a heart-wrenching cry of agony. In the next moment, a shockwave erupted from Vegeta's hand, obliterating Bido into mere fragments. A master with a combat power of 100 billion perished just like that. "You, do not come any closer." Zangya, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, wore a face of despair. She could hardly fathom that the worthless beings they had previously tormented had suddenly grown to such formidable strength. Even more shocking was that Bojack had chosen to abandon them and flee alone. At that moment, whoosh, Vegeta transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing from sight. Zanaja and Bujin breathed a sigh of relief, believing that Vegeta had indeed spared them in favor of pursuing Bojack. Suddenly, Kamehameha, a ghostly blue energy wave surged from the distance, striking the two of them. Boom! Like a cosmic explosion, their bodies twisted in an instant, and they were reduced to mere dust, vanishing entirely from the celestial expanse. Damn Saiyans! As Bojack fled into the distance, he turned back to witness this scene, his fury igniting. Those were his subordinates, companions for thousands of years, annihilated by that fused warrior. Yet, compared to his own life, their demise was inconsequential. As long as he could escape, he would grow stronger and return for vengeance. Suddenly, "Can you escape?" a voice emanated from ahead, causing Bojack's pupils to constrict as he hurriedly turned. There stood Vegeta, a finger poised at his brow, having materialized before him. How can you be so fast?" Unbeknownst to Bojack, Vegeta had employed instant transmission. As long as he could sense Bojack's energy, he could appear beside him at will. "Please, spare me." Bojack's heart raced with terror, knowing that even if he unleashed all his power, he stood no chance against the man before him. "Give me a reason not to kill you. It was Tawa who instructed me to do this." Chapter 92, Destruction of Bojack. At this moment, Vegeta was entirely under the influence of Vegeta's persona, resembling a god of death as he savagely tormented Bojack's minions. In the starry expanse, after obliterating Bido, Vegeta glanced back at Zanaja, who appeared like a sorceress. Under that frigid gaze, Zanaja felt a chill run down her spine. Suddenly, whoosh, Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring towards Bojack's direction. Zanaja and Bujin exchanged glances, both relieved, believing that Vegeta had truly spared them and chosen to pursue Bojack. Suddenly, Kamehameha, a deep azure energy wave surged towards them from afar. "No!" Zan and Jia cried out in utter despair. The impact was thunderous, reminiscent of a cosmic explosion. Their bodies twisted and, in an instant, dissipated into mere particles, vanishing entirely amidst the vastness of the universe. Damn those Saiyans! Bojack, fleeing into the distance, turned back to witness this harrowing scene, his fury igniting like wildfire. Those were his loyal subordinates, companions for thousands of years, perishing at the hands of that fusion warrior. Yet, in the grand scheme of survival, their death seemed trivial compared to his own life. If he could escape, he would grow stronger and return to exact his vengeance. In that moment, a voice pierced through the air. "Do you think you can escape?" Bojack's pupils dilated as he swiftly turned around. There stood Vegeta, his finger pressed against his forehead, having materialized before him. "How can you move so quickly?" Bojack was oblivious to the fact that Vegeta had utilized instant transmission. As long as he could sense Bojack's energy, he could appear at will. "Please, spare me." Bojack's heart raced with terror. "Why do you seek to annihilate our Saiyan race?" Vegeto's tone was icy. Originally, Sun Wukong had received word from King Kai that Bojack and his cohorts were wreaking havoc on the fringes of the North Galaxy. In a matter of days, they had arrived at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, committing heinous acts against the Saiyan people. The situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. It was Tawa who commanded me to do this. Bojack trembled, visibly shaken. In truth, fear coursed through him. The unparalleled power radiating from Vegeto was beyond that of any mortal. Even if he summoned dark energy, he doubted he could withstand even a single exchange against Vegeto. However, Bojack was acutely aware that Vegeto would not let him off the hook. He had secretly begun to channel dark energy. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lewis, who had initially wished to remain an observer, was stirred by Bojack's mention of Tawa. Luis, Bylus, and Wes exchanged glances, each bearing an expression of profound gravity. Let us proceed. In an instant, Lewis and his companions vanished, only to reappear beside Vegeta. Lewis and Vegeta exchanged a brief look of surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta declared, "Prepare to meet your demise." Bojack, noticing Vegeta's momentary lapse in vigilance, erupted with a chilling malevolence, unleashing a sinister aura that propelled his combat power to an astonishing 50 billion. Such power was akin to that of Kid Buu, and Bojack's utilization of dark energy to achieve such a feat was nothing short of astounding. Then, a pitch-black shockwave surged forth from Bojack's hand. The cosmos trembled. It was as if a tempest of darkness had arisen, enveloping the entire North Galaxy in its ominous embrace. In the face of the encroaching dark energy, Vegeta remained unfazed. His gaze fixed intently on Lewis, as if silently inquiring about his return. Vegeta's reaction filled Bojack with elation. This power was of dark energy, and although Vegeta was formidable, his carelessness would surely lead to dire consequences. Just as Bojack envisioned Vegeta's demise at his hands, a voice resonated through the starry expanse. Destruction. Lewis raised his index finger, gently tapping the approaching dark energy. Buzz. The dark energy transformed into a fleeting glimmer, vanishing in an instant. The dark essence that had enveloped the North Galaxy dissipated as if the tide had receded. The cosmic void fell into a profound silence. Who are you?" Bojack stammered, utterly astonished. He had anticipated Vegeta's downfall from his ambush, but who would have thought that this sudden arrival could neutralize his attack with but a single finger? It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. This individual must be even more formidable than Vegeta. Bojack trembled, retreating incessantly. Fool. Even a candidate for the god of destruction does not dare to act against Lewis, Vegeta remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Bojack and uttering those two words. What a sight to behold. It seems Vegeta has been online all along. Lewis waved his hand dismissively at Vegeta, then turned his gaze to Bojack. His voice cold as ice. Who did you just mention, Tawa? Beerus' expression mirrored the chill, recalling the last tumultuous encounter in the Dark Demon Realm instigated by Tawa. It was unexpected that she was once again the source of chaos. Whis observed Bojack, pondering Tawa's intentions. Indeed, her release of us was merely a prelude to annihilate your Saiyan race. Bojack unleashed his dark power, his once grim visage turning ghostly pale under the immense pressure exerted by this group. Is this all just to eliminate my Saiyan kin? Lewis and Weiss exchanged a glance, pondering whether this was an act of vengeance for their previous tumultuous escapade in the Dark Demon Realm. Beyond this, they could scarcely conceive of any other motive. If annihilating his Saiyan lineage was the intent merely for this grievance, it seemed a gross overreaction. Such actions would not extinguish my existence. Was it solely to provoke me? Lewis muttered to himself. Nevertheless, he could not deny that he was indeed enraged. After being outmaneuvered by Tawa last time, he had nearly brought about Weiss's demise during his incursion into the Dark Demon Realm. Now, Tawa had gone so far as to decimate the Saiyan race to enrage him further. Cursed Tawa. With a thunderous roar, a tempestuous power erupted from within Lewis, compressing the very fabric of space and causing violent tremors. Bojack was filled with terror. He could not sense his opponent's strength. Yet this aura was undeniably far beyond that of an ordinary being, and even Vegeta would pale in comparison. I have revealed Tawa's intentions. I implore you. Spare me. Spare you. Lewis cast a glance at Bojack, raising his hand as a sphere of purple energy coalesced within his grasp. Beside him, Vegeta tensed, sensing the lethal threat emanating from Lewis's power. Let me send you to your demise. Destruction. Lewis spoke softly, his small hand making a delicate motion, and in an instant, the destructive energy surged forth, striking Bojack. Before Bojack could even utter a cry, he vanished into the starry expanse. Beside Lewis, Ties observed the scene with an expressionless demeanor. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences after many years in his company, "I understand the rules of time. Let me give it a try," exclaimed the North Kai with exuberance, leaping from the ground in sheer excitement. Even with all his might, he barely managed to elevate himself half a meter, truly the epitome of a diminutive figure. "What is going on, diminutive one? Has the Divine King appeared to vanquish Bojack? Speak up, you're driving me mad." The other three Kais voiced their urgent inquiries. "It is not the Divine King who has appeared. It is the candidate destroyer who has returned." The North Kai, whose planet had once been diminished by Beerus, knew that the other Kais were aware of the destroyer's existence. However, the mention of the candidate destroyer piqued their curiosity. When did Lord Beerus take on an apprentice? Diminutive one? What is the matter? The three Kais had shifted their focus from Bojack to their newfound intrigue regarding Beerus's apprentice. "You were unaware, I see." The North Kai, in high spirits, began to regale the others with tales of Lewis. In the realm of the Supreme Kais, a Shing crouched upon the grass, gazing intently at the crystal ball, his excitement palpable. "Ancestor, this fusion warrior is astonishingly powerful." The elder Supreme Kai lifted his chin slightly, responding with a hint of pride. "This is the might of the fusion warrior. There is much for you to learn, young one." "Indeed." A Shing nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. With Vegeta on their side, Bojack's defeat was assured. Suddenly, four figures materialized within the crystal ball. "Ancestor, Lord Beerus and his companions have returned." A Shing's face flushed with excitement as he leapt from the ground. Soon after, he witnessed Lewis defeating Bojack. Overcome with exhilaration, a Shing clenched his fists. "Lewis is incredibly powerful. I must take him to vanquish Majin Buu once and for all." Years ago, he had seized the opportunity to ambush Bibidi while he was sealing Majin Buu, subsequently bringing the sealed creature to Earth. As long as Majin Buu remained alive, a Shing could not find peace. Meanwhile, the elder Supreme Kai, upon seeing the figures of Beerus and his companions, let out a sigh of relief. Those two have finally returned. He had endured immense pressure during their absence. A Shing was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With Beerus and Lewis away, he had been their only hope. Fortunately, two exceptionally powerful Super Saiyans had emerged in Universe 7, merging through the Patera earrings. Even if Beerus and the others could not return in time, with Vegeta present, Bojack was far from a threat. However, if the Dark Demon Realm were to strike against Universe 7 once more, even Vegeta might struggle to withstand such an assault. The universe cannot endure an extended absence of the God of Destruction. The timely return of Beerus and his companions has truly reassured the old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin gazed once more at the crystal ball, observing Lewis, who had departed from Universe 7 for over 6 months to embark on a cosmic challenge journey. Now, he beheld Lewis once again. The formidable power of Lewis is on the verge of transcending to the second tier of the divine realm. The old Kai is aware that Lewis possesses the ability to transform further, should he undergo another metamorphosis. It is highly conceivable that his strength will ascend to the third tier of the divine domain. Every action of Lewis is imbued with seduction, poised to initiate both offense and defense, a manifestation of battle consciousness seamlessly integrated into his very being, culminating in a primal instinct. This was what Kiki had previously observed in Lewis, and now the old Kaioshin perceives it as well, ignoring the perfect realm of freedom, erasing. If Lewis were to harness these powers further, my goodness, this young man is truly a monster. In the northern galaxy, the inky black sky is infused with remnants of chaotic energy. Subjected to the impact of countless billions of energy, not a single planet in this star domain could endure, all reduced to ashes. After the demise of Bojack and his companions, Lewis and his allies hovered amidst the cosmos. Vegeta had been watching Lewis intently. The destructive energy Lewis had just unleashed instilled a primal fear within him. He now wielded the combined might of both Goku and Vegeta, a force not merely additive but multiplicative. Possessing such extraordinary power, he still perceived a lethal threat emanating from Lewis. Vegeta shook his head and spoke. "Lewis, where have you been for the past 6 months?" After vanquishing Gula, Lewis had proclaimed his intent to vanish for a while, and indeed, he had disappeared for half a year. "I have journeyed to other universes." Lewis cast a glance around him. The headquarters of the galaxy had vanished, and the Saiyans were nearly all perished. That damned Bojack had utterly obliterated them. It was a disgraceful fate. Where had they gone? Other universes? Vegeta pondered. But upon witnessing the expression in Lewis's eyes, his tone turned melancholic. Our kin are nearly all gone. This is infuriating. Beerus roared in fury. His universe, once struggling to elevate humanity from the depths of mediocrity due to the Saiyan race, had now regressed to a state of despair. Damn it all. Beerus's exclamations were laced with profound disdain, his words harsh and unrefined. His reaction was more intense than that of Vegeta and Lewis. As if he were the only authentic Saiyan amidst imposters. Ignoring Beerus's tirade, Lewis placed a reassuring hand on Vegeta's shoulder. You have all been remarkable. Were it not for your efforts, our Universe 7 would have surely perished. At that moment, Goku's persona took over Vegeta, leaving him momentarily taken aback. You know me? He was currently in a state of fusion. How could Lewis possibly recognize him? Luis was at a loss for words. He pondered with his toes, fully aware that it was Sun Wukong who had taken control of Vegeta's body. Such a foolish demeanor could only belong to that fool. I am the substitute god of destruction. Lewis spoke softly. Vegeta, in the form of Gogeta, suddenly realized. Indeed, it was the Supreme Kai who had instructed Jebbit to hand over the Patera earrings to him. So there was no reason for Lewis to be unfamiliar with the earrings adorning his ears. Vegeta within Gogeta rolled his eyes at the foolishness. Lewis, our kin have nearly all perished. We must seek the Dragon Balls, Vegeta, now in control of the body, stated. At that moment, Tais remarked, but we have Whis. Do we not? Surely we need not search for the Dragon Balls. She turned to Whis and asked, Whis, can you restore this place? Whis shook his head, no? It's beyond 2 minutes now. I am unable to assist. With my powers, I can only rewind time by a maximum of 2 minutes. And now I am powerless to help. Vegeta sighed in resignation, then we have no choice but to pursue the Dragon Balls. Despite the frustration, it was a relief to have the Dragon Balls as a final glimmer of hope. Do not fret. Have you forgotten that I also possess the ability to manipulate time? Lewis waved his hand and said, let me give it a try. Chapter 94, Erasure of Time and Space. When it comes to the rules of time, Tais, Beerus, and Whis are indeed knowledgeable about this, yet Vegeta remains oblivious. Vegeta inquired with confusion, what are the rules of time? The rules of time, of course. Lewis glanced at Vegeta and chuckled. The concept of time rules can indeed be regarded as a form of energy, much like the destructive rules I just employed. Albeit this power surpasses Ki in its potency. Vegeta clicked his tongue. When Lewis shattered Bojack, the surge of purple energy coursing through him sent shivers down his spine. Lewis remarked that the temporal rules, akin to that purple force, embody 2 supreme powers. Just how formidable must this individual be? Lewis, you truly possess the mastery of temporal rules, yet half an hour has elapsed since the destruction of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Weston paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, the scope of this situation is exceedingly vast, far beyond what your previous creation of the Time House could ever compare to. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden jolt surged through Weston's heart. Could it be that this young man has elevated himself yet again, unbeknownst to me? He fixed his gaze intently upon Lewis. Hey, could you please refrain from looking at me like that? My sister Tai's still here. Luis was taken aback by Visna's piercing gaze, exclaiming, I am not into that. Tai, Vis, let me give it a try first. If it doesn't work, we shall seek the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Luis's expression grew serious as he soared into the starry expanse. Vegeta, ultimately, the rules are merely a form of energy, as long as one possesses sufficient strength. These can be disregarded. Lewis soared alone through the vast expanse of the starry sky, casting a glance back at Vegeta. Within Vegeta's being resided 2 formidable figures, the protagonists of Dragon Ball. If they succumbed to fear due to the rules, their future cultivation would become exceedingly arduous. In truth, Lewis's concern was not for Goku, but rather for Vegeta. At this juncture, the once mighty second of a millennium remained too youthful, far from having matured to the point where, as depicted in the anime, Bulma could be struck by Beerus and Vegeta would dare to confront him. Keep a close watch. As Lewis hovered amidst the starry expanse, a solemnity enveloped him. Upon hearing Lewis's words, Vegeta snapped back to attention, his gaze fixated ahead. Beerus, Whis, and Tais also turned their eyes toward the figure illuminated against the celestial backdrop. A resonant hum filled the air as a radiant golden light erupted from Lewis, ushering him into the full power of Super Saiyan. Lewis has also reached full power. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, but soon shook his head. It was not surprising that Lewis had achieved full power. What intrigued him more was Lewis's assertion that with sufficient strength, one could disregard the rules. A humming sound resonated as a gleam of silver light flickered around Lewis, casting a silvery hue over his golden hair. The interplay of gold and silver. Under the influence of the silver radiance, the surrounding time became chaotic. Time reversed. Lewis's gaze sharpened as he raised one hand, fingers splayed wide. The temporal laws within him began to surge violently. With a resounding roar, a brilliant silver radiance erupted from his body, forming a colossal beam of light that ascended into the heavens. Centered around Lewis, this argent column began to expand outward, swiftly enveloping the entire center of the North Galaxy in shimmering silver, as though the deity of time had descended upon the mortal realm. Time itself warped, causing the temporal flow across the vast expanse of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, spanning countless light years, to gradually reverse. It was indeed capable of reversing time on such a grand scale. Whiss's pupils constricted in shock. This little rascal had secretly cultivated the laws of time to a level comparable to his own destructive laws. Beerus cursed vehemently. Having never witnessed this impudent brat practicing the laws of time, Whiss hastily shielded everyone. Drink! Lewis bellowed, and the laws of time erupted once more. With the Galactic Patrol headquarters as its nexus, time across the myriad light years began to race backward. Particles of dust coalesced into grains, which then transformed into stones, and stones into boulders. The scene rewound, and soon, the planets that Vegeta and Zangia had previously destroyed reappeared in the cosmic expanse. The galactic headquarters was restored. Jocko was revived. The Galactic King was resurrected. All the Saiyans returned to life. Life itself was reborn. A miracle. A veritable miracle. In stark contrast to the calm expressions of Beerus and Whis, Vegeta stood frozen, utterly astonished. Suddenly, he shut his eyes, replaying the recent events in his mind. Laws, too, are a form of energy. When two energies collide, which will prevail? In an instant, Vegeta's eyes flew open. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. These two youngsters possessed remarkable insight. It was not that Vegeta had comprehended the laws of time from Lewis's demonstration, but rather that he had discerned a method to counteract those very laws. Ultimately, strength is the undeniable truth. Clenching his fists, Vegeta realized, just as Lewis had stated, that regardless of whether the power is a law or energy, as long as one is sufficiently formidable, all else can be disregarded. A confident smile returned to Vegeta's face. Enough of this philosophical discourse. Bojack has reappeared. Let us eliminate them, Lewis declared, having returned to his normal state after executing a time rewind. Upon witnessing this, Whis promptly assisted in restoring Lewis's stamina. Vegeta turned to gaze into the distance, and indeed, Bojack and his cohorts were advancing menacingly towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A palpable aura of menace surged within him. Vegeta vanished from his position, only to return 5 seconds later, gazing into the distance. Only a few wisps of blood mist lingered there. When did you refine your mastery of temporal rules to the same level as that of destruction? Weiss inquired. 6 months prior, Lewis's command of temporal rules was significantly inferior to his destructive prowess. If one were to categorize rules into 10 tiers, Lewis had achieved the 5th tier in destruction, while his previous mastery of time and space barely reached the 2nd tier. Utilizing 2nd-tier temporal and spatial rules against someone weaker might suffice, but employing them against the deity of destruction was utterly futile. This was the reason he previously deemed Lewis's mastery of time and space as inadequate. No wonder you've become increasingly adept at ambushing others. It appears your temporal rules have significantly strengthened, Beerus remarked with a hint of resignation. That's none of your concern. After all, this genius has plenty of secrets. Lewis replied, hands on his hips, grinning. In truth, he had signed in once again over the past 6 months. Upon signing in before the god of destruction, Sidera, he received the reward, Temporal Annihilation, Prototype. This technique is even more formidable than Erasure, Prototype. While Erasure can only eliminate entities within the current time and space, Temporal Annihilation possesses the capability to annihilate enemies across all timelines in one fell swoop. Due to this maneuver, Lewis's mastery of the laws of time and space has surged to its current level. However, this technique is exceedingly formidable. To erase an individual from all realms of time and space necessitates immense power. Presently, his strength at the 2nd tier of the divine realm is insufficient. Moreover, he must also refine his understanding of the laws of time and space further. Louis speculated that it might be necessary to cultivate his strength to the angelic realm and to elevate his mastery of temporal and spatial laws to the 8th tier. In other words, he could only stand by helplessly for the time being. Lewis yawned to express, even skills I cannot utilize should be rewarded to me, system. Chapter 95, Beyond the Third. Upon hearing Lewis's explanation, Beerus and the others exchanged exasperated glances. Yet, in comparison to Lewis's other secrets, his sudden mastery over the rules of time and space hardly constituted a revelation. At that moment, after vanquishing the 5 fighters of Bojack, Vegeta soared back towards them. Lewis, I wish to engage in combat with you, Vegeta exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Previously, he had been acutely aware of the chasm between his power and that of Lewis, and thus had never dared to challenge him. As for Goku, he had desired to spar with Lewis, yet Lewis had completely disregarded him. Now, having fused into Vegeto, his strength surged to an unprecedented level. Although he remained incapable of grasping the rules of destruction and time, he might yet manage to exchange a few blows with Lewis. Vegeto was exceedingly eager to test his mettle against Lewis. Let us attempt a few exchanges. Louis smiled as Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, his strength surpassing the 2nd level of the Divine Realm. One wonders what would happen if he were to ascend to Super Saiyan 2 or even 3. Especially considering that Gotenks has achieved the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, there seems to be no reason why Vegeta could not as well. Lewis also wishes to witness the true extent of Beget's power. Very well, but you must refrain from employing those rules of destruction and time. Although Beget is aware of the methods to contend with such forces, his current raw strength is insufficient to disregard them. Rest assured. Lewis waved his hand, remarking that should he employ his full strength, it would be somewhat unfair. You might as well unleash your full power, otherwise you won't withstand my assault. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, pondering how Lewis discerned that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Stop daydreaming, come on, Vegeta asserted. Then I shall exert all my might to demonstrate. He reverted to his normal state, his expression remarkably composed. As the two prepared to engage in combat, Whis hastily erected an energy shield and urged Ties and Beerus to retreat to a safe distance. Whis resembled a protective mother, genuinely fearful that the clash between Lewis and Vegeta might unleash a force potent enough to obliterate Ties and the others. Honestly, taking Ties away is sufficient. Why drag me along? Beerus retorted, exasperated, clearly not believing he was as feeble as Ties. Ties covered her mouth, giggling softly. That was just a reflex. No need to mind it, Lord Beerus, she chuckled. Whis felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, Lewis frequently engaged in battles, and he had always been the one to shield Ties. His previous action had been merely instinctual. Protecting one child is akin to safeguarding two. After all, Whis shifted the subject, saying, Lord Beerus, Lewis mentioned that Vegeta has not yet unleashed his full power. What is your perspective? Who knows with these Saiyans? Beerus scoffed. These Saiyans merely need to transform to multiply their strength manifold. They might even be capable of transforming 3 or 4 times like Frieza. No sooner had he spoken than the space trembled violently, a vast power sweeping across the cosmos. Fortunately, Whis had preemptively set up an energy shield. Otherwise, the Galactic Patrol headquarters would have faced destruction yet again. In the distance, a thunderous roar echoed. The tremors intensified. Crackling sounds filled the air as immense power erupted from Vegeta, akin to a primordial beast, its aura terrifying. Drawn by this unparalleled power, ions adrift in the void coalesced, forming serpentine arcs of electricity. Crackle. Countless arcs danced around Vegeta, who remained eerily calm. Could this lad truly transform into Super Saiyan 3? Upon witnessing this, Lewis's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Across the way, Vegeta clenched his fists, an unending torrent of power surging within him. Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming presence erupted, akin to a reservoir releasing a flood accumulated over millennia, waves crashing in relentless succession. Centered around Vegeta, the surrounding light was momentarily absorbed, only to explode forth in a blinding white radiance. A colossal golden ape flickered in Vegeta's vision as his hair began to elongate and his eyebrows vanished. Indeed, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Upon witnessing this, Lewis exclaimed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of Divine Realm was reached. The overwhelming force rendered Beerus and Whis utterly speechless. This power was identical to that of Lewis. Both stood at the zenith of the 2nd layer of Divine Realm, merely a step away from transcending to the 3rd level. Lewis, come forth. A radiant golden light erupted from Vegeta, transforming him entirely. His eyebrows vanished. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist. The two earrings danced gracefully beside his ears. How magnificent! Lewis swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Goodness, this handsome fellow is simply unbearable. No, I must give you a good thrashing." Lewis gritted his teeth, unable to tolerate the presence of someone more handsome than himself. He ascended to the full power of Super Saiyan, his strength simultaneously reaching the pinnacle of the second layer of Divine Realm. With a resounding crash, Lewis transformed into a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the void as he charged forward with a powerful punch. What a splendid display! Vegeta laughed heartily, finally able to discern Lewis's movements. Clenching his fist, the two punches collided with a resounding boom. A shimmering aura emanated from the point of impact, radiating outward in a circular explosion, unleashing a formidable force that stirred a tempest of cosmic winds. The fabric of space became chaotic. Incredible! Vegeta was thrust back 1,000 meters, his fist tingling with numbness. Lewis was likewise thrust back by 1,000 meters, his blood surging with fervor. Chapter 96, Lewis vs. Vegeta, truly deserving of the title of protagonist. Lewis's eyes brimmed with a fierce determination. He instinctively sensed that Vegeta was far from ordinary. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Vegeta was capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, elevating his power to match his own level. Is this what one calls a genius? I relished the thought of defeating a genius. Two beams of golden light faced each other amidst the starry expanse. They moved. As Lewis vanished into the starry expanse, a surge of tension enveloped Vegeta. From behind, Vegeta swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading a fist that grazed his head. The explosive power of the second tier of the Divine Realm reverberated in his ears. Even amidst the cosmos, it felt as if tumultuous waves were crashing upon the heavens. With torrents of energy swirling ceaselessly, the entire battlefield erupted in fervor. Vegeta hastily retreated, a chill of sweat trickling down his back. What astonishing speed and formidable strength! Yet, the velocity was not remarkable, nor was the power overwhelming. A mocking voice echoed once more in his ears. Vegeta's pupils constricted. When had this occurred? Just a fleeting moment of distraction, and he was jolted back to reality, raising his arms to shield his chest. Bang! An elbow struck him squarely, akin to being struck by a meteor. The very fabric of space-time seemed to warp in that instant, sending Vegeta hurtling backwards for 1,000 meters, gasping for breath. The searing pain rendering his head dizzying. This is dire. In the blink of an eye, Lewis reappeared before him, an overwhelming force surging through his legs. He lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick. Boom! Vegeta's face was struck, his features contorting in agony as a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. How infuriating! Vegeta crashed violently against the energy barrier set by Whis, producing a cataclysmic sound of impact. How could you be this powerful, Lewis? Vegeta seethed with rage. He gathered his hands together, a ghostly blue light materializing in his palms, the ambient pressure rapidly escalating, arcs of electricity dancing within. Kamehameha. The Kamehameha sliced through the cosmos, its passage generating a sizzling sound, a cascade of flames igniting, as if the very fabric of void were on the brink of shattering, painting a terrifying tableau. However, the advancing Kamehameha suddenly split into 3 distinct energy waves, each hurtling toward Lewis from different angles. Interesting. From a distance, Lewis's gaze sharpened, raising his hand. A golden luminescence enveloping it. Energy blade formed. Explode for me. With a swift motion through the void, a golden streak illuminated the starry expanse, cleaving through the 3 energy waves. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the cosmos, a blaze swiftly engulfing Lewis's figure, followed by a cloud of smoke. Amidst the thick haze, Lewis hovered in place, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Begit, you are still leagues away from those destroyers. Without turning his head, Lewis unleashed a powerful punch behind him, the force of the second layer of the Divine Realm erupting with an overwhelming intensity. The ambushing Vegeta was struck by this blow, hurtling once more towards the energy shield. In swift succession, a golden light burst forth from the smoke, soaring towards Vegeta. In that fleeting moment, the starry sky trembled as 2 golden orbs flickered incessantly, and within the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows over 100 times. Meanwhile, Beerus shook his head, declaring, "The gap is too vast." Tai was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "What do you mean by too vast?" Whis, observing the distant battle, replied nonchalantly, "Lord Beerus asserts that Vegeta is still vastly inferior compared to Lewis." Tai, unable to discern the distant skirmish, could only see the starry sky illuminated by dazzling golden lights, a breathtaking spectacle. Vegeta's attacks lacked precision, laden with superfluous movements. His new state consumed considerable stamina, rendering him unable to endure for long. In stark contrast, Lewis's every strike could be succinctly described as swift, fierce, and accurate. This was the culmination of Lewis's 6-month journey, from the first universe to the ninth, where his combat skills had become instinctual, embodying a state befitting a god of destruction. Vegeta's combat techniques and reflexes were woefully inadequate. Even the Lewis of 6 months prior would have bested him. Thus, under equal strength, Vegeta stood no chance against Lewis. This illustrates the critical importance of combat skills and mindset within the same tier of power, which was precisely why Whis had previously endorsed Lewis's cosmic challenge. On the other hand, despite both being masters of equal power, in Lewis's presence, Vegeta resembled a mere child, easily subdued by Lewis's prowess. Soon enough, Vegeta was struck by a shockwave, a radiant light emanating from him, causing Goku and Vegeta to separate. After regaining his strength from a Senzu bean, Goku soared to Lewis's side, exclaiming excitedly, "I had no idea your power was so formidable, Lewis. Truly worthy of being a candidate for the God of Destruction." Vegeta, flying over, fixed a determined gaze upon Lewis. In this exchange, Goku and Vegeta realized the chasm between them and Lewis. Despite possessing equal strength, they found themselves unable to prevail, clearly indicating that their combat awareness was insufficient. Lewis gazed at the two individuals and remarked with a smile, "You have already grown quite formidable. If you were to engage in a spar with other candidates for the title of Destroyer, you might even have the chance to prevail against them. Not every contender possesses power at the pinnacle of the second tier of divine realms. Vegeta undoubtedly has the capability to triumph over the other candidates. However, I merely suggest that there exists a possibility. While strength is indeed significant, there are moments when it is not the sole determinant of victory. Following this experience, you should have come to appreciate the crucial importance of combat skills." As Lewis soared towards Taisi, he spoke, "The other candidates for the role of Destroyer have consistently received guidance from angels. Their combat skills are undoubtedly formidable, and they possess the rules of destruction. If you were to merge, your strength would merely surpass theirs. This is precisely why I assert that your chances of defeating them are limited. You still have a long journey ahead, so continue to hone your skills." Sun Wukong and his companion closely followed, attentively listening to Lewis's discourse. Suddenly, Lewis paused, imparting with significant meaning, "In truth, there are angels guiding you." Lewis referred to the teachings imparted to them both by Bobo. Sun Wukong and the other individual were momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by Lewis's words. Luis observed the perplexed expressions on the faces of Sun Wukong and his companion, and a mischievous smile crept across his lips. "Very well. Now that our kin have been revived, you should hasten back to organize them." Lewis was rather mischievous, drawing out the curiosity of others, only to say nothing further before returning to Tai's side. "Hey, clarify yourself," Vegeta exclaimed in furious frustration as he watched Lewis's retreating figure. "Vegeta, what did Lewis mean? How should I know?" Vegeta replied irately, "Let's go. Our kin have been resurrected. We must return and inform them about Bojack." Chapter 97. The arrival of the 5 great demons. Goku and his companion departed from the starry expanse, returning to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the vastness of space, only Lewis and his 3 companions remained, spiraling amidst the cosmos. Lewis chuckled and remarked, "Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts on my 2 kin? I initially believed their talents to be merely adequate, yet it appears their aptitude for martial arts surpasses even that of the candidate destroyers from other universes." Beerus replied with utmost seriousness, "It is a pity they do not cultivate dimensions. Had they done so, I might have been tempted to recruit them both. There are no regulations in the universe stipulating that only one candidate destroyer is permitted." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Lewis rolled his eyes. Beerus continued, "If previously I held hope solely for your Saiyan lineage, the sight of Vegeta has convinced me that the rankings of Universe 7 now rest entirely upon your shoulders." Lewis laughed heartily. "Lord Beerus, let me put it this way. It is not solely Kakarot and Vegeta who are capable of fusion. Other Saiyans can also unite. With the Patera earrings, I am aware that other Saiyans can fuse as well. Which is why I assert that the ranking in the 7th universe rests upon your Saiyan lineage." Beerus chuckled softly. His spirits were exceedingly high, as though he could envision the moment when the Omni King would bestow praise upon him. No, he continued. The Patera earrings are limited in number. Relying solely on them would yield at most a few fused warriors. Lewis's smile radiated brilliantly. Lord Beerus, what do you think it would look like if I could unite all Scions in fusion? Beerus, breathing heavily, grasped Lewis's shoulders tightly. Are you truly serious about this? If the old Kaishin were present, he would undoubtedly discern whom you are referring to. Metamoran fusion technique. Well, you'll find out soon enough. Lewis has once again tantalized his audience, having just piqued the curiosity of both Vegeta and now that of Beerus. In the end, he revealed nothing at all. He has truly become increasingly mischievous. Ties and Whis exchanged knowing smiles on the side. Soon, the tumultuous starry sky gradually settled into tranquility. Lewis spoke. Whis, Lord Beerus, have you noticed that Tao's actions this time seem rather peculiar? She has released Broly, yet only to slay his kin, which serves no purpose. Not to mention the existence of the Dragon Balls. She is also aware of the temporal laws and could easily resurrect the Scions. Is it merely to provoke me? For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Lewis suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Lewis, it appears you have sensed it as well, Whis remarked, glancing over. Indeed, I have an unsettling feeling. It cannot be that simple. Louis gazed at Beerus and said, Lord Beerus, you must exercise caution in the days ahead. The Dark Demon Realm poses no threat to me, but I fear they might target you. He continued, rest assured, as long as no beings of angelic caliber intervene. Any adversaries that come your way shall meet their demise. Initially, Beerus was irked by Louis's teasing, yet upon hearing these words, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy stemming from the Bojack incident. What are you discussing? Inquired the nearby Ties, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lewis embraced Ties and shook his head, saying, No, it is merely that I have encountered some refuse from the sewers. You should refrain from returning to Earth for the time being. Remember to remain by my side. The atmosphere suddenly grew somewhat somber. Indeed, I shall, wherever you go, I shall follow. Ties wrapped her arms around Lewis's waist. Very well, let us first return to wreak havoc in the divine realm. As for the remainder of the universe, we shall confront that challenge in due time. Lewis was preparing to return home when, suddenly, 5 exceedingly malevolent auras permeated the entirety of the 7th universe. Lord Lewis. It is time for us to head back. In an instant, on Earth, in the realm of heaven, Bobo abruptly lifted his head, murmuring, What brings them here? Can they not recognize that Lewis is not our Lord? Bobo shook his head and glanced back toward the depths of the temple, within the palace of the Omni King. A voice boomed with audacity. The Grand Priest merely gazed toward the direction of the 7th universe, his fury ignited. Demigra and those 5 fools actually dared to intrude upon the Omni King's realm. Beside him, a curious figure, resembling an eraser, spoke in a youthful tone, Grand Priest. What troubles you? The Grand Priest replied respectfully, Oh, Lord Omni King, it is the 5 demon gods from the Dark Demon Realm who have descended. You. Oh. Just handle it. I wish to play star elimination. In an instant, an endless wave of darkness enveloped the 7th universe, freezing its very fabric, transforming it into an impenetrable prison. Without the power of a priest, escape from within was utterly impossible. In the vicinity of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, a thunderous roar erupted as 5 colossal pillars of dark energy descended from the heavens. Demon God, Demigra, Demon God, Chaos, Demon God, Tartarus, Demon God, Nyx, Demon God, Loss. The 5 great demon gods had arrived. Hiss. In the cosmos, Beerus and Whis gasped in shock. The 5 great demon gods. A terrifying aura of darkness surged forth, and Whis swiftly erected an energy shield, yet it proved utterly futile. Crack. The energy shield shattered in an instant. Lewis embraced Ties, pressing her small head against his chest, and upon witnessing this, a shiver ran down his spine. Erased. Lewis raised his hand, unleashing an erasure against the encroaching dark aura. A radiant white halo traversed the starry expanse. The advancing dark energy dissipated in an instant. However, only a fraction of it vanished, as an unrelenting tide of darkness continued to surge forth. No, despair enveloped Lewis and his companions. Suddenly, the once frozen 7th universe was pierced by a radiant aura of divinity. As this sacred light spread, the bone-chilling dark energy dissipated as swiftly as winter snow succumbs to the warmth of the sun. The Grand Priest descended, encircled by a halo of holiness, exclaiming, It appears you have recognized Lewis's true identity. Father. With the arrival of the Grand Priest, Whis sighed in relief. Beerus patted his chest, acknowledging the complexity of Tao's actions. Chapter 98. The Power of Darkness. Initially, I contemplated invoking certain Western figures as demon gods, yet to avoid unnecessary complications, I opted to create a few of my own. Please note that the names of the demon gods have been altered. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin crouched before the crystal ball, his face a mask of terror. We are doomed. The 5 great demon gods have emerged. The 7th universe is finished. Who are the 5 great demon gods? Asen inquired urgently, his heart racing as he beheld the 5 sudden arrivals. Fear, an inexplicable dread. It was a sensation more intense than the one brought upon him by Majin Buu. These were the 5 demon gods of the dark demon realm. He never anticipated their full assembly. The old Kaioshin, his gaze fixed on Lewis within the crystal ball, spoke gravely. If I am not mistaken, they have come to seek Lewis. What shall we do? The 5 demon gods are formidable beings of the priestly caliber. Suddenly, from the crystal ball, a figure descended from the heavens, and the surrounding dark energy vanished as if the tide had receded. Grand Priest. Haha. Our 7th universe is saved. I knew the Grand Priest would not remain idle. In the northern galaxy, a figure soared down from the starry expanse. The Grand Priest standing protectively in front of Lewis and his companions, facing off against the 5 from the dark demon realm. Light clashed with darkness. The resulting force shattered the cosmic expanse. In the face of such overwhelming power, Tais felt as though she were but a fragile boat upon the vast ocean. Easily overturned by the slightest wave, she nestled in Lewis's embrace, trembling with fear. Do not be afraid. Lewis held Tais tightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him at the arrival of the High Priest. However, Demigula spoke. My lord Lewis, we have returned home. What could that possibly signify? Moreover, the High Priest had just remarked to Demigula and the others, you managed to recognize Lewis's true identity. Could it be that I possess another identity? Lewis furrowed his brow, for the system had clearly stated that he was nothing more than an ordinary Saiyan. The doubts within him grew ever more profound. Could it be that this deceptive system was misleading him? Lewis held Tai tightly, turning to Vis, and exclaimed, Vis, who am I? I do not even know. Vis was equally curious about Lewis's identity. It seemed that all his siblings were privy to some information, while he remained in the dark. Lewis cast another glance at Beerus, who was trembling behind Whis. Beerus extended a paw, rolling his eyes. If even Whis is unaware, how could I possibly know? How infuriating. Lewis gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by a sensation he had never experienced before, as if the entire world conspired against him. Even that infernal system, claiming that erasing these entities was within his power, left him questioning his very existence. At that moment, words from ahead caught the attention of Lewis and his companions. It is only natural that you would discern Lewis's identity, for the power he possesses mirrors that of your master. However, how audacious you are to intrude upon the realm of the Omni King. The Grand Priest's power surged dramatically. Ordinary angels dare not unleash their full capabilities within the Omni King's universe, bound as they are by the rules that govern it, unable to engage in the eternal struggle between good and evil, nor utilize their celestial strength in combat. Should an angel breach the principle of neutrality, their existence would be obliterated. Yet, the Grand Priest is different. The force emanating from him fundamentally differs from that of Zeno. Every thread of his power is imbued with law. Unlike the 3 tiers of angelic power, the priest's authority exists solely on one level. However, the power of a priest is not meant to harbor laws. He is transcended to the realm of the Omni King. This is why the Grand Priest can exert his full strength within the Omni King's universe, for the power of the Omni King allows one to transcend the confines of the cosmos. Such strength. In that moment, Lewis seemed to forget his indignation over deceit, rendered awestruck by the Grand Priest's might. It was not that the Grand Priest could vanquish him, but rather that this was the first time he had witnessed the Grand Priest in action, whether in anime or since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe. The Grand Priest's power appeared subtly distinct from that of Zeno. Weiss, has your father's power truly ascended to the realm of the Omni King? Although Weiss had not shared the secrets of powers beyond the priestly realm, he could surmise that the realm above was indeed that of the Omni King. Naturally, without the Omni King's power, how could the Grand Priest possibly take on 5 adversaries? Beerus, lurking behind Weiss, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Weiss nodded. His father's strength was no secret, and revealing it bore little consequence. Lewis swallowed hard, realizing that the High Priest's power had ascended to the realm of the Omni King. One could only ponder the magnitude of the Omni King's strength. Suddenly, a resounding clash echoed as the High Priest manifested a blade of radiant light, slicing through the air with formidable force. A single strike could shake mountains and rivers. The cosmos began to fracture, the cracks multiplying like an intricate web spun by a spider. In the face of the approaching sword of light, Demigula and his 4 companions bore stoic expressions. They had long been aware of the High Priest's elevation to the Omni-King level, while their own powers were merely those of the Divine Officers. It was utterly inconceivable for 5 Divine Officers to triumph over a single Omni-King. Even 100 would stand no chance. Yet, a booming laughter erupted from Demigula, who cast a glance at his fellow demons. "Let us make our move," he commanded. As his words reverberated, an overwhelming darkness emanated from the 5 of them, swirling in the starry expanse like 5 black holes. "Go forth." The 5 demons extended their hands, channeling their dark energy into their palms. United in strength, the black power coalesced into an ancient colossal dragon, roaring forth towards the luminous sword. With a cataclysmic collision, the cosmos trembled, and the entirety of the 7th universe erupted into chaos. The High Priest's radiant sword had vanished, extinguished in the confrontation. In the realm of the Omni-King, the 7th universe had been obliterated. "What has transpired?" came the bewildered inquiry. "No, one is the power of the High Priest, while the other 5 emanate from the Dark Demon Realm. The Dark Demon Realm has invaded our Omni-King universe." All destroyers and angels within the Omni-King universe were struck with terror by these dual forces, hastily making their way toward the 7th universe. In the northern galaxy, the explosion of the 7th universe created a void. The High Priest stood before Lewis and the others, shielding them from the residual shockwaves. Thus, Beerus, Ties, and Whis remained unharmed. However, Beerus, witnessing the destruction of his universe, felt a profound sorrow. Such ill fate, he lamented. First, his Scions were slain by Bojack, and now his 7th universe lay in ruins. "I'm frightened." Ties trembled, overwhelmed by the fear induced by such a battle. "Do not fear. With the High Priest here, we shall be safe," Lewis reassured, gently patting Ties on the back. Lewis was utterly astonished by the formidable strength exhibited by Demigula and his companions, who were capable of withstanding a strike from the Grand Priest. It was indeed the power of darkness. Observing his luminous sword being neutralized, the Grand Priest raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by the cataclysmic explosion of the 7th universe. He gazed at Demigula and his 5 companions with a mocking expression, exclaiming, "How intriguing that Mechikabura has bestowed upon you the power of darkness. However, though you have withstood my first strike, can you endure my second?" The Grand Priest discerned the essence of the power emanating from Demigula and his companions. Unlike the radiance of the angels, the force they unleashed was distinctly that of darkness. This dark power, a natural adversary to the light, was a unique gift from Mechikabura, evidently conferred upon these 5 individuals. Chapter 99. Ties is dead, you shall not pass. Demon God, Eris, standing atop the colossal Leviathan, regarded the Grand Priest ahead and shook his head, stating, "Even with the dark power granted by Lord Mechikabura, we stand no chance against you. At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness." The Grand Priest acknowledged with a slight nod, his demeanor exuding disdain, as if nothing in the world could possibly perturb him. "As long as I am here, you will not take Lewis away. How do you wish to meet your demise?" The aura of light surrounding the Grand Priest surged once more, as if the deity of light had descended upon the mortal realm. A divine presence enveloping the entirety of the Omni-King's universe. "Why do they wish to take me?" Lewis gazed at the silhouette of the High Priest, pondering whether there remained any connection between himself and the realm of darkness. No, that cannot be. If I were indeed linked to the dark underworld, why would Demigula have targeted me previously? Ahead, the demon god? Layla's hollow eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. "We shall not be so foolish as to abduct Lord Lewis." They could scarcely hope to escape from the High Priest, let alone seize an individual in the presence of a master from the realm of the All-King. Such an endeavor was utterly inconceivable. However, our objective was never to take Lord Lewis. The demon god? The appearance of the sphinx-like creature exuded an aura of profound malevolence. Upon uttering these words, in the void, Lewis clutched Tates tightly, as an ominous premonition intensified within his heart. The High Priest, obstructing Lewis and his companions, furrowed his brow. The intention was not to seize Lewis. The High Priest was at a loss to fathom the motives of Demigula and his companions. "Enough with the idle chatter, let us commence." The demon god? Raza's muscles erupted, bursting forth from his black bodysuit with a thunderous sound. In that instant, Demigula and his 4 companions wore expressions of mockery, unleashing their powers. The forces of darkness coalesced once more, forming an energy sphere with a diameter of 10,000 meters, igniting the void born from the explosion of the seventh universe. Arc after arc of electricity danced around the energy sphere as Demigula and his companions thrust their hands forward. With a resounding crash, the All-King universe trembled incessantly, this force posing a threat to the entirety of the All-King universe. How intriguing. However, you are not Mechikapura. Even with the dark powers bestowed by Mechikapura, you remain mere ants. Thus, let us eliminate you all. Without you, the dark underworld shall surely suffer great losses. The high priest's laughter echoed. The power of the All-King surged within him, and the previously empty void suddenly whirled into a tempest. Lightning and thunder roared, reminiscent of the apocalypse. The high priest cast a glance back at Lewis, then turned his gaze toward Demigula and his four companions. Annihilate. With a sweeping gesture, the high priest commanded. Buzz. A radiant white glow erupted from his hand, akin to a divine dragon of light, roaring forth with the might to obliterate heaven and earth. This was the moment he had awaited. Demigula laughed heartily, swiftly extricating himself from the group. Just as the high priest unleashed his annihilation, Demigula's actions caught him off guard. At that moment, Buzz, the white light of annihilation had already surged past the 10,000-meter dark energy sphere, causing it to vanish in an instant. But that was not the end. The annihilation continued to dart toward the remaining four demon gods, whose expressions were peculiar. They wore smiles, seemingly indifferent to the high priest's annihilation, as if they had grown indifferent to life and death. Meanwhile, on the other side, the vanished Demigula suddenly materialized before Lord Lewis. My apologies, he bellowed with laughter, as he conjured a staff from the void and directed a beam of light at the ties cradled in Lewis's arms. No. Lewis tightly embraced Ties, swiftly turning his body to shield her with his back from the radiant beam. Yet, that luminous force seemed to possess a life of its own, circumventing Lewis's defenses and striking directly at Ties in his arms. In an instant, the void around them twisted with an uncanny distortion. Ding. Immunity. Lewis was struck by Demigula's force yet remained unscathed. However, Ties' form became ethereal as she attempted to reach out and caress Lewis's face. Just as her hand was lifted into the air, she vanished entirely. Immediately after, Demigula also dissipated into the void. Meanwhile, without any surprise, a radiant white light flashed around the four demon gods, causing them to completely disappear into the abyss. The four demon gods were erased. In the dark realm of the abyss, Pudding and Gulabai, along with 12 angelic-level masters, gathered together. Their eyes fixed intently on the scene above. Tova was present as well, her fists clenched tightly. Upon witnessing Ty's disappearance, she exclaimed with exhilaration, "It worked. Haha. The return of Lord Lewis is imminent." Gulabai and the others shouted in excitement. Yet, Pudding's expression remained somber. "We sacrificed 4 demon gods for this single opportunity. Lord Lewis, you must return." Upon hearing these words, the emotions of everyone present instantly plummeted. In the 7th universe, within the void, the high priest seethed with fury, damned Demigula. This was their scheme. The high priest eliminated the remaining 4 demon gods, finally comprehending Demigula's intent to provoke Lewis into darkness. If that were to happen, Lewis would likely awaken the memories of his past life. No, I shall not allow such a fate to unfold. The high priest's rage surged as he waved his hand, causing the fabric of time to flow through the void. A silver radiance illuminated the space. The 7th universe was instantly restored to its previous undestroyed state. However, the whereabouts of Taisei remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 100, Lewis in Despair. The high priest employed the power of time reversal, yet failed to bring Taisei back. And even the 4 demon gods remained unrevived. It is evident that Demigula wielded a force akin to erasure upon Taisei. Such power could only be disregarded by someone with Lewis's extraordinary constitution, or perhaps by one possessing a strength capable of rivaling it. Otherwise, this force could obliterate all existence, rendering the manipulation of time futile for restoration. Taisei is gone. In the profound expanse of the cosmos, an eerie silence prevails. Beerus and Whis remain unaware of Demigula's scheme. Yet with Taisei's demise, Lewis must be engulfed in sorrow. Lewis, how they yearn to comfort him, yet find themselves at a loss for words. Many years ago, Lewis brought Taisei back to the realm of the destroyers. Every time Lewis embarks on his planet destruction missions, he invariably brings Ties with him. After each of Lewis's training sessions, Ties would prepare delicious meals for his return. The two were inseparable, and as time passed, their affection blossomed. Beerus and his companion bore witness to the evolving relationship between Lewis and Ties. Yet, when Ties met her untimely demise, Lewis's profound sorrow left Beerus and his companion at a loss for words, unable to console him. How could one possibly refrain from wrath in such dire circumstances? Unlike Beerus and his companion, the Grand Minister had discerned the nefarious intentions of Demigra and his cohorts. Their intention in slaying Ties was to exploit Lewis's deep connection, hoping to plunge him into darkness and thus awaken their master's dormant memories. Could it truly lead to his corruption? The Grand Minister gazed intently at Lewis against the backdrop of the starry sky, swallowing hard. "Whis, you must come to me at once." The urgency in the Grand Minister's voice was palpable. Though Whis and his companion were perplexed, they promptly made their way to the Grand Minister's side, leaving Lewis behind. The Grand Minister felt a modicum of relief. Should Lewis succumb to darkness, he would be able to evacuate Whis and his companion in time. At that moment, a flurry of radiant colors surged toward them from the cosmic barrier. Arriving at remarkable speed, angels and destroyers from other universes had come. "You have arrived too," the Grand Minister lamented, tears nearly welling in his eyes. With so many present, it seemed they were courting disaster. He had no confidence in escaping should Lewis awaken his memories and powers. Kess glanced at the motionless Lewis, then furrowed his brow and said, "Father, did the seventh universe not just explode, along with those entities from the Dark Demon realm? I will explain shortly, but remember, should Lewis emanate dark energy, you must ensure your siblings are evacuated." The Grand Minister soared before the assembled angels. His actions left all present perplexed. Why did he speak of dark energy manifesting in Lewis? Furthermore, as the foremost expert beneath the Omni King, his tone suggested he anticipated impending calamity. The angels turned their gazes toward Lewis. Meanwhile, Demigra and his allies in the Dark Demon realm observed Lewis through a projection in the cosmic expanse. Suddenly, a flicker of emotion broke through Lewis's previously blank expression. "Ties." Lewis remained in a half-embrace, his eyes vacant, softly murmuring the name of Tai. The assembled angels were momentarily taken aback, pondering the state of Lewis. However, as the high priest remained silent, they too refrained from speaking. Luis incessantly murmured Thais' name, as vivid images of their moments together relentlessly assaulted his mind. How excruciating! Lewis clutched his chest, tears of crimson cascading from his eyes. A profound sorrow enveloped him. A sense of despair. My ties. The depths of his fury. Lewis's countenance twisted into a grimace. The aura surrounding him began to churn violently. Witnessing this scene, the high priest bellowed urgently, "Chris, quickly lead everyone away. Haste is of the essence." Chris, sensing the impending danger, dared not hesitate. She swiftly vanished into the cosmos, accompanied by her group. Meanwhile, Demigula and his dark demonic realm reveled in their elation, proclaiming their impending victory. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, only the high priest remained, observing Lewis's unsettling transformation with unease, yet harboring a flicker of hope for him. For if Lewis were to awaken his memories and powers, the foolhardy state of the Omni King would prove utterly inadequate to contend with Lewis. Demigula, I shall ensure your demise. Within the celestial realm, Lewis's aura erupted akin to a volcanic eruption, fierce and tempestuous. In an instant, his hair transformed to a brilliant golden hue, unleashing the full power of a Super Saiyan. His strength surged to the pinnacle of the second tier of divine realms. Subsequently, ions drifting in the cosmos coalesced, forming arcs of silver lightning that danced around Lewis. Resembling a celestial dragon, crackling sounds resonated through the air. The aura emanating from Lewis roared like a primordial giant ape, its overwhelming power radiating outward, akin to surging waves crashing relentlessly against the starry expanse. He ascended into the state of Super Saiyan 2. With a resounding crack, the shackles were shattered. His strength surged explosively from the second layer of divine realm to the third layer. But this was not the end. Tears of blood streamed from Lewis. His emerald eyes tainted a deep crimson, and his aura grew increasingly sinister, resembling that of an ancient demon. He was truly on the brink of corruption. The Grand Priest trembled, the faint glimmer of hope he harbored instantly shattered. He vanished from his position, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. After the Grand Priest's departure, Lewis's condition underwent yet another transformation. An immense force stirred the magnetic field of the cosmos, and the silver arcs of electricity dancing around him suddenly coalesced into bolts of lightning, growing thicker by the moment. They sliced through the starry sky, as if heralding the annihilation of worlds. Boom! As Lewis's hair began to lengthen, his eyebrows seemed to vanish. When his golden locks cascaded down to his waist, he ascended to Super Saiyan 3. In the blink of an eye, Lewis surged from full-powered Super Saiyan to the third state, his strength soaring to the pinnacle of the third tier of divine realms. With a crack, the shackles were shattered once more, and he broke through to the fourth tier of divine realms. This was a force truly befitting a god of destruction. The aura of destruction erupted, pure power roaring forth. In an instant, the galaxy shattered. The star field within 100 billion miles collapsed in an instant. And the recently restored headquarters of the Galactic Patrol was obliterated once again. Demigra, I swear your demise. A profound fury consumed Lewis's mind. The death of Ties left him gasping in pain. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a rift in space appeared amidst the starry sky, into which he leaped. After Lewis departed, the Archangel and his celestial companions returned to this place. Beerus tightly grasped Whis, expressing his concern. Whis, what has happened to Lewis? He wouldn't be intending to venture into the dark demon realm, would he? Whis, his expression grave, replied, the blow dealt by Tyres has profoundly affected him. His overwhelming rage has propelled him from the second tier of the divine realm to the fourth tier. If all goes as anticipated, he is indeed headed for the dark demon realm. In stark contrast to the reactions of Whis and Beerus, Kes furrowed her brows, having realized the unfolding events. It was evident that individuals from the dark demon realm sought to awaken Lewis's memories, compelling him to return to their domain. However, Kes pondered, what on earth is happening? She regarded the Archangel with a perplexed gaze. The Archangel shook his head, equally bewildered by the situation. The aura that Lewis has just unleashed is exceedingly sinister. Has he not succumbed to darkness? With only the power of the fourth tier of the divine realm, why has his strength not awakened? How can this be? On Earth, within the divine temple of the celestial realm, Bobo strides into the sacred hall, the usual neutrality of his expression having vanished, replaced by an unmistakable joy. He traverses the corridor, descending the staircase. Passing through the graveyard of the gods, he arrives at a pitch-black expanse, where the atmosphere is dense and steeped in malevolence. Bobo, come play with me. From within a small coffin, a pitch-black eraser springs forth, its large eyes blinking innocently, yet it emanates a profoundly wicked aura. The contradiction is striking. Chapter 101. The Power of the Time King in the Dark Demonic Realm. The sky is shrouded in gloom. Before a towering volcano, a dozen figures stand. As images of the Galactic Patrol headquarters' neighboring star systems are projected above, Lewis wept blood, his eyes stained crimson. Exuding an aura of malevolence akin to that of an ancient demon, with his power surging uncontrollably, Tova exclaimed with fervor, "Ah, Lord Lewis. It seems you are awakening." Purton sighed with relief. Having sacrificed 4 demon gods, we have finally secured this opportunity. Thankfully, Lord Lewis is on the verge of awakening. Upon hearing this, the returning Demigura remarked with indifference, although Layla and the others have perished, if Lord Lewis can awaken smoothly, our plan will be successful. The day Lord Lewis returns to our dark demon realm will be the day we avenge Layla and her companions. Just as Demigura finished speaking, Lewis vanished from the projection in the sky. Where has Lord Lewis gone? Could it be that he has awakened his memories and is now returning to our shadow demon realm? In an instant, the other angelic-level experts of the dark demon realm began to speculate with wild excitement. At that moment, a spatial fluctuation appeared in the void. Demigura's expression softened into a smile. It seemed their endeavor had indeed succeeded. Without a doubt, the figure that would soon emerge would be none other than Lord Lewis. Suddenly, a rift opened above, and a chilling voice echoed, "Demigura, I want you dead." The voice was frigid and laced with murderous intent. In an instant, the dark demon realm felt as though it had been plunged into a new ice age, the cold seeping into their very bones. It was Lord Lewis. But what was happening? Demigura's expression shifted dramatically. He had witnessed the transformation of Lewis through the projection, and there was no question that Lewis had indeed awakened. But why? Why would the awakened Lewis harbor murderous thoughts toward him? As everyone present absorbed this revelation, their initial joy plummeted into despair. Lord Lewis harbored murderous intent towards Demigula. Could it truly be for the sake of his wife? Such a notion seems implausible. Given Lord Lewis's character, no sentiment could possibly sway him. It could be said that even if the dark realm he created were to be obliterated, it would not stir a ripple in his heart. What has prompted this sudden shift? In an instant, Lord Lewis vanished from the sky, reappearing directly before Demigula, their gazes locking in a tense confrontation. "Lord Lewis, you..." Demigula gasped, taken aback by such astonishing speed. "No, it is the manipulation of spatial laws. I demand your demise." Lewis raised his hand, pointing it towards Demigula and the others, and bellowed, "Eradicate." A man of few words and fierce resolve, he acted without hesitation. Demigula remained bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of white light surged forth. In an instant, everyone present, save for Demigula, vanished without a trace. Not even beings of angelic stature could survive Lewis's annihilation. At that moment, spatial fluctuations reverberated through the air as a host of angels, led by the Supreme Angel, burst into the dark demon realm, while the other gods of destruction did not follow. Upon their arrival, they beheld the aftermath of Lewis's cataclysmic deed. Having eradicated all the formidable figures of the dark demon realm, a wave of confusion washed over the angels as they exchanged glances, each reflecting the bewilderment mirrored in the other's eyes, particularly the high priest, who could scarcely fathom that Lewis would commit such an act. Soon, both Kess and the high priest exhibited expressions of astonishment. Lewis had not awakened, yet he had obliterated all the powerful entities of the dark demon realm. On the ground, Demigula was in disbelief. No, the angelic-level warriors of the dark demon realm had all been annihilated by Lewis. He shook his head frantically, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Why, Lord Lewis, why would you do this? At that moment, Demigula still could not comprehend how their meticulously crafted plan had unraveled so dramatically. They had initially drawn the high priest's attention, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The power he wielded was the dark force bestowed by Megakapura, which was akin to the high priest's own annihilation ability, capable of completely erasing a person from existence. Even reversing time could not resurrect ties. Everything had proceeded according to their design, and Lewis had seamlessly descended into a state of extreme rage, spiraling into madness. That Lord had always been consumed by furious madness. With Lewis now unhinged, it was inevitable that he would awaken his memories. Lewis's blood-red eyes stand as undeniable proof. Consequently, Lewis returned to the dark demon realm and obliterated Pudding and his companions. Why has this come to pass, Demigula? At this moment, Lewis's crimson gaze burned fiercely, and his golden aura was infused with a sinister blood-red essence. Lewis lost his sanity, consumed entirely by an overwhelming rage. I want you dead. Upon witnessing that Demigula had not met his demise, the aura surrounding Lewis suddenly became ethereal, as if he were on the verge of vanishing from this realm of time and space. Temporal erasure. This move was a reward bestowed upon Lewis for his registration in the Ninth Universe. Lewis once speculated that in order to employ such a technique, one would need to cultivate their strength to the realm of angels, mastering the rules of time and space to the 8th tier. At this moment, Lewis had lost his sanity, consumed by an overwhelming fury that compelled him to annihilate Demigula, regardless of the cost. Suddenly, a silver radiance flickered within the dark realm of magic, ethereal and elusive, as if he were on the brink of succumbing to its depths. Sensing this formidable power, Demigula was thrown into a state of panic. The power of the Time King. Chapter 102. The All-Magic Time King. The sovereign of the realm of time, governing all dimensions. She stands as the monarch of time and space, on par with the All-King, Salama, the ruler of the dark magical realm. Above, the high priest gazed in astonishment, shaken by Lewis's power which undermined his previous assumptions. Could it be that Lewis was the reincarnation of that great figure from the dark magical realm? It is known that the erasure of time and space is a technique exclusive to the Time King, akin to obliteration. Only beings of strength equivalent to the All-King or Celestial Priest level could possibly comprehend such a move. This technique primarily requires the power of light, which other dimensional beings lack. However, while beings from other dimensions may not wield erasure, they can indeed perform similar maneuvers, just as Demigula employs dark power, which can also render a person utterly non-existent in this world. Of course, that great figure from the dark magical realm possesses both dark and light powers, enabling him to execute erasure as well. Coupled with his disregard for physical form, this led the high priest to believe that Lewis is the reincarnation of that esteemed individual. Yet, that figure would never commit temporal annihilation. So who exactly is Lewis? Lewis and Demigula stood in confrontation. Lewis was entirely consumed by an overwhelming fury, utterly oblivious to the nature of the king's power. Perish. Lewis's visage contorted in malevolence, a blood-red radiance emerging upon the golden sheen, epitomizing pure wickedness. He raised his hand, the rules of time and space within him thrumming violently, coalescing at his fingertips. Entangled, distorted, a series of astonishing transformations unfolded within the rules of time and space, manifesting as the power of time and space. Silver brilliance flickered, dazzling in its splendor. Even a mere wisp of this temporal force sent tremors throughout the entire realm of dark magic, as if it would be shattered into countless dimensions in the next heartbeat. The power of time and space continued to coalesce, while blood poured from Luis's lips. Clearly, at his current strength, he was yet unable to unleash this formidable technique. However, the death of Ties had immersed his heart in an ocean of anguish. Even the excruciating pain of forcibly wielding temporal obliteration was imperceptible to him. It moved. With a rush, the obliteration of time and space took the form of a colossal silver dragon, roaring towards Demigula. Temporal chaos ensued. Above, the high priest's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily erected a protective barrier around his progeny. Lord Luis, no. On the ground, Demigula was thrown into a state of panic. Indeed, his heart began to waver. Luis was not the esteemed lord of their realm of dark magic. Yet, they had sacrificed 4 entire demon gods to awaken him, and other powerful beings of the dark magic realm had been eradicated by Luis. His continued reference to Luis as Lord was a flicker of hope. He believed he was not mistaken. Luis was indeed their Lord. Lord Luis, awaken. You are the sovereign of the dark magic realm. Why must you inflict harm upon it? Demigula clasped his hands together, the residual dark power surging within him. With a crash, a black dragon formed from dark energy collided with the oncoming silver dragon. However, before contact could be made, the black dragon, wrought from dark energy, vanished instantaneously from this dimension, causing the dark magic realm to shudder violently. It became evident that Demigula's power had been displaced into an alternate dimension due to the tumultuous nature of time and space, leaving no opportunity for his strength to clash with that of Luis. The alternate dimension was obliterated, the explosive force reverberating throughout the dark magic realm. No. Please. No. The silver dragon continued its relentless advance towards Demigula, who was engulfed in despair, even as a being of divine caliber. He held no confidence in withstanding Luis's temporal obliteration. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The silver dragon, charging towards Demigula, abruptly halted, and the gaze turned to its wielder, Luis. Luis lay on the ground, his face ashen, blood spilling from his mouth, convulsing incessantly. Demigula, you will die? Luis reverted to his normal state, his strength utterly insufficient to wield the power of temporal annihilation. Forcing its use inflicted irreversible damage upon his entire being. Yet, at this juncture, his subconscious clung fiercely to the intention of vanquishing Demigula. In the air above, Luis exclaimed Weiss, his expression shifting dramatically as he discerned that something was amiss with Luis's condition. He yearned to descend. Do not act impulsively. The high priest restrained Weiss, gesturing toward the suspended force of temporal annihilation. This power was on the brink of explosion, should it detonate. Even the might of a priest would not guarantee a safe escape. But Luis is my disciple. I cannot abandon him, Weiss shouted. Years prior, when they had ventured into the dark demon realm, Luis had declared, if anything were to happen to Weiss, I would surely shatter the dark demon realm. Weiss felt a swell of emotion, grateful for the honor of being Luis's mentor. Luis, akin to Beerus, has been a figure of his childhood. Rather than a mere master-student relationship, one might describe it as a profound bond akin to that of a mentor and protege. Today has been fraught with overwhelming events, to the extent that even this angel finds it hard to comprehend. Nonetheless, Weiss is unconcerned with Luis's identity. His singular desire is to rescue him. You should rest for a while, he suggests. The Grand Priest exhales deeply, gesturing with his right hand, a radiant light enveloping Weiss, who instantly succumbs to slumber. Beside him, Beerus hastens to support his brother. Below, on the ground, the silver dragon remains motionless, observing Luis sprawled upon the earth. Demigura's heart races wildly, overwhelmed by a sense of relief after the calamity. How infuriating. Why has Lord Luis awakened? He muses darkly, circumventing the silver dragon to approach the prone figure of Luis. Midway through his approach, the chaotic fabric of time and space grows increasingly tumultuous. Demigura's pupils dilate in horror. Could it be? No. Demigura witnesses the silver dragon vibrating uncontrollably, a cry of despair escaping his lips. Suddenly, the dormant dragon erupts into a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, the entire dark magic realm is shattered into temporal fragments. The Grand Priest, observing from above, swiftly leads his children to safety, fleeing the ravaged space. However, Demigura is not so fortunate. He is unable to escape in time, and as the dark magic realm disintegrates, the very essence of his being is torn apart by the forces of time and space. Instantaneously gravely injured, the once stable realm devolves into a chaotic maelstrom. Demigura finds his limbs severed, his innards obliterated, vitality ebbing away as he floats motionless within the turbulent currents. Meanwhile, Lewis's form has vanished entirely. At that moment, a shadowy figure appears, accompanied by a black eraser. "Such fierce engagement," exclaims Bobo, who clutches the black eraser. The diminutive eraser, with its large, expressive eyes, surveys the scene before settling its gaze upon Demigura. "Bobo, why is this fellow so foolish?" The voice of the black eraser is delightfully childlike, its innocence coupled with its round, sparkling eyes rendering it rather endearing. Indeed, a bit dim-witted. "It's time for the great demon to intervene." Bobo replies respectfully. "These beings are truly bothersome." The great demon pouts, cheeks puffed in indignation, yet proceeds to wave its tiny hand. A palpable essence of temporal rules envelopes the chaotic currents of time and space. Time rewind. Suddenly, the dark demon realm reverted to its original state, and the severely wounded Demigula also recovered, yet Lewis was conspicuously absent. Where had that little rascal gone? The entire demon race stood upon the ground of the dark demon realm, gnawing on his little finger and mumbling to himself. Bobo glanced around and shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. At that moment, Demigula, lying on the ground, abruptly opened his eyes and, upon seeing the black eraser, exclaimed with joy, "Lord of all demons." Chapter 103. The secrets of all demons in the royal palace. The high priest returned with his progeny. Vis gradually awakened. Lewis! Lewis! Vis sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings, but there was no sign of Lewis to be found. Grasping Badu's shoulders, Vis shouted, "Sister, where is Lewis?" Baduz, filled with compassion, could only shake her head in response. Lewis possesses the ability to disregard any form of harm. However, his forced execution of temporal obliteration has already inflicted irreversible damage upon his body. The wounds he has inflicted upon himself are beyond his capacity to ignore. If not treated promptly, Lewis may face dire consequences. Wis felt a tremor in his heart, his eyes bloodshot as he glanced at his fellow siblings. The dark demon realm had been shattered into fragments of time and space, and Lewis, Kes, Konik, Makalita, and the other 10 angels shook their heads in unison. The sound echoed. "How am I to explain this to Lord Beerus?" Wis collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant. "Enough. Wis. Do you still resemble an angel in your current state?" The Grand Priest's voice rang out sternly. "Your present condition bears no distinction from that of Meruz." Upon hearing Meruz's name, Wis rose with a roar. "I once believed that Meruz was in the wrong, but now I realize that we were the ones mistaken. What is the purpose of an angel's existence? Merely to train destroyers, devoid of any other emotions, perpetually maintaining a neutral stance, akin to machines. Nurturing one generation of destroyers only to proceed to the next. An endless cycle. A lamentable fate." Wis's words sent a shiver through the hearts of the other angels present, who subsequently shook their heads. Kes cast a glance at Wis and sighed. "Wis, our duty as angels encompasses these very responsibilities." Wis's face turned ashen, and he fell into silence. The entire palace fell into a profound stillness, with no one daring to speak. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly shocking, and it was only now that the angels began to comprehend the entirety of the situation. Demigra and the others speculated that Lewis was the reincarnation of all demons, and to awaken his past memories, they had launched an assault on Lewis's wife. The Grand Priest observed Wis's despondent expression and sighed. Perhaps, after all, Lewis might be unscathed. The Grand Priest's voice resonated within the quiet palace, prompting Wis to suddenly lift his head. "Father." The other angels turned to the Grand Priest as well. The Grand Priest regarded Wis. "You should be most aware of Lewis's uniqueness. He possesses the strength of Lord Zeno and the power of the Time King. Do you truly believe he could perish so easily?" Yes, indeed. Lewis surely would not succumb so effortlessly. After all, he is Lewis." Wis nodded fervently, a glimmer of hope finally igniting in his eyes. Who would have thought that even an angel could be overwhelmed by rage? "Father, where could he possibly be now?" It is astonishing that Lewis, relying solely on the 4th tier of divine realm power, could reduce the dark demon realm to temporal fragments. This boy is truly formidable. The Grand Priest cast a glance at Wis before responding. The dark demon realm has now transformed into a turbulent stream of time. Lewis should be drifting within it. But where he has floated off to remains unknown. What shall we do? Wis implored. "Father, perhaps we should seek the assistance of the King of Time." Beside them, Kes spoke. "Do not dwell on this. Each realm operates independently, and do you truly believe Koranoia would heed your concerns?" Sighing, Vis acknowledged this truth. Unless a significant event were to arise, every world remains unaffected by the others. The turbulent currents of time and space are treacherous enough to ensnare even those of divine rank, rendering it impossible for him to seek out Lewis. Feeling helpless and devoid of solutions, one certainty lingered in his mind. Lewis would undoubtedly be safe. After all, this was Lewis, a paragon of indifference, a being of perfect autonomy, capable of erasing and obliterating time and space. Such powers could not possibly belong to an ordinary person. Vis's frantic heart found a modicum of solace. At last, Bato spoke. Vis, rest assured, Lewis should be unharmed. My curiosity now leans towards Lewis's true identity. Indeed, Father, is Lewis truly the reincarnation of the All-Demon? Vis inquired eagerly. The All-Demon, a forbidden entity, a name only recognized by the angels today. Initially, Kes was unaware of this. But having been commanded by the High Priest to prolong Quetra's experience, she ventured into the fourth universe to prevent Lewis from erasing Quetra. Only then did she learn from the High Priest that Lewis might be connected to the All-King. Oh, All-Demon. The High Priest glanced towards the depths of the palace. Then with a grand gesture, led the angels away from the All-King's palace. They arrived in the northern galaxy of the seventh universe. The High Priest regarded the angels and spoke with a calm demeanor. The All-Demon is, in fact, the brother of the All-King. A thunderous crash reverberated, akin to a clap of thunder. The angels were left speechless. Ignoring their astonishment, the High Priest began to unveil the long-hidden secrets. Once, the All-King universe was governed jointly by the All-King and the All-Demon, a world possessed of two supreme beings. It elevated the All-King universe above the realm of time and the realm of dragons. However, due to a certain incident, the All-King and the All-Demon clashed violently, resulting in the All-Demon's complete descent into darkness. Ultimately, the All-Demon severed ties with the All-King universe and established the Dark Demon realm. This animosity between the Dark Demon realm and the All-King universe was thus explained. The High Priest revealed the secrets, leaving the angels in profound shock, unable to regain their composure. Such revelations were entirely new to them. They had only known of the ongoing conflict between the Dark Demon realm and the All-King universe. But the reasons behind it were a mystery. The All-Demon, the sovereign of the Dark Demon realm, a brother to the All-King, and an enemy to him. Vis hastily exclaimed. Father, is it true that Lewis is the reincarnation of the All-Demon? No wonder his powers are so peculiar, and his understanding so profound, effortlessly grasping abilities that others could spend a lifetime trying to comprehend. Rather than being a genius, he is more akin to a prodigy. But, does such a prodigious being truly exist in this world? So Lewis possesses this extraordinary identity. The celestial beings gazed intently at the High Priest, their eyes brimming with curiosity. The High Priest, observing his offspring, smiled wryly and said, Initially, I too believed that Lewis was the reincarnation of the All-Demon, but I have come to realize that I was mistaken. Over a decade ago, when Lewis first traversed into the Dragon Ball realm and awakened his system, the moment he unleashed that divine aura, I sensed it instantly. I even sought to test him. Kex frowned. So Lewis is not the All-Demon? Indeed. The All-Demon is the brother of the Omni-King, and referring to him as Lord is entirely appropriate. Allow me to elaborate, the High Priest continued, waving his hand. When I tested Lewis, I discovered he could ignore any form of harm. Ignoring any harm? The High Priest paused, then inquired, Do you think this is possible, Universe 11 Angel? Makarita shook her head. I find it implausible. If he truly could disregard all injury, should Lewis elevate his dimensional training to our angelic level, would he not be invincible? Angels possess eternal lifespans. Even if the universe were to perish, we would not meet our end. If Lewis were to master the dimensions to that extent, he would have no vulnerabilities. Even if sealed, he could not be vanquished. But can there truly exist someone who can disregard all harm? Makarita remained unconvinced. Kex, during the time of the candidate Destroyer God sparring, did you not witness Lewis's ability to ignore damage firsthand? Kex interjected. Indeed. The other angels nodded in agreement. During the sparring session, Lewis withstood attacks from 10 candidate Destroyer Gods. It was evident he could indeed disregard their strikes. Makarita furrowed her brow, now perplexed, and turned to the High Priest. Father, initially, I shared Makarita's skepticism. I too believed it impossible. The High Priest regarded Makarita before shaking his head. However, when I unleashed my erasure technique upon Lewis, he withstood my test. The reality contradicted my conclusion. It seems there truly exists someone who can ignore all harm. Upon hearing this revelation, the celestial beings gasped in astonishment. Noticing their reactions, the High Priest's tone shifted, yet, in the end, I still cannot bring myself to believe that anyone can truly disregard all harm. The angels were momentarily taken aback. Had T the high priest just asserted that Lewis had withstood his erasure, concluding that there was indeed someone he could not harm? How could it be that now? The ability to disregard any harm is, in essence, relative. The high priest gazed at Weiss and said calmly, "Weiss, if a mere mortal were to attack you, would you not also be able to disregard their assault?" The angels present were not naive. The high priest's words sparked a revelation among them. Indeed, if a mortal were to assail a supreme being, even if the supreme being remained indifferent, the mortal could not inflict even the slightest injury upon them. It seemed the high priest could see through the thoughts of the angels, stating, "Yes, that was my reasoning at the time. In my eyes, Lewis's identity must be extraordinary. He is undoubtedly a supreme being, which is why he can disregard any harm. Such a phenomenon I have only witnessed in Lord All-King, Lord Salam, and Lord Time King." The high priest paused for a moment before continuing. "In fact, there is another individual who can achieve such a state, Lord All-Demon." The angels began to speak in unison. The high priest nodded. "Indeed, the Lord of the Dark Demon realm vanished long ago. Lord All-King informed me that Lord All-Demon likely entered reincarnation. With the emergence of Lewis, who can disregard any harm, disrupt rules, manipulate the laws of time and space, and wield erasure, I instinctively thought of the reincarnated Lord All-Demon." The angels nodded in understanding. No wonder their father believed Lewis to be All-Demon. Had they been privy to the secrets of All-Demon earlier, they would undoubtedly have held the same conviction. At that moment, the high priest pointed towards a cerulean planet in the starry sky and turned to Bados. "Bados, did you not say that the former high priest secluded himself there?" The northern galaxy, previously ravaged by Lewis, had been restored by the high priest, and the direction he indicated was indeed Earth. The former high priest. The angels were taken aback. Bados smiled wryly. "Father, that was what Weiss conveyed to me. During Lewis's journey to challenge the Omni King, his first destination was the sixth universe. As he was about to depart, Weiss remarked that the former Grand Priest was in seclusion on Earth. It was only later that she sought out the Grand Priest to discuss this matter. Indeed, it was by mere chance that I learned of the former Grand Priest's retreat on Earth," Weiss acknowledged, noting that it was through the sight of the Senzu beings that he uncovered the identity of the former Grand Priest. Could it be that the former Grand Priest was in service to the Dark Lord? Lewis pondered, considering that both the former Grand Priest and the Dark Lord often crossed paths on Earth while residing in the North Galaxy. No wonder Father harbored such suspicions. The celestial attendants suddenly understood. "Initially, I had my doubts about Lewis's identity, but upon hearing from Bados that the former Grand Priest was in seclusion on Earth, I ceased to question Lewis as the reincarnation of the Dark Lord." The Grand Priest sighed with a wry smile. "Yet now I find that I have misjudged." "Oh." The celestial attendants furrowed their brows. "The Dark Lord possesses both light and dark powers, yet he does not wield the power of time and space." The Grand Priest lamented. "Have you forgotten Lewis's demonstration of time erasure in the dark magic realm?" Chapter 105. The Super Dragon Balls state that the rules can be regarded as the natural trajectory. Those with heightened perception may even grasp them independently. Much like Hit from the anime, who, through his exceptional perception, was able to comprehend certain temporal rules, enabling him to perform time skip. As for the destruction of rules, it is only through the training of angels that gods of destruction and their candidates can come to understand it. However, power transcends rules, or rather, power is a fundamental essence. Power is categorized into light, dark, time and space, and miracle powers. Each type of power constitutes the fundamental force of its respective realm. For instance, inhabitants of the Omni King universe can only grasp the condensation of light power, while those from the dark magic realm can only comprehend dark power, and the dragon realm is limited in its own way. It is entirely normal for the Dark Lord, originally from the Omni King universe, to possess both light and dark powers. However, to execute time erasure, one must comprehend the power of time and space. Yet, the Dark Lord does not possess the power of time and space. The celestial attendants were left dumbfounded. If Lewis is not the reincarnation of the Dark Lord, then who is he? The 12 angels gazed intently at the Grand Priest, and the North Galaxy lay in utter silence. After a moment, the Grand Priest shook his head. "I do not know." Hiss. The celestial attendants gasped in shock. Even their father was unaware of Lewis's identity. "This. Soon." Weiss spoke with unwavering conviction. "Although I too am perplexed by Lewis's identity, He is currently the candidate god of destruction for my 7th universe, and I believe in him." His words left the multitude of angels momentarily stunned, but they swiftly regained their composure. Since Lewis could not possibly be entirely demonic, the true nature of his identity warranted further investigation. Such a mysterious individual would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. After all, allowing a powerful enigma to roam unchecked posed a perilous threat to the entirety of the Omni Kingdom. Should the Grand Priest and the Omni King decide to take action, even if Lewis possessed the ability to disregard all harm, his current strength would not suffice to elude their grasp. The solution lay in sealing him away. With Whis now speaking up, it appeared he sought to protect Lewis. "Whis, may you tread carefully." The Grand Priest regarded Whis with a penetrating gaze before uttering those words and vanishing from sight. Whis exhaled in relief. With Lewis currently untraceable, should he become the target of pursuit by his father and the Omni King, the situation would become dire. Fortunately, his father seemed disinclined to intervene. The North Galaxy was left with merely 12 angels. "Whis, I have faith in Lewis," Bados reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I too believe in him." Chris revealed a faint smile, clearly optimistic about the young fellow Lewis. At that moment, the other angels chimed in. "We believe in him as well." The angels who spoke hailed from universes that Lewis had visited 6 months prior. Only Cognac, Margarita, and Madinu remained silent. Cognac, the serving angel of the 4th universe, had witnessed his god of destruction eradicated by Lewis himself. It was understandable that he refrained from voicing his support. After all, it was difficult to harbor any fondness for the one who had obliterated his deity. Meanwhile, Margarita and Madinu belonged to universes that had not been graced by Lewis's presence, leaving them entirely unaware of his character. In the realm of the Kaishin, the crystal ball revealed a harrowing image, Tai's demise at the hands of dark forces. In the wake of Tais's death, Lewis was engulfed in a state of profound rage. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, his power surging to the 4th tier of divine realms. Ultimately, Lewis vanished into the northern galaxy. Ashen sat on the grass, his eyes vacant. Thais is truly dead. Thais was Lewis's beloved wife, who had even shared instant noodles with him. Is this how it ends? The old Supreme Kai paid little heed to Tais's demise. Instead, he commented on the Saiyan physiology. Their anger fuels an unrelenting surge of power, making the Saiyan race exceedingly formidable. Suddenly, the old Supreme Kai paused, observing the dazed Ashen, and inquired, "My descendant, what troubles you?" With a sigh, Ashen replied, "I never imagined Thais would be slain by Demigra. Lewis must be in great anguish right now." The old Supreme Kai retorted with irritation, "Of course Lewis is suffering. His closest companion has been murdered. It is akin to if I were to be killed. Would you not grieve?" Ashen, momentarily lost in thought, quickly recognized the absurdity of his response. Thud! He clasped his head, crouching on the ground in pain, exclaiming, "Oh dear, ancestor, what are you doing? You ungrateful rascal! After all I have done for you, if I were to perish, you would feel no sorrow? It truly vexes me. Please, ancestor, do not be angry. If you were to die, I would surely mourn." The old Supreme Kai's lips twitched in disbelief. This descendant is indeed quite filial. After a while, noticing Ashen's continued expression of regret, he asked, "What are you up to, young man?" Ashen inquired, "Ancestor, is it true that Thais has really perished? Isn't that obvious?" Struck by the dark force, it is as if she has been erased from existence. Thais has completely vanished from this world. What will happen to Lewis? What can be done? He must simply endure. Seeing Ashen's ire, the old Supreme Kai decided to refrain from teasing him. Very well, Thais actually has a chance of resurrection. Ashen was overjoyed. Really? He understood how significant Thais was to Lewis. After all, Lewis was a candidate for the God of Destruction in Universe 7 and also a dear friend. He did not wish to witness Lewis's continued despondency. Under normal circumstances, being struck by such primordial power would render any hope of resurrection futile. The old Supreme Kai feigned mystery, yet there exists a force that can bring Thais back to life. Ashen eagerly demanded, "Ancestor, what is this power? Pray, tell me quickly. I am beside myself with worry." Seeing the old Supreme Kai's demeanor, he felt an urge to strike him. The old Supreme Kai delivered a sharp rap to Ashen's head, retorting, "You are the current Supreme Kai. Must you always be so impulsive?" Once Ashen settled down, the old Supreme Kai finally spoke. The power that can resurrect Thais is known as the Miracle Force. As Ashen prepared to speak, the old Kai waved his hand, continuing, The power of miracles, as the name suggests, is the ability to manifest the impossible. This force exists solely within the dragon realm. However, it is quite unrealistic for us to venture into the dragon realm. The old Kai shook his head. Aside from the ongoing conflicts between the Omni King's universe and the Dark Demon realm, other worlds remain largely uninvolved with one another. What is the dragon realm? If we cannot access the dragon realm, how can we possibly find the power of miracles to resurrect Turais? Asin clenched his fists, filled with anxiety. The old Kai glanced at Asin before responding. While we cannot reach the dragon realm, we can seek the Super Dragon Balls. Chapter 105, The Future Timeline. What are the Super Dragon Balls? Asin asked, his face filled with confusion. Ever since the old Kai emerged from the Kai sword, he realized there was so much he did not understand, much like when he encountered the 5 beings associated with Demigra, whose identities were unknown to him. Now, the Super Dragon Balls that the old Kai spoke of, what exactly were they? The Super Dragon Balls are wish orbs crafted by the sovereign of the dragon realm, capable of granting any wish, even the resurrection of those who have been erased. Turais can surely be saved. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the old Kai's eyes as he remembered the divine Super Shinran, an image that remained etched in his memory. That is truly splendid, Asin exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. The sight of Lewis, consumed by an overwhelming fury beneath the vast expanse of the northern galaxy, tugged at his heartstrings. Since the day he had met Lewis, he had never witnessed such an intense display of emotion. The loss of a dearly beloved. This recollection evoked memories of the great Kaioshin, who had once sacrificed himself to protect him, ultimately devoured by the malevolent Majin Buu. As Asin sniffled, a hint of redness crept into his eyes. He was resolute in his determination to rescue Tais. Having experienced such profound anguish himself, he could not bear the thought of Lewis enduring similar torment. Fear not. The old Kaioshin also wore a smile of reassurance. Lewis embodies the hope of the 7th universe, and he refuses to allow the path to its resurgence to be severed so abruptly. Primarily, he feels a deep compassion for the young Lewis. Having discovered the means to revive Tais, in the ensuing time, Saiyan and the elder Kaioshin commenced the summoning of Whis. Meanwhile, Whis, along with a host of angels, continues to ponder the identity of Lewis, yet they remain utterly perplexed. The power of Lewis is exceptionally unique, capable of erasing and obliterating time and space, both of which are the ultimate techniques of the Omni King universe and the realm of time. Should Lewis also command the forces of darkness and miracles, he would amass the primordial energies of all worlds. Unable to discern Lewis's true identity, the celestial beings shifted their discourse to the realm of the dark demon. Among the 5 demon gods, only Demigula remains, as the other 4 have been eradicated by the Grand Priest. Driven by an overwhelming fury, Lewis transcended into a state beyond the 3rd tier, his strength surging to the 4th level of the divine realm. The power of the 4th tier in the divine realm is akin to that of a true deity of destruction. With such formidable strength at his disposal, Lewis unleashed annihilation, vanquishing all the formidable warriors of the Dark Demon realm. Consequently, the Dark Demon realm suffered catastrophic losses. In the aftermath, Lewis forcibly unleashed a temporal obliteration, reducing the entire Dark Demon realm to fragments of time and space. Now, the Dark Demon realm has transformed into a chaotic maelstrom of temporal turbulence, leaving Lewis's whereabouts unknown. The perspectives on Lewis differ among the celestial beings. While the destroyers harbor a disdain for Beerus and the 7th universe, the other angels, with the exception of Konnik from the 4th universe, hold a favorable regard for Lewis. Lewis possesses remarkable talents, a gentle disposition, and a humble nature. In this instance, he has utterly vanquished the malevolent Dark Demon realm, which stands opposed to the entire cosmic order. Lewis now possesses the means to obliterate the entire world. Should such a mysterious powerhouse remain steadfastly aligned with the Omni King's faction, the Omni King's universe would swiftly ascend above all others. Thus, the celestial beings do not oppose Whis's decision to protect Lewis. As the angels departed from the 7th universe, Whis received a summons from the elder Kaioshin. In the Kaioshin realm, Beerus and Whis materialized. Old chap, have you truly devised a method to rescue Lewis? Beerus alighted upon the lawn and rushed to the elder Supreme Kai, shaking his shoulders fervently. You fragile skeleton, if you continue to shake me, my bones shall shatter. The elder Kaioshin protested. Is what you say indeed true? Whis inquired urgently. Lord Beerus, our ancestors stated that we merely need to locate the Super Dragon Balls, exclaimed a nearby Asin, brimming with excitement. Super Dragon Balls? A radiant light flickered in the minds of Beerus and Whis, and the two embraced in exhilaration. Indeed, I cannot believe I overlooked this solution. We can seek the Super Dragon Balls, they exclaimed. This is a case of concern leading to confusion. The duo had endured so much over the past few days that even as a god of destruction and an angel, their minds became somewhat clouded, causing them to forget the method of seeking the Super Dragon clan. In the ensuing days, the two Kaioshins remained in the Kaioshin realm to oversee the seventh universe, while Beerus and Whis set forth to search for the Super Dragon Balls. In a certain timeline, upon a cerulean planet, destruction reigned supreme, houses lay in ruins, and the landscape was a disarray of debris. On a dilapidated street, a tattered and injured man lay upon the ground. This man, adorned with a tail around his waist and silver hair that shimmered like crystal in the sunlight, bore blood-red eyes devoid of any vitality, as if he had relinquished all hope, appearing akin to a lifeless corpse. Ding. Successful sign-in the future timeline. Reward, perfected Ultra Instinct. This man is none other than Lewis, adrift in the turbulent currents of time and space. After a month of wandering, he has arrived in the future timeline and successfully completed his sign-in. The electronic voice of the system echoed in Lewis's mind. In the past, he would have been exhilarated by this, reveling in the perfect state of bliss. This was akin to the ultimate form that Sun Wukong attained in the realm of nothingness within the super anime, a state through which he single-handedly withstood Jiren's might. Had it not been for his exhaustion, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly have triumphed over Jiren in this very state. Lewis has attained this state, which will undoubtedly prove beneficial in future confrontations, for not every battle necessitates the use of such obliterating power. Yet now, with the demise of Tais, his world is devoid of any light. Lewis heard the electronic sound, remaining utterly indifferent, his vacant eyes devoid of any color, as if nothing in this world could stir his emotional turmoil. The system, feeling helpless, wished to speak but fell silent, enveloped in stillness. On a dilapidated street, Lewis lay sprawled. A gentle breeze rustled through, carrying with it tattered plastic bags and newspapers. It appeared desolate. Suddenly, an energy projectile hurtled towards him. Boom. Half the street erupted in an explosion, engulfing Lewis in flames. Ding. Immunity. Amidst the thick smoke, a silver glow flickered around Lewis, rendering him impervious to the shockwave of the blast. 17th, 18th, I shall avenge my brother Gohan. A young man radiating golden light engaged in combat with two androids. Bang, bang, bang. The aftershocks of their clash obliterated the remaining street. As the three wrestled in a chaotic melee, battling from the ground to the sky, they exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds. Soon, with a resounding bang, the young man transformed into a projectile, crashing down beside Lewis and creating a deep crater. Luis. Chapter 106. Your mother's sister is called Tais. In the depths of the pit, the young man clutched his chest, violently coughing up blood. He yearned to rise from the ground, yet his body remained devoid of strength. Ha ha ha. Trunks, are not you Saiyans known for your arrogance? What a coward you are, hiding behind Son Gohan to survive. He may protect you for a moment, but can he shield you for a lifetime? In a month, I will have trampled Son Gohan like a dead dog, and now it is your turn. Speak. How do you wish to die? Above, androids 17 and 18 descended from the sky, landing beside the pit, indifferent to the lifeless body nearby. Damn it, Gohan. Brother, I'm so sorry. I am too weak to avenge you. Trunks, lying in the pit, gazed at the devilish android siblings above. Anger and guilt surged within him. A month prior, Son Gohan had diverted the androids to protect him, and by the time Trunks arrived, Gohan lay in a pool of his own blood. Trunks felt a profound remorse. He had been saved by his brother Gohan, yet now he was powerless to repay that sacrifice. Why was he so weak? Panting feebly, despair enveloped him. Brother Gohan, I have come to join you. Mother, I am so sorry. Please take care of yourself. Trunks' greatest concern now is for his mother. But the two androids above had already begun to gather energy blasts. The overwhelming power caused the pit to erupt, debris raining down upon his head. Trunks knew he could not withstand this assault, yet he lacked the strength to flee, despairing as he closed his eyes. Above the pit, the energy ball in 17's hand swelled, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. This trash is the son of the Saiyan prince, far inferior to Son Gohan. Let us not continue to toy with him, 18 said, narrowing her eyes at 17. 17 shook his head, sneering. I initially intended to play with him, but he is simply too pathetic to pique my interest. Let us kill him. 18 chuckled, finding no objection to 17's decision as her interest in Trunks had waned. Two energy blasts coalesced in the hands of the android's siblings, and the surrounding debris seemed to lose its gravitational pull, rising into the air. Just as the attacks were about to be unleashed, a voice suddenly broke the oppressive silence. Are you in despair? I too am in despair. The ones I love most dearly are right before my eyes, yet I lack the strength to protect them. The lifeless body nearby suddenly spoke. The unexpected voice shattered the grim atmosphere, causing 17 and 18's pupils to constrict as they turned towards the source. This corpse was still alive. Primarily, the divine power residing within Lewis eluded detection by the artificial beings, further compounded by the lifeless gaze in Lewis's eyes, leading androids 17 and 18 to believe that he had perished. Who are you? Inquired android 18, her brows furrowing in concentration. Whoever he may be, let us perish together. Android 17 laughed heartily as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Following suit, Android 18 hurled her own energy projectile, tearing through the void. Just as the two siblings believed their assault would annihilate Trunks and the lifeless form, two violet orbs manifested from thin air, adorning the energy blasts. With a resounding crash, they disintegrated. The incoming energy attacks transformed into specks of starlight midair, dissipating into nothingness. What? Android 18 gasped, her eyes fixed on Lewis in disbelief. How is this possible? Android 17 stared in shock, incredulity etched on his face. This is a force of 700 million battle power. Even a Super Saiyan cannot withstand it. How can you? Who are you? The siblings were on the brink of madness, baffled that a mere lifeless body could withstand their onslaught. Meanwhile, Trunks abruptly opened his eyes in the pit. Who is it? He questioned, momentarily disregarding his pain as he regained some strength and ascended into the air. Upon emerging from the pit, he beheld Lewis, silver hair, crimson eyes, and a tail. The sight of the tail struck Trunks with overwhelming shock. According to his mother's accounts, aside from his uncle Goku and his father, all other Saiyans had perished in Frieza's planet-destroying attack. Could there still be surviving Saiyans? Furthermore, this Saiyan had withstood the assault from the two androids. Hiss. Did that mean his power could rival that of Android 17 and the others? Are you a Saiyan? Trunks called out as he hovered in midair. In truth, he harbored a desire to seize this opportunity to escape, grow stronger, and return for vengeance. However, upon seeing Lewis's tail, an inexplicable force compelled him to halt. After lying dormant for 3 days, Lewis finally stirred, struggling to rise from the battered ground. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the remnants of the wounds inflicted during his forced temporal erasure. These injuries, without the intervention of another power, were irreversible. Lewis is now gravely injured, his life flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Bulma's son. Louis spat a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed intently on Trunks, ignoring the two androids. A flicker of tenderness emerged in his crimson eyes. He was the nephew of Ties. Above, Trunks was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this Saiyan recognized his mother. At that moment, a question arose. Aren't you the last Saiyan, Trunks? Who exactly are you? At the edge of the deep pit, Android 18 and 17 retreated several meters, their vigilance unyielding despite Lewis's bloodshed. For the recent display of power had left them profoundly shaken. Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed at the two androids. Much like characters from an anime, the siblings possessed striking beauty. However, in this timeline, androids 17 and 18 had been consumed by the darkness of slaughter. Trunks, take me to Bulma, Lewis implored, disregarding the androids and instead focusing on Trunks above. I will not take you there, Trunks replied, shaking his head. Though this Saiyan had saved him, he was a stranger. Moreover, his mother had warned him that nearly all Saiyans were malevolent, and he could not jeopardize her safety by introducing an unknown danger. At that moment, Lewis spoke slowly. Your mother's sister is named Ties, and Ties is my wife. Chapter 107. Leaving the androids to you, what did you say? Trunks spiraled in midair, momentarily forgetting the androids below as he descended rapidly to Lewis's side. Lewis appeared pallid, resembling a frail wretch. Trunks grasped Lewis's shoulders tightly and inquired, You are my aunt's husband? Where's my aunt? The last question erupted from Trunks's lips. In his early childhood, Earth had been ravaged by the androids, and Gohan had continually led him and Bulma in their flight for survival. Amidst the ceaseless chaos, he found solace in his mother's warm embrace, where she recounted tales of the past. She had often said that if Uncle Goku were still alive, these androids would pose no threat at all. The death of Goku from heart disease was indeed a lamentable event. In addition, there was another sorrow for his mother, the disappearance of her sister. She had mentioned that long ago, her sister had left Earth, and thereafter, they lost all contact. In the perilous expanse of the universe, losing touch often signified calamity. Each time she reminisced about the past, she would bring this up, marking it as her greatest regret. Trunks understood this all too well, and he could hardly believe he had encountered his aunt's husband today. Could it be that his aunt had not met with misfortune? Lewis was seized by Trunks by the shoulder. With each shake, a jolt of pain reverberated through his injured body. Lewis spat out a mouthful of blood. Trunks was startled and quickly released Lewis, exclaiming, "What? What happened to you?" "I'm fine, I assure you. I wouldn't deceive you. Please take me to Bulma. I have matters to discuss with her," Lewis replied, waving his hand dismissively. In his original timeline, had it not been for his intervention, Tyrese would likely have encountered an unfortunate fate. In this timeline, without his interference, it is probable that Tyrese has indeed met with misfortune. Lewis was acutely aware that each timeline existed independently, which meant that the ties in this realm bore no relation to him. Nevertheless, the mere thought of ties, now embroiled in unforeseen circumstances, filled him with profound sorrow. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air. A defeated foe, a mere shadow of his former self, daring to engage in idle chatter before us, as if he were in the comfort of his own home, with her arms crossed. Number 18 regarded Lewis with a disdainful smile, adding, "Surely you do not believe that merely blocking our attack has rendered you invincible?" She acknowledged that Lewis had indeed thwarted their assault, genuinely surprising them. However, it is evident that Lewis is not in a good state. Even a blind person could discern that he has sustained severe injuries. Lewis has just successfully thwarted their assault, likely expending every ounce of his strength. Were this individual unscathed, she might have regarded him with some trepidation. However, in his current feeble state, he is undeniably no match for her. The last person to consider themselves invincible was that Saiyan named Vegeta, and he too was ultimately vanquished by us. Number 17 smirked with a malevolent charm. He could easily discern that Lewis was in a peculiar condition. In such a state, they could effortlessly eliminate him. How infuriating! Trunks, upon hearing his father's disparagement, was consumed by rage. He was determined to annihilate these two androids. "Trunks!" Luis grasped Trunks, who was eager to charge forward, and shook his head. "With your current strength, what good would it do to rush in? Have you forgotten how your brother Gohan met his demise?" Trunks, feeling the weight of humiliation as he beheld the mocking expressions of androids 17 and 18, was engulfed by a sense of helplessness. "Take me to your mother. I will teach you how to personally eliminate them," Luis said, releasing Trunks' hand with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, the two androids burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs. "Did I hear correctly? This frail one is suggesting he could teach us to be killed by his own hands." Android 18 wiped away tears of mirth, nearly losing her composure. Android 17, pointing at Luis, guffawed. "This foolish mud is utterly hilarious, rivaling even that arrogant Vegeta. Is it truly so amusing?" Luis furrowed his brow, and an overwhelming divine aura erupted forth. The ground within a kilometer radius buckled under an invisible force, sinking 2 meters deep. The pressure emanating from the dimensional realm caused Trunks, Android 17, and Android 18 to bend their knees slightly, while Android 17 and 18, being purely mechanical, would typically remain unaffected by such dimensional oppression. Their essence still aligned them with humanity. The divine pressure sent a shiver through the two artificial beings. "Why your power? Who on earth are you?" The androids were taken aback, unable to perceive Luis's strength, yet the weight upon them conveyed the undeniable reality of his formidable prowess. Wasn't he this lad just lying on the ground like a corpse? After rising, he had even coughed up blood several times. How could such a frail figure unleash such an immense aura? It was maddening. With a swift gesture, Lewis unleashed a formidable force that stirred the air, conjuring a tempestuous whirlwind that instantaneously propelled the two androids thousands of miles away. Remarkable, so powerful. Trunks stood agape, astonished that this Saiyan could effortlessly send those two immensely powerful androids flying. To what extent had his strength reached? At that moment, a sudden sound echoed forth. Lewis spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion growing even paler. Trunks, filled with concern, inquired, "Are you all right?" Luis shook his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and turned to Trunks. I did not slay them. I have left them for you. I shall ensure I personally bring their demise. Trunks clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Observing Luis spitting blood once more, he hurriedly inquired, "How are you feeling now?" This Saiyan claimed to be the husband of Ties. He could not possibly be in peril, could he? For the moment, I am fine. But if you do not take me to find Bulma soon, I shall truly perish. Luis blinked his crimson eyes and offered a wry smile. Luis was not jesting. A month prior, he had lost his sanity and forcibly unleashed a temporal erasure, resulting in irreversible injuries to his body. As his dimension had ascended to the divine level, his lifespan now equaled that of the Supreme Kai. However, an extended lifespan did not equate to the healing of his wounds. He could succumb to death at any moment. All right, I shall take you to my mother. You must hold on. Trunks swallowed hard. This Saiyan claimed to be his uncle, and though he was uncertain of its veracity, his instincts assured him that this Saiyan was not deceiving him. Trunks swiftly led Luis skyward. Chapter 108. Assist me in creating a Super Dragon Ball radar West City. Amidst the dilapidated streets, a hidden chamber within the ruins was filled with an array of sophisticated instruments. At the center of this chamber lay a shuttle resembling an octopus. A weary-looking woman with blue hair tirelessly operated the computer before her. The data, processed through a chip, was transmitted via data lines to the octopus-shaped shuttle. At last, it's ready. Once the energy is gathered, we shall surely return to the past. The woman was none other than Bulma from the future, clutching a heart disease remedy and murmuring to herself. At that moment, footsteps echoed from above the chamber. Bulma's heart raced. She held her breath, scarcely daring to inhale. Whenever Trunks returned, he would lightly knock 3 times on the ruins above. The approaching individual was certainly not Trunks. Who could it be? The footsteps on the stairs grew nearer. Bulma's body trembled increasingly, and she shrank into the corner. Had she been discovered by the androids? No, please. I am so close to gathering the energy. Bulma, filled with fear and unwillingness, clutched the heart disease remedy tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Suddenly, Mom, I'm back. It was Trunks. Bulma's heart soared with joy, her taut nerves finally relaxing. She had been so tense that she collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Trunks descended the stairs and quickly helped her to her feet. Mom, what is wrong? What is wrong? You scared me half to death, you little rascal. Bulma scolded, giving Trunks a light swat. It then dawned on Trunks that he had returned in such haste that he forgot to knock 3 times on the ruins to alert his mother. Not lingering on the topic, he hurriedly said, Mom, I have news about Aunt. Who? Bulma paused, then realizing, she grasped Trunks' hand tightly. You mean my sister, Ties? Yes. Trunks nodded vigorously. Where's your aunt? Bulma exclaimed with delight, wondering if her sister had miraculously returned from the cosmos unharmed. However, the Earth was currently under siege by the androids, and if her sister encountered those too, it would spell disaster. I don't know. Observing Bulma's anxious expression, Trunks hurriedly urged, Uncle, please explain everything to my mother. On the journey back, he had gleaned some details from Luis, discovering that Luis was a Saiyan from a past timeline. Uncle. Bulma was taken aback, astonished that her sister had found a boyfriend. Just then, a figure descended the staircase. With silver hair and blood-red eyes, he appeared exceedingly sinister. Though his complexion was pale, reminiscent of a bedridden invalid. A Saiyan, Bulma exclaimed, quickly noticing the tail at Luis's waist. As Luis stepped down the stairs, he paused, taken aback by Bulma's presence. This version of Bulma resembled the depiction in the anime. Years of toil had rendered her somewhat aged. Reflecting on the younger Bulma from his timeline, who had often lamented her disdain for aging, he felt a sense of affection for her. Luis felt a pang of sympathy for his sister-in-law. Who are you? Aren't all Saiyans extinct? Bulma inquired, her voice laced with disbelief. Mom, Uncle. Trunks, be silent. Haven't I told you that all Saiyans are malevolent? Bulma expressed her frustration, feeling exasperated with Trunks' actions. She had explicitly warned him about this matter. Yet he had carelessly brought a Saiyan into the hidden chamber. Was this not akin to bringing a tiger home? Indeed, in your timeline, all Saiyans have perished. However, I am not a Saiyan from your timeline. I hail from the past, Luis interjected after clearing his throat. The past? Bulma was taken aback. And suddenly an epiphany struck her. She swiftly glanced at the time machine. Time travel. This notion had merely been a conjecture until now. With Earth in peril, she felt compelled to explore even the slightest possibility. Her time machine was already constructed, and it merely awaited the necessary energy sources. Could it be that time travel was indeed feasible? You claim to be a Saiyan from the past, and assert that you are my brother-in-law. What proof do you possess? Bulma's demeanor softened slightly as she fixed her gaze intently upon Lewis. Proof, you ask? Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed. In your quest for the Prince Charming, you embarked on a journey to seek the Dragon Balls during your high school years. You encountered Kakarot on the Bowsy Mountain. Together, you located the Dragon Balls, and ultimately, your final wish was granted by Oolong. Louise has been recounting the experiences of Bulma. As she hears the tales of yesteryears, a glimmer of nostalgia flickers in her eyes. Trunks had long ago listened to his mother share these stories, and now, hearing them again from Louise fills him with excitement. Indeed, Louise is his uncle. After narrating Bulma's experiences, Louise continues to speak of her relationship with Tais. Every detail of their encounters is unveiled before her. By the end of these revelations, Bulma is already convinced to a great extent. This Saiyan is truly her brother-in-law. At this moment, Bulma, you most detest it when others remark upon your age. As soon as Louise spoke those words, a thunderous shockwave seemed to strike Bulma. It was as if she had been hit by lightning. This Saiyan knew even the things she despised the most. Brother-in-law, are you truly my brother-in-law? Bulma's eyes brimmed with tears. Yes. Louise nodded vigorously. His sister-in-law in this timeline was indeed unfortunate. Son Wukong had perished, Vegeta had met the same fate, and ultimately, Gohan had also fallen. Only Bulma and Trunks remained, relying on one another for solace. With the absence of these three Saiyan guardians, Earth had descended into a state of darkness and chaos. Trunks, being too young, was utterly incapable of safeguarding the planet. In her desperation, Bulma contemplated traversing time to return to the past, believing that altering history would inevitably reshape the future. Thus, she diligently studied temporal theories and succeeded in creating a time machine. Alas, all of Bulma's endeavors were in vain. For altering the past would yield no changes to the future. These two timelines existed as parallel realms, devoid of any connection. Brother-in-law, how is my sister? Bulma hastily inquired, her greatest concern resting upon her sister. Louise felt a sharp pain in his chest, unable to suppress the flow of blood that escaped his lips, his body swaying precariously. Trunks hurriedly supported him. Brother-in-law, you. Bulma's pupils dilated in alarm. Could it be that her sister had truly met with an unfortunate incident? Your sister will be all right. Louise clutched his chest, each recollection of Tais's demise piercing his heart anew. She will be fine. Clang. The last flicker of hope in Bulma's heart extinguished. Her sister was indeed in peril. Aren't you my brother-in-law? Why couldn't you protect my sister properly? Bulma shrieked in hysteria, her concern for being discovered by the androids overshadowing all else. Lewis's complexion was ghastly pale. He clenched his teeth, desperately stifling the urge to expel the blood from his mouth. Swallowing it down, he shook his head and spoke. Bulma, everything will be fine. I promise to rescue your sister. I have come to seek your assistance in creating a Super Dragon Ball radar. Chapter 109. Brother-in-law, help me eliminate those two androids. Bulma gazed at Lewis and asked, Brother-in-law, what is a Super Dragon Ball radar? I only know about the Dragon Ball radar. Noticing the pallor of Lewis's face, she couldn't help but express her concern. Are you all right, brother-in-law? I'm fine. I can hold on for now. Lewis shook his head and then said, the Super Dragon Ball radar serves the same purpose as the Dragon Ball radar. However, while the ordinary Dragon Ball radar can only locate regular Dragon Balls, the Super Dragon Ball radar is capable of pinpointing the location of the Super Dragon Balls. His current injuries are the result of forcibly utilizing the time erasure technique, and it is highly likely that even an angel would be unable to restore him. Whether the Grand Priest can aid in his recovery remains uncertain. Nevertheless, Lewis was acutely aware that his identity was exceptionally unique, a fact substantiated by the arrival of Demigra and his associates. Being entangled with the Dark Demon realm was a perilous affair. He could not seek the High Priest, for that would likely lead him to deliver sheep into the den of wolves. At this juncture, his only recourse lay with the Super Dragon. I believe I understand now. The Super Dragon Balls you referenced must be akin to those from Namek. The Dragon Radar on Earth is incapable of detecting their signals, which is why you have urged me to construct a new Super Dragon Radar. Bulma fixed her gaze intently on her brother-in-law. He had traveled from a past timeline and had just learned of her sister's unfortunate incident, and now he was grievously injured. Clearly, something significant had transpired in the past. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated her mind. Her brother-in-law had journeyed from the past to the future. When had her sister begun dating? If Ty's counterpart in the past had found a partner, how could her future self remain oblivious? A temporal paradox. It was indeed a temporal paradox. Realization dawned upon Bulma. Her eyes widened, and her eyelids reddened. Her expression startled Trunks, who worriedly inquired, "Mom, what's wrong?" Ignoring Trunks, Bulma stifled her urge to break down and turned her gaze toward Lewis, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Lewis shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Indeed. You are truly Bulma. Did you foresee this?" Trunks, bewildered, gazed at Lewis and Bulma. "What is wrong, Uncle? Mother?" Just moments ago, they had been discussing the Super Dragon Ball radar, and now his mother wore an expression of profound despair. "Uncle, is it a parallel universe?" Bulma, unwavering in her gaze, fixed her eyes on Lewis. "Yes, my timeline is entirely disconnected from yours. The time machine you create cannot genuinely transport you to the past. It will merely lead you to a parallel universe." Lewis found himself in a state of resignation. He had contemplated concealing the truth for a while, yet his presence here rendered such an endeavor futile. It was inevitable, for his sister-in-law belonged to the elite echelon of intellects within the realm of Dragon Ball. Louise, with a heavy heart, remarked, "Even if you were to return to a parallel timeline and alter history there, it would not affect our current reality in the slightest." Upon his utterance, the room fell into an oppressive silence, so profound that the faintest sound, a falling silver needle, would have been distinctly audible. "Is this truly the case?" Trunks asked, his expression one of disbelief. He had witnessed his mother's relentless efforts over the years to save the world, and now Louise's words seemed to invalidate all her sacrifices entirely. Indeed, this revelation tightened Trunks' chest as he glanced at Bulma, anxious that this truth might shatter her. Bulma's complexion was pallid, scarcely better than Louise's. The realization that her years of toil had been in vain weighed heavily upon her. As one of the foremost scientists in the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma had contemplated the concept of time paradoxes, and to overlook such a fundamental issue would indeed be a failure. Yet, with Goku's demise, Vegeta's death, and ultimately Gohan's passing, only the inexperienced Trunks remained, ill-equipped to safeguard Earth with his current abilities. Returning to the past to reshape the future appeared to be her sole avenue of hope. Despite her understanding of time paradoxes, she chose to disregard them. Now, with Louise shattering her illusions, Bulma found herself unable to cope with the reality. She fell silent, the light in her eyes dimming as hope faded away. Observing Bulma's despondent expression, Louise felt a pang of sympathy for his sister-in-law. Supported by Trunks, Louise approached Bulma and gently patted her head. "Bulma, even if we cannot alter the past, as long as I am here, your world can still be transformed. But how can you change it? You have no idea how powerful those two androids are." Bulma allowed Louise to ruffle her hair, yet despair lingered in her voice. Vegeta fell at their hands. Gohan also perished before them. Who else could possibly stand against them? Lewis withdrew his hand, expressing indifference with a gentle smile. "Have you ever witnessed the appearance of those two androids during my and Trunks' legitimate return here?" Bulma suddenly looked up, a glimmer of color appearing in her eyes. At that moment, Trunks hastily interjected, "Mom, Uncle is truly remarkable. I just encountered those two androids, and I nearly met my demise at their hands. Thankfully, Uncle arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have been finished." Trunks was acutely aware of his mother's desire to alter the future. If she were to lose all hope, he could scarcely fathom how she would cope. "What?" Bulma exclaimed in excitement. "Is this true, brother-in-law? Could it be that your power surpasses Goku's?" In Bulma's mind, Goku was the epitome of strength in the future timeline. Otherwise, she would not have said to Trunks, "If your Uncle Goku were still here, those two androids would surely be no match for us." Kakarot. Lewis released Trunks, chuckling, "That fool pales in comparison to me. If I so desire, I could effortlessly eliminate those two androids." With that said, Lewis turned his gaze back to Trunks. "However, I refrained from taking action, as I wish to leave them for you. The future timeline has but one Saiyan left. If Trunks does not rise to the occasion, how will the future confront Cell, Majin Buu, or Zamasu?" Bulma, being the sister of Ties, is dear to Lewis. Even the Bulma of the future evokes his sympathy. He cannot allow her to endure such suffering any longer. Thus, he must train Trunks to a level where he can thwart all these threats. "I will slay them," Trunks declared resolutely. "Brother-in-law," Bulma exclaimed with uncontainable joy, her eyes sparkling anew as she fervently shook Lewis's arm. "Please, help me eliminate them now." Her instincts told her that Lewis was speaking the truth. "Mother, there is no need for Uncle to intervene. I will handle them myself. Trunks clenched his fists, determined to avenge his brother Gohan. Brother-in-law, please do not heed Trunks. If you truly have the power to vanquish those two, I implore you to do so. Bulma was genuinely terrified of the androids, for androids 17 and 18 were her nightmares. Should Trunks falter once more, she would lose her last remaining family member. Louise cast a glance at the discontented Trunks, and then spoke slowly. Very well. If it were anyone else making such a request, he would undoubtedly disregard it. However, this was the sister of Tai, and he could not refuse her plea for assistance under any circumstances. Chapter 110. The creation of the Super Dragon Ball radar, how wonderful! Bulma exclaimed, her breath released in relief, her eyes shimmering with renewed hope for life. Meanwhile, Trunks wore an expression of deep gloom. Lewis disregarded his nephew and spoke, Bulma, let's postpone the matter of eliminating those two androids for the time being. First, assist me in creating a Super Dragon radar. I must tend to my injuries. At that moment, he was in tatters, bruised and bloodied, with droplets of crimson occasionally trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lewis was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Bulma discerned that Lewis was gravely wounded, and given the tone he had used earlier, it was evident that her sister had encountered some peril as well. However, Lewis's assurance that he would bring her sister back to life offered her a modicum of solace. Bulma recognized that this unexpected uncle harbored deep affection for her sister, and she believed that her sister from the past would indeed be resurrected. Uncle, without a sample, I cannot create the Super Dragon radar. Bulma expressed her concern, aware that Lewis was seeking an alternate Dragon Ball wish. A sample? It's quite simple. I will lead you to a Super Dragon Ball, he replied. Luis still recalls that the planet where the 7th universe and the 6th universe engage in their sparring sessions is indeed a Super Dragon Ball. As Lewis, the candidate for the God of Destruction, mastered the instantaneous movement at the level of the Supreme Kai, he became acutely aware of the coordinates of the universe. And the location of that particular planet was firmly etched in his memory. According to the narrative, the future timeline bears little distinction from the past. It is only after the Frieza saga that notable differences emerge. Zamasu has yet to make his move, and the Super Dragon Balls must still be present. Wait for me a moment, brother-in-law. I need to gather some tools. After Bulma organized her belongings, Lewis, enduring the pain coursing through his body, utilized instantaneous movement to depart from Earth with her and her son. This time, Lewis did not leave Trunks behind on Earth, primarily out of concern that if he and Bulma were to leave, androids 17 and 18 might come after Trunks, leading to his certain demise. In a realm of profound darkness, one particular reddish-brown planet stood out conspicuously. With a swift motion, Lewis transported Bulma and her son to this location, but upon landing, he violently coughed up blood. Uncle, how are you feeling? Brother-in-law, are you all right? Bulma and her son expressed their concern. Amid their worry, they were also taken aback by Lewis's display of instantaneous movement. However, Bulma recognized the technique he employed, instantaneous movement. To her astonishment, her brother-in-law possessed this skill as well. No need to fret. I am not yet on the brink of death. Luis waved his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He crouched down and unleashed a powerful punch. With a crack, the ground began to fracture, and a beam of orange light shot forth from the crevice. Indeed, it was still here. Lewis's taut heartstrings could finally relax. The Dragon Ball remained in his possession, signifying that nothing had truly changed. This meant he could seek out the 7 Super Dragon Balls from the future timeline and wish for his injuries to be healed. Thus, when he returned to the past, he could also search for the Super Dragon Balls of that era and wish for Taiza's revival. Bulma, commence data collection, he urged. Oh, but I do not see the Super Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes scanning the surroundings, eager to behold the Super Dragon Balls her brother-in-law had described. Should they succeed in locating all 7, perhaps the summoned Shinran could grant 2 or 3 wishes, allowing her to resurrect Vegeta and the others as well. Unbeknownst to Bulma, however, her aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. Firstly, the Eternal Dragon could only grant 1 wish at a time. Once Lewis made his wish, he would have to await the cooldown period of the Super Dragon Balls before utilizing them again. Furthermore, the Vegeta of the future had already been reincarnated, and the ordinary dragon could not bring back a reincarnated Vegeta. Perhaps the Eternal Dragon could achieve such a feat, but doing so would result in the death of Vegeta's reincarnation. Right here, Luis stepped upon the ground, while Bulma remained somewhat perplexed, exclaiming, where could it possibly be? Trunks. Deep in thought, softly ventured, "Uncle, do you mean that this very planet is one of the Super Dragon Balls?" Though he had never seen a Dragon Ball himself, his mother had described their appearance to him, and in his mind, he envisioned them to be no larger than a fist. "Goodness!" Bulma gasped in astonishment. "Indeed. The planet beneath our feet is one of the Super Dragon Balls." Luis nodded. "Bulma, I appreciate your efforts." Gulp. Both Bulma and her child swallowed hard. This planet was merely one of the Dragon Balls. No wonder it bore the epithet Super. Indeed, the name befit its essence. Soon enough, Bulma snapped out of her reverie. Her brother-in-law was in dire straits, and she needed to expedite the creation of the Super Dragon Ball radar. She began to compile data for the radar and set about crafting it on the spot. Meanwhile, Trunks was not idle, aware of his formidable uncle. He sought his guidance on combat and training. From Luis's observations, Trunks' fighting techniques were exceedingly rudimentary and his training methods were misguided. However, upon reflection, Luis understood the reasons behind Trunks' shortcomings. Shortly after his birth, the future timeline was besieged by androids, and Vegeta perished when Trunks was quite young. With only Gohan left to lead Trunks and Bulma to safety, it was evident that Trunks had been deprived of proper training methods and lacked the time to hone his skills. If Trunks had been equipped with the right training techniques and ample time for practice, eliminating those two androids would have been a trivial task. Much like in the Z anime, when future Trunks returned to the past and underwent rigorous training from Vegeta, his strength surpassed even that of the imperfect Cell. As Bulma labored to create the Super Dragon Ball radar, Luis also took the opportunity to mentor Trunks. Time flowed on. Half a day passed. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. I have completed the Super Dragon Ball radar. Bulma exclaimed, bounding over to Luis with the radar in hand, resembling a youthful girl yet to mature. Trunks, witnessing this display, was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had seen his mother act in such a manner, and he had to admit, it was rather endearing. Luis also ceased his guidance of Trunks. Turning his gaze to Bulma's lively and charming antics, he chuckled. So soon? Previously, he had shattered Bulma's illusions. Yet now he bestowed upon her a glimmer of hope. Witnessing such a youthful expression on Bulma's face brought him genuine joy. Brother-in-law, the Super Dragon Balls and the Dragon Balls of Earth are not vastly different. We merely need to adjust the electromagnetic wave induction settings. He continued, I appreciate your assistance. I shall commence the collection of the Super Dragon Balls immediately, and once my body has fully recovered, I will help you eliminate those two androids. Thank you, brother-in-law. Bulma exclaimed, her small fists clenched in excitement, utterly devoid of any semblance of a maternal demeanor. Luis habitually desired to ruffle Bulma's hair. However, the moment his hand made contact, he recalled that this version of his sister-in-law was not the same as the one from his own timeline. Luis shook his head and lowered his hand. He took the Super Dragon Ball radar and began his search for the location of the Super Dragon Balls. Observing Luis's gesture of lowering his hand, Bulma let out a sigh. She felt an unprecedented sense of security emanating from her brother-in-law from the past timeline. She shook her head, lamenting that Luis was not her brother-in-law in this timeline. Luis was uncertain of Bulma's thoughts as he gazed at the Super Dragon radar. The device, crafted by Bulma, possessed the remarkable capability of encompassing the entirety of the universe. From the radar, he discerned 3 luminous points. Little White was somewhat oblivious to the number of Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7, so he wrote arbitrarily. One of these gleaming points was right beneath his feet. Splendid. There are 3 in Universe 7, while the remaining 4 reside in Universe 6. With this realization, Luis turned to Trunks and the others. I shall first escort you to King Kai of the North. Once I have gathered the Super Dragon Balls, I will return for you. As he spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips. Perhaps you may even encounter Kakarot there. Mortal beings who have made significant contributions to the realm of the living can retain their physical forms in the afterlife for cultivation. Given the bond between Son Goku and King Kai, it is conceivable that a future version of Goku has yet to be reincarnated. King Kai, Trunks, of course, was not well acquainted with King Kai, but Bulma was different. The Earth had received assistance from King Kai on numerous occasions, and it was there that Son Goku first learned the Kaioken technique. Bulma was well aware of the strong rapport between Goku and King Kai. With palpable excitement, she exclaimed, brother-in-law, brother-in-law, if you can truly take me to King Kai, will I be able to find Goku and Vegeta there? You will discover that upon your arrival. Luis only believed that Sun Wukong had likely not been reincarnated, for there were numerous formidable beings in the underworld, and he would not have easily succumbed to reincarnation. As for whether Vegeta and the others had been eliminated, Lewis was rather uncertain. Let us depart. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Lewis once again utilized instant transmission to transport himself and two others. They arrived at the North Galaxy, where he beheld a familiar figure. It was none other than Sun Wukong. The Monkey King sat in meditative repose, but suddenly sensed something amiss, his eyes snapping open. Bulma! Bulma exclaimed with uncontainable joy, sprinting towards Sun Wukong. Observing this, Lewis felt a flicker of curiosity regarding whether Vegeta and the others had been reincarnated. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to, and thus he activated instant transmission once more, departing from the North Galaxy. Left alone, Trunks stood in a daze, pondering his mother's exuberance. In the vast, inky expanse of the cosmos, Lewis returned to the location of the Super Dragon Ball. Gazing upon the enormous sphere, measuring over 30,000 kilometers in diameter, he smiled. In times past, such a colossal Dragon Ball would have posed a challenge for him. Yet, having grasped the principles of space, he found collecting this Super Dragon Ball to be a straightforward endeavor. Enter. With a sweeping gesture, Lewis conjured a colossal rift in the celestial expanse. An alternate dimension. This was his exclusive storage realm. The fissure in the starry sky emitted a tremendous gravitational pull, drawing the Super Dragon Balls into Lewis's dimensional sanctuary. Having accomplished this feat, Lewis spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were becoming increasingly severe, and time was of the essence. He swiftly moved toward the locations of the other two light points displayed on the Super Dragon Ball radar. In just 1 hour, he successfully gathered all the Super Dragon Balls from the 7th universe, leaving only the 4 from the 6th universe. Upon reaching the cosmic barrier, Lewis clenched his fist and shattered it with a single blow, leaping into an abyss of utter darkness. Simultaneously, in the realm of the destroyers of the future timeline, Whis suddenly lifted his gaze. Who could it be? From the 6th universe? Lewis arrived here, and in a mere half-day, he effortlessly collected the remaining 4 Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe. Now, his storage held 7 Super Dragon Balls, and once he summoned the Eternal Dragon, his injuries should be healed. However, at that moment, amidst the pitch-black cosmic expanse, 2 figures hovered before Lewis. One was a rotund purple pig, and the other, a tall woman with azure skin, both standing defiantly against him. Who are you, daring to steal in my 6th universe? Are you tired of living? Kampa remarked coldly. Suddenly, Beerus interjected, Lord Kampa, be cautious. Something seems amiss with him. Amiss? I am the god of destruction. What do I have to fear? Kampa retorted, hands on his hips, but before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Divine dimension, destructive aura. This individual possesses a destructive aura, and his dimension is at the divine level. Who are you? Kampa's usually jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Lewis gazed at Kampa and Beerus, speaking coolly. Miss Beerus, Lord Kampa, I am the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. Chapter 112. The Wish. When did the 7th universe acquire a candidate destroyer? Beerus exclaimed, taken aback. Kampa, however, was even more incredulous. He possessed an intimate understanding of Beerus and found it hard to believe that the notoriously lazy deity would take on an apprentice. Yet, what was the source of the destructive aura emanating from Lewis? Apart from the title of Candidate Destroyer, neither Kampa nor Beerus could fathom any other explanation. Could it be that this individual truly was the Candidate Destroyer of the 7th universe? Good heavens! Are you truly the Candidate Destroyer of the 7th universe? Kampa couldn't help but confirm once more, though his tone softened slightly. After all, no one dared to lie in the presence of a destroyer, and it was highly likely that this person was indeed the disciple of the gaunt deity. Indeed, Lewis's voice was grave. He was indeed not lying, though he refrained from revealing that he was not a being from the future. Xiang Pa, may I leave? Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Xiang Pa across from him. The moment Xiang Pa laid eyes on Lewis, he sensed that something was amiss with him. It was evident that this little fellow sought to gather the Super Dragon Balls, hoping to wish for the healing of his own injuries. You may go. Upon hearing this, Lewis exhaled in relief. Given his current strength, he was uncertain if he could defeat Xiang Pa. It was indeed preferable to avoid confrontation. As for Bardos, he harbored no concerns, for her power had yet to transcend the level of the Grand Minister. She remained bound by the constraints of the universe's laws. Thus, Bardos would be unable to take action against him. As Lewis departed from this place, Beerus observed Kampa and remarked with a smile, I never anticipated that Lord Kampa would spare this little fellow. Is it out of respect for Lord Beerus? Kampa retorted, enough of your prattle. Inquire of Beerus for me. No, that lazy sloth is undoubtedly asleep. Instead, ask Whis if the 7th universe has acquired a candidate destroyer. Kampa coldly declared, if not, I shall ensure that this brat pays dearly for daring to steal from my 6th universe. Upon hearing Kampa's command, Beerus gripped his staff and lightly tapped the void. After communicating with Whis, Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment and said, Lord Kampa, Whis stated that the 7th universe has not received a candidate destroyer. What? That rascal has truly deceived me. Kampa seethed with fury, his destructive aura erupting violently, obliterating the surrounding planets. Let us pursue him, Kampa exclaimed, and in an instant, the two vanished into the cosmic expanse. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe, Lewis had just returned to the North Galaxy, attracting Whis' attention. Unbeknownst to Lewis, he retrieved the 7 Super Dragon Balls from the dimensional space amidst the North Galaxy's starlit sky. The 7 colossal Super Dragon Balls materialized in the cosmos, and in an instant, a resounding hum reverberated throughout the universe. An orange radiance illuminated the entire starry expanse. This tremendous commotion also captured the notice of the North Kai, who hastily focused his attention on that star region. Upon witnessing the spectacle in the heavens, he was taken aback. The inhabitants of North Kai's planet, observing the astonished expression of their leader, were filled with confusion. It wasn't until the North Kai spoke of the individual who brought Bulma and Trunks to this location, claiming that he had gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls, that a sense of wonder enveloped them. The North Kai then vividly described the breathtaking scene of the 7 Dragon Balls assembled together, leaving Son Goku utterly astonished at the revelation that such massive Dragon Balls existed in the universe. Lewis, on this side, remained utterly oblivious to the extent of the attention his actions had garnered. At this moment, he was also taken aback by the sight of the 7 Super Dragon Balls converging together. Yet, time waits for no one. Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, Come forth, Dragon of the Gods, grant my wish and unleash my power. The language he employed was, of course, the divine tongue, for he was a candidate for the position of God of Destruction. During his training under Whis, the divine language was among the subjects imparted to him. As soon as Luis's voice fell, an eerie silence enveloped the starry sky. After a moment, the 7 Super Dragon Balls remained unchanged. Lewis furrowed his brow, pondering whether he had mispronounced the incantation. That could not be. The spell uttered by Zuno in the anime was indeed this one, and so was Whis' incantation. Just as Lewis found himself at a loss, suddenly, a hum resonated through the air. The starry sky trembled, accompanied by a powerful resonance, as the 7 Super Dragon Balls ignited with a brilliant red glow. In an instant, they began to emit an orange radiance, creating the illusion that 7 suns hung in the night sky, a truly breathtaking spectacle. As the 7 Super Dragon Balls began to move, each shift sent tremors through Universe 7. Before long, with the 4-star ball at its center, the other 6 Dragon Balls encircled it in perfect sequence. Crackling with energy, the 6 Dragon Balls unleashed golden lightning, intertwining with the 4-star ball. In that moment, the 7 Super Dragon Balls erupted in a dazzling golden light, coalescing as if birthing a new sun, its brilliance nearly blinding. As the light faded, a colossal ancient golden dragon curled up, suddenly opening its eyes. It unfurled its magnificent golden wings and let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. The immense super dragon soared through the cosmic expanse, completing a circuit before descending, its mouth wide open, heading straight for Lewis. It had arrived. Lewis was filled with exhilaration, fully prepared for this moment. Suddenly, the super dragon soared before him and engulfed him within its belly. This scene was witnessed by the arriving Whis, Beerus, Kampa, and Beerus. It was done. The super dragon had been successfully summoned by this young man. In this timeline, Beerus had been in slumber, only to be roused by Whis, who informed him that someone was impersonating the candidate destroyer of Universe 7 and had gathered the Super Dragon Balls of both the 7th and 6th universes. To their dismay, they had arrived a moment too late. Skinny Ribs, if that kid makes an ill-fated wish, you'll be held accountable, Kampa exclaimed vehemently. Why should I be responsible? Retorted Beerus, as the two brothers bickered. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Super Dragon, Lewis spiraled through a dimly lit expanse, surrounded by countless galaxies that floated like specks of dust. State your wish, boomed the ancient voice of the golden dragon in the void. Without hesitation, Lewis shouted in the language of the divine, restore my body. Instantly, the dim space fell into silence. Chapter 113, Salama and the Shadowy Realm. An ancient golden dragon unfurled its majestic wings, swirling in the void. Its shimmering golden scales and ruby-like eyes radiated an aura of sanctity and grandeur. Suddenly, the previously emotionless gaze of the supreme dragon flickered with a spark of vitality, swiftly becoming imbued with human-like expression. Lewis was utterly astonished by the scene before him. What was happening? In the anime, did not the mighty dragon fulfill the wishes of its summoner merely upon their utterance? Why was it now devoid of any response? Moreover, what was the meaning behind its gaze, so vibrant and almost sentient? After a moment's pause, Lewis could no longer contain himself. He lifted his gaze, furrowing his brow and uttering, "Is it my wish that cannot be fulfilled?" He had once speculated that the mighty dragon of wishes might not be capable of granting every desire. For instance, wishing for the demise of the Omni King was likely an unattainable request. However, the injuries he bore were merely the consequences of his reckless manipulation of time and space. He wished for his body to be restored, which should not be an overly arduous task. Years prior, a sacred aura emerged, which permeated my dragon realm. It must have been the manifestation of your power. The magnificent dragon of wishes, spiraling through the void, gradually spoke, its ancient and weathered voice unexpectedly imbued with humanity. Upon hearing this, Lewis's eyes widened in astonishment, and he instinctively recoiled, startled by the dragoness words. "How do you know? Is what I say true regarding the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe in the past?" Luis inhaled sharply. For the celestial dragon he summoned belonged to a future timeline. Yet, the divine aura he had unleashed in the past was rooted in an earlier era. How could the celestial dragon from the future possess knowledge of such events? Moreover, the tone in which the celestial dragon spoke, could it be Salama? Luis exclaimed with fervor that this magnificent dragon must have been possessed by the true essence of Salama, the dragon god Salama, sovereign of the dragon realm. Moreover, the true Salama could connect with the super dragon across the fabric of time and space. Such a feat is beyond even the All-King-'s capabilities. Yet Salama has achieved this remarkable milestone. It is utterly astonishing. You are quite astute, having deduced my identity so swiftly. The super dragon proclaimed, its mouth agape. Lewis ceased his retreat, swallowing hard and falling into a profound silence, his heart tumultuous and restless. In the boundless void, a solitary figure and a dragon stood in serene stillness. Suddenly, Lewis's visage turned ashen. He could no longer contain the remnants of temporal power surging within him. This residual energy erupted forth. His insides felt as though they were being torn asunder. This torment was self-inflicted, a consequence of his own actions, impervious to external negative influences. His immunity was utterly ineffective. With a splutter, a copious amount of crimson blood erupted from his lips. The excruciating pain caused Lewis to curl in on himself, emitting heart-wrenching cries of agony. Without the strength to sustain himself, he plummeted from the void. At that moment, the colossal super dragon in the void slowly spoke. "Your wish has been granted." The dragon's ruby eyes sparkled with brilliance, and in an instant, a magnificent surge of miraculous power transformed into a golden dragon, descending from the heavens to envelop the falling Lewis. In that fleeting moment, all of Lewis's injuries have been healed, and the lingering temporal power within him has been eradicated. He suddenly opened his eyes. "Have I recovered?" Lewis hovered in the void, casting a glance at the magnificent dragon god above. He then clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, as a fiery heat surged through his spine. The tumultuous power within him erupted like a volcanic explosion, overwhelming and uncontrollable. Luis's eyebrows have faded, his hair has grown long, and in an instant, it transformed into a golden hue, cascading down to his waist. Condition: Super Saiyan 3. Dimension: Divine Realm. Power: Fourth layer of the godly realm. This formidable power and state were attained through his overwhelming rage following the death of Ties. It is truly wonderful to have returned to this state. Lewis clenched his fist. With a thunderous sound, a force of catastrophic proportions erupted from within him. At that moment, the very void within the super dragon trembled faintly. Above the void, the super dragon observed this scene and nodded approvingly. Lewis regained his composure and flew before the super divine dragon, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Salama." He was unaware of Salama's intentions for appearing here, yet the fact that Salama came to his aid indicated benevolence towards him. "This super divine dragon has been summoned by you. Even if I had not appeared, it would still fulfill your wishes. There is no need for your gratitude." The super divine dragon replied with indifference. Lewis exhaled a sigh of relief and respectfully addressed, "My lord Salama, your presence here is." Salama, one of the most enigmatic figures in the Dragon Ball universe, had unexpectedly appeared before him today. Lewis was quite curious about the purpose of Salama's arrival. Was it once again linked to his mysterious identity? "I merely wished to witness the extent of that young lad's growth over the years." An aged voice resonated from the mouth of the eternal dragon. "I never anticipated that merely a decade and a few years would pass, and your power would have reached such heights. Your talent is indeed remarkable." It turned out that Salama's visit was not prompted by his cryptic identity. However, strong? No, not at all strong. If he were truly formidable, his ties would not have perished. Luis clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles turning pale, and then inquired, "My lord Salama, who am I truly?" For the first time, Lewis inquired about his identity from the system, only to be told that he was merely an ordinary Saiyan. On his second attempt, he sought the wisdom of Whis, who admitted his own ignorance. Now, for the third time, Lewis questioned his identity, fully aware that it was anything but simple. After all, which ordinary Saiyan possesses the power of erasure and the ability to manipulate time and space? At present, Lewis is fervently eager to uncover the truth of his existence. If I were to claim ignorance as well, would you believe me? Even you, Lord Salama, remain in the dark. Luis's eyes widened in astonishment, as he had believed that the legendary dragon god Salamander would recognize his true identity. The magnificent divine dragon, having fulfilled its wish, did not vanish but continued to hover in the void. After a moment of contemplation, it finally spoke. "Initially, I too, like the Omni King, the great priest, and Demigura, presumed that you were the reincarnation of the All-Demon." Lewis widened his eyes, pondering the identity of the true demon. Suddenly, a thought struck him, his predecessor, the former high priest. As Lewis was lost in contemplation, the super dragon continued, "After you employed the technique of temporal erasure, it directly refuted the assumption that you are the true demon. At present, I cannot ascertain who you truly are. However, I can discern that you pose no threat to this world. In fact, you may even elevate it to further heights." Truly enigmatic. Luis's mind buzzed with thoughts. Was his identity truly so enigmatic? Lewis felt a touch of melancholy. However, he also gleaned two pieces of information from Salama. It turned out that the high priest and Demigula had mistakenly regarded him as the reincarnation of the one known as the All-Mage. Combining his previous knowledge, Lewis swiftly deduced the connection between the All-Demon and someone significant, namely, the All-King. The former high priest, as mentioned by Whis, might indeed serve the All-Demon. Regarding the other point of information, Salamander suggested that he could potentially elevate this world to a higher plane, a notion that left Lewis utterly perplexed. Goodness, yet another riddle. "Lewis, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You are always welcome to visit the Dragon Realm at your leisure. The super dragon is preparing to vanish." "Wait, Lord Salamander," Lewis exclaimed. "Is there anything else?" The super dragon turned its gaze towards Lewis. Lewis's expression was one of urgency as he inquired, "Might I ask if you could assist in resurrecting my Tai Si?" Chapter 114, Lewis versus Beerus of the Future Time. Initially, he intended to seek the Super Dragon Balls to heal his wounds and then return to his own time to find the Super Dragon Balls to revive Tai Si. However, having encountered the true form of the dragon god Salama, he pondered whether he could solicit assistance from this powerful entity. "While assistance is indeed possible," Salama replied, "you need not rely on me. Someone has already revived Tai Si for you." With that, the super dragon transformed into 7 Super Dragon Balls and vanished into the cosmic expanse. "Wait, Salama, what do you mean by that?" Lewis shouted towards the spot where the 7 Super Dragon Balls had disappeared. The universe fell silent once more, and soon, an epiphany struck Lewis. Salama had mentioned that someone had aided in the resurrection of Tai Si. Without a doubt, the only potential candidates capable of such a feat were Beerus, Whis, and the Elder Supreme Kai. Elder Supreme Kai, Lord Beerus, Whis. Luis's eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, deeply moved by the sentiments expressed by the trio. Just as he was enveloped in emotion, a chilling voice pierced through the atmosphere. "You dare impersonate the candidate destroyer of my 7th universe? Have you grown weary of life?" Upon hearing these words, Luis abruptly lifted his gaze, only to behold 4 familiar figures, Beerus, Whis, Kampa, and Vados from this dimension. As they took in Luis's golden hair cascading down to his waist and sensed his formidable power, a shiver coursed through their bodies. The strength of the 4th level of Divine Realm. How could this be possible? They had encountered Lord Beerus. As Lewis regained his senses, he found it unsurprising that Beerus and the others had appeared, especially after the awe-inspiring spectacle of summoning the super dragon. However, he was perplexed by the presence of Kampa, the portly deity. "Who exactly are you?" he inquired. A purple aura emanated from Beerus, causing the very fabric of the seventh universe to tremble. Meanwhile, Kampa cowered behind Beerus, pointing accusatorily at Lewis. "You dare deceive me and pilfer from my sixth universe. Slim Ribs, go forth and bite him." Beerus remained silent, as did Whis and Bardos. In truth, Kampa did not wish to appear so foolish. After all, Lewis possessed the formidable power of the fourth level of Divine Realm, radiating an aura of destruction. Engaging in combat could lead to a humiliating defeat, and among those present, only Beerus surpassed him in strength. Thus, Kampa felt justified in hiding behind Beerus. Suddenly, Whis' eyes widened in realization. "Lord Beerus, he is not from this timeline." Bardos interjected coldly. "Which god of destruction from another timeline dares to traverse time so freely? Are you not aware that manipulating time is a grave offense?" The atmosphere in the cosmic expanse grew tense, and even Kampa, who had been cowering behind Beerus, stepped forward. The two brothers wore expressions of grave seriousness, their bodies aglow with purple light, as if poised to unleash an assault on Lewis at any moment. "I am indeed not from this timeline." Lewis gazed at Beerus and declared, "Lord Beerus, in the realm that belongs to me, you are my predecessor. For I am the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe in that timeline." The crowd widened their eyes, turning their attention to Beerus. The purple aura surrounding Beerus suddenly dissipated, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. You are the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe from another timeline?" Beerus pointed at himself and then at Lewis. Lewis nodded, observing the endearing demeanor of Beerus, a smile nearly escaping him. Indeed, every iteration of Beerus across the multiverse possesses an undeniable charm. "I refuse to believe it." Beerus suddenly retorted coldly, "If you were truly my successor, you would never be capable of manipulating time. Aside from those of the time realm, any being, even deities, who dares to traverse the fabric of time recklessly commits a grave sin." Aware of his own temperament, Beerus knew he could never take on a disciple who would dare to transgress such a serious offense. "If you doubt me, let us settle this with a duel." Lewis chuckled. "Humph. Do not presume that possessing the power of the fourth layer of the divine realm renders you invincible. Given that you are a candidate for the destroyer from another timeline, you should be well aware of my true strength." Stepping forward, the dissipating purple energy coalesced once more around Beerus, transforming him into a colossal primordial beast, radiating an aura of lethal coldness that felt almost tangible. Beside them, Kampa trembled slightly. His brother was evidently serious. The power of the fifth layer of the divine realm, indeed. Lewis smiled, for his ties had been resurrected, and now he could once again engage in battle with Beerus. His spirits were high. Initially, he had contemplated facing Lord Beerus in combat after the conclusion of the cosmic challenge journey, but little did he know what was to follow. Lewis smiled slightly and remarked, "However, it is equally intriguing to engage in combat with another version of myself from a different dimension." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of Beerus before him suddenly vanished without a trace. Despite possessing powers that far surpassed Lewis, being at the fifth level of the divine realm, Beerus struck first with remarkable swiftness. Had this occurred in the past, Lewis would have likely been unable to react in time. Indeed, how remarkably swift. Does he truly believe my cosmic journey of challenges is merely a jest? Chapter 115. Lewis, how delightful it is to have connections. A smile graced the corners of Lewis's mouth as he faced the vanishing Beerus. He swiftly adjusted his body, tilting his head and evading, executing a myriad of movements in an instant. Meanwhile, Beerus launched an attack from behind, his speed astonishing, with his fist leaving a trail of afterimages in the sky. Yet he could not land a blow on Lewis. How could this be? Beerus stood in stunned disbelief, although his recent strike had merely been a probing attack. He was a master of the fifth tier of the god realm. Setting aside the matter of strength, in terms of speed, reflexes, and combat skills, how could a mere fourth-tier god realm practitioner possibly rival him? On the other side, Bardos furrowed her brow. "Whis, this little fellow reacts swiftly, and his combat skills are formidable. It is quite remarkable that he can contend with Beerus at the fourth tier." Whis nodded gravely, his tone serious. "Indeed, among all the gods of destruction, Lord Beerus's understanding of combat is unparalleled. I never anticipated that someone could match him." The two combatants resumed their fierce engagement, both evidently serious now, exchanging blows with vigor. The residual power they unleashed radiated outward in visible ripples, shattering one planet after another. How is this possible? This little guy has managed to transform his combat awareness into an instinctual ability. Beerus gasped in astonishment. In her observation, each time Lewis was on the verge of being struck, he seemed to react without cerebral thought, relying solely on his body's instincts to execute the most logical evasions, while also launching counterattacks. This was a precursor to achieving the state of effortless mastery. Was swallowed hard, taken aback. I never expected that aside from Lord Beerus, another individual has reached this level. Whis, have you noticed that this little one's fighting style is strikingly similar to Beerus's? Or rather, they seem to share the same lineage. Beerus exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Could it be? Whis pondered in disbelief. Is he truly a candidate for the role of a god of destruction from another universe in the seventh dimension? In other words, is he also his disciple? At that moment, Kampa had already hidden behind Beerus, trembling. Oh dear, I may have been a bit too arrogant. I hope I won't be killed. Ahead, a resounding crash echoed. The fists of Luis and Beerus collided, sending tremors throughout the seventh universe, causing the entire star domain to collapse in an instant. Fortunately, Whis and Beerus were present. They waved their staffs, restoring the shattered star domain and establishing a protective energy shield. You rascal! Beerus swiftly recoiled, feeling a tingling sensation in his fist from the impact with Luis. He realized that Luis's combat skills were exceptionally diverse, and his body instinctively approached the realm of mastery. Moreover, what astonished him most was the striking resemblance between Luis's fighting style and his own, suggesting they may have been taught by the same master. Lord Beerus. Do you believe it? Luis concealed his immense power, casting a glance at Beerus ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that no matter what he proclaimed, the other party would never believe him to be a candidate for the god of destruction from an alternate universe. It was far more prudent to directly propose a battle with Beerus, for the authenticity of combat could never be doubted. Humph. Even if you are my disciple from another realm, your manipulation of time is a grave transgression. Gritting his teeth, Beerus unleashed a vast wave of destructive energy, enveloping the obsidian sky in a shroud of violet luminescence. Thunder crackled, and the cosmos trembled as if heralding the twilight of the gods, painting a scene of sheer terror. Observing this, Luis furrowed his brow. In this timeline, Bulma had yet to send Trunks back in the time machine, indicating that this reality had not yet fractured. Indeed, he had truly manipulated time. Was he truly destined to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Beerus from the future? As the onslaught of destructive energy surged forth, Luis ultimately chose to resist, a surge of destructive aura manifesting around his fist. He lunged forward. Upon colliding with the incoming tempest, an unexpected realization struck Luis. The rebounding force was merely that of the fourth layer of divine power. Wasn't it said that I was to be slain? In the midst of Luis's bewilderment, Beerus suddenly spat a small mouthful of blood, clutching his chest, his expression wrought with agony. I never anticipated your power, you time-manipulating criminal, to be so formidable. Even I, the mightiest god of destruction, cannot best you. Once I recover, I will return to eliminate you. Whis, we must depart. In an instant, Beerus was at Whis's side, dragging him and Beerus away, leaving a hefty figure suspended in the cosmic expanse. Xiangpa exchanged a glance with Luis, prompting him to hastily flee in fright. Speaking of which, Lord Beerus, your acting skills leave much to be desired. In the starry void, Beerus was whisked away by Beerus, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile Whis, also being pulled along, stifled a chuckle, having anticipated that Beerus would genuinely unleash his wrath upon Luis. What poor acting! Did you not see how powerful that boy is? Even I was left coughing up blood. Beerus licked his lips, acknowledging that biting his own tongue had indeed been quite painful. As he dragged the two angels, he accelerated their flight, wary of their potential intervention against his disciple from another timeline. Lord Beerus, can I pretend I didn't see anything? May we not halt? Beerus couldn't help but interject. That was your stipulation. Beerus abruptly came to a stop, grinning at Beerus with a playful demeanor. Just don't sneak off to confront my disciple later. Beerus, both exasperated and amused, remarked. What relevance does the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe from another dimension hold for you? How could it not be relevant? Beerus replied proudly. You just referred to him as the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe, which naturally means I am his counterpart and Whis is indeed his master. Wouldn't you agree, Whis? Beerus turned his gaze towards Whis. Whis nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, it is solely I who can cultivate such an exceptional candidate destroyer. Beerus. Bardos. How utterly shameless. In truth, Bardos did not overly concern herself with Lewis's temporal traversals. In the eyes of these angels, manipulating time could be deemed both a grievous offense and a trivial matter. Given the vastness of the Omni King's universe, time often becomes chaotic due to various incidents. And such occurrences are hardly surprising to these angels. Were it anyone else, Bardos would have summoned Kampa to intervene. But since the one manipulating time is the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe from another dimension, that little fellow's power has ascended to the fourth tier of divine realms. To eliminate such a talent would indeed be a significant loss for the Omni King's universe. Should Lewis's time traveling lead to serious repercussions, individuals from the realm of time would undoubtedly address the matter, rendering it unnecessary for her to worry. This was also why Bardos did not resist when Beerus urged her to flee. Ultimately, Lewis managed to escape this predicament due to his connections. Much like how Beerus and Whis spared Trunks from the future in the Super anime. Well, that little fellow, having sustained severe injuries, arrived in our timeline and managed to gather the Super Dragon Balls to heal himself. Could it be that something significant has transpired in another dimension? Bardos mused. The power of my disciple reaches the fourth tier of the divine realm. His combat experience and skills are formidable, nearly at my level. And if even he has been gravely wounded, then the situation in another dimension must be dire. Beerus chose not to continue, his expression growing grave. Whis interjected. We cannot concern ourselves with the affairs of other dimensions. They must rely on their own capabilities. Besides, my Lord Father is involved. There should be no cause for alarm. Beerus nodded, feeling a sense of urgency, yet recognizing there was little he could do. At that moment, the rotund Kampa finally made his tardy appearance. Chapter 116. The eyes full of sand. Meanwhile, in another corner of the cosmos, Lewis gazed at his clenched fist, lost in thought amidst the starlit expanse. After a while, he rubbed his slightly reddened eyes. Have I been let off the hook? Lord Beerus can be quite insufferable, allowing me to get sand in my eyes. Lewis is a candidate destroyer from the seventh universe of the past timeline, and it can be said that he has no connection to the future timeline whatsoever. However, Beerus from the future timeline is aware that he is a substitute destroyer from another seventh universe, yet ultimately chooses to spare him. Luis lingered beneath the starry sky for an extended period, exhaling deeply before ultimately employing teleportation to depart from that place. On King Kai's planet, a sheen of sweat adorned the king's brow as he beheld a purple figure, his heart racing uncontrollably. Startled awake, he hastily diverted his gaze. King Kai, what troubles you? Inquired Sun Wukong. Trunks and Bulma exchanged a puzzled glance, equally bewildered. And nothing. King Kai stammered, swallowing hard. When he turned his gaze back to the cosmic expanse, the emaciated figure had vanished without a trace, leaving only Louis solitary amidst the stars. Where did he go? King Kai pondered, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a figure materialized on King Kai's planet. Brother-in-law, Bulma exclaimed, her excitement soaring as she noticed the wounds on Louis' body had healed. Yes, I have returned, Louis replied with a smile. Uncle, when shall we return to eliminate those two androids? Trunks asked, his gaze fixed intently on Louis, unable to contain his eagerness. If even the severely injured Louis could send androids 17 and 18 flying, one could only imagine the magnitude of his power at full strength. Louis gently patted Trunks' head and chuckled. They are merely two insignificant beings. I could eliminate them at any moment. However, at this juncture, Louis turned his gaze towards Goku. Kakarot. Where is Vegeta? No sooner had he spoken than a profound silence enveloped the North Kaishin planet, and the spirits of Bulma and Trunks grew somber. You must be the Louis that Bulma spoke of. I never anticipated that other Saiyans would survive in an alternate timeline. Goku, having learned about Louis' origins from Bulma, remarked with a sigh. It appears that Vegeta and the others have already been reincarnated. Indeed, Louis was indeed correct. The future timeline's Vegeta has truly been reincarnated. However, considering that future Trunks was born not long before Earth fell victim to the devastation wrought by the androids, it has been over a decade since that time. Apart from Son Goku, who has made significant contributions to the realm of the living, it is inconceivable for anyone else to linger in the afterlife for such an extended period. Louis, the fate of Earth now rests in your hands. Son Goku stepped forward and spoke. What about you? In the realm of time and space, Louis sensed an immense power emanating from Sun Wukong. who was on the verge of transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Wukong shook his head and, with a wry smile, lamented, Chi-Chi was reincarnated over a decade ago. And Gohan has also recently been reborn. My demise was due to heart disease, rendering the dragon unable to resurrect me. He then turned to Trunks, stating, I can no longer assist Earth. Trunks, you are the last Saiyan. You may seek Louis's aid now, but the future of Earth rests solely on your shoulders. I can't do it, Uncle Goku. Trunks exclaimed anxiously, recalling how he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of those two androids. I am too weak to protect the Earth. Louis placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder and said, Kakarot speaks the truth. You are the only remaining Saiyan on Earth. Even if you feel inadequate, you must rise to the occasion. At this juncture, Louis glanced at Bulma before returning his gaze to Trunks and added, if you cannot succeed, what will become of your mother? In the anime, Trunks can be seen as the only Saiyan devoid of arrogance, for he lacks the privilege to be frivolous. Louis did not wish for Trunks to feel that he had a support system merely due to his presence. Louis does not belong to this realm. The only one upon whom this dimension can rely is Trunks himself. Trunks gazed at his mother and, gritting his teeth, declared, Uncle, I will ensure that my mother remains unharmed. Upon hearing the news of Vegeta's reincarnation, Bulma, initially engulfed in sorrow, felt a warmth in her heart at Trunks' words. She still has her son. Life must go on. Observing Bulma's expression, Louis and Goku exchanged glances, a sigh of relief escaping them. Grateful that Bulma had not succumbed to despair. Trunks, remember that the power of the Saiyans is boundless. I can see that your talent is formidable. You must protect your mother. As Goku spoke, he recalled Chi-Chi and Gohan, lamenting his inability to safeguard them, wishing for Trunks to evade such anguish. Uncle Goku, I will. Trunks affirmed. Now, let us return to Earth. Louis waved his hand at son Wukong, then vanished with a resolute Trunks and a revitalized Bulma, who was once again filled with confidence in life. After Louis departed, the King of the North collapsed onto the ground, his complexion ashen. Son Wukong was taken aback and inquired, King of the North, what has befallen you? That individual dimension is utterly terrifying. The King of the North trembled as he spoke. How could it not be frightful? Given that he exists within the same dimension as the God of Realms and the God of Destruction? Chapter 117. The Gift of the Spirit Fruit to Bulma on Earth. In West City, towering buildings lay in ruins, their steel skeletons exposed. The shattered streets were littered with concrete debris, rendering the entire city akin to a desolate wasteland. A scene of utter devastation. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the dust from the streets, painting a picture of profound desolation. With a swift motion, Louis returned here with Bulma and her son. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked coolly, the artificial beings from your time and space truly deserve their fate. The dilapidated West City serves as a microcosm of the entire Earth, with every city having suffered devastation at the hands of androids 17 and 18. In Louis's perception, the number of survivors on Earth is scarcely 5 million. Once a planet teeming with billions, Earth has been ravaged to the brink of extinction, leaving merely around 5 million souls. One can only imagine the cruelty of those two androids. Bulma felt this acutely, having endured the anguish of witnessing her friends and family being slaughtered. Were it not for Trunks, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. It was Trunks' unwavering support that drove her to exhaust every effort in creating the time machine. However, the situation has changed. Her brother-in-law from another timeline has come to her aid. Clenching her teeth, Bulma implored, Brother-in-law, you must help us exact our revenge. Rest assured, Louis nodded, fully aware of the anguish that Bulma had endured. However, in comparison to Bulma, Trunks had also experienced his fair share of suffering. Louis gazed at Trunks by his side. A mere 13 years of age, still a youth. Trunks had witnessed the tragic demise of his most esteemed brother, Gohan, lying in a pool of blood. The anguish he felt was truly heart-wrenching. It was this profound sorrow that propelled Trunks into a state of furious rage, enabling him to transcend into a Super Saiyan. Before Louis stood this resolute young man, his face a mask of determination, concealing the irreparable pain he bore, unwilling to burden his mother with his grief. Alas, Louis sighed, contemplating the heartache that would ensue if Ties were to discover the tribulations faced by her sister and nephew from another dimension. By the way, Bulma, do you wish to grow stronger? Louis remarked, unable to ignore the crow's feet that adorned Bulma's face. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, before responding with a bittersweet smile. Brother-in-law, I lack the talent for cultivation. I simply cannot become stronger. The divine bestowed upon her unparalleled intelligence while simultaneously denying her any aptitude for martial arts, which elucidated why she found herself surrounded by formidable experts, yet had not mastered even the slightest skill in combat. Uncle, could you enable my mother to cultivate? Trunks reacted quite differently, brimming with excitement. He was already aware of his uncle's tremendous strength, and perhaps, just perhaps, his uncle could indeed facilitate his mother's journey into cultivation. The thought of her engaging in battle against foes might have seemed fanciful, yet it would at least afford her a measure of self-defense, which was commendable. While teaching her the intricacies of cultivation may be unrealistic, I could certainly grant her a formidable aura, one that would enable her to soar through the skies. Lewis turned to Bulma and said, by the way, it can also restore you to a youthful state. Really? Bulma exclaimed with great excitement. The ability to cultivate was secondary. What truly mattered was the prospect of regaining her youth. With a smile, Lewis nodded, and with a swift motion of his small hand, he opened a dimensional rift, retrieving 10 universal capsules from within. Ever since he had grasped the principles of space, he had stored all his belongings within this otherworldly space. Taking out a universal capsule, he revealed that each contained 10,000 spiritual fruits. Lewis then extracted one of these spiritual fruits. Consuming it would bestow immense vitality and even prolong one's lifespan. Previously, he had bestowed numerous spiritual fruits upon the Grand Elder of Namek, and given his closer ties with Bulma, he decided to present all the spiritual fruits to her this time. After all, spiritual fruits were abundant in the realm of the destroyers. Should they be depleted, he could easily retrieve more. Brother-in-law, you are simply amazing, Bulma exclaimed, her small fists clenched in exhilaration, completely shedding any semblance of a maternal demeanor. It was no wonder Bulma reacted this way. Had it not been for those 2 androids, she would have been a pampered heiress. She could have lived a life of luxury without the pressing desire to alter the world, sparing her from the weariness that now marked her appearance. Bulma harbored a deep aversion to aging, yearning desperately to reclaim her youthful essence. Trunks, you needn't concern yourself with this. The spiritual fruit will only enhance your mother's strength. If you wish to grow stronger, it cannot aid you, though it may indeed extend your lifespan. Lewis noticed Trunks' intense gaze and chuckled. Trunks scratched his head and replied with a sheepish grin, Am I not good enough? You should just focus on your training. Lewis shook his head and turned to Bulma. Only the first few of these spirit fruits can enhance your strength. The latter ones hold little significance. However, their effects on longevity remain consistent. Do eat them quickly. Once you're done, I shall take you to eliminate those 2 androids. All right. Bulma nodded vigorously. She took the spirit fruit from Lewis's hand and devoured it in a few bites. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Bulma, and in terms of combat power, she found herself possessing a staggering 10,000 units. Indeed, the physical constitution of Earthlings, particularly Bulma's, was rather feeble. If a Saiyan were to consume a single spirit fruit, their battle power could soar by hundreds of thousands, much like the character Beerus from the films. Reflecting on this, Lewis shook his head. Yet, at the very least, Bulma had gained a modicum of self-defense. This could be considered a parting gift he bestowed upon her. Uncle, it truly works. My mother has really gotten stronger, Trunks exclaimed, sensing the newfound energy radiating from Bulma, his heart brimming with joy. Sister, brother-in-law, I feel so inflated. Bulma gazed at Lewis with trepidation, fearing she might explode. Fear not. This is a normal reaction. All right. While Bulma felt her body swell, her earlier concerns of an explosion dissipated upon hearing Lewis's reassuring words. Half an hour later, she had finally absorbed the vigorous new energy within her. In that moment, the crow's feet on Bulma's face vanished entirely. Her skin began to regain its smoothness, and her once dull blue hair turned silky. Her figure became curvaceous and youthful. Mom, you look so beautiful. Trunks stared in awe, witnessing his mother's youthful transformation for the first time. Indeed, Bulma is as beautiful as her sister. Lewis's gaze was exceedingly gentle, as he perceived the semblance of ties within Bulma. Trunks, your mother has suddenly acquired this formidable energy. She surely has yet to master it. When the time comes, you can teach her. Uncle, I will. Very well. From now on, both of you should remember to frequently consume the spirit fruits. Lewis's gaze sharpened as he declared, I shall now seek vengeance for you. Let us proceed. With a grand gesture, Lewis vanished into the dilapidated streets, accompanied by 2 individuals. Chapter 118. The elimination of the synthetic beings of future time and space in the northern region of Earth, amidst a forest, a pair of siblings sat by a campfire. These two were none other than number 17 and number 18, who had been hurled to this location by Lewis. Cough, cough. Number 17 cleared his throat, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. That Saiyan claimed to be Bulma's brother-in-law. How could someone be so overwhelmingly powerful? The memory of Lewis's oppressive aura made number 17 tremble uncontrollably. According to the data provided by Dr. Jarrow, all Saiyans were supposed to be extinct. So why was there still one alive? Number 18's stunning visage darkened, resembling a vengeful siren. That old fool must have given us false information. If he were still alive, I would make him suffer greatly. She clenched her fist and struck the ground violently, channeling her fear into rage. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized beside the fire. The leader, with blood-red eyes and silvery hair, was accompanied by an enchanting woman and a young boy. I intended to leave you for Trunks, but my dear sister-in-law has instructed me to eliminate you. Now, tell me, how would you prefer to meet your end? Lewis blinked his crimson eyes, his silver hair swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an air of malevolence. Lewis's current state is a result of the extreme rage he previously experienced. He had initially believed that the super dragon would restore his injuries, and that his eyes and hair would return to their original forms. However, to his dismay, they did not revert. With blood-red eyes and silver hair, this has become Lewis's new norm. Lewis was uncertain about the circumstances. Yet he believed that as long as his injuries healed, the color of his hair was of little consequence. How did you find us? Number 17 exclaimed in astonishment upon the arrival of an unexpected figure. According to the information, Z-fighters could locate an individual by sensing their energy. However, he and number 18 were androids, devoid of any such energy. How could their adversary possibly track them down? Number 18's complexion had turned ashen previously. She had conspired with number 17 to eliminate Drive Jarrow without fear, yet now terror gripped her heart. This was her first encounter with genuine fear. The Earth is but a small place. Was it not a simple task to unearth 2 wretched creatures like you from the depths of obscurity? Lewis gazed at the pair wearing number 17 and remarked softly, "Have you ever contemplated that this day would arrive?" Lewis sighed and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. The artificial beings from the 2 different timelines were fundamentally distinct. How could they have ever envisioned this day? Trunks, Bulma, how do you suppose they met their demise? Lewis's voice was extraordinarily frigid, emanating an air of authority. In that moment, he resembled a lofty deity, disdainful of all that exists in the world. Bulma and Trunks were taken aback, unaware that Lewis was indeed a divine being, and moreover, a candidate for the god of destruction. The number of planets destroyed by Lewis has reached tens of thousands. His aura of menace is something that ordinary individuals cannot withstand. "Uncle, I leave it in your capable hands," Trunks said weakly, primarily daunted by his uncle's fearsome demeanor, anxious that he might unleash an energy blast upon him. "Brother-in-law, please help me shatter their limbs and then crush their skulls." Bulma was taken aback by Lewis's imposing presence. However, given that he is her brother-in-law, she has witnessed all that he is capable of, and thus, she harbors no fear of him. All right. Lewis cast a glance at Bulma, surprised that this dimension's sister-in-law would make such a demand of him. Yet, it was understandable. All her friends and family had perished at the hands of these 2 artificial beings. If he were in her position, he would yearn to drain their blood and strip their flesh. Moreover, Bulma now possessed formidable strength. If she were to remain as naive as before, it would hardly bode well. "Please, don't come any closer," number 18 exclaimed, sensing a palpable threat of death emanating from Lewis as he approached. "We were wrong. We beg you, spare us." Number 17's face turned ashen, his body instinctively retreating. He had only taken 2 steps back when an eternal energy surged within him, unleashing a tremendous force. Number 17 clasped his hands together, channeling the explosive power into his palms. Die. Fleeing was not an option, rather. He resolved to fight with all his might. Number 17's power escalated to an astonishing 800 million combat strength, and he unleashed a furious energy blast from his hands. Observing this, number 18 immediately sprang into action, harnessing her full strength to swiftly conjure her own energy blast, albeit slightly weaker at 700 million combat strength. The 2 energy blasts tore through the void, merging into one. A brilliant flash of white light erupted as a massive energy sphere, 100 meters in diameter, hurtled towards Lewis, the space around it contorting under the sheer force, emitting a sizzling sound. Pathetically weak. Lewis shook his head, then raised his index finger and gently tapped the energy orb, which measured 100 meters in diameter. With a resounding bang, reminiscent of a crystal sphere shattering upon impact with the ground, the enormous energy orb disintegrated into countless glimmering fragments, vanishing into the void. Trunks, standing behind Lewis, was utterly astonished. If he were to face the assault of those two androids, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Uncle is remarkably strong. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this, androids 17 and 18 trembled uncontrollably, acutely aware of the vast disparity in power. Flee. Yet, having failed to escape before, could they possibly evade now? Cut it off. Lewis twisted his body and abruptly vanished from his original position, only to reappear behind number 18 in the next instant, like a phantom. Lewis utterly fails to comprehend the essence of cherishing the delicate. He channels his energy into a blade. With a swift motion, he strikes down, as if cleaving a watermelon, severing the limbs of number 18, which fall lifelessly to the ground. The anguished cries of number 18 resonate with heart-wrenching despair. Number 18. Upon witnessing this, number 17 turns in fury, his wrath ignited, for this is his sister. Consumed by rage, he presses on, understanding that his own survival takes precedence. To abandon even his own sister is a sign of utter hopelessness. Lewis shattered the head of Android 18 with a single blow, then vanished, reappearing beside Android 17. Chapter 119, Taking Trunks to Train. Upon seeing Lewis materialize next to him, a wave of terror enveloped 17, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. No, please. I was wrong. Spare me. Once upon a time, 17 and his sister relished in trampling upon the dignity of others, deriving immense pleasure from shattering their confidence. Each time fear flickered across another's face, they reveled in the delight it brought. Yet, the tables had turned. His sister had been effortlessly slain by Lewis. And now he felt the looming specter of death from the very same source. Fear. It turned out that fear was not a source of enjoyment. Nor was it beautiful in any way. Mother, uncle, he is so powerful. Trunks observed this scene, his emotions running high. Lewis's movements were not swift. Even he could discern the situation clearly. The number 18 was utterly defenseless, akin to a watermelon being cleaved apart, ultimately having its head obliterated. This was an undeniable display of overwhelming power. The number 18, which had once easily vanquished him, met its demise in such a manner. It was profoundly shocking. Oh, your uncle has come to our rescue. As Bulma witnessed her enemy's demise, she was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions, excitement, joy, and liberation. With the fall of number 18, it was now the turn of number 17. Lewis advanced relentlessly toward number 17, whose face turned pale as he continuously retreated, pleading for mercy. To abandon even his own sister, it is evident that there is no hope for redemption. Lewis ceased his idle chatter, resorting to a brutally straightforward method of attack. With a swift motion, he severed the limbs of number 17. Ah, since you will not spare me, then let us perish together. Transformed into a mere stick of flesh, number 17 emitted a heart-wrenching scream, suddenly channeling the eternal energy furnace within him, releasing an overwhelming surge of power. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted from number 17, resembling a sun on the verge of detonation. Uncle, be cautious. Trunks gasped in horror. The force unleashed by number 17 filled him with dread. Should number 17 succeed in self-detonation, the Earth would undoubtedly face obliteration. Brother-in-law, flee quickly. Bulma, too, recognized the imminent danger, urgently shouting, "Escape!" Lewis disregarded Bulma and her companion behind him, gazing at the swelling form of Android 17, and with a disdainful smile remarked, "You wish to self-destruct? You are utterly oblivious to absolute power." Time rewinds. With a serene countenance, Lewis waved his hand, enveloping number 17 in a shimmering silver radiance. In an instant, the inflated form of number 17 contracted back. "Without my consent, you shall not self-destruct. Bulma instructed me to obliterate your head, and thus, I shall ensure your demise." Lewis erupted in laughter, his fist clenched tightly as he delivered a powerful blow. An infinite force permeated the air, instantly reaching the head of Android 17, which, with a resounding thud, shattered like a watermelon striking the ground. On the planet of the North Kai, Goku, those two androids have perished. This was to be expected. From now on, Earth will rely on Trunks for protection. In the northern forests of Earth, the scene was one of utter devastation, a clear indication that a fierce battle had recently taken place here. Luis had just eliminated number 17. standing with his back turned to Bulma and the others. Gazing at Luis's silhouette, Trunks was left in stunned silence as he tugged at Bulma's sleeve. Mom, did Uncle just reverse time? Receiving no response, Trunks turned to see his mother's eyes wide with astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. He can manipulate time. Your uncle can actually control time without any machinery. Bulma, regaining her composure, felt a rush of color flood her pale cheeks, overwhelmed with excitement. In truth, she too possessed the ability to manipulate time, albeit with the aid of a time machine. However, Luis's capacity to reverse time with his bare hands was something beyond the realm of human capability. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. Bulma swallowed hard and confidently declared, Trunks, your uncle must have come from a past timeline into this future one, which means he can surely manipulate space as well. Truly. She was the brilliant Bulma. After Luis eliminated number 17, he made his way back towards Bulma and the others. Truly, Bulma deserves her reputation as one of the foremost scientists. With merely a hint of temporal prowess, she deduced that he possessed spatial abilities as well. Brother-in-law, you are simply remarkable. Upon seeing Luis approach, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Like an enamored young girl, she hurriedly ran up to him, circling around his side with uncontainable enthusiasm. As Luis basked in the flattery from his sister-in-law, he could not help but lift his chin slightly, feeling a sense of elation. Trunks, witnessing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, caught between exasperation and delight. At last, Earth had been saved. Well, I have eradicated the androids for you, Luis said, directing his gaze toward Bulma. Now, there are only about 5 million people left on Earth. If we wish to restore it to its former glory, you must exert considerable effort. Brother-in-law, you cannot take me to Namek. Bulma halted mid-sentence. Fully aware that even if they were to locate the Dragon Balls on Namek, she would be unable to resurrect the deceased inhabitants of Earth. Vegeta and the others had already been reborn. There was no reason for the remaining Earthlings to linger in the afterlife. Utilizing so many Dragon Balls may not necessarily be a blessing. The revival of Earth should rely on your own endeavors, Luis remarked. In truth, he could easily journey to Namek and enlist a Namekian to serve as a deity on Earth, thereby restoring the Dragon Balls. This would ensure that Bulma and Trunks would not find themselves without options in the future. However, the dark dragons depicted in the GT anime instilled a sense of caution within him, with Trunks being the sole Saiyan left in the future timeline, which was already fraught with calamities. The emergence of the evil dragons could prove overwhelming for him. After all, it would require Super Saiyan 4 to combat those malevolent entities. Thus, it was preferable to prevent the Dragon Balls from reappearing. Yes, my mother and I will work to restore Earth, Trunks affirmed with a nod. Luis gazed at Trunks and smiled. Very well, I shall commence your training now. Are you prepared? In his plans, he initially intended to locate the Super Dragon Clan, allowing his physical injuries to heal before returning to his own timeline. However, the plight of Trunks and Bulma in the future timeline was truly dire. Luis could not bear to witness the suffering of Tai's relatives, and with Tai herself resurrected, he felt no urgency to return. He resolved to train Trunks until he was capable of thwarting any impending calamities. Chapter 120, The Return. Uncle, I am always prepared, Trunks declared, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, Bulma beside him displayed a look of reluctance. Seeing this, Luis shook his head, acknowledging Bulma's remarkable intelligence. Indeed, he would stay to mentor Trunks. But once his teachings were complete, he would depart from the future timeline. Let us return to West City first. Luis feigned ignorance to Bulma's expression as he led the two into the depths of the forest. In West City, 3 figures emerged on the dilapidated streets. Bulma, I shall take Trunks to train. As for the matter of the android's demise, you will need to inform everyone. Don't worry, dear brother. I will convey the news. You need not fret. With my current strength, there is no one on Earth who can rival me, apart from you all. Bulma smiled gently. Luis nodded. After consuming the spirit fruit, Bulma truly had no rivals on Earth. As Luis and Trunks vanished from sight, Bulma began to inform everyone of the demise of the androids. Initially, the surviving inhabitants of Earth were skeptical about the death of the 2 androids, but the messenger was none other than Bulma from the Capsule Corporation. The survivors were well aware that Bulma was the mother of a golden-haired warrior and a friend to another, who had valiantly fought against the androids for many years. Thus, the likelihood of Bulma's words being true was substantial. Soon, those who believed Bulma emerged from their hiding places. Upon their emergence, they discovered that there was indeed no trace of the androids. and the remaining Earthlings, witnessing this, were filled with overwhelming joy. The androids had truly been vanquished. In an instant, the entire planet erupted in celebration. In the barren plains on the outskirts of West City, Lewis brought Trunks to the wasteland and inquired, "Trunks, are you familiar with the hyperbolic time chamber?" Trunks, somewhat perplexed, responded, "What is the hyperbolic time chamber?" Lewis explained, "It is a wondrous chamber where our forthcoming training will be conducted." Standing at the center of the wasteland, Lewis extended his hands, and the temporal and spatial laws within him began to churn. A silvery radiance surged into the void, initiating a transformation of the surrounding space. After a significant passage of time, a rift in space materialized at the center of the wasteland, from which tendrils of temporal essence emerged, causing the external flow of time to warp. It was evident that the rate of time flow differed between the two realms. One day outside equated to an entire year within. The time house created by Lewis mirrors the passage of time within the true spirit time house, albeit devoid of its harsh surroundings. Let us proceed. Lewis pulled the still-dazed Trunks into the space rift. Time passed, and 5 days went by. During this period, all of Earth's inhabitants believed that the androids had been vanquished, and they expressed their gratitude towards Bulma and her family. In an instant, the prestige of Bulma and Trunks soared to unprecedented heights. Had either of them desired the throne of Earth, the people would have undoubtedly rallied behind them. However, Bulma had no interest in such matters. After disseminating the news of the androids' defeat, she distributed the capsules from the Capsule Corporation, which contained large machines for rebuilding their homeland. With these tools in hand, the people of Earth began to reconstruct their homes. Meanwhile, on the desolate outskirts of West City, two figures emerged from the space rift. "Phew, we finally made it." Trunks exhaled deeply. The 5 days spent outside equated to 5 years within the time chamber, and the once 13-year-old Trunks had finally come of age. With his long golden hair flowing and his aura remarkably stable, he was in peak condition. If one were to measure his battle power, Trunks had reached an astonishing 20 billion in this state. This meant that in his normal condition, his battle power had surpassed 400 million. "You little rascal, I didn't realize your talent was so formidable," Lewis remarked, giving Trunks a pat on the shoulder. "Hee." Trunks chuckled, scratching his head in a moment of innocent glee. Lewis spoke again. "We Saiyans possess not only the Super Saiyan transformation but also the Super Saiyan 3 and even the Super Saiyan 4. The implication of Lewis's words is that, after the passage of 5 years, Trunks has not only ascended to full power but has also entered the realm of the Super 2 state. Lewis was aware of Trunks' formidable talents, yet he never anticipated their magnitude. Indeed, every half-blood Saiyan should not be underestimated. As for the subsequent state, it is something you must cultivate on your own. With your current strength, combined with my rigorous training in combat awareness, there are hardly any opponents who can match you at an equal power level." Lewis's rigorous training of Trunks is indeed on par with that of a candidate for the God of Destruction. He firmly believes that even Goku, training under King Kai, would not stand a chance against Trunks if they wielded equal power. "Come, let us return to West City. Your mother must be anxiously awaiting our return." "Indeed." Trunks nodded. And with that, Lewis led him away, vanishing from the spot. West City. At this moment, West City had undergone a tremendous transformation. The collapsed buildings had been cleared, and the ravaged ground had been leveled. "Uncle," Trunks exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing this scene. "Haha, this must be Bulma's handiwork. I never anticipated your mother would act so swiftly." Lewis and Trunks returned to the original location of the manor, yet it had not yet been rebuilt, with only a few houses standing. Outside the house, Trunks called out, "Mom, I'm back." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a striking figure. Bulma was momentarily taken aback as she caught sight of Lewis, and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, didn't you take Trunks to train?" "Indeed, but our training has already concluded." Lewis smiled. Bulma widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can it be so soon? It has only been 5 days." She turned her gaze toward Trunks, who was currently in his Super Saiyan form. Having consumed the spirit fruit, he had become more attuned to his power, sensing the immense strength emanating from him. Trunks had completed his previous training. "Yes," he affirmed with a nod. "Uncle used his time manipulation abilities to place me in a time chamber where 1 day outside equates to an entire year inside." Trunks recounted everything. Upon hearing this, Bulma's pupils dilated in shock, and she suddenly looked at Lewis, asking, "Brother-in-law, are you leaving now?" Chapter 121. Trunks' opportunity. Though Bulma was astonished by her brother-in-law's ability to create a realm with differing flows of time, She accepted the notion that he could manipulate both time and space to conjure such a dimension. However, 5 days prior, she had suspected that once her brother-in-law finished instructing Trunks, he would depart from this timeline. Was that moment finally upon them? Hearing this, Trunks grasped Luis's arm anxiously, inquiring, "Uncle, are you truly leaving?" "Indeed, I must depart from this timeline," Luis confirmed. Luis gently patted Trunks' head, then gazed at the scene outside. "The androids have been vanquished by me, and your homeland is beginning to be rebuilt. This timeline no longer requires my presence." Rather than stating that this timeline does not need him, it would be more accurate to say that this timeline does not belong to him. Luis exists within his own temporal realm, where his beloved wife has been resurrected, and Thais awaits him in a bygone era. What's more, every time Luis recalls the harrowing image of Thais' tragic demise, an unbearable ache pierces his heart. In the annals of the past, his nemesis still lingers. He is resolute in his quest for vengeance. "Brother-in-law, had it not been for your intervention, Trunks and I would have met our doom. I cannot bear to lose you." Bulma gazed at Luis with profound reluctance. "Uncle, I have yet to master the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, nor have I attained the state of serenity you spoke of. I am still so inexperienced." Trunks, equally filled with sorrow, added, "I fear I may not be able to protect Earth, Uncle. Luis waved his hand and looked at Trunks, saying, "With the strength you possess now, you are already capable of confronting the impending crises. Setting aside combat awareness and technique, Trunks has attained the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, and his power has surged to an astounding 40 billion battle strength. Not even the perfect form of Cell poses a threat, especially since the androids 17 and 18 in this timeline have already perished. As for the looming menace of Majin Buu, there is no need for concern. The god of destruction Beerus in this timeline has awakened, and given the East Kaishin's dread of Majin Buu, he will undoubtedly compel Beerus to take action and eliminate Buu." Luis gazed at Bulma with utmost seriousness and declared, "Bulma, your sister from the past is still waiting for me." Indeed, her sister from another timeline had encountered an unfortunate incident and was awaiting her brother-in-law's return to rescue her. Unbeknownst to Bulma, Thais had already been revived. At this moment, she opened her mouth but spoke no further, her eyes merely glistening with unshed tears. "That is enough." Seeing the atmosphere grow somewhat melancholic, Luis chuckled and remarked, "Bulma, did you not create a time machine? If you ever miss me or encounter an insurmountable issue in the future, you can always utilize the time machine to journey back and find me." Indeed, Bulma and Trunks suddenly awakened from their reverie. Bulma, brimming with excitement, declared, "Brother-in-law, you promised. Whenever Trunks and I come to seek you out, you mustn't disdain our presence." Luis offered a weary smile. He merely wished to console Bulma and the others. Yet he never anticipated she would take it so earnestly. "Nevertheless, it is certain that your presence would be most welcome." Luis spoke with utmost seriousness and then declared, "Very well, I must take my leave now." Without waiting for the two to react, Luis instantly vanished from the spot. "Brother-in-law." The once exuberant Bulma's mood plummeted in an instant, and Trunks beside her also felt a profound sense of loss. He truly is gone. Suddenly, Trunks recalled something, his face paling in alarm. "Oh no, what's the matter? Mom, didn't you create the miraculous medicine for viral heart disease? We didn't give it to Uncle. Will Uncle Goku from the past also succumb to heart disease?" As soon as Trunks finished speaking, he noticed something amiss with Bulma. Why did his mother wear such an excited expression? "Mom, you. Ha ha ha, Trunks. You are simply brilliant," Bulma exclaimed, pulling Trunks into an embrace and ruffling his golden hair. "Didn't your uncle say we could seek him out if we needed anything? To prevent Uncle Goku from dying of heart disease, we must take the heart disease medicine to him." Trunks, like a small child, had his head tousled by Bulma, and suddenly he was filled with joy as he looked up. "That's right. If we don't bring the medicine, Uncle Goku will be doomed." "Mom, this excuse." "No, this concerns Uncle Goku's life and death. If we bring the heart disease medicine, Uncle won't question it at all." "Mom, when shall we go?" "There's no rush. I have already constructed the time machine. It simply lacks energy. Additionally, our home has just begun to be rebuilt. Once the situation on Earth stabilizes and we gather the energy for the time machine, we will go." Unbeknownst to Luis, Bulma and Trunks' plan was entirely concealed from him. At that moment, he found himself on the outskirts of West City. "I wonder if, under my current temporal rules, I can still traverse time." Luis mused as he gazed at his hands. He had initially drifted through the chaotic currents of time and inadvertently arrived in the future. Now, wishing to depart. He realized there were three possible methods. First, to utilize his own temporal powers. Second, to seek out the old Kai from the future and have him use the time ring to bring him back. Third, to ride Bulma's time machine. However, the latter two options seemed too cumbersome, and he resolved to employ his own temporal abilities. After all, I cannot die. Lewis smiled. For possessing immunity sometimes grants one the liberty to act as one pleases. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, he reined in his smile and adopted a serious demeanor. Buzz. A potent surge of temporal and spatial energy erupted from him, as a silvery luminescence flickered across the outskirts, causing a disturbance in the fabric of time and space throughout the entire area. Open for me. Lewis coldly drank, raising his hand with a flourish. As the vast rules of time and space surged forth, these principles coalesced into a sharp blade, cleaving through the void, which instantaneously manifested a gash. Let us proceed. Lewis did not hesitate and leaped right in, to the realm of the destroyers in the future timeline. Whis projected the image of Lewis departing. Lord Beerus. He has left. He does not belong to our timeline. His departure is for the best. Beerus gazed at Whis and inquired, have you found any information regarding him? The seventh universe of another timeline has astonishingly discovered such a prodigious candidate for a destroyer. Regardless of the circumstances, he must ensure that this timeline's Lewis becomes his disciple. His name is Lewis, a member of the Saiyan race. However, our timeline's Lewis perished long ago. Perished? Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Whis, examining the information on his staff, replied in astonishment, indeed, and furthermore, the death of our timeline's Lewis is related to you, Lord Beerus. Impossible. How could I have killed such a talented individual? Our timeline's Lewis met his demise in the explosion of planet Vegeta, Lord Beerus. Have you forgotten the orders you gave to Frieza? Lewis, Saiyan, planet Vegeta, wait a moment. A flash of realization crossed Beerus's mind, and he finally recalled the events concerning the Saiyans. Many years ago, he commanded Frieza to annihilate the entire Saiyan race. Beerus clicked his tongue, indeed. Lewis perished in the explosion of planet Vegeta, and his death was, in fact, linked to him. I can't believe this. Beerus lamented, feeling despondent over the loss of such a genius among the Saiyan race. Beerus, although our timeline's Lewis has died, I have discovered another prodigy. Whis exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Who? The young man whom Lewis has been mentoring. He is quite impressive. Whis, I want him to be my disciple. Chapter 122, Returning to the Past Timeline. In the original timeline of Lewis, within the seventh universe, it has been over 2 months since the battle against the galactic headquarters. During that confrontation, the headquarters was initially invaded by the 5 warriors of Bojack. The entire Saiyan race, with the exception of those dispatched on missions, suffered devastating losses at the hands of Bojack and his cohorts. Ultimately, Goku and Vegeta emerged, joining forces to combat Zanya and her allies. Had it not been for the dark powers possessed by Zanya and her companions, Goku and Vegeta would surely have triumphed. However, with the eruption of their dark powers, they proved to be formidable opponents against Goku and his ally. Fortunately, Jebet arrived just in time with the Patera earrings. Once Goku and Vegeta donned the earrings, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, and even the mightiest Bojack was no match for Vegeto. At that moment, Lewis and his companions returned. Unaware that Tawa had released Bojack and his group as a bait to lure him back, the 5 demon gods descended. Tai's demise came at the hands of Demigra's dark force, and in a fit of extreme rage, Lewis lost all rationality, venturing into the realm of dark magic to forcibly employ temporal erasure. The entire dark magic realm was obliterated into fragments of time and space. Now, Lewis has been missing for 2 months, a fact known to very few. On this day, a sudden temporal fluctuation appeared above the galactic headquarters, and Mel's within the building immediately sensed it. Who could it be? Mel swiftly ascended into the air, scanning his surroundings intently. The last time, the 5 demon gods of the dark magic realm had descended here. Could it be them again? After all, the dark magic realm, shattered by Lewis, had somehow restored itself. It's happening. Mel's tensed, preparing for battle. A rift opened in the void, from which emerged a figure with blood-red eyes and silver hair. Which timeline is this? Could it be that Lewis had once again traversed the wrong timeline? Gasping for breath, Lewis looked around in bewilderment. Although he had grasped the rules of time and space, this was his first experience with temporal traversal, and he possessed no prior experience whatsoever. Throughout his journey, He had inadvertently crossed into the wrong timelines countless times, having ventured into the GT timeline and the Super timeline, among others. Lewis was acutely aware that excessive interference in these timelines could give rise to an abundance of parallel realities. Thus, upon realizing he had traversed into an incorrect timeline, he promptly departed from that realm, resuming his journey through time. To date, he had journeyed through time 125 times, and a profound sense of trepidation began to envelop him, for he feared he might never rediscover his original timeline. Suddenly, Lewis beheld Mers in the sky, pondering how Mers could possibly be present in this place. Lewis weakly inquired, "Do you know me?" Mels gazed at him as if he were a fool. "You don't know me? How infuriating. I have traversed through time and space again." Lewis gritted his teeth, ready to depart from this timeline. "Lewis, where are you going?" A voice called from behind. Lewis was taken aback, then abruptly turned to face Mels, his face alight with joy. "You recognize me. Aren't you the heir of Lord Beerus? The commotion you caused not long ago was quite significant." Mels replied nonchalantly. "By the way, where have you been? My brother and the others have been searching for you." "Ha ha ha, I have finally returned." Lewis completely disregarded Mel's words and suddenly appeared beside him, exuberantly embracing him and swinging him around. Mels, ensnared in Lewis' enthusiastic grip, wore a face full of exasperation, contemplating whether this fellow had lost his mind. After a brief moment, at last, Lewis composed himself, releasing Mels with a hint of embarrassment. I got a bit carried away. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all. I merely perceived it as a foolish embrace." Mels mused inwardly, yet inquired aloud, "Where have you been all this time?" "My brother and Lord Beerus have been searching for you." He was already aware of the arrival of the 5 deities in the 7th universe. During the cataclysmic explosion of the 7th universe, he had narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind to swiftly retreat to the realm of the Supreme Kai, fleeing with the 2 Kaiashins to safety. Otherwise, Beerus would have perished as well. Looking for me, Lewis felt a warmth in his heart, surprised that Beerus and Weiss had been searching for him all along. Soon, he recounted all that he had experienced. "You drifted through various dimensions and returned after making hundreds of miscalculations." Mers stared in astonishment. "Indeed." Lewis scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "Is there a problem? Traversing through time and space is inherently a grave sin." Mels's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "I never anticipated that you have misraveled over 100 times. Yet the inhabitants of the time realm have not made an appearance. This is rather absurd." Lewis felt helpless. He merely wished to test his temporal powers, and he did not desire this outcome either. Lewis pondered for a moment and timidly inquired, "Mels, will my actions inadvertently give rise to more parallel universes?" "Certainly not," Mels replied, shaking his head. "While the creation of parallel universes can be easy or challenging, your mere venture into another dimension without any significant actions taken will certainly not result in the emergence of additional parallel realms. Moreover, if you were to truly generate numerous parallel universes, the denizens of the time realm would have long since intervened to eliminate you." Before he could finish, Mels fell silent again, pondering who could possibly vanquish such an anomaly. "Then I shall rest easy." Lewis patted his chest and cast a glance at the Galactic Patrol headquarters below. He yearned to descend and reunite with his kin. However, his greater desire was to return to the realm of deities and ascertain whether his beloved Tai Si had been resurrected. "Mels, I must take my leave now. Do visit the Divine Realm for tea when you have the chance." Lewis has vanished without a trace. Miles. Chapter 123. The Awaiting of Lewis by the Company. Louise has vanished, leaving Mels alone, disheveled in the wind. This fellow is truly remarkable, capable of shattering the realm of darkness. However, who could possibly restore it? Mels circled above, shaking his head, his gaze deepening. Moreover, those blood-red eyes and silver hair. Mels touched his own silver locks, smiling softly. Indeed, Louise has become increasingly intriguing. Mels then gazed down at the Saiyan headquarters, where the Saiyans were growing stronger. Imbued with a sense of justice, bolstered by Louise's support, perhaps the Saiyans could fulfill the dreams nestled within his heart, guarding peace and safeguarding the universe. His anticipation swelled. In the realm of destruction, a stunning woman sat by the lakeside, gazing at the rippling waters. Her expression was devoid of emotion, yet her beautiful eyes shimmered with longing. "Louise, where have you gone?" Ties murmured, plucking a handful of purple grass and casting it into the lake. From behind, her small silhouette appeared somewhat solitary. Behind Ties, a cup floated in midair, half filled with water, while a loach swam lazily within. The prophetic fish perched on the cup's edge, looking at Ties and saying, "Ties, I want something delicious." At that moment, a purple cat approached slowly, accompanied by a tall, slender man with a halo atop his head. "Ties, could you prepare something delicious for me?" Beerus said, arms crossed, chin raised. If not for the pleading tone in his voice, he would have appeared the epitome of a cold, aloof god of destruction. "Prophetic fish, didn't you say Louise would return soon?" Ties suddenly stood, extending her hand to grasp the floating cup, her face confronting the prophetic fish. The fish, caught off guard, trembled under Ties's fierce gaze. "Oh no, I'm doomed." Beside them, Beerus and Whis were startled and exclaimed, "Run." They shrank their necks and bolted away. Ties turned her gaze towards the fleeing duo and ominously declared, "Whis, Lord Beerus, stop right there." Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis stood rigidly. Fleeing meant no delicious food would await them. They knew they could not escape, yet. Ties was truly terrifying. "Ties, let us talk this over. Please don't threaten me with food." Beerus gulped nervously, hurriedly turning to speak. Whis nodded vigorously in agreement. "Didn't you say Louise would return soon? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" Ties looked at the prophetic fish in her hand, and then at Beerus and Whis, her lips curling in discontent. Beerus quickly pointed at the loach, sweating profusely. "You must ask the prophetic fish. It made the prediction, and its prophecies have never been wrong. The saying goes, if a friend dies, the monk shall not perish." Beerus directly cast the blame upon the prophetic fish. Observing this action, Whis couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This scrawny creature was indeed shameless. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, allowing the prophetic fish to bear the brunt of Ties's wrath. I may have been a bit muddled in my slumber, which led to the error in my prophecy. Would you kindly spare my life, Ties?" The prophetic fish whimpered from within its cup. In the realm of destruction, one could provoke nearly anyone, yet Ties was an exception. When Ties became angered, no one would cook, and without meals, both Beerus and Whis would surely be displeased. While Beerus and Whis's anger was manageable, the fury of that little rascal, Louis, would be far more catastrophic than the obliteration of the universe itself. When Louis, merely 6 years old, first arrived in the realm of destruction, Beerus sought to establish a rule, declaring that apart from himself and Whis, Louis would be the most powerful. However, the decree failed to take root, and it nearly lost its bathing cup to theft. Infuriatingly, if establishing rules proved futile, then force must be employed. After all, this little brat had just arrived in the realm of destruction. How formidable could he truly be? Even as a fish, it had grown in this realm, and surely the child could not overpower it. Yet, to its dismay, despite thrashing its tail, it could not inflict even the slightest damage upon Louis. Only later did it realize that this boy could disregard any injury, which infuriated the fish immensely. From that point onward, it remained subservient to Louis's tyranny. The promise of being the mightiest creature apart from Beerus and Whis was shattered when Ties arrived, relegating it to a mere 5th place in hierarchy. This was intolerable, and to evade Louis and Ties, it resorted to slumber. During this period, it foretold Louis's return, prompting its awakening. Sighing after a moment of contemplation on the prophetic fish, Ties cast it aside and departed from the lakeside, heading toward the Palace of Destruction to prepare a meal for Beerus and the others. The prophetic fish floated in the void, gasping for breath, thinking to itself, "Oh, I am saved." Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, wiping the sweat from their brows, finally exhaling in relief. As they watched Ties's retreating figure, Beerus called out, "Ties, make sure to prepare plenty of tempura. It's delicious. Also, please brew us 2 buckets of instant noodles. We would be most grateful." Whis quickly chimed in. The prophetic fish also longed for Ties to prepare a delightful meal. Yet recalling its unfulfilled prophecy, it dared not speak up. Understood, it finally murmured. The ethereal voice of Ties resonated from the Destroyer God Palace. After her departure, Beerus's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly reached out, seizing the prophetic fish in his grasp. "Did you not say that Louis would return?" The prophetic fish, unfazed by Beerus's intensity, rolled its eyes and replied, "Surely, he is returning during this period. My prophecies have never faltered." Furthermore, it regarded Beerus with a hint of sarcasm. "Lord Beerus, you certainly passed the blame quite swiftly." Ha ha ha. Beerus felt a touch of embarrassment and quickly released the prophetic fish. Gazing up at the sky with a deep sigh, the loss of Ties weighed heavily upon him. A destroyer god is meant to be devoid of emotion. Yet Louis was akin to a child he and Whis had nurtured. Louis was family. Each time he recalled Louis's despair that led him to madness. Beerus felt a pang of sorrow. Ultimately, it was his own inadequacy that prevented him from safeguarding his disciple. He wondered if that young man was aware of Tai's resurrection. Shaking his head, Beerus's voice was filled with introspection. After Lewis's disappearance, he and Whis sought out Bulma on Earth. They resided in her home, knowing she had crafted a regular Dragon Ball radar. If she could create a standard radar, it was reasonable to conclude that a Super Dragon Ball radar would be within her capabilities as well. They located one Super Dragon Ball and, with Bulma's radar, soon discovered 3 more within the 7th universe. The remaining 4 resided in the 6th universe. He and Whis ventured to the 6th universe, initially expecting Kampa to oppose them. To his surprise, Kampa said, "Take them. It would be unfortunate if Lewis returned only to find Tai in despair." Chapter 124. Lewis returns to the realm of the destroyer gods. Beerus could hardly fathom that the rotund god would utter such words. Truth be told, he felt quite moved. After collecting all the Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe, he successfully resurrected Tai. With a sigh, Beerus turned to Whis, by the way. What was the state Lewis was in at that time? Lewis had transformed into a golden-haired figure, his power surging from the 2nd tier of divine realm to the 4th tier. Beerus knew that Saiyans were capable of transformations, yet their pupils were typically a vivid green. Why, then, did Lewis possess blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of profound malevolence? I cannot say. Lewis harbors many secrets. Whis shook his head and smiled, however. I am confident that Lewis would never harm our 7th universe. Upon hearing this, Beerus laughed joyfully. Indeed, he once told me that the 7th universe is his home. With that declaration, Beerus firmly believed that Lewis would never act against the interests of the 7th universe. A cat, an angel, and a loach gazed up at the sky, awaiting Tai's culinary creations. Suddenly, a ripple of spatial energy coursed through the air. Who is it? Whis tensed, sensing the profound mastery of the intruder's spatial rules, which surpassed even his understanding. Beerus, enveloped in an aura of destruction, recalled the intense battle from 2 months prior, particularly the inexplicable resurgence of the Dark Demon realm, which left him apprehensive about further mischief. Whis, Lord Beerus, could it be that the prophetic fish beside Lewis has finally spoken? A flash of realization illuminated their minds. Indeed, had not the prophetic fish foretold Lewis's imminent return? Could it truly be him? With hope glimmering in their eyes, Beerus and Whis fixated on the heavens. Then it happened. The sky parted, revealing a figure emerging from within. With blood-red eyes and silver hair, he exuded an alluring charm. Whis, Lord Beerus, prophetic fish, it has been a while. Lewis spiraled gracefully in the air and waved. Lord Beerus, it is Lewis. The prophetic fish clutched its cup tightly, fearing that Lewis might snatch it away once more. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Beerus's excitement surged. Lewis, you have finally returned. Lewis is indeed his disciple, and he genuinely fears that after Lewis's disappearance, he may find it impossible to return. After all, at that time, Whis mentioned that Lewis had fallen into the chaotic currents of time and space, a perilous realm that even high-ranking priests regard with trepidation. He understands that Lewis can withstand any harm, and thus, it is reasonable to assume that the chaotic currents pose no threat to him. Hence, he is not overly concerned. However, such an ethereal realm could easily lead one astray, and returning could become an impossible endeavor. Now, Lewis has finally discovered the path back home. Lord Beerus, it is I have returned. In the skies above, Lewis exclaims with joy. Having traversed hundreds of time streams, he has finally returned to the time that is rightfully his. Lewis descended gracefully. It is a relief to have him back indeed. Beerus stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder while repeatedly expressing this sentiment. During Lewis's absence, he had felt a profound sense of guilt, for he had once vowed that no one would harm Lewis without his consent. Yet, in the end, ties had perished, and Lewis had vanished. Beerus's tone was filled with fervor, and sensing his concern, Lewis sniffled, feeling warmth bloom in his heart. Before him stood Beerus, along with Whis and the mischievous prophetic fish, those who had always cared for him, the very Beerus who had watched over him, the master Whis who had guided his growth, and the playful prophetic fish that set rules for him daily. It was precisely because of their presence that he had braved the trials of traversing countless timelines to return to this place. At that moment, Whis gazed at Lewis, gently stroking his silver hair, astonished. Lewis, what has happened to your eyes and hair? Ah yes, Beerus exclaimed, realizing the transformation in Lewis's hair. Lewis also ran his fingers through his hair, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I cannot fathom the reason, but ever since Tai's demise at the hands of Demigula, my hair has taken on this hue. This. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. The tone in Lewis's voice suggested that he did not appear to be particularly sorrowful about Ty's death. Lewis, I failed to safeguard Ty, you. Beerus attempted to speak. Lewis interrupted him and cast a glance at the Palace of Destruction, saying, I am already aware that Ty's has been resurrected, Lord Beerus, Whis. Thank you. He had learned of Ty's revival from Salam in the future timeline. Lewis need not guess. He is well aware that it is the assistance of Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, I shall visit Ty's first. Any inquiries can wait until later. Lewis suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a cat, an angel, and a loach lost in contemplation. In the kitchen of the temple, Ty's was clad in an apron that elegantly accentuated her perfect figure as she prepared the tempura that Beerus adored. At that moment, her expression remained serene, though her eyes shimmered with longing. It was for her that Lewis lost his sanity. It was for her that he ventured alone into the dark realm of demons. It was for her that he succumbed to the chaotic currents of time and space, disappearing without a trace. As Ty's continued to make tempura, she inhaled sharply, her eyes reddening. Lewis, I miss you. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in her ears, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. Chapter 125, The Prophecy of the Prophetic Fish. Ty swiftly turned around, only to behold the familiar figure materializing before her. Lewis, Sister Thais, I have returned. Lewis, it is truly you. Thais stood frozen, the utensils in her hands clattering to the ground as a wave of warmth cascaded from her eyes. The prophetic fish had not spoken in vain. Her beloved Lewis had indeed returned during this time. At long last, you have come back, Thais exclaimed, her hands covering her face. Joy, excitement, and a profound sense of relief surged within her, and tears flowed uncontrollably. You naughty rascal. Do you have any idea how terrified I was that you might never return? Thais continued to weep, for upon her resurrection, her immediate instinct was to seek out Lewis. However, in Vis's recounting, she learned that Lewis had fallen into the chaotic currents of time and space, though Vis had not elaborated extensively. Thais understood that those turbulent currents must be a perilous realm. For the past 2 months, she had been filled with trepidation, fearing that her Lewis might be lost forever. Fear not, for I have returned, Haven Ti. Lewis stepped forward, gently parting her small hands, and tenderly wiped away her tears. Her tears flowed incessantly, and he continued to soothe her. At last, Thais' tears ceased, and she lowered her head, saying, Lewis, please don't look. I'm ugly. No, you are not ugly at all. You are the most beautiful. Lewis held her tightly in his embrace, feeling the softness of her body and the warmth of her presence. It was a tangible sensation. His ties had truly returned to life. How wonderful. The two remained in this heartfelt embrace. Suddenly, Thais lifted her head and reached out to touch his silver hair, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lewis, what has happened to your eyes and your hair? She asked, her voice trembling. Silver hair and blood-red pupils. Though they are striking, it seems you have aged overnight. Is this transformation a consequence of my presence? Thais choked back her emotions, tears spilling from her enchanting eyes. No, it has nothing to do with you. Luis lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers. Oh, woe is me. It is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have become this way. Thais placed her hand at the back of his head, gently caressing his hair, and wept openly. Sister Thais, if you continue to cry, it will not be a pretty sight. Luis cradled her in his arms, the sound of Thais' sobs tugging at his heartstrings. Luis is filled with sorrow. Yet it is Thais who bears an even heavier heart. Over 2 months ago, she passed away in Luis's embrace. She was his beloved wife. And the anguish he endures must be profound. It is truly astonishing how one night can turn one's hair to white. How much suffering must Luis endure? Oh, how I lament, for it is I who has caused you to be in such a state. No, I do not blame you at all. Luis shook his head, his heart heavy with sorrow. If there is someone to blame, it must be me. You were clearly in my embrace, yet I failed to safeguard you. Luis was enveloped in guilt, yet before he could utter another word, Thais reached out and covered his mouth with her hand. She shook her head gently, and the two remained silent, embracing each other tightly. As time passed, they continued to hold one another, reveling in their closeness. After a while, a voice interrupted their intimate moment. Thais, have you finished cooking? I'm on the verge of starvation. It was Beerus. In the kitchen, Lewis and Thais exchanged a knowing smile. Sister Thais, I'm hungry too. All right, I shall prepare something for you right away. Actually, what I desire is you. Thais was momentarily taken aback, quickly lowering her head in shyness as she whispered, I will serve you later tonight. Hee hee. Lewis flashed a grin, no longer clinging to Thais, and began to assist in preparing a meal for Beerus and the others. In the grand hall of the God of Destruction's palace, Lewis and Thais completed the dishes and brought them forth. Beerus, observing Lewis, jested. What on earth have you been doing in the kitchen for so long? Lewis curled his lips in disdain, lifting the lid off the plate with a hint of annoyance. You, a solitary dog, no, a solitary cat, will never comprehend this. You little rascal, returning just to irritate me. You might as well have stayed away. I wish I could have stayed away, but here lies my mischievous feline deity, my angelic master, my playful loach, and most importantly, my dear sister Thais. Upon hearing this, Beerus chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Laughter erupted among the others, filling the God of Destruction's palace with joyous mirth. As Luis unveiled each dish tempura, sushi, takoyaki, and an array of beverages, desserts, and fruits, it was evident that even Whis could not forget the instant noodles. The cat, the angel, and the loach's eyes sparkled with delight. The group swiftly grasped their chopsticks, soon lost in a culinary paradise, unable to extricate themselves from the feast. How exquisite it was. Thais had always prepared meals for us, yet this time they were undeniably more delectable. Indeed, emotions can influence culinary prowess. Whis was correct, Lord Beerus. You must safeguard this rascal, Luis, so that Thais's dishes may continue to be this delightful. You pesky loach, with so many delectable treats around. You still cannot keep your mouth shut. Don't provoke me, or I might just squish you. Laughter erupted once more. With the awakening of the prophetic fish and the return of Luis, all members of the God of Destruction realm gathered once more. They refrained from inquiring about Luis's whereabouts over the past 2 months, choosing instead to indulge in the exquisite food and relish this rare moment of tranquility. Lewis also savored this moment. He had endured the death of Thais, drifted through the corridors of time into the future, and ultimately returned after traversing the fabric of time countless times. It would be splendid if this moment could be everlasting, if only it weren't for Demigula. As Lewis savored the exquisite dishes prepared by Thais, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. I shall not let you escape. Soon. The gathering came to a close. Weiss observed Lewis's hair and pupils, perplexed by the young man's state. With blood-red irises and silver hair, Weiss brushed his own silver locks. Contemplating, could it be? What thoughts occupied Weiss's mind, unbeknownst to Beerus, who also harbored many questions, particularly regarding Lewis's whereabouts over the past 2 months. Moreover, Weiss had mentioned that Lewis had unleashed temporal powers in the Dark Demon realm, shattering the entire realm into fragments of time and space. When had this young man grasped such formidable abilities? It is essential to understand that temporal power is akin to light power, perhaps even more terrifying. Meanwhile, the prophetic fish lay in the water of its cup, observing Lewis. Its awakening had foretold 3 significant events. Chapter 126, The Complete Ascendancy of the Saiyan Race. All eyes turned towards Lewis, their gazes filled with curiosity. Noticing the hesitant expressions on their faces, Lewis smiled and addressed the prophetic fish. When did you awaken? The fish leaned against the rim of the cup and let out a contented burp. I awakened just as Thais resurrected me. I heard you foretold my return. Indeed. What else have you prophesied this time? Upon Lewis's utterance, the crowd pricked up their ears, for they had only gleaned the tidings of his return from the prophetic fish. As for any additional prophecies, the fish remained silent, leaving Lewis's words to linger in the air. Could it be that there were indeed more prophecies? How do you know I possess other prophecies? The prophetic fish exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, there are, Beerus retorted, gripping the prophetic fish with a fiery wrath. You wretched creature. How dare you conceal further prophecies? Do you seek your own demise? The prophetic fish, unfazed by Beerus's fury, replied, Oh, Lord Beerus, do not be so hasty. I do possess additional prophecies, and not merely one. Not merely one? Even Whiss's jaw dropped in surprise. As an angel, he too held the capacity for prophecy. And the prophetic fish's predictions had never faltered. This showcased the formidable prowess of the prophetic fish. However, in the years past, each time the fish awakened, it had only foretold a single event. This time, it astonishingly prophesied 3. What else have you foreseen? Tai asked, her curiosity piqued. Pray, do tell. Originally, Beerus intended to inquire about Lewis's whereabouts over the past 2 months, yet at this moment, his intrigue about the prophetic fish's revelation surpassed that. The first prophecy, of course, was Lewis's return. This was already established. The prophetic fish swam around the cup's water and then declared the second prophecy. It paused, casting a glance at Beerus. The intensity of the fish's gaze startled Beerus. Could the second prophecy pertain to him? Indeed, the second prophecy concerns you, Lord Beerus, the fish stated earnestly. I foresee that in the future, you will encounter a formidable adversary, known as the god of Super Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Lewis chuckled softly, as he merely recalled the narrative from the anime, prompting his inquiry to the prophetic fish. In the anime, Beerus had been informed by the prophetic fish of a powerful foe named the god of Super Saiyans. To his surprise, the fish had prophesied this matter so swiftly. On the timeline, this event occurred a full decade and more ahead of the typical storyline. I have a formidable foe known as the god of Super Saiyans? Beerus's eyes widened as he turned to Lewis. The god of Super Saiyans bears a striking resemblance to your so-called Super Saiyan. He is the mightiest destroyer, aside from you. Which Saiyan could possibly compare? Beerus questioned in disbelief. Could my formidable foe truly be Lewis? Whis and Tai exchanged glances. How could Lewis ever become a rival to Beerus? It was inconceivable. Lord Beerus, do you truly believe I would stand against you? Lewis replied, slightly irked. At that moment, the prophetic fish cast a glance at Lewis and shook its head. Lord Beerus, in my prophecy, that individual is not Lewis. Beerus let out a sigh of relief. After all, Lewis was his successor. How could he ever be an enemy? Who could it possibly be? Whispers of curiosity stirred within Beerus. Yet the prophecy fish had remained vague regarding the identity of that Super Saiyan god, leaving him with no choice but to relent. However, at that moment, Lewis spoke up. Lord Beerus, prior to the arrival of Demigra and his cohorts, I mentioned that I possess a method to swiftly elevate our universe's ranking. Ah, yes. I recall you spoke of a way for all Saions to merge. Beerus exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he turned to Lewis. What is this method? It involves harnessing the fusion techniques of the Metamorphs. Lewis, no longer keeping his audience in suspense, continued, at that time, you can seek out the old Kai. He will undoubtedly be aware of this secret technique. What I truly wish to convey is that if one desires to elevate the ranking of the Earth universe swiftly, aside from employing the fusion technique, the other means lies in the prophecy regarding the recently mentioned Super Saiyan god. Luis initially contemplated revealing the secret only when every Saiyan had attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, upon his return, he resolved to abandon his discretion and vowed to elevate the entire Saiyan lineage to unprecedented heights. Subsequently, they would launch an assault on the Dark Demon realm. Oh, Beerus was taken aback. Could it be that Luis understood the identity of the Super Saiyan god? Whis, Ties, and the Oracle turned their gazes toward Luis, their eyes brimming with perplexity. Soon, you shall all be enlightened. Lewis shook his head, and after he comprehended the chain of events that led to his loss of reason, he decided to return to his clan. Yet again, he played coy. Not only was Beerus incensed, but even Whis found himself exasperated with Lewis. What about the third prophecy? Everyone turned their gaze towards the prophetic fish, and Lewis followed suit. The prophetic fish appeared flustered, its two whiskers awkwardly rubbing together in front of its chest as it timidly confessed, I forgot. Boom. The crowd collapsed to the ground. This truly exemplified the peculiar trait of the prophetic fish. It could forget even the very prophecies it had foreseen. Beerus, Whis, and Lewis felt a sense of helplessness yet could do nothing about it. Meanwhile, Ties couldn't help but stifle a laugh from the sidelines. All right. Beerus rose from the ground and fixed his gaze upon Lewis, asking, where have you been for the past 2 months? Everyone turned their attention towards Lewis, for this was the matter that piqued their curiosity the most. I lost my sanity after witnessing Ties being slain by Demigra, and I have no recollection of what transpired thereafter. Lewis cast a glance at Thais beside him. Filled with compassion, he vowed never to allow her to suffer harm again. Thais noticed the emotion in Lewis's eyes and shook her head, as if to convey that she feared nothing, for as long as she could be by his side, she would willingly embrace death. Lewis grasped her small hand firmly beneath the dining table, gazing at everyone. Subsequently, I drifted into other realms of time and space. Lewis revealed everything that would transpire in the future. Upon hearing all of it, Thais felt a surge of emotion. Lewis, you mentioned that Bulma and her son from the future nearly perished. Moreover, even your parents succumbed to the hands of those two artificial beings. Lewis truly felt a pang of sympathy for Bulma and Trunks from the future timeline. Chapter 127, Temporal Quandary. Bang. Tai's eyes blazed with fury as she clenched her fists and struck the table with great force, sending all the plates flying. If Bulma from the future could partake in the spiritual fruits bestowed by Lewis, there was no reason for Tai, who resided in the realm of destruction, to be deprived. Tai's combat prowess had now reached a staggering 100,000, and with such a forceful strike, the dining table nearly split in two. Fortunately, Beerus' table was crafted from a divine tree, thus sustaining no damage. At the table, aside from Lewis, Beerus and the other two held their breaths, afraid to make a sound. Oh dear. To provoke Tai at this moment would mean dire consequences. We dared not provoke her. Our timeline and the future one are ultimately unrelated, and besides, I have already eliminated those two artificial beings. Lewis grasped Thais' hand tightly, offering her solace. Yet could she truly comprehend his words? I understand. Thais pressed her lips together, revealing a rather unappealing smile. Lewis gently squeezed her small hand. And it was no surprise to see such an expression on Thais. Although they hailed from different timelines, ultimately, the Bulma from the future was still akin to Thais. Much like the character Vegeta from the anime, who, upon learning of the troubles faced by the future timeline's Trunks, was consumed by rage, almost wishing to obliterate the future realm. After the emergence of Zamasu, Vegeta, along with Goku, ventured into the future timeline to exact vengeance for Trunks and his companions. After a while, the atmosphere at the dining table became somewhat lighter. Beerus observed Lewis and remarked with a smile, "You intend to seek out the Super Dragon Balls, utilizing the Eternal Dragon to mend your injuries. Quite clever of you." In Lewis's account, he had sustained severe injuries due to the reckless use of time erasure, a force that transcended ordinary rules and laws, rendering it impossible for an average individual to recover. Even angels of the highest order found themselves powerless. Only those of the god level could offer assistance. Lewis's previous reckless attempt at erasure had revealed this flaw in his constitution. He could disregard any harm inflicted upon him. Yet the injuries he caused himself remained inescapable. Fortunately, Lewis was aware of the Super Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he would have met a grim fate. If I do not seek the Super Dragon Balls, who else could I turn to? Lewis observed that Thais' emotions had somewhat stabilized. He then turned to Beerus with a wry smile, saying, "Surely, I cannot seek out another version of you from a different timeline." Beerus shook his head in response. If you were to traverse into another dimension, albeit unintentionally, it would still amount to manipulating time. The implications of such a transgression can vary greatly. The alternate version of myself would not recognize you and might very well resort to hostility. Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus, you certainly possess a keen sense of self-awareness. Lewis exclaimed. Ah. But if that alternate version of me were to take action against you? Beerus's eyes widened, realizing it was merely a casual remark. Indeed. Lewis chuckled softly as he recounted the intricate details of his encounter. He had engaged in a battle with the future timeline's Beerus. And it was through the striking similarity in their combat styles that the future Beerus was convinced of his authenticity. Ultimately, the future Beerus feigned defeat, and, in a bid to protect his disciple, hastily whisked away his sister, the future Vados. Oh, how delightful. It appears that the Beerus from another dimension possesses quite an endearing charm. Wiss stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. Lewis chuckled. For both versions of Beerus from the two realms were remarkably endearing. Meanwhile, Beerus' cheeks flushed slightly, as if he wished to burrow into a hole, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Fortunately, in the alternate dimension, he accepted Lewis' true identity and refrained from causing further trouble. By the way, when I summoned the Eternal Dragon, Lord Salama took control of its body. Lewis revealed this fact with candor. What? You mean Lord Salama? Beerus and Wiss exclaimed, leaping from their seats. While the prophetic fish in their cups leapt into the air, their expressions a portrait of shock. Tai Si, having partially emerged from the tragedies of the future, observed the wide-eyed astonishment on everyone's faces, her own countenance a canvas of confusion. This revelation was indeed astonishing, yet even more bewilderment lay ahead. Luis observed the astonished expressions of the crowd and solemnly declared, "The Lord Salamander, who descended upon the Super Dragon, is not the Salamander of the future timeline. He knows me. He accurately recounted my origins. He is our timeline's Lord Salamander, and his true form can traverse countless timelines, manifesting upon the Super Dragon of the future." Upon these words, silence fell. The entire God of Destruction's palace became eerily quiet. One could distinctly hear a pin drop. Soon hiss. Beerus gasped. Disbelief reflected in his eyes as he shook his head. How could this be possible? Aside from the realm of time. Lord Beerus. The Lord Salamander truly possesses the ability to accomplish this. Wiss interjected, swallowing hard. Have you forgotten about the Super Dragon Balls? Hiss. Beerus realized, inhaling sharply once more. Observing their reactions, Luis felt a profound confusion. In the realm of Dragon Balls, he was only familiar with certain matters concerning the Omni King's universe. remaining entirely oblivious to the dark demon realm, the realm of time, and the realm of dragons. What does it mean that Salamander can truly achieve this? It leaves one yearning for understanding. Lewis, unable to contain himself any longer, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Vis, what on earth are you talking about?" With a hearty laugh, Beerus pointed at Lewis, reveling in the moment. Lewis. Very well. Whis waved his hand before speaking. Lewis. I had not previously discussed the issue of time and space with you, as there was never an opportunity. Now, allow me to elaborate. In recent years, a multitude of events have unfolded. First, other destroyers brought their candidates to the 7th universe to engage in battle, followed by the ambush from Katra. Ultimately, Demigra and his 5 demons directly descended upon the 7th universe. There have been so many occurrences. And since Lewis had not yet encountered the issue of time and space at that time, he refrained from explaining further. Upon hearing Wiss's words, Lewis was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he speaking about the matter concerning Salama? How did the conversation shift to time and space? Despite his confusion, he remained quietly attentive to Wiss's narrative. In this world, time and space represent the most enigmatic of existences. Sometimes, even the slightest event can give rise to an entirely new parallel universe. As for what events might lead to this, that remains unknown. However, according to the god of time, she stated that if the trajectory of historical development changes, parallel universes will emerge. Yet, no one knows the original trajectory of history, thus no one can prevent the birth of parallel universes. In these parallel universes, all entities are identical prior to the alteration of history, meaning that in each universe, there exists you, me, and him. However, there exists a singular place in this world, the realm of time. The realm of time is situated at the end of time, governed by the Time King. The god of time, under the Time King, oversees all time and space. Only those from the realm of time possess the qualifications to address issues regarding time and space. Thanks to their existence, our world has not succumbed to the catastrophic consequences of excessive parallel universes. Chapter 128. The Power of Salama. Upon hearing this, Lewis raised his hand like an eager student and asked, Whis, why is it only they who can handle the issues of time and space? Are we incapable? In Dragon Ball, only the future Trunks and Zamasu were involved in matters of time and space. Lewis was indeed somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of time and space, though the side stories had mentioned the Nest of Time and the God of Time, Cronoa. Yet, he remained uncertain as to why others lacked the qualifications to address time and space issues. Those from the realm of time are unique. They are not affected by the causalities of time and space, which is why only they are qualified to handle such matters, Whis replied calmly. Beerus, seated with his arms crossed, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tice, who had been listening, suddenly brightened with excitement. What excellent material. Lewis noticed Tice's reaction and couldn't help but smile gently. Had she emerged from her earlier sorrow? No. In truth, Tice remained quite furious. However, she understood that no matter how angry she became, it would be futile. For the parents of the future had already perished and been reincarnated. They could not be revived. Lewis has avenged her parents from the future timeline. And all is progressing positively on Earth in that era. She must conceal her anger, lest her Lewis become concerned. So this is how it is. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Lewis suddenly comprehended the situation. However, Lewis raised an eyebrow, expressing his bewilderment. What do you mean? And how does it relate to Lord Salama? As I just mentioned, aside from those from the realm of time, everyone else exists across all timelines, and Lord Salama is no exception. Weiss replied gravely, moreover, each individual and object in every timeline exists independently. As you just noted, the future timeline's Bulma is distinct from the Bulma of this timeline. At this juncture, Weiss turned his gaze towards Tice, offering reassurance. Tice, you have heard my words. The future timeline does not concern you. Hence there's no need for you to feel overly agitated. Tice felt a warmth in her heart, surprised that Weiss was showing concern for her. She nodded vigorously. Weiss then returned his focus to Lewis, continuing. However, Lord Salama possesses the extraordinary ability to manifest his consciousness within the body of the Super Shenron from other parallel timelines. As if the Super Dragon Balls from the future timeline were his creation. This is a feat even the Omni King cannot achieve. Upon hearing this, Lewis exclaimed, Why? At that moment, Beerus slowly interjected, That is due to the power of miracles. Weiss nodded in agreement. The power of miracles transforms the impossible into the possible. Boom. Lewis felt a tremor in his body. If that were the case, could it be said that the Salama of his current timeline could harness the power of the Salama from the future? Could it be that Lord Salama surpasses even Lord Zeno? Lewis swallowed hard. Ha. Beerus and Whis clutched their bellies, bursting into hearty laughter. Lewis was momentarily taken aback. A myriad of questions swirling in his mind. What could possibly be happening? Tai had spent an extensive period within the realm of destruction, acquiring many secrets. And she too was perplexed by the sudden laughter of Beerus and the others. Allow me a moment to gather myself, she said. Beerus laughed so heartily that it left him in pain, and after a brief pause, he spoke earnestly. No, once one attains the level of a world sovereign, the concept of strength and weakness becomes irrelevant. Even if Lord Salama were to harness the powers of other dimensions, he would still be unable to contend with Lord Zeno. When you mention strength and weakness, it merely reflects your concern regarding the potential invasion of our universe by the beings from the Dragon Realm. At the level of Lord Zeno, one does not engage in warfare with other worlds, except, of course, for the Dark Demon Realm. Should a genuine conflict arise between two worlds, it would herald the annihilation of both. No one would survive. Do you understand? Beerus fixed his gaze intently upon Lewis. Lewis nodded thoughtfully. His recent inquiry regarding the strengths and weaknesses had indeed stirred some concern about the Dragon Realm potentially launching an assault on the entirety of the cosmic realm. After all, in his previous life, many speculated that it was, in fact, Salama who served as the ultimate antagonist of the Dragon Ball saga. However, his apprehension did not stem from a fear for his own safety. He possessed immunity and was capable of disregarding any external harm. Even the likes of Salama would find it impossible to inflict injury upon him. Lewis is deeply concerned about ties. With his current strength, if a war were to erupt between the two worlds, he would find himself utterly incapable of safeguarding her. Just moments ago, both Lord Beerus and I were taken aback by your words, which is why we spoke at length. Whis chuckled and remarked, in truth, these matters are well known among the deities. It is merely that I have not had the opportunity to share them with you until now. Chapter 129. Who restored the Dark Demon Realm? Lewis was momentarily taken aback. He truly felt nothing. The only memory that lingered was of that time when Thais was slain by Demigula, and an overwhelming fury consumed his mind. The power within him underwent a remarkable transformation, spurred by the depths of his rage. In that moment, he harbored but one conviction: to vanquish Demigula. Now, Vis proclaimed that he had not only eradicated all the formidable beings of the Dark Demon Realm, but had also shattered it into temporal fragments. I actually obliterated the Dark Demon Realm. Lewis gazed at his hands, murmuring to himself. No wonder he had sustained such grievous injuries. It was the forceful utilization of temporal erasure that had rendered him in such an irreparable state. The onlookers, witnessing Lewis in his state of murmuration, were even more astonished than he, the very subject of this calamity. Although the Dark Demon Realm may not rival the Cosmic Dominion in scale, it is nonetheless a realm in its own right, one personally forged by the Lord of all demons. At that time, Lewis possessed only the fourth tier of divine power. And yet, with such meager strength, he had obliterated an entire world, an assertion that would be met with disbelief. Indeed, it was you who caused the destruction. Weiss chuckled softly, though his smile was rigid, still grappling with the incredibility of the situation. Louis exhaled deeply, then turned to Whis and Beerus, speaking earnestly. Lord Beerus, Whis. I had originally planned to return to my Saiyan kin upon my return, with the intent of leading my people to a resounding resurgence, ultimately to launch an assault on the Dark Demon Realm. However, since I have already vanquished them, I shall let it be. Louis sighed, feeling a sense of frustration within him, for Demigra had not been vanquished by his own hand while he was fully conscious. It felt as though Demigra had not been slain by him at all. There was simply no way to assuage his discontent. Upon hearing Louis's words, the crowd held their breath, acutely aware of his amiable disposition, as he was indeed a congenial Saiyan. However, they also recognized that he was a Saiyan who would not easily forgive a slight, much like the events with Quitella, who had ambushed him. Louis had swiftly traveled to the fourth universe and eradicated him with the power of erasure. Now, with Demigra having targeted Thais, a person of great significance to Louis, it was entirely within his nature to strike back against the Dark Demon Realm. Louis merely suggested returning to their clan and instructed the Saiyan tribe to assault the Dark Magic Realm, without requesting their assistance, as he wished to avoid burdening them. Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance, their expressions heavy with melancholy. What should they do? The Dark Magic Ring had been shattered by Louis, yet it had been restored by another. What troubles you? Louis noticed that the expressions of Beerus and the others were somewhat amiss. Beside him, Thais wore a troubled countenance, seemingly anxious about something. As for the prophetic fish, it had submerged to the bottom of the cup, too fearful to witness the unfolding scene. Lewis, I have some unfortunate news to share with you. Beerus swallowed hard before speaking. You must promise me not to act rashly. Lewis furrowed his brows, questioning what transpired. The dark demon realm was shattered by your hand, yet somehow it has been restored by an unknown force. Lewis abruptly rose from his chair, his gaze fixed intently upon Beerus and Whis. Indeed, it was a time of joy for our 12 siblings as we witnessed the obliteration of the dark demon realm. I was certain you would be unharmed, knowing that all we needed to do was await your return. Whis, with a wry smile, remarked, however, to our bewilderment. The dark demon realm inexplicably re-emerged. He too was taken aback. It was perplexing, for the dark demon realm had been shattered into temporal fragments by Lewis. Why then had it reconstituted? In pursuit of answers, he spent a month observing the vicinity of the dark demon realm, only to discover that the formidable beings Lewis had eradicated had not been resurrected, yet Demigra had returned. When Lewis obliterated the dark demon realm, he was present. Apart from Demigula, all other formidable beings of the demon realm were eradicated by Lewis. Ordinary powers are utterly incapable of resurrecting those who have been annihilated. Only the miraculous force of the super-divine dragon can accomplish such a feat with this information. It is abundantly clear that the dark demon realm was not restored through the super-divine dragon. Who could it be? Lewis wore a dark expression, particularly accentuated by his blood-red eyes, which appeared decidedly malevolent. The menacing aura exuding from Lewis caused the temperature within the ruined god's palace to plummet precipitously. Tycee's body trembled violently, prompting her to rise hurriedly and embrace Lewis tightly. Lewis, please do not act recklessly. I do not wish for you to seek vengeance on my behalf. Previously, Lewis had vanished for 2 months in his quest for retribution. If any unforeseen circumstances were to arise again, would her beloved Lewis ever return safely? No, this cannot happen. She must certainly prevent Lewis from proceeding. Sister Tycee, do not fear. I will not act impulsively. Lewis felt the warmth of Thais, and his previously murderous gaze became clear. Promise me, you must not act recklessly. Thais exclaimed as she extricated herself from his embrace, locking eyes with him. Upon seeing the worried gaze of Thais, Lewis felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Enough is enough. He resolved to alleviate the concerns of his beloved sister Thais. Very well. Lewis nodded vigorously, yet he still turned to Weiss and the others. Lord Beerus. Weiss, do you know who restored the dark demon realm? Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. Beerus and Weiss exchanged a glance, both nodding slightly. Weiss spoke gravely. According to our celestial speculations, it is none other than the enigmatic lord of all demons. Beyond him, we cannot fathom who else would be inclined to assist the dark demon realm. In truth, apart from the king of all, both the time realm and the dragon realm harbor a deep-seated disdain for the dark demon realm. This animosity primarily stems from the dark demon realm's frequent exploitation of the Dragon Balls, which has led to temporal rifts, thereby inciting the ire of the other 2 realms. Lord of all demons. Lewis furrowed his brow. He was no stranger to the title of all demon. During his time in the future, Salama had informed him that his true identity was not that of an all demon. He had only recently come to realize that the former high priest, the multitude of angels, and Demigura had consistently regarded him as an all-demon. But who exactly is the all-demon? Lewis inquired, revealing that he was only aware of the connection between the all-demon and the former high priest, while remaining oblivious to other secrets. Soon, Weiss elucidated the origins of the all-demon. He was the brother of the all-king, once another sovereign of the all-king's universe. Due to a certain event that led to a fierce confrontation with the all-king, the all-demon ultimately severed ties with the all-king's universe, establishing an entirely new realm of dark magic. Lewis suddenly realized that this was how the dark demon realm came into existence. It seemed to be him, the supreme leader of the dark demon realm. There was no one else who could assist the dark demon realm. A being as formidable as the king of all? Lewis chuckled bitterly to himself. He had initially intended to create chaos, but upon learning that the entirety of the demon realm had been restored through the intervention of the supreme deity, he realized that such whims were no longer feasible. After all, with his current strength, he could hardly contend with the high priest, let alone the sovereign of an entire world. Chapter 130. The high priest's attitude towards Lewis. The atmosphere within the god of destruction's palace had eased somewhat, with the assurance that Lewis would not act recklessly. Tyrese naturally believed in Lewis's sincerity. She departed the palace alongside the oracle fish. The dining table still bore remnants of the meal, and Whis waved his staff, tidying up the remnants. Thus, the gathering of all members from the God of Destruction's realm came to a close. During this banquet, the attendees engaged in lengthy discussions, marveling at Lewis's extraordinary experiences. He had initially lost his reason and eliminated all the formidable warriors of the demon realm, ultimately shattering the entire realm itself. His return was marked by countless temporal misadventures that, while foolish, elicited laughter from those who understood. However, Beerus and the others recognized that Lewis was merely experimenting with his temporal abilities, and since it had not led to catastrophic consequences, they deemed it inconsequential. As for Salama projecting his consciousness into the future as a super dragon, Beerus and Whis found it difficult to articulate their thoughts. Safe to say that they had gained further insight into such a godly figure through the narrative shared by Beerus and Whis. Lewis became aware of all that had transpired during his loss of reason. He had personally vanquished every powerful entity within the demon realm. Although the realm was ultimately restored by the collective magic, it was at least a measure of vengeance for Tyrese. After Tyrese and the Oracle Fish departed, only Beerus, Whis, and Lewis remained in the palace. Whis, I wish to understand your father's perspective on me, Lewis inquired, seated at the table, his hands propping up his chin. His blood-red eyes and silver hair gave him an air of reckless abandon. Beerus's lips twitched slightly. He was suddenly unaccustomed to Lewis's current demeanor. Yet he turned his gaze toward Whis. Given that Lewis was not a part of the collective magic, would the High Priest allow him to remain in the universe of the Omni King? My father has not interfered with you, Whis replied, shaking his head. Previously, his father had believed Lewis to be part of the collective magic and had sought to draw him back into the fold before his true awakening. Consequently, even if the collective magic were to awaken fully, Lewis would not forget this particular memory. Whis was uncertain why his father had chosen this course of action. Yet he surmised that his father must have wished to effect some change. Whis speculated that perhaps his father aimed to end the animosity between the two worlds. Over the years, the universe of the Omni King and the demon realm had been embroiled in conflict, and prior to Lewis's emergence, although there had been no significant casualties, numerous parallel timelines had formed. An excess of such parallel timelines posed challenges for both the universe of the Omni King and the demon realm. However, all of this hinged upon the assumption that Lewis belonged to the collective magic. Lewis is no longer an entity of pure magic. His extraordinary power is indeed peculiar. If Weiss were to adopt the perspective of his father, he would surely not permit Lewis to roam freely within the universe of the Omni King. After all, Lewis's abilities are immensely formidable, and should he cause turmoil, it would spell nothing but disaster for the universe of the Omni King. Yet, the fact that his father has chosen not to intervene with Lewis signifies that the Omni King himself has also opted to overlook him. Lewis was bewildered. His primary concern upon returning was the stance of the Grand Priest and the Omni King towards him. He was acutely aware of his unique circumstances. Yet the reasons for their leniency eluded him. Don't look at me. I have no idea, Weiss remarked, shaking his head with a smile. Isn't it rather fortuitous? If Lewis were truly to be exiled or sealed by the Grand Priest, he would find himself utterly at a loss. The dilemma of choosing between his father and his disciple was enough to give anyone a headache. Thankfully, his father had remained silent. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Lewis, though perplexed, exhaled deeply. Prior to his return, he had contemplated what he would do if the Grand Priest and the Omni King could not accept him. He had even considered fleeing with ties to the Dragon Realm. This was a plan he had meticulously crafted, as in the future timeline, Salama had extended an invitation to him to visit the Dragon Realm. However, the thought of leaving the Omni King's universe tugged at his heartstrings. After all, Tyze's family resided there, along with Beerus, Weiss, Goku, Vegeta, the Old Kai, and Shin. All of them were part of his cherished memories. To be honest, Lewis was reluctant to bid farewell to this place. How splendid! Beerus exclaimed, leaping with excitement upon hearing Weiss's words. Seeing Beerus's enthusiasm brought a smile to Lewis's face. Weiss approached and affectionately ruffled Lewis's hair, reminiscing about the child he had nurtured since infancy. After conversing with Beerus for a while longer, Lewis reaffirmed the Grand Priest's attitude towards him, receiving the same reassuring answer, which allowed him to finally relax. Lewis and Beerus exchanged greetings before he departed from the realm of destruction. He had more pressing matters at hand, the complete resurgence of the Saiyan race. Within the Palace of Destruction, only Beerus remained with Whis. Beerus stroked his chin and inquired, Whis, have you noticed that Lewis's hair color is identical to that of your kind? Indeed, I have observed that. What of it? Could it be that this lad is on the verge of transcending to the angelic echelon? Whis fell silent for a moment before responding. I did not anticipate that Lord Beerus would share such a thought. Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment. You think so too? Whis nodded. Lewis's current state is rather peculiar. His crimson eyes and silver hair. Beyond the possibility of his dimension nearing the angelic level, I can scarcely conceive of another explanation. Above the divine dimension lies the angelic dimension, and preceding it is the priestly dimension. Beerus scratched his head in confusion, frowning as he remarked. Then why can I not sense any signs of his dimension's breakthrough? Whis rolled his eyes, as if you could perceive the dimensions of the angelic tier. Ha ha ha. Beerus chuckled awkwardly, realizing that he, as one who had only reached the pinnacle of the divine dimension, was indeed incapable of sensing the angelic level. However, you are correct. I have not detected any signs of Lewis preparing for a breakthrough. With a hint of irritation, Beerus retorted. Then why did you just challenge me? Oh. It was merely to lighten the mood, given the atmosphere seemed rather tense. On the other side, in an instant, Lewis teleported to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Old Supreme Kai, do you happen to know the location of the planet Metamor? Chapter 131, Super Saiyan 5. The old Supreme Kai was observing the seventh universe through a crystal ball when he was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this familiar voice. Sitting on the lawn, Ashen abruptly turned his head, exclaiming with excitement, Lewis. The old Supreme Kai also turned around, recognizing the figure, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, When did you return, my boy? Lewis observed the reactions of the old Kai and his companion, and it would be disingenuous to say he was not moved. After returning for merely half a day, he reflected on the 2 months of his absence that had surely caused them great concern. It is a relief to be back, truly a relief. The old Kai exhaled deeply, for Lewis was indeed the candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7, and his return was a source of great comfort. Beside him, Asen spoke up, Lewis, where have you been these past 2 months? Both the old Kai and I were exceedingly worried. I took a journey into the future. Luis recounted his previous experiences once more, leaving the old Supreme Kai and his companion in a state of bewilderment. He had traversed various timelines, summoned the Eternal Dragon, and mistakenly crossed through hundreds of time dimensions. Was this young man truly aspiring to ascend to the heavens? You wouldn't be seeking assistance from another version of me in a different timeline, would you? The old Supreme Kai's lips twitched slightly in exasperation. In the future timeline, Majin Buu had yet to emerge, and the future version of Gohan had perished at the hands of those 2 androids. The future old Supreme Kai was likely sealed within the Supreme Kai sword as well. Observing Luis's expression, the old Supreme Kai was reminded of his own past, a dark line forming across his face. Given the similarities in history, it was quite possible that his parallel self had also been sealed by Beerus within the Supreme Kai sword. You're quite inconsiderate, knowing full well that I am sealed. You did not offer any assistance. How could I worry about you for these 2 months only to be met with this? It infuriates me. Xian recalled the moment when Luis had previously broken the seal on the old Supreme Kai, stifling a laugh behind his hand. Bang! Ouch! Ancestor! Why did you hit me? Xian squatted on the ground, cradling his head, looking innocent. What a nuisance. Go and copy the duties of the Supreme Kai 100 times. The old Supreme Kai was furious. Even his junior was mocking him. Xian, shrinking his head, scampered away, and with each leap, the feathers atop his head bobbed playfully, exuding a somewhat foolish charm. Seeing this, Luis smiled faintly. In the past, the Supreme Kai had always appeared naive and frequently found himself in humorous predicaments. Indeed, the Supreme Kai had changed considerably. It seems he has gained much confidence. Why has the color of your hair and pupils changed like this? The old Supreme Kai, disregarding Xian, approached Luis and ran his fingers through the young man's hair. Blood-red pupils and silver hair. His initial reaction suggested that this young lad might be on the verge of ascending to the angelic realm, for angels are known to possess silver hair. However, upon closer inspection, he found no indication that Luis's dimensional state was about to transcend. It remained within the divine realm. Ever since Tai C's demise, my hair has transformed into this. Luis shrugged his shoulders and inquired with curiosity, Lord Old Kai, do you happen to know why my hair has transformed in this manner? Let me ponder for a moment. The old Kai narrowed his eyes, as he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Luis's condition. Luis was taken aback by the contemplative demeanor of the old Kai. Previously, he had inquired with Whis, who had claimed to possess no knowledge of the matter. Now, witnessing the old Kai's expression, could it be that he holds some understanding of the situation? Lewis felt a surge of joy in his heart and was about to speak. But upon noticing the old Kai's deep contemplation, he refrained from uttering a word, not daring to disturb the venerable elder. Half a day passed. The old Kai paced beneath the tree, his brow furrowing ever deeper. Lewis stood nearby, having forgotten the purpose of his arrival in the realm of the Supreme Kai. He now only wished to understand why his hair and irises had transformed in such a manner. After a while, it became clear. Beneath the tree, the old Supreme Kai suddenly leaped up with excitement. Lewis hastily inquired, "Great Elder Kai, do you know why my hair has transformed like this?" Indeed. The Great Elder Kai turned his gaze towards him, his eyes ablaze with intensity, as though he were beholding a rare treasure of the world. He even licked his lips, which sent a shiver down Lewis's spine. Could this old man have ulterior motives? Bloodline. The Great Elder Kai suddenly exclaimed. Ah. Lewis was momentarily taken aback. What lineage? There exists a saying among mortals. A single thought can turn one's hair white. The old Kai, with his hands clasped behind his back, circled around Lewis. The death of ties must have profoundly affected you, which is why your hair has turned white. However, your pupils have transformed into a blood-red hue, indicating that my initial conjecture may indeed be flawed. Consequently, I endeavored to connect your condition to the dimensional realm, that your dimension remains unchanged, still residing within the divine realm. Thus, my hypothesis falters once more. The old Kai paused, fixing an intense gaze upon Lewis. Ultimately, I have arrived at the conclusion regarding your bloodline. It is that of a Saiyan. Lewis was filled with confusion, pondering what relevance the Saiyan bloodline held. At that moment, gazing at Lewis, the old Kai's tone conveyed a profound incredulity. Your Saiyan bloodline has transcended. Lewis was about to voice his question when the old Kai continued. 2 months ago, did you not transform into a Super Saiyan 3? The transformation into a Super Saiyan is indeed a testament to the elevation of one's bloodline. In my observations, a Saiyan's strength is profoundly influenced by their emotions. It is often said that the more enraged they become, the greater their power surges. In fact, such fury can shatter their own limitations, leading them to assume an entirely new state of Super Saiyan. After extensive research, I have finally comprehended the reason behind this phenomenon. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is, in essence, an exaltation of the Saiyan lineage. Saiyans utilize anger as a catalyst, igniting their bloodline like a bomb, allowing them to transcend their limits. Your current situation, Lewis, undoubtedly mirrors this. The death of ties has profoundly impacted you, propelling you into the realm of Super Saiyan 3. However, the stimulus you have experienced does not merely elevate you to Super Saiyan 3. Your extreme rage continues to elevate your bloodline. Super Saiyan 4. The old Kai exclaimed with fervor, Lewis, your bloodline is certainly capable of propelling you to Super Saiyan 4. Lewis's mouth gaped wide open. Ultra 4? No. That can't be right. Shouldn't Ultra 4 regain its sanity while in the golden great ape state, thus enabling a breakthrough? That's not correct. Silver hair. Could it be the legendary Ultra 5? Lewis gazed at his own hands, his breath coming in quick gasps. Can I transform into Super Saiyan 5? At that moment, the voice of the Elder Kai resonated. It dawned upon me that I had been mistaken all along. I previously asserted that your transformation into a Super Saiyan was a misguided path, yet in this moment, I must concede my error. The Elder Kai reflected, observing Lewis and continuing. Indeed, existence itself is justified. Nature invariably evolves towards perfection, especially in the case of humanity. Lewis, your journey towards the Super Saiyan transformation is undoubtedly correct. If you were to achieve Super Saiyan 4, I am confident that the shortcomings of the Super Saiyan form would vanish entirely. Lewis came back to his senses and shook his head. The old Kaioshin was indeed correct. In the state of Super Saiyan 4, the rampant emotions, physical burdens, and significant consumption would all vanish. One could say that Super Saiyan 4 represents a return to one's true essence, a state of purity. However, the old Kaioshin was mistaken in another regard. Lewis was not limited to merely transcending to Super Saiyan 4. It was highly probable that his bloodline was already evolving towards Super Saiyan 5. Chapter 132, The Fusion Technique of Metamor. If Lewis could indeed transform into Super Saiyan 4, his power would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Lewis's strength would signify the strength of Universe 7. Well then, Lewis, what brings you to the Kaioshin realm? The old Kaioshin suppressed his excitement. Recalling that Lewis had come here for a particular planet, Lewis exhaled heavily, refraining from disclosing his current situation to the old Kai. As for transforming into a Super Saiyan 5, He felt that he was not yet capable of such a feat nevertheless. He was certain that his bloodline continued to undergo a sublime evolution. Surely, there would come a day when he could achieve a breakthrough. Lewis, suppressing his excitement, spoke up. I would like to inquire, esteemed Elder Kai, do you possess knowledge of the planet Metamor? This was indeed the purpose of his arrival in the realm of the Kais. He sought to elevate the Saiyan race to unprecedented heights. Metamor. The Elder Kai stroked his chin, finding the name somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall the reason for such recognition at that moment. He searched his mind for the location of this planet, quickly identifying it situated within the North Galaxy, specifically in the Kara system. What is your interest in it? Just 2 months ago, did you not instruct Jebet to deliver 2 Patera earrings to my kin? Lewis recounted the incident involving Bojack's invasion of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The fusion technique. The Elder Kai's eyes widened in realization. He finally remembered why Metamor seemed so familiar. When it comes to identifying the strongest race in the universe, he might struggle to provide a definitive answer. However, when it comes to the most unique race, it would undoubtedly be the inhabitants of Metamor. Long ago, this sector of the universe was besieged by the forces of the Dark Demon Realm, during which time Beerus was still in slumber. As merely a Kai, he had no means to contend with the formidable beings from the Dark Demon Realm. In his moment of helplessness, the Metamorans stepped forth. They imparted the fusion technique to 2 powerful warriors in the universe, resulting in the creation of a brand new fighter through their amalgamation. This warrior possessed terrifying strength, reaching the pinnacle of the first tier of divine status. Of course, even such formidable power was insufficient to challenge the might of the Dark Demon Realm's elite. However, the emergence of this fusion warrior generated enough commotion to awaken Beerus from his slumber. Ultimately, the invading forces from the Dark Demon Realm in the 7th universe were obliterated by Beerus' destructive energy, reduced to mere starlight. Are you aspiring to learn their fusion technique? The Elder Kai squinted with a smile. Indeed, your wisdom is unparalleled, Elder Kai. Lewis chuckled softly. The Elder Kai marveled. The Metamorans are truly an extraordinary race, having developed a fusion technique comparable to the Patera earrings through mere mortal ingenuity. However, our supply of Patera earrings is limited. If our 7th universe were to face another invasion from the Dark Demon Realm while you and Beerus are absent, we would find ourselves in dire straits. The Elder Kai's expression turned grave. The notion of creating new fusion warriors through the fusion technique is indeed a commendable idea. Lewis gazed at the old Kai, who burst into hearty laughter. You wish to learn the fusion technique? I have no objections. In fact, I eagerly hope that all you Scions will master this art. Upon understanding Lewis's desire to acquire the fusion technique, the old Kai immediately discerned his intentions. The Scion race has been thriving, with each warrior possessing immense power, and numerous Super Scions emerging. With the Patera earrings, it would be nearly impossible to create a significant number of fused fighters. However, the fusion technique is different. Once mastered, it could yield a multitude of fusion warriors. The implications for the 7th universe are exhilarating. The old Kai, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I shall reveal to you the location of Metamor, and I want to accompany you. Excellent. Upon discovering the location of the planet Metamor, Lewis utilized instant transmission to vanish alongside the old Kai. A stunned Asin, hiding at a distance, pondered the sudden disappearance of his ancestor. However, this absence meant he was spared the tiresome task of transcribing the duties of the Kai 100 times. What a relief! As Lewis and the old Kai journeyed to Metamor. On Earth in the heavenly realm, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Bardock, and King Vegeta congregated. Kakarot, you claim to have fused with Vegeta, attaining a wholly new state? Bardock gazed in astonishment. 2 months prior, due to Chi-Chi's pregnancy needing care, Bardock and Jine remained on Earth to look after her. Bardock had not participated in the battle at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, yet he felt the overwhelming energy erupting from that direction, an energy beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Subsequently, a blinding flash emanated from the cosmos, resulting in Earth's obliteration, followed by the destruction of the 7th universe. Bardock, Jine, and Chi-Chi perished. The Grand Minister reversed time, restoring the 7th universe, though Bardock and the others remained unaware of this. Upon their return, Sun Wukong and Vegeta recounted their battle with Bojack, revealing that they had triumphed using the Patera earrings. Indeed, beyond the Super Saiyan state, there exist 3 additional forms: Super Saiyan Full Power, Super Saiyan 2, and finally, Super Saiyan 3. If you doubt it, you may inquire with Vegeta. Sun Wukong indicated towards Vegeta. Bardock and King Vegeta turned their gaze upon him. Under their intense scrutiny, Vegeta felt somewhat uncomfortable. He feigned nonchalance, declaring, "What's the big deal about Super Saiyan 3? What's the big deal?" Bardock's lips twitched in disbelief, and even Sun Wukong appeared speechless. "Vegeta, can you transform into Super Saiyan 2? Sun Wukong inquired. "Stop the nonsense." Vegeta, feeling slightly insecure, bellowed in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. The three exchanged exasperated glances. "Are you pretending to be something you're not? Let us consult Mr. Bobo. He will surely help us ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 133. All magic in the Heavenly Temple. The Supreme Kai observed the lower realm from the edge of the Heavenly Realm, with Bobo accompanying him. Simultaneously, a pitch-black eraser sat on the ground, playing with the mud and sand. Sun Wukong and his companions were perplexed by the sudden appearance of this small child in the Heavenly Realm. The little one bore a striking resemblance in color to Bobo, leading Sun Wukong to ponder whether this child might be a relative of his. With a hint of curiosity, he, along with Vegeta, approached Bobo. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the enigmatic child. As if sensing Sun Wukong's attention, the child looked up, revealing a set of pristine white teeth and a beaming smile, exuding an innocence that made him undeniably endearing. "What's wrong?" Vegeta frowned, noticing that Sun Wukong had come to a halt. Bardock and King Vegeta also turned their eyes towards Sun Wukong. "Little one, are you a relative of Bobo?" Sun Wukong inquired, disregarding the others as he knelt beside the child and gently ruffled his hair. Bobo, standing beside the deity, abruptly turned his head at Sun Wukong's gesture, swallowing hard in disbelief at his audacity. The deity's eyelids twitched, having witnessed Bobo retrieve this child from the divine graveyard. At that moment, the heavenly realm fell eerily silent, the only sound being the rustling of leaves. An uncanny atmosphere enveloped them. Sun Wukong felt the weight of Bobo and the deity's gaze upon him, and he glanced up momentarily before lowering his head again. The child, tilting his small head upwards, locked eyes with Sun Wukong, their gazes intertwining in a moment of clarity, deep, mesmerizing. A sudden jolt resonated in Sun Wukong's mind, as if time had suspended, drawing him into an abyss of darkness. This void was hauntingly silent, reminiscent of an endless black whirlpool capable of ensnaring the unwary. "Hello, I am a relative of Bobo." The black eraser suddenly grinned, and with that smile, he pulled Sun Wukong back from the depths of the endless void. From a distance, Bobo felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing those words. "Why you? Hello," Sun Wukong exclaimed, staring at the child as if he had seen a ghost, hastily retracting his hand from the child's head. "What's wrong?" Vegeta approached Sun Wukong, having noticed his peculiar expression. "Nothing." Sun Wukong shook his head, casting another glance at the peculiar black eraser still playing in the dirt. "This child is quite strange." "Nothing." Vegeta narrowed his eyes, also looking down at the child. While his appearance was odd, he reasoned that the universe was filled with bizarre creatures, and this child was not particularly remarkable. "Mr. Bobo, may I ask how we can transform into Super Saiyan 2? At this moment, Sun Wukong and Bardock had joined Bobo, with Vegeta hastening over, eager not to miss any crucial information. The foundational power, the degree of bloodline elevation, and ultimately, the fury. Bobo cast a glance at the Lord of all magic, who was still playing with the sand, his lips twitching slightly in surprise that the Lord showed no signs of anger. What could this mean? Sun Wukong and his companions were already aware of Bobo's remarkable abilities, especially Sun Wukong himself. He had long anticipated the celestial realm and had received numerous teachings from Bobo, who could answer virtually any inquiry posed to him. Vegeta, too, recognized Bobo's uniqueness, having spent many years on Earth and training alongside Sun Wukong in the celestial realm for several years. He perceived Bobo as a seemingly unremarkable figure akin to a humble monk, yet one concealing extraordinary prowess. Bobo's tailored instruction had significantly enhanced Vegeta's strength and combat skills. What did the concepts of foundational strength, bloodline elevation, and anger signify? Bobo's words left Sun Wukong and the others in a state of perplexity. "Mr. Bobo, what do these statements imply?" Bardock inquired with curiosity. Bobo surveyed the group and replied nonchalantly, "Foundational strength refers to your current baseline power. Among you four, only Sun Wukong and Vegeta have the potential to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Following the battle with Bojack, Sun Wukong's baseline power had surged to 60 million. And after 2 months of refinement, it had reached 75 million. Vegeta's baseline combat power had also crossed 70 million. With their current levels of strength, they were indeed poised to achieve the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Upon hearing Bobo's words, Sun Wukong and the others could not help but feel a surge of joy. "We cannot," King Vegeta remarked, gesturing at himself and then at Bardock. After the battle with Cooler, Bardock's baseline power had exceeded 4 million. And he had since enhanced it by an additional 2 million, ultimately achieving 6 million. King Vegeta, spurred by the prowess of Bardock, had trained tirelessly, elevating his own power from 3 million to 5 million. Alas, like his son, he continually found himself outpaced by Bardock and his progeny. "This is impossible." Bardock and his companions sighed at Bobo's assertions. At that moment, Sun Wukong eagerly asked, "What do bloodline and anger signify?" "The bloodline refers to your Saiyan heritage." Bobo's explanation mirrored, and in fact, was more detailed than that of the old Kai regarding Lewis. Once Bobo concluded, Sun Wukong and the others grasped the significance of his words. To transform into Super Saiyan 2, one must possess foundational strength, an elevated bloodline, and a measure of anger. All three elements are indispensable. Now that you understand how to transform, you may depart from the celestial realm. I must confer with the Kai regarding the lower realm. Bobo cast a glance at the playful Chuanma, issuing an eviction notice to Sun Wukong and his companions. Surprised, Sun Wukong and his friends nodded in agreement. As they prepared to depart from the heavenly realm, Chuanma suddenly pointed at Sun Wukong and exclaimed, "Bobo, I want him to play with me." Sun Wukong paused momentarily, then approached Chuanma, intending to gently pat the little one's head. However, recalling the earlier incident, he retracted his hand. "Little brother, my son has just been born, and I must return to be with my Chi-Chi and Gohan," he said with a soft smile in his clear, sparkling eyes. 2 months prior, Chi-Chi had been several months pregnant, and just a few days ago, their son had finally arrived, named Son Gohan. At the moment of Gohan's birth, far away in Universe 11, Jiren felt a sudden tremor, as if foreboding something ominous. "Then you must play with me next time." Chuanma extended his tiny hand. Sun Wukong, seeing the little hand reaching out, couldn't help but smile. He bent down and clasped hands with the child on the ground, saying, "All right, come back to the heavenly realm to play with me next time." This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment in the anime when Sun Wukong shook hands with the Omni King. Only now the Omni King had transformed into Chuanma. Chapter 134. Broly. After Sun Wukong and his companions departed, only the gods, Bobo, and Chuanma remained in the heavenly realm. The god, sensing the atmosphere, promptly returned to the divine palace, leaving Bobo and Chuanma outside. Bobo gazed at Chuanma and timidly asked, "Chuanma, are you interested in Sun Wukong?" As Chuanma played with the sand, he looked up with a cheerful smile. "This little fellow is quite amusing. I want to play with him." Bobo chuckled softly. "I never expected that Sun Wukong would pique your interest, but it makes sense. His heart is pure. And such individuals often possess an inexplicable charm that endears them to others." With a silly grin, Chuanma remained silent. Bobo noticed Chuanma's foolish expression, and despite his dark complexion, it was evident that he was at a loss for words. "By the way, Chuanma, that little rascal Luis," Bobo began, but before he could finish, Chuanma's expression turned serious as he interrupted, "Don't mind him. Let him play as he wishes. Perhaps he might even comprehend my dark power." "What?" Bobo exclaimed. Taken aback, Chuanma disregarded Bobo's astonishment, murmuring to himself, if that is the case, aside from the power of miracles, he would have gathered the powers of light, dark, and time itself. The sky was streaked with several beams of white light, a sight heralding the flight of Sun Wukong and his companions. Bardock turned to King Vegeta, inquiring about the current state of their kin. He had not participated in the battle against Bojack, as he was on Earth with Jine, tending to Chi-Chi when King Vegeta was unexpectedly sent to Earth by Vegeta. Upon his arrival, King Vegeta appeared battered and torn, his clothing in tatters, and even his tail was severed. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battle against Bojack. Fortunately, 2 months had passed, allowing King Vegeta's tail to regrow. They were all well. Following that fierce encounter, they had intensified their training, and it was likely that soon Raditz, Berter, and Theodore would attain the transformation into Super Saiyans. King Vegeta had Vegeta take him back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and he was quite pleased with the current status of the Saiyan race. Bardock clenched his fists, his gaze icy as he remarked, "I never anticipated such formidable beings existing in the universe. Our Saiyan clan is still too weak." He had always believed that the current Saiyans were quite powerful, especially with 5 Super Saiyans among them. However, The battle 2 months prior revealed an overwhelming force from Bojack and his compatriots that nearly annihilated the entire Saiyan race. This alone attested to their prowess. Those individuals seemed to emerge from nowhere, exuding a sinister aura, yet thankfully, Vegeta and Kakarot had united to eliminate them. At that moment, King Vegeta turned to his son, who was flying beside him. By the way, can you still fuse with Kakarot? Vegeta shook his head in response. No, the time for our fusion has ended. And that Kaioshin retrieved the Patera earrings. Without the earrings, Kakarot and I cannot fuse. Vegeta glanced once more at Sun Wukong, feeling a mix of pride and reluctance at the thought of merging with the lower-class warrior who had always surpassed him. Yet, the power they achieved together had been intoxicating, allowing them to exchange blows with Lewis. You won't retrieve them, will you? King Vegeta's tone was tinged with regret. Bardock echoed. Indeed, such exquisite earrings. Why didn't you seize them? The two spoke as if they were bandits, intent on claiming whatever caught their interest. Sun Wukong and his companions exchanged bemused glances, speechless. Do you know the identity of that Kaioshin? What identity? He is the attendant of the Supreme Kai. And who is the Supreme Kai? Is he more formidable than our Super Saiyans? King Vegeta and Bardock turned their attention to Vegeta. The latter, both exasperated and amused, retorted, Father, have you not always feared Lord Beerus? The Supreme Kai is under Lord Beerus's protection. King Vegeta and Bardock were momentarily frozen in place. The Supreme Kai, who oversaw Beerus, pondered whether Goku and Vegeta would seize those two earrings. Would the Saiyan race survive? Goodness, that was nearly a disaster. King Vegeta gulped, relieved that they hadn't taken the earrings. Otherwise, even Lewis would have been unable to save them. Bardock patted his chest and exhaled. You did the right thing. We Saiyans have reformed. We must no longer resort to stealing from others. It was indeed astonishing to witness the two bandit leaders concede. Hilarious. Observing their father's expression, Goku and his companions erupted into laughter. Well then, let us part ways. I must return to see my eldest grandson. King Vegeta, do remember to train diligently. I wouldn't want to be the one to surpass you and Kakarot in achieving Super Saiyan 2. Bardock chuckled mischievously, and without delay, he seized Goku and soared swiftly towards the direction of the Bowsy Mountain. Get out of here, roared King Vegeta, his fury igniting a power that trembled the very skies. Yet Bardock and his son had already fled far away. In the vastness of the cosmos, two beams of light streaked past, halting as they approached a desolate planet. Lewis. This planet is deemed unworthy. Destroy it. The two figures were none other than the old Supreme Kai and Lewis. They had not utilized instant transmission on their journey to Metamor, as the old Supreme Kai intended to seize this opportunity for Lewis to obliterate more of the inadequate planets, lest he wander off aimlessly again. Understood. Lewis nodded, raised his hand, and concentrated a sphere of purple destructive energy, aiming it at the yellow planet before him. The sight of that planet struck him as somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Luis turned his head and inquired, Great Old Kai, what is the name of this planet? It's called Vampa, came the reply. What? Lewis widened his eyes, and the destructive energy in his hands vanished without a trace. Goodness, I almost let the warrior of the Saiyan race disappear. This old man is truly unreliable. Fortunately, he inquired beforehand. What happened? Upon seeing Lewis retract his hands, the old Kai looked on with a face full of confusion. Luis, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Oh, esteemed old Kai, you truly are reckless. Are you not able to sense that there are two individuals within the planet? As Lewis arrived in this world, he naturally would not overlook Broly. However, ever since he became the candidate for the God of Destruction, he has been preoccupied with training and eradicating Katra, leaving him no time to seek out the warrior of the Saiyan race. It is inconceivable. This planet is one I created long ago, yet after all these years, it remains unchanged. The old Kaioshin, as he pondered, suddenly widened his mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, Indeed, there are people here. Chapter 135. Encounter with Broly. Within the old Kaioshin's perception, aside from some mindless monsters on the planet Wampa, there were, astonishingly, two human beings. In the realm of deities, humans refer to the intelligent mortal species. The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow in confusion. How could this be possible? Lewis gazed down at the planet below, a smile gracing his lips. Old Kai, let us descend and explore. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Broly appeared to be of the same age as Son Goku. And at this juncture, Broly had already reached adulthood. He was quite eager to witness the extent of the Saiyan warrior's growth. Very well. The old Kai, too, felt a pang of curiosity about why there were two humans on planet Wampa. The two soared downward towards Wampa. Within a cavern on Wampa, a robust man was feasting on a monster's egg when he suddenly caught sight of two streaks of light slicing through the sky outside the cave entrance. Broly's clear eyes sparkled, and he dashed out with fervor. "Broly, where are you going?" Paragus, also indulging in the monster's egg, hastily set down the eggshell and followed suit. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld two figures soaring in from the horizon. Boom! Paragus felt a jolt through his body and then leapt up in excitement. "They've arrived. Ha ha ha. At last, someone has come to this desolate place. King Vegeta, do you know how I've endured these past 20 years? King Vegeta, when I return, I will ensure your demise." Paragus was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes as he knelt in the dirt, his hands clutching the earth tightly while tears cascaded down onto the yellow sands. At the moment of Broly's birth, his combat power was recorded at an astonishing 10,000, surpassing that of Prince Vegeta. Yet, in a bid to preserve their royal lineage, King Vegeta had exiled his prodigious son to the harsh fringes of the North Galaxy on planet Wampa. The environment on Wampa was exceedingly unforgiving, replete with endless stretches of yellow sand and frequent cataclysmic storms. Such an inhospitable atmosphere was not meant for human endurance. To reclaim Broly, Paragus commandeered a spaceship to Wampa, only for it to sustain damage upon arrival, rendering him unable to survive in the cosmos without it. Thus, he and Broly were stranded. In truth, Paragus could have returned, for years ago, Lewis had made a wish upon the eternal dragon, granting the Saiyan race the ability to survive in the cosmos. However, Paragus was oblivious to this fact. He had endured over 2 decades in the harsh conditions of Wampa, devoid of food and clean water. His hatred for King Vegeta was profound. Now that visitors had arrived, it was a testament that there was indeed a spaceship. The presence of a spaceship meant that he and Broly could finally escape this wretched planet. As Paragus babbled excitedly, Broly had already taken to the skies, soaring toward the two figures in the distance. In the heavens, Lewis and the old Kai took note of Broly's silhouette, pausing midair. A Saiyan. The old Kai's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Lewis, questioning, "How could there be one of your kin on this planet?" Lewis shrugged his shoulders, feigning ignorance as he replied, "How would I know?" The old Kai, after observing Lewis for a moment, shook his head and turned his gaze towards Broly, who was approaching at great speed. He exclaimed in astonishment, "This lad, existing on such a planet, has cultivated his power to such an extraordinary degree. How perplexing." At this moment, Broly's base power had reached an astonishing 300 million combat strength, enough to utterly overwhelm Frieza, truly terrifying. Should he transform into the legendary Super Saiyan state, his power would amplify by more than 50 times. Furthermore, the multiplier of his strength could increase indefinitely with his surging emotions until his body could no longer withstand it. How curious. The old Kai, stroking his chin, also noted the peculiarity of Broly's power. Why was his ferocity unmatched by any other Saiyan? To the old Kai, Broly appeared as a primordial giant ape, radiating an aura of fury so intense it seemed almost tangible. How could one not be ferocious? The corners of Lewis's mouth curled slightly. This was the legendary Super Saiyan. Approaching rapidly, Broly drew nearer, prompting the old Street King God to hasten his steps towards Lewis. For only in Lewis's presence could he find solace. Suddenly, a tempestuous aura surged forth as Broly materialized before the two, with 2 scars etched on his face. Broly's physique was a testament to raw power, as robust as that of a bull. Lewis encountered the Saiyan warrior Broly for the first time, and indeed, he resembled his animated counterpart. Without the fury that often consumed him, Broly appeared no different from an ordinary individual. Moreover, his strength was formidable. And should he transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, there would be no one in the current universe capable of matching him in a one-on-one confrontation. You are humans?" Broly inquired, his innocent smile contrasting with his stuttering speech, as if he had not conversed in ages. The old Kaioshin was momentarily taken aback. The Saiyan before him emanated an aura of raw power, yet his eyes sparkled with the clarity of a child possessing a pure heart. This gaze had only been witnessed by the old Kaioshin and one other individual, Goku, who had previously battled against Bojack and his crew. "What of your kin?" the old Kaioshin questioned, his eyes filled with confusion as he glanced at Lewis. However, Lewis paid no heed to the old Kaioshin's inquiry. He soared forward until he stood before Broly and offered a gentle smile. "Greetings, I am Lewis. What is your name?" "I I am Broly, he replied, excitement lighting up his face at the sight of Lewis's smile, as he had never before encountered anyone aside from his father. Observing Broly's endearing demeanor, Lewis chuckled softly. The unrestrained Broly was indeed quite charming. Broly, I am your kin. Shall I take you away from this planet? Lewis pointed to the tail at his waist, which then began to thrash wildly behind him like a frenzied rope. Are you performing acrobatics here? The elder Kai exclaimed, rolling his eyes. However, Broly became exhilarated. You have a tail too, Broly exclaimed, wildly swinging his own tail. The sight of two grown men flailing their tails in the air was utterly bizarre. Elder Kai. Lewis tucked his tail and smiled at Broly, saying, how about I help you leave this place? Broly paused for a moment, inquiring, why should we leave? He had never ventured beyond the confines of planet Wampa and was entirely unaware of the world beyond. The environment here was exceedingly harsh, a realm unfit for human habitation. Yet, I have managed to survive in this very place all along. Lewis gazed upon the vast expanse of desert stretching endlessly before him, with sandstorms occasionally swirling around him. Remarkably, Broly had managed to survive in such an environment for over 20 years. Lewis felt a pang of sympathy for the hulking figure before him and spoke gently. There is a clean water source outside, abundant delicious food, and most importantly, your kin. Would you allow me to take you there? What is this delicious food you speak of? Broly scratched his head, utterly clueless about such delicacies. However, the notion of delectable food and pristine water piqued his interest, suggesting they might be quite delightful. Broly swallowed hard, contemplating his response. At that moment, a piercing sound echoed through the air, causing Lewis to glance into the distance. Lewis, it's my father. He has arrived. After exchanging a few words with Lewis, Broly found himself speaking more fluently now. Before long, Paragus approached Broly, his voice cold and commanding. Boy, hand over the spaceship, and I shall spare your life. The old Kai looked at Lewis, astonished that this aged Saiyan dared to speak such words to a prospective god of destruction. Luis's gaze turned frigid, poised to strike. Broly cautiously interjected, Father, he claims to be one of our kin. Our kin? Paragus was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shifting to Luis's waist, his tail. Paragus's pupils constricted sharply. You are a Saiyan. The Saiyan lineage is governed by King Vegeta. Now that a Saiyan has arrived on planet Vampa, could it be that King Vegeta seeks to eradicate both him and Broly? King Vegeta, has it come to this? And yet you still refuse to spare us? Paragus, consumed by fury, contorted his face into a menacing grimace, exclaiming, do you truly believe your people can eliminate us? Chapter 136, The Unworthy Father, Paragus. Alone in the sky, Paragus spoke to himself, his demeanor exceedingly peculiar, resembling that of a madman. Observing this, the elder Kai questioned, Luis, what has happened to him? Hatred has utterly blinded his vision. There is no salvation for him. Lewis spoke softly, yet he understood Paragus quite well. King Vegeta had once been exceedingly ruthless. To protect his throne from any threat, he chose to exile Broly. Were he in Paragus's position, he too would harbor a deep-seated animosity towards King Vegeta. What nonsense! The old Supreme Kai was oblivious to the underlying circumstances and completely failed to comprehend Lewis's words. Go to hell. Paragus suddenly ceased his frenzied shouting and launched an attack on Lewis, unleashing a sphere of energy from his hand. The white energy orb resembled a fierce wolf, charging fiercely towards Lewis. Lewis remained expressionless, and the old Kai nearby exhibited no emotional fluctuations either. How dare you send such trash, King Vegeta? Paragus sneered. While the expressions of Lewis and his companion were calm, though in Paragus's eyes, they appeared utterly unresponsive. Indeed, the energy blast he hurled struck Lewis with unwavering precision. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens, leaving only a cloud of smoke in its wake. Lewis! Broly shouted. This was a friend he had just made. Why would his father wish to end Lewis's life? Witnessing the demise of his newfound friend stirred a tempest of emotions within Broly. Humph! Even incapable of a response. You dare to send such filth, King Vegeta? Paragus, oblivious to Broly's expression, suddenly felt a twinge of regret over Lewis's death, as he remained unaware of the fate of the spaceship. However, since Lewis had appeared here, it implied that his spacecraft must still be above planet Vegeta. Little did he know, Lewis and the old King Kai did not arrive here aboard a spaceship. Naturally, there would be no ship of his on the planet Wampa. Upon witnessing the demise of Lewis and his companion, Paragus turned to search for the vessel. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the smoke, challenging. Is this all the power you possess? Paragus' body jolted in response. Upon hearing this, Broly felt a surge of clarity dispel the fury that had clouded his mind. And with a rush of excitement, he exclaimed, "Lewis, you're alive. How could I possibly perish at the hands of such a weakling as your father?" A tremendous force erupted from within the haze, scattering the smoke, and Lewis and his companion reappeared in the sky. Paragus' strength was barely a mere 10,000 combat points. Even standing still, he could not inflict any harm upon Lewis, regardless of whether he had immunity. How is this possible? Paragus' eyes widened in disbelief. His attack had clearly struck Lewis. Why had Lewis suffered no injury? Over the past 20 years, my power has reached 8,000 points. How could you survive my assault? 8,000 combat points. Among the entire Saiyan lineage, few can attain such heights. Even King Vegeta barely exceeds 10,000. Paragus gazed at Lewis in utter disbelief, his thoughts trapped in the past, oblivious to the monumental transformations that had befallen the Saiyans. With a heavy exhale, Paragus coldly remarked, "No wonder King Vegeta sent you. It seems you possess some merit. However, if I cannot defeat you, surely Broly can." He commanded Broly, "Seize him. I must extract information about the whereabouts of the spaceship." Broly, visibly distressed, pleaded, "Father, no. Lewis is my friend." Though he had only just met Lewis, he already regarded him as a companion. "You refuse to heed my words?" Paragus' expression turned frigid as he produced a controller from his pocket. Upon seeing the device, Broly trembled involuntarily, gripped by genuine fear. "Broly, capture him at once." "Father, please." Broly cried out, but Paragus, unyielding, declared, "If you will not listen to me, then you shall learn your lesson." He pressed a button on the controller. A crackling sound echoed around Broly's neck as electricity surged through him, causing his body to convulse in agony. "Ah, this is for ignoring my commands." Paragus' expression darkened as he regarded Lewis, seeing in him a reflection of King Vegeta, and he turned the voltage to its maximum. A flicker of electric arcs danced between Broly's neck as millions of volts ravaged both his body and spirit. "Ah." Observing this, the old Kai furrowed his brow. He was already aware that these two Saiyans before him were father and son. Why would Broly's father treat him in such a manner? "Lewis." The old Kai turned his gaze towards Lewis, just about to speak. "Destruction." Lewis raised his hand, uttering the two most merciless words in the universe. A streak of purple light surged towards Paragus, who was instantly reduced to ashes. Chapter 137. Broly in fury. The old Kai observed the destruction of Paragus without a hint of reaction, calmly remarking, "Is there not a saying among mortals that even a tiger does not consume its own cub? It is astonishing to witness a father and son engage in such treatment towards one another." Lewis retracted his hand and shook his head. "Oh, great old Kai. The notion that a tiger spares its offspring is merely a fallacy. In this universe, it is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. For the sake of profit, betrayal among kin is all too common." The old Kai, momentarily at a loss for words, glanced at Lewis with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "Having lived for so many years, do I truly require your guidance, you impudent rascal?" With that, the old Kai playfully delivered a light rap to Lewis's head, akin to a playful reprimand. With a chuckle, Lewis did not shy away, allowing the elder Kai to tap upon his head, for it was not he who felt the pain. The elder Kai's strength was insufficient to even trigger his immunity, let alone cause him any discomfort. "Indeed. Why is your skull so hard?" "It's killing me," the elder Kai inquired. "Might you be interested in witnessing the prowess of my Saiyan lineage?" "What? Well, even if you lack interest, you cannot refuse." Lewis crossed his arms, gazing intently ahead at Broly. Upon hearing this, the elder Kai turned his gaze forward as well. At that moment, Broly resembled a wild beast, roaring in a frenzy, his emotions fluctuating wildly, and a violent aura erupted continuously. However, with Paragus no longer tormenting him, the electrical device around Broly's neck ceased to emit shocks. Broly circled in the sky, gasping for breath, as his emotions gradually stabilized. Observing this, the elder Kai turned back to Lewis. "You claim this is your Saiyan warrior?" "Indeed. The power of your Saiyan race fluctuates with emotional shifts. Just now, Broly's strength did surge considerably, but to declare him your race's warrior seems a stretch." The elder Kai squinted, continuing to observe Broly, then spoke again. "If he is the warrior of your Saiyan race, then what are you?" Before the elder Kai could finish his thought, something was amiss with Broly in the sky. He was fixated on the spot where Paragus had vanished. Silence. The sky fell into a deathly stillness. It was as if calm before the storm. The elder Kai shuddered, sensing an extraordinarily violent power surging within Broly. The force emanating from Broly was even more terrifying than that of Bojack. Broly. Just as the elder Kai contemplated speaking, Broly bellowed, "Father!" Boom. Broly clenched his fists, his clear, bright eyes instantly clouded by a frenzy, of verdant light erupting forth. A grass-green beam of light formed around Broly, expanding outward. The sky lost its color in an instant. With a roar akin to a flood, power erupted from Broly, and his hair transformed into a vibrant green. The legendary Super Saiyan state. His base battle power of 300 million soared 50-fold, reaching an astounding 15 billion. Yet, the death of Paragus had completely engulfed Broly in feral emotions, causing his power amplification to continue escalating. A 100-fold increase propelled his strength to 30 billion. A 105-fold increase pushed it to 31.5 billion. A staggering increase in combat power by 300-fold, surpassing 900 billion. In the past, Lewis devoted countless years to training in the realm of destruction, yet his regular combat power barely exceeded 700 billion. However, Broly, driven solely by the death of his father, has eclipsed Lewis's strength in an instant. The very fabric of the universe trembled, the magnetic field of the heavens became chaotic, and the entire planet of Wampa swayed perilously, as if on the brink of explosion. My goodness! The Elder Supreme Kai was taken aback, hastily seeking refuge behind Lewis. What manner of monster is this? It is utterly terrifying. This power is even more formidable than that of Majin Buu in his prime. No wonder Lewis proclaims Broly as the warrior god of the Saiyan race. Ha ha ha! He has indeed transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan state. It appears that the loved ones of every Saiyan protagonist are untouchable. Lewis observed Broly as he transformed step by step, laughing heartily. Goku was the same. Bardock was the same. Broly too. Even Lewis himself could not escape this law. You're quite cunning, aren't you? Wasn't that Bardock's fate orchestrated by you? The old Kai said, standing behind Lewis, speechless. No, I'm merely acting in their best interest. Did you not see that after I eliminated his father, Broly ascended to the Super Saiyan state? The old Kai rolled his eyes but continued to gaze intently at Broly, gravely remarking, "No, something is amiss with this Broly state. It differs from your transformations into Super Saiyan. It seems as though the power of his current state can increase endlessly. This state should be termed Super Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Lewis cast a sidelong glance at the old Kai behind him, acknowledging the old man's keen insight as ever. His current state. Lewis was about to explain when he noticed Broly charging towards him. He casually remarked, "Let us discuss this later. I shall first engage with Broly." With that, Lewis enveloped the old Supreme Kai in a sphere of destructive energy, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a master at the 4th level of Divine Realm. Unless a being of God of Destruction caliber intervened, the old Supreme Kai was assured safety within this protective barrier. In an instant, Lewis had positioned himself directly in front of Broly. Broly's hair had transformed into a vibrant grass green, and his muscles had swelled significantly, resembling a colossal ape. If measured by combat prowess, Broly's strength had astonishingly reached a staggering 90 billion, all without any formal training or combat experience. Let me witness the legendary Super Saiyan's true might. Lewis felt a surge of excitement. He clenched his fists and tentatively surged forward, hesitant to exert too much force for fear that he might inadvertently strike Broly down. After all, following the last time he recklessly employed the erasure of time and space, he had nearly brought himself to the brink of death. Lewis's usual strength had transcended from the pinnacle of the 1st layer of the Divine Realm to the 2nd layer. Despite Broly's current combat power being an astounding 90 billion, under the might of the 2nd layer of the Divine Realm, Broly was little more than an ant. Chapter 138, The Ultimate Berserk State. Boom. Lewis's fist surged forth, causing a subtle tremor in the void. The frenzied Broly instinctively sensed peril and clenched his own fist. Charging forward, the two massive fists collided with a thunderous boom. The force of the impact stirred the air, conjuring an unending tempest, with razor-sharp gusts slicing through the surroundings. In the distance, the Elder Kaioshin was fortunate to have Lewis's protection. Otherwise, these stormy blades could have reduced him to mere fragments. Quite formidable indeed. Lewis gazed at Broly before him, exerting a slight pressure against their colliding fists. Broly was immediately pushed back, with a roar reminiscent of a giant ape. Broly seemed to feel a sense of shame from retreating a few steps, and a vibrant green light suddenly erupted. At that moment, Broly resembled a luminous green orb, transforming the entire desert sky into a verdant hue. The ferocious power surged through the air, penetrating the desert's surface, which exploded to reveal the planet's inner shell. Broly's strength surged once more, soaring from 90 billion to 100 billion. My goodness, does this fellow truly need to be so exaggerated? The corners of Luis's mouth twitched slightly. He merely nudged Broly back a little, yet this young man's power had inexplicably surged once more. Their fists remained locked in a clash. But no matter how much Broly's strength increased, it posed no threat to Luis whatsoever. However, Luis indeed retracted a significant portion of his power, ensuring that he was weaker than Broly. Otherwise, it would have been rather unfair to him. Boom. Upon regaining a portion of his strength, Broly swiftly repelled Luis. Luis descended like a cannonball, crashing forcefully upon the hardened crust of my planet. Boom. The planet's surface erupted instantaneously, as countless streams of molten lava surged skyward, filling the air with an acrid scent of sulfur. Roar. Broly unleashed a fierce howl, transforming into a vibrant green streak of light that darted through the heavens, aiming for Luis amidst the molten chaos. Bang! Bang! The two clashed within the lava, their collision generating a force that sent the magma churning violently. For a fleeting moment, the entire desert transformed into a sea of lava, prompting the old Supreme Kai to twitch involuntarily at the corners of his mouth. Surely, this was an attempt to annihilate the planet. However, this celestial body was inherently flawed. Its destruction would pose no significant issue. Suddenly, two figures erupted from the molten depths, with Broly roaring incessantly as he and Luis battled from the sky to the ground. In an instant, the heavens were filled with their ethereal silhouettes, accompanied by cataclysmic sounds of collision as the unleashed power swept across the entire planet, causing it to tremble incessantly. Bang! The two collided once more, then separated. Broly bellowed in fury, raising his hands high as a vibrant green energy sphere materialized abruptly. He intended to hurl it towards Luis, but Luis instantaneously appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick. The thunderous force struck Broly from behind, causing the green energy in his hands to dissipate abruptly. Broly hunched over, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Yet, enduring immense suffering, Broly's body suddenly tensed, pivoting to condense energy, and forcefully unleashed it upon Luis. Boom. Lewiston was enveloped in a shroud of smoke. Broly soared into the sky, relentlessly hurling emerald-hued energy blasts. The prince's fighting technique. In a frenzy, Broly resorted to the prince's fighting technique. Boom. Boom. The location of Luis was incessantly bombarded. At this moment, the planet Wampa was on the brink of collapse. Crack. The Star Core could no longer withstand the impact of 100 billion combat power, and in an instant, it shattered into two halves. Following this, a flicker of flame erupted within the Star Core. Boom. The heavens and earth were annihilated as Wampa exploded, transforming into cosmic dust. What monstrous entity is this? In the vastness of the cosmos, the old Kaioshin was taken aback. His concern was not for Luis's safety against Broly, as he immediately discerned that Luis was merely holding back. However, even with this restraint, Broly stood no chance against him. This was beyond dispute. The reason for the old Kaioshin's astonishment lay in Broly's continuous growth during battle. He was advancing in strength, speed, reflexes, combat skills, and battle experience. Previously, Broly had been a mere novice in combat. Now, he had evolved into a seasoned warrior. Truly, he embodied the essence of a battle god. As the old Kaioshin remained in shock, the cloud of smoke in the starry sky suddenly dispersed, revealing Luis once more within Broly's line of sight. At this moment, Luis bore no wounds. Even his destroyer attire remained entirely intact. Indeed, he truly was a formidable opponent for Broly. Luis laughed heartily. Although Broly's current power was still too feeble for him, the mere prospect of clashing with the divine warrior of the Saiyan race was enough to stir excitement within him. Roar! Upon witnessing the reappearance of Luis, Broly, astonished that he remained unscathed, was consumed by rage. Boom! Broly's pale eyes instantaneously transformed into a vivid shade of grass green, plunging him into an extreme state of fury. The cataclysmic power erupted once more from Broly, escalating his combat prowess from 100 billion to 200 billion. In that moment, even Beerus, the god of destruction, sensed this formidable force. Whis, quickly investigate the situation. Lord Beerus. Look, in the god of destruction's palace, Whis waved his staff, projecting the scene of Broly in his extreme state of rage. Beside him, Ties covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, Lewis is also nearby. He is unharmed." Beerus breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that the Dark Demon realm was once again meddling. "Lord Beerus, this Saiyan's power is approaching the first tier of divine realms," Whis remarked, furrowing his brow. "What Saiyan?" Beerus was taken aback, soon noticing the tail behind Broly. Startling him. By the gods, aside from that fusion warrior, when did the Saiyans produce such a formidable expert? Prophecy fish, come forth. The prophecy fish, startled awake from its slumber in the corner, hastily approached Beerus, inquiring, "What is it, Lord Beerus? Speak quickly, is he my formidable rival?" "Rival? You mean that Super Saiyan god?" The prophecy fish scrutinized the scene for a moment before shaking its head. "It is not him. He bears no resemblance to the figure in my mind." Chapter 139, Restoring Paragus. If this fellow is not the so-called Super Saiyan god, how could he be so powerful? Beerus mused. In his observation, Broly's strength was nearing the first tier of divine power. Suddenly, "Lord Beerus, look!" Whis exclaimed with surprise, gazing at the projected image. This Saiyan, engaged in battle with Lewis, is rapidly grasping combat techniques, and his power continues to swell. In the image, Broly, in his extreme state of rage, approached the threshold of divine strength. Soon, Broly charged toward Lewis, swiftly entangling himself in combat with him. It is evident that Luis is deliberately holding back. In the face of Broly's onslaught, he perpetually maintains his strength beneath that of Broly. Lewis countered each move, not merely defeating Broly in an instant. Rather, his actions appeared to be a meticulous guidance, teaching Broly the art of combat. Broly's rate of growth was astonishing, having already surpassed the limits of mortal strength, poised to ascend to the first tier of divine power. Initially, Broly struggled to react, but under Lewis's mentorship, his reflexes sharpened with increasing agility. It was evident that he had lost his sanity, yet the reason for his relentless growth perplexed Beerus, who was more astonished by Broly's potential. It turned out that aside from Goku and Vegeta, the seventh universe harbored such formidable beings. "Lord Beerus, this young man's talent is rather remarkable. Would you consider making him your candidate for the God of Destruction?" Whis inquired with a playful smirk. "Whis, are you attempting to sow discord between Lewis and me?" Beerus retorted, rolling his eyes. "Even if 100 Brolys were to appear, they would pale in comparison to my Lewis." A melodious laughter erupted from Ties, who stood nearby. Captivated by the humorous exchange between master and servant, her gaze shifted to the projection, fixating on Lewis's blood-red pupils and silver hair. He was undeniably handsome. Ties couldn't resist licking her lips, recalling how Lewis had mentioned wanting to devour her, yet he had fled before fulfilling that promise. How infuriating. She slapped her flushed cheeks to regain her composure, but the laughter made it clear that calming down was a futile endeavor. The original location of the Wampa Star. In a clash between Luis and Broly, Luis continually guided him as their battle extended into the profound depths of the starry sky. The immense power they unleashed caused the cosmos to tremble incessantly, leaving countless celestial bodies shattered in their wake. Truly, Broly is exceptional. Lewis blocked Broly's punch and chuckled. "Let us leave it at that for now." Broly had nearly mastered the art of combat, and there was no need for further guidance. "Allow me to display the Angel's technique, the perfect freedom of Ultimate Realm." This was the reward Lewis had received from signing in at a future timeline, and it was his inaugural use of this power. As soon as the words left his lips, a shimmering silver radiance enveloped Lewis, cascading around him like a torrent of steam, sweeping outward in waves. In an instant, the entire starry sky was illuminated by the silver brilliance he emitted. This breathtaking spectacle was reminiscent of the climactic moment when Son Goku unleashed his power in the realm of nothingness within the anime. Broly's fist had been thwarted, but the transformation of Lewis left him momentarily stunned. Just as he contemplated launching another attack, he discovered that Lewis had vanished without a trace. Roaring in a fit of rage, the frenzied Broly desperately searched for Lewis's figure. However, the silver-streaked cosmic expanse suddenly manifested countless reflections of Lewis, each one appearing astonishingly lifelike. All the manifestations exuded an ethereal quality, embodying freedom and spontaneity, as if they were intrinsic to nature itself. Then, they moved. Surrounding Broly, each Lewis resembled a silver blade, hurtling toward the central figure of Broly in a breathtaking convergence, akin to the return of 1,000 swords to their origin. Strikes landed upon his face, his abdomen, his legs, All. Each blow struck with brutal force, leaving Broly with no means of escape. The reflexes he had just developed under Lewis's guidance proved utterly futile in this moment. In a mere second, Broly was rendered a mere shadow of his former self, instinctively overwhelmed by a primal fear. Perhaps it's time for a little rest. Lewis appeared behind Broly, raising his hand, fingers aligned, transforming it into a blade-like gesture, and gently struck the back of Broly's head. In an instant, Broly succumbed to unconsciousness, the ferocious aura surrounding him gradually dissipating, while the power approaching the divine realm slowly faded away. Luis caught Broly and brought him back to the Elder Kai. You reckless child. I allowed you to destroy planet Wampa, but I did not grant you permission to annihilate other viable planets. The Elder Kai, upon witnessing the chaotic expanse of the starry sky, was left speechless. Ha ha ha, my apologies. I shall restore them at once. Luis handed Broly to the old Supreme Kai, and then he soared forward. Just after emerging from the perfect Ultra Instinct state, an unexpected surge of power erupted from Luis. His eyebrows vanished. His silver hair transformed into a radiant gold. He attained the Super Saiyan 3 state. His strength ascended to the 4th level of the divine realm. Time rewound. Luis utilized the temporal rules to safeguard the old Kai and his companion, subsequently unleashing the essence of time into the cosmic expanse. A miracle unfolded. The shattered planets were restored, including the recovery of the formidable Vampa star. This young man is truly terrifying. The old Kai, supporting Broly, was left astounded by Lewis's remarkable feat previously. After the battle between Vegeta and Bojack, Lewis had employed a similar maneuver to reverse time. But that had been witnessed through a crystal ball. The spectacle before him was a visceral experience, and the profound shock it evoked was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Lewis returned to the side of the old Kai and brought him and Broly back to planet Vampa. As soon as they arrived, a figure soared from the horizon. It was Paragus, previously vanquished by Lewis, who had also been restored by him. As Paragus approached Lewis and began to speak, he was swiftly rendered unconscious by Lewis's strike. Lewis allowed Paragus to tumble into the desert, for the sands would cushion his fall and spare him from harm. I thought you had truly obliterated this fellow. Yet to my surprise, you have restored him. The old Supreme Kai returned Broly to Lewis, chuckling softly. Ha ha ha, I encounter one such individual, and I dismantle him. But I also wish to avoid incurring the wrath of my Saiyan Kines god of war. Luis cast a glance at the unconscious Broly. Without the fury that typically consumed him, Broly resembled Goku in his purity and deep concern for his loved ones. Paragus, Broly's biological father, despite subjecting him to relentless torment and manipulation, was still someone Broly could not bear to see perish. This sentiment echoes the portrayal of Broly in the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. Alas, Lewis sighed, contemplating the necessity of resolving the issue with Paragus before he could reintegrate Broly into the Saiyan lineage. Eliminating Paragus was not an option. Such an act would surely incite Broly's wrath, rendering him incapable of becoming the revered warrior of the Saiyan clan. What was to be done? Chapter 140. How to address Broly's fury. After a moment of reflection, Lewis shook his head. The only viable solution was to continue his exile. Given Paragus's animosity towards King Vegeta, his return to the Saiyan community would undoubtedly lead to chaos. It would be wiser to maintain his banishment, perhaps relocating him to a more suitable planet. Having devised a plan to tackle the Paragus predicament, Lewis turned to the Elder Supreme Kai. Elder Supreme Kai, are you able to discern Broly's condition? The Elder Supreme Kai retorted with irritation. Are you attempting to test my perceptiveness? I would never dream of it. Humph. He raised his chin slightly, displaying a haughty demeanor. Do you truly believe I am as inept as that novice assassin? If I were unable to perceive Broly's situation after all these years, I would have truly lived in vain. Lewis, is it truly appropriate to liken oneself to a dog? The old Kaioshin gazed intently at the unconscious Broly, his expression solemn as he remarked, Broly's condition is distinct from that of you Saiyans. How is it different? Lewis smiled, eager to hear what the old Supreme Kai would articulate. The Saiyans at the Galactic Patrol Headquarters, including yourself. The old Supreme Kai glanced at Lewis and remarked, your bloodlines are evolving towards a new horizon. The greater the elevation of your lineage, the lesser the impact of ferocious emotions upon you. Luis nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of the old Kaioshin. This observation resonated well with the traits characteristic of Super Saiyan 4. As for the legendary Super Saiyan 5, he was, for the time being, uncertain. And what of Broly? The old Kaioshin remarked with profound significance. His lineage is a reversion to ancestral traits. While the bloodlines of other Saiyans elevate to a point where they become increasingly impervious to frenzied emotions, Broly is an exception. He is destined to be ever more susceptible to such violent emotions, ultimately transforming into a beast devoid of reason. Am I correct? The old Kaioshin lifted his chin with a hint of pride. Hiss. Lewis inhaled sharply, acutely aware of the old Kaioshin's remarkable perceptiveness. Yet he was astonished by the extent of the old man's insight. Indeed, the old Kaioshin's observations were astutely accurate. Broly, he is the fabled Super Saiyan, a rare genetic anomaly that emerges but once every millennium. Saiyans possessing this unique trait do not require training. Their power continuously escalates. Once they enter a berserk state, they lose their sanity, becoming bloodthirsty and combative. Great old Kaioshin, since you have discerned the issues surrounding Broly, do you possess a means to address them? Lewis refers to the issue of Broly easily entering a state of fury. In truth, there are numerous ways to address Broly's predicament. Oh, Lewis was momentarily taken aback. He had previously contemplated the possibility of retrieving Broly, and he had even devised a solution to address Broly's uncontrollable rage. The answer lay in the Dragon Balls. Now, the old Kai was inexplicably claiming that there were numerous methods to achieve this. How could that be? Broly was susceptible to the overwhelming influence of his rage due to the primal fury inherent in his bloodline, ultimately stemming from his insufficient mental fortitude. The old Kai did not divulge any specific methods, but instead illuminated the reasons behind Broly's propensity for entering a state of fury. He lamented, "If Broly could master his tempestuous emotions, your Saiyan race would indeed give rise to an invincible god of war." Luis rolled his eyes, clearly aware of the situation. It is well known that even the ultra-blue form of Son Goku is no match for Broly in his ultimate berserk state, as depicted in the movie. Surely, you must have considered the method of seeking the Dragon Balls as well, right? Luis nodded. The elder Kai, stroking his chin, remarked with a hint of reservation, eradicating Broly's ferocious temperament using the Dragon Balls is, in fact, quite detrimental. This fury is an intrinsic aspect of his nature. To eliminate it would render Broly utterly incapacitated. Elder Kai, we can summon the Eternal Dragon. Before Lewis could finish, the old Kai interrupted him. You surely intend to wish upon the dragon to enhance Broly's mental fortitude, allowing him to better manage his raging emotions. Am I correct in my assumption? Luis fell silent, taken aback that the old Kaioshin had discerned his innermost thoughts. The old Kaioshin shook his head, remarking that wishing for Broly's mental prowess to become formidable was an unrealistic desire. Lewis was momentarily taken aback, but then a thought struck him. Wishing for Broly to possess immense mental strength is akin to desiring to empower another. Lewis was well aware that the dragon could not augment an individual's strength. The old Supreme Kai then interjected, "Since the dragon cannot enhance Broly's mental prowess, we can guide him to cultivate his own strength. But how shall we proceed? Have you forgotten about the spirit fruit?" Indeed, Lewis was filled with exhilaration. The spirit fruit, the most ubiquitous fruit in the divine realm, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance an individual's strength and prolong their lifespan. Furthermore, it augments one's mental prowess, as evidenced by the inclusion of spirit in its name. Chapter 141, taking you to confront the Kakarot family. Just as Lewis was reveling in his excitement, Broly awakened, slowly opening his eyes while murmuring the word father. "Have you awakened?" Lewis released Broly, allowing him to hover in the air, and with a smile remarked, "How do you feel now?" The once terrifying power of Broly had dissipated as he regained his sanity. However, upon observation, it was evident that Broly's normal strength had surged more than tenfold compared to before. This meant that Broly's base combat power had surpassed 3 billion. "You killed my father." Broly suddenly realized, his gaze fixed intensely on Lewis, as a ferocious aura erupted from him once more. With a thunderous roar, it was as if a colossal crimson primal ape had descended upon the earth, and the tangible ferocity of Broly's aura caused the very fabric of space to warp slightly. The elder Supreme Kai swallowed hard. If this being could harness his violent emotions, to what extent would he ascend? Ultimately, he would break through to the first tier of divine power with mere mortal strength. No, certainly far beyond that. The elder Supreme Kai found himself utterly unable to gauge the future of this monster. It was simply inscrutable. "I did not kill your father. If you don't believe me, look at that man in the desert." Lewis gazed at Broly, who was on the brink of losing his sanity, and then pointed towards the desert below. A flicker of clarity crossed Broly's pale eyes as he followed Lewis's gesture. And there, amidst the sands, lay an aged figure. It was Paragus. My father is alive. Broly's ashen gaze began to regain a semblance of reason as he abruptly turned his attention to Lewis. I distinctly witnessed you slaying my father. I desired to end his life. A person like him is utterly unworthy of being your father. He has consistently exploited you. And you should be acutely aware of this truth. Lewis pointed to the green fur adorning Broly's waist and remarked softly, "This must belong to your dear friend. Does it not?" Broly's pupils constricted sharply. Lewis was aware of the origin of the green fur that adorned him. Lowering his gaze to the fur, he touched it gently, realizing it was the ear of Little Ba, a green creature from planet Wampa who had accompanied him in training since childhood. In his early years, his father, in a bid to ensure Broly's rigorous training, had severed Little Ba's ear, which consequently led to a bitter enmity between them. "How could you possibly know?" Broly inquired. "The manner of my knowing is inconsequential," Lewis replied. "What truly matters is that you are my kin, and I wish to take you away from planet Wampa. Will you join me?" Noticing Broly's silence, Lewis continued, "The environment of planet Wampa is far too harsh. It is utterly inhospitable for human life. Beyond this desolate realm lies an abundance of delectable food and an endless supply of pristine water." Lewis reiterated his previous words. To be honest, he genuinely felt a twinge of sympathy for the colossal figure. Broly, during his formative years, had been exiled by King Vegeta to a planet marked by extreme harshness. There, sustenance was absent, and water was but a distant memory. All that surrounded him were endless dunes of yellow sand and relentless storms, as his father continued to exploit him. This titan truly evokes a sense of lament. Lewis let out a deep sigh. Broly, upon hearing once more about delectable food and pristine water sources, felt a pang of confusion. Having grown up on planet Vampa, his only companion was a peculiar monster. As for the delights Lewis mentioned, he had no comprehension whatsoever. Was that green monster egg liquid truly appetizing? And what did a clean water source entail? Was it akin to the green liquid in which Little Ba bathed? Broly recalled that the bathing liquid emitted wisps of green vapor. He had once tasted it, yet he found it difficult to articulate the flavor. After drinking it, he had been left weak for a fortnight. Even the legendary Saiyan physiology nearly succumbed to its effects. One could only imagine the implications. Surely, you are aware of how easily you can lose your sanity. That frenzied state grants you boundless strength, yet devoid of reason. You become merely a monster driven by the urge to kill. Lewis gazed at Broly and spoke, "I can easily find a means to quell your fury. Will you accompany me?" In truth, Lewis could have forcibly taken Broly away, yet he refrained from imposing his will upon him. Should Broly choose not to follow, he would simply regard his visit to planet Vampa as if it had never occurred. It was merely a disappointment that he could not bring back the warrior of the Saiyan race. Broly lowered his head, his gaze fixed upon Paragus lying in the desert. Remaining silent, he was truly reluctant. Lewis furrowed his brow and, undeterred, said, "Allow me to take you away. Outside, there are Kakarot, Vegeta, and your other kin. Once you step out, you will surely forge friendships with them. Furthermore, as the legendary Super Saiyan, planet Vampa cannot contain your greatness. The world beyond awaits your grand display of prowess." Lewis had yet to finish his words. A flicker of inexplicable fury flashed in Broly's eyes as his chest began to heave. "Kakarot! Kakarot!" Broly clenched his fists, veins bulging from his forehead, releasing a primal roar. Observing this, the old Kai looked on in confusion, pondering what could have provoked such a reaction. Luis's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he disregarded the old Supreme Kai and continued, "Don't you want to take a swing at that Kakarot fellow? If you accompany me, you would surely leave him searching for his teeth. When it comes to those whom Broly holds dear, aside from Paragus, there exists another individual of significance, Son Goku." Born on the same day, the two infants were placed in the same nursery, their incubation pods even connected. Each time Broly's formidable power frightened Goku, the latter would wail loudly, and it was this very cry that etched Goku into Broly's memory forever. Lewis laughed heartily, contemplating the possibility of using Sun Wukong to lure Broly away from planet Vampa. "Broly, you must loathe Kakarot, right? How about I take you out to teach him a lesson? Moreover, his father bears an uncanny resemblance to him. You could strike down two foes at once. If that doesn't suffice, once Son Goten is born, you could potentially confront three." The Sun Wukong family exclaimed, "Lewis, you are so lofty, so extraordinary." Broly persistently muttered Sun Wukong's Saiyan name, his expression twisted with fury. Yet, his reason remained intact, as evident in his countenance. which reflected his struggle to suppress his violent emotions. What about my father? Upon hearing this, Lewis felt a surge of joy. Broly was finally willing to accompany him. Goodness! Had he known Kakarot's name held such power, he wouldn't have needed to be so persuasive. A miscalculation indeed. Chapter 142. Broly's Transformation. Lewis hastily remarked. You are well aware of how your father treats you. I shall take him to a planet suitable for life, where you can visit him at any time. The implication was clear. He would not bring Paragus back to his clan. Very well, I shall accompany you. Broly nodded in agreement. After deciding to follow Lewis, the tempestuous emotions swirling in his mind began to gradually subside. Primarily, it was the mention of the name Kakarot that ignited his desire to strike this individual. Lewis expressed his delight at the thought of being able to confront Kakarot's entire family, which struck him as rather peculiar. As for the implications of Lewis's words, they eluded his comprehension entirely. However, Lewis mentioned the possibility of providing a different planet for his father to reside on, which was quite satisfactory. Furthermore, he would have the opportunity to visit his father whenever he wished. Very well, let us first seek a suitable planet for your father's habitation. Lewis gazed at the Elder Kai. The Elder Kai nodded, expressing his delight that Lewis had managed to bring back this formidable creature. Consequently, he swiftly identified a planet suitable for human habitation. Upon acquiring the coordinates, Lewis departed from planet Vampa, accompanied by the Elder Kai, Broly, and Paragus. However, a minor incident occurred as they were leaving. Initially, the Elder Kai had requested Lewis to obliterate planet Vampa upon his departure, but Lewis insisted on preserving it. Despite the planet's inhospitable environment and its classification as inadequate, it would always be regarded as Broly's home. Lewis intended to leave Broly's home intact, lest Broly find himself yearning for a place to return to in the future. Upon hearing Lewis's words, an unfamiliar warmth surged within Broly. He found it difficult to articulate this sensation, yet it enveloped him like a gentle embrace. Perhaps accompanying Lewis was indeed the right choice. 7 days elapsed, and suddenly, 3 figures emerged in the Carl Galaxy. The Elder Supreme Kai declared, "That is the planet Metamor, the light blue one ahead." The trio was none other than Lewis and his companions. During this week, Lewis had taken Paragus to a planet conducive to human habitation. After exiling Paragus, Lewis, upon departing from that planet, sought to prevent Paragus from escaping by requesting the old Kai to teach him a sealing technique. Ultimately, he sealed the planet much like Beerus sealed the old Kai. Thereafter, Lewis continued his path of destruction across unworthy planets until he finally arrived near the planet Metamor. Does that planet possess the secret technique capable of controlling my ferocious emotions? Broly inquired. 7 days had elapsed, and Broly now spoke with remarkable fluency, entirely shedding his previous stammer. Perhaps it does. Even if it doesn't, which surely possesses something, Lewis responded with a smile as he regarded Broly. And how is the world outside? He asked. Very good, Broly replied succinctly. During these 7 days, he had been awestruck by the resplendent starry sky. He realized that the world was not solely comprised of yellow sand and storms. Reflecting on the past when he was on planet Vampa, it was no surprise that Lewis would deem that place uninhabitable. Entering the cosmos marked the commencement of his new life journey, after which a series of experiences continuously challenged and reshaped his worldview. Lewis spoke of the delectable delights that lay beyond, as well as the inexhaustible sources of pristine water. Initially, he was perplexed by this notion until he personally savored the exquisite cuisine and the crystal-clear water that Lewis provided. Broly vividly recalls the astonishment etched on his face. The sensation of tasting such culinary wonders for the first time is an experience he shall never forget. Ha ha ha, come. Once you learn to master your raging emotions, I shall take you to confront Kakarot. Lewis was unconcerned by Broly's sparse words. After all, this towering figure had never been one to engage in conversation. Given his nature, this was already quite commendable. Observing this, the old Kai was filled with anticipation that Broly, this formidable being, would manage to master his emotions. Should he succeed in doing so, it would be a formidable challenge for the 7th universe not to rise to prominence. Lewis soared towards the direction of Metamor's star, which appeared as a pale blue orb from the outside, adorned with numerous rivers, vast oceans, and abundant forests, resembling the environment of Earth. Stubby, unaware of what Metamor's star truly looked like, indulged in a flight of fancy. The realm of destruction. A month had elapsed since the battle between Lewis and Broly. On this day, a figure materialized in the sky, possessing blood-red eyes and silver hair. Tice. who was penning a novel by the lake, caught sight of this figure and exclaimed with joy, "Louis, how wonderful to see you. I missed you so much. And that is why you have returned." Suddenly, Louise appeared beside Thais, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Hee, I missed you too," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her head against his chest. "All right, enough with the banter. Weren't you engaged in combat with another Saiyan? How did you return?" "You must have heard about it," he replied. "Of course, that hulking brute possesses immense power. His aura resonated even in the realm of destruction." "I see. That behemoth is named Broly." Louis held Thais tightly, softly whispering the identity of Broly in her ear. In order to help him manage his emotions, "I took him to the planet Metamor, as I also needed to learn a wondrous technique there." After hearing this, Tai inquired, "Is it true that the planet Metamor possesses secret skills to control emotions?" "Indeed, it does." Louis smiled as he arrived on the planet Metamor, where he discovered the true nature of its inhabitants. The Metamorans revered martial arts, with martial academies visible in every corner, embodying a culture where nearly everyone was a warrior. They possessed a plethora of secret techniques, all developed by the formidable masters of Metamor throughout the ages. Among these were the art of fusion and the spiritual rebirth, extraordinary skills that left even the old Kai in awe of the Metamorans' remarkable intellect. Though he lamented their relatively low combat prowess. This was indeed a pity. Chapter 143. Having a child with Thais. You are about to leave again. Despite your earlier promise to me. It has been a month. Thais exclaimed, her heart racing as she looked up. Louis lowered his head to gaze at Thais. A hint of confusion etched upon his features. "What have I promised you? You were deceiving me." Thais, both embarrassed and indignant, could only hide her face within Louis's embrace. Inhaling his masculine scent, her heart began to flutter uncontrollably. Her porcelain complexion flushed a deep crimson. This man had clearly declared his intentions towards her, yet after their gathering a month ago, he had vanished. Thais couldn't help but think of how Chi-Chi had already given birth to Gohan, while despite her prolonged companionship with Louis, her own belly remained utterly still. Frustration welled within her. "What have I deceived you about? Pray tell." Louis's eyes flickered as a thought quickly crossed his mind, cradling Thais's delicate face in his hands. He chuckled. "How could I possibly know what I have done wrong if you do not tell me, you rascal? You are well aware of it." Thais met his gaze, pouting her small lips in a mix of shyness and indignation. "Ha." Louis lowered his head and planted a gentle kiss on Thais's rosy lips, holding her close. His dear sister Thais was simply enchanting. As they embraced, Thais's soft voice broke the silence. "Louis, we have been together for quite some time. Yet my belly shows no signs of movement." Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, who has been with Goku for less than a year, is already expecting a child. And now Gohan has been born. Why is there no sign of life within me? Am I truly so ineffectual? Thais hung her head, tenderly caressing her abdomen. Years ago, when Louis took Sun Wukong to Yardrat to learn instant transmission, Chi-Chi found her way to his home. Upon Sun Wukong's return from Yardrat, he and Chi-Chi married without delay. Subsequently, Sun Wukong and the other Saiyans engaged in a fierce battle against Gula. After vanquishing Gula, Louis ventured into other universes to face new challenges, such as the Bojack incident and the arrival of the 5 great demon gods. Now, Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong have been together for a little less than 2 years, and in that brief span, Chi-Chi has given birth to Gohan. Thais could not help but feel a pang of envy. "Do you prefer boys or girls?" Louis playfully ruffled her hair, smiling. Taken aback, Thais looked up at Louis. Puzzled. "What do you mean by boys or girls?" "I am speaking of having children, and you." "Oh," Thais exclaimed in surprise. "You want to have a child with me?" "Thais, dear sister, please refrain from uttering such wild words. It's quite embarrassing." "Nonsense. I have waited for you for so long. I am determined to have a child with you. Hurry up. Let us bring a child into the world." Louis held Thais in his arms, his face radiating a blissful smile. It has been over 20 years since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world, and even longer if one accounts for the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber. Regarding the matter of having children, he always believed in letting things unfold naturally, never overly pursuing it. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, possessing a system, becoming a Saiyan, and marrying Thais, to be honest, he still feels as though he is living in a dream. It was only when Thais expressed her desire to have a child together that he realized everything was indeed real. A child, perhaps? Louis gazed at the child Thais cradled in his arms. A peculiar emotion surged within him. Has he truly reached the age of becoming a father? Hurry, Louis. Bear children. Give life now. Lewis laughed heartily, embracing ties as they vanished without a trace. Soon, a melodious symphony resonated within a chamber of the god of destruction. A month elapsed. Lewis, supporting his weary back, emerged from the room. At this moment, his complexion was slightly pale, and his legs trembled ever so slightly. Sister Tai Si, I shall first impart the fusion technique to Kakarot and the others, and then I will return to continue our plans for creation. After a month of seclusion, even he, a being from the divine dimension, found it difficult to endure. How did his Tai Si manage to remain so vibrant and full of life? Indeed, there are no fields that become barren without reason, only weary oxen. Lewis vanished in the realm of destruction, and at this moment, by the lakeside, Beerus and was finally unsealed their ears. If nothing else, this young man's endurance is rather extraordinary. Lord Beerus, I sense it. A new life has emerged within Ties. Indeed. Truly. The two burst into laughter simultaneously. They had a grandchild. Lewis departed from the realm of destruction, while Broly was still immersed in his training of mental rebirth on the planet Metamor. Lewis arrived at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, where numerous Saiyans were coming and going within the Grand Hall. As Lewis entered the hall, his presence momentarily startled the Saiyans coming and going. With blood-red pupils and silvery hair, he bore an unmistakable feature, a tail. When had such an individual emerged from the Saiyan lineage? It was Lewis who had rescued this group of Saiyans during the cataclysmic events on planet Namek. They had encountered Lewis before, at which point they realized that their race harbored such a formidable warrior. However, they could no longer recognize him, for Lewis had undergone a transformation so profound that it rendered him unidentifiable. Who are you? Raditz, just entering from outside the hall, was taken aback upon seeing Lewis. Lewis disregarded Raditz, casting a glance at the Saiyans surrounding him and nodding slightly. The strength of these Saiyans had indeed grown exponentially compared to the past. In truth, their ascension was quite formidable, especially following the battle against Bojack, when each Saiyan realized that the universe was far more complex than they had ever imagined. They discovered the existence of such terrifyingly powerful beings, to the extent that even Super Saiyans were no match for Bojack and his ilk. Consequently, the Saiyan race intensified their training with fervor. Nowadays, if one were to measure their combat prowess, every Saiyan had surpassed a battle power of 400,000. Such an extraordinary enhancement. Could it be attributed to the awakening of the S-cells? Lewis stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Who on earth are you? You seem oddly familiar. Raditz inquired. Your power is quite impressive indeed. Lewis then turned his gaze toward Raditz. If the Saiyans in the hall had exhibited a somewhat exaggerated enhancement, Raditz's transformation was truly terrifying. I eagerly anticipate the moment you transform into a Super Saiyan. No, I look forward to witnessing your ascension to Super Saiyan. Lewis smiled, surprised to discover that Raditz's strength was nearing the threshold for transformation. Indeed, Raditz's base power level had surged to 2 million. Apart from Vegeta, King Vegeta, Son Goku, and Bardock, Raditz had emerged as the foremost warrior of the Saiyan race. It was only upon hearing Lewis's voice that Raditz snapped back to attention, promptly responding with utmost respect, "Greetings, Lord Lewis." At this proclamation, the hall erupted in astonishment. Is Lord Lewis the same individual who rescued us on Namek all those years ago? His voice bears a striking resemblance. It must be him. Whispers circulated. I have heard that Lord Lewis is a hidden powerhouse among our Saiyan clan, perhaps even a deity. The murmurs quickly subsided as the assembly of Saiyans bowed in reverence and declared, "We honor you, Lord Lewis." The other beings present in the hall widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning who this man was that could compel such proud Saiyans to address him as Lord. Chapter 144, Fusion, Super Saiyan God Now. Where is King Vegeta? Lewis inquired, waving his hand dismissively. Lord Lewis, both King Vegeta and my father are on Earth, Raditz replied. Gazing at Lewis with admiration, realizing he was a disciple of the god of destruction, Beerus, Lewis was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled Taisi's earlier words. Sun Wukong had already been born. You, along with that other individual. Luis pointed to Raditz and then to one of the Saiyans in the hall. You all come with me. I, Gracie, pointed to myself, slightly taken aback. Yes, it's you. Lewis found this young man somewhat familiar. It was before the cataclysmic explosion on Namek when he attempted to abduct the Saiyans, only to be confronted by this very individual. Gracie, cease your prattle. When Lord Lewis commands you to depart, you shall comply? Raditz declared coldly. Yes. Gracie nodded vigorously. Lewis smiled and chose to disregard the previous minor incident as he led the two individuals into the depths of the hall. At the pinnacle of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Miles shook his head, preparing to resume his duties at the Galactic Prison. May the Scions grow stronger swiftly. On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, the scenery was picturesque, with clear waters and fragrant blossoms. Beside a bowl-shaped house turned upside down, several burly men were fishing by the stream. Kakarot, can fishing truly enhance one's cultivation? Indeed. When I was younger, Bobo took me to a peculiar forest where I learned to fish from an old man. After mastering the art of fishing, my sensory abilities grew remarkably. Vegeta, is what Kakarot says true? How would I know? I arrived on Earth later. Goku, Bardock, Vegeta, and King Vegeta were all fishing by the stream, while Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Jine were nearby, grilling various delicacies. In the Heavenly Temple, a black eraser sat at the edge of the realm, gazing longingly toward Bowsy Mountain, drooling. Bobo, it seems quite fragrant. Bobo chuckled nearby. Lord Quanmu is going to find Goku. Yes. The little creature nodded vigorously, suddenly squinting at the sky. How did this little fellow come to Earth? Oh, it's Lewis. Bobo quickly realized this, feeling slightly perplexed. Forget about finding Goku for now. It is not the right moment to meet this young friend, Lewis. Quanmu shifted his gaze back toward Bowsy Mountain, incessantly swallowing. Should I ask Goku and the others for some instant noodles? I believe Lord Quanmu would enjoy them. Back at Bowsy Mountain, Goku and his companions were fishing while Chi-Chi and the others were grilling delicious food. Suddenly, with a swish, 3 figures appeared beside them. Who are you? Goku and the others sprang up from the stream, their eyes fixed intently on Lewis. Upon seeing Raditz and Gracie, they paused momentarily. Father, this is Lewis. Raditz chuckled, noting that Bardock's reaction mirrored his own from before. They did not recognize Lewis. Lewis? Bardock furrowed his brow. Why has your hair turned silver? Goku, momentarily taken aback, soon expressed delight. Could this be a new transformation? Vegeta, astonished, exclaimed, Lewis, what kind of transformation is this? King Vegeta pondered aloud. Could it be Super Saiyan 4? Lewis, I never anticipated that this little son Wukong would possess such cleverness. However, according to the old Kaishin, this state indeed qualifies as a new transformation. Yet, the bloodline continues to evolve, and the transformation has not been entirely realized. I shall share more with you later. For now, I have a matter to discuss with you. Luis chuckled as he approached Bulma, seizing the roasted meat she had prepared and indulging in it with delight. Bulma, recognizing him as her brother-in-law, merely rolled her eyes and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Jine and Chi-Chi erupted into laughter, amused by how their candidate for the god of destruction behaved like a child. What is happening? Goku and the others watched Luis devouring the roasted meat, their expressions tinged with confusion. Since the battle with Bojack, Luis had vanished, and it had nearly been 4 months since then. Kakarot, Vegeta, how does it feel to fuse? Luis asked as he settled beside the dining table, sipping on a beverage while continuing to savor the meat. It feels incredible, Goku exclaimed, clenching his fists. The power he experienced after the fusion was simply intoxicating. It was through fusion that he had been able to engage with Luis, discovering that the strength of a candidate for the god of destruction was truly formidable. Even after fusing with Vegeta, they found themselves no match for Luis, who undeniably deserved his title as one of the most exalted deities in the universe. Vegeta nodded vigorously, acknowledging the immense power. How wonderful it would be if he could possess such strength himself. Lewis, look over here, he said. Do you wish to continue the fusion? The expressions on Son Wukong and Vegeta's faces were filled with confusion. However, Bardock exclaimed with joy, Lewis, have you managed to acquire the Patera earrings? King Vegeta, flushed with excitement, added, indeed, Lewis, as a candidate for the god of destruction, even the Supreme Kai would not dare to voice any objections. Have you truly taken the Patera earrings? What on earth is this, a band of ruffians? Luis's face darkened, and he spoke in exasperation. The Patala earrings belong to the Kaiser's realm. I lack the authority to wield them. Do not harbor any illusions. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to soon reveal expressions of disappointment. Lewis shook his head, surprised that this group had developed an obsession with fusion, particularly Vegeta, who surprisingly did not seem averse to merging with Goku. It was quite peculiar. Observing the disappointed expressions on everyone's faces, Lewis felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as he remarked, while I cannot wield the Patera earrings, I possess other secret techniques that can allow you to merge. Moreover, this time I bring not only the art of fusion, but the means to elevate you all to divinity. Chapter 145. True strength lies in self-empowerment. As Goku and the others approached the dining table, even Bulma and the other women paused in their activities. All ears now attuned to Lewis. Lewis, what exactly is this art of fusion? The name suggests a connection to merging. Could this technique enable two individuals to unite? Vegeta inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he watched Lewis savoring the roasted meat. Noticing Vegeta's enthusiasm, Lewis furrowed his brow slightly and turned his gaze toward Goku, who also exhibited a glimmer of longing. Lewis set down the barbecue, his expression devoid of emotion, and remarked, "When did you two become so fond of fusion?" "Because of its power." Vegeta clenched his fists, his gaze piercing into Lewis. "Only through fusion do we stand a chance to confront you." Under the intensity of Vegeta's fiery stare, Lewis felt a sense of bewilderment. "I haven't provoked you. Why the predatory expression?" Even King Vegeta and Bulma were taken aback by Vegeta's demeanor, having never witnessed such an emotion from him before. What has come over him? Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Vegeta was, in truth, a proud prince of the Saiyan race. Even when the Saiyan clan served Frieza, he had never submitted to anyone, not even to Frieza himself. Vegeta held the conviction that one day he would defeat Frieza and lead the Saiyan race to rule the entire universe. However, everything changed with the arrival of Beerus that fateful year. The Saiyans became galactic patrollers, and Lewis ascended to the position of candidate destroyer. Lewis, in his childhood, possessed merely a few hundred points of battle power, while Vegeta was born with a formidable 1,000 points. Consequently, Lewis was chosen by Beerus as a candidate for the role of God of Destruction, yet Beerus scarcely acknowledged him. Vegeta felt that his dignity had been trampled upon by Lewis, an affront to his proud sense of self that he could not endure. These sentiments had long been concealed within Vegeta's heart, never spoken to another soul. However, years after becoming a candidate for destruction, Lewis arrived on Earth, and the immense power he displayed filled him with trepidation. It is no wonder that Beerus took Lewis as his disciple. Lewis's talent was extraordinarily formidable, having grown to an unattainable level in just over a decade. He was the prince of the Saiyan race. Would he forever be unable to catch up to Lewis? At that time, Vegeta felt despondent and harbored animosity toward Lewis. However, the subsequent actions of Lewis earned Vegeta's complete recognition and respect. Initially, Lewis took Vegeta and Goku to the North Kai to learn the Kaioken technique, and subsequently led them to Yardrat to master instant transmission. They triumphed over Frieza, vanquished Cooler, and obliterated Bojack. However, the divine and mortal realms diverge, and the subsequent events did not involve Lewis directly intervening. Nevertheless, Vegeta recognized that Lewis was perpetually vigilant over the Saiyans. He came to regard Lewis as the guardian deity of his race. At some point, he concealed his inner dissatisfaction deep within, treating Lewis with a newfound respect. The inadequacy of his strength contributed to this sentiment, as did Lewis's status as a candidate for a god of destruction. Vegeta believed he would never witness Lewis's true power in his lifetime until he acquired the Patera earrings, which ignited a glimmer of hope. Upon merging with Goku, the surge of power was astonishingly formidable, though he was ultimately defeated in his bout with Lewis. Yet, through this encounter, Vegeta glimpsed the genuine might of Lewis, allowing the frustrations that had long burdened him to be liberated. He vowed that one day he would indeed catch up to Lewis. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he believed that the Saiyans did not require Lewis's guardianship. Rather, he would safeguard his people himself. "Engage with me in battle." Lewis furrowed his brow. In the past, both Vegeta and Son Goku had persistently sought to engage him in combat, yet he had consistently declined their invitations. The primary reason for his refusal lay in the vast disparity of power. Lewis had no desire to intimidate them. It dawned on him that Vegeta and the others had always yearned for a chance to spar with him. Indeed, these two individuals were the protagonists of Dragon Ball. When faced with a formidable opponent, how could they possibly resist the temptation to test their mettle? Lewis glanced at Sun Wukong once more and said, "As for you, I too wish to engage in a friendly contest, but I realize that I alone could never hope to match your strength. Hence, I contemplated the idea of fusion." Sun Wukong, grinning sheepishly and scratching his head, did not respond further. "I thought perhaps you had lost yourselves in the power of fusion." Lewis sighed and continued, "It is my fault. In the future, should you challenge me, I shall not decline." However, Lewis spoke with utmost seriousness. "You must not be ensnared by the power of fusion. Its might does not stem from your own strength." As he spoke, Lewis instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 3. A hum resonated through the air as the space around him subtly warped. However, Lewis expertly controlled his power, ensuring that the surrounding environment remained unscathed. Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot, is this what you refer to as Super Saiyan 3? With his eyebrows vanished and hair elongated, he appeared remarkably handsome. Though I could not sense divine power, the pressure emanating from Lewis was overwhelming. His strength had indeed escalated. My suspicions were confirmed. Lewis could transform into Super Saiyan 3. The crowd gasped in awe, utterly astonished by Lewis's Super Saiyan 3 form. Once their excitement had begun to wane, Lewis spoke again. Fusion is akin to our transformations. Only when our base strength is formidable can the warriors born from fusion achieve greater power. Remember this. True strength lies in your own might. I trust you all comprehend this. If you remain obstinate and neglect your own growth in pursuit of fusion, it would be truly foolish and lamentable. As Lewis spoke, his gaze was fixed upon Bardock and Vegeta. He had just discerned the intentions of the two Saiyans. They merely sought to harness the power of fusion to spar with him, rather than being enamored by its might. Now, Lewis harbored concerns for Bardock, King Vegeta, and indeed, the entirety of the Saiyan race. For shortly, he would impart the techniques of fusion and the methodology for achieving Super Saiyan God to them. Lewis, there is no need for further elaboration. We comprehend. Bardock and King Vegeta exchanged glances, both nodding in understanding. They fully grasped Lewis's words. Indeed, fusion was ultimately not a power that belonged to them. To become infatuated with it would be truly foolish. Chapter 146. Gohan, I have already provided you with the necessary reminders. Lewis extracted a napkin from the dining table, wiping his hands clean before rising from his chair. He gazed at the assembled crowd and remarked with a smile, "You have guessed correctly. I have returned with the fusion technique. Indeed, as you surmised, this technique does not require the Pod-era earrings to enable the fusion of two individuals." Vegeta's breathing became rapid, overwhelmed with excitement. Goku fixated intently on Lewis, while Bardock and King Vegeta clung to one another in a state of anxious anticipation. As for Raditz and Gracie, they remained utterly oblivious to the implications of Lewis's words. Louise chuckled softly and nodded. Indeed, that's splendid. Bardock and King Vegeta leapt up in excitement. Louise, is that fusion technique something every Saiyan can wield? Vegeta quickly regained his composure and voiced his curiosity. If every Saiyan could utilize the fusion technique, the entire Saiyan race would ascend to unparalleled heights. Lewis smiled slightly and, without keeping them in suspense, remarked, "Indeed, as long as you master the art of fusion that I shall impart to you, each pair of you will be able to merge into one." Upon hearing this, Bardock and the other Saiyans could no longer contain their excitement and soared into the sky. They were on the verge of prosperity, their fortunes destined to flourish beyond imagination. Lewis, surely, these individuals cannot be foolish. Once the crowd has calmed down, Lewis begins to instruct them in the art of fusion. By the stream's edge, on the verdant grass, he elaborates that there are actually two prerequisites for fusion. First, the physiques of the two individuals must be somewhat similar. Second, their powers must also be comparable. Vegeta and Kakarot meet both of these criteria. Bardock, you and King Vegeta are likely capable of fusion as well. Now, come, follow my movements as I demonstrate the technique of fusion. Lewis was performing the fusion dance on the lawn, with arms extended to shoulder height, knees bent and raised, toes pointed and bending forward to touch fingertips. Each individual movement appeared innocuous, yet when executed in succession, it was utterly grotesque. Naturally, the martial enthusiast's son Wukong remained unfazed, but Vegeta was already covering his face in embarrassment. Is this truly the manner of the fusion technique? How utterly shameful. Bardock, King Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku were not faring much better. Their faces turned crimson, resembling monkey bottoms, torn between laughter and restraint. Meanwhile, Bulma, unable to contain herself, clutched her stomach and burst into hearty laughter. Brother-in-law, how can the fusion technique be so comical? I'm dying of laughter, haha. As Bulma laughed, Chi-Chi and Videl joined in, their laughter igniting a chain reaction akin to setting off a powder keg. Ha ha ha. Lewis, don't take it personally. I simply cannot hold back. Ha ha. How can such an ugly dance exist in this world? I can't take it anymore. I need to compose myself. Vegeta laughed so hard that tears streamed down his cheeks, and he leapt into the nearby stream. Lewis, perhaps we should simply destroy them. After a brief interlude, Bardock and the others diligently began to practice these movements. Particularly Vegeta, who had just been the loudest in laughter, was now the most earnest in mastering the fusion technique. The allure of fusion's power was too compelling. Ultimately, Vegeta and the others yielded to the strength it promised. While the group practiced the fusion movements, Lewis indulged in a sumptuous feast with Bulma and the others. Chi-Chi, have you and Kakarot welcomed a child? Lewis inquired. Yes. Chi-Chi's fair face flushed with embarrassment. Bring him out for me to see. Lewis was eager to meet this formidable warrior in his infancy. Chi-Chi exchanged a glance with Jine, who nodded reassuringly, indicating that Lewis, as the guardian of the Saiyan race, need not worry. Chi-Chi then returned to the house and carefully brought out Gohan. Presenting him to Lewis, this is Gohan. Gohan, give your uncle a smile, Lewis teased as he took the infant Gohan into his arms. At the dining table, the three women fell into silence. While the women were at a loss for words, Lewis scrutinized Gohan with great seriousness. Gohan had not vanished due to the alterations in history. He remained the same Gohan as ever. Luis let out a sigh of relief, glad that the strongest individual warrior had not vanished. In his observations, he soon discovered that within Sun Wukong lay a remarkable power. Kiki, what do you intend for Gohan to become? Luis inquired, turning his gaze towards her. Kiki, with unwavering determination, replied, I want him to become a martial artist. Lewis displayed a satisfied smile as he recalled the time he had influenced Chi-Chi's thoughts. At last, the girl has finally taken it to heart. However, in a world like Dragon Ball, where destruction is but a whim, what use is it to be a scholar? Chi-Chi, how about I find a teacher for Gohan? Lewis chuckled. Who would that be? The old Kaishin. Lewis recalled that the enigmatic Gohan was developed by the old Kai, a figure who undoubtedly possessed profound insight into the powers residing within Gohan. Kiki, you must agree, exclaimed Jine, her excitement palpable. Bardock had previously informed her about deities such as the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai, and she understood the significance of the Supreme Kai. Indeed, Kiki echoed. Equally thrilled, she had once been enlightened by ties regarding the celestial beings in the universe, and the Supreme Kai was of the same caliber as the God of Destruction. With such a divine entity as Gohan's mentor, he was certain to grow immensely powerful. However, before that, I believe it would be prudent to entrust Gohan to another individual for guidance. This might lead to even greater achievements in his future. Brother-in-law, who are you referring to? Bulma glanced over. Jine and Kiki also fixed their gaze intently on Lewis. Lewis chuckled, Piccolo. To be honest, despite my prolonged stay in the Dragon Ball universe, I have yet to encounter Piccolo. In the anime, Piccolo serves as Gohan's guardian, and their bond is profoundly deep. Gohan's eventual rise as the mightiest individual fighter is largely attributed to Piccolo's nurturing influence. Thus, it is evident that Piccolo holds great significance for Gohan. Oh! Kiki exclaimed in astonishment. Lewis, you are referring to King Piccolo, but I speak of Piccolo Jr. He is quite different from King Piccolo. Lewis shook his head and said, If you trust me, when Gohan reaches the age suitable for training, I shall entrust him to Piccolo for a year. Okay, replied Chi-Chi. At that moment, Son Goku and the others approached. Luis turned to Son Wukong. Have you all mastered the fusion technique? Indeed. Chapter 147, Vegeto. The movements of the fusion technique are rather ungraceful. Were it not for the immense power it bestows, Vegeta and the proud Saiyans, including Bardock, would never stoop to learn such awkward motions. However, Son Wukong, in his naive exuberance, remained unfazed. He was genuinely eager to once again experience the sensation of fusion, as it would allow him to spar with Luis. Chi-Chi approached Son Wukong and anxiously said, Wukong, Luis mentioned that he would entrust Gohan to Piccolo for a year. Do you think that? Before she could finish her thought, Son Wukong placed his hands gently on Chi-Chi's shoulders, gazing at her tenderly. I have faith in Luis. He must have his reasons for this. Do not worry, I will watch over Gohan from the shadows. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Lewis cast a glance at Kiki, the corners of his lips slightly curling up, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. If this were Kiki from an anime, how could she possibly entrust her son to Piccolo? It seems that the impact of Tai's brainwashing continues to escalate. Lewis playfully teased little Gohan, then lifted his gaze towards Goku and the others. Since you have all mastered the fusion technique, why not give it a try? Bulma and Chi-Chi also left the dining table, eager to witness this so-called fusion. Kakarot, and I will go first. Vegeta stepped forward, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Bardock exchanged a glance with Vegeta, and they both sighed simultaneously, realizing that they had been preempted. Do not fret, there will be opportunities for everyone. Come. Let us proceed to that vacant area over there. Lewis smiled at Bardock and, holding Gohan in his arms, moved with Bulma and the others to a distant clearing. Soon, Goku and the others arrived at the open space. Lord Raditz, is what Lord Lewis has been speaking of truly a fusion that can unite two individuals? Gracie and Raditz followed closely, having been on Earth for half a day, yet they could not comprehend the conversations of Lewis and the others. The Saiyan race was primarily aware that Bojack and his 5 companions had been vanquished by Goku and Vegeta. However, the intricate details of that battle remained a mystery to them, leaving few Saiyans knowledgeable about the concept of fusion. You ask me, but who shall I inquire? Raditz stood behind Bardock, gazing intently at Goku and his companion in the clearing. His tone was grave as he remarked, "Though I am uncertain if the fusion technique can indeed merge two beings, I am certain that Lewis would never jest. Moreover, I possess a profound intuition that from this day forth, our Saiyan race shall undergo a transformation." At that moment, Goku and his companion were poised and ready. "Let us commence." Lewis embraced little Gohan and called out to Sun Wukong, who stood in the open space ahead. The moment his words echoed, the entire Bowsy Mountain fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense. Bulma quickly leaned against Lewis, finding solace only in her brother-in-law's presence, while Chi-Chi nestled in the embrace of Jine. In response, Bardock promptly positioned himself before Jine. Then, in unison, Sun Wukong and Vegeta bent their knees, raising their hands to shoulder height, rising onto their toes, shuffling with awkward steps. The movements were exceptionally clumsy, yet Vegeta suppressed his humiliation, completing the final gesture as their 2 index fingers met. Fusion. A dazzling white light flashed, momentarily eclipsing the world around them. Remarkably, there was no error. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Lewis felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing the plump figure of Gogeta. However, a dazzling brilliance erupted around Goku and his companion, prompting him to swiftly turn away while cradling little Gohan, as the others shielded their eyes from the blinding light that was too intense to behold. A resounding boom echoed through the heavens and earth, accompanied by a tumultuous roar of wind. An overwhelming force erupted, scattering the clouds across the vast expanse of the sky. In the celestial realm, the demon Bobo lay at the edge, his round eyes fixated on the direction of the Bowsy Mountain. Gogeta had emerged from the fusion of Goku and another Saiyan. Both Goku and Vegeta possessed remarkable talents. And now, utilizing the fusion technique from planet Metamor, their combined strength had reached the first level of Divine Realm. Bobo praised, if they transform into Super Saiyan 3, they will surely ascend to the pinnacle of the second level of Divine Realm, just as before. Quite remarkable. It seems the current universe of the Omni King is quite fascinating. The demon counted on his fingers, muttering, 1 Lewis, 1 Goku, 1 Broly, and Goku's son. They are all Saiyans, rising from the ground. The demon's grape-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Bobo furrowed his brow, acknowledging the truth of the matter. At Bowsy Mountain, the epicenter of the blinding light unleashed a terrifying force, akin to the descent of a deity. Bardock, King Vegeta, Raditz, and Gracie all felt this power, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This is incredibly terrifying. King Vegeta, did you see? Lewis' fusion technique truly allows 2 individuals to merge. See what? It's too dazzling. Can you even see? As the blinding radiance gradually subsided, a figure slowly materialized before everyone. A vibrant array of colors shimmered around Gogeta, who donned a black vest and white trousers. His captivating gaze and the confident smile at the corner of his mouth rendered Bulma and Chi-Chi utterly entranced. He is so handsome. My husband is so handsome. No way. He is my husband. My husband mine. Bulma and Chi-Chi began to bicker, while Bardock and King Vegeta gaped in astonishment, utterly stunned. It truly is possible to fuse. This is incredible. The Saiyan race is destined to soar. At that moment, Gogeta proclaimed, Lewis, let us duel. The force emanating from Gogeta erupted explosively as he vanished from the ground, transforming into a streak of golden light rushing towards Lewis. During his flight, Gogeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his power surging to the pinnacle of the second level of Divine Realm. A force identical to that of Vegito in Super Saiyan 3 form. It is said that Gogeta represents the amalgamation of 2 individuals' powers, while Vegito embodies the multiplication of their strengths. However, I often feel that their powers are comparable, so let us consider them equally formidable. Upon merging, I feel invincible. Yet, I have stated that I shall no longer decline your challenges. Are you prepared to face the consequences? Lewis cradled little Gohan in his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing this, Chi-Chi promptly ceased her quarrel with Bulma, her maternal instincts compelling her to protect her son. There is no need for concern. Everything will be fine. After all, Lewis is a candidate for the god of destruction, Bardock remarked, shaking his head at Chi-Chi. Previously, when Lewis transformed into Super Saiyan 3, the overwhelming aura he exuded quelled any thoughts of resistance within him. Just as Bardock finished speaking, the scene before them caused everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment. In Chapter 148, Transforming You into Deities, Lewis effortlessly held little Gohan with one hand as he instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Unlike Vegeta, Lewis wielded his power with remarkable control, exhibiting none of the typical ferocity. This was perhaps due to the elevation of his bloodline, transcending even Super Saiyan 4. Lewis relied solely on brute strength. Raising his index finger, the power of the fourth layer of the divine realm surged into his finger, embodying the essence of a god of destruction. As Lewis advanced ever so slightly, the radiant golden light that had approached him abruptly vanished. In that moment, Gogeta, suspended in midair, wore a look of utter astonishment as he beheld Lewis, who held little Gohan in one arm, his pupils filled with disbelief. Gogeta began to speak. But before he could finish, a brilliant white light emanated from him, causing Goku and Vegeta to instantaneously separate from their fused state. They had been utterly overwhelmed. Every onlooker widened their eyes in shock. The once boisterous Bowsy Mountain fell into an eerie silence, a stillness akin to death itself. The immense power that Gogeta had just unleashed, seemingly so formidable, was unable to withstand even a mere fingertip from Lewis. How feeble! This must be a ruse. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta lay on the grass, both having succumbed to unconsciousness. Lewis returned to his normal state, a situation he had anticipated. The power of the fourth layer of the divine realm is fundamentally incomparable to that of the second layer, at levels beyond the divine realm. Each tier represents a stark contrast. A master of the second layer can easily overpower 10 masters of the first layer. The higher the level, the more pronounced the disparity. In terms of sheer strength, Lewis is still no match for Beerus, the strongest destroyer, whose power at the fifth layer of the divine realm is not to be trifled with. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that Gogeta was overwhelmed. Ultimately, at this juncture, Goku and Vegeta remained too weak. After all, Gohan had just been born, and the power Goku and Vegeta possess now is largely due to Lewis's intervention. Otherwise, Vegeta might have had a mere battle power of 18,000 at this time. Ignoring the two on the ground, Lewis turned to Bardock and King Vegeta. Come. You two should also attempt fusion. Bardock and King Vegeta remained motionless. Bardock, King Vegeta, why don't you give fusion a try? Seeing their lack of response, Lewis furrowed his brow. All right, we will give it a shot. Bardock and King Vegeta snapped back to attention and hurried to an open area, apprehensive about a potential strike from Lewis. Amid the eager gazes of the onlookers, Bardock and King Vegeta began their fusion movements. Soon, a brilliant white light flashed. Indeed, if Goku and Vegeta can fuse, so can their fathers. Raditz remarked, well, I'll take my leave, as a white light enveloped the scene, revealing a fusion warrior clad in the distinctive attire of the Metamorphs. The warrior formed from Bardock and King Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to Gogeta, save for a tuft of beard characteristic of King Vegeta. He was handsome, yet not entirely so. To be candid, this fusion warrior appeared somewhat quaint. Chilai's lips twitched slightly. Her husband was undeniably handsome, yet the fusion resulted in this visage. Blame it on King Vegeta. Chi-Chi covered her mouth, stifling laughter. For this was the warrior born of Goku's father, and she must maintain an air of respect. Raditz, the rebellious one, could not contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. With Lewis as her protector, Bulma also felt emboldened against Bardock and King Vegeta, laughing uncontrollably. The newly fused warrior refrained from expressing discontent towards Bulma, but shot a cold glance at Raditz, who quickly covered his mouth. What is your name? Lewis, cradling little Gohan, asked while suppressing his amusement. I am neither Bardock nor King Vegeta. I am Vegeta. Vegeta intended to declare himself as the one destined to defeat Lewis, but realizing the identity of the man before him, he hastily closed his mouth. Lewis wore a face of deep concern as he discerned the underlying intent behind Vegeta's words. Was this catchphrase not originally associated with Gogeta? Did every warrior who emerged from the metamorph fusion technique inevitably adopt such expressions? Furthermore, It appeared that each warrior born from this technique exhibited an air of arrogance and superiority. While their pride might be excessive, their power was undeniably impressive. Lewis regarded Vegeta and nodded in acknowledgement. Bardock and King Vegeta possessed a mere combat power of 5 to 6 million in their normal states. However, upon fusion, Vegeta's base power surged to an astounding 60 million. When comparing him to Gogeta, the disparity was glaring. One possessed the formidable strength of a first-tier god, while the other merely reached 60 million in combat power. Such comparisons were utterly futile. Indeed, not every Saiyan is destined to be the protagonist. It seems you all succeeded in fusion on your first attempt, suggesting that you have mastered the technique. Holding little Gohan, Luis glanced at Vegeta and then at Goku lying on the ground. He felt a tinge of regret upon not witnessing their transformations into either portly or slender forms. One day, you shall impart the fusion technique to our kin. With this ability, our Saiyan lineage shall undoubtedly grow more formidable. Indeed, Vegeta exclaimed with great enthusiasm. With the fusion technique, it will be nearly impossible for our Saiyan race to remain stagnant. As the thought of cosmic domination flickered in Vegeta's mind, he swiftly extinguished it. To seek to conquer the universe would entail severing ties with the Galactic Patrol, a directive bestowed by Beerus himself. Better to tread carefully and steadfastly uphold the protection of the universe. Lewis was entirely oblivious to what Vegeta was contemplating. He chuckled, "Do not be so agitated. What I have brought back extends far beyond this." A chorus of astonishment arose from the crowd, particularly from Raditz and Gracie, who had already been awestruck by the fusion technique. Could there truly be something even more astonishing than that? At this moment, the two individuals who had been unconscious on the ground began to stir awake. "What are you discussing?" Sun Wukong inquired, still feeling somewhat dazed as he rubbed his head. Vegeta, holding his own head, gazed at everyone. "Did I not mention upon my arrival that I have brought you not only the fusion technique but also the means to become deities?" Raditz, filled with intrigue, questioned, "Lewis, what exactly is a deity?" Gracie furrowed her brow and asked, "Master Lewis, do you mean that becoming deities would make us like you?" The group trembled with anticipation. If Lewis could indeed transform them into deities akin to himself, then, is this true, Lewis? Brother-in-law, can I also become a deity like you? Master Lewis, if it is within your power, please ensure Raditz experiences the essence of divinity as well. The crowd erupted with excitement, their enthusiasm palpable. Lewis held little Gohan in his arms, his lips twitching uncontrollably. What is this nonsense? Does he truly believe he can casually elevate someone to the status of a deity? Lewis was at a loss for words, referring to the deity as the Super Saiyan God. Nonetheless, it does not truly qualify as a genuine divinity. The Super Saiyan God possesses an aura reminiscent of the divine, yet lacks the corresponding celestial dimension and the longevity akin to true deities. It can only be regarded as a pseudo-divinity. I can only elevate the Saiyans to divine status. As for Bulma, do not harbor any illusions. Lewis cast a glance at Bulma. Am I not capable, brother-in-law? You Saiyans are truly insufferable. Bulma pouted, her expression adorably endearing. Lewis chuckled, realizing that not only had Kiki transformed from her anime counterpart, but Bulma had also undergone a remarkable change. Indeed, ever since Tai's returned, the deep-seated concerns that had burdened Bulma's heart had finally been laid to rest, rendering her more cheerful than ever, particularly with the presence of her formidable brother-in-law, Lewis, who would dare to provoke her. At this moment, Bulma, still devoid of Trunks, retained a delightful innocence. However, as Vegeta observed Bulma pouting, an unsettling tightness gripped his heart, for he knew all too well that whenever Bulma was agitated, he would be the one to suffer. Vegeta winked at Bulma, as if to convey a silent plea for her to show him some grace in public, suggesting that if she wished to scold him, she might do so in private. Bulma seemed to comprehend Vegeta's expression, huffily pouting her lips in response. Goku, noticing Vegeta's gesture, broke into a grin, only to retract slightly under the icy glare of Kiki beside him. This was still due to her resentment over his previous agreement with Lewis. The divine essence was imperceptible to mortals, a fact that you should all be well aware of. Luis cradled little Gohan in his arms, took 2 steps into the open space, and turned back to gaze at Sun Wukong and the other Saiyans, saying, I now possess a means to enable you to sense it for yourselves and ultimately acquire it. Lewis cast another glance at Raditz and Gracie. These two, along with Son Goku, Vegeta, Bardock, and King Vegeta, comprised a total of 6 Saiyans. Just perfect. So, what shall we do? Son Goku inquired with palpable excitement. After 2 successful fusions and 2 sparring sessions with Lewis, both he and Vegeta found themselves in a passive position due to their inability to sense Lewis's energy. They believed that if they could detect the divine aura, they would not only withstand Lewis, but also avoid being outmatched so embarrassingly. Vegeta's face was alight with exhilaration. The fusion technique had proven that Lewis was not deceiving them. No, it should be said that Lewis had never misled the Saiyan race. Should they ascend to the status of deities, the Saiyan lineage would undoubtedly become the foremost race in the universe. We need 5 Saiyans with hearts of justice. And then we shall concentrate their righteous light onto another Saiyan, Lewis stated. The concepts of the heart of justice and the light of justice puzzled everyone. They had never encountered such notions before. Raditz and Gracie exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that the significance of their journey to Earth was this. The fusion technique from the planet Metamor could only sustain the fused state for half an hour, and excessive exertion would further diminish that time. Lewis stepped forward, returning the young Gohan to Chi-Chi and addressed the gathered crowd. Once Vegeta's fusion time concludes, let us first attempt to concentrate our strength within a single individual. The method to create the Super Saiyan God was something he had gleaned from the anime. However, Lewis himself found the concept of the light of justice somewhat elusive. Nevertheless, the existence of the Super Saiyan God was indisputable, for the prophetic fish had foretold the arrival of the Super Saiyan God. Alright, Goku and the others, suppressing their excitement, began to await Vegeta's separation. Soon enough, after half an hour had passed, a brilliant white light flashed, and Vegeta instantaneously divided into 2 individuals. Lewis spoke, "Let us begin." Vegeta and the others nodded, making their way to the center of the open space. "Allow me to go first. You all channel your power into me," Vegeta declared coldly. "What about me?" Goku exclaimed anxiously, eager to experience divine strength himself. "Kakarot, do not compete with me. I shall go first, and you will be next." "Fine, you win." Goku conceded with a resigned shake of his head. The others had no objections, and soon, under Lewis's guidance, they formed a circle around Vegeta, holding hands, 5 Saiyans united. "Commence the power infusion," Lewis instructed. As his words echoed, Bardock and the others began to channel their energy. A tremendous surge of energy erupted among the 6. And Lewis positioned himself in front of Bulma and the others for protection. "Brother." Bulma tugged at Lewis's sleeve. But upon noticing his unwavering gaze fixed on the 6, she swallowed her words. As the power surged, Vegeta's strength escalated dramatically. A golden aura erupted around him. Reminiscent of the scene in GT where Gohan and Pan bestowed energy upon Goku to achieve Super Saiyan 4. 10 million battle power. 20 million battle power. 100 million battle power. Vegeta's strength continued to soar, yet Lewis shook his head. There is no divine aura. This method of power infusion is incorrect. Luis gazed at the 6 individuals in the clearing and spoke. "All right, everyone, please cease your efforts." Sun Wukong and the others halted their infusion of energy. Vegeta turned his gaze towards Luis, perplexed. "What is the matter? Something is amiss." Luis replied. "How could that be? I distinctly sense the power within me growing stronger." "Vegeta, while your strength is undeniably increasing, can you perceive the divine aura emanating from me?" Upon hearing Luis's words, Sun Wukong and the others directed their attention towards Vegeta. With a grave expression, Vegeta shook his head. "I cannot sense it." "Luis." Vegeta hesitated, as if about to speak. "Please, do not speak yet. Allow me to ponder." On the lawn, Luis cradled his chin in contemplation, questioning why this was not working. Chapter 150. The Light of Justice. As Luis pondered. In the celestial realm, Lord Chuanma questioned, "Can they truly enable a Saiyan to ascend to divinity?" Bobo gazed in shock towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. If Luis's method of creating deities holds any truth, the Saiyan race would become unstoppable. How could this be possible? Lord Chuanma, with arms crossed and a smile, remarked. If that were the case, who would still pursue dimensional training? However, Luis has never been incorrect. I never stated that Luis cannot create gods. Lord Chuanma emphasized the term deity with weight, his usual childish demeanor replaced by seriousness. To elevate dimensional training to a divine level requires not only extraordinary talent, but also an immense investment of time. While Luis has encountered beings of the highest potential, others may need millennia to transcend to the divine dimension, yet he requires only a few decades. Turning to Bobo, Lord Chuanma stated, "Every deity is a precious asset to their realm. Even the dark realm I have forged is no exception. The divine dimension cannot simply be fabricated. Luis's method may only yield a pseudo-deity. A pseudo-deity? Bobo blinked in surprise at Lord Chuanma's words. Indeed, Lord Chuanma nodded. One may possess the aura of a god, yet lack the divine dimension. Such an entity is merely a pseudo-deity. However, even a pseudo-deity is an extraordinary feat. Lord Chuanma continued to observe Luis below. He had never heard of any race achieving pseudo-divinity through the infusion of the light of justice. To call the method extraordinary would be an understatement. It was Luis who defied the odds, as well as the Saiyan race itself. Suddenly, Bobo frowned and remarked, Lord Chuanma, it seems that Luis and his companions are on the verge of failure. Failure is to be expected, for their method is fundamentally flawed, Lord Chuanma continued. The infusion of the light of justice is not executed in this manner. They are merely transmitting energy. The great demon, how should we proceed? Why are you so concerned about this? The great demon cast a glance at Bobo, who suddenly shuddered. I merely wish to ascertain whether Luis can create a pseudo-deity. Ha ha. The great demon laughed heartily, then turned to Bobo with a serious demeanor, stating, Bobo, you are my family. There is no need for you to be so anxious. The memories of the past are vivid. It was indeed Bobo who rescued him. Yes. Bobo felt warmth envelop his heart. The great demon reverted to his previous childishness, playfully exclaiming, the light of justice has no true connection to justice at all. Bobo's eyes widened, the calm expression of yesteryears vanishing entirely. The power of the Saiyans actually derives from a certain factor within them. The more of this factor that awakens, the stronger their potential becomes. The great demon glanced at Bobo and remarked, what you previously mentioned to that Vegeta about bloodline ascension is, in essence, quite similar. The great demon paused momentarily before continuing. Anger serves as the ignition for the Saiyans, enabling their potential to explode forth in the form of power. What Luis refers to as the light of justice likely involves channeling the power of the 5 Saiyan factors into one individual, allowing that recipient's potential to reach astonishing heights. Today has been rather busy. I still have 1,000 words left unwritten, which I shall complete tomorrow. Chapter 151. Vow to follow Lord Luis to the death. I have supplemented some content earlier Heavenly Realm. Ha ha ha, it seems this little rascal Luis has surmised my presence on Earth. Great demon, do you intend to meet him? Not yet. The time is not ripe for such a meeting. Given his uniqueness, he may indeed grasp my dark power. It would not be too late to see him then. Indeed. Steamed Bun Mountain. Luis gazed intently at the sky. After a while, Luis's expression grew increasingly grave, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's confusion. Sun Wukong inquired, Luis, what troubles you? He had met Luis on Earth while he was training in the other world, where Luis had unexpectedly appeared before him. It was only upon noticing Luis's tale that he realized, like Vegeta, Luis belonged to his kin, having known Luis for so long. Sun Wukong had never witnessed such a countenance on him before. Luis, is there yet another enemy emerging? Vegeta clenched his fists and interjected. It cannot possibly be a formidable opponent like Bojack again. King Vegeta and Raditz asked anxiously. Luis remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed upon the sky. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply. The dark realm of sorcery had been shattered by him, and he was certain that he had entered the sight of the entire magical community. Why would they allow him to go unchecked? I am perfectly fine. Luis found himself utterly perplexed. He shook his head and then looked at the assembly, tentatively inquiring. If I were to encounter trouble, would you lend me your assistance? Vegeta and Bardock exchanged a glance. After all, Luis was a candidate for the god of destruction. What kind of trouble could he possibly face? Moreover, the difficulties encountered by a prospective god of destruction were beyond the capabilities of Saiyans of their caliber to resolve. Ha ha. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Luis suddenly erupted into laughter, although his mirth was laced with derision. Luis never anticipated that his efforts to elevate the Saiyan race would lead to such a profound moment. Suddenly, Bardock knelt on one knee. His right fist clenched against his chest. It is thanks to you, Lord Luis, that we Saiyans stand here today. Were it not for your intervention, we would have likely been obliterated by Lord Beerus long ago. You took Kakarot and Vegeta to learn the Kaioken technique, and you also introduced them to instant transmission. Mr. Whis discreetly informed us that you have always been vigilant regarding our safety. Now, you have returned with the fusion technique and the means to attain divinity. Everything we Saiyans possess can be attributed to your generosity, Lord Luis. I, Bardock, pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. His voice resonated throughout the Bowsy Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lewis found the situation somewhat amusing, for despite his numerous contributions to the Saiyan race, Bardock and the others had chosen silence when they learned of his troubles. Was it out of fear that he might endanger the Saiyan lineage? Yet now Lewis exclaimed in astonishment, "Bardock, you Lord Lewis." Suddenly, King Vegeta knelt on one knee beside him, respectfully declaring, "I am the current leader of the Saiyan clan. Yet the prosperity of our people today is solely attributed to your efforts, Lewis. Had you not been the candidate for the God of Destruction, I would have willingly relinquished my position to you. Everything you have done is recognized and appreciated by us. In my heart, you are the guardian of the Saiyan race. You are the true king of the Saiyans. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, Lord Lewis." The final words of King Vegeta resonated powerfully as he and Bardock knelt before Lewis, a striking scene of two high-ranking Saiyans paying such homage, leaving a profound impact. "Lewis, anyone who dares to trouble you will first have to contend with me." Vegeta's gaze was icy, and although he did not kneel like Bardock, his expression conveyed a steadfast allegiance to Lewis. After all, Lewis was the target he had relentlessly pursued. Vegeta would not permit anyone to cause him distress. To hear such sentimental words from the proud Vegeta warmed Lewis's heart, prompting him to speak. Goku stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Lewis's shoulder, his eyes brimming with determination. Even in silence, Lewis grasped the depth of Goku's unspoken support. "You all." Luis cast a glance at Sun Wukong, rubbed his nose, and admitted that it would be disingenuous to say he was not moved. He then turned his attention to Bardock and King Vegeta, who were kneeling on one knee. "Rise," he urged. "We shall discuss other matters later. For now, let us focus on your ascension to Super Saiyan God." Bardock and King Vegeta stood up, their initial curiosity about the troubles Luis faced quickly overshadowed by the mention of the Super Saiyan God. "Luis, the deity you speak of is the Super Saiyan God?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Indeed." Lewis nodded and said, "All right, previously we spoke of the source of our Saiyan strength, which indeed originates from the sublimation of our bloodline. However, to achieve this sublimation, it is essential to activate certain factors. The more factors that are activated, the higher the sublimation of our bloodline can be. This factor is referred to as the S factor or S cells. The activation of these factors requires a specific condition. We Saiyans must live in an era of peace. This was destined the moment you escaped from Frieza and joined the Galactic Patrol. It was then that the rise of the Saiyan race became inevitable." On the grassy expanse, Lewis continued to speak. Vegeta and the others, upon hearing this, realized its truth. In the past, the might of the Saiyans barely exceeded a battle power of 10,000. But after joining the Galactic Patrol, their strength began to soar dramatically. No wonder we Saiyans experienced such a transformation. It turns out it was fated that we would rise. Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. "No." King Vegeta shook his head, gazing intently at Bardock. "This is all due to Lewis." At this revelation, a sudden tremor coursed through Vegeta. Indeed, it is all because of Lewis. He recalled witnessing everything from a corner of the palace. Originally, the God of Destruction intended to annihilate the Saiyan race. Yet thanks to Lewis, Beerus ultimately spared them. Bardock's eyes widened in disbelief. "Lewis, you." Lewis smiled and did not utter a word, continuing. "Becoming a Super Saiyan is, in fact, quite simple. It entails channeling the S-factor power from 5 Saiyans into a single individual." Lewis gazed at the crowd and slowly proclaimed, "Utilize the formidable power of your bloodlines to shatter the shackles binding mortals and deities." The concept of S-factor and bloodline strength remained elusive to Sun Wukong and his companions. However, their lack of understanding was inconsequential. They merely needed to follow my instructions. Lewis chuckled. "Now, gather around once more." In Chapter 152, the God of Super Saiyans. Under Lewis's guidance, Sun Wukong and his companions regained their composure and, hand in hand, formed a circle around Vegeta. "Close your eyes and allow your inner selves to find tranquility." Upon hearing Lewis's voice, the group gradually shut their eyes. The 6 individuals on the lawn remained motionless, enveloped in silence. The only sound by the stream was the gentle flow of water. Focus your attention on your spine and attune yourselves to that enigmatic power residing within. Lewis observed that the 6 individuals in the clearing had attained a state of tranquility, and he spoke softly. Luis's voice gradually penetrated the ears of the 6 members of the group, and they began to attune themselves to the power he spoke of. Avoid. With their eyes closed, the group furrowed their brows, for they did not sense the so-called mysterious force at the base of their spines. Stay calm. Our ancestral power lies within. Let us sense it slowly. The voice of Lewis resonated once more, gradually calming the restless hearts of the crowd. Half an hour had elapsed. The 6 Scions in the clearing remained utterly still, while Bulma and her companions tidied up the items on the dining table and made their way over. Just as Chi-Chi was about to speak, Lewis raised a finger, signaling for silence. The 6 individuals in the clearing suddenly furrowed their brows, sensing a mysterious force at their spines. A thunderous roar, akin to the cry of a mighty ape, seemed to emanate from their backs, sending a jolt through everyone's minds. Beside the clearing, Lewis observed the expressions on their faces and exclaimed with joy, "You sensed that force, didn't you?" "Yes. That mysterious power is our bloodline strength. You must channel it and then infuse it into Vegeta." Following Lewis's instructions, the group guided the energy and, with their hands, directed it towards Vegeta. "It has arrived." Lewis sensed an unusual aura and exclaimed with excitement. Bulma and Jine watched intently, anticipating the emergence of the Super Saiyan God from Vegeta. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi held young Gohan close, positioning herself behind Lewis to shield him from the potential surge of power that Vegeta might unleash. The Scions were notorious for causing widespread devastation with each breakthrough, a fact Chi-Chi was all too aware of. Buzz! The heavens trembled. Centered around Vegeta, the 6 were instantly enveloped by a golden aura. Goku, King Vegeta, and Bardock transformed into Super Saiyans in an instant. Remarkably, Raditz' hair began to flicker as he tapped into the resonance of their bloodline power, propelling himself into the Super Saiyan state. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! A tremendous force erupted from Raditz, his long hair transforming to a brilliant golden hue, reminiscent of the Super Saiyan 3 form. "Lewis, how did Raditz achieve Super Saiyan 3? Jine shouted with exhilaration. "My goodness, this guy in his Super Saiyan 1 form truly resembles Super Saiyan 3. Louise secretly scoffed, but nonetheless spoke up. "Raditz has not ascended to Super Saiyan 3. He remains at the level of Super Saiyan 1. The expression on Jine's face darkened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, her spirits lifted. "Even at Super Saiyan 1, that is still quite impressive. Pay attention, everyone." Luis unleashed a formidable force, ensuring the protection of Bulma and her companions, before turning his gaze towards the 6 individuals on the open ground. Suddenly, Vegeta ascended from the grass, an overwhelming aura erupting from him with the ferocity of a tempest. In an instant, a golden beam of light surged skyward, transforming the clouds above into a brilliant gold. Soon, under the influence of an unseen power, the golden clouds began to swirl in a counterclockwise motion. Concurrently, Goku, King Vegeta, Bardock, Raditz, and Gracie began to levitate. A misty aura erupted, enveloping the 6 in a soft blue glow. In a heartbeat, all energy signatures vanished, including the golden beam of light. Abruptly, a silver pillar of light arose at the center of the 6, spreading outward. At that moment, it seemed as if Vegeta's very soul was quaking. Furrowing his brow, Vegeta abruptly lifted his head. In an instant, his hair transformed to a fiery red, as the power of a mortal within him transformed into divine energy. Simultaneously, this immense divine aura radiated from Earth, reaching the underworld and penetrating the halls of the God of Destruction. Chapter 153. The Super Saiyan God is somewhat weak. Goku bore an unmistakable resemblance to the foretold Super Saiyan God. "It is him." The prophecy fish pointed excitedly at Goku on the screen, exclaiming, "He is the Super Saiyan God I foretold." "Who is that behind the red-haired Saiyan?" queried Beerus, gesturing towards Goku. "Yes." The prophecy fish swam a circle in its cup, then leaped from the water, thrilled to witness the arrival of its foretold individual. After all, Beerus had persistently mocked it, questioning the validity of its prophecy. The prophecy fish could hardly tolerate such insult. Prophecy was its forte, and now it could finally prove its foresight was not in vain. "Whis, let us depart." "Very well." Whis soared into the sky alongside Beerus, leaving the prophecy fish in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Ties emerged from the God of Destruction's palace, shouting, "Lord Beerus, Whis, it's time to eat." After a while, the prophecy fish returned to the God of Destruction's palace. Where are the prophecy fish and Whis? They went to find the Super Saiyan God. On Earth, in the heavenly realm. Wow. All the demons lay on the floor of the heavenly realm, gazing towards the direction of the Bun Mountain, their round, gleaming eyes filled with excitement. "Bobo, they truly have transformed into Super Saiyan gods." Bobo stood beside the Dark Lord, exclaiming, "Lewis is remarkably astute. I never anticipated he would discover the method the Dark Lord spoke of. However, the Saiyan race is indeed formidable. Bobo raised an eyebrow and gazed at the sky. Dark Lord, Beerus is approaching Earth. Do not concern yourself with that slender feline. Indeed, in the vicinity of Bowsy Mountain, above the clearing by the stream, Vegeta hovered motionless. Yet his radiant crimson aura painted the clouds in the sky a deep red. The divine energy permeated the atmosphere, rendering Bowsy Mountain akin to a sacred realm. It's done, Vegeta exclaimed, reverting to his normal state, filled with exhilaration. Goku widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What an overwhelming presence! I cannot sense Vegeta's energy at all." Bardock quickly turned and asked, "Lewis, is this what you referred to as the Super Saiyan God? How peculiar." Lewis did not respond to the inquiries of the crowd. Instead, he remained fixated on the sky, gazing at Vegeta. Why does he possess only the power of the first layer of the realm of the gods? Luis was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that it would require the combined bloodline power of 6 Saiyans for Vegeta to transcend to the first level of the divine realm. This was even inferior to the strength of Vegeto, the fusion of Goku, and another warrior. How could this be? While Luis was lost in thought, a crimson figure suddenly materialized before him, clenched its fist, and struck towards his face. Lewis was still contemplating the power of the Super Saiyan God when an instinctive silver radiance began to emanate from him, perfectly at ease in the realm of ultimate intent. His body moved in harmony with his thoughts. Luis deftly evaded Vegeta's assault and ascended into the sky. Observing that Luis had successfully dodged his attack, Vegeta pursued him with fervor, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each punch and kick executed with remarkable speed and precision, reminiscent of a tempest sweeping through the heavens, leaving afterimages scattered across the sky. In the face of Vegeta's relentless onslaught, Luis retreated strategically, his chin resting leisurely on one hand, deep in contemplation. "Damn it! I can sense your divine aura. Yet why can I not strike you?" Vegeta seethed with rage, believing that his previous defeat during their sparring was due to his inability to detect Luis's divine presence. Little did he know, that was far from the truth. As he watched Luis deftly evade his attacks, Vegeta would have been convinced of Luis's earnestness in this spar, had it not been for the contemplative expression etched on Luis's face. After finally sensing the divine aura, Vegeta realized that throughout their exchanges, Luis had never unleashed his full power. He had merely toyed with them. "Luis, I curse you." A wave of humiliation washed over him as Vegeta's chest heaved with fury, the first layer of his divine power erupting violently. He transformed into a colossal crimson dragon, barreling towards Luis. The sky trembled violently, determined to land a hit on Luis, who appeared lost in thought. Vegeta was taken aback when Luis lifted his gaze and smiled gently. "Enough of this nonsense." Luis raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of destructive energy. As Vegeta rushed towards him, the sight of the energy made his pupils constrict in alarm. "Gah!" Vegeta abruptly halted in midair. Enough of this folly, he thought. The proud Vegeta quickly bowed and nodded in submission. A true warrior knows when to yield. Even the act of bending in such a manner before a candidate for the god of destruction was not beneath him. He decided to retreat. Lewis cast a glance at the ancient figure, ceasing his jest. He retracted his destructive energy and descended towards the ground. Luis has presumably grasped why Vegeta's Super Saiyan God possesses only the strength of the first tier of Divine Realm. It is due to the S-Factor power. The creation of a Super Saiyan God necessitates the infusion of S-Factor power by 5 Saiyans, which is essentially a manifestation of their bloodline strength. However, this method resembles the infusion of Chi. It does not inherently belong to Vegeta's own S-Factor power, and once depleted, it vanishes. This stands in stark contrast to the fusion warriors like Gogeta, who represent an entirely new entity. A fusion warrior amalgamates the talents, potential, and powers of both individuals, resulting in abilities that are distinctly their own. Even if the fusion involves only 2 individuals, Gogeta's strength far surpasses that of a Super Saiyan God. Moreover, Gogeta is the fusion of the 2 main protagonists of Dragon Ball, making the comparison to an ordinary Super Saiyan God utterly unfounded. As Lewis and his companion descended, a throng of onlookers surged forward. "Vegeta, how do you feel? Can you sense the divine aura? How much stronger are you compared to Gogeta?" In response to their inquiries, Vegeta, with a haughty expression, elucidated his current state. Indeed, he had attained the form of a Super Saiyan God, possessing a strength that was slightly inferior to that of Gogeta. Upon hearing this, Bardock and the others were taken aback. realizing that the combined might of 6 individuals paled in comparison to the power of just 2 fused beings. Lewis had to explain to everyone, and only then did they understand the reason. Although the power of the Super Saiyan God was nearly on par with that of Gogeta, the ability to sense divine energy was something that fusion warriors could not compare to. With gains come losses. King Vegeta and the others were quite excited. With the fusion technique and the method to create Super Saiyan gods, it would be difficult for the Saiyan race to remain grounded. Chapter 154. Dr. Gero. Today was indeed a day filled with good fortune. Raditz could now transform into a Super Saiyan. Bardock suddenly remembered that his eldest son was also capable of transformation. Son Wukong laughed heartily. Brother, your Super Saiyan 1 form truly resembles the Super Saiyan 3 form. Vegeta patted Raditz on the shoulder. Raditz, his subordinate, could now also transform into a Super Saiyan, which brought him great satisfaction. Well, my hairstyle is like this. There's nothing I can do about it. Raditz awkwardly chuckled in response to the teasing. Laughter erupted among the crowd. At that moment, Lewis looked at everyone and said, "All right. Since you all will have more opportunities to transform into Super Saiyan gods in the future, let us focus on elevating the Saiyan race. Vegeta, take your father back, and then share the fusion technique and the method to create Super Saiyan gods with your kin." Yes, Vegeta nodded. Earlier, Lewis had mentioned that he was encountering difficulties and inquired if they would assist him. It was evident that Lewis was indeed facing challenges, which prompted his question. The current state of the Saiyan race was largely due to Lewis. He could be regarded as another king among them. If Lewis requested help, Vegeta would undoubtedly rally his people to support him wholeheartedly. This was also the sentiment held deep within King Vegeta's heart. He would not hesitate to risk the annihilation of his race. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Vegeta departed from Earth with King Vegeta, Raditz, Gracie, Bardock, and Jine. Only Lewis, Bulma, and Sun Wukong remained at the Capsule Corporation. Sun Wukong gazed up at the sky, sighing, "Chi-Chi, they have returned." Chi-Chi, holding little Gohan, felt a twinge of reluctance. "Yes, during this time I was pregnant with Gohan, and it was my parents who took care of me." Lewis glanced at the small Gohan cradled in Kiki's arms and expressed his desire to depart, as his sister, Tais, awaited his return to the realm of destruction to conceive a child. "Brother-in-law, since Vegeta is leaving as well, why not take me to the realm of destruction for a bit of fun?" Bulma eagerly implored. "Lewis, I shall return to procreate, while you venture to disrupt the divine realm. How can I possibly create amidst such chaos? I must also bring destruction to planets. Where would I find the time to attend to you?" Lewis shook his head, then recalled something, gazing at Sun Wukong with a smile. "Kakarot, you must diligently train. Otherwise, when the god of war of the Saiyan race returns, I fear you may not be able to withstand it." He was naturally referring to Broly, Sun Wukong, Bardock. And the future Son Goten would surely evoke great excitement in Broly upon seeing this family trio. Sun Wukong wore a puzzled expression. Just as he was about to inquire, Lewis suddenly looked up at the sky. How did they arrive? Did they sense Vegeta's divine energy? "Brother-in-law, who is here?" "Lord Beerus." "That thin cat." As Bulma's words fell, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the clearing. Beerus glared at Bulma and retorted, "You are the thin cat, your entire family is." He intended to curse Bulma's family, but upon glancing at Lewis beside him, he thought better of it. Beerus slowly approached Goku, scrutinizing him from head to toe, muttering, "This fellow does not seem to be my formidable adversary." Upon hearing this, Lewis immediately understood the reason for Beerus's arrival on Earth. He was here in search of his opponent. Beerus poked Goku's chest with his finger and casually said, "Transform into that Super Saiyan god for me to see." Goku smiled wryly, replying, "Lord Beerus, transforming into a Super Saiyan god requires 6 Saiyans. I cannot do it alone." With the inability to transform, Beerus's gaze turned icy, and the temperature around them plummeted rapidly. Luis approached, wrapping his arms around Beerus's neck, and whispered softly in his ear, "Lord Beerus, it would be wise to know when to retreat. Do not wait until the moment arrives when there are no steps left to descend." Despite Beerus's fierce expression, Luis was acutely aware of the significance that Goku and Vegeta held in Beerus's eyes. In the hierarchy of the universe, divine ranks are not included in the average human index, thus the standing of the universe relies heavily on the prowess of its elite fighters. Goku and Vegeta are the pride of Universe 7, and Luis understood that Beerus had always been attentive to their exploits. Beerus retorted, "Could you not show me a shred of respect? I am merely trying to prevent you from creating a tense atmosphere. You are clearly undermining my authority." Infuriated by Luis's antics, Beerus retracted his menacing aura. Unbeknownst to them, their hushed exchange had reached Goku's ears, leaving him utterly speechless. This god of destruction is quite the character. Now what is this about the Super Saiyan god? Beerus pushed Luis aside, fixing his gaze upon him. Whis also turned his attention to the conversation. Luis originally intended to return and wreak havoc in the divine realm before providing an explanation. However, since Beerus and his companions had already arrived on Earth, he decided to disclose everything. Upon hearing the entire story, Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment. The Saiyan race could summon a false deity with merely 6 of their kind, though imbued with the aura of divinity. It lacked the essence of a true divine dimension and could be mass-produced. Moreover, with the addition of the fusion technique, you Saiyans, Beerus stammered, pointing at Luis in disbelief. Luis chuckled, "What is wrong with us Saiyans?" Beerus took a deep breath, then exclaimed with excitement, "Goodness gracious, we have struck it rich. Luis, Whis, Sun Wukong, Bulma, Chi-Chi, little Gohan. Now my 7th universe is truly soaring, soaring, soaring." On the lawn, Beerus is writhing as if possessed, performing that repulsive little dance. Here we go again. Luis and Vis felt a shiver run down their spines, for they distinctly recalled that Beerus had previously engaged in this very dance. A circumstance that had arisen after Luis had slain Ketla. And now, here it was again. How infuriating. Luis dragged Whis away, leaving Beerus alone on the lawn, performing a rather repulsive little dance. Realizing too late, Beerus gazed at the sky and shouted, "Hey, I haven't boarded yet." He quickly pursued them. In a cave on the southern islands of Earth, a gaunt old man dressed in a jacket and wearing a black hat emblazoned with the letter contemplated. "The power is overwhelming. How could Son Goku become so formidable? I must hasten to create my ultimate weapon." Dr. Gero glanced at the sleep chambers marked 17 and 18, then shook his head. He resumed his operations at the supercomputer. Chapter 155, I am finally going to be a father. In the cosmic expanse, 2 figures spiraled through the void, while a purple cat swiftly approached from the distance. Beerus, fuming, exclaimed, "Luis, Whis, you two are utterly despicable. I haven't even boarded yet." Luis chuckled, remarking, "Who could blame Lord Beerus for being so repugnant? Besides, isn't it true that both Whis and I have been waiting for you? Otherwise, we would have long since allowed you to return to the realm of destruction alone." Whis stifled a laugh. After all, when he and Luis departed from the realm of destruction, they had left Beerus behind, compelling him to make the solitary journey from the realm of destruction to Earth. "Humph, at least you possess a semblance of conscience," Beerus acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. He then declared, "Let us proceed. We shall return to the realm of destruction, where a delightful surprise awaits you." The surprise he referred to, of course, was the fact that Ties was expecting a child, a revelation that Luis remained blissfully unaware of. "What sort of surprise?" Luis inquired. "You shall discover it upon your return," Beerus replied enigmatically. Luis shook his head, preparing to employ instant teleportation to return with Beerus to the realm of destruction. Indeed. As Luis circled amidst the starry sky, he turned to face Beerus and the others. "You two shall no longer visit Earth." The atmosphere in the cosmos suddenly grew tense. A jolt of unease coursed through Beerus. What was amiss? He exchanged a glance with Whis, who inquired, "Is something wrong?" "Whis, did you not previously assert that the Sinzabines possessed by Kakarot were a privilege exclusive to the former Grand Minister?" "Indeed," Whis nodded. A foreboding sensation washed over Beerus, and a flash of insight pierced through his mind as he instinctively exclaimed, "Luis, are you implying that the Dark Sorcerer is on Earth?" Luis raised an eyebrow, surprised that Beerus had thought of such a thing. However, he certainly did not wish for Zamasu to be on Earth, for the planet harbored the family of Ties and also Goku's kin. Who knew what chaos Zamasu might unleash on Earth? Meanwhile, Whis also came to a realization, stating with great certainty, "Previously, I was only aware of the identity of the former Grand Priest. I had no knowledge of the one he served. Now that I have uncovered all the secrets, it is clear that since the former Grand Priest is on Earth, Lord Zamasu must also be present there. I now have a perplexing question. Luis has just visited Earth, so why did Lord Zamasu not take action against him? After all, Luis was the one who obliterated the world he had created. This was the source of Whis's confusion, and indeed, it was also a point of perplexity for Luis. Luis vanquished all the formidable beings of the Dark Demon Realm, shattering it to pieces. Upon his arrival on Earth, surprisingly, the entire demon populace refrained from attacking him. I cannot fathom the reason behind this. Yet even if all demons sought to strike against me, they would be incapable of extinguishing my life, at most. They could merely seal me away. Lewis gazed at Weiss and remarked, "You and I are fundamentally different. It would be best if you refrain from traveling to Earth." "Lord Beerus, Lewis's conjecture is indeed accurate," Weiss responded gravely. "The Dark Demon Realm stands as an adversary to our entire universe. It is prudent that we avoid Earth." "Damn it." Beerus clenched his fists, unleashing a destructive aura that shattered the surrounding cosmos. The thought of not going to Earth implied that he would be deprived of the delectable treats it offered. How infuriating. Nevertheless, when weighed against his own life, he resolved to forego any culinary delights Earth might possess. "Weiss, how many instant noodles do we have left?" "We have 300 million barrels of instant noodles." "Only 300 million barrels? That seems rather scant. However, this supply should suffice for several years. We can address the matter once we have consumed them." "Indeed." Weiss nodded seriously. Upon hearing this, Lewis was rendered speechless. 300 million barrels of instant noodles? When did these two amass such a quantity? Why was I unaware of this? "Lord Beerus, you should return to the God of Destruction realm with Lewis. I must inform my father about this situation." Weiss gestured dismissively. Just as he was about to depart, he turned back to Lewis with utmost seriousness and declared, "Lewis, congratulations. You are to become a father." With that, Weiss waved his staff, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the vastness of space. "I am to be a father." Lewis gazed at the spot where Weiss had vanished, momentarily taken aback, but soon a surge of joy coursed through him. Gripping Beerus's shoulders tightly, he shook him fervently, exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, Ties has arrived." Beerus, dazed from the vigorous shaking, quickly responded, "Ties is still waiting for you. We must hasten our departure from this sector of the cosmos." Could this truly be the surprise Weiss had mentioned? Indeed, it was a genuine delight. Louise grasped Beerus and, with a swift use of instant transmission, departed from that place, to the realm of the gods of destruction. Ties lay languidly on a sun chair by the lakeside, gently caressing her abdomen, her eyes shimmering with maternal radiance. After Louise emerged from the room, Weiss approached her with the delightful news that she was with child. Such news was indeed a monumental surprise. Hadn't Louise mentioned he was going to instruct Kakarot and the others on fusion? Why was he taking so long? A faint smile played upon Ty's lips as she pondered the expression Louise would wear upon learning of her pregnancy. Suddenly, a rustle by the lakeside interrupted her thoughts. "Sister Ty?" In an instant, Lewis appeared beside Ty's, gently lifting her from the chair as they embraced tightly. Beerus, who had been brought back, declared, "If I am to leave, then so be it," with a haughty huff, before departing gracefully from the lakeside. Little did he know, the couple, Lewis and Ties, did not cast a glance in his direction. Lewis chuckled, "Sister Ty, see, am I not remarkable? Did you not express your desire for children? Look, I hit the mark with a single shot. You little rascal, how dare you speak such words?" Ty blushed deeply as he held her in his embrace. "Am I not merely following your example, Sister Ty? You have always been vocal about wanting to have children." Louise let out a hearty laugh. Enveloped by an overwhelming sense of happiness, it was truly delightful. "You mustn't say such things." Ties, blushing with embarrassment, was mortified by her earlier utterance of such audacious words. At that moment, her delicate face resembled a ripe apple, and she swiftly reached out to cover Louise's mouth, fearing he would utter more of those audacious remarks. Ha! Lewis had his mouth covered, yet he couldn't suppress his laughter, for he was genuinely overjoyed. He was finally to become a father. Ty's small face nestled in Lewis's embrace. Listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, today marked the pinnacle of her happiness. Chapter 156, Bringing Back Broly with Ty expecting a child. Lewis had no intention of leaving the realm of destruction. He would remain by her side. As for the task of annihilating planets, Lewis entrusted that responsibility back to Beerus. Although Beerus was reluctant, having relied on Lewis's assistance for over 2 decades, he complied promptly upon witnessing Ty's threatening gaze, especially since she wielded the allure of delectable treats as a form of persuasion, which he could hardly resist. With the planet destruction duties handed back to Beerus, Weiss returned from the Grand Priest's domain. The very first thing Weiss did upon his return was to check on Ty, inquiring if she felt any discomfort. Touched by Weiss's concern, Ty assured him that she felt perfectly well. In fact, she felt confident enough to assert that even if Frieza were resurrected before her, she could defeat him effortlessly. Beerus and Weiss merely smiled, refraining from undermining Ty's confidence, as they sought to avoid any emotional upheaval during her pregnancy. Once Ty was sufficiently reassured, Lewis turned his attention to Weiss, inquiring about his well-being. What Lewis referred to was, of course, the Grand Priest's perspective on the entirety of the demon realm on Earth. Lewis disclosed everything that the Grand Priest had communicated to him. The Grand Priest advised him and Beerus to act as though they were oblivious to the demon's presence on Earth, essentially permitting them to proceed with their duties undisturbed. Both Beerus and Lewis were utterly astounded. After all, they were dealing with the demons, who stood in opposition to the Omni King's universe. Why would the Grand Priest utter such words? Shouldn't this situation alarm the Omni King, prompting him to take action and unleash a cataclysmic world war? Lewis felt that his intellect was somewhat lacking, yet he sensed an underlying disquiet. The High Priest's indifferent demeanor towards him only added to his unease. What hidden truths lay beneath this situation? It was perplexing to the extent that even Lewis struggled to comprehend it. Ultimately, Lewis and his companions decided to set aside their speculations, believing that the truth would eventually reveal itself. In the ensuing days, Lewis devoted himself to the destruction of the divine realm alongside Ties. Meanwhile, Beerus instructed Lewis to accompany him on a mission to obliterate planets. The rapid advancement of the seventh universe was paramount, and Beerus did not wish for any substandard planets to impede its progress. The remarkable evolution of the seventh universe was intrinsically linked to the ascent of the Saiyan race. Their rise was substantially attributed to the fusion technique and the methodology for creating Super Saiyan gods. The fusion technique was brought back by Lewis from the planet Metamor, and he himself had also discovered the method for creating Super Saiyan gods. Over the past 2 decades, the Saiyan population had surged from a mere 2,000 to 10,000. Both the fusion technique and the method for creating Super Saiyan gods were disseminated by Vegeta among the Saiyan populace. In a short span, every Saiyan mastered these 2 formidable skills, allowing pairs to fuse. Presently, even the weakest Saiyans boasted battle powers exceeding 400,000. While they had yet to transform into Super Saiyans, their ability to fuse meant that the resulting warriors surpassed 20 million in battle power, with each fusion warrior capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. This transformation amplified their power 50-fold, resulting in each fusion warrior possessing at least 1 billion in battle power. Moreover, every 6 Saiyans could produce 1 Super Saiyan god. The aura of a Super Saiyan god was divine, imperceptible to mortals, without confrontation. No one could gauge its true strength. However, during sparring matches, Vegeta found that these Super Saiyan gods were inferior to the fusion warriors, indicating that their strength did not exceed 1 billion in battle power. This disparity was stark when compared to his own transformation into a Super Saiyan god. Such a situation was not unusual, for not every Saiyan was destined to be a protagonist. Vegeta harbored some dissatisfaction with the battle power of the Super Saiyan gods within his clan, though it was undeniably impressive in comparison to the former Saiyans. Furthermore, in combat scenarios, Super Saiyan gods held an advantage over fusion warriors due to their undetectable aura, often leading to their triumph in internal sparring matches. With the emergence of fusion warriors and Super Saiyan gods, the Saiyan race had truly risen to prominence. With the Old Kai overseeing the 7th universe, its rankings soared remarkably, ascending from the lower echelons to an impressive 3rd place. Both Beerus and the Old Kai were left speechless upon witnessing this transformation. Indeed, the Saiyan lineage proved to be the harbingers of prosperity for the 7th universe. Should the Omni King ever contemplate erasing a universe again, it certainly would not be the 7th universe that faced such a fate. Thus, 6 months passed. During this time, Tize's pregnancy became increasingly pronounced, while Lewis remained by her side in the God of Destruction realm. The emotional fluctuations of expectant mothers are often unpredictable. Noticing Tize's discontent, Lewis made a trip to Earth to bring Bulma along to keep her company. As anticipated, despite previous encounters, the Demon King refrained from taking action when Lewis returned to the God of Destruction realm with Bulma in tow. Though Lewis felt a sense of unease, it was perhaps for the best that the Demon King did not take action against him. Today, 6 months later, by the lakeside of the ruinous realm, Tize, with her prominent belly, gazed at Lewis as he prepared to depart. Bulma, equally perplexed, inquired, "Brother-in-law, why aren't you staying with my sister? Where are you headed?" Luis approached Tize, planting a gentle kiss upon her pristine forehead, then tenderly placed his hand upon her burgeoning belly. "Did I not mention to you 6 months ago that I would take Broly to the planet Metamor for spiritual rejuvenation? The time has come for me to bring him back. Then hasten your journey and return swiftly," Tize responded, at last recalling the matter of Broly. Only Bulma appeared utterly perplexed, having no knowledge of who Broly was. "Rest assured, I shall return shortly." Lewis chuckled softly. then utilized teleportation to depart from the realm of destruction. On the planet Metamor, under a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds and surrounded by vast oceans and lush forests, the environment of this world bears a striking resemblance to Earth. In front of an ancient mystical monument located at the heart of the Metamor continent, a robust figure sat before the stone tablet, his eyes slowly opening. A grass-green giant ape gradually faded from his gaze. At last, I have finally mastered the art of mental rebirth. The individual in question was none other than Broly, whom Lewis had brought here. Beside him, a Metamorian named Sharp exclaimed with a smile, "Congratulations, Mr. Broly, on mastering mental rebirth." "Thank you, Elder Sharp, for your care over the past 6 months," Broly replied earnestly. At this moment, Broly had learned to communicate and understood some of the nuances of human interaction. "Our world of Metamor warmly welcomes every lover of peace, especially since you were brought here by the esteemed candidate for the role of Destroyer. There is no need for formality." Just as Sharp finished speaking, a figure appeared with a whoosh. Lewis. Chapter 157. I will take you to confront Kakarot. The monument forest was located on a small island, completely surrounded by the ocean. Lewis materialized here, glancing at the two individuals beside him, and remarked with a smile, "Broly, Elder Sharp, it has been a while." Sharp respectfully responded, "It is an honor to meet you, esteemed candidate for the role of Destroyer." Lewis nodded at Sharp, directing his gaze towards Broly, who sat before the mystical stone tablet. "So, have you managed to master your tempestuous emotions?" Half a year prior, he and the old Supreme Kai had brought Broly to this place. Besides learning the fusion technique, another objective was to uncover a method for Broly's spiritual cultivation. Indeed, the planet of Metamor is truly the sacred ground of martial arts in the 7th universe, where Lewis discovered a technique known as spiritual nirvana. Once mastered, and when complemented with the spirit fruit, Broly's mental acuity could be significantly enhanced. The stronger his mental prowess, the more adept he would become at controlling his violent emotions. Thus, Broly would be able to maintain his composure even in a state of rage. "Yes, I am now able to control my emotions." Broly stood up from the ground, scratching his head with a silly grin. "That's wonderful." Lewis reached out and poked Broly's robust chest. The muscles were remarkably rigid, harboring an extraordinarily ferocious energy within. This hulking figure had indeed grown over the past 6 months. "Elder Sharp, I shall take Broly with me. Should you encounter any trouble, simply call for Whis, and I shall rush to your aid without delay." Although Lewis is merely a candidate for the God of Destruction, he is not like the ruffian Beerus. He is genuinely grateful to those who have assisted him. "Thank you, esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction," Sharp exclaimed, filled with excitement. This is indeed a promise from a candidate for the God of Destruction. With Lewis's commitment, the planet Metamor can now rest easy. As Lewis and the others prepared to depart, Sharp hurriedly approached and said, "Esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction." While Broly has managed to control his rage, the power within him continues to surge. If he ceases his training in mental nirvana, he remains at risk of losing control. To avoid unnecessary troubles, please ensure that Broly continues his training in mental nirvana. "Broly, did you hear that?" Lewis glanced at Broly. Broly, the legendary Saiyan, possessed an innate potential that allowed his strength to continuously grow, even in the absence of training. However, as his power increased, if Broly's mental fortitude did not keep pace, he could easily spiral out of control. "Thank you, Elder Sharp. I shall diligently pursue the path of mental rebirth," Broly affirmed, his tone filled with gratitude. After bidding farewell to Elder Sharp of the planet Metamor, Lewis departed with Broly. Elder Sharp watched as Lewis vanished, murmuring to himself, "With the return of the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction, it seems that the 7th universe is destined for resurgence once more." Lewis departed from the planet Metamor with Broly, choosing neither to return to the realm of the gods of destruction nor to journey to Earth, and certainly not to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Lewis arrived outside a verdant planet with Broly. "Let us take a look," he said. Lewis proceeded to unseal the planet. Broly, with a countenance filled with complexity, transformed into a radiant beam of light and soared into the depths of the planet. Lewis awaited just outside the planet. Before long, Broly emerged from within, his demeanor dejected. "What transpired?" "He still seeks to manipulate me. He commanded me to eliminate you, then return to planet Vegeta to slay King Vegeta, thereby allowing him to dominate the Saiyan race. Will you blame me for having sealed your father on this planet?" Lewis gazed intently at Broly. "Lewis, you rescued both my father and me from planet Wampa, and guided me to planet Metamor to learn the art of spiritual transcendence. Elder Sharp is an admirable individual. During these past 6 months, he has imparted to me the wisdom of spiritual enlightenment, and I have gleaned much from him. Broly turned to Lewis and shook his head. I am no longer the person I once was. I have come to discern right from wrong, and I shall not hold you accountable. Moreover, this planet is quite conducive for human existence. My father has thrived here, and allowing him to remain is indeed the prudent choice. Upon hearing this, Lewis sighed in relief, not out of fear of Broly. In the realm of anime, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly were his 3 most cherished characters. He truly wished to avoid enmity with this formidable giant. At that moment, Broly smiled. Furthermore, I recall you mentioning taking me to confront Kakarot. I have eagerly anticipated that for quite some time. Luis's lips quivered slightly. Kakarot, Bardock. Let us indulge in a bit of mischief. Come, I shall escort you to meet Kakarot. He shall undoubtedly take an interest in you as well. Lewis burst into laughter, and with Broly, he employed instant transmission to depart from that place. Upon arriving on Earth, at the foot of Mount Paozu, they materialized before the doorstep of Son Goku's home with a swift whoosh. Luis cast a glance towards the heavens, pondering whether the forces of magic had yet to strike against him. Amidst his bewilderment, Broly, brimming with martial fervor, strode into the room, declaring, Luis, do you not see that Kakarot is right here? Yet, the space was desolate, devoid of any presence. Lewis paid no heed to the affairs of the full magic. He strode in, furrowing his brow, and inquired, where have you been? At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated from another direction of Bowsy Mountain. Boom. Luis and Broly exchanged a glance. Let us go. In an instant, the two vanished without a trace. On the other side of Bowsy Mountain, Piccolo shouted, will you agree to my terms? If you refuse, I shall continue to strike you. Curse be you, Son Goku. You are intolerably arrogant. Piccolo struggled to rise from the deep pit, his attire tattered and his appearance disheveled. Son Goku descended from the sky, landing beside Piccolo. I merely asked you to watch over Gohan for a year. You have nothing better to do, right? I curse you. Piccolo's temples throbbed with rage, his chest rising and falling in furious heaves. Die! Piccolo sprang from the ground, gathering a sphere of energy in his hand, and hurled it fiercely at Son Goku. Save your strength. You cannot defeat me. Son Goku chuckled, clenched his fist, and forcefully grasped the incoming energy sphere. With a resounding explosion, the energy orb was instantly crushed, transforming into countless sparkling stars that dissipated into the void. Piccolo was consumed with fury, unable to fathom how Son Goku had grown so powerful. Just as he contemplated resistance, 2 figures suddenly soared through the sky, appearing beside Son Goku in the next moment. Upon landing, Broly immediately recognized that familiar face. Kakarot. Kakarot. Chapter 158, Broly vs. Son Goku. Boom. A surge of unrestrained emotion erupted within Broly's mind, yet through sheer mental fortitude, he swiftly mastered his raging feelings. While his fury was tamed, his hair transformed into a vibrant shade of green, the legendary Super Saiyan form. Now, under the influence of this unleashed fury, his battle power skyrocketed to unimaginable levels, 500 million, 1 billion, 50 billion. The forest surrounding Bowsy Mountain was instantaneously obliterated by the immense power unleashed by Broly. Lewis observed Broly regaining control over his emotions and nodded in acknowledgement, yet he found himself at a loss for words at the actions of this imposing figure. Goodness. He arrived and immediately reduced Goku's home to rubble. Lewis hurriedly employed the temporal rules, restoring the surrounding forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Wukong had already flown to Chi-Chi's side, safeguarding both her and little Gohan. As for Piccolo, he had long been swept away by the overwhelming gust of energy. Broly managed to rein in his emotions, his power stabilizing at an astounding 50 billion battle strength. Kakarot, I shall deliver a sound thrashing upon you. Broly radiated a vibrant green glow, vanishing from his position as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Lewis, who is he? Sun Wukong bellowed, shielding Chi-Chi behind him. Broly loomed like a monstrous entity, his oppressive presence overwhelming. Just let him have a go at you. I shall ensure the safety of Chi-Chi and little Gohan. Unbeknownst to them, Lewis appeared beside Sun Wukong, taking little Gohan from Chi-Chi's arms. Seeing Lewis cradle Gohan, Sun Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Damn it. The moment this green-haired beast appeared, he declared his intent to thrash him, truly believing him to be a pushover. As Broly charged forth, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, an immense power erupting forth as his hair transformed into a golden hue. Super Saiyan at full power. His strength surged from 75 million battle power to an astonishing 75 billion. Sun Wukong became a streak of golden light, colliding with the onrushing Broly. Why resist when you could simply let him have his way? What a sin, what a sin. Lewis covered little Gohan's eyes to prevent him from being frightened. Indeed, within mere moments, a horrifying scream pierced the air, echoing throughout the entirety of Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong plummeted from the sky, crashing down and creating a deep crater upon impact. Goku. On Lewis's side, Kiki was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. She wished to rush over. Kiki. Do not worry, Broly will not act recklessly. Luis held on to Kiki and continued, Kakarot has not fought in a long time. He is in dire need of this battle. Kiki gazed at Luis with skepticism and asked, is that truly the case? Luis nodded. It had been over a year since the battle with Bojack, and during this time, Sun Wukong had scarcely engaged in combat aside from his daily training. This was not to say that he had not fought at all. 6 months prior, he had sparred with Vegeta while merging through the fusion technique of Metamor. However, that encounter had ended swiftly, with Vegito being defeated in an instant, rendering it hardly a true contest. This time, Lewis did not intend for Broly to merely bully Sun Wukong. Rather, he sought to apply pressure on him. Perhaps this would serve as an opportunity for Sun Wukong to transcend into Super Saiyan 2. After all, it had been several years since he first transformed into a Super Saiyan, and it stood to reason that the bloodline within him had evolved sufficiently for him to achieve Super Saiyan 2. With Lewis's reassurance, Chi-Chi felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had risen from the deep pit. After consuming his Senzu Bean, his injuries healed instantaneously. As he gazed at Broly descending from above, he inquired with a serious tone, who exactly are you? I am one of my kin, Broly replied. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, noting the tail around Broly's waist. Soon thereafter, he observed the color of Broly's hair and questioned, what is the nature of your transformation? Is this a Super Saiyan state? Why is your hair green? Broly landed on the ground, remaining silent in response to Sun Wukong's queries. He regarded Sun Wukong, who had seemingly recovered, with a hint of confusion. After I pummeled you, how is it that you are unscathed? Sun Wukong's lips twitched slightly. Upon realizing that Broly was of his own lineage, he felt a sense of relief. Initially, he had feared that Broly might be an enemy akin to Bojack. Strangely enough, I found great joy in striking you, Broly admitted, his eyes gleaming. However, Lewis advised me not to go too far, so I refrained from continuing my assault after landing a few blows. But now, you appear to be perfectly fine, and I could certainly deliver another round. Broly grinned, his entire being enveloped in a verdant glow as he approached Sun Wukong, an overwhelming force radiating from him. Sun Wukong felt as though he were being hunted by a ferocious beast. An unparalleled sense of pressure sent shivers down his spine. What manner of creature is this? Amidst his astonishment, Sun Wukong also felt a surge of excitement. It was truly exhilarating to battle someone of this caliber. Having engaged in a brief skirmish, he was acutely aware of the vast gulf separating him from Broly's might, which was far beyond his own capabilities. In light of this, let me test my technique. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. He did not transform into his full-power Super Saiyan form, remaining instead in his base state. Sun Wukong relaxed his body, and soon an ethereal aura began to emanate from him, rendering his movements fluid and agile. In the distance, Lewis sensed something unexpected. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong was on the verge of breaking through to the realm of mastery. As Broly beheld Goku's state, he was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Goku made his move. He swiftly shifted, appearing beside Broly, who instantly snapped back to reality and unleashed a punch towards Goku. Boom. The very fabric of space trembled. However, Broly's fist passed right through Goku. An illusion. Big guy, I'm right here, came the voice from behind Broly, as Goku delivered a powerful side kick that conjured a ferocious gale. Chapter 159. Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 2, gritting his teeth. Goku harnessed the force of the impact to propel himself away, twisting his body to execute a full 360-degree spin before launching another kick. Yet, at that moment, Broly was on the move. A massive hand reached out towards Goku's right leg. Fortunately, Goku's instinctual reflexes enabled him to evade Broly's grasp. Channeling all his strength into his right leg, Goku struck fiercely at the nape of Broly's neck. Bang! A powerful shockwave erupted from the collision, radiating outward from the two combatants. The winds howled, and the forest, which Lewis had just begun to recover, faced devastation once more. However, Broly remained utterly unmoved. In the distance, Chi-Chi covered her mouth in disbelief, pondering this astonishing scene. Aside from Lewis, Goku could be regarded as the mightiest Saiyan of his race. Who then? Is this unfamiliar Saiyan capable of withstanding Goku's onslaught twice? Luis cradled little Gohan in his arms, gazing intently at the battle unfolding before them. He remarked with a hint of detachment, Kakarot is on the brink of reaching the state of Ultra Instinct. In this form, while his reflexes are remarkably swift, Broly may find it difficult to contend with him for the moment. However, Kakarot lacks the amplification of Super Saiyan power. His current strength is rather feeble. With his present capabilities, he stands no chance against Broly. It is akin to the scenario in the Super anime, where Goku, upon entering the Ultra Instinct state, was still overwhelmed by Jiren due to his insufficient power. What shall we do? Chi-Chi expressed her deep concern. Unless Vegeta arrives and merges with Kakarot, Gogeta should be able to defeat Broly. Lewis teased the little Gohan in his arms, then lifted his gaze forward. Of course, I did not bring Broly here for Vegeta to defeat him, but to see if Kakarot can thus transcend into Super Saiyan 2. Boom. Ahead, Broly unleashed a formidable power, sending Goku flying, all the while shouting Kakarot as he pursued him. A silver and a green beam. The two lights chased each other across the sky, colliding at times, with the resulting ferocious energy crackling in the air. In that moment, the mountains and rivers were shattered, countless trees were uprooted and swept into the sky, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. Faced with a powerhouse like Broly, Goku's blood surged with excitement. He was acutely aware of his advantages, utilizing his agile movements and quick reflexes. He engaged in a guerrilla warfare against Broly. In the legendary Super Saiyan state, Broly possessed immense strength, boasting a power level of 50 billion. Yet he found himself outmaneuvered by Goku's tactics. Goku grew increasingly exhilarated, believing that if he continued this way, he would surely wear Broly down. However, unbeknownst to him, the legendary Super Saiyan was a warrior born for battle. Broly's capacity for learning and adaptation was terrifying. He swiftly acclimated to Goku's fighting style and began to respond effectively. Kamehameha. In the sky, Goku unleashed a wave of energy towards Broly. Boom. Broly was struck, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Under the cover of the smoke, Goku swiftly twisted his body and appeared behind Broly in the next moment. He intended to employ the same tactic, hit Broly, and escape. But Kakarot. Broly's head twisted at an uncanny angle, his furious gaze fixed upon Goku. How is that possible? Goku gasped, startled. This was the same opponent he had been evading effortlessly. How could he have reacted this time? Goku attempted to create distance, but it was too late. Broly's fist struck his abdomen. Puff! The overwhelming force penetrated his body, causing Goku to double over and violently spit out blood. Hop hop Kakarot. Now it's my turn. Broly chuckled foolishly, raising his fist the size of a sandbag, and struck Goku once more. The weight of Broly's punch was akin to that of a mountain. When it impacted Goku's back, he was propelled like a cannonball towards the ground. Boom! The earth shattered, revealing a deep pit with a diameter of over 100 meters. In the distance, Lewis exclaimed, "Truly, Broly is remarkable. He adapted to Kakarot's fighting style so swiftly, and now Kakarot is in for a rough time." In the depths of a chasm, Sun Wukong had partaken of the mystical fairy beans. Undeterred by adversity, he ascended once more into the heavens, entangled in a celestial dance with Broly. However, Broly's reaction speed was nothing short of terrifying. With a single punch, he taught Sun Wukong the meaning of humility. Alas, as Lewis had forewarned, Sun Wukong's forthcoming tribulations were exceedingly grave. Each blow landed with brutal precision. In the sky, Sun Wukong found himself mercilessly overpowered. Even as he relinquished his ethereal state to revert to his full-powered Super Saiyan form, it proved futile. He remained no match for Broly. In no time at all, his limbs were fractured, and his internal organs sustained grave injuries. The severity of Sun Wukong's wounds escalated rapidly. Had it not been for Lewis's prior admonition to Broly to exercise restraint, Sun Wukong might have faced utter annihilation. Wukong. In the distance, Chi-Chi cried out anxiously, yearning to rush to his aid, but Lewis restrained her. "Do not go. Kakarot seems poised to break through." "What?" Chi-Chi turned to Lewis, who had consistently asserted that he had brought this formidable creature to facilitate Sun Wukong's ascendance. Could it be that her Wukong was truly on the brink of a breakthrough? Luis nodded, acknowledging that the Saiyan race thrived in an era of peace. As time progressed, the S-factor within them would be increasingly activated. The quantity of the S-factor determined the extent of the Saiyan bloodline's ascension. Goku's bloodline ascension was undoubtedly sufficient to sustain his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Through Luis's observations, he noted that Goku's power was becoming erratic, surging dramatically one moment and then abruptly halting the next. This was undoubtedly a rhythm indicative of impending breakthrough. However, it seemed as though something was amiss, for Goku had yet to achieve that breakthrough, and under Broly's relentless assault, Goku's injuries were becoming increasingly severe. If he did not seize this opportunity to transcend, Goku could find himself waiting an indeterminate time for the next chance. Luis was acutely aware of this, and he transmitted a message to Broly. Take it easy, don't accidentally kill Kakarot. Ahead, Broly, who was relentlessly pummeling Son Goku, cast a glance in this direction and obediently moderated his intensity, significantly lessening the force of his blows. After a while, despite unleashing a deluge akin to an entire Pacific Ocean, Son Goku remained unable to break through. This simply wouldn't do. At this rate, Goku would never achieve his transformation. Upon witnessing this, Luis soared into the air while cradling little Gohan, exclaiming, "Kakarot, have you seen little Gohan? You are his father, and he has witnessed your pitiful state. Is this truly the example you wish to set for him?" Chapter 160. Do not strike the face. As soon as Luis's words fell, Son Wukong, enduring excruciating pain, abruptly broke free from Broly's relentless assault. He cast a fleeting glance at the small Gohan in Luis's grasp, then turned his gaze toward Broly, who was enveloped in a menacing green aura. Though Son Wukong's limbs were fractured, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a magical bean, swiftly placing it in his mouth. Despite the agony coursing through him, he exhibited no sign of emotional turmoil. At that moment, Son Wukong was unervingly composed. The atmospheric pressure shifted dramatically. Crackling sounds filled the air as stray ions, drawn by an inexplicable force, began to coalesce, dancing fervently around Son Wukong. It was complete. On Luis's side, when he observed the arc of electricity materializing beside Son Wukong, he realized that it was accomplished. Little Gohan, you are truly remarkable. Luis gently kissed the tender, fair face of little Gohan, and then he gracefully descended to the ground. Chi-Chi hurriedly inquired, "Luis, is Goku about to achieve a breakthrough?" "Indeed." Luis nodded, his tone shifting. "However, do not harbor any illusions about Kakarot. Even if he were to surpass his limits, he could never contend with Broly. Broly has mastered his rage, and the power he currently exhibits is but a fraction of his true strength. 6 months ago, during my battle with Broly, he entered an extreme rage state, nearing the first tier of divine power. Presently, Son Goku possesses a combat power of merely 75 million. Even upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, which amplifies his strength 100-fold, he would only reach a maximum of 7.5 billion. What chance does 7.5 billion have against Broly? In the sky ahead, Son Goku had consumed a Senzu bean, healing all his injuries. Broly sensed that Goku was undergoing a breakthrough and, recognizing the moment, refrained from taking advantage of his vulnerability. For it was far more exhilarating to confront a stronger Kakarot. Goku clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead as an overwhelming power surged forth. Boom. The world around him dimmed. His hair stood on end, save for 2 strands framing his face. Crackle. Countless arcs of electricity danced around him, his gaze chillingly fierce. Super Saiyan 2. His power soared to 7.5 billion. In that instant, Goku's aura enveloped the entire Earth. In the heavenly temple. Wow. Son Goku is incredible. Indeed. It's a pity he still cannot defeat Broly. Yes, indeed. Amidst the wreckage of Bun Mountain, Goku had achieved Super Saiyan 2. This power. He reveled in the overwhelming strength coursing through him. Once more, Goku's expression was icy as he vanished from the sky, reappearing before Broly in the next moment, delivering a punch to Broly's abdomen. Bang! Broly stood unyielding. Another punch landed squarely on Broly's face. Still, he remained unmoved. Kakarot, it seems your power is still insufficient. Broly chuckled, stroking his grass-green hair. How is that possible? Goku was taken aback. He had ascended to Super Saiyan 2, yet could not budge this behemoth. You. Just as Goku began to speak, Broly raised his fist once more. That enormous fist again. Don't hit my face. Ah! Chapter 161. Bringing Broly back to the Saiyan clan. Don't be angry. I shall restore Bun Mountain at once. Luis cast a glance at Broly above, shaking his head with a smile. Initially infuriated, Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback by Luis's words. What does it mean to restore Bowsy Mountain? She wondered. With one hand cradling young Gohan, and the other raised skyward. Luis declared, "Rewind." A silvery radiance swept across the former location of Baozi Mountain. A miracle unfolded. Fragments of stone began to reassemble into the mountain, while Goku's silhouette emerged from the gaping pit, and Piccolo also surfaced from the debris. Baozi Mountain was restored to its pristine state. Luisio, witnessing this spectacle, Chi-Chi was left speechless, her mind racing to comprehend the nature of this extraordinary phenomenon. Luis disregarded Kiki, intercepting the airborne Sun Wukong. With a mere gesture, a colossal claw formed from the violet aura enveloping him, seizing Broly from the sky. Enough of this commotion, Luis declared, as he cradled young Gohan and brought Kiki back to the ground. Kiki gazed at Luis's retreating figure, contemplating whether to inquire about something. However, upon catching sight of her husband's pig-headed visage, she hurried to Sun Wukong's side, gently caressing his face with concern. "Wukong, are you all right?" she asked, her heart aching. "I'm fine," Sun Wukong insisted, his speech faltering through his pig-like features. "I'm perfectly fine. You've turned into a pig-headed creature. Hurry and eat a Senzu bean," Kiki urged. "It's just a minor injury, no need for Senzu beans," he replied dismissively. "Minor injury? You can barely articulate," Kiki retorted, both exasperated and amused. Eventually, after Kiki's gentle admonishment, Sun Wukong relented and consumed a Senzu bean. Instantly, the pig-headed appearance vanished, and his internal wounds healed completely. At that moment, Luis approached, with Broly following closely behind. Luis pointed to Broly and said with a smile, "Kakarot, allow me to introduce you to the god of the Saiyan race I mentioned to you earlier." Suddenly, a flash of realization struck Goku's mind. He recalled that half a year ago, when Luis had finished teaching them the fusion technique and the method to become a Super Saiyan god, he had remarked before leaving, "You must train diligently, for when the god of the Saiyan race returns, you might find it overwhelming." "It is him," Goku exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and anxiously inquired, "Luis, the god you spoke of before is Broly, right?" "Indeed." Luis smiled and nodded. Sun Wukong swallowed hard, turning to fix his gaze intently on Broly. In their recent confrontation, he had witnessed the extent of Broly's power, which could only be described as monstrous. In terms of strength, regardless of how much his own might escalated, Broly could effortlessly keep pace with him. As for skill and reflexes, he had entered a state of ethereal clarity, akin to the nascent form of freedom, allowing him to toy with Broly initially. Yet, it was not long before Broly adapted and was able to launch counterattacks. The pace of Broly's growth was astonishing. It seemed as though he existed solely for the purpose of battle. Sun Wukong shook his head with a wry smile, remarking on why one would refer to him as the warrior god of the Saiyan race. Indeed, Broly was formidable, but throughout the cosmos, there were numerous beings of comparable strength, if not greater, than Broly. Luis patted Sun Wukong's shoulder and said, "This is the essence of recognizing that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Acknowledging one's own shortcomings is the first step towards relentless self-improvement and cultivation." Luis speaks nothing but the truth. At this juncture, Sun Wukong and his companions lack sufficient strength. Even Broly and Gogeta are rather feeble entities within the vast cosmos. Setting aside the potential bosses, each universe's candidate destroyer possesses power that aligns with the second tier of divine realms. Sun Wukong and his allies can barely reach that level unless they merge or if Broly enters his ultimate berserker state. They require additional means to attain the second tier of divine power, making the prospect of battling other universes' candidate destroyers quite daunting. Let us not forget that these candidates are capable of wielding destructive energy. Destructive energy transcends the realm of Ki. It is a matter of fundamental rules. To challenge such rules with mere mortal strength, one must possess at least the third tier of divine power. Sun Wukong and his allies are, indeed, insufficiently powerful at present. Upon hearing Luis's words, Sun Wukong felt a sudden jolt of realization. There are many formidable beings, potentially even stronger than Broly. At that moment, Luis turned to Broly beside him. "How do you feel?" "Awesome." Broly, having reverted to his usual state, surprisingly comprehended Luis's words. Luis was expressing how exhilarating it felt to confront Sun Wukong. Undoubtedly, it was a delightful experience. Upon witnessing Broly's joyful expression, Luis burst into laughter, proclaiming, "You shall experience even greater joy in the future. One Kakarot is hardly sufficient. There are also Bardock and Goten to consider." The Sun Wukong family remarked, "Luis, you truly are something else." Luis then turned to the dazed Sun Wukong and inquired about Kakarot and Vegeta. Luis's recent words left Sun Wukong's heart in turmoil. And after regaining his composure, he remarked, For the past 6 months, Vegeta has been stationed at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, returning only occasionally. He should still be there now. If that is the case, I shall first escort Broly back to the Saiyan clan and take the opportunity to observe how our kin have fared. Would you care to join me? However, returning Broly was merely a part of Lewis's intentions. He also needed Vegeta to transform into Super Saiyan 2. After all, being the perennial second, Lewis was skeptical that Vegeta could ever surpass Sun Wukong. In an effort to expedite the growth of these two, he found himself playing the roles of both father and mother. To oblivion with it, I am weary. I still need to deal with Piccolo and ensure he trains young Gohan for a full year. You all go ahead. I shall remain behind, Sun Wukong replied. Shaking his head, Lewis nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He returned little Gohan to Chi-Chi and departed with Broly. As he observed the pair vanish from sight, Son Goku exhaled a sigh. Chi-Chi, holding little Gohan, inquired, Goku, what's the matter? Nothing. I just suddenly feel so weak. No, in my eyes, you are the strongest. Chi-Chi gazed at little Gohan in her arms and huffed. That Broly is utterly detestable. Don't worry, once little Gohan grows up, you two will team up to take him down. Ha ha, sounds good. Son Goku's spirits lifted, and he soared towards the forest. Piccolo, how about you help me look after little Gohan for a year? Son Goku, who were those two just now? They're my kin. But I'm asking you, will you help me take care of little Gohan? If you refuse, I'll keep beating you. How infuriating. You're forcing my hand, aren't you? Fine. I will help you raise him, and I shall cultivate him to be your rival. At that time, you and your son will be enemies. Ha 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 ha. On Earth. In the South Island, within a cave. Once again, that astonishing power surged forth. Damn it. Why is that wretched Son Goku so formidable? Soon. My ultimate weapon will be unleashed. Son Goku, just wait. I will ensure your demise. Chapter 162. Meeting Mel's at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The planet bustled with life, teeming with extraterrestrials from various worlds, all present to post mission requests. Have you heard? That Naba can transform into a Super Saiyan now. You mean the bald guy, Naba? Shoo, are you seeking death? That's a Super Saiyan we're talking about. Oh my. But honestly, Naba's transformation is quite humorous. How so? When others transform into Super Saiyans, their hair is resplendent gold and incredibly handsome, but Naba's head is completely bald, as if he is sporting a giant light bulb. The only thing that changes is his eyebrows turning golden. Ha! At that moment, two figures traversed through the crowd. Naba can transform now? Interesting. Lewis chuckled inwardly as he made his way towards the Galactic Patrol building with Broly. Upon entering the building, a gentle voice suddenly reached his ears. Lewis, I'm on the rooftop. Mel's. Lewis paused momentarily, pondering the reason for Mel's summons. Broly, stay here and wait for me. I shan't be long. Without waiting for Broly's response, Lewis vanished into the hall. On the rooftop of the Galactic Patrol building, a slender figure stood, clad in the uniform of the Galactic Patrol, gazing up at the profound starry sky. Lewis, do you know what I have been doing all these years? Protecting the universe. Lewis appeared beside Mers, speaking softly. Mers turned his head and smiled, saying, Indeed, unlike my brother and the others, I believe that angels are also human, integral members of the universe. Why must we, as angels, adhere rigidly to the rules of neutrality? Mers gazed up at the profound starry sky, his tone filled with wonder. The cosmos is truly enchanting. My dream is to protect it. Yet, malevolence perpetually taints it. Over the years, I have been responsible for 104 star domains, and I have witnessed an overwhelming amount of wickedness. I have captured those evils and confined them within the galactic prison. However, this approach proves futile, as malevolence is ever present and inevitably breeds anew over time. Mers continued to speak while Lewis remained silent, merely listening. As Mers narrated his thoughts, Lewis noticed a resemblance between Mers and Thomas, both harboring a deep disdain for evil. However, a fundamental difference existed. Thomas perceived humanity as the root of all evil, while Mers sought merely to safeguard the universe, which is why he detested wickedness. Mers never claimed that in his quest to protect the cosmos, he aimed to eradicate evil entirely. His method of capturing malevolence was likely intertwined with his identity as an angel. Angels inherently possess a clarity regarding the duality of existence. While humanity can be the source of evil, it simultaneously embodies goodness. Only that which obstructs progress can be deemed evil. Take Frieza, for instance. He was indeed malevolent. Yet in his service to Beerus, he did not hinder the advancement of the universe, and thus could scarcely be labeled as evil. Frieza himself may not have epitomized wickedness, but the Scions of that era undoubtedly did. They defied Frieza's commands, wreaking havoc across the cosmos, engaging in plunder and destruction, committing every imaginable atrocity. They could be regarded as the most nefarious race in the Northern Galaxy. The actions of Vegeta and his companions prior to their invasion of Earth exemplify this truth. Lewis, your kind has changed, Mers remarked, turning to him. In our eyes as angels, Frieza scarcely qualifies as evil, yet the Scions of old were an entirely different story. I understand, Lewis replied. You are right. Having become a potential destroyer, you must grasp the universal laws. Mers chuckled, feeling quite cheerful. The Scions were once wicked, but times have indeed changed, especially since you brought back the fusion technique and the method for creating Super Saiyan God. The number of evildoers confined in my galactic prison has significantly decreased. Chapter 163, the confrontation with King Vegeta, the god of destruction, Beerus, was momentarily taken aback. While the power of the second tier of divine realm may seem trivial in the eyes of an angel on the mortal plane, Broly's strength undeniably positions him as a formidable warrior. To refer to Broly as the god of war of the Saiyan lineage is not an exaggeration. Congratulations. With this, your Saiyan race has become even more powerful. Haha, not too shabby. Lewis felt an immense pride in the evolution of the Saiyan race. Yet it was all due to his own interference. Suddenly, a ferocious aura permeated the Galactic Patrol Hall. It was the unmistakable presence of Broly. Lewis furrowed his brow slightly and said, I will head down first. Reach out to me if there is anything you need. As he observed Lewis's vanishing figure, Melis sighed and murmured, Indeed, the rise of the Scions has instilled fear in many malevolent individuals. The number of evildoers imprisoned in the galactic jail has decreased significantly. Yet many formidable foes remain incarcerated. The Saiyan clan must grow even stronger. In the Galactic Patrol Hall, two factions confronted each other. On one side stood Broly, and on the other, Bardock, Vegeta, and King Vegeta. Other cosmic beings lingered in the corners of the hall, watching the spectacle unfold. Who is this audacious individual daring to confront Prince Vegeta and his companions? Is he unaware that he faces Saiyans? After all, Vegeta and his allies possess the ability to transform into Super Saiyans. This young man is surely doomed. Not necessarily. What do you mean? Have you not noticed the tail at the young man's waist? He too is a Saiyan. Why does this Saiyan exhibit such a countenance before Prince Vegeta and his entourage? You ask me, who shall I inquire? We shall find out soon enough. The Galactic Patrol Hall spanned over 3,000 square meters. At its center, Broly's eyes glimmered with a verdant light, his emotions running high. Kakarot, did you not say you would not follow? What brings you here? Broly had recently exchanged blows with Son Goku, the sensation of each punch still etched in his mind. After having bested Goku once, he had become utterly captivated by the thrill of pummeling him. Now, upon seeing Goku again, his fists itched with anticipation. Across from him, Vegeta turned to Bardock and inquired, Why do you bear such a striking resemblance to Kakarot? Is it not likely that others will mistake you for him? Bardock's forehead creased with irritation. I am his father. Is it not normal for us to resemble one another? King Vegeta beside him chuckled softly. You resemble him so closely, it is almost uncanny. Kakarot, I am addressing you. Broly exclaimed, as Son Goku ignored him, his fists growing increasingly restless. Bardock glanced over and noted the brown tail wrapped around the young man's waist. His physique robust like that of a bull. Sensing the power emanating from his opponent, Bardock was alarmed. Who are you? Why do you possess a tail? And what is this overwhelming power you wield? Vegeta and King Vegeta also recognized this formidable strength. In their eyes, Broly appeared akin to a primordial giant ape, exuding an aura that was nothing short of terrifying. Bardock took a deep breath, exchanging a glance with his son Vegeta before stepping forward and frowning as he spoke. Who are you, and how do you know my son? Despite Broly's intimidating presence, they were not overly concerned, as they too could transform into Super Saiyans. What Bardock and the others were unaware of was that Broly possessed the ability to transform as well, and into the legendary Super Saiyan no less. Son. A brilliant flash of insight struck Broly's mind, and he blurted out, Kakarot is your son. You are Bardock. As Lewis led them through the Wampa Belt, he remarked, Next, I shall take you to confront Kakarot. If that fails, there's still Bardock and Goten awaiting you. Broly hastily inquired, You are Bardock, aren't you? And Goten, do you know him? Bardock pointed to himself, puzzled. He had never encountered Broly before. How could this individual recognize him? Furthermore, who was Goten? The name bore a resemblance to Goku's. Indeed, you are Bardock. Haha, it's no wonder Lewis made such a remark. You and Kakarot are truly identical. To strike one. No, to strike three at once would indeed be exhilarating. Broly licked his dry lips, cracking his knuckles, resembling a madman who had discovered a delightful new toy. You know Lewis? Bardock and the others momentarily overlooked the latter part of Broly's statement, their focus riveted on the mention of Lewis. Of course, he brought me back. Upon hearing this, Bardock and his companions exhaled in relief. Although they were not afraid of Broly, he still exuded a certain pressure. With a tail and an acquaintance in Lewis, he was likely not an adversary, yet they had never encountered this Saiyan before. As Bardock and the others pondered in confusion. With a swift motion, Lewis returned to the hall. Another unfamiliar Saiyan. Why were there so many unknown Saiyans today? But this newly appeared Saiyan had silver hair. Could it be that Saiyans can transform? Perhaps this was a new form. Indeed, you were quite astute. In the hall, Lewis's arrival captured the attention of the onlooking extraterrestrials, who began to murmur among themselves. Lewis, who is he? Is he one of our kin? Vegeta inquired, gazing at Lewis. Lewis approached and nodded. Indeed. He is the one I brought back. Come, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us relocate. With a grand gesture, Lewis enveloped Broly and Bardock in a shroud of spatial energy. The headquarters of the Galactic Patrol was left buzzing with discussions among the assembled extraterrestrial beings. In the depths of the pitch-black cosmos, 5 figures emerged, revealing themselves to be Lewis and his companions. Amidst the dark expanse of the universe, a yellow planet appeared, its surface marred by numerous craters, presenting an image of desolation save for the golden sands that adorned it. This was planet Wampa. The striking yellow hue of Wampa was unmistakable, and Broly recognized it instantly. With a gleeful grin, he inquired, Lewis, why have you brought me back here? I brought you here primarily so that King Vegeta could acknowledge his mistakes. Lewis turned his head to gaze at King Vegeta, his voice chillingly cold. King Vegeta, are you aware of the mistakes you made in the past? Luis's reaction startled Vegeta, who weakly replied, I have committed numerous mistakes in the past. Which one are you referring to? Luis. Bedak. Vegeta. Broly. Deliver him a beating, but be sure not to kill him. A twitch formed at the corner of Luis's mouth. This old fellow is rather infuriating. Very well. Broly cracked his knuckles. Lewis took him away from the Wampa Star, bestowed upon him the secret technique of mental rebirth, and even led him to confront Kakarot. His own father had never treated him with such kindness. Broly acknowledged Lewis's benevolence and vowed to heed his words. Now, as he braced himself for the impending battle, he cast a glance at King Vegeta. Chapter 164, The Ruthless Broly. Lewis's words left King Vegeta and his companions somewhat perplexed, particularly King Vegeta himself, who had indeed committed numerous grave errors in the past. For instance, he had allowed the Saiyan race to follow Frieza and, out of fear of threats to his throne, had resorted to violence against his own kin. In earlier times, King Vegeta would never have entertained such thoughts. However, 2 decades had passed, and the Saiyans had ascended to become the foremost race in the 7th universe. Each recollection of his past actions filled Vegeta with a sense of foolishness, especially the memory of turning against his own people, a decision that haunted him to this day. For he had truly betrayed many of his talented kin. Lewis, what are you intending? Vegeta exclaimed. Rest assured, I shall instruct Broly to hold back. If you are concerned, I permit you to assist your father. Lewis cast a glance at Vegeta, then turned his gaze towards Bardock, a faint smile gracing his lips. You may both attack together if you wish. However, if you choose to combine your efforts, it would be prudent to merge entirely, lest you find yourselves overwhelmed. With that, Lewis wasted no further words, gesturing grandly. Broly, unleash your power. With a thunderous roar, a tempestuous energy erupted from within Broly, akin to a raging flood, sending tremors through the cosmos. Broly's base combat strength stood at an astounding 500 million. In contrast, King Vegeta's base power was a mere 5 million, a formidable force in the universe, yet insignificant before Broly, akin to an ant. With a swift motion, Broly materialized before King Vegeta, delivering a crushing blow. King Vegeta felt his insides churn violently, a surge of blood erupting from his mouth as his body hurtled through space like a cannonball, straight into the depths of the cosmos. Along his path, countless meteors shattered upon impact. Father, Vegeta witnessed this with fury igniting within him. With a resounding roar, he ascended into his Super Saiyan state at full power. His strength, 70 million multiplied by 50, culminating in a staggering 3.5 billion combat power. This immense force stirred the very fabric of the cosmos, unleashing a tempest of stellar winds that threatened to topple planets within a million-mile radius. Lewis hastily ensured the safety of the Wampa star. Vegeta transformed into a brilliant golden streak, charging towards Broly, while Bardock remained stationary, poised for action. Luis crossed his arms and chuckled. Bardock, are you not going to assist them? Bardock shook his head. Although this fellow named Broly possesses considerable strength, Vegeta has already transformed into a Super Saiyan. No matter how formidable Broly may be, he cannot possibly rival Vegeta. Is that so? With a chuckle, Luis elicited a sense of foreboding within Bardock. Could it be? Bardock quickly turned his head and was soon met with a jaw-dropping sight. Vegeta streaked across the cosmos, swiftly catching up to Broly, unleashing a punch in his full-power Super Saiyan form. The blow struck Broly's back, just as Bardock anticipated an explosive outcome for Broly. The latter turned around with an expressionless face, and a surge of green energy erupted around him. The legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Power amplified 100-fold. Battle power, 50 billion. Broly reached out, gripping Vegeta by the throat, exerting force and hurling him toward King Vegeta. In that moment, both father and son soared through the starry expanse. Chapter 165. The Guilt of King Vegeta. I believe that only I and a few of my subordinates were aware of Broly's existence. Yet you, Bardock, also knew. King Vegeta sighed, reflecting on his past narrow-mindedness and short-sightedness. Fearing a threat to his throne, upon learning of Broly's formidable power at birth, he had secretly exiled him. Father, how could you commit such folly? Vegeta clenched his fists, his fury igniting. With a battle power of 10,000 at birth, such a prodigy would have been terrifying if nurtured. King Vegeta, chastised by his son, felt his pride wane, retorting, Vegeta, had you been in my position, you would have made the same choice. Faced with a prodigy like Broly, he opted for exile. King Vegeta understood his son's nature, knowing that the Vegeta of that era would have surely killed Broly in infancy had he perceived him as a threat. Luis, with narrowed eyes, mused that no one knows a son better than his father. King Vegeta was not mistaken. In the early episodes, Vegeta was indeed a ruthless Saiyan. For instance, he executed Nappa simply for losing to Goku. Had Vegeta known that Broly posed a threat to his status, the infant Broly would surely have met his demise. King Vegeta glanced at Vegeta, remarking, it is only through our integration into the Galactic Patrol that we Saiyans have undergone such a profound transformation, which is why you now perceive my past actions as foolish. Under the weight of his father's gaze, Vegeta stepped back, grappling with his thoughts, unsure of how to respond, for his father spoke the truth. At that moment, King Vegeta approached Broly, stating, in the past, I saw no wrong in my decision, but now I realize my error. Broly, I am truly sorry. His voice resonated with deep remorse. Luis, witnessing this transformation, reflected profoundly. Indeed, King Vegeta had changed, and so had everyone else. Luis, should we still strike him? Broly's experiences have endowed him with a heart as pure as that of Son Goku. His innocent nature prevents him from harboring any resentment upon hearing the words of King Vegeta. Even in response to King Vegeta's apologies, he feels no particular emotion. At this moment, Broly finds himself at a loss, unsure of what to say to King Vegeta. Truly, he is quite naive. Lewis found himself in a state of bemusement, caught between laughter and tears, as he sighed and remarked, what Vegeta did to you, honestly, it wouldn't matter much if you ended his life. Vegeta and Bardock widened their eyes in disbelief. Lewis cast a cold glance at Vegeta and his companions before turning his attention to Broly, whispering, so, do you intend to kill him? Broly scratched his head, gazing at Lewis with a hint of uncertainty, replying, I don't know. I will follow your lead. If you tell me to kill him, then I shall. Lewis, please don't. Vegeta's body erupted with a terrifying power, his battle strength soaring from 3.5 billion to an astonishing 4 billion in an instant. If Lewis truly intended for Broly to slay his father, he would undoubtedly intervene. Lewis, do you truly wish to kill King Vegeta? He is, after all, the leader of the Saiyan race. Bardock exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he feared that Lewis would indeed set Broly upon him. Meanwhile, King Vegeta felt a warm surge in his heart upon witnessing Bardock and his son plead for his life. He never anticipated that the once cold-blooded Saiyans would one day advocate for him. Perhaps such Saiyans were the embodiment of true Saiyan spirit. Hearing Broly request him to make a decision, Lewis paused momentarily before shaking his head. No, I shall not make the decision for you. If you truly wish to kill him, I will not stand in your way. This was Lewis's genuine sentiment. Only he understood the torment Broly had endured over the years. All orchestrated by King Vegeta. He would not dictate Broly's choice. At that moment, King Vegeta and his companions held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Broly. Well then, let it go. I won't kill him, Broly said with a simple smile. King Vegeta and his companions exhaled sharply, relief washing over them. King Vegeta, his voice barely a whisper, asked, Broly, why have you chosen to spare me? Lewis, filled with curiosity, turned his gaze towards Broly. Broly pointed at Lewis and chuckled. Lewis claims that you are my kin. He asserts that I am the warrior god of the Saiyan lineage, and he has entrusted me with the duty to safeguard our race. Thus, I shall spare your life. A tremor coursed through Lewis's heart as he realized that Broly had steadfastly held onto the words he had spoken in the past. Lewis rubbed his aching nose, pondering the sheer simplicity of this large fellow. Lewis, you. King Vegeta gazed at Lewis, at a loss for words, as he realized just how much his Saiyan lineage owed to Lewis, far more than he could express. Beside him, Vegeta expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lewis. As the son of King Vegeta, he naturally wished for his father to survive the clutches of Broly. Bardock also approached Lewis, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Thank you. The Saiyan clan was rapidly ascending, and a hasty change in leadership could incite severe upheaval among them, something he wished to avoid at all costs. We shall speak of gratitude later, but Broly, direct your fury at King Vegeta. No, take on both Bardock and him. Lewis's expression turned icy. Although Broly had spared King Vegeta, Lewis felt a deep sympathy for the hulking figure. I relish a good fight, especially against Bardock, who bears a striking resemblance to Kakarot. If only Kakarot and that Goten were here. Broly's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to crack his knuckles, feeling a surge of ferocious energy within him. Thunder rumbled. The starry sky trembled even more. Broly managed to rein in his wild emotions, instantly transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan form, his power stabilizing at a staggering 50 billion battle units. Strike him down. Let King Vegeta witness the might of the Saiyan he once exiled. Lewis bellowed. As soon as Lewis's words fell, Broly transformed into a streak of light, charging towards King Vegeta. With Broly's speed, Vegeta had no chance to react. A vibrant green light flashed beside King Vegeta, and he immediately spat blood, his body crashing violently into a nearby planet, which erupted in a tremendous explosion upon impact. Father. Vegeta sensed that King Vegeta's energy had not vanished, indicating that Broly had held back. Now, I am eager to witness the true strength of that monstrosity, who was born with a battle power of 10,000. Vegeta felt a sense of relief as he pressed his fingers against his forehead. Chapter 166. Ravaging Vegeta Instant Transmission. Swish. Vegeta appeared behind Broly, his hands converging as a golden speck, the size of a grain of rice, materialized in his palm, the surrounding pressure suddenly intensifying. Ultimate Flash Cannon. A violent wave of energy erupted from Vegeta's hands, the formidable force compressing the very fabric of space, causing it to warp slightly. Boom. Broly was completely engulfed in flames. Bardock, if you wish to avoid a beating, quickly fuse with my father. Observing Broly being struck, Vegeta did not lower his guard. Broly was not defeated by you. Before Bardock could finish his sentence, a punch struck his abdomen, and looking down, he saw Broly's fist, as large as a sandbag, pressed against his stomach. Crash. The immense force instantly sent Bardock flying, hurtling towards King Vegeta. I knew it. Vegeta swallowed hard. In his perception, Broly's power was terrifyingly immense. He had sensed such power in Gogeta, but he had never imagined that Broly alone could reach such a level. Lewis remarked that Broly possessed the legendary physique, his grass-green hair shimmering ominously. Indeed, Vegeta exclaimed incredulously, a Super Saiyan who emerges once every millennium. Once? Vegeta believed that his transformed state was the fabled transformation of the Saiyans. However, he soon discovered that he was mistaken. The legendary Super Saiyan is characterized by a bloodthirsty nature and possesses terrifying combat prowess. Such a warrior's strength surges relentlessly over time, even without training. So you are the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta gasped in shock, pointing at Broly in the starry sky. After sending Bardock flying, Broly displayed a joyful demeanor and began to slowly approach Vegeta. Be Broly, please do not act recklessly. Vegeta trembled. The closer Broly drew, the more intense his shivers became. He struggled to suppress his body, but to no avail. It felt like an ancestral dread coursing through his veins. How could this be? Vegeta stared at his own hands, murmuring, I am the prince of the Saiyans. How can I feel fear? Broly, you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze on Broly. You shall not be forgiven. With a mighty roar, Vegeta unleashed his combat power of 4 billion, golden light erupting skyward, illuminating the entire expanse of the cosmos. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Broly, delivering a fierce strike. Broly raised his hand and caught Vegeta's fist effortlessly, rendering it immovable. No matter how much the proud Saiyan prince struggled, enraged and humiliated, Vegeta shouted, Let go of me. If you don't, I will strike you. Broly, flashing a toothy grin, playfully pushed Vegeta, sending him hurtling backward like a bowling ball. A beam of grass-green light cleaved through the starry sky as Broly swiftly pursued Vegeta. Channeling power into his legs, he delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Vegeta was struck, creating a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward. Along the way, all the meteors were obliterated. But it was not over. Broly caught up to Vegeta again, and the sky shimmered with 2 distinct lights, grass-green and golden yellow. One chased, the other fled. Each clash of colors produced horrific cries of pain. In that moment, Vegeta was akin to a mere toy, ruthlessly battered by Broly. The pride of the Saiyan prince evaporating entirely. Weren't you supposed to confront my father and Bardock? Why do you only target me? It's my father who angered you. Please spare me. Chapter 167. Super Vegeta, a figure gradually emerged from the flames, arcs of electricity crackling around him. As the silhouette became clearer, it revealed flowing golden hair cascading to his waist, with eyebrows seemingly vanished. It was Super Saiyan 3. Power, 60 million battle power multiplied by 400 equals 24 billion battle power. Indeed, Vegeta could also transform into Super Saiyan 3. In the distance, Lewis observed the fusion of Bardock and another, realizing that Vegeta's ability to assume this form was well within his expectations. After all, Bardock and his companion were the fathers of the 2 main characters in Dragon Ball, and it was not surprising that they could fuse and achieve Super Saiyan 3. In the Kaioshin realm, Asen exclaimed excitedly, Ancestor, it's a fusion warrior. The Saiyans are truly formidable now. Indeed, the old Kaioshin replied. His chin slightly raised in pride. The metamorph fusion technique was brought back by him and Lewis. With this technique, the Saiyans would only grow stronger, which meant that his 7th universe would also become increasingly powerful. Ancestor, can this fusion warrior defeat Broly? Impossible. The old Kaioshin's previously proud demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Broly belongs to the legendary Saiyans. He is far beyond what these ordinary Saiyans can compare to. He glanced at Asen, his tone grave. Have you forgotten that when Broly fought Lewis, his power nearly broke into the realm of gods? Moreover, the old Kaioshin lowered his gaze to the crystal. Where a grass-green figure was visible, Broly has now gained control over his berserk emotions, which means he can harness the power of his ultimate rage. In the underworld, on North Kai's planet, a voice boomed. How terrifying. With this group of Saiyans around, my North Galaxy is destined to remain as solid as a mountain. Who would dare cause trouble in my North Galaxy now? Haha. In the vicinity of the Wampa Star, a golden-green radiance clashed against the starry sky. What technique could possibly allow 2 individuals to fuse together? It feels incredibly powerful. Broly circled in the cosmos, his entire body enveloped in a grass-green glow. Upon seeing the fusion warrior Vegeta, curiosity peaked within him. Come at us if you dare. Vegeta wasted no words, unleashing 2 fierce energy blasts towards Broly. Though you seem strong, this power is insufficient. Broly chuckled innocently, clenching his fists as he charged forward twice. Boom, boom. The 2 energy blasts exploded instantaneously, reverberating through the starry expanse with a deafening roar of chaos and energy. I'm right here. A golden radiance flickered across the cosmic expanse as Vegeta, shrouded in smoke, stealthily approached Broly, launching a powerful punch towards his chest. The explosive force of over 20 billion in battle power erupted. Bang! Broly was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a distant planet, which was swiftly pierced, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In the next instant, another golden figure rapidly pursued Broly. Broly, receive my strike. Ultimate Flash Cannon. Vegeta joined the fray, and just as Broly regained his footing, he was struck once more by Vegeta's energy wave, sending him flying again. This time, he shattered 3 planets before coming to a halt. Floating amidst the remnants of celestial bodies, Broly clutched his slightly aching chest, coughed lightly, and exclaimed with exhilaration. I never imagined that the fusion of Bardock and King Vegeta would yield such formidable strength. What a thrill. Bring it on. Broly's overwhelming aura erupted violently. And in that moment, he resembled a colossal abyssal ape awakening from slumber. Roar. The entire cosmos trembled. What manner of beast is this? In the distance, Vegeta watched, swallowing hard. His previous punch had been delivered with all his might, yet it appeared Broly had sustained no damage whatsoever. Was my attack merely akin to a gentle tickle? Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling a surge of frustration. At that moment, another Vegeta appeared beside him. Vegeta, Broly embodies the legend of our Saiyan race. The legend? Vegeta's eyes widened in urgency. You mean the legendary Saiyan who appears once every 1,000 years? Indeed. No wonder. No wonder Broly was born with a battle power of 10,000. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta was astounded. But suddenly his expression shifted. We can discuss this later. Broly is coming to attack us. Be cautious. Just as he finished speaking, a nearly tangible wave of fury surged from the distant remnants of stars. Moments later, a flash of grass-green light flickered rapidly, filling the cosmos with Broly's afterimages. Vegeta and Vegeta exchanged a glance and, in unison, declared, "Let us go." With a swift motion, the two vanished from sight. Bang, bang. In a 2-on-1 scenario, the dull sounds of collision accompanied by dazzling bursts of light flickered incessantly in the celestial sphere, striking from above to below. Each clash unleashed tremendous shockwaves, causing planets within millions of miles to tremble, as if ready to shatter under the overwhelming power unleashed by the trio. Crackle. In the center of the collision, charged particles were drawn together by the sheer force, forming twisting arcs of electricity. It resembled a tempest of thunder, an extraordinarily terrifying sight. Yet, despite the numerical advantage of 2 against 1, in the face of absolute power, the advantage of numbers proved utterly futile. Bang! Vegeta's cheek was struck by Broly, the ferocious force distorting his visage, with excruciating pain gnawing at his body and mind. Enduring the agony, he hurled an energy blast towards Broly's chest. Boom! A cloud of smoke enveloped Broly, yet a surge of green energy erupted skyward, swiftly dissipating the haze. Broly's body twitched as he appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a slight yet forceful punch that sent Vegeta spitting blood and hurtling into the vastness of the starry sky. Broly turned, aiming at the tattered figure of Vegeta above, raising his hands to unleash a fierce energy wave. The moment this energy wave manifested, the cosmos erupted into a frenzy. Observing this, Vegeta's body relaxed momentarily before tensing with resolve. Super Saiyan Blue. A brilliant blue energy wave erupted from his palms. From a distance, 2 energy waves raced towards one another, colliding in the next instant. Boom! The overwhelming force unleashed a violent storm across the cosmos, with countless sharp blades of wind swirling around, as if attempting to tear the very fabric of the universe apart. Chapter 168. Super Saiyan Vegeta. The 2 energy waves stood in a standoff amidst the starry expanse. Zzzzz. The immense power compressed the space around them, causing a slight distortion accompanied by a piercing sound. Broly had been holding back. Otherwise, his battle power of 50 billion would have obliterated Vegeta and his companions long ago. Ha ha ha, Bardock, King Vegeta, exert yourselves even more. Broly applied a slight force, pressing the opposing energy waves toward Vegeta. Damn it. Under the immense pressure from Broly, Vegeta's arms began to bend. Get away from me. In the heavens, Vegeta summoned every ounce of strength, his arms straightening abruptly as his battle power surged to 24 billion, causing his energy wave to expand suddenly, halting Broly's advance. In that instant, the 2 energy spheres froze in place, continuing their stalemate. However, a sudden thunderous sound resonated from the depths of the cosmos, followed by a golden light shooting skyward. The formidable force momentarily stunned Lewis, who was watching the spectacle, prompting him to turn his gaze towards the depths of the starry sky. That was the direction in which Vegeta had been blasted away by Broly. Luis squinted his eyes, noticing the fluctuating power emanating from Vegeta. It oscillated erratically, rising and falling, seemingly on the verge of transcending to Super Saiyan 2. Luis was somewhat taken aback. In truth, his intention in bringing Broly back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters was to compel Vegeta to achieve his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. He had anticipated berating Vegeta as he had done in the past, believing that such taunts would spur Vegeta to surpass his limits. However, under the immense pressure exerted by Broly, Vegeta was on the verge of a breakthrough. Lewis stroked his chin, feeling a tinge of regret for not having scolded Vegeta. "Are you being polite?" Vegeta retorted. In the vastness of the cosmos, Broly and Vegeta stood in a standoff. Just as Broly contemplated withdrawing from the skirmish, he sensed a formidable force emerging from the depths of the starry expanse, prompting him to turn his gaze. How peculiar it was that Vegeta had seemingly recovered. Broly distinctly remembered inflicting severe injuries upon him. Yet, here was Vegeta, not only restored but even more powerful than before. Suddenly, a golden beam of light surged from the depths of the cosmos, unleashing an overwhelming force. Power level, 8 billion. A breakthrough had been achieved. Lewis murmured softly. Following his gaze, one could observe Vegeta in the depths of the starry sky, clad in tattered garments, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet, he emanated an aura of crackling lightning, his eyes imbued with an icy intensity. "Broly, it is my turn." A voice filled with fury resonated from the celestial expanse. And Broly, who was locked in confrontation with Vegeta, suddenly sensed the disappearance of that formidable presence. "I am right here." In an instant, Vegeta teleported above Broly. Seizing the opportunity while Broly was momentarily immobilized in his standoff with Vegeta, he clasped his hands before his chest. Super Ultimate Flash Cannon. With a resounding eruption, a brilliant golden radiance surged toward Broly. The intense heat generated by the 8 billion battle power threatened to boil the very essence of existence. And even Broly could feel the searing warmth. "Broly, stop toying around." Lewis interjected from a distance, observing the unfolding spectacle. Vegeta had already attained the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Although it was not achieved through his taunts, he had successfully fulfilled another objective of bringing Broly back with him. As Lewis's voice fell, the starry sky descended into an eerie silence. Broly faced off against Vegeta in the heavens, their energy waves clashing, while Vegeta prepared a stealthy assault from above. The scene appeared frozen in that moment. Suddenly, an unparalleled force erupted from Broly, shattering the stillness. In a flash, his eyes glimmered with the essence of a colossal green ape, instantly overshadowed by a vibrant emerald hue. The intensity was primal, power, approaching the first tier of divine realm. Surrounding Broly, emerald flames ignited, enveloping the starry expanse in a radiant green glow, exuding an oppressive aura akin to a domain of slaughter. Crack! Vegeta's ultimate flash had yet to strike Broly when it was violently dispersed by Broly's immense power. Simultaneously, Vegeta's energy wave crumbled under the same might, as Broly's energy surged toward him. Fortunately, Vegeta reacted swiftly, utilizing instant transmission to whisk away his counterpart. "Lewis told me to stop playing. But now I truly intend to unleash my wrath upon you." Broly's voice reverberated through the cosmos like that of a primordial giant. The hunt had commenced. Chapter 169. Taking Broly to the Kaioshin realm is an act of vengeance. Initially, King Vegeta gazed at Broly with trepidation, but upon hearing Lewis's words, the fear in his eyes vanished. Indeed, the past transgressions against Broly and his father rendered any act of vengeance by Broly justified. King Vegeta lowered his guard. Yet Vegeta remained vigilant, unwilling to let Broly harm his father. "King Vegeta." In the starry void, Lewis spoke again, drawing the attention of King Vegeta and his companions. "Paragus was not dead. Now that Broly had dealt with you, it could be seen as retribution for your past actions." Luis gazed intently at Broly and softly inquired, "Very well, since you have chosen not to slay him, let us allow the past to rest." Broly chuckled amiably. "Luis, I heed your counsel." Bardock abruptly interjected, "Luis, you mentioned that Paragus is not deceased." Upon hearing Luis suggest putting an end to past grievances, King Vegeta, still lost in a realm of joy, was jolted back to reality by Bardock's words and hastily exclaimed, "Indeed, since Broly has returned alive, what of Paragus? I must extend my apologies to him." "Do not concern yourselves with Paragus," came the response, leaving everyone perplexed, especially King Vegeta, who regarded Paragus as a former subordinate. He firmly believed that with sincere apologies, Paragus would surely forgive him. Forgive? If Luis were privy to King Vegeta's thoughts, he would undoubtedly wear a sardonic expression. The transformation of the Saiyans was largely due to King Vegeta's leadership in aligning them with the Galactic Patrol. However, Paragus had not been part of that evolution. He remained ensnared by his former malevolence, particularly in light of how King Vegeta treated him and his son. Paragus had long been blinded by hatred. Such a Saiyan was no longer fit to rejoin the Saiyan kin. Noticing that Luis offered no further explanation, King Vegeta and the others refrained from pressing the matter. Luis, Bardock began tentatively. You mentioned bringing Broly back to the clan, but what of him? King Vegeta and his son both turned their gazes toward Luis. Luis remained silent, gesturing grandly as an immense force of temporal energy swept across the celestial expanse, restoring the ravaged planets to their former glory. Observing this, Vegeta and the others shook their heads. They had long been acquainted with Luis's extraordinary abilities. Moreover, considering that the master of the candidate destroyer was Whis, who possessed similar powers, they found it unsurprising that Luis could manipulate time. Initially, I had intended to bring him back to our clan, but given his recent behavior, it seemed he was ill-suited to remain within the confines of our community. Luis restored the devastated planet, and then turned his gaze towards Broly. At that moment, with a swift motion, two figures emerged amidst the starlit expanse. Luis, let him stay in our Supreme Kai realm. The newcomers were none other than the old Supreme Kai and Supreme Kai Shin. Ah, you have arrived. Luis chuckled and introduced to everyone. These two are the Supreme Kais of our 7th universe. Please meet the esteemed Supreme Kais. Vegeta spoke with a tone of utmost respect and continued. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Supreme Kais for the Patera earrings provided during our previous battle with Bojack. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta and Bardock recalled the battle from several years ago, during which they had lamented why Vegeta and Goku did not seize the Patera earrings for themselves. It was only later, upon realizing that the Supreme Kais were under the protection of the God of Destruction, that they extinguished such thoughts. Reflecting on this, Bardock and King Vegeta promptly approached and respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings to the esteemed Supreme Kais." The trio spoke with great courtesy, while Broly looked at the elder Supreme Kai with a beaming face and remarked, "Old man, it's been a long time." The term old man sent a shiver down the spines of Vegeta and the others. They feared Broly might provoke the two Supreme Kais. You brat. It's been 6 months, and you still call me old man. The elder Supreme Kai flew in front of Broly and, in a fit of irritation, tapped him on the head. Bang. Ouch. The elder Supreme Kai cradled his right hand and grumbled, "Why is your head as hard as Luis's?" The scene was quite peculiar. As King Vegeta and the others exchanged glances, wondering why the Supreme Kai was so different from their expectations. Ignoring the expressions of those around him, Luis inquired, "Elder Kai, did you witness Broly's condition just now?" "Indeed," the Elder Kai replied, patting Broly's shoulder. He cast a glance at Luis and solemnly stated, "When you departed from Metamor, did Sharp mention that Broly should continue his training in that mental rebirth?" "Yes," Luis affirmed. "That is precisely correct. The greater Broly's strength becomes, the more challenging it will be for him to reign in that ferocious rage." The Elder Kai shifted his gaze back to Broly, who remained silent, wearing a simple grin. It was evident that Broly's current state stemmed from a lack of mental fortitude, leading to his loss of control. In this light, keeping him within your Saiyan community may not be advisable. The Elder Kai continued, "It would be best for him to reside in the realm of the Kais, where the divine essence is abundant and countless spiritual fruits abound. This environment is far more conducive to his growth." Upon hearing this, Luis fell into deep contemplation. The Elder Kai's words rang true. Broly's mental strength was insufficient, and should he lose control among the Saiyan kin, it could spell disaster. This was not a favorable situation. The realm of the Kais, rich in divine energy, abundant in spiritual fruits, and graced with the wisdom of the Elder Kai, was undoubtedly the most prudent choice for Broly. "Broly, what is your opinion?" Luis cast a glance at Broly, acknowledging the futility of the situation. It was essential to secure Broly's consent. "Ah, this old fellow is quite amusing," Broly exclaimed with a cheerful smile, wrapping his arms around the neck of the old Kai. In contrast to the unfamiliarity he felt toward King Vegeta and his companions, Broly found greater comfort in the company of the old Kai. After all, it was thanks to the old Kai that he could leave the planet Metamor and learn the art of the spirit control. The old Kai's words hold wisdom. Thus, let Broly remain in the realm of the Kais. Luis cast a meaningful glance at the old Kai and the Supreme Kai, Asin, who instinctively retracted his neck, murmuring inwardly, "I knew Luis would see through our little ruse." It turned out that the old Kai had witnessed Broly's uncontrollable rampage through the crystal ball, which sparked the idea of bringing Broly to the realm of the Supreme Kai. The first reason this realm is suitable for Broly's existence is its unique environment. The second reason lies in the old Kai's desire to cultivate an unparalleled warrior. To understand this motivation, one must reflect on the events following the old Kai's sealing. First, there was the invasion of Majin Buu into the Supreme Kai realm. Upon his release from the seal, the old Kai encountered yet another crisis with the invasion of Bojack in the 7th universe, coupled with Luis's enmity towards the Dark Demon realm. The old Kai remained uncertain about when the Dark Demon realm might strike the 7th universe again. All these factors combined, the life of a Supreme Kai is exceedingly fragile. A moment's carelessness could lead to death, which in turn could implicate the god of destruction. Should a formidable warrior protect them, Luis and Beerus would be free to engage in battle without restraint. Indeed, for the sake of the 7th universe, the old Kai aspired to nurture Broly into the god of war for the Supreme Kai realm. Chapter 170. The ultimate solution to Broly's fury. Since Broly has agreed, the old Kai freed himself from Broly's grasp and boldly declared, "Then I shall take Broly with me." With that, the old Kai quickly signaled to Asin, who, along with Broly and the old Kai, immediately utilized instant transmission. Luis, Broly. Upon witnessing Broly being taken away, Vegeta and the others grew anxious. Broly was the legendary Saiyan brought back by Luis, and they had witnessed the extent of his power. How could they allow a warrior of such extraordinary potential to be taken away? Luis had discerned the thoughts of the old Supreme Kai. He gazed earnestly at the three and remarked, "In truth, with Broly returning to our clan, the Saiyan race continues to thrive. Moreover, given the current prowess of our Saiyan warriors, there exists no other race capable of opposing us. Thus there is no need for Broly to take action. If he is to be taken, so be it. The old Supreme Kai is indeed correct. The realm of the Kais is the most suitable place for Broly, where he can cultivate his abilities at a swifter pace. Furthermore, you need not worry about Broly being abducted. He is undeniably one of our own from the Saiyan lineage." Luis cast a glance at the trio and gently smiled, saying, "Broly has promised me that he will safeguard our Saiyan lineage. If our Saiyan race encounters peril, Broly will undoubtedly not stand idly by." Luis stood with his back to the three individuals, gazing towards the realm of the Supreme Kai, his eyes imbued with unwavering determination. Upon Luis's utterance, Vegeta and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. The matter concerning Broly came to a conclusion, and the progression of the Saiyan lineage was gleaned from Meruza's account. Luis had accomplished all that was necessary during this venture and prepared to return to the realm of the gods of destruction. After all, Ties was with child and awaited his return in that domain. "I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, simply summon Whis." Luis waved his hand, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Vegeta spoke up. "Luis, I have attained the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. I have reached this state before Kakarot. I am no longer the Eternal Second." Vegeta still vividly recalls the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan, when Luis, in an attempt to provoke him, directly insulted him as the Eternal Second. This affront was unbearable for the proud Saiyan prince. As Luis turned around, he heard those words and pivoted once more, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "I apologize. But prior to my arrival here, I made a trip to Earth. Kakarot has already surpassed you to attain the Super Saiyan 2 state, so Vegeta, you remain the perennial second." A devastating blow. Vegeta's body trembled. How could this be? This is a lie. It must be false. Enraged, Vegeta's chest heaved with fury. "Impossible. Luis, clarify this for me." Yet, Luis had vanished without a trace. "Damn it, I refuse to believe it." Vegeta unleashed a formidable surge of power, causing the very stars to tremble. Nearby, Bardock and King Vegeta dared not utter a word, fearful of incurring Vegeta's wrath. Broly accompanied the Elder Kaioshin to the Kaioshin realm, while Luis returned to the realm of destruction. The Saiyans continued their normal development. However, shortly after the trio of Vegeta returned from the vicinity of planet Wampa to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the Saiyan clan learned that Vegeta had indeed achieved the transformation to Super Saiyan 2. This transformation was not particularly astonishing for the contemporary Saiyans, as many among their fusion warriors had also managed to attain Super Saiyan 2. Of course, in terms of individuals, Vegeta was recognized as the first to reach this form. In truth, however, if one were to delve deeper, Luis was the first Saiyan to achieve Super Saiyan 2, followed by Goku, while Vegeta was even unable to claim the title of perennial second. Aside from Bardock and King Vegeta, the other Saiyans remained oblivious to this truth. The entire Saiyan race was exhilarated. With the emergence of the first individual Super Saiyan 2, there would surely be a second. They all looked to Vegeta, fervently dedicating themselves to training. Soon, Theodore and Bibert followed in Nappa's wake, each transforming into Super Saiyan in succession. As of now, those capable of becoming Super Saiyans included Lewis, Broly, the Goku father-son duo, the Vegeta father-son duo, Raditz, Nappa, Theodore, and Bibert, a total of 10 Super Saiyans. Moreover, influenced by the fusion, many Saiyans had grasped the conditions necessary for the Super Saiyan transformation. As time progressed, it was inevitable that an increasing number of Saiyans would achieve the Super Saiyan form. Certainly, it would require time before the entire Saiyan race could break through to Super Saiyan. As for Broly, after being brought to the Kaioshin realm by the Elder Kaioshin, the Elder imparted all the spiritual fruits of the Kaioshin realm to Broly, instructing him to consume them diligently every day. Obediently, Broly adhered to this, continuously feasting on the spiritual fruits, and coupled with his training in spiritual rebirth, his mental prowess surged rapidly. In the realm of Vertex novels, Broly, who once risked losing control upon unleashing his full power, has now mastered that very force following a surge in his mental fortitude. However, should Broly's strength continue to escalate, his current level of mental power remains inadequate. Thus, he must persist in honing his psychic abilities. As his physical prowess grows, so too must his mental acuity, lest he risk succumbing to chaos once more. This predicament presents no viable solution. The Elder Kai, concerned for his warrior, found himself in a state of deep contemplation. After much deliberation, he devised a comprehensive strategy to address the issue. The adage one must break before they can stand resonated with him. Since Broly was susceptible to being manipulated by his feral emotions, perhaps the solution lay in allowing him to embrace that very fury. Subsequently, within that tempestuous state, he could rediscover his true self. In this manner, Broly would surely liberate himself from the clutches of his rage and ultimately become the master of his own ferocity. Were Lewis to become aware of the Elder Kai's proposition, he would undoubtedly remark that this resembles the method of achieving the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. The Elder Kai grew increasingly convinced of the plan's viability, yet he recognized the inherent dangers. Should Broly lose himself in his wrathful state, he would irrevocably transform into a mindless warrior, consumed by violence. Chapter 171. The birth of Lewis's child. Thus, meticulous preparation was essential, and Lewis needed to be informed so that he could offer his support. Nonetheless, it was still premature to act. Primarily, Broly's desire to reclaim his identity amidst the chaos necessitated formidable mental strength. During the ensuing days, Broly dedicated himself to cultivating his psychic abilities in the Kaioshin realm. Time flew swiftly. 6 months elapsed, during which the 7th universe experienced no significant upheaval, and the omnipotent king of all remained undisturbed. Everything proceeded as usual. Yet, on this day, a momentous event unfolded within the realm of the god of destruction of the 7th universe. A cry of anguish reverberated through the deity's domain. Lewis. I am in pain. Ties, is it time? Whis, hurry. Coming. A streak of light illuminated the sky, as Whis materialized instantaneously within Lewis's chamber. Lewis sat at the edge of the bed, grasping tightly onto Tize's delicate hand. Upon seeing Weiss's arrival, he hurriedly implored, Weiss, please. Bulma stood nearby, her anxiety palpable as she added, I'm counting on you for my sister. Weiss nodded in acknowledgement, turning his gaze to the bed where Tize lay, drenched in sweat from the pain. Tize, hold on just a bit longer. With that, Weiss waved his staff, and a brilliant blue light enveloped Tize's abdomen. In an instant, a baby boy emerged, crying out loudly in the air. Tize, are you all right? Lewis paid no mind to the floating infant, his focus solely on Tize as he held her hand tightly. Now that the burden is lifted, you must feel relieved. Tize sat up with Lewis's assistance, and upon hearing their exchange, Bulma and Weiss exchanged glances, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on their faces. All right, cease your wailing. Your father is quite vexed. Lewis caught the little one in his arms, and remarkably, the infant ceased his cries. The child, with his fair complexion and round, sparkling eyes, gazed intently at Lewis, his tiny hands reaching out to pat his father's face. Lewis's gaze was gentle as he lovingly lowered his head, allowing the little one to explore. The new life touched his cheek, and Lewis felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, as if a resonance of bloodline had awakened within him. Have I truly become a father? Lewis held his son, transfixed. Having resided in the Dragon Ball world for over 2 decades, he had finally embraced the joys of marriage and fatherhood within this realm. A profound sense of belonging welled up within him. Lewis, let me see, Tize urged, seated at the bedside, tugging gently at Lewis's sleeve. Sister Ties, he is utterly adorable. Especially his little mouth, it's so reminiscent of yours. Lewis snapped back to reality, preparing to present the little one to Ties for her admiration. Meanwhile, Bulma and Whis were poised to exit the room, allowing the couple a moment of intimacy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from the infant. 1,000 battle points, 2,000 battle points, 10,000 battle points. The force continued to ascend, causing the very room to tremble. Bulma gasped in astonishment. The strength of her newborn nephew was astonishing. At the moment the child unleashed his power, Lewis instinctively held him close, as the newborn's energy surged unabated. 100,000 battle points, 200,000 battle points, 10 million battle points. A violet orb enveloped Lewis, encasing the explosive energy emanating from the little one. Ultimately, the child's power stagnated at an impressive 10 million combat strength, and in that instant, his hair transformed into a shimmering silver, identical to Lewis's own hue. By the bedside, Thais covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Lewis, how is it that our son's power is so formidable?" Bulma swallowed hard and added, "Brother-in-law, what has happened to my nephew? Lewis, it appears your son has inherited your lineage." Whis observed the child nestled in Lewis's arms, sensing an immense bloodline power coursing through him, a force unique to the Saiyan race. Lewis cradled his son, gently stroking the little one's silvery hair. A true descendant of the Super 5 bloodline. In Lewis's heart, he pondered the words once imparted to him by the old Kai, which he had not forgotten to this day. His hair had turned silver due to the elevation of his bloodline. Truly, he is my son. Ha ha ha. Lewis embraced the little one, laughing joyfully. Lewis believed that his child, being a hybrid Saiyan, would possess remarkable talents. However, he was taken aback to discover that the child had inherited his bloodline directly. This was a lineage of Super Saiyan level 5. Of course, Lewis understood that the possession of such a powerful bloodline did not imply that his son would effortlessly ascend to Super Saiyan level 5. That notion was simply unrealistic. The truth mirrored the circumstances of Goten and Trunks from the anime, who could effortlessly transform into Super Saiyans due to their father's bloodline having evolved to level 2. While they inherited their father's lineage, it did not mean they could directly transform into level 2. The transformation process would commence from level 1, progressing step by step. However, with the enhancement of a level 2 bloodline, they would find it considerably easier to achieve level 1. Likewise, Lewis's son was in a comparable situation. With Lewis's exceptionally strong bloodline, it was likely that in a matter of days, his son might transform into a Super Saiyan. "Lewis, may I take him under my tutelage?" Whis's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the little one in Lewis's arms. He could discern that the child possessed such formidable power due to inheriting Lewis's bloodline. If entrusted to his guidance, this child might even surpass Beerus. Surpassing Beerus would mean that the child's power could transcend to the realm of angels. The thought was tantalizing. Whis licked his lips, a sight that caused Lewis to feel a sense of urgency, quickly cradling his son. Primarily, Whis's demeanor was reminiscent of an uncle selling goldfish. "We shall discuss this matter later. For now, you both must leave," Lewis said with a look of distaste, ushering Whis and Bulma out the door. Outside the door, Beerus had been waiting impatiently, observing Whis's insistent expression. He quickly inquired, "Whis, has Tice given birth? What was that surge of power just now? And why do you look like that?" Beerus posed 3 questions in quick succession, and upon noticing Whis still gazing longingly at the door, he shifted his attention to Bulma. "How would I know?" Bulma pouted, her thoughts filled with frustration at her brother-in-law. He was utterly insufferable. She had yet to hold her nephew before being unceremoniously pushed out. Pouting, Bulma departed, leaving only Beerus and Whis behind. Whis finally regained his composure and teased Beerus, "Lord Beerus, your disciple's talent is exceedingly remarkable. Perhaps you should consider departing early, so I can seamlessly position Lewis's son to take over your role." Beerus. Chapter 172. Douglas inside the room. Lewis was entirely oblivious to the circumstances outside. He cradled his son and approached the bedside, handing the child to Ties. "Sister Ties, what name do you think would be fitting for our son? You shall decide." The sudden surge of power that had erupted from her son had startled her. But given that he was her child, Ties felt no fear. Just then, the little one in her arms was laughing joyfully. "Let's name him Douglas." "Very well. I shall heed your choice." Shortly after Douglas's birth, Bulma learned that Vegeta had returned to Earth, prompting her to request Lewis to escort her back. Once Ties had completed her delivery, Lewis resumed his task of destroying planets, taking Ties along with him into the cosmos. As for Lewis's son, Douglas, he would be cared for by Beerus, Whis, and the Oracle Fish. In Lewis's words, since his sister Ties had finally given birth, the couple deserved to relish some quality time together. After all, with Beerus, the Oracle Fish, and was overseeing matters in the realm of destruction, they were surely capable of looking after Douglas. Initially, Beerus was reluctant to tend to a child, but upon witnessing Douglas's adorable visage, especially his soft little hands and cherubic face, his heart, once as hard as stone, softened considerably. When the Oracle Fish expressed a desire to take care of Douglas, Beerus promptly swatted it away, declaring that his apprentice should not be entrusted to this blundering creature. Thus, Beerus took to carrying Douglas around daily, almost as if he wished to secure the little one at his waist. Fortunately, Lewis remained unaware of Beerus's true sentiments. Otherwise, the god of destruction would have faced considerable repercussions. A month later, after Lewis and Ties had traveled through the cosmos and destroyed an inferior planet, Lewis proposed, Sister Ties, how about we explore the Supreme Kai realm? That sounds delightful. I have yet to visit the Supreme Kai realm. Lewis paused, seemingly taken aback by the revelation that Ties had never visited the Kaioshin realm. Come, I shall escort you to the Kaioshin realm. Its beauty is unparalleled. Additionally, you must meet Broly. Meeting Broly was Lewis's primary objective, as he had recently received a few messages from the old Kaioshin concerning him. At that time, Ties had yet to give birth to Douglas, so Lewis had chosen to remain by her side and had not ventured to the Kaioshin realm. Now that Douglas had arrived, Lewis seized the opportunity to visit the realm and ascertain Broly's condition. In a flash, Lewis vanished alongside Ties from the cosmos. In the Kaioshin realm, beneath a grand tree, a formidable figure sat cross-legged on the grass, his eyes closed, waves of mental energy emanating from him. This individual was none other than Broly. Beside him stood two figures. Asen, sensing Broly's overwhelming mental power, exclaimed in astonishment, Ancestor, Broly's mental strength is astounding. Only such formidable mental prowess could allow him to control the raging emotions within. The old Kaioshin regarded Broly with a serious expression, remarking, however, this is merely a superficial remedy. Asen, puzzled, inquired, why? Just then, with a whoosh, Lewis and Ties materialized nearby. Lewis, Asen exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. You have arrived. The old Kaioshin then turned his gaze to Ties, smiling, Ties, I hear you have given birth. Why did you not bring the child for us to see? Ties bowed respectfully and replied, I asked Lord Beerus to help me with Douglas. Douglas? The old Kaioshin stroked his chin, laughing heartily. Weiss, Beerus, Lewis, and now Douglas. Each of your names contains us. How delightful. Suddenly, the old Kaioshin's expression changed, and he stared in disbelief. You had that lazy creature assist you with the child? Indeed, Ties replied with a cheerful grin. The old Kaioshin, initially suspecting he had misheard, was convinced upon seeing Lewis's smile. Good heavens! That lazy creature, who is reluctant even to destroy planets, has agreed to help Lewis with a child. Master Kaioshin, what is to be done about Broly now? Lewis redirected the conversation. Hearing his words, Ties finally turned her attention to Broly on the lawn. It was her first time witnessing him in person, having only seen him in Weiss's projections. Broly was incredibly robust, and Lewis had described him as the warrior god of the Saiyan race. It certainly appears formidable. I have conceived a solution that may prove to be definitive. The old Kai, with a grave expression, remarked, however, this method is perilous, and I will require your assistance. What approach could I possibly take to aid Broly? I pondered. I wished to have Broly completely enveloped by his utmost rage, only for him to rediscover his true self in that state of fury. The old Kai turned to Lewis and declared, you are the individual with the closest bond to Broly. The task of helping him reclaim his identity shall rest upon your shoulders. What? Luis was taken aback. The method proposed by the elder Kaioshin was none other than the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Upon witnessing Luis's expression, the elder Kaioshin inquired with a hint of confusion. Do you believe there is an issue with my approach? That should not be the case. He had observed for a considerable time, convinced that this method would undoubtedly work. In fact, it could even apply to individuals beyond Broly. Even Saiyans like Luis could use this technique to eventually transcend into Super Saiyan 4. No, I am merely surprised. I truly did not anticipate that the elder Kaioshin would conceive of such a solution. Lewis contemplated this method, pondering its potential utility. Broly, possessing an ancestral bloodline, diverges in his genetic evolution from that of ordinary Saiyans. While typical Saiyans must transcend Super Saiyan 3 to attain Super Saiyan 4 in order to liberate themselves from the influence of rage, Broly's ancestral lineage remains perpetually affected by such tumultuous emotions. However, the former must first undergo the primal great ape transformation, an occurrence that can indeed be regarded as a form of reversion. Broly's legendary physique is often likened to that of a humanoid great ape, rendering the great ape transformation remarkably akin to Broly's humanoid great ape form. If transforming into Super Saiyan 4 serves as a means to escape the clutches of rage, could it not be possible for Broly to employ a similar strategy to mitigate his own fury? Perhaps this could even lead Broly to unlock a new form. Haha. Of course, one need only consider my identity. With Lewis's praise, the old Kai stood proudly, hands on hips, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Luis was amused by the appearance of the old Kaioshin and inquired, "Oh, esteemed old Kaioshin, when shall we commence?" The old Kaioshin replied, "The time has not yet arrived. I trust you are not fully prepared either." Luis responded, "Ah, your wisdom is unparalleled, dear old Kaioshin. Do not rush. When the moment is ripe, I shall inform you. At that time, please be ready with a method to help Broly reclaim his true self." The old Kaioshin, with his hands clasped behind him, cast a glance at Broly resting on the lawn. Indeed, Lewis nodded with a smile, observing the old Supreme Kai, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor. His wisdom and insight were undeniably remarkable. Lewis harbored a deep admiration for the elder, understanding Broly's condition and discovering a means to quell his fury. Lewis and Tais lingered in the Kaioshin realm for a while, refraining from disturbing Broly before ultimately departing. After all, they had been away from the God of Destruction's domain for over a month, and Lewis feared that Douglas might not recognize them upon their return. On Earth, at the base of the Baozi Mountain, nearly 2 years had passed since the birth of Gohan. One day, at the mountain's forefront, Piccolo said, "Gohan, I leave you in my care." With a huff, he added, "Just wait. I shall make certain that Gohan and you become adversaries." Piccolo soared into the sky with little Gohan in tow. Chi-Chi, linking arms with Goku, looked on anxiously at the departing child. "Goku, do you think Gohan might be led astray?" "Not at all," Goku replied, shaking his head while observing Piccolo's retreating figure. "Over the past 2 years, I have closely monitored Piccolo. He is not like his father. Although he remains somewhat cold, his murderous intent has vanished. I have even discovered that he has been secretly protecting Earth." "What do you mean he has been secretly protecting Earth?" Chi-Chi exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Believe it or not, it's true," Goku affirmed, continuing, "Previously, while training in the forest, Piccolo encountered humans who were cutting down trees to prevent the forest from being destroyed. He merely injured them instead of seeking to kill. Piccolo has truly changed. Perhaps this is why Lewis entrusted little Gohan to him," Goku mused, gazing skyward with a serene smile. Piccolo, meanwhile, muttered to himself, "I simply wish to avoid being disturbed during my training." Expression of disbelief. "All right, I'll stealthily follow. If Piccolo dares to harm my son, I won't let him off easily." Goku released Chi-Chi's arm, concealing his aura as he leapt toward Piccolo. Chi-Chi thought to herself, "What a contradictory man." Simultaneously, in West City, in Bulma's backyard, Vegeta approached Bulma, rubbing his hands nervously. "Bulma, I need to speak with you about something." Bulma, reclining on a deck chair, glanced at her husband and found his hesitant expression amusing. "What's wrong? Just speak your mind." Vegeta's cheeks flushed as he stammered. You see, Lewis calls him brother-in-law." Yes, you see, brother-in-law already has a child. Shouldn't we also consider having one?" Upon finishing, Vegeta's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. "What?" Bulma was taken aback. "Ha." Bulma suddenly realized the situation and burst into hearty laughter, clutching her belly in amusement. She never anticipated that such words would escape the lips of the proud Saiyan prince. Vegeta, on the other hand, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could burrow into the ground. Yet, he did not desire such an outcome. As Lewis and son Wukong embraced fatherhood, he found himself without a child, leaving a discontented expression upon his face. Previously, upon achieving Super Saiyan 2, he believed he would surpass son Wukong, only to remain, as Lewis dubbed him, the perennial second best. This ignominious title clung to him like a shadow. He, a proud Saiyan prince, could scarcely endure it. Vegeta was acutely aware that he still had a significant chance to surpass son Wukong. Yet the prospect of outshining Lewis seemed an insurmountable task. Accepting this, he resolved that if he could not surpass Lewis, perhaps his son could one day eclipse Lewis's child. In a sense, this too would be a form of transcendence. What was so amusing? Vegeta's face grew increasingly flushed with embarrassment, unable to bear the situation any longer. He hoisted Bulma into his arms and headed toward their room. "Oh dear," Bulma exclaimed, startled by the sudden lift, and began playfully striking his back while teasingly scolding him. "It's still daytime. Can't we wait until night?" Vegeta, overwhelmed with shame, silently endured Bulma's playful hits, his pace quickening with each step. "Stop it, you scoundrel. You'll pay for this, you insufferable Vegeta." Chapter 174. Douglas transforms into Super Saiyan. Vegeta had resolved to father his son, training him to surpass both Gohan and Douglas. Naturally, fatherhood was not a solitary endeavor. Bulma's consent was imperative. Expecting Bulma to voice objections, he was taken aback by her unexpected calmness. It turned out that Bulma harbored a deep envy for Chi-Chi and her sister, who had both welcomed children, particularly during their time in the God of Destruction's realm. She had yet to hold her nephew before being unceremoniously ushered out by her brother-in-law. Fueled by frustration, Bulma was determined to have a little one of her own to cherish and play with. Thus, she and Vegeta embarked on their tireless endeavor. While Vegeta focused on creating a child, Sun Wukong clandestinely followed Piccolo to observe how he raised his son. On the first day, Piccolo cast little Gohan into the forest, urging him to fend for himself. At merely 2 years of age, Gohan was bewildered and helpless, crying by the riverbank throughout the day, exhausted from his weeping. He would eventually drift into slumber, only to awaken and weep anew. Each time little Gohan wept, an immense wave of energy erupted from within him, causing the forest to tremble incessantly. Hidden in the shadows, Piccolo felt a shiver run through him. He was indeed the son of that man. Meanwhile, concealed in the darkness, Son Goku smiled, realizing that his son harbored such formidable power within. The first day passed, and little Gohan spent the entire day in tears. On the second day, as Piccolo continued to remain elusive, little Gohan felt both weary and famished. He longed for his parents and yearned for sustenance. Yet, no matter how fervently he called out, his mother and father did not appear. Thus, he began to cry once more. This sight tugged at Son Goku's heartstrings from his hidden vantage point. He even contemplated taking little Gohan away. However, recalling the words of Lewis, he restrained his impulse. By noon, Gohan was on the verge of fainting from hunger. At that moment, Goku could no longer contain himself and was about to rescue his son when Piccolo made his move. Piccolo procured several fruits and discreetly placed them beside little Gohan. Observing this, Goku managed to quell his impulse and continued to remain in the shadows. Little Gohan, desperate by the riverbank and unable to withstand his hunger any longer, took a sip of the river water. Upon noticing the fruits nearby, his instinct for survival compelled him to seize them and eat. Throughout these 2 days, little Gohan subsisted solely on these few fruits, and the second day came to a close. The third day, the fourth day. Meanwhile, Goku and Piccolo were tending to little Gohan, while Lewis and Tais returned from the realm of the Kais to the realm of the Destroyers. As soon as Lewis returned, he was greeted by a delightful surprise. Beerus had inadvertently pressed a milk bottle against Douglas's nose while feeding him. In an instant, Douglas erupted into a wail, and an overwhelming surge of energy radiated from him. A golden aura flared to life, and the color of his hair shimmered between gold and silver. With a resounding explosion, Douglas's hair ceased its flickering, and his power soared from 10 million to an astonishing 500 million. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Lewis is quite a surprise. Who would have thought that his son could transform into a Super Saiyan just over a month after his birth? Taisi, witnessing her son's breakthrough, felt an exhilarating surge of emotion. Having followed Lewis for many years, she was well aware of the arduous journey for a Saiyan to achieve such a transformation. Now, with her son reaching Super Saiyan status at such a tender age, it was a testament to his extraordinary talent. Taisi wished for her son to grow ever stronger. Not merely for the sake of maternal pride, but like her friend Chi-Chi, she desired for their sons to possess the ability to safeguard themselves in this perilous world. As a prospective wife of a destroyer god, Taisi understood all too well the dangers that lurked in their realm. Moreover, with her partner harboring enmity against the dark demon realm, should Lewis find himself engaged in battle and unable to protect them, they would have to rely solely on their own strength. Upon witnessing Douglas's breakthrough, Beerus was momentarily taken aback, soon filled with joy. This little fellow had attained the Super Saiyan form at such a young age. Perhaps in due time, he might even reach Super Saiyan 2. Beerus understood that each transformation for a Saiyan could amplify their power by dozens, even hundreds of times. The stronger their base combat power, the mightier they became upon transforming. Once Douglas reached an age suitable for training, he would be entrusted to Whis for guidance. Undoubtedly, with further transformations, the boy would grow even more formidable. Beerus had previously believed that a Saiyan's transformation was a misguided path, but the old Kai had explained to him that it was, in fact, a manifestation of bloodline ascension. Existence itself is justification. Whis corroborated this notion, and Beerus's anticipation for Douglas's future grew immensely. After Lewis and his wife returned, Douglas was no longer under Beerus's tutelage. After having spent over a month with the young boy, Beerus found himself reluctant to part ways when Lewis reclaimed him. Thus, he proposed a challenge to Lewis, a duel, with the condition that the loser would relinquish Douglas. Chapter 175. New form. Hit me if you possess no ability to disregard damage. Watch as I pummel you into submission. Ha ha ha, but I do possess such an ability. Humph, your bravado is commendable. After more than 2 years without training, I shall see if your strength has diminished. With a cold snort, Beerus emanated an ethereal aura, and suddenly, buzz, a silver flame enveloped the battlefield, as if the very void were boiling over. Power, 5th level of the divine realm. State, free realm. Free realm, Lord Beerus, allow me to experience the perfection of the ultimate state. A faint smile graced the corners of Lewis's lips as a radiant silver light erupted from his being, enveloping him in a shimmering aura. The silver flames swirled around him, coalescing into a luminous barrier. Power, 2nd layer of the divine realm. Condition, perfectly unfettered state of ultimate enlightenment. As Lewis stepped into the void, he advanced a single stride, and 2 orbs of silvery flames collided. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the battlefield of emptiness, where colossal waves of energy relentlessly battered against the barriers of combat. Observing this spectacle from the ground, Ties furrowed her brow and remarked, "Weiss, with Lewis and Lord Beerus in the same state, is Lewis destined to lose?" She was acutely aware that without transformation, Lewis's power was confined to the 2nd tier of the divine realm, which paled in comparison to Beerus's 5th tier. Weiss shook his head in response. "You are mistaken. They are not in the same state." Ties, cradling her son, gazed at Weiss with confusion. "Isn't their current state what you previously referred to as the state of ease?" "Indeed, Lord Beerus is utilizing this state, but Lewis is not," Weiss replied with a smile. "Lewis is in the perfected state of ultimate ease, a realm even more formidable than mere ease. Do not let Lewis's ordinary power, which may seem inferior to Lord Beerus, deceive you. In the perfected state of ultimate ease, Lord Beerus may indeed find himself at a loss against Lewis." On the battlefield of emptiness, as Lewis faced off against his opponent, a terrifying whirlwind surged between them, distorting the very fabric of space under the pressure of immense power. What a remarkable young man. In truth, while Lewis was engaged in battle with Broly, Beerus had witnessed Lewis manifest this state through Whis' projection. However, experiencing this state firsthand only deepened Beerus's appreciation for its potency. In Beerus's eyes, at that moment, Lewis resembled a nimble monkey, each movement laced with deception, graceful and agile. "Lord Beerus, exercise caution." Lewis moved. With a resounding crash, a silver radiance sliced through the void. Countless phantoms emerged on the battlefield, now tinged with silver. "Here." Beerus snorted disdainfully. He too sprang into action, unleashing a destructive energy towards one of the phantoms. "Truly, the might of Lord Beerus is unquestionable." The phantom suddenly spoke, revealing Lewis's true form. As the destructive energy surged towards him, he deftly twisted his body, effortlessly evading Beerus's attack. Boom! The destructive energy erupted behind him. Yet Lewis remained expressionless. In a flash, he appeared before Beerus, embodying the ferocity of a thunderstorm, and raised his knee to deliver a powerful kick to Beerus's abdomen. Bang! The sound of an explosion echoed. Beerus smirked. To the untrained eye, Lewis's speed seemed remarkable, but to him, Lewis's movements resembled that of a tortoise. This exemplifies the disparity between the 2nd and 5th layers of divine realms. With his heart and body in sync, Beerus sidestepped, and Lewis's knee struck nothing but air. Beerus easily evaded Lewis's attack, yet the fierce storm Lewis conjured whipped across his face, and Beerus felt relieved that both his power and speed surpassed Lewis's. Otherwise, he would have struggled to counter this strike. Could he evade it? Just as Beerus reveled in his fortune, Lewis's voice pierced through to his ears. Lewis's knee, having struck air, now executed an unexpected horizontal kick at an odd angle. Beerus's pupils constricted sharply, and the silver aura surrounding him intensified. Instinctively, he attempted to dodge. Yet it was futile. Luis's knee struck his abdomen with a resounding thud, echoing like thunder. Beerus was sent flying. This was the formidable power of the realm of perfect freedom. On the ground, Whis replayed the scene in slow motion for ties and the prophetic fish. The realms of free movement and ultimate freedom are techniques of the angels. They blend instinctual reactions with bodily capabilities, allowing one to respond to the external world without the mediation of the mind. However, the former is merely a diluted version of the latter. Although Lord Beerus possesses formidable strength and speed, his reflexes in this state pale in comparison to Luis's. Does this mean Lord Beerus is destined to lose? Ties exclaimed in surprise. Whis's lips quirked slightly as he shook his head. Not at all. Have you forgotten the essence of power I just mentioned? Power is the foundation of everything. Even if your reactions are swift, what good is it if your strength cannot deliver a fatal blow? Boom. The clash resonated through the celestial battlefield, a deafening sound reverberating in the air. Indeed, as Whis had predicted, Luis's recent strike inflicted no damage upon Beerus. After being sent flying, Beerus quickly closed the gap with Luis. Bang, bang, bang. A tempestuous exchange ensued. Fists intertwining as the explosive force of their collisions threatened to obliterate everything in its path. All that Luis learned during his previous challenge across the universe has been utilized in this battle. Though his strength may not rival that of Beerus, he is nonetheless managing to keep the god of destruction on the defensive. Despite Beerus remaining unscathed, he finds himself increasingly beleaguered. This is largely due to Luis's combat skills, which have nearly reached Beerus's level and his superior reflexes. Boom. The void erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Fortunately, with Whis's protective energy shield in place, all the immense power was contained within. Yet, even so, that terrifying force caused the energy barrier to tremble incessantly. You're as cunning as a slippery eel. Luis's punch landed squarely on Beerus, who swiftly distanced himself, spiraling in the air while muttering curses. In the past, Luis would have been the one to endure punishment, but now the tables have turned. Luis's strength had no effect on him. Yet he was utterly unable to respond to Luis's assaults, leaving him with no choice but to endure the blows. How infuriating. Ha. Even Lord Beerus faces a day like this. Luis steadied himself, refraining from rushing forward. Humph. Do not presume I am unaware of your stamina depletion. How long can you sustain this state? Beerus twisted his neck, gazing at Luis ahead, and sneered, Douglas is mine. Luis's expression darkened as he chuckled, Lord Beerus, you are quite mischievous. I have not trained in recent years, and I am aware that you wish to see if I have regressed. Very well. I shall reveal to you my new form. Chapter 176. Super 4. New form. Beerus paused, bewildered. What new form? His confusion was mirrored by Whis, who stood on the ground, equally perplexed. Super Saiyan 3? No, that cannot be. If it were Super Saiyan 3, Luis would not have referred to it as a new form, for he is well aware that I can transform into that state. Whis was thoroughly befuddled. He had never witnessed Luis transform into any other forms. Could it be that he has developed a new transformation? Ties, do you know that Luis can transform into different forms? I do not know. Ties shook her head. Over the past few years, she had been by Luis's side and had not noticed any such development. Above, in the void of the battlefield, upon hearing Luis mention a new form, Beerus suddenly felt an ominous premonition and furrowed his brow. What kind of form is this? Super 4? Luis laughed heartily. His expression suddenly turned serious as he shouted, Whis, summon Asen, Broly, Goku, and Vegeta to my location. On the ground, Whis heard this and, although puzzled, communicated telepathically with the Supreme Kai of the universe. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai, Asen, and Broly all received the message. Youngsters, did you hear that? Hurry. The old Supreme Kai bellowed. He had previously discussed Broly's situation with Luis. It had only been a month. Could Luis have come to a revelation? Asen quickly reacted, utilizing instant transmission to bring the group from the Supreme Kai realm to the Destroyer realm. They then made a brief detour to Earth to find Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta were already acquainted with the Supreme Kai, and, upon hearing the explanation from Supreme Kai Shin, Goku felt reassured after observing little Gohan for a month, during which Piccolo had not done anything to him. Thus, he willingly followed Supreme Kai Shin to the Destroyer realm. As for Vegeta, having ceased his attempts to conceive a child with Bulma, he too accompanied them to the Destroyer realm. After Goku and Vegeta departed Earth, within a cave in the southern islands, Cell exclaimed, How could it be? I haven't even fully created you yet. How are you here? No. Don't kill me. Simultaneously, in the heavenly temple, All Demon lay on the ground, glancing towards the southern islands, then at Bobo beside him. Bobo, where has Supreme Kai Shin taken those two? Bobo's expression remained inscrutable as he replied, I am not certain. All Demon bit his little finger, pondering, could something significant be occurring? Bobo remained expressionless, I do not know. All Demon's lips twitched slightly, project it for me. Yes. Bobo finally reacted and projected the scene from the Destroyer realm. In the realm of the Supreme Kai. Within moments, 7 or 8 individuals gathered in the empty expanse. The atmosphere in the Destroyer realm became tense. The old Supreme Kai glanced at the void battlefield before turning to Whis and inquired, Mr. Whis, what has Lewis summoned us here for? Whis looked at the assembly and slowly replied. He said he wishes to transform into a new form. What? Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, realizing that Lewis would transform into Super Saiyan 3. If he were to break through again, would he not attain the Super Saiyan 4 state? No wonder Lewis wanted us to witness this. He must have mastered the method I described. The old Supreme Kai's eyes brightened. He had already discussed a definitive solution for Broly's rampage with Lewis a month prior. In fact, that method was suitable for Saiyans to transform into Super Saiyan 4 as well. Upon hearing this, Vegeta asked, what method? To reclaim oneself in a state of ultimate rage. As the Elder Kaioshin began to speak, Whis grasped the essence of the matter at hand. Ever since the battle in the Dark Demon Realm, Lewis's bloodline had ascended to an extraordinarily formidable level. Perhaps this approach could indeed facilitate the Saiyans' transcendence into the so-called Super Saiyan 4 state. Whis discreetly nodded in acknowledgement of the Elder Kaioshin. His insight and perspective were formidable, surpassing even Whis's own considerations. At that moment, the Elder Kaioshin gazed at Broly, Goku, and Vegeta, his expression grave. Lewis must have mastered this method, which is why he summoned you here. You two will reach this level in due course. Remember to observe closely. Goku and Vegeta felt a jolt of anticipation, hastily looking up. Even if Lewis had yet to commence, they remained transfixed, unwilling to overlook any detail. Meanwhile, Broly scratched his head, unfamiliar with the concept of Super Saiyan 4, yet he listened intently to the Elder Kaioshin and Lewis. Thus, he obediently lifted his gaze. In the vast expanse above, the battlefield of the void awaited. Have they all arrived? As Lewis observed the arrival of the crowd, he turned his gaze towards Beerus and declared, Lord Beerus, please descend first. I shall transform and then engage you in battle. He understood that. In his current state of perfect Ultra Instinct, he was no match for Beerus. Even if he were to transform into Super Saiyan 3, his power would only reach the 4th level of the God Realm. Moreover, once transformed, he would be unable to maintain the perfect Ultra Instinct. With merely the 4th level of the God Realm, he could never hope to defeat Beerus. Of course, utilizing the powers of time and space would easily allow him to triumph over Beerus, but he had initially promised not to wield such abilities. Therefore, he resolved to transform into Super Saiyan 4, having prepared for this moment for so long. Very well, in Super Saiyan 4 form. I shall await your transformation before we clash. Excitement gleamed in Beerus's eyes. During their recent encounter, Lewis had managed to hold his own against him for quite some time with his perfect Ultra Instinct, leaving Beerus unsatisfied. Furthermore, Lewis's power did not ignite his desire for battle. If Lewis were to break through once more, he would undoubtedly become even stronger. The mere thought thrilled him. As Beerus landed on the ground, Lewis shouted across the void battlefield, Vegeta, create a moon for me. Chapter 177, Summoning Kes Beneath the Void. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, each reflecting the uncertainty in their eyes. Only the old Kai and Whis understood Lewis's intentions. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 requires 2 conditions. First, one's bloodline must be elevated to a certain level. Second, one must reclaim their self from an extreme state of fury. The degree of Lewis's bloodline sublimation has undoubtedly reached the requisite standard. To transform into Super Saiyan 4, Lewis merely needs to reclaim his sense of self from the state of ultimate fury. However, unlike Broly, the legendary Saiyan who is inherently a humanoid giant ape and can easily lose control and enter this extreme state, Lewis is an ordinary type of Saiyan, akin to others of his kind. The path to attaining the ultimate fury state is singular. It necessitates the utilization of the Great Ape Transformation. Vegeta. Lewis requires the Great Ape Transformation to achieve Super Saiyan 4. You must act swiftly. The Elder Supreme Kai elucidated. With this revelation, Vegeta experienced an epiphany and began to gather energy to create an artificial moon. Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned to Broly and cautioned, "Remember, do not look at the sky." He refrained from addressing Goku, as Goku's tail had long been sealed by the Kai, rendering him incapable of transforming into a great ape even if he were to behold the moon. Goku was aware that Saiyans with tails could transform into great apes. Yet he remained silent. Broly, however, inquired, "Why? There is no moon near planet Vampa. I have never experienced the great ape transformation." Complying with Vegeta's instruction, Broly averted his gaze. The Elder Supreme Kai observed that Broly was indeed a humanoid giant ape, yet he was uncertain whether Broly would transform upon seeing the moon. To err on the side of caution, it was prudent to prevent him from looking at it. "Understood," Broly replied with a naive smile and a nod. Aside from Lewis, the only other individual capable of commanding his obedience was the Elder Supreme Kai. "By the way, sister, please remember to cover Douglas's eyes," Vegeta said. Glancing at Ty's, he hesitated to call her name, fearing she might inform Bulma. The prospect of Bulma becoming angry and refusing to bear his child was a dire concern. Noticing Vegeta's discomfort, Tai chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. With everything prepared, Vegeta began to channel his inner power, manifesting a glimmer of white light in his hands, which swiftly transformed into a moon the size of a basketball. "Go!" Vegeta exclaimed, tossing it behind him, as long as he did not turn around. Even looking up would pose no issue. In the dim sky, a moon emerged, its radiant light cascading across the God of Destruction's realm, adding an exquisite touch to the already beautiful domain. In the void of battle, Lewis remained suspended, gazing at the artificial moon rising before him. At last, the moment had arrived. Lewis had never forgotten the moment when Demigra killed Tai, nor did he lack the desire to cultivate. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his base power had already transcended to the second tier of the God realm, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He would ascend to the true destruction God level, reaching the fourth tier of the God realm. His base form was not akin to that of a Super Saiyan transformation. The transformation merely required the elevation of his bloodline to a certain degree, whereas his base power had long since hit a bottleneck. It was not simply a matter of wanting to break through. Thus, over the years, Lewis had been in a state of self-reflection, and even now, his base power remained shackled. However, since his ordinary base power could not be enhanced, he decided to continue transforming. The Super Saiyan 4 state would undoubtedly grant him immense improvement, and since Super Saiyan 4 itself represented a different kind of base state, he would be able to infuse it with the perfect mastery of Ultra Instinct. Demigra, wait for it. Even if the entire demon realm seeks to protect you, you shall meet your demise. The fact that Demigra still lived was his greatest regret. Lewis exhaled heavily, releasing the tail coiled around his waist, and fixed his gaze intently on the artificial moon ahead. In that moment, the God of Destruction realm fell into an eerie silence. Everyone on the ground held their breath. Whis' eyelids twitched violently. For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition. What was happening? Could it be that he, an angel possessing the power of the second tier of the angel realm, could not contend with the frenzied Lewis? Startled, Whis quickly decided to reach out for help. "Sister, I need your assistance." A message burst forth from Whis' staff, and soon after, Kusu of Universe 10 received the communication. What on earth? Kusu was taken aback. She did not understand why Whis sought her help again, but it was evident that something was amiss. She could not afford to ponder too much. Turning to Ramses beside her, she stated that she had matters to attend to before departing Universe 10. In the God of Destruction realm of Universe 7, a basketball-sized artificial moon hung in the sky, casting an unusual stillness over the entire realm. In the void battlefield, Lewis hovered motionless, the pure white moonlight reflecting in his eyes, as his tail began to twitch slightly. This feeling, Lewis merely felt an insatiable itch at the base of his tail, accompanied by a surge of ferocious emotions flooding his mind. Was the effect truly so exaggerated? Lewis smiled gently. In a moment of distraction, his expression suddenly contorted into a grimace. Bang! Bang! His muscles swelled, straining against the confines of his destructive attire. A roar erupted. Unconsciously, Lewis let out a roar towards the moon, the sound waves unleashed by a master of the second tier of divine power reverberating across every corner of the destruction-ridden divine realm. Boom! Boom! The mountains crumbled and the earth shook. The grounds was hastily erected an energy shield, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Go, Lewis! Tai exclaimed, covering little Douglas's eyes while fixating on the sky, where Lewis's face contorted in fury. Although Lewis had completely lost his human form at that moment, she found him no less handsome. He remained strikingly charismatic. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled his assertion that elite warriors do not lose their sanity. What has Lewis remembered? He hastily inquired. Indeed, Lewis is an elite warrior. Can he still enter a state of ultimate rage? Vegeta turned his gaze towards the Elder Supreme Kai. Do not be anxious. Since Lewis summoned us, he surely has a plan. The Elder Supreme Kai remained unperturbed, knowing full well that Lewis never engaged in endeavors without confidence. All right, let us continue observing Lewis's transformation, especially you three, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Make sure to observe closely, was added. Yes. Chapter 178, Igniting the Fury Factor. In the skies, Lewis gazed intently at the artificial moon, feeling the tempestuous emotions within him intensify to an alarming degree. Yet, despite this turmoil, those violent sentiments ultimately failed to engulf his consciousness. Is this the essence of a superior warrior? Lewis indeed recalled that he was a superior warrior. However, at this moment, his mouth began to reveal fangs, and brown fur emerged upon his body. With a thunderous roar, the power within him erupted uncontrollably, compressing the very fabric of space and creating a vast vacuum. The air quivered incessantly, while the realm of deities was swept by a tempest, causing countless lakes to surge with towering waves. A primal roar echoed through the chaos. Lewis had transformed into a creature resembling a mighty ape, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and shattered the earth. The divine trees of the celestial realm, once proud and towering, were brought low and severed, only to be crushed into dust by an overwhelming force in the next instant. Lewis's giant ape form has grown increasingly massive. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 200 meters. A colossal ape towering at 200 meters spirals through the sky, its silver fur transforming into a rich brown, while a robust tail lashes violently in the air. Power, second level of the divine realm. Is this truly Lewis's giant ape form? Vegeta on the ground is taken aback. Typically, Saiyan transformations into giant apes reach a maximum of around 120 meters, yet Lewis's current stature is remarkably exaggerated. Douglas, your father has become incredibly strong. Ty's eyes sparkle with excitement, though she does not release her grip on Douglas's eyes, primarily out of fear that the little one might catch sight of the full moon. Douglas protests, if you don't let go, how can I know if Daddy is strong? Is he still at the second level of divine power? Beerus furrows his brow slightly. Lord Beerus, our Saiyan transformations can only enhance power by tenfold. Vegeta explains. I see. Beerus nods, yet his gaze is fraught with concern, fearing that Lewis might fail to transform. The Elder Kaishin beside him also grows anxious. The main issue is that the power increase in Lewis's current state appears insufficient. Can he truly achieve Super Saiyan 4? Even though this method of breakthrough was suggested by him, the Elder Kaishin feels a lack of conviction. Lord Beerus, Elder Kaishin, please remain calm. Lewis has yet to enter the ultimate berserk state. Once he does, we will know whether he can succeed. Whis' ominous premonition intensifies, his subconscious assuring him that Lewis will undoubtedly attain the Super Saiyan 4 form. Upon hearing this, the others continue to observe intently. In the air, Lewis, in his giant ape form, blinks his crimson eyes and slowly declares, pay attention, I am about to enter the ultimate berserk state. As a higher-tier warrior, he maintains his intellect even in his giant ape form. However, retaining his rationality is not his desire. Having spoken, he closes his eyes. The god of destruction realm falls silent once more, and now everyone dares not even breathe heavily. A surge of ferocious energy erupts from Lewis, resembling a cataclysmic tornado, sweeping across the entire god of destruction realm, the recently settled magnetic field plunging back into chaos. Crackling arcs of electricity dance across the giant ape's body, accompanied by a resounding roar, as Lewis suddenly opens his eyes, now devoid of reason. How could this happen? Isn't Lewis a higher-tier warrior? Vegeta questions in confusion from the ground. I understand now. The Elder Kaishin's eyes brighten. Elder Kaishin, what does this mean? Goku inquires. Before the Elder Kaishin can respond, Whis interjects. This is Lewis deliberately detonating the berserk factor within him, relinquishing resistance, and allowing the chaotic emotions to completely engulf his consciousness. Everyone was taken aback and turned their gazes towards the old Kai. Indeed, it was true. The corners of the old Kai's mouth twitched slightly, after all. Whis was an angel, and he had not anticipated that there would be doubts regarding Whis' words. Chapter 179. The Arrival of Krillin in an Instant. The brown giant ape transformed into a golden giant ape. The golden aura surged around the golden giant ape, and the power of the fifth level of the divine realm continued to erupt, the pinnacle of the fifth level. Roar! The golden giant ape let out a furious roar towards the heavens, as a blood-red laser sphere coalesced in its mouth and shot towards the distant mountains. Boom! The mountain range, stretching for millions of kilometers, was instantly reduced to dust. The ground began to fracture, and countless magma streams erupted. The entire realm of destruction trembled. As if it would explode at any moment, Whis hurriedly led everyone into the sky. It was overwhelmingly powerful, far too powerful. Beerus felt the might of Lewis. His voice trembling slightly. Lewis's strength had finally caught up with him. The golden giant ape. There was even a form known as the golden giant ape. Vegeta instinctively swallowed, only to realize that his mouth had long since gone dry. The golden giant ape. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is a manifestation of bloodline transcendence. The old Kai was exceedingly excited. If Lewis could regain his self in this state, he would undoubtedly break through to the Super Saiyan 4 state. At this moment, the old Kai realized that his speculations regarding the Saiyan bloodline were indeed correct. Goku clenched his fists, his eyes filled with longing. How I wish I could possess such power. Broly remained silent, yet his trembling body betrayed his excitement. He too was thrilled, eager to engage Lewis in battle. At that moment, Whis suddenly spoke. Be careful, Lewis seems to have set his sights on us. Everyone looked towards the void ahead, realizing that as Whis had brought them into the sky, they had become the target of the golden giant ape. Roar! Ahead. The golden giant ape unleashed a beam of laser energy, filled with boundless power, aimed at the energy shield established by Whis. Everyone's pupils constricted. A wave of deathly threat surged within them, and they could not help but close their eyes. Bang! The laser beam struck the energy shield where they stood. Fortunately, this energy shield was set up by Whis, a master at the second level, and the laser beam emitted by the golden giant ape merely struck like a nail against steel, producing only a few sparks before dissipating. Phew! Inside the energy shield, Tais opened her eyes and, seeing that they were unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. She lowered her head and said to Douglas in her arms, "You scared me so much. Your father is truly insufferable." Thankfully, we have Mr. Whis with us. Sun Wukong and Vegeta both exhaled in relief. However, Beerus continued to gaze intently at the golden great ape, his voice trembling increasingly. Do not rejoice too soon. The old Kaioshin's complexion had turned ashen, filled with dread as he exclaimed, Lewis has lost his sanity, but his original power remains intact. What does this mean? Everyone was momentarily stunned. The old Kaioshin and Beerus shouted in unison, Asin, quickly take everyone away. Buzz. No sooner had the words left their lips than the mindless golden great ape, upon noticing that Whis's energy shield had not been breached, was instantly consumed by rage. The golden great ape instinctively harnessed the light force within, preparing to unleash annihilation. This is dire. At that moment, even Whis was taken aback, for he had witnessed Lewis wield this very technique in the battle against the Dark Demon Realm, a move capable of slaying even the most adept celestial beings. A blinding white light surged forth. Sister, save me, Whis cried out to the heavens. Here it comes. I'm here to save you. A petite girl appeared in the sky, wielding a staff. The power of a high priest erupted with a resounding force, as a silver radiance coalesced into a cross-shaped blade, cleaving through the incoming white light. The collision was monumental. Boom. It was as if the heavens had split apart. An overwhelming force obliterating the entirety of the god of destruction's realm, rendering it a void. The light dissipated. Standing outside the energy shield was a small girl. Hee hee. How daring you are to let Lewis lose his sanity. Kes giggled. In that instant of engagement with the golden great ape, she had recognized it as Lewis transformed. Inside the energy shield, everyone patted their chests in relief. Whis wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing gratitude. Indeed, my earlier ominous premonition proved true. Fortunately, I summoned my sister, or I would have been doomed. The old Kaioshin, Asin, and Beerus all bowed to Kes, astonished that Whis had called for assistance, which had ultimately saved them from calamity. Kes, somewhat puzzled, asked, What are you all doing? Her inquiry pertained to why Lewis had lost his sanity. Just as they were about to respond, Kes's brows knitted together. I will subdue it first. It turned out that the golden great ape was charging towards them, and Kes turned to confront it. A comical scene unfolded in the void, where a towering 200-meter golden great ape attacked a small girl. Fortunately, the girl's power was formidable. With a mere strike, she could repel the golden great ape. Witnessing this, Lewis would not engage in reckless endeavors, yet why had he not transformed? The old Kaioshin was in a state of frantic worry. Curse it! Beerus gritted his teeth and exclaimed, is it possible that Lewis has failed to transform? Vegeta clenched his fist and shouted, impossible. Lewis is the pride of our Saiyan lineage. How could he possibly fail to transform? Vegeta, however, Lewis has now lost his reason. Not only has he failed to transform, but he has also turned against us, Goku interjected. Shut up, Kakarot. Lewis will undoubtedly succeed in his transformation, Vegeta retorted, tugging at Goku's collar. Yes, Lewis will surely succeed, Goku replied, his eyes glimmering with determination. Indeed, he wished more than anyone else for Lewis to break through. At that moment, Whis shook his head and sighed, we cannot wait any longer. I must have my sister interrupt Lewis's transformation. Ties, in a state of panic, pleaded, Whis. Please wait. Lewis can do this. He is your most cherished disciple. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly echoed her pleas. Yet Whis remained unmoved. His voice tinged with resignation. You have no idea of the power Lewis possesses. That last strike he delivered was not his strongest move. If Lewis were to unleash his full strength, even my sister might struggle to withstand it. Every time Whis recalled the time-space obliteration Lewis had executed, he couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. Such power could likely only be wielded by the Time King. Chapter 180. Successful transformation to Super Saiyan. For the onlookers were left speechless. Just moments ago, Lewis's strike had been so formidable that even Whis could not counter it, leaving them in shocked silence. Fortunately, Whis's sister had arrived just in time to save them, a testament to her incredible strength. Now, however, Whis claimed that even she might not be able to withstand Lewis's ultimate attack. Whis, have your sister interrupt Lewis's transformation, Tai said, biting her lip. She desperately hoped Lewis would not fail, but if he lost control and harmed them, she could not bear the thought. All right, Whis shouted towards his sister, just sever his tail. Little Whis, are you foolish? Lewis is immune to all forms of damage. I cannot harm him at all, came the voice of his sister's eyes. Panic surged through Whis as he realized they had overlooked this crucial detail. Just then, the golden giant ape let out a deafening roar, followed by an overwhelming surge of time-space power erupting. It's time-space obliteration. Sister, run. Time-space obliteration. Lewis had previously used this technique against Demigra in the Dark Demon Realm. Although he had not succeeded in killing Demigra, the entire Dark Demon Realm had been shattered into time-space fragments as a result. Lewis, don't do anything reckless. Sister, hurry and escape. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Temple of Earth, the Lord of all demons, Lewis, sought to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, reclaiming oneself from the depths of extreme fury is a commendable approach. Bobo nodded slightly and remarked, however, what exactly will Lewis do to regain his senses from such a state? He chuckled, who knows? Seated at the edge of the celestial realm, the Lord of all demons observed the scene projected by Bobo. In the image, the golden great ape unleashed an erasure attack against Whis. The Lord of all demons laughed. I never imagined this little fellow could wield the power of light, even in a state of madness. Bobo furrowed his brow. Then Whis is doomed. The Lord of all demons shook his head. No, Kess is coming to his aid. Just in time, Kess arrived in the scene, attempting to subdue the golden great ape, which staggered back under the assault, its erasure proving ineffective against the priest-level Kess. However, the golden great ape was enraged. It launched a new attack against Kess, an assault of temporal erasure. The power of time and space emanated from this creature, revealing its true monstrosity. But what of the High Priest and the King? If they do not intervene soon, Kess will either perish or sustain grave injuries. Bobo could not help but raise an eyebrow. Those two are truly pushing my patience. The Lord of all demons, sitting on the ground, observed the inaction of the High Priest and the King. With a shake of his head, he raised his hand and unleashed a surge of profound dark energy into the sky. Bobo's lips twitched slightly. Why does the Lord of all demons meddle so much? In the palace of the king, a voice echoed, Ah, king, you guessed correctly. The Lord of all demons has indeed made his move. Laughter, childlike and joyous, resonated throughout the palace. In the realm of destruction, amidst the void, a vast power of time and space erupted from the golden great ape. Silver light permeated the space, and influenced by this temporal force, the entire void began to tremble, fracturing into shards of time and space. Sister, run away. Whis's voice rang out. Kess attempted to flee, only to find the void had fragmented into countless temporal shards, leaving no escape. No, Kess gasped in horror. Faced with this onslaught, even she, a priest, could not withstand it. Just as despair enveloped everyone, a surge of dark power struck, instantly shattering the terrifying silver brilliance. In quick succession, the temporal shards rapidly reformed into the void, and upon witnessing the scene, the realm of destruction was restored once more. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, everyone was left in a state of shock. Even Kashi stood momentarily bewildered. What could have transpired? Could it be her father, or perhaps the king of all, who intervened to offer assistance? No, that overwhelming force was undeniably imbued with a sinister aura. It could not possibly belong to her father or the king of all. Was it perhaps the essence of the pinnacle of all demons? Yet, that too seems implausible. Despite the enmity between Lewis and the Dark Demon realm, one wonders why the entire magical realm would extend a helping hand to him. Just as Kes found herself momentarily dazed, a thunderous roar erupted before her. Roar. The sheer intensity of this sound startled everyone present. Within the protective energy shield, Tai shouted towards the vacant space where the golden giant ape loomed. Lewis, do not act recklessly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta prepared to voice their concerns, but Whis exhaled a sigh of relief, declaring, fear not. It appears that Lewis is on the verge of a successful transformation. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes forward with renewed urgency. They beheld Kes spiraling before the golden giant ape, whose crimson eyes began to flicker with emotional turbulence. Simultaneously, a cascade of golden luminescence surged forth from its form. Haha. I always knew Lewis would not embark on an endeavor without confidence. Inside the energy shield, although the old Supreme Kai was uncertain how Lewis managed to reclaim his essence from the depths of utter rage, the unmistakable expression of humanity that graced the face of the golden giant ape was irrefutable. Lewis has reclaimed his true self. At this moment, the smile of the old Kaioshin radiated like a resplendent flower. Instantly, all eyes were riveted upon the golden giant ape. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from the golden giant ape, the power of the fifth layer of the God realm. With a crack, the energy of the first layer of the angel realm surged forth. Chapter 181, The Method of Self-Reclamation. The energy of the first layer of the angel realm spread to every corner of the entire universe, causing all gods of destruction and angels across the cosmos to abruptly raise their heads. It was the aura of Lewis. How could this be possible? Hadn't he only returned from the dark demon realm with the power of the fourth layer of the God realm? How could his strength have ascended to the angel realm so swiftly? This is utterly monstrous. This guy is beyond extraordinary. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the golden light shimmered and surged like a mist, boiling in an instant. The form of the golden giant ape began to transform. Its gleaming fangs retracted, and its fearsome visage vanished. A divine aura enveloped the golden giant ape as it let out a tremendous roar. Accompanied by the roar, the golden light surged brilliantly. Everyone within the energy shield shielded their eyes. Had he succeeded? He is Lewis. He must have succeeded. As the blinding radiance gradually diminished, the onlookers slowly opened their eyes. Before them, a figure spiraled in the void. The individual had black hair cascading over their shoulders, their chest and palms exposed, while red fur cloaked their entire body, exuding an endless allure and wildness. How striking! Upon witnessing this, Tais involuntarily exclaimed from within the energy shield. Regaining her composure, she flew forward, clutching Douglas tightly. Weiss did not intervene, recognizing that Lewis had regained his sanity. Lewis! Tais, embracing her son, collided into Lewis's arms, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Lewis tightly embraced Taisi and rested his head upon hers, filled with remorse as he uttered, Taisi, I am truly sorry. It was my failure to maintain control. Taisi remained silent, her thoughts haunted by the recent image of Lewis losing his composure, a wave of fear washing over her. It was not the fear of death that troubled her should she perish, so be it. Rather, her concern lay with Douglas, who could also fall victim to Lewis's wrath. After all, he was Lewis's own son. The anguish Lewis would endure upon realizing he had taken his child's life would be unimaginable. After a brief moment, Taisi wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and shook her head, reassuringly proclaiming, I am fine, as long as you are safe. Upon hearing this, Lewis felt an even deeper pang of guilt. He was about to speak when, at that moment, everyone gathered around them. Taisi hastily extricated herself from Lewis's embrace. Beerus playfully scolded, You nearly gave us a heart attack just now. Luis, feeling quite embarrassed, finally spoke up. Lord Beerus, Whis, Miss Kes, Old Kaioshin, Asin, I apologize. Lewis wished to extend his sincerest apologies to everyone. However, Beerus, not holding any grievance against him, promptly interrupted Lewis's apology. inquiring how he managed to regain his composure from such a frenzied state. Although Vados and Kusu were momentarily startled by Lewis's recent actions, they understood that it was unintentional and waved dismissively, indicating that they bore no ill will. Moreover, given that this incident transpired within the realm of the Omni King, even in the absence of intervention from Zeno, their fathers would have intervened. Kusu and her brother, in fact, were far more intrigued by how Lewis was able to reclaim his senses from that chaotic state. A warm current coursed through Lewis's heart. In response to Beerus's inquiry, he fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. Ever since my return from the Dark Demon Realm, my hair has transformed into silver. The Grand Kai informed me that this is due to the elevation of my bloodline. At that moment, I realized I had the potential to transcend into the Super Saiyan 4 state. Lewis did not mention the matter of Super 5, and upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the old Kai. The old Kai, with an air of pride, lifted his chin slightly, as if to convey, "Now you all recognize my prowess." The crowd was left speechless. Lewis disregarded the elder Kaioshin, continuing, "Later, the esteemed elder Kaioshin informed me about Broly's berserk issue and proposed a definitive solution to his fury. From this, I drew inspiration. Perhaps Ultra Instinct could also employ this method." Luis cast a glance at the crowd. The old Kai, relinquishing his haughty demeanor, gazed at Luis with admiration and remarked, "Indeed, I once speculated that the Saiyans might also utilize this method to transcend their limits, but I never anticipated that you, Luis, would draw such a connection. You are truly astute." Flattered by the old Kai's commendation, Luis felt a tinge of embarrassment, for in truth, he had gleaned this insight from an anime. Lewis cleared his throat softly and continued, "Speaking of the utmost state of fury, I have constantly pondered how to reclaim my true self from such a condition. It is essential to understand Douglas's origins." Lewis flew to Ty's side and embraced Douglas, proclaiming, "The moment my son was born, I knew the opportunity had arrived." This left everyone perplexed. With emotion, with bonds, Lewis embraced his son and whimsically remarked, "Douglas is my most treasured possession." Douglas retorted, "You are the real possession. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never forget Ty's and Douglas." Lewis spoke deceitfully with his eyes wide open. "I firmly believe this, and so after igniting the raging factors within me, it wasn't long before I recalled them." He would undoubtedly never forget Taisi and her son. This was indeed Lewis's intention at that moment. After all, in the GT anime, Goku regained his sense of self in a similar manner. However, Lewis did not speak the truth, declaring all of this to be nonsense. In reality, the reason he could reclaim his identity was due to the system. A chime resonated in his mind, and his consciousness was instantaneously awakened amidst the tempestuous sea. Upon hearing Lewis's words, Taisi was overwhelmed with emotion, disregarding her shyness as she leapt toward him. Lewis embraced Ty's mother and child, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the onlookers were utterly astonished. It appeared that he had reclaimed his true self through the power of emotions and bonds. Upon reflection, this notion indeed seemed plausible. Emotions and connections possess an enigmatic nature, particularly among mortals, where they can prove to be even more formidable than sheer physical strength. Observing the crowd's astonishment at his words, Lewis stifled a chuckle and turned to son Wukong and Vegeta, inquiring, "Have you discerned the essence of my transformation? You heard my method of self-reclamation, did you not? One day, when your bloodlines ascend to such heights, you too shall be capable of such transformations." Lewis asserted that the method of rediscovering oneself through emotions and bonds is undoubtedly effective, as exemplified by Goku from the GT anime. Aside from the rather foolish Broly, both Goku and another individual fell into contemplation, reminiscing about the moment of Lewis's transformation. Emotions and bonds, you say? I understand now. I too can achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Goku clenched his fists, declaring, "When I transform into Super Saiyan 4, I shall also bring Gohan by my side." Vegeta gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "If you, Lewis, can succeed, then so can I. I shall return home shortly to continue my endeavors with Bulma." Lewis. The crowd. Chapter 182. The gathering dissolves. "You two mischievous rascals." Beerus chuckled at son Goku's antics, playfully scolding him, and then turned to Lewis, inquiring, "Has your power ascended to the realm of angels? At what tier do you currently stand?" He could no longer perceive Lewis's strength at this moment. Lewis appeared to him as inscrutable as Whis, both shrouded in an air of profound mystery. "I am uncertain as well." Lewis cradled Ty's mother and child. casting a glance towards Weiss and Kusu. Weiss, to what extent has my power reached? Weiss exchanged a knowing look with Kusu before responding, the first layer of Angel Realm. His voice was flat, yet those familiar with him could discern the astonishment hidden beneath. It was astounding that while Lewis typically resided at the second layer of the Divine Realm, his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 had propelled his strength directly into the Angel Realm. Such a feat was utterly terrifying. Indeed, Beerus swallowed hard. No wonder he could not sense Lewis's power. He had truly breached into the Angel Realm. Beerus's face flushed slightly, feeling quite embarrassed. As the true god of destruction of the seventh universe, it was humiliating to be surpassed by Lewis, a mere candidate for the role of god of destruction. In stark contrast to Beerus's discomfort, the old Kaioshin and Whis were elated, embracing each other in celebration. Lewis is not an angel like Whis. He is a being capable of taking direct action within the cosmos. My goodness. A candidate for the god of destruction wielding the power of an angel in the seventh universe. Who among the other 11 universes would dare to show him any disrespect? The old Supreme Kai was elated. Long ago, the seventh universe had been despised by all others due to Beerus. Now at last, the old man could hold his head high. At that moment, Lewis chuckled and said, Lord Beerus, let us resume our battle, for it remains unfinished. To be honest, even Lewis himself found it difficult to believe. He thought his power would only surge to the 5th level of the God realm. Who could have imagined he would transcend the boundaries of that realm and directly attain the level of angelic power? Lewis, do you take me for a fool? Yes. Get lost, for I concede. Douglas is yours. Beerus grumbled as he departed, soaring towards the god of destruction's palace. Whis, bewildered, called out, Lord Beerus, what are you doing? This kid is already riding on my head. Are you not going to train until he does his business on me? Ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. As Lewis completed his transformation, Beerus commenced his training. Kes assisted Whis in warding off the obliteration from the golden great ape. After grasping the entirety of the situation, she exchanged farewells with the others and chose not to linger. Kes vanished from Universe 7, but her destination was not Universe 10. Rather, it was the palace of the Omni Kings. Lewis, wait for me. I shall soon join Bulma in creating a child. I am certain I can achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Vegeta refrained from speaking of surpassing Lewis, for he had realized during their recent conversation that Lewis's power had ascended to the realm of the angels. Such power is beyond the reach of mere mortals. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to depart from that place. Goku also expressed his intention to leave. As his son was still in the care of Piccolo, he needed to return to safeguard little Gohan. As for Super Saiyan 4, he would undoubtedly arrive there before Vegeta. With his two companions having departed, only the old Kai, Asen, and Broly remained. Lewis, we too shall take our leave. When I venture to other universes, I shall take you along for some fun. The old Kai instructed Asen to accompany him and Broly, leaving with a beaming countenance. His suggestion to take Lewis for amusement was, in truth, more about showcasing Lewis's prowess. Lewis, what are your plans now? Whis inquired, observing that everyone else had departed. Turning his attention to Lewis, Lewis touched his nose and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Tai-Si, cradling Douglas, bit her red lip and implored, Lewis, please do not venture into the dark demon realm. She was Lewis's wife and was acutely aware of his current circumstances. Chapter 183, The Influence of Super Saiyan 4. A month had passed since Lewis ascended to Super Saiyan 4. A month ago, Lewis's angelic power resonated throughout the entire multiverse. All gods of destruction and angels acquired a newfound understanding of Lewis. This young man was indeed a prodigy. Well, to say it was a newfound understanding may not be entirely accurate. It should be stated that Lewis was, by nature, an exceptional being. Lewis has transcended to the realm of angels, and several years ago, the 7th universe ascended to the 3rd rank. The series of transformations within the 7th universe have left the destroyers and Supreme Kais of other universes grappling with disbelief. They are acutely aware that Lewis is the catalyst for this change. The assemblage of destroyers yearns for their own universe to harbor a being of Lewis's caliber. Yet, while such aspirations may flourish in dreams, the harsh reality renders them implausible, since acquiring a being like Lewis seems unattainable. Why not covertly seize a scion from the 7th universe? This notion, conceived by the destroyer of the 11th universe, Weiss, stems from his investigations revealing that the rise of the 7th universe is indeed attributed to Lewis. However, it is predominantly the formidable scion race that underpins this ascendancy. If he were to abduct a Saiyan and cultivate its lineage within the 11th universe, his universe would inevitably prosper as well. Such a thought is enticing, yet Weiss hesitates. The Saiyan race belongs to Lewis, and the last destroyer who offended Lewis has been obliterated. Weiss considers his strength inferior to that of Quitella, leaving him wary of pursuing the Saiyans. This sentiment resonates among many destroyers. Ultimately, they too desire their universe to possess a being like Lewis. Lewis has not only made an impact across the entire universe, but has also left his mark at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. King Vegeta and Bardock learned of the existence of Super 4 through their son. Indeed, within the lineage of Super Saiyans, Super 3 was not the ultimate threshold. Now Lewis has ascended to Super 4. Should anyone suggest that Super 5 exists, King Vegeta and Bardock would undoubtedly embrace this notion without hesitation. The existence of Super 4 has become common knowledge among the Saiyan race, igniting a fervor among them. They are abuzz with speculation regarding the identity of the one who has transcended to Super 4. Some conjecture it to be Goku. Others surmise it to be Vegeta. There are even whispers that it could be Gogeta, and yet, some dare to imagine it might be the enigmatic Saiyan with silver hair and crimson eyes. Of course, only a select few among the Saiyans are privy to Lewis's true identity. It is not that King Vegeta wishes to keep Lewis's identity a secret from the Saiyan race. Rather, it is a request made by Lewis himself. Lewis once conveyed to King Vegeta that he is the candidate for the god of destruction, belonging to the divine realm, and he can no longer intervene excessively in the affairs of the mortal world. It is preferable to keep his true identity hidden from the Saiyan race. Thus, among the Saiyans, only a select few at the upper echelons are privy to Lewis's true identity. Among the four speculations, Gogeta is the one most widely believed to be the Super Saiyan 4. This is primarily because Lewis has never displayed his powers before the Saiyan race. As for Goku and Vegeta, while their innate talents are formidable, they are ultimately limited to individual capabilities. In the future, they may be able to transcend to Super Saiyan 4 through their innate abilities and relentless efforts, but at present, such a feat remains unattainable. Hence, Gogeta stands as the most likely candidate for the Super Saiyan 4. The impact of Lewis's breakthrough to the Super 4 extends far beyond the immediate realm. It has stirred profound ripples throughout the cosmos, a reality of which Lewis remains blissfully unaware. At this moment, within the realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe, two figures flicker in the sky, engaging in a relentless exchange of blows. These two are none other than Lewis and Whis. Bang! Whis strikes with his staff, landing a precise blow at a cunning angle to Lewis's abdomen. In that instant, Lewis was sent flying. Soon after, he soared back, raising his fist in a direct charge. Weiss sidestepped to avoid the blow. However, Lewis's fist struck his face at an unexpected angle. Weiss's face contorted violently, and he crashed to the ground like a cannonball. While their attacks appeared unremarkable, and the collision did not produce a dazzling spectacle, anyone who assumed the weakness of their power would be gravely mistaken. Upon reaching the realm of angels, their assaults often employed the simplest methods, targeting their opponent's vulnerabilities without wasting energy. This epitomizes the clash of masters. Well done, under equal force. You have proven yourself my equal, Weiss remarked as he rose from the ground, marveling at the encounter. At that moment, Lewis descended from the sky, grinning playfully. Thank you, Master Weiss, for your guidance over the years. The corners of Weiss's mouth twitched slightly. It was indeed the first time Lewis had referred to him as master. The term sounded somewhat sentimental, yet inexplicably warmed his heart. Haha, you will soon catch up to me, and I shall no longer be your master. Weiss replied with a hint of resignation in his smile. Indeed, it had only been a mere 20 years since he had brought a young boy into the realm of destruction, and now that boy's strength was nearly on par with his own. Weiss felt a mix of helplessness, yet more so, a profound sense of pride and satisfaction. A 5th-level god of destruction, Beerus. A 1st-level angel, Lewis. Both of these formidable gods of destruction in the multiverse were products of his tutelage. Such pride was beyond words. Hearing Weiss's teasing, Lewis simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He returned to the lakeside and embraced Douglas from Ty's arms. Weiss followed suit, inquiring, "What exactly do you intend to achieve, lingering idly in the realm of destruction?" Lewis planted a kiss on young Douglas and rolled his eyes, saying, "What do you think I want to do?" Wes, with a face full of exasperation, replied, "You know exactly what I am asking." Ty looked at Lewis and, feigning anger, exclaimed, "Even I can discern what Wes is inquiring about, yet you continue to pretend." Lewis was momentarily taken aback by Thasewin's piercing gaze. instinctively retracting his neck before speaking. I am now planning to venture into the dark demon realm. I assure you, I will not act recklessly. Rest assured. Lewis could naturally discern what Weiss was inquiring about. It was merely a question regarding his intentions to journey to the dark demon realm. When he ascended to the Ultra Super Saiyan state, he indeed contemplated embarking on a mission to eliminate Demigra. After all, his power had ascended to an angelic caliber, and even if he were to wield the power of time erasure once more, it would not inflict irreversible harm upon his body. However, upon reflection, he deemed this endeavor to be of no immediate urgency. After all, the Dark Demon Realm was home to formidable beings of dominion. Lewis remains uncertain about Chuanma's stance towards him. As it stands, Chuanma does not seem inclined to take action against him. However, should he indeed eliminate Demigula, it is anyone's guess whether Chuanma would then choose to strike at him directly. Lewis possesses only the power of the first layer of the angel realm. It is inconceivable for him to escape from the grasp of the demon. Chapter 184. The Arrival of the Great Tay. It is reassuring that you have come to this understanding. Weiss exhaled in relief. Tai also patted her chest, genuinely fearing that this little rascal, Lewis, might recklessly seek vengeance against her. Now that Lord Beerus has resumed his training, what are your plans? Weiss inquired again. Naturally, I shall continue my cultivation. Lewis had not finished speaking when suddenly, his brow furrowed. Beside him, Weiss also appeared taken aback. Tais inquired, what is the matter? Such a faint destructive aura. Could it be that the candidate for the god of destruction has arrived in our seventh universe? Indeed, both Weiss and Lewis sensed a subtle, yet distinct destructive presence manifesting within the seventh universe. Weiss, the direction of that aura seems to be toward Earth. Show me what is happening. Very well. Weiss waved his staff, and a scene projected itself into the sky. In the image, an octopus-shaped spacecraft materialized above Earth. And shortly thereafter, two figures leapt forth from within, one male and one female. The man was handsome, while the woman was strikingly beautiful. They shared a common trait. Both possessed vibrant blue hair. Bulma, Tais exclaimed upon witnessing this, though she was unfamiliar with the identity of the male. Meanwhile, Lewis frowned and remarked, what brings them here? Weiss, with a serious expression, replied, they are not from our timeline. How audacious to manipulate time. Enough. Did I not traverse time myself last time, albeit with a multitude of missteps? It is hardly a significant matter. Lewis waved his hand dismissively. Weiss, somewhat exasperated, retorted, could you allow me to finish? This fellow is truly insufferable. He just claimed to be his master, yet now he denies him even the opportunity to display his prowess. Lewis smiled, saying, well, I know them. Wasn't I drifting through the tumult of time to a future era? They are indeed individuals from that future realm. However, I am quite curious about how they arrived here. Before he could finish his thought, Lewis patted his head, recalling a nagging feeling of having forgotten something when he departed from that future timeline. At last, he remembered. It was the heart medication for Sun Wukong that he had neglected to bring. Who was the man beside Bulma? Lewis inquired. He is Trunks, the son of Bulma from the future. Bulma's son. Tai's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder she found him so reminiscent of Bulma. He was indeed her offspring. Lewis, you say he is Bulma's son from the future, yet why does he emit a faint aura of destruction? Weiss expressed concern over this matter. I have no idea. Lewis shook his head. When I departed from the future timeline, Trunks did not exhibit any destructive energy. The only plausible explanation now is that he has been taken as a disciple by Lord Beerus of that era. This was the sole possibility he could conceive. Moreover, Lewis's conjecture proved to be accurate. Upon his exit from the future timeline, Lord Beerus was indeed seeking to locate Lewis within his realm. However, he discovered that the Lewis of that timeline had perished long ago. Consequently, under Weiss's guidance, Lord Beerus of the future timeline turned his attention towards Trunks. Presently, Trunks stands as the prospective god of destruction for that era. It is highly likely. Come, let us investigate the matter further. Weiss suddenly expressed a keen interest in this future Trunks. Weiss, with all magic on Earth, I am impervious to harm. I have no qualms about going to Earth. But you, rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. Weiss bestowed upon Lewis a knowing glance. Lewis was taken aback. Another riddle? Weiss, do you know what I despise most in this life? What? Weiss was momentarily perplexed by Lewis's words, as he urged him to take him to Earth. I absolutely loathe riddlers. I swear that one day, I shall deliver a thrashing to every last one of them. Lewis declared through gritted teeth. Seeing the murderous glint in Lewis's eyes, Weiss swallowed hard and replied, "All right, let's save the beatings for later. For now, we must head to Earth." Nearby, Ties covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Lewis said nothing further, since Weiss assured him that there would be no issues with his journey to Earth. It must indeed be the case. Moreover, Weiss's words sparked a realization within him. If the entire demon realm truly intended to target him, hiding within the realm of destruction would be of no avail. With this thought in mind, Lewis felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. "Let us return together." Louise cradled young Douglas in his arms, then, accompanied by Ties and Weiss, departed from the realm of destruction. On Earth, within a forest in West City, a time machine came to a halt, from which Trunks and future Bulma emerged. Trunks surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Is this truly Uncle's time and space? The environment is splendid." Future Bulma chuckled, "Son, didn't Weiss and Beerus advise you against recklessly traversing time? Here you are, journeying through time with your mother." Unperturbed by their potential ire, Trunks, with a look of exasperation, retorted, "Isn't it you who urged me to travel through time? Now you're blaming me." "Heh. It's all your fault, Mom." Future Bulma playfully stuck her tongue out, embodying a youthful exuberance that starkly contrasted with her once weary appearance. "It's been ages since I last saw my brother-in-law. I wonder how he is faring. Uncle is the candidate for the god of destruction in this timeline, so he must be doing well." Trunks stowed the time machine and soared into the sky, heading towards West City, with future Bulma closely following. Before long, they arrived in West City, where the environment mirrored that of the future timeline. Future Bulma effortlessly located the way home. "Brother-in-law, I have come to find you," she called out from outside the Brief's estate before stepping inside. Trunks, however, gazed around the estate, finding everything unfamiliar. In the future timeline, he had barely been born when the androids ravaged the Earth, and this estate had long since been destroyed. Inside, as Vegeta and Bulma prepared for their child, Vegeta paused. Recognizing Bulma's voice, he glanced down at the Bulma beside him, then sensed again. A moment of confusion washed over him. Wasn't Bulma right here? How could there be another Bulma outside? Chapter 185. A meeting with Trunks and the others soon after, Vegeta and Bulma had dressed and made their way to the courtyard. Upon stepping outside, they beheld Dr. Briefs conversing with another Bulma. "You claim to be from another timeline?" "Indeed. You and my mother met a tragic fate at the hands of the androids in the future timeline. And who is this beside you?" "He is your grandson from the future timeline, Trunks. Quickly, greet your grandfather." "Hello, grandfather. I am Trunks." Under the sunshade, Dr. Briefs sat in a chair, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized future Bulma and her son. Meanwhile, future Bulma seated herself across from Dr. Briefs, eagerly placing food on the table for Trunks, exclaiming for him to eat this and that. Trunks glanced at his grandfather, then at his mother, who appeared as if she had endured hardship, feeling quite embarrassed. "In my research, the existence of parallel dimensions is indeed plausible. Utilizing the theories of space-time, I have even constructed a time travel device. If this individual is my Bulma, then it is certainly within the realm of possibility." Briefs gazed at the future Bulma, whose face mirrored that of his daughter, and his expression gradually softened. It was evident from his eyes that he had come to believe the words of this future Bulma. "Who are you? How can you resemble my Bulma so closely?" As Bulma and Vegeta stepped into the courtyard, she was taken aback by the sight of another version of herself and could not help but inquire, "Bulma?" The future Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she sprang from her chair and rushed over, extending her hand to touch Bulma's face. "You must be the me from this timeline. Truly, you embody my youth. Your skin is so tender and smooth." Bulma's expression instantly turned to one of exasperation. What was this woman doing? Not only did she resemble her, but she also shared her brazen demeanor. This was undeniably another version of herself. Turning her gaze towards Briefs, who was sheltered beneath an umbrella, Bulma asked, "Father, who is she?" Unbeknownst to Bulma, the concept of parallel dimensions was foreign to her, as Lewis had not disclosed the details of his previous journey through time. Vegeta, standing beside her, also wore a look of confusion. Just as Dr. Briefs was about to respond, suddenly, whoosh. "She is another version of you from a different timeline," declared Lewis and his companions. After more than 2 years, aside from Lewis's occasional visits to Earth, the others had returned once more. Among them, especially Weiss, who longed for Earth's culinary delights, wasted no time and headed straight for the dining room of the Ties household. As for the destructive aura surrounding Trunks, he could inquire about it later, once he had savored Earth's delectable cuisine. "Brother-in-law." Upon seeing their visitors, both Bulma and future Bulma rejoiced in unison. However, Bulma paused, pondering why this doppelganger of hers referred to Lewis as brother-in-law. Seated opposite Dr. Briefs, the exuberant Daz also turned abruptly, exclaiming, "Uncle." In an instant, Daz vanished and reappeared beside Lewis, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Uncle, I've missed you terribly." Witnessing this, Vegeta's pupils constricted in shock. He had failed to perceive the boy's swift movement. Meanwhile, Lewis, taken aback by Daz's enthusiastic embrace, noted the boy's excitement as his face flushed with a rosy hue. "Trunks, it has been quite some time." Lewis patted Big T on the back before releasing him. At that moment, Bulma broke free from future Bulma's inappropriate advances and hurried over, pointing at her alternate self with confusion. "Brother-in-law, you just said she is another version of me from a different timeline." It wasn't only Bulma who was bewildered. Vegeta shared the same perplexity and inquired, "Lewis, what is happening here?" Lewis had no choice but to reveal everything about the future timeline. "There exists another timeline where Kakarot succumbed to a heart disease, and I too perished at the hands of those two androids." "Lewis, are you certain you are not jesting?" Vegeta stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Bulma was not faring much better. She pointed at Date and then at herself. To her astonishment, Date was the son of another version of herself from a different timeline. According to the course of history, it implied that in this timeline, she and Vegeta would also have a Trunks. As Bulma and Vegeta stood in bewilderment, Lewis led ties before future Bulma. "Bulma, it has been ages since you last saw your sister. Behold." "Sister." Upon witnessing the living ties, future Bulma clasped her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Ties, cradling little Douglas, stepped forward and embraced future Bulma. "Sister, I am here." Ties had learned of future Bulma's plight from Lewis years prior, and the misfortunes that befell her were harrowing. Her sister had met with an accident many years ago. Her parents were brutally slain by androids, and her husband also fell victim to their wrath. The only thing that sustained her was the hope of constructing a time machine. Yet the device she created could not return her to the true past. Instead, it led her to a parallel timeline, entirely disconnected from her future. Seeing future Bulma now filled Ties with compassion. After all, this was her sister. "Sister, I have missed you dearly." Future Bulma embraced Ties tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "Bulma, do not weep, do not cry. Your sister is here. If you continue, you shall not be beautiful." Noticing her other sister's heart-wrenching tears, Ties immediately pulled out her secret weapon. "Nonsense, I am the most beautiful." Future Bulma laughed through her tears, overwhelmed with joy at seeing her sister once again. Only her sister could truly understand her. "Sister, this is..." Future Bulma then noticed the infant in Ties' arms. Ties gently caressed little Douglas's face and said softly, "My son, his name is Douglas. My nephew." Future Bulma's eyes sparkled as she wiped her tears and asked, "Is he the child of you and my brother-in-law?" Ties was momentarily speechless. If not hers and Lewis's, whose could it be? Future Bulma quickly realized her question was a bit foolish, sticking out her tongue in a charming manner. At that moment, Vegeta and Bulma finally processed Lewis's words and approached them. "Lewis, he is my son." Vegeta pointed to Trunks. "He is the son of the Vegeta from the future timeline, not yours." After all that was said, he was still Vegeta's son. Vegeta learned of all events in the future timeline from Lewis. He approached Date, and as he drew near, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. Chapter 186. Are you another universe's candidate destroyer? Bulma gazed intently at Date, her hand resting on her belly. Upon seeing the parents from this timeline before him, Date suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. He instinctively glanced at his biological mother, who was engrossed in conversation with Date's aunt from this timeline and seemed oblivious to him. Date. He wished to speak, but was uncertain how to address Vegeta. Should he call him Vegeta, or acknowledge him as his father? Date's cheeks flushed crimson. Here he was, a distinguished candidate destroyer, experiencing such an awkward moment. Lewis stood by, arms crossed, and couldn't he help but chuckle at the scene before him, though he refrained from interrupting the interaction among the three. After a moment, Goten's face grew increasingly flushed. With a soft giggle, Bulma covered her mouth and approached to gently ruffle Goten's hair. "Call me Mom. Mom." Goten exhaled deeply, his initial anxiety stemming from uncertainty about how his parents in this timeline would perceive him. It appeared, however, that they had embraced his existence. "Dad." Goten then glanced at Vegeta, tentatively calling out. Vegeta, with a proud nod, acknowledged him. Instantly, Goten's face lit up with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, Lewis was slightly taken aback. How easily this perennial second fiddle accepted Goten's presence. "Now, let us set your matters aside for the moment. Trunks, what brings you and Bulma here?" Lewis interrupted the trio's exchange, feigning ignorance. Upon hearing this, Ties and future Bulma also gathered around. Uncle, I've come to deliver the heart disease remedy to Uncle Goku. Goten hurriedly produced a universal capsule, careful not to mention that his true motive was to see his uncle. Future Bulma nodded vigorously, yes, without delivering the heart disease remedy. Goku's condition cannot be treated with the current medical technology of this timeline. Dying of heart disease? Vegeta snatched the universal capsule from Goten's hand, scolding. The Kakarot of the future timeline perished due to heart disease? A proud Saiyan, reduced to such a fate. What a disgrace. Vegeta cast a glance at future Bulma and then at Goten, suppressing his anger as he declared, "Where are those two androids? I will annihilate them now." Dad. According to the historical timeline of the future, those two androids will not appear until 7 years from now. We have time. Goten addressed Vegeta as Dad with ease, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. Future Bulma saw nothing wrong with Goten's address. After all, Vegeta was indeed his father, while Goten was entitled to call him that. The two timelines were inherently unconnected, and she, as a Bulma from a different timeline, would not engage in any relationship with Vegeta. Indeed, they will emerge on May 12th. 7 years from now, on an island in the South City, future Bulma stated. 7 years later, Lewis finally realized that at this moment, little Gohan was merely over 2 years old. According to the normal course of events, little Gohan would transform into Super Saiyan 2 around the age of 9, and indeed, the android should not appear until 7 years later. The furious Vegeta had not yet manifested his rage. The mere thought of another version of Goku perishing from a heart disease in an alternate timeline infuriated him. What a waste. Furthermore, the recollection of another version of himself falling victim to the androids only intensified his frustration. Well, since time was still on his side, he decided to linger in this timeline for a while before returning. With this thought, Lewis narrowed his eyes and gazed at Trunks. What transpired in the future after I departed? Why do you emit the aura of destruction? Just then, Whis emerged from the restaurant of the Ties residence. Are you perhaps the candidate god of destruction from another timeline? Chapter 187. Trunks, son of Vegeta had always believed that Lewis's strength stemmed from his status as a candidate god of destruction. Had Beerus taken a liking to him, he was confident that he would not have been inferior to Lewis. Though he no longer harbored hopes of becoming a candidate god of destruction himself, his son was a different story. Trunks was now the candidate god of destruction from another timeline, having also been trained by Whis. Reflecting on the fact that Trunks was his son, the Saiyan Prince, he wondered if Trunks might surpass Lewis. Trunks, son of Vegeta. If Trunks were indeed stronger than Lewis, it would mean he surpassed Lewis, which made perfect sense. Ha ha ha. Amidst the crowd, Vegeta inexplicably burst into laughter. What was wrong with him? The onlookers regarded him as if he were foolish. Vegeta cleared his throat, unconcerned with their gazes, and asked Trunks, "By the way, how strong are you now? Surely, you must be stronger than Lewis. You are my son, and also a candidate god of destruction." Vegeta spoke to himself, eagerly anticipating an affirmative response from Trunks. Trunks, having released Bulma's hand, awkwardly scratched his head. Dad, how could I possibly be stronger than Uncle Lewis? A few years ago, when he had just become a candidate god of destruction, he might have thought that one day he could catch up to Lewis or even surpass him. However, after becoming a candidate god of destruction and learning much from Whis about the divine matters of the gods from the future timeline, Trunks came to the realization that he could never match up to his uncle. Impossible? You are my son, Vegeta. You are also a disciple trained by Mr. Whis. How could you not surpass Lewis? Vegeta fervently shook his head, muttering to himself, when suddenly he exclaimed, "Oh!" It turned out that Bulma was tugging at his ear, and she coldly remarked, "Well, Vegeta, you insist on calling me sister-in-law, yet you continue to shout that name every day without any regard for decorum. What a fierce woman you are! How could he possibly have married someone like you?" Vegeta, being pulled about, feigned protest, let go. It hurts, it hurts. Ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. With Vegeta's antics, the atmosphere in the courtyard transformed into one of lightheartedness and joy. Everyone settled down in the courtyard, beneath the sunshade. Whis held a teacup, took a sip, and then scrutinized Trunks, nodding occasionally in approval. Lewis sat in a chair, cradling little Douglas, and turned to Whis with a smile, inquiring about his disciple. Trunks perked up, eager to hear how his master from this timeline would evaluate him. His strength is rather mediocre. If measured by the combat power in the universe, he only possesses around 1 billion in his normal state. Upon hearing Whis's words, Vegeta could not help but sense the energy, and indeed, it was as he said. Why was there such a significant disparity between the two candidates for the role of destroyer? Wait, why could he sense Trunks' aura? Wasn't it said that divine auras were undetectable? Seeing Vegeta's expression, Lewis understood his thoughts and explained. You are able to sense Trunks' aura because he has not yet become a true deity. Whis set down his teacup and nodded. Indeed, Trunks' dimension is at most that of a Earth-level deity, far from being a true god. Dimension? What is that? Vegeta was utterly perplexed. Whis did not elaborate on the concept of dimension, but turned to Trunks, saying, Your current power is quite weak. It must be the other version of me who advised you to focus on mastering the rules of destruction and dimensions. Truly impressive, another master of mine. You inferred that correctly. Trunks scratched his head, appearing somewhat foolish. The future version of you said the enhancement of strength is not urgent, and as a candidate for destroyer, grasping the rules of destruction is paramount. Indeed, this aligned with my thoughts. In Whis' observations, Trunks possessed remarkable talent, comparable even to Vegeta and Goku. This was indeed the case. In the anime, future Trunks returned to seek help not because his abilities were inferior. He was, in fact, the protagonist of his timeline, and his talent was on par with anyone else's. The first time he returned to the past for assistance was shortly after his birth, apart from his mother and Gohan. All his friends and family had perished. Future Trunks spent his childhood fleeing, never receiving any combat training or guidance. Moreover, he faced foes with combat powers exceeding 7 or 800 million. This might be difficult to comprehend. To put it another way, it would be akin to young Goku battling against the Demon King Piccolo while directly encountering over 20 Frieza. Under such circumstances, even a destined protagonist like Goku would struggle to endure. Thus, when future Trunks first returned to the past for help, it was because he truly had no other option. Furthermore, after a series of training sessions with Vegeta in the past timeline, future Trunks returned to his own time and single-handedly defeated 2 androids, effortlessly overcoming Cell as well. Even receiving commands from the future time realm's supreme deity, he thwarted the emergence of the malevolent Majin Buu. As for the second return to the past to seek assistance, well, the future Trunks encountered none other than Black Goku, Zamasu. In truth, had it not been for Zamasu's immortal form, future Trunks could have vanquished both of them with his own hands. Alas, Zamasu's terrifying immortality compelled him to seek aid from the past. It is no exaggeration to say that future Trunks possesses a talent that rivals that of the protagonists in Dragon Ball. Chapter 188, Trunks and his mother remain. At this juncture, it is indeed crucial to focus on the destruction of rules and dimensions. Whis has already regarded Trunks as his disciple and continued. The essence of a candidate for the god of destruction is destruction itself. If one cannot even grasp the rules of destruction, can they truly be considered a candidate for the god of destruction? I understand, Master. Trunks fervently nodded. Though your strength is still lacking, in merely a few years, you have cultivated your dimensional abilities to the level of Earth's deities. And you have comprehended the fundamentals of destruction. Overall, your talent is commendable. Whis then offered his appraisal of Trunks. Trunks was instantly elated, as this constituted another master's recognition of him. However, casting a glance at Lewis, who was teasing the little Douglas, he wryly smiled and remarked, clearly, We are both candidates for the god of destruction, yet I fall far short compared to my uncle. Lewis lifted his head and bared his teeth at Trunks. Whis shot him a disapproving glance and said, Do not compare yourself to him. Even if Lord Beerus were here, he would pale in comparison. You should focus on mastering your dimensions and the principles of destruction. Whis did not speak the entire truth. In fact, even he would find himself outmatched by Lewis. Lewis nodded, affirming that his understanding of the rules of destruction now was quite akin to what he comprehended at the tender age of 7. Keep it up, young man, he encouraged. At that moment, Trunks found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat bullied by the remark. Beside them, Vegeta, having overheard the exchange, resigned himself to the reality of the situation. It was important to note that Trunks, at this time, was on par with Lewis at the age of 7. And let us not forget that Lewis had recently ascended to the level of Super Saiyan 4, a power of celestial caliber. The equation of Trunks equating to Vegeta's son, and thus to Vegeta himself, holds true. Yet, Trunks finds himself unable to surpass Lewis, which presents a perplexing dilemma. Throughout this discourse, it was predominantly Whis who articulated the dialogue, with each of his words resonating deeply with Trunks' current predicament. Lewis could no longer provide guidance. It was evident that Whis had taken Trunks under his wing as another protege. Whis's words revealed his fondness for Trunks. Soon, this interaction came to a close. However, just before concluding, Whis posed a significant question. The act of traversing time and space indiscriminately is deemed a grave offense, strictly prohibited even among deities. Should such reckless time travel result in calamity, one would face judgment from the realm of time. As a candidate for the position of a future destroyer, Trunks was acutely aware of this fact. Yet, his overwhelming desire to see his uncle drove him to disregard the consequences and venture into the past. Vegeta, Bulma, and future Bulma remained oblivious to this peril, deeply concerned that Trunks might fall victim to the so-called judgment of the realm of time. Ultimately, Lewis, unable to bear the tension any longer, interjected, assuring them that if severe repercussions were to arise, it was he, Lewis, who had initially set such events in motion. Lewis said to Trunks, "If the people from the time dimension come to trouble you, do not hesitate to seek me out." Lewis's statement was undeniably commanding, capturing the attention of all present. Upon hearing these words, Whis revealed a triumphant smile, having successfully executed his scheme. In truth, he did not speak falsely. For traversing through the fabric of time and space would indeed invite judgment from the guardians of the temporal realm. During Lewis's last temporal journey, he was not judged by the inhabitants of the time realm, and Whis likely surmised the reason behind this. Even the Omni King and the Omni King of Demons paid no heed to Luis, thus the time realm's denizens would presumably do the same. This was Whis's conjecture. However, Trunks is not Luis. Should Trunks inadvertently cause a catastrophe, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In their recent exchange, Whis had already developed an affinity for his disciple Trunks. To be on the safe side, he felt compelled to enlist Luis's assistance. Unbeknownst to him, this action was utterly superfluous, not to mention that in the future, Trunks is one of Luis's most cherished anime characters. He is also the son of Bulma, who happens to be Luis's sister-in-law. For this very reason, Luis would never permit anyone to harm Trunks. As their gathering concluded, the androids would not appear for nearly 7 years, allowing Luis to grant future Bulma and her son some time to enjoy this timeline before their departure. This decision was chiefly to preempt any troubles from the time realm regarding future Bulma and her son. After imparting his instructions, Luis vanished without a trace. Whis, uncertain of Luis's whereabouts, began to mentor his new disciple Trunks in the ensuing days. Faced with training of a caliber befitting a candidate for God of Destruction, Vegeta found himself utterly perplexed and chose to depart from the estate, flying towards the direction of Capsule Corporation. He intended to relay the events of the future timeline to Goku and deliver the heart disease antidote. These were two of his motives. As for his third aim, it was, of course, to give Goku a good thrashing. The notion that Goku, a proud Saiyan, could succumb to a mere heart condition was an affront to their race. Such a disgraceful weakness could not go unpunished. Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans, simply could not endure it. Before long, Vegeta arrived at Capsule Corp, only to learn from Chi-Chi that Goku had entrusted Goten to Piccolo and was stealthily following behind him. After sensing the surroundings, Vegeta indeed detected no trace of Goku's energy, and thus, he relayed the events of the future timeline to Chi-Chi. He also left the heart disease antidote with her before returning to West City. Lewis vanished, while Vegeta returned from the Bun Mountain. In the future, Bulma was inseparably linked with ties resembling 3 sisters, or rather, they could indeed be considered as such. 3 stunningly beautiful women strolled through the streets with a 4-month-old infant, capturing the hearts of countless young admirers along the way. Alas, they were all already committed. One day, the trio arrived at a small town on the outskirts of West City, in close proximity to the Southern Islands. Ties observed the deserted street with a hint of confusion. Why is this small town so empty? Bulma nodded in agreement, noticing the scattered clothing on the ground. Indeed, why are there so many garments here? Future Bulma felt a twinge of unease, sensing an ominous premonition. This was primarily due to the small town's proximity to the Southern Islands, where the androids had first emerged. Summary: Ding. Please sign in before the mightiest God of Destruction. Beerus. Reward: Prototype of the Autonomous Realm. Ding. Please sign in at the Kaishin Realm. Reward: Super Saiyan 1. Ding. Please sign in at Frieza's headquarters. Reward: Instant transmission of the Kaishin.